Where am I? In a dim, shadowy place, a skinny, filthy little boy slowly opened his eyes in a daze. Around him were several other children, just as small and frail as he was. Why is everything shaking? Is this an earthquake? And what's that awful smell? It took quite a while for the boy to recover his senses. When he finally blinked and looked around, he was able to make out his surroundings. The first thing to meet his eyes was an iron bar fence directly in front of him, just like something out of a prison. Around him, other boys and girls that sat on the ground, hugging their knees to their chests, their eyes clouded with despair. Seeing that hopelessness, eyes no child should ever have, sent a sharp pang through his heart. Where am I? What happened to me? Suddenly, a stabbing pain shot through his head. A flood of memories, both his and not his, rushed into his mind all at once. The pain was so intense that he couldn't help but cry out. Hey, you there. Quiet down. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? Or did you need a fresh one? All right, calm down. These little brats are property of the celestial dragons. If we upset those big shots, none of us will make it out of here alive. Another voice tried to offer some reassurance. Hearing the boy's cry, a harsh, menacing voice from outside the cage pierced the silence. The other children inside couldn't help but shudder at the sound. Though they didn't dare utter a word, a wave of dread rippled through them, palpable even without speech. Soon enough, the pain in his head faded. But now he'd also heard the exchange between those two men. So that's how it is. I've crossed over. I can't believe something so absurd has happened to me. And of all places, I've landed in the perilous world of One Piece. Worse still, we're the property of the celestial dragons. Does that mean this is a slave ship? At this thought, a look of bitter resignation crept onto his face. For the hero of a transmigration novel, this was a truly wretched beginning. Facing life as a celestial dragon slave, there could hardly be a fate more cruel. This body's name was Rest. He was 7 years old, just an ordinary child from a simple village. Then, one day, a ruthless pirate gang descended on their little village out of nowhere. All the adults had been slaughtered. Only the children had been spared, herded together like livestock, destined, it seemed, to be sold as slaves. Among all the children, Listster was by far the most rebellious. He never stopped resisting until finally the pirates lost their patience. They dragged him out alone and beat him mercilessly, pounding him to the brink of death before tossing his battered body back into the cage. But because he was so gravely injured, no one paid him any attention, for a while at least, which gave him a rare window of opportunity. As for how he died in his previous life, he had absolutely no recollection. No, I can't just sit here and wait for my doom. If I really become a celestial dragon slave, that would truly be a fate worse than death. A shiver ran down Lister's spine at the thought. Even the fleeting images he'd seen of such slaves in his past life cartoons made it painfully clear that being a celestial dragon slave was worth less than garbage. With that realization, Listster resolved to look for help from anyone who might listen. Even if it meant leaping overboard and taking his chances with the sea, it would at least offer a glimmer of hope for survival. He had no intention of living a life shrouded in darkness the moment he'd arrived in this world. But when he caught sight of the other children's expressions, his fragile hope was dashed almost instantly. Their eyes spoke only of resignation, or perhaps they simply didn't dare to rebel. Are you really not going to resist? Not even a little. Listster pressed them once more, unable to give up. Flickers of memory had told him the body's previous owner had tried to stir the others before, but nothing had come of it. Just give up, Listster. Even our parents were killed by these people. What can we possibly do here? Murmured a chubby boy. Damn it, are we really so powerless? Rage and frustration simmered inside Listster. Just then, an earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air, jolting the entire ship violently. Not far from the pirate vessel, a Navy warship was gliding steadily toward them. But this was no ordinary warship. It sported a fierce dog's head on its prow. Vice Admiral Garp, there's a pirate ship ahead, called out a Marine. That's right. The man commanding the ship was none other than the legendary hero of the Navy, Vice Admiral Garp. Oh, a pirate ship, you say? Garp's interest was piqued. Well, I wasn't expecting such entertainment so close to headquarters. Bring me the cannonballs. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The crew moved with practiced efficiency. Within moments, crates of cannonballs were lined up at Garp's side. Clearly, this wasn't their first time. Their actions were swift and well-rehearsed. Iron Fist Meteor, Garp shouted out loud, then picked up a cannonball and hurled it toward the distant pirate ship. His throw was so fast, it outpaced the shells fired by the main guns, and its destructive force was even greater. Although the cannonball didn't hit the pirate ship directly, it exploded in the waters nearby. The powerful blast forced the ship to careen sideways, drifting over 10 meters from its original position. Inside the cage, Listster and the others were thrown in the same direction by the sudden jolt. What just happened? The thunderous sound of the explosion left some of the pirates so terrified they could barely speak. They hadn't seen any enemy vessels, so where had that shell come from? Where's the lookout? Find him. Find out where the enemy is. At that moment, on the deck, a pirate with a rather sly appearance snapped furiously. He was the captain of this pirate vessel, Brady, a ruthless man more notorious for his crimes than for his fighting prowess. Before long, another cannonball suddenly came hurtling in, exploding once more in the waters near their ship. In the ship's prison, Listster and his companions tumbled again with the force of the impact. What's going on? Are we under attack? Is it the Marines or another band of pirates? Right then, Lister's mind was calmly analyzing the situation. If it was the Marines, they might be safe. But if it was pirates, they might be trading one den of wolves for another. Let it be the Marines, please. Listster prayed silently in his heart. At that moment, the Marine warship finally came into view of the pirate crew. Captain, starboard side, 3 o'clock. There's a warship approaching. Damn, it's the Marines. But how are they hitting us from so far away? Brady was both angry and bewildered. They'd once captured a warship themselves, but he knew for certain the cannons didn't have this kind of range. Did he miss? If that's the case, Fist Meteor Shower. From the lookout's vantage point aboard the pirate ship, he suddenly saw a Marine with graying hair hurling cannonballs toward them with both hands at blinding speed. See, Captain, there's a Marine throwing cannonballs at us with his bare hands. What? Before Brady could grab the spyglass for a closer look, another series of explosions rocked the the ship. Not just one, but several in rapid succession. Vice Admiral Garp, be careful. There are slaves aboard that pirate ship. Came a timely reminder from Garp's adjutant. With his observation hockey, he'd already sensed everything happening aboard the enemy vessel. I know. Otherwise, that first shell would have gone straight through their hull. Garp replied gruffly. You think my aim is off? In fact, I missed on purpose. At least that's the perfect excuse Garp found for himself. The constant barrage of cannon fire tormented not only the pirates on the ship, but Listster and the others confined in the prison as well. The ship lurched left and right now and then, so either you ended up sprawled on top of me, or I collapsed onto you. Groans and cries of ouch and spilled ceaselessly from a few people's lips. Get closer to that pirate ship. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. If there were slaves aboard, they couldn't simply bombard the ship with artillery anymore. In that moment, Garp was a bit relieved. Thank goodness those cannonballs didn't actually hit the pirate ship, he thought. Still, even though the shots hadn't struck the pirate vessel directly, the shockwaves from the nearby explosions had already caused so much damage that it was nearly impossible for the pirates to steer their ship as normal. Captain, that naval warship is moving in on us. Slowly, but surely, the lookout shouted at the top of his lungs. Perfect. I want to see which Navy officer has the guts to come at us. Clearly, they don't value their lives anymore, Brady snarled. Although he wasn't the strongest among his monstrous peers, he was counted among this year's supernovas, with a bounty exceeding 100 million, a figure no ordinary Marine would dare provoke. But the moment Brady caught a clear glimpse of the figure standing tall atop the warship, all his arrogance vanished instantly, as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped over his head. Nananeval Haviro. Garp, he stammered, recognizing Garp instantly. Even his voice broke with fear. After all, Garp's reputation was legendary. He was the man who had driven the legendary Roger pirates to the very brink countless times, which made it clear Roger had not yet become pirate king. So it's you lot? You had the audacity to attack our warship just now. Garp suddenly shouted, his voice like a rolling thunderclap. Hearing this, the pirates aboard their battered ship were stupefied. When had they ever attacked? They've been on the receiving end this whole time. And no, Vice Admiral Garp, you've got the wrong people. Brady managed to stammer out. Oh really? Then let me ask, are you pirates? Garp shot back at them. No, we're not pirates. They blurted out their answer without a moment's hesitation. After all, nothing mattered more than staying alive. Who would dare call themselves pirates to the Navy's greatest hero? That was practically asking for death sentence. Then how do you explain that pirate flag on your mast? Garp's eyes suddenly widened, glaring at them with obvious disbelief. He felt as if these people took him for a fool, thinking they could pull the wool over his eyes so easily. This is the ship we stole. Yes, we stole it. As if to convince himself, Brady repeated the statement with added emphasis. I see. So you admit you're all thieves. Men, go arrest these thieves for me. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines on the warship wasted no time and immediately boarded the pirate ship. We've been wrong. Vice Admiral Garp, we're not thieves, just ordinary fishermen. Brady wailed, his voice trembling and tears streaming down his face. Anyone who heard the desperation in his cry would have been moved, and anyone who saw it close to tears themselves. As for resisting, what a joke. That was the legendary Garp standing before them. Resistance would only hasten their demise. If you have grievances, you can explain them and impel down. My job is just to make the arrests, not to do the question. Garp dug around in his nose, sounding utterly unconcerned and irresponsibly laid back. At that moment, the man's face alternated between red and white, torn by some fierce inner struggle. Vice Admiral Garp, these people are slaves belonging to the Celestial Dragons. Even you wouldn't want to offend the Celestial Dragons, would you? At these words, every Marine froze mid-action. After all, the Navy's true purpose was to serve the Celestial Dragons. What did he just say? Garp asked. Reporting, sir. He didn't say anything. Garp's adjutant, Bogard, promptly replied. All right then, arrest them all. Garp, the Celestial Dragons won't forgive. They won't let this go. As Brady's voice faded, Garp pressed his fingers to his forehead, a headache coming on. I can't believe this involves those worthless Celestial Dragons. Looks like I'm in for another lecture when I get back. Garp muttered helplessly. In the ship's jail, Listster heard the noisy commotion above gradually die down, replaced by the steady approach of many footsteps. His expression grew serious as he stared intently at the stairwell, determined to see who would come down this time. When a group of men in crisp white uniforms finally appeared, relief washed over Listster. It was the Navy. Lady Luck's on my side today, he thought, with his guard lowered at last. Fatigue seeped into his body. He realized how tense and alert he'd been for days, and that sigh of relief left him noticeably worn out. One of the Marines drew his saber and, with a clean motion, sliced through the lock on the jail. You youngsters, come out with us. You're free now. At the word free, the children's faces lit up, hope and happiness shining in their eyes. Still, Listster couldn't bring himself to feel happy for them, because every single one of their families was already gone. Even if they were rescued, they would only become orphans. The group clattered up onto the pirate ship's deck, and upon seeing so many people dressed in Navy uniforms, Listster suddenly felt as if he had stepped into another world. When he saw that it was Vice Admiral Garp standing on the warship opposite, the expression on Lister's face shifted from disbelief to a burst of excitement. If it had been any other Navy officer, given Lister's age, he honestly didn't believe anyone else would agree to let him join the Marines. But Garp was different. Everyone in the world knew about the Vice Admiral's unpredictable ways. That's right, the moment he was rescued by the Navy, Listster had made up his mind. He wanted to become a Marine. In a world where even ordinary civilians live in constant danger, at least as a Marine, he would be able to learn some skills to protect himself. As for why he didn't want to become a pirate, what a joke. At his age, joining the pirates meant he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Besides, his so-called golden finger had yet to appear. He didn't even know if he had one at all. Hey, what are you staring at me for, kid? I know I'm a handsome and dashing old man, but I have no interest in little runts like you. Lister's intense, burning gaze naturally caught Garp's attention. But hearing such shameless words from Garp, Listster could only stand there, utterly exasperated. No, Vice Admiral Garp, I'm just so excited to meet my idol in person. Vice Admiral Garp, please let me join the Navy. I want to become a Marine hero hero, just like you. As soon as Listster said this, the entire place fell silent. Even Listster himself felt incredibly awkward after speaking, but it was the only solution he could come up with at the moment. Everyone waited for Garp's answer, eager to see if the Vice Admiral would let this kid join the ranks of the Marines. No, I refuse. Vice Admiral Garp continued picking his nose as if nothing had happened, looking thoroughly unconcerned. Vice Admiral Garp, I really want to join the Navy. Please give me a chance. Listster bent low and about. At this sight, something changed in Garp's eyes. He hadn't expected this kid's determination to join the Navy to be so unwavering. Though those words of admiration earlier had clearly been flattery, his resolve to join the Marines was undoubtedly real. When Listster started proclaiming that Garp was his idol, Garp immediately knew it was a lie. Even though Listster sounded earnest, he'd never actually studied acting, so anyone as shrewd and experienced as Garp could see right through him. Despite Garp's usual easygoing and carefree manner, he certainly wasn't stupid. Alright, since you're so eager to join the Navy, I'll give you a chance, Garp said. Whether you can truly seize this opportunity, though, will depend on you. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp, Listster replied, his face full of excitement. This time, the excitement was real, not vain. Bogart, go test this kid for me. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart was Garp's adjutant, and his strength was nothing to scoff at. Kid, all you have to do is defeat Bogart. No, actually, if you can just last 10 moves against him, I'll make an exception and let you join the Navy. How's that sound? Deal, Listster replied seriously. This was his only way forward at the moment. Someone get this kid a sword. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. A Navy sailor handed Listster a saber, but for a 7-year-old, the blade was truly heavy. Listster hadn't trained much before. His only exercise was the occasional fishing trip. Now, their makeshift arena was the deck of the pirate ship. Everyone else had already been transferred to the Navy vessel. Kid, I'm not going to hold back just because you're a child, Bogart said, drawing his sword. He spoke with an even tone, exuding a sharp and intimidating presence. If Listster guessed correctly, that aura was the manifestation of sword intent. Joining the Navy is dangerous, Bogart continued. You might die at any moment fighting pirates. So for your own safety, I'm definitely coming at you with everything I've got. Even if I don't join the Navy, Listster retorted. Even an ordinary civilian in this chaotic era can lose their life at any moment, can't they? Bogart paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected those words from someone so young. Even Vice Admiral Garp felt a faint jolt of shock at Lister's declaration. This kid's way of thinking is far beyond what a 7-year-old should be capable of, Garp thought. That's why, no matter what, I have to join the Navy, Listster continued. Only then will I have enough strength to protect myself, and maybe even protect others. To protect others? Huh? Bogart mused. If that's the case, draw your sword. Show me your resolve. You don't need to say it. I would have done that anyway. After speaking, Listster, who had just drawn his blade, suddenly exuded a powerful aura. This presence was strikingly similar to the one radiating from Bogart, yet aside from Garp and Bogart, no one else seemed to notice. Have you trained in swordsmanship before? No, this is my first time holding a sword. Is that so? Then it seems you're truly a rare talent. But a test is a test. I won't go easy on it. Of course. Without hesitation, Listster charged at Bogart, swinging his blade wildly. But no matter how fiercely he attacked, Bogart effortlessly fended him off. So you really haven't studied swordsmanship, then? Lister's aimless strikes made it clear he hadn't lied just now. But to grasp the essence of the sword on your first attempt, that's true genius. Though Lister's attacks lacked any formal moves, every swing was somehow infused with sword intent. However, attacks like this won't get through my defense. Seizing on an opening, Bogart licked his blade upward. Listster was immediately forced back several steps by the force, almost losing his grip on the sword. Blowing Hart's sword thrust. With that, Bogart dropped into a half crouch, gripping his sword with both hands and pointing at Listster in a strange stance. Suddenly, Listster felt a flash of light streak past him, close enough for the wind to lift his hair. A sharp sting ran across his face. Instinctively, he touched his cheek, only to find a warm, wet liquid trickling down. Concede, kid. If that strike just now had aimed at your throat, you'd already be dead. Bogart's voice came from behind Listster. One strike. There's still 9 to go. At Lister's words, Bogart paused in surprise. If I withstand 9 more of your moves, I get to join the Navy. You cheeky brat. Bogart couldn't help but laugh. If that's what you want, then let's continue. Alright. At that, Listster mirrored the same unusual stance Bogart had used a moment earlier. This time, not just Bogart and Garp, but all the observing Marines were stunned. Even though they couldn't sense the subtle sword intent Listster exuded, the progress in his technique was plain for all to see. No way. Is this some kind of joke? Both Garp and Bogart were struck by a surge of disbelief. Blowing Hart's sword thrust, Listster sprang forward, executing the move. Though his speed couldn't compare to Bogart's from before, the technique itself was unmistakably present. In that instant, Bogart was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Lister's sword grazed his cheek, pain sharp and real, that he snapped back to his senses. Kid, how did you manage to use my technique? Bogart asked, his expression dead serious. I saw you do it once. It seemed pretty simple, so I figured I'd try it out. Didn't expect I'd actually pull it off. Listster replied. Upon hearing this, Bogart's mouth twitched in disbelief. Only he knew the countless hours he had poured into mastering that sword technique. Yet here was a youngster who managed it after a single glance. It was enough to make anyone question reality. Simple, is it? You learned it after just one look? Fine, let's see how many more you can pick up next. Bogart challenged, his tone equal parts annoyance and intrigue. Bring it on, Lieutenant. Listster replied. Though exhaustion clouded his eyes, he stood his ground, refusing to yield. Blowing Hart's sword triple slash. Suddenly, Lister's vision blurred as afterimages of Bogart darted before him, and 3 fresh sword marks appeared across his uniform. If you can pull off this move, I'll make an exception and ask Vice Admiral Garp to bring you into the Navy. Bogart offered. Agreed. Listster answered, a glimmer of hope lighting up his face. After the last exchange, he understood that lasting 10 moves against Bogart was next to impossible. Garp said nothing to this. If Listster truly could master the triple slash, granting this prodigy a place in the Navy would be more than worthwhile. He might even become the youngest admiral in history. Closing his eyes, Listster replayed Bogart's Bogart's triple slash in his mind, every detail vividly clear. The aura of his blade grew fiercer, more resolute. Flowing heart sword, triple slash. In a flash, Lister's figure darted around Bogart 3 times, quick as light. 3 clean sword cuts appeared on Bogart's navy uniform. In the stunned silence that followed, not a soul dared make a sound. Even the slowest of them realized the significance of what they'd just witnessed. Vice Admiral Garp, Lister possesses both the strength and the qualifications to join the Navy, Bogart declared solemnly. Excellent, Garp replied without hesitation. Such talent. He was eager to welcome Lister into the fold. If he ever turned pirate instead, he'd become a dreadful threat to the world government. Having finally heard the answer he longed for, Lister's face broke into a satisfied smile. Then, suddenly, darkness swelled before his eyes, and he collapsed in glorious exhaustion. Thankfully, Bogart reacted instantly. As Lister started to fall, Bogart used a flash step, a move from the Navy's 6 powers, to appear by his side and catch him before he could hit the ground. After a thorough examination of his body, it was clear that Bogart let out a sigh of relief. Reporting to Vice Admiral Garp, "There's nothing serious. He just fainted from exhaustion. It was probably that flowing heart sword move he used earlier. All right, carry him onto the ship and have the ship's doctor take a closer look at him." Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. After giving his orders, Garp returned to his office. He wasted no time in pulling out his Den Mushi to boast to Sengoku. Such a promising youngster had landed right into his hands. Although this child wasn't related to him in any way, Garp felt nothing but pride at the thought that, in time, when Lister's power truly blossomed, he could claim credit for discovering this raw gem. The moment Lister performed the flowing heart sword, piercing edge, he had already pushed himself to his limits. That sword move had far surpassed the strength his body could currently handle. After using it, every inch of him throbbed with pain, and dizziness overtook his senses. Yet there was a will burning inside Lister, a conviction that kept him on his feet, driving him to unleash the flowing heart sword, triple slash. Only when Garp told him he could join the Navy did Lister finally let go. Unable to hold out any longer, he fainted on the spot. The other children saved by the Navy were sent to the Navy headquarters orphanage, a place unlike any other. There, the orphans began their training from a young age, guided by the hand of the Navy cell. When they grew up, they could choose to join the Navy or set out on their own paths. As for Lister, he slept for nearly a whole day before finally awakening. Groggily, he glanced up at the ceiling, confirming that all he had just experienced was real. He truly had crossed over into this world. He looked down and noticed the 4 needle in his hand, realizing they must have been giving him a nutritional drip. "You're awake." It was then that Lister noticed the officer who had been sitting across from him the entire time. Bogart, the adjutant. "Sir, why are you here?" Lister asked, startled. If he had guessed correctly, Bogart must have been by his side ever since he lost consciousness. "It's nothing. I just wanted to see if there was anything physically different between you and regular people." Bogart's words left Lister at a loss for how to respond. "Sir, I'm just an ordinary person," Lister managed. No, you're definitely not ordinary," Bogart said with certainty, shaking his head. "No ordinary person could watch something once and replicate it so easily, especially when it's the most advanced sword technique." "Haha, maybe it's just because I've got an unusual talent," Lister laughed off. Now, he understood just what his golden finger was, that monstrous, innate talent. He didn't quite understand how he could master Bogart's sword technique just by watching it once. It just felt that whenever Bogart demonstrated his swordsmanship, a thought would echo in his mind. "You can do this too. HM, you truly are a prodigy. I prefer to be called a genius rather than a monster. All right, come with me. We've arrived at Marine headquarters. Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku want to meet. The Fleet Admiral and the Admiral want to see me. Yes, get ready." Ordinary people rarely have a chance to meet the Admiral or the Fleet Admiral. Soon after, Lister noticed a Navy uniform laid out at the bow of the ship, clearly prepared for him. As soon as he put on the new uniform, Lister felt an instant boost of energy and spirit. At that moment, Lister heard the synchronized footsteps of soldiers marching outside his door, as if these men were deep in military drill. When Lister opened the infirmary door, he was greeted by the towering Gateway of Justice, a massive iron gate that reached into the clouds. From where he stood, he couldn't even begin to guess how high it reached. "This is the Gate of Justice. Once it opens, inside lies Marine headquarters," Bogart explained, standing beside him. With Lister watching intently, a thin sliver of light began to break through the center of the Gate of Justice. The light widened until finally there was enough space for a warship to pass through. Upon entering Marine headquarters, Lister noticed a sudden shift in the attitude of all the sailors on board. They became more focused, more solemn. Everyone except Vice Admiral Garp, of course. It was as if Garp had no idea they'd already arrived at headquarters. He stayed shut in his quarters, not coming out, though Lister could vaguely catch snatches of his voice from inside. "Breaking the record. I'm about to break the record." Though the words were slightly muffled and unclear, Lister could still make them out. As the warship crossed through the Gate of Justice, Lister was struck by a feeling unlike anything he'd experienced before. A profound sense of solemnity filled the air, befitting a place that housed the world's mightiest military force. He looked around and saw dozens of warships anchored at the dock, countless cannon turrets all aimed at the Gate of Justice. It was as if, should an enemy dare to intrude, they'd be obliterated without a trace. Though he'd seen scenes like this in anime before, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Noticing Lister standing there, stunned with his jaw dropped in awe, Bogart nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly how someone ought to react upon first seeing Marine headquarters. After all, when Bogart himself had first arrived here, he'd looked much the same. No matter how much of a genius he is, he's nowhere near as composed as I am right now. With a look of pride on his face, Bogart thought to himself, naval soldiers on patrol could be seen everywhere, each one wearing a stern expression. "Kid, welcome to Navy headquarters." Afterwards, Bogart set off to find Vice Admiral Garp, who, amid a barrage of complaints, begrudgingly emerged from his room, a dark cloud on his face. "Kid, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have already broken my donut eating record. Garp stopped right in front of List, grumbling with a tone of mock sorrow. My apologies, Vice Admiral Garp, but I have every confidence you'll beat that record next time. Oh, whatever. You come with me. Sengoku and Old Man Kong want to meet. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Ordinary people could never draw the attention of Fleet Admiral Kong and Admiral Sengoku. But on the transponder snail, Garp heaped praise on List, calling him a once-in-a-century monster, someone who could master anything at a glance, a rare genius. Such descriptions thoroughly piqued the interest of those two. Even if they knew Garp liked to exaggerate, anyone spoken of so highly by Garp could not be ordinary. And while the Navy already had 3 monsters in its ranks, future admirals in the making, beyond those 3, there were no other promising young talents to show the world. In contrast, the pirate side saw powerful figures emerging one after another. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and other fearsome names. And among those still in their prime, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger. Every single one was a force to be reckoned. Whenever Vice Admiral Garp walked down from the warship, everyone sent respectful glances his way. But Garp himself seemed annoyed by the attention, picking up his pace as he strode along. It wasn't long before the two of them arrived at the Fleet Admiral's office. Garp didn't even bother knock. He just pushed the door open and led List straight in. I'm back, Sengoku Kong. The moment he stepped through the door and faced the two men, Garp bellowed out his greeting. I know you're back. There's no need to shout. Kong rubbed his forehead, clearly frazzled. Lately, the state of affairs across the New World had grown far too chaotic, and as Fleet Admiral, he had a mountain of issues to contend with. Garp, is this the promising recruit you've been talking about? Sengoku addressed List, who was now standing beside Garp. It was the first time List had ever met Admiral Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Kong in person. Just seeing them sitting there exerted a terrifying pressure that weighed heavily on him. This is what I was telling you about. Listster. Garp gave Listster a firm clap on the back, making him stagger forward. It was almost certain that, before long, a large red handprint would be visible on Lister's back. He doesn't seem all that special to me, Kong remarked, studying Listster closely before finally speaking. Up to now, he hadn't noticed anything extraordinary about Listster. Of course you can't tell just by looking, Garp replied. But Listster has a unique ability. He can master anything just by seeing it once. Hearing Garp describe him this way, Listster shot him a surprised look. He had suspected as much about himself, but hadn't expected Garp to have noticed as well. So, he mastered Bogart's swordsmanship just after a single glance. The moment he held the sword, he was already radiating sword intent. That's right, Garp declared, full of pride, as if he were the one who'd accomplished the feat. Is your terrifying gift limited to swordsmanship? Kong asked, turning to Listster. I'm not sure, Listster replied, but I feel like it applies to just about everything. I've never really found anything particularly difficult for as long as I can remember. Good. I appreciate your confidence, Kong said. Listster spoke this way deliberately, wanting to show off his abilities. Only with this kind of confidence could he hope to receive the Navy's best training and support. But since you're so sure, Kong said, let's put you to the test. With that, Kong turned and drove his fist into the wall behind him. There was a thunderous crash, and in the blink of an eye, a massive hole with a 2-meter diameter appeared before everyone. Sengoku let out a weary sigh at the sight. He was slowly getting accustomed to the duties of Fleet Admiral, which included covering repair expenses, especially now, since this would eventually be his own office. He couldn't help but wonder if, by the time he took over, this office would be like the ship of Theseus, looking exactly the same, but with every last piece replaced. Come on, old Kong, aren't you pushing things a little too far? Garp complained, sounding rather disgruntled. He suspected Kong was just giving him a hard time. Didn't you say he could learn anything just by looking at it? I'm just giving him a little test. Or were you lying to me earlier? Faced with Kong's question, Garp was left speechless. It's fine, Vice Admiral Garp. I can give it a try. Listster spoke up just then. Hearing this, both Kong and Sengoku looked at Listster with surprise. You've learned it? Garp asked, astonished. Yeah, I think I have, Listster replied. All right, kid, try that punch on this wall. If you break it, I'll take responsibility. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The wall Garp pointed at was the one right next to them. Hearing Garp say this, Sengoku was about to speak up in protest. If this wall got damaged too, the Fleet Admiral's office would be in shambles. But after a moment's thought, he held his tongue. He still didn't believe Listster could really do any harm to that wall. Listster stepped up to the wall and raised his fist, assuming exactly the same stance Marshal Kong had shown just moments before. Oh, the three men were all a bit surprised by the scene. Looking at Lister's back, it was as if they were seeing a younger version of Kong. The posture and angle of his punch were a perfect imitation. With a resounding crack, Lister's fist struck the wall. Cracks spiderweb outward from the point of impact. Although the wall didn't shatter completely, it was obvious that it would need to be replaced. Yet, at that moment, none of the three were paying attention to the wall. All their focus was on Listster. With their experienced eyes, they could instantly gauge how much strength was in Lister's body. The damage from that punch, however, far exceeded what his natural power could produce. It was the result of channeling all his strength in a single explosive moment. Thank you for your instruction, Fleet Admiral. Listster turned to the utterly stunned Marshal Kong and bowed in gratitude. He actually did it. All three of them wore looks of disbelief. Even Garp, who'd watched from both sides, found it hard to believe. If monsters like Sakazuki relied on their devil fruit powers, then Listster was a natural-born genius relying only on his own talent. Cool, man. Use that punch on me directly. In a blink, Kong was standing in front of Listster. Listster's pupil shrank. The move was all too familiar. Harnessing the explosive force of the legs for a burst of speed and short-range moves. This was one of the Navy's Rokushiki techniques. Shade. Understood. Listster once again assumed the stance, then launched his fist straight at Kong's abdomen. To the naked eye, a burst of energy exploded from Kong's back at the instant of impact. Just as I thought, the exact same technique I just used. Kong spoke with a thrill in his voice. Despite taking such a powerful blow, he was completely unharmed, not even using armament hockey or the iron body technique to defend. After all, he was Fleet Admiral Kong, known as Steelbone. There were fewer and fewer men on the seas who could match him head-on these days. Though he now often worked behind the scenes, none of his strength had faded with time. Kid, your name is Listster, right? You're really something. With that, Kong intended to give Listster a pat on the shoulder. But the moment Listster saw Kong's hand coming down, he used shave to instantly vanish from his spot. After all, Kong was clearly a bit worked up right now and might not be able to keep his strength in check. Listster had no desire to be driven straight into the floor by a single blow. When the three of them saw Listster use shave, one of the more difficult techniques of the Navy 6 styles, they stared in astonishment, then quickly realized just when Listster could have picked it up. At the time, when Kong had used shave himself, it had been almost instinctive, and Garp and Sengoku, still stunned by Lister's performance, hadn't noticed. I didn't expect you to be so observant as well. Inwardly, Kong was deeply gratified. At last, the Navy had found a promising talent. Since chances to grow stronger don't come by often, I won't let a single one slip through my fingers. Lister's tone was resolute. Aha, good. The Navy needs men like you. I bet Zephyr himself will be so excited when he sees you that he won't be able to sleep. Zephyr, the current Navy Admiral and Chief Instructor of the Navy Academy. Though he trained many outstanding students over the years, the three most remarkable among them all owed much to their Logia devil fruits. This had always been a sore point for Zephyr, who'd hoped to cultivate someone to inherit his style and become a master of hand-to-hand combat in their own right. But the students who hadn't eaten devil fruits either had unremarkable talent or simply lacked the will to persevere. Zephyr himself was one of those with little innate talent but enormous determination. He hadn't been blessed with Garp's gifts nor Sengoku's formidable devil fruit powers, yet through relentless effort he'd risen to Admiral, earning the title of Black Arm Zephyr. If only I weren't so swamped with duties, I'd truly want to take you on as my disciple myself, Kong said, a note of regret in his voice. He'd heard some rumors. Once he retired as Fleet Admiral, he'd become Supreme Commander of the military. Then, with even more responsibilities, he'd have no time at all to mentor a disciple. Old man Kong, why not let me take this brat under my wing? At that moment, Garp's boisterous voice rang out. Sengoku had considered training Listster too, but he didn't have the time either. If you have that much time, you'd be better off getting your own son straightened out first. Hearing Kong's words, Garp's expression instantly fell. Recently, his son, Dragon, had inexplicably left the Navy and vanished without a trace. The sudden departure of a Vice Admiral was a tremendous loss for the Navy and could even be seen as an act of betrayal. If it weren't for the fact that Dragon was Garp's son, the Navy would have issued a warrant for his arrest long ago. Sengoku, I'll leave this kid to Zephyr. Tell him to give special attention to his training. He's the future of the Navy. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong. Although Listster was brought back by Garp, Kong didn't trust him. He even worried that Garp might misplace the boy right here in Navy headquarters. Let's go, Listster. Sengoku walked over to Listster and addressed him. But as he stepped forward, he noticed that Listster hadn't moved an inch. What's the matter? Admiral Sengoku, would you mind giving me a lift? My legs just won't work anymore. Listster said this a bit sheepishly. He hadn't expected that using shave even once would take such a toll on his body. Clearly, his physique was still far too weak. Hearing Lister's request, Garp broke into hearty, unabashed laughter. All right then. With that, Sengoku walked over to Listster. Not to give him a piggyback ride though, but to lift him up and hoist him onto his shoulder. Don't use techniques that put so much strain on your body until you've properly trained your strength, Sengoku advised with friendly concern. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. After that, Listster immediately lowered his head. The sight of being slung over a general's shoulder was just too conspicuous. He certainly didn't want to become infamous on his first day at Navy headquarters. All along the way, faced with the pointing fingers and surprised looks of numerous Navy personnel, Listster desperately wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. He did his best to shield his face completely. Soon enough, Sengoku arrived at the gates of the Naval Academy with Listster in tow. Even from outside, Listster could hear the lively sounds of students training, sharp cries and shouts in rhythmic succession, carrying an air of youthful energy. Without a doubt, the Naval Academy was the most spirited place in all of Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku. At Sengoku's arrival, both teachers and students alike called out respectfully. Where's Zephyr? Reporting Admiral Sengoku. Admiral Zephyr is currently in his office, working on the training plans for each student. All right, carry on with your training. I'll go find Zephyr. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Afterward, the teachers returned to training the students once again. However, this time the students weren't as focused as before. Instead, they were all abuzz, gossiping about the mysterious boy who had been carried off on the shoulder of the famed Admiral Sengoku. Even the teachers couldn't help but join in the speculation. After all, no matter where you are or who you are with, everyone harbors a bit of curiosity and love for gossip. Once Sengoku had taken Listster away, only Garp and Sengoku remained in the marshal's office. Garp, you've really landed me in a tough spot this time. Just thinking about the trouble Garp had stirred up gave Sengoku a headache. He had no idea how he would explain this to the higher-ups. Though he was the Navy's Fleet Admiral, in the eyes of the world government, he was nothing more than a loyal dog. Tisich, I had no idea those slaves were actually the property of those bastards. If I'd known, I wouldn't have touched them at all. Garp was telling the truth. If he'd realized that the ship was carrying goods belonging to the Celestial Dragons, he never would have interfered, no matter how many slaves were on board. It was simply too much trouble. But now that he'd already acted against those people, it made no difference if the Celestial Dragon's name was thrown about. The deed was done, and since things had come to this, he didn't mind seeing it through to the end. Garp. Hearing Garp call the Celestial Dragons bastards, Sengoku's voice rose sharply. He was angry, but also powerless, and behind that, there was a hint of fear. All right, I get it. I'll stop. Garp waved his hand dismissively. The main reason he'd refused so many offers to be promoted to Admiral was to avoid getting entangled with the Celestial Dragons. He couldn't stand those people, but at the same time, he was utterly helpless to do anything about them. It was a combination that left a bitter taste in his mouth. So, in Garp's eyes, ignorance was bliss. But old man Sengoku, you must have some way to solve this, right? After all, you wouldn't want to see a promising young recruit ruined by that bunch of fools, would you? Garp. Sengoku flared up again as Garp pressed the issue. All right, I won't say another word. There's no solution. We'll just have to round up another shipload of slaves for the Celestial Dragons. I doubt they even know who's been multiplying them all along. Isn't there any other way? Hearing this, Garp's fists clenched in frustration. The thought of what would happen to the next victims if they chose this path was simply too cruel to bear. No, either that, or we send Listster and the other slaves back and let those pirates go free. Damn it. With a furious slam, Garp shattered the desk in front of him. Without looking back, he strode from the room, seething with anger. A heavy sigh was all Sengoku could manage in the silence that followed. Faced with this situation, Kong could only let out a helpless sigh. Though he harbored countless grievances against the celestial drags, all he could do was swallow his discontent, unable to voice any of it. When it came down to it, he was nothing more than a dog raised by the celestial drags. For the sake of the people of this world, he had no choice but to persist in his position. If he, the fleet admiral of the Navy, were to step down because of the celestial drags, these seas would undoubtedly descend into further chaos and misery, and the lives of ordinary people would draw even closer to hell. Kong's current conviction was to sacrifice a few for the peace of men. Meanwhile, Sengoku had already hefted List and made his way straight to Zephyr's office. He didn't bother to knock. Formal courtesies weren't necessary between old friends. They were long past that. Hearing his office door open without a knock, Zephyr looked up with a frown. But when he saw that it was Sengoku who entered, his expression immediately melted into a smile. It's been a while, Sengoku. What brings you here today? Zephyr spoke with a chuckle, and you could hear from his tone that seeing Sengoku truly lifted his spirits. Ever since Zephyr stepped away from the front lines, he had devoted himself almost entirely to training new recruits and rarely left the Naval Academy. As a result, chances to meet with Sengoku and the others had become increasingly scarce. I brought you a promising recruit. With that, Sengoku casually plopped List onto the chair in front of Zephyr's desk. Thus began the very first eye contact between List and Zephyr. Sengoku, you're not pulling my leg again, are you? This kid, you're telling me he's got potential. Zephyr pointed at List, his face full of disbelief. That's right, he's quite the prospect. Harp, Admiral Kong, and I all witnessed it together. Oh, don't tell me he's yet another devil fruit user. To be frank, looking at List, Zephyr couldn't see anything special. Not even his observation hockey revealed anything unusual. No, he's not. So tell me, what's so promising about this candidate? Honestly, this kid doesn't look like he could even stand up to the lowest ranked cadet at the academy. After all, the youngest students of the Navy Academy were only 13 or 14 themselves, and someone List's age was more likely to be out playing in the dirt than training. Do you really think someone who's mastered Shave and Admiral Kong's collapsed fist couldn't handle your last ranked cadet? On hearing this, Zephyr was momentarily stunned. He wasn't foolish. He understood perfectly well what Sengoku was hinting at. Still, he felt compelled to confirm. You're saying this kid has already mastered Fleet Admiral Kong's shattering fist and the shave technique from the Six Dials? Yes, and he learned it just by watching once. Phew. Zephyr took a deep, heavy breath. The news struck him with such force. It felt almost unreal, as if someone was making it up. But with Sengoku's earnest expression, Zephyr knew there was no deception here. Sengoku would never go out of his way just to fool him about some kid. The injury on his foot is from practicing the shave, isn't it? If what you say is true, then it's likely he learned Fleet Admiral Kong's variation. Most people, when trying that move for the first time, start with their left foot. Fleet Admiral Kong, however, preferred his right. Coincidentally, the foot Listster injured was also his right. That's correct. A sharp breath escaped Zephyr at Sengoku's confirmation. The most talented martial artist Zephyr had ever encountered was Garp, but this kid, he was something beyond even Garp. An absolute prodigy. Fleet Admiral Kong hopes you'll train him with everything you have. Barring the unexpected, this boy is a strong contender for future admiral. As for whether they worried Listster might one day betray the Navy, well, the thought never even crossed their minds. After all, if you've been drilled with loyalty from childhood, what motive would you ever have to betray? Tell Fleet Admiral Kong not to worry. I promise I'll devote myself completely to this boy's training. Though Zephyr hadn't yet truly seen Lister's talent for himself, Sengoku's word was enough. I suppose I should warn you, don't teach him every single thing you know. Otherwise, there might come a day when you have nothing left to offer. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Throughout their exchange, Listster sat quietly nearby. Even though the entire conversation revolved around him, aside from a single glance in his direction, the two men just kept locking eyes. So fervently their camaraderie was almost palpable. Well, I'll take my leave for now. With that, Sengoku prepared to go. It's not often we get to see each other. Won't you have a drink with me? Maybe next time. My duties are keeping me busy these days. All right, I won't hold you back. Who knows? By the next time we meet, you could already be the Fleet Admiral yourself. Maybe. Though to be honest, what I'd really like is for you to come back to the front lines with us, Zephyr. The Navy still needs your strength. Suddenly, as he finished speaking, Sengoku's tone turned serious. With only himself left to face the enemy, one admiral simply wasn't enough. I think I'm used to life behind the scenes now. I'd rather protect the families of our Navy men fighting the pirates on the front. At these words, Sengoku fell silent. The reason why Zephyr became this way is because there are significant problems within Marine headquarters as well. To this day, he still doesn't know how that pirate managed to infiltrate headquarters and murder Zephyr's wife and child. I am sorry, Zephyr. That incident was truly the Navy's fault. Enough, let's not talk about it anymore. The past is in the past. There's no point dwelling on it, and I just want to focus on what I need to do now. If you're not here for a drink, I won't keep you. You should head back. A heavy sigh escaped Sengoku as he listened to Zephyr's words. With a weary flick of his justice cloak, he took his leave. In the end, only List and Zephyr were left, locked in a silent stare, their eyes meeting. Kid, what are you staring at me for? Admiral Zephyr, I've heard about your story. They call you the Admiral who never kills. But your mercy was misplaced. When it comes to pirates, Admiral, your kindness has only emboldened their arrogance. List spoke with earnest conviction. Back when he watched One Piece in his previous life, he had always felt sorry for a man like Zephyr, someone who had given his entire life to the Navy, only to be abandoned, even cast aside in the end. So even a brat like you doesn't agree with me? Seems I really have been wrong all this time. Zephyr didn't dwell much on List's words. He simply regarded him as a straightforward child, expressing the kind of honest opinions one might expect expect from a 7-year-old. You should go now. I'll have your dormitory arranged. Tomorrow, you'll be training with the other recruits. I want to see for myself just what special talents you possess to have earned such high praise from Sengoku. Yes, Admiral Zephyr. The chance to learn under Zephyr filled List with excitement. While Zephyr might not be as powerful as Garp or Sengoku, his reputation as Black Arm Zephyr spoke volumes. His strength was fearsome, especially his mastery of armament hockey. In the new world, after all, the true test of strength lies in the depth of one's hockey. Zephyr soon lowered his head and began dealing with his paperwork. With so many students at the Naval Academy, he simply couldn't watch over them all. Still, he would handpick a group to form an elite class, meticulously crafting a training regimen for each promising cadet. Before long, evening had arrived. When Zephyr looked up again, he was startled to see List still seated before him, dozing off. "Rat, why are you still here?" His voice snapped List awake in an instant, shaking off the lingering drowsiness. "Sorry, Admiral Zephyr. He can't walk right now, so he has to stay sitting here for the time being." To tell the truth, Lister felt awkward saying this, but he didn't dare make a sound to interrupt Zephyr, so he just endured it in silence. He hadn't expected that at some point he would drift off to sleep. "Oh, that's my fault. All right, let this old man bring you along then." Zephyr had genuinely forgotten about Lister's injured legs. Without another word, Zephyr came right up to Lister and picked him up. Yes, truly picked him up, tucking him under his arm like bash. The sensation was even more embarrassing than being carried over Sengoku's shoulder earlier that day. Lister wished he could disappear from shame. Fortunately, the dark of night was deep and not a soul was around to witness the scene. Otherwise, Lister would have been mortified beyond words. "Tonight, you'll stay at my place and get some rest." This was, one could say, a special privilege for Lister. After all, being allowed to learn directly from Zephyr was already an exception. Zephyr's home was large, a 2-story house, but carried an air of emptiness and coldness. For all his status as an admiral, there was not even a single aide or servant in sight. Without further ado, Zephyr plopped Lister down onto the sofa. "You must be hungry. I'll cook you something to eat. Once you're done, get some rest early. Tomorrow, I'll have you trained just like a regular Navy recruit. I won't go easy on you just because you're young." "Yes, Admiral Zephyr, I look forward to it." Zephyr then headed into the kitchen, while Lister began to survey the house. On a nearby cabinet, he noticed a framed photograph. It showed a commanding man, a gentle, beautiful woman, and a lively child. The woman and child must have been Zephyr's family, yet now only he lived here alone. Soon, Zephyr returned, carrying a massive slab of meat, so big it was larger than Lister himself. Heaven only knew what kind of fierce beast it had come from. "Eat up. The more you eat, the faster your body will heal, and the better you'll handle tomorrow's training." Yes, Admiral Zephyr. Perhaps this was a rule unique to the world of pirates. No medicine was needed to heal from injuries. Just eat more meat and you'd be fine. "Admiral Zephyr, can I stay here with you every day from now on?" Zephyr was caught off guard by that. His hand, scooping food, paused midair. "And why is that?" "Because, Admiral Zephyr, you live alone and look like you could use someone to keep you company. And I'm all by myself too. I think the two of us together would be just right." To be honest, Lister did have his own selfish reasons. After all, for a student, nothing is more helpful than always having a teacher by their side. "You little rascal, I hardly need you to take care of me. And by the look of things, aren't you the one needing care now?" Hearing this, an embarrassed grin spread across Lister's face. At this point, it really did seem that way. But just as Lister was starting to believe there was no hope, Zephyr's voice rang out again. "From now on, come back with me every day." "Yes, Admiral Zephyr. Don't call me Admiral. Call me Teacher." "Yes, Teacher Zephyr." Hearing Lister address him this way, Zephyr let a deep smile slip at an angle where Lister couldn't see. Perhaps he too felt that he would no longer be alone from now on. The following morning, Lister was woken up by Zephyr. In this unfamiliar place, the only thing he could do was follow Zephyr's lead, going wherever he went. What's more, when he woke up, he found that the injuries on his leg had completely healed. He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the pirate world. As the saying goes, a bone injury takes 100 days to heal, yet he hadn't even needed one full day. He was already as good as new. Truth be told, Lister was highly anticipating today. He was eager to see what he could learn from Zephyr. Soon enough, Zephyr brought Lister to a small training ground beside the Naval Academy. There, 20 soldiers stood at attention, awaiting orders. From them, Lister sensed an aura utterly different from the other cadets at the academy. "This is the elite class of the Naval Academy," Zephyr explained to Lister, "personally supervised by me. Every one of them is the best of the best." "I can tell, Teacher Zephyr. These 20 are nothing like the other cadets outside," replied Lister. The 20 elite cadets, standing before them, all glanced at Lister with a mixture of curiosity. None of them knew who this kid beside Teacher Zephyr was supposed to be. "Let me introduce someone to you. From now on, he'll be one of you. His name is Lister." Upon hearing Zephyr's words, even though amazement and disbelief surged in their hearts, their expressions remained perfectly composed. Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. "I look forward to learning from you all. My name is Lister, and I'm destined to become an admiral of the Navy." His declaration froze the elites in place. Even Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. Yet, this only brightened the appreciative look in Zephyr's eyes as he gazed at Lister. As for Lister, he'd said this purely to win Zephyr's favor. "Good." Zephyr clapped his hands in approval. "I hope all of you can set a goal for yourselves, so that you'll have stronger motivation to move forward." "Yes, Instructor Zephyr." The 20 elite Navy trainees responded as one. "Very good. Now, let's begin the formal training. Start by running 20 laps around the track." "Begin now." "Yes, Instructor Zephyr." "Lister, you join them as well." "Yes, Instructor Zephyr." At this moment, Zephyr looked every bit like a PE teacher watching his students run their laps. But it was Lister who was truly having a tough time. Each lap was about 400 meters. 20 laps amounted to 8 kilometers. For a 7-year-old, even just walking 8 kilometers would be a challenge, let alone running. Yet Lister did not utter a single word of protest. Zephyr kept his eyes fixed on Lister. In truth, this was his way of testing the boy. To Zephyr, no matter how talented a person might be, without hard work, they would never become truly strong. You want to see just how much resolve Chen Yifun truly possessed. After barely 1,000 1,000 meters, Listster was already struggling. Sweat poured down his face, his breathing was ragged. At the start, he managed to keep pace with the group, but now he was falling farther and farther behind. But even so, he refused to give up. At last, Listster pushed himself to the 2-kilometer mark. By now, his legs felt heavy as lead, and every step was an exhausting ordeal. Though his pace slowed to a crawl, he never once stopped moving forward. Meanwhile, the elite trainees had already finished their 8 kilometers. Except for some slightly labored breathing and a sheen of sweat on their brows, they showed no signs of discomfort. After all, they were elite cadets, and in this world where physical prowess was extraordinary, 8 kilometers was nothing more than a warm-up. They lined up and awaited Zephyr's next instruction, but he paid them no mind. His attention remained fixed on the small figure still persevering under the blazing sun. It was then they remembered there were not just 20 trainees on the field today. There was an extra kid. 21 in total. From their perspective, it was clear Listster had already reached his limit, yet he still had more than half the distance left to cover. All of them believed this 8-kilometer run was an impossible feat for Listster. Yet, time and again, Listster defied their expectations. He looked ready to collapse with every step, yet somehow managed to keep going. Come on, you can do it. Someone murmured quietly. The words were soft, but on that silent training ground, everyone heard them loud and clear. Soon, the cheers grew louder and more numerous, echoing one after another. It seemed that List, influenced by these voices, picked up his pace ever so slightly. Hearing the shouts of encouragement aimed at him, a smile flickered across Zephyr's face. This is what it means to be part of a group. His students truly stuck together. Although it was clear to everyone by now that teacher Zephyr held that little brat in high regard, they themselves were already 18 or 19 years old. Naturally, they weren't about to get jealous of a kid so much younger than themselves. To be blunt, with nearly a decade between them, they already belonged to 2 different generations. By the time that kid graduated, who knows, they might already be naval officers or perhaps fallen on the field of battle. At this moment, List moved like a machine, his body no longer listening to his mind. He himself had no idea why he was still going, why he was able to keep pushing forward, or why he hadn't collapsed already. But he knew one thing for certain. He couldn't fall. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, List was nearing the 8-kilometer mark. He felt like his lungs were about to burst. 100 meters left, 50 meters, 10 meters. In their hearts, everyone was silently counting down with List. They were all won over by his determination. From the beginning, when no one believed in him, to this moment, they now hoped above all that he would reach the finish. No one outside this group could truly understand the transformation they felt inside. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Yes, in that instant, the crowd erupted in cheers, a wave of celebration for List's achievement. But then they noticed that List was still running. At this moment, Zephyr also sensed something was off. In the blink of an eye, using Suru, he appeared before List, only to realize the boy had actually fainted. Or rather, perhaps he had already passed out long ago, and had kept running purely on instinct. Practice the 6 powers you've learned so far. I'll come back to test you all later. Yes, teacher Zephyr. With that, Zephyr picked List up and carried him away. He had to admit, List's performance had truly surprised him this time. And for the first time, Zephyr saw a spark of hope. A hope that someone might one day lead the Navy toward a brighter future. When List finally woke up, the sky was already dark. He glanced around and realized that this was Zephyr's home, the very place where he'd rested the night before. Sitting beside him was teacher Zephyr, who, as always, wore his signature sunglasses. To be honest, List was genuinely curious why Zephyr insisted on wearing them, even at night. Wasn't he worried about tripping in the dark? Or perhaps, as he walked, he always kept his observation hockey activated? You brat, you've finally woken up. I've been sitting here so long my legs have gone numb. When Zephyr saw Listster waking, his tone sounded rough, but his words overflowed with deep concern. Sorry for worrying you, teacher Zephyr, but why am I here? I should be asking you that. Why did you faint while running? Or more precisely, why were you still running even after you passed out? As Zephyr spoke, Listter's memories from that morning gradually resurfaced, one after another. He remembered now. Halfway through the run, he had nearly lost all strength. His vision had gone black. Yet somehow, his body kept going, as though moved by some force out of his own control. I'm not really sure. Maybe I just didn't want to be dragged off as a slave again. Zephyr was visibly moved by Listter's answer. By now, he already knew Listter's background, a poor soul rescued by Garp from slavery. He couldn't fully comprehend what Listster was feeling in that moment, but he had once known the same crushing sense of powerlessness. If you're willing, you can become my disciple. I'll teach you everything I know. Master, please accept me. Listster tried to sit up, but exhaustion left him lying in bed, voice trembling with excitement as he spoke. Though master and teacher are different only by a single word, they carry worlds apart meanings. Zephyr had countless students, but never a true disciple. Among all the Navy recruits he had taught, not one had truly earned his recognition. Very well, Listster. From today, you are my disciple. But let me warn you, my disciples train far harder than ordinary students. If you can't keep up, don't blame me for being harsh. And one more thing, if you're thinking of backing out, it's already too late for that. Yes, master, I won't give up. I will become a Marine stronger than even good. I'll look forward to the day you surpass me. For now, get some proper rest. Tomorrow, go to the Navy Academy on your own. When I arrive, I expect you'll already be there waiting. Yes, master. Hearing the word master, Zephyr's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He then turned and quietly left the room. At the very moment Listster called him master, he became Zephyr's one and only true disciple, as precious as a reverse scale on a dragon. Even Zephyr didn't fully understand how, in just a single day, Listster had come to feel like family. Perhaps, he thought, that's just the inexplicable pull of destiny. The next morning, Listster woke up early. Perhaps he had slept a bit too much the previous day. After getting out of bed, he felt no discomfort at all. He made a simple breakfast for 2, and then headed off to the Naval Academy, once again to the same small training ground as yesterday. By the time Listster arrived, several cadets were already training on the field. When they spotted him, every one of them wore a look of surprise on their faces. They all knew very well what kind of condition Listster had been in by the end of yesterday's session, and none of them had expected him to show up again so soon. Hey, Listster, I didn't expect expect to see you again today. My name is Bruno. You left in such a hurry yesterday that we didn't get a chance to introduce ourselves, called out a young man, no more than 18, with golden hair. From his demeanor, it was clear he was the lively sort. Hello, Bruno, Listster repli. After that, a few more cadets introduced themselves to Listster. Having watched his performance the day before, they realized he shared a special connection with Instructor Zephyr. Their main reason for striking up a conversation was probably just to make a good impression in Zephyr's eyes. Soon, it was time to assemble for training. Everyone stood in two neat lines, though this time, with Listster added in, he stood slightly apart at the end of the row. In the next moment, Instructor Zephyr appeared right before them, his timing impeccable. Gazing at the orderly group of 21, Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. Now, all of you are already among the elite of the cadets, even stronger than most ordinary soldiers who see battle. But as far as I'm concerned, your skills are still far from meeting my stance. Do you still remember the assessment criteria I set for you? He asked. We remember, replied the 20 cadets in unison. Everyone except Listster. Good. Your assessment is to master any 2 of the 6 Navy styles and reach a level of true proficiency. Has anyone met this requirement yet? At these words, the group fell silent. Not one of them had achieved it. At best, some had only mastered a single style. Pathetic. If you keep up like this, it won't be long before Listster surpasses you all. Zephyr shot at them. The cadets bristled at these words. They were already elite among elites, and now they were being told they were no better than a 7-year-old child. Even though they understood that Instructor Zephyr was pushing them to improve, it still stung deeply. Don't bother making excuses. Listster has already mastered Shave, one of the most difficult Navy styles to learn. Which one of you can claim the same? When Zephyr said this, everyone was instantly stunned, their eyes wide shocked. Shave was known to be one of the top 3 most difficult techniques to master among the 6 powers of the Navy. Most of them had only trained in simpler techniques like moonwalk or finger pistol. Teacher Zephyr, I don't believe Wrist could possibly master Shave. One student spoke up. That's right, Teacher Zephyr, I don't believe it either. If Wrist can actually use Shave, I'm willing to double my training regimen. I agree, Teacher Zephyr, I'm willing as well. Though deep down they respected Teacher Zephyr, they simply couldn't accept what they felt was an insult. Alright then, if Wrist can prove he's mastered Shave, are you all willing to double the intensity of your training? Yes, Teacher Zephyr, the group replied in unison. Very well. Zephyr's lips curled into a faint, expectant smile. I look forward to seeing the regret on your faces in just a moment. Wrist, you're ready, aren't you? Of course, Master. Zephyr had never actually seen Wrist perform Shave himself, but he'd heard it straight from Sengoku's mouth, and he knew Sengoku wasn't one to exaggerate. Wrist's confident answer now made Zephyr even more certain. Today, his faith in his student would be fully vindicated. Alright, Listster, step forward and show these slackers how to perform Shave. Yes, Master. At that moment, some of the trainees finally noticed that Listster wasn't addressing Zephyr as teacher like the rest of them did, but called him Master instead. That was a title reserved for a select few. Still, the pressing question now was whether Listster could actually pull off the technique known as Shave. Shave. Listster spoke the word, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the front of the lineup and reappeared right beside Zephyr. Witnessing this, all the elite trainees stood frozen, their jaws dropped in utter disbelief. Even though they hadn't mastered Shave themselves, Zephyr had explained its mechanics to them before. They could instantly tell whether someone was using the real thing. Even Zephyr was slightly taken aback to see Listster's demonstration. He hadn't expected Listster to wield the technique with such ease. On the fundamental level, Listster was already his equal. As I thought, this time I've truly struck gold, Zephyr mused to himself. He was starting to believe wholeheartedly in what Sengoku had told him. This can't be real, right? Am I still dreaming? I haven't woken up yet, have I? The entire group was left in a state of stunned bewilderment. Seeing Listster execute Shave so smoothly left them speechless. All right, enough. Quiet. Everything you just witnessed is real. Now it's time for you to honor your commitment. From this moment until graduation, your training intensity will remain doubled. Yes, Instructor Zephyr, came the reply, but this time the response lacked its usual energy. Everyone looked completely deflated. After all, their current training was already grueling. With double the workload, they would hardly have a moment to catch their breath. For now, continue practicing on your own. Listster, come with me. Yes, Master. With that, Listster followed Zephyr over to a quiet corner. Listster, to be honest, your talent has exceeded all my expectations. Of all the people I've ever met, whether in the Navy or even among our pirate adversaries, no one has displayed such innate ability. Heh, Master, I'm flattered. Meanwhile, as Zephyr led Listster away, a few elite trainees began whispering among themselves. Hey, did you guys notice what Listster called Instructor Zephyr just now? What did he call him? He called him Master. Master? Are you serious? Maybe you misheard. I definitely didn't. I listened carefully several times. I heard it too. Listter's really calling Instructor Zephyr Master. At that moment, another person spoke up, and soon, all 20 elite Navy cadets had noticed what was happening. Does that mean Listster has already become Master Zephyr's disciple? It looks like it. A collective gasp swept through them. Many had tried to apprentice themselves to Zephyr in the past. Even people from prestigious backgrounds, even those with greater talents than their own. Yet every last one had been turned away. Not a single soul had managed to win Zephyr's favor. Looks like we'd better show this young junior of ours some respect from now on. Even if he's not officially Master Zephyr's disciple, the fact that at just 7 years old he's already mastered shave puts him leagues ahead of us. Barring any surprises, he's sure to be a powerful contender for Admiral in the future. Now, remembering what Listster had said the day before, they realized his words weren't empty boasts. He truly had the talent and strength to back them up. How did your body feel after using shave this time? Master, it was much better than before. Last time, I could hardly walk afterward. But now, I can still take a few steps, though I think if I use it again, I'll probably end up like last time. Good. With your first attempt and yesterday's leg training, your body can now withstand the power of shave once. But the second time would still push you past your limit. Now, I want to test your innate talent one more time before creating a training regimen for you. Yes, Master. All right. Next, let me give you a demonstration so we can see for ourselves whether your potential is as remarkable as Sengoku claims. Yes, Master. With that, Zephyr extended his index finger and swiftly jabbed at a nearby wall. In the blink of an eye, a massive hole over a meter wide appeared in the wall, cracks spreading from the edges. Normally, the finger gun technique was similar to a bullet fired from a gun, delivering only a pinpoint strike. But in Zephyr's hands, without any extra force, the same move utterly punched through an entire wall, leaving a gaping void and shattering the surrounding surface. Naturally, this commotion drew the attention of the other elite cadets as well. What's going on? Why is Master Zephyr using finger gun? Did Listster do something to upset him? Is he going to be punished? But isn't using finger gun to punish a cadet a bit too harsh? The cadets all began chattering at once. Am I the only one who thinks Master Zephyr is actually teaching Listster how to use finger gun? No, you're not alone. I think so too. No way. When did Teacher Zephyr get so half-hearted? He's not even explaining the principles anymore, just jumping straight into the demonstration. Who knows? Let's just wait and see what happens. At that moment, Listster mimicked Zephyr's posture exactly as before. Then, without hesitation, he quickly pointed toward a wall. By the time he retracted his hand, a finger-sized hole had already appeared in the wall. I can't believe it. Am I seeing things? Did Listster really pull it off? I don't think you're seeing things. I saw Listster succeed too. Looks like Listster might really catch up to Senior Kazan and the others. Of all the onlookers, Zephyr was by far the most shocked. There's a world of difference between hearing about something and seeing it with your own eyes. As the saying goes, hearing is not believing, seeing is. Now at last he was fully convinced. While finger pistol isn't the most technical move, it's not something an ordinary person can master just by watching once. Good, excellent, outstanding. Those 3 words, uttered in succession, were enough to reveal just how thrilled Zephyr truly was. You've now got shave and finger pistol under your belt, more than enough for the time being. I won't teach you any more combat techniques, because for you, right now, they'd be nothing but a burden. Your training from now on will be to push your physical limits to the very edge. I'll design a personalized regimen just for you. From here on out, what awaits you might just be hell. Yes, teacher, no matter what kind of battles come next, I'll see them through. Good. Then start doing push-ups right now. Keep going until you can't get up anymore. I'm off to check on those other brats. Yes, teacher. Listster had no idea that his nightmare was just about to begin. And so, he dove headfirst into a hellish training schedule. Although he'd never seen the city of Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, he'd certainly witnessed Marineford at that hour. At this moment, regret began to creep in. Why is it that people in the pirate world have such incredible physiques? By his old standards, after a day of intense training, he wouldn't even be able to get out of bed the next morning. But here and now, no matter how ruthless the day's training, as long as he got a good night's sleep, he'd wake up completely refreshed the next day. Listster had already been at Marine headquarters for over half a month now. Although it wasn't a long time, the difference in his physical condition compared to when he first arrived was like night and day, a truly dramatic transformation. Whereas before he would be exhausted after using shave just once, now he could use it 10 times in a row without any problem. It was safe to say that every single day, Listter's body was making tremendous progress. And now, Listster had also become something of a rising star. Though most people didn't know that Listster had taken Zephyr as his mentor, everyone was well aware that he was a cadet in the elite class. This knowledge stirred a deep sense of dissatisfaction among many of the other naval students. Why? They fumed. Should even Listster surpass them? In the wake of these resentments, some began to nurse thoughts they shouldn't have. One day, as classes ended at the Naval Academy, Listster set off for home along the usual route. But halfway there, he noticed that someone was following him. Who's tailing me? He wondered. He paused, his footsteps slowing for a moment, catching the movement of several figures in his peripheral vision. Suddenly, he broke into a run, darting into a narrow alleyway at the side. The people trailing Listster quickly realized their prey had sensed them. There was no point staying hidden now. They gave chase, rushing after Listster into the alley. But when they entered, they found the alley deserted. There was no sign of him anywhere. Where'd he go? Where's that brat hiding? Snapped the leader, a youth with a shock of golden hair, his tone betraying both anger and frustration. Judging by his appearance, he couldn't have been more than 12 or 13. I don't know, Boss Brally, answered one of his companions, a brown-haired boy about the same age. But we all saw him run into this alley. Useless. The lot of you are completely useless. Brally turned around and barked at his two lackeys. Just then, a voice called out from the entrance of the alley, cutting through the tension. When they turned, there stood Listster, the boy they'd just lost. So it was you following me? Listster asked, looking straight at them. It was clear to him that these kids didn't have good intentions. What makes you so special that you get a spot in the elite class? Brally demanded, his voice rising with anger as he faced Listster. None of us have the qualifications, so what gives you the right to be in there? Now, seeing Brally's reaction, Listster understood. This kid was jealous. The idea that someone even younger than himself had made it into the elite class must have been hard to swallow. I'm in because I'm stronger than you, little punks, Listster replied, matter-of-factly. Little punks? Did you just call us little punks, you brat? Brally's face turned crimson with rage at the insult. I originally just came to give you a warning. If you know what's good for you, you'll quit the elite class on your own. But now I've changed my mind. I want to teach you a lesson, make you cry, and have you kneel down and call me daddy. Fine. I just hope you're not the one begging to call me daddy by the end. Kyrie, Ivan, you too. Get him for me. If he cries, I'll take the credit. Blair barked out his order to his two lackeys. Yes, boss. The two boys immediately put on fierce, intimidating expressions and walked toward Listster. Kid, my advice is you get down on your knees and call us daddy right now, or you'll have to suffer for it in a minute. One of them twisted his face into a menacing scowl, though in Lister's eyes, the attempt was more comic than threatening. After all, his opponent was just a 12-year-old boy, while he was a 20-year-old soul in a child's body. From Lister's perspective, these antics weren't even worth seeing as a real confrontation. At best, it was just a display of jealousy that had gotten out of hand. Enough. If you got real skills, show me. Save the empty threats. All right, since you refuse our goodwill, don't blame us for being rough. The two boys swung their fists toward Listster, but what they thought was lightning-fast movement appeared comically slow to him. With just a slight tilt of his head, he easily dodged their first attacks. That's it. The mocking note in Lister's voice clearly riled them up. Being looked down upon by someone younger than themselves was not something they could take lightly. Don't get cocky, runt. The next hit will wipe that grin off your face. He's right. Come on, then. In response to Lister's calm tone, the two charged at him again, fists flailing. But this time, Listster didn't intend to dodge. It was his turn to strike back. As one of their punches drew close, Listster shifted to the side, clenched his right fist, and landed a blow squarely in the boy's abdomen. If anyone stood behind him, they would have seen an almost tangible wave of force ripple out from the impact, testament to the sheer power behind Lister's punch. Right then, the other boy's attack was about to land. Listster sprang upward, effortlessly vaulting over his opponent. Midair, he spun and kicked out, aiming for the side of the boy's head. This time, Chun Yifan deliberately held back his strength. Otherwise, with how fragile a human skull is, and given Lister's current power, he could have easily shattered it with a single kick. All right, now it's just you left. Kid, I have to admit, you're stronger than I expected. Although Wrist had taken down both of his lackeys, Braley looked more surprised than alarmed. His face was as calm as ever, as if he still had a trump card to play. But your glory ends here. There's no way you can defeat the great Braley. Braley spoke with an air of wild arrogance. You're delusional. Wrist gave only a blunt comment, which made him think of a certain syndrome from his previous life. One that people used to call Chinibu, or 8th grader syndrome. What did you say? Are you calling me crazy? It seems you need a little lesson in just how powerful I, Lord Braley, truly am. Don't go running home to your parents when you start crying for mercy. That's actually what I should be telling you. Fine. With that, Braley stretched out his hand toward Wrist. The gesture made Wrist pause. At such a distance, and without any weapon, there was no way Braley could hit him with just a bare hand. But the next moment, Wrist's eyes widened as Braley's arm suddenly transformed into a length of wood, shooting out rapidly. For a split second, Wrist was caught off guard, but as the wooden limb shot toward his face, he vanished from the spot using Soru, leaving the attack to crash harmlessly into the wall behind him. The wooden arm struck the wall with such force that it left a deep crack etched into the stone. Huh, scared yet? I ate the woodwood fruit, and now I'm a woodman. There's no way you can beat me. Seemingly oblivious to how Wrist had dodged the attack, Braley was content to show off the powers he'd gained. A devil fruit user. This was, in fact, the first time Wrist had witnessed a devil fruit power in the flesh. To think it would appear in a mere Navy cadet. That's right. Now you know fear, don't you? Better kneel and call me father if you want to save yourself a world of hurt. What a pity. What's a pity? Raleigh cocked his head, a bit puzzled by Wrist's words. Even with a devil fruit, you're still no match for me. What did you say? How dare you look down on me? That's right. I'm looking down on you. Plain and simple. If Raleigh had been a Logia-type devil fruit user, Wrist would have had no way to deal with him at the moment. But this was a Paramecia type. You're going to pay for that. With an angry shout, all 10 of Raleigh's fingers turned into sturdy wooden rods, lashing out wildly in Wrist's direction. Too slow. With attacks like that, you'll never be able to hit me. Just as Brawl's strike was about to land on Listster, he suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Brawl in a flash. What? This time, Brawl finally realized the peculiar way Listster moved. You actually know how to use shave? Oh, so you even recognize shave? Looks like you're no ordinary person, after all. Although Listster knew little about the inner workings or class arrangements of the Naval Academy, it was obvious to him that someone this young, from an ordinary class, could recognize the technique he used. Coupled with the fact that Brawl possessed a devil fruit, it became clear he wasn't just anyone. Enough chatter. Today, I'm going to make you kneel and call me father. With those words, Brawl pressed his hands firmly to the ground, his 10 fingers digging straight into the earth. What are you trying to do? Listster felt a moment of uncertainty, but his confusion didn't last long. He quickly noticed the ground beneath his feet trembling. So that's it. Planning to attack from below, are you? Not a bad idea. But the commotion you're making is a little too obvious. Without hesitation, Listster used shave once again, darting right in front of Brawl. Damn! Brawl cursed silently as he tried to yank his hands free, but it was too late. Listster's fist crashed into his stomach. Yet, the moment his punch landed, Listster sensed something was off. The feeling beneath his fist wasn't flesh, it was more like striking solid wood. No use, kid. I can turn any part of my body into wood, boosting both my offense and defense. You can't possibly beat me. Is that so? We'll just have to see about that. At this point, Listster was left with only a few effective techniques. Finger gun, hammer fist, and the usual assortment of punches and kicks. But clearly, ordinary attacks wouldn't do. He'd have to resort to the hammer fist taught by Marshal Kong, even though its power was overwhelming and difficult to restrain. He'd have to be careful, or risk seriously injuring his opponent. What are you up to now? Seeing Listster clench his fist, a wave of dread washed over Brawl. Truth be told, Brawl's plan to attack Listster from below was a grave miscalculation. The time it took for him to retrieve his hands was more than enough for Listster to attack twice, leaving Brawl a sitting duck. Hammer fist. After that, Brawl immediately felt an overwhelming force seize him. His whole body was hurled through the air. Even the wooden dummy beneath him was forced up and sent flying along with him. He crashed hard against the wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Sliding down from the wall, he found himself unable to get up. Though he hadn't lost consciousness, all ability to fight had left him. Looking at Listster approaching him with measured steps, the arrogance that Brawl had shown moments ago evaporated instantly, replaced only by terror. Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. At this moment, in Brawl's eyes, Listster was nothing short of a demon. That small, wiry figure no longer looked human, but instead like a fearsome beast in human form. You want to know why I was able to join the elite class, right? Well, this is the reason. All right, you can call me Dad now. Listster squatted down in front of Brawl. Not a chance. No sooner had he finished speaking than Listster's palm struck his face with a sharp smack. The slap wasn't heavy, but for Brawl, it was a disgrace that stung far more than pain. Say it. Never. Listster slapped him again. Say it. My father is Vice Admiral Arva, Brawl protested. But another slap silenced him. Did you not hear me? My father is a Vice Admiral in the Navy headquarters. If you lay a finger on me, my father won't let you off the hook. Really? A Vice Admiral at Navy HQ? Huh? Well, my master is Admiral Zephyr. Wonder whose rank is higher. Those words left Brawl utterly dumbfounded. That was a blow that cut deeper than any wound. True, his father was a Navy headquarters Vice Admiral, but compared to Admiral Zephyr, there simply was no comparison. Even his father would have to show utmost respect before Zephyr. Dad, Brawl said crisply the next second. His sudden compliance left Listster a bit taken aback. It truly was a world where status determined everything. Why are you home so late today? Zephyr asked as soon as Listster got back. It's nothing, Master, Listster replied. I just ran into someone interesting. Remembering Brawl's brisk, unhesitating dad, Listster couldn't help but find it quite amusing. All right then, as long as you're unharmed. If you ever get into trouble, tell me at once. Even if it's the Fleet Admiral bullying you, I'll be the first to back you up, whether you're right or wrong. Yes, Master. Hearing Zephyr's words, List was deeply moved. He could now truly feel that Zephyr had come to regard him as family. Perhaps, in a way, Zephyr was giving him the love he had never been able to show his own son. After all, List was now almost the same age as Zephyr's son had been when he died. Maybe, by caring for List, Zephyr was trying to mend the wounds in his own heart. Eat up. Once you're finished, go train on your own, Zephyr instructed. Yes, master, List replied respectfully. Zephyr was nothing if not strict with List. Even the slightest hint of laziness was not tolerated. Perhaps this was because Zephyr didn't want the tragedy that had once befallen him to ever happen again. He hoped List would grow strong enough to protect himself, always expecting the highest standards from his disciple. Still, Zephyr always prepared nutritious dinners. Every meal featured meat from a sea king. Its energy would slowly integrate into List's body during his training and rest, nourishing both strength and spirit. After eating, List went to the training ground behind Zephyr's house, a place that now felt almost exclusively his own. Zephyr seldom came anymore. The constant responsibilities of the Naval Academy kept him busy day and night. His strength, too, was not what it had been when he once fought on the front lines. On the training grounds, List closed his eyes in solitude, replaying in his mind the battle he'd just had with Brer. He particularly focused on the moment when Brer used his devil fruit abilities, examining every detail. Suddenly, List opened his eyes, a flash of inspiration lighting up his gaze. Maybe I can do it too. He stretched out his arm. To his astonishment, his arm began to transform into wood right before his eyes, stretching further as he willed it, then returning to its original human form. Every part of him, his hands, his fingers, even the skin all over his body, could transform into wood, just as if he too had eaten the wood fruit. So that's how it is, List murmured, the realization dawning on him. My golden finger wasn't about having special talent. It's about copying. List began to piece things together, recalling all that had happened since arriving in the world of pirates. First, he'd copied 2 moves of the flowing heart sword style from Bogart. Then, from Marshal Kong, he'd inherited Collapse Fist and Shave. Later, with Master Zephyr's guidance, he acquired the finger gun. And just a moment ago, he'd managed to copy the abilities of the wood fruit for Brer. Just thinking about this made Listster thrill with excitement. He imagined all sorts of devil fruit powers from the nature class, and also the Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. If he could somehow copy the ability of the Tremor fruit, he felt as though he could walk this world with nothing to fear. As the most powerful of the Paramecia class devil fruits, its wielder possessed the power to bring about the end of the world. Of course, before he gained some real means to protect himself, Listster had no intention of revealing any devil fruit ability he might have copied. If he did, it would only draw even more dangerous attention to him. Even the 5 elders would never allow someone like him to exist. The next morning, on his way to school, Listster once again bumped into Brayley and his 2 lackeys. What's this? Didn't you get enough of a beating yesterday? You want another round today? Listster clenched his fists, making his knuckles crack with a crisp, intimidating sound. No, boss. We're here to show our respect to you. To Listster's surprise, Brayley replied with great deference, and his 2 underlings echoed him, all addressing Listster as boss with the utmost respect. What are you guys doing? This scene caught Listster completely off guard. Boss, we really are here to pay our respects to you. Brayley recalled how, after getting home yesterday, he told his father that he'd offended Admiral Zephyr's student. Instead of comfort, his father had erupted in rage and given him a severe beating. If his mother hadn't stepped in to stop it, he might not have even made it to school today. Though his father was a Navy headquarters vice admiral, there was still a big gap between him and a full admiral. On top of that, his father greatly respected Admiral Zephyr because he had once served as Zephyr's subordinate. That was why his father had given him a clear order that day. He had to get Listster's forgiveness, or else he shouldn't bother coming home. And so, this morning's unusual display had occurred. All right. If you really want to follow me, just call me Big Brother. Though Listster did find it tempting to be called Dad, thinking of the age of his current body made him feel a little embarrassed. Besides, if Master Zephyr heard other people calling him Dad, he'd surely be in for a stern lecture. Zephyr cared deeply about the Navy's reputation, and with his obsessive personality, he would never let something like this slide. Yes, Big Brother. All 3 of them responded eagerly, their faces bright with excitement, for this meant Listster had forgiven them. And to them, getting to be followers of Admiral Zephyr's student was a tremendous honor. Blair's father had already told him the night before that Admiral Zephyr had a remarkably discerning eye. Ordinary people stood no chance of catching his attention. And just last night, they had witnessed Listster's formidable abilities firsthand. They were convinced that, in due time, Listster was certain to become a Marine officer. Even if he couldn't rise all the way to Admiral, he'd surely make it as an Admiral candidate. All right, Hurry up and get to school, or you'll be late. Yes, big brother. No wonder you're the boss. So powerful, yet you still care about school. We promise we won't let you down, big brother. Blair was overwhelmed with excitement at the thought. Just then, Listster suddenly shivered. He couldn't quite explain why, but a faint sense of unease swept over him, as if he had just taken on a lot more trouble than he bargained for. Sure enough, his uneasy premonition was soon proved right. Hey, you trainees up ahead. Move aside. Do you have any idea whose way you're blocking? You're right in the path of Master Zephyr's disciple. If you know what's good for you, step aside now, or don't blame us for getting rough. Watching Blair and his two companions, trying so hard to play the part of loyal henchmen, Listster could only feel a headache coming on. He grabbed the three of them and dragged them to a quiet corner. Then with a solid punch to each of their heads, wham, 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 they each got a sharp lesson. Gazing at their tearful, misty-eyed faces, Listster didn't feel even a twinge of pity. If he let up now, he'd be the one stuck in the corner tonight. And if word of this reached Zephyr's ears, he could count on a grueling round of extra training tonight. If you ever do something like this again, you'd better have my express permission. Understood. Understood, boss. From now on, keep a low profile, all right? Got it, boss. It was a bit comical, a 7-year-old chiding 3 boys all 5 or 6 years his senior. But that was the reality of things. Time passed in a blur, and a whole month slipped by. During this time, Listter's physical strength had undergone a complete transformation. In addition, the 4 forms of the Navy's 6 powers he hadn't yet learned were now thoroughly mastered. In fact, he was already so proficient that he could have graduated from the Marine Academy with ease. If it were allowed, Listster would have been the fastest graduate the Academy had ever seen. But tonight, when Listster arrived home, he found the house dark and empty. The lights were off. That could only mean one thing. His master, Zephyr, wasn't home. Fortunately, there were still some provisions left in the fridge, so List effortlessly settled the problem of dinner. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, List had noticed his appetite growing larger by the day. Perhaps it was a byproduct of his increasing strength. Yet, now it was already past 10 in the evening, and Master Zephyr still hadn't returned. No matter how late it got in the past, Master Zephyr would always be home around 10. So, List kept up his training and waited, hour after hour, until it was well past midnight when Master Zephyr finally returned, visibly weary as he opened the door. Seeing List still practicing indoors, Zephyr's face momentarily betrayed a flicker of surprise. You're still up, List? Yes, Master. Did something happen today? Why are you so late? There was a major meeting at Navy headquarters, so I was held up. Though Zephyr had stepped back from most naval decisions, his main concern now being the Naval Academy. He was still an admiral, so he remained privy to certain naval affairs. What happened? List asked curiously, wondering what kind of event would call even a semi-retired admiral like Zephyr back to headquarters. See for yourself. With that, Zephyr handed List a newspaper. On opening it, List was immediately struck by a large portrait, taking up nearly the entire front page, with bold text beneath it, Pirate King, G.O.L.D., Roger. Master, what is this? Shock rippled through List's eyes. When he first arrived in this world, Roger hadn't yet earned the title of Pirate King. Now, the era had already reached this turning point, which meant the age of great pirates was just around the corner. Just as the newspaper describes, Roger has succeeded in reaching the end of the Grand Line, to the island known as Raftel. Pirates everywhere now honor him with the title Pirate King. For the Navy, this is little short of humiliation. Zephyr clenched his fists as he spoke, anger coloring his voice. No wonder, List thought to himself. It had to be something of this magnitude to trouble the Navy so deeply. Master, I'd like to apply for graduation. I want to set out to sea. List spoke with steady resolve. His goal was to see if he could encounter Roger, for once the Roger pirates disbanded, it would only be a short while before Roger turned himself in. There might still be many things of value on Roger that List could imitate or take for himself. Why? As he uttered this one word, Zephyr's tone grew solemn. He wasn't ready for List to leave his protection so soon. Because my abilities are already enough to graduate from the Naval Academy. Aside from you, Master, there's no one else there who can teach me anything new. Besides, I want to see for myself what kind of person Roger, the man called the Pirate King, really is. Roger, he's someone you just can't describe with words. Zephyr paused, then chose this single sentence to sum up Roger. As an admiral, Zephyr had clashed with the Roger pirates more than once, so he clearly sensed that Roger was different from any other pirate. Even just the fact that he could become friends with Garp was no small feat. Garp might seem carefree and unpredictable on the surface, but make no mistake, he sees right through a person's character. Even within the Navy, few have truly earned Garp's genuine friendship. Yet Roger, a pirate, was one of them. Most of the higher-ups in the Navy knew about the relationship between Garp and Roger. Yet, they were all aware that every time Garp pursued Roger, he never held back. Otherwise, even as a Navy hero, Garp would probably have been kept at headquarters for observation long ago. That's why I want even more to see Roger with my own eyes. I want to witness what kind of person he is, this man who defies description. Are you sure about this? The new world is full of danger. Even I can't guarantee I could protect you out there, and you might not even run into the Roger pirates, Zephyr said sternly. He knew all too well that his own strength had started to fade. Deep down, he understood. If he encountered one of those 3 legendary pirates now, he would no longer be able to match them. I'm sure. Even if I don't meet Roger's crew, I want to experience the outside world. I know I could keep improving steadily at headquarters, but I feel like out there my strength could grow even faster. Seeing the unwavering look in Listster's eyes, Zephyr hesitated for a moment. After more than a month together, Zephyr had already realized Listster was an exceptionally ambitious and determined person, not someone you could treat like an ordinary 7-year-old. To Zephyr, Listster wasn't just an innocent child. He was a vibrant young man, full of spirit. All right, but let's put aside the idea of graduating from the academy for now. After all, you're their role model. Your presence inspires the others to work harder. Now that the elite students knew they'd been outdone by a 7-year-old, their dedication was unmatched. They might accept being surpassed by a peer, but none of them could stand the thought of being outdone by someone 10 years younger. I'll arrange for you to board a warship. Whether you cross paths with the Roger pirates or not, that will depend on your luck. Yes, Master. Lyst's eyes lit up with anticipation. All right, get some sleep. Tomorrow, I'll have someone come fetch you. Yes, Master. As he watched Lyst's figure recede, Zephyr's expression softened into the gentle smile of a father. But then, his face grew stern as he pulled out a den mushy and placed call. Hello, Zephyr. It's so late. What business could you possibly have with me? Although there was no need for him to go to the Naval Academy today, a month's worth of habit had him up early anyway, training alone on the practice field. Lyst paused for a moment. Master, what brings you here? Lyst stared in surprise at Zephyr's sudden appearance in the training ground. He had assumed his master had already left for the academy. Before you go, I'll teach you one last move, the ultimate technique among the 6 styles, the Rokugan. With your current understanding, you should be able to master it. Yes, Master. Lyst's voice trembled with excitement. The hidden art among the 6 styles, the Rokugan, was a fearsome skill, the peak of body techniques, attainable only by those who had fully mastered 6 styles, the highest level of expertise. I'll demonstrate just once. Watch closely. Yes, Master. Zephyr clenched his fists together, then lunged forward in a sudden burst. A shock wave exploded from between his fists, spreading outward. The ground before him was instantly scarred with a semicircular arc. Did you catch that, Lyst? I did, Master. Good. Zephyr didn't ask Lyst to demonstrate. He trusted him, even though he was well aware of Lyst's monstrous talent. Witnessing it firsthand time after time still never failed to amaze him. Now I'm assured. At the very least, this technique should enable you to deal with pirates whose bounties are below 100 million. Wait here. Someone will come for you soon. Yes, Master. With that, Zephyr slowly made his way toward the main gate. But just as he was about to leave, he stopped in his tracks. Don't go dying on me, Lyst. The gravelly tone in Zephyr's voice sent a shiver through Lyst's heart. Don't worry, Master. I won't die so easily. Good. Zephyr left without looking back. Not long after Zephyr's departure, a burly figure made his way steadily towards Zephyr's house, passing him right at the threshold. I'm counting on you, Garp. Right now, Listster is the most important family I have. That's right. The one coming to pick up Listster was none other than Garp himself. To be honest, Garp was the only person Zephyr still felt he could trust. Don't worry, Zephyr. I'll keep that kid safe. After all, he's someone I brought back myself. All right, I'll leave it to you. From that moment on, neither man said much more. So much went unsaid between them. They fought side by side for decades, and even in silence, everything was perfectly clear. Soon enough, Garp arrived at Zephyr's home. When he spotted Listster training in the yard, a flash of surprise crossed Garp's face. They hadn't seen each other for just over a month, yet Listster's strength was now on par with some junior officers. Even among the current Navy officers, very few could claim to have mastered all 6 techniques of the Rokushiki. Hey, Listster, I'm here. Garp's booming voice cut right through Listster's training. Listster turned in the direction of the sound. It could only be Garp. Vice Admiral Garp, what brings you here? Don't tell me I'll be boarding your ship. The idea suddenly struck Listster. Yes, that's right. Come along. Hearing this, the tension inside Listster eased a bit. Whatever else happened, traveling with Garp meant one thing. He'd be safe. Yes, Vice Admiral. Very soon. The two of them set foot on Garp's warship. Although Garp wasn't wearing his signature dog-headed cap just then, the ship was already graced with the familiar dog motif. Listster also spotted several familiar faces, the Navy soldiers who had once saved him, and Garp's loyal aide, Bogard. "Long time no see, kid. Your strengths improve a lot." Bogard glanced once at Listster and seemed to get a read on his abilities immediately. "I've been put through some grueling training lately, Lieutenant," Listster replied, a touch of confidence creeping into his voice. Perhaps this was what they called the swagger that comes with newfound strength. "Good. Let's have a proper match sometime then." "I was just thinking the same thing." Last time, Listster had lost to Bogard. Next time, he was determined to win back some pride. But unless he was truly ready, Listster had no intention of rushing into a rematch. "Lieutenant, are we setting sail so soon?" "Well, Roger has already been crowned the Pirate King, so now the situation in the New World is extremely grim. All the notorious pirates have become much more active, and what our Navy has to do right now is to capture the Roger pirates, the true culprits behind all this, as quickly as possible and bring them to justice." "I see. That really is terrible news. So what do you think, kid? Are you scared? If you are, you could disembark right now. Nobody will make fun of you for it." "I'm not afraid, actually. But, Lieutenant, it looks more like you're the one who's nervous. There's something tense and serious about you." "Oh, really? Maybe I'm scared then. After all, every time we set sail, we have to be prepared to make sacrifices at any moment." List fell silent when he heard that. This was the cruel reality of their world. Every day, whether it was common folk, pirates, or even the Navy, everyone lived with the threat of great loss. In this world, there's really nowhere that can be called completely safe. "But don't worry, kid," Bogart said to List, sensing his mood. "I'll make sure you're safe." "All right then, Lieutenant, but I hope it won't end up being me who has to protect you." Bogart laughed heartily. "You're a funny one, kid. To stand on equal footing with me, you've still got a long way to go." Bogart's strength wasn't any less than most Navy vice admirals. As long as he didn't face one of those legendary pirates, he could handle just about anyone else who came his way. "Are you still using a sword, kid?" "No, I'm not." "Well, I hope you'll keep training with a sword. With your talent, it'd be a real waste if you didn't. Don't let it go unused." "Don't worry, Lieutenant. I actually plan to ask you for some swordsmanship tips this time." "Oh, so, are you asking to become my disciple?" "I've already become Admiral Zephyr's student. Unless you think you can beat Admiral Zephyr, I don't mind learning from you too. In that case, never mind. When there's time, I'll teach you what I know about swordsmanship." Bogart wasn't the type to overestimate himself by trying to steal a disciple from Admiral Zephyr. "By the way, Lieutenant, what about the pirates who massacred our village? Where are they now?" "Oh, them? They've already been sent off to impel down." "Why do you ask?" "No particular reason. I just wanted to know." Even now, Listster could still vaguely recall that they were destined to become slaves of the celestial dragons. Yet, there was one thing that deeply intrigued him. Why had that group of pirates set their eyes on their little island? If it was merely by chance that they stumbled upon the island, then perhaps it was just a stroke of bad luck. But if the attack had been intentional, he had to get to the bottom of it. He needed to know what on their island had drawn those people there. "If something's on your mind, say it out loud. Don't keep it bottled up," Bogart said, giving Listster a firm pat on the back, as if sensing the weight on his shoulders. "Otherwise, no one will help you figure out those questions swirling in your head." "I'm fine, sir," Listster replied. "See that you are," the lieutenant responded curtly. With that, the lieutenant left. He still had plenty to take care of aboard the warship and couldn't afford to hover around Listster all day. By now, their warship had already sailed out from Navy headquarters. Every observer on board was sharply vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. As for Garp, the moment they set sail, he had retreated to his own quarters, his plans a mystery to everyone else. Listster, meanwhile, spent some time getting to know the Marines on board before beginning his own training. His psyche had become somewhat warped. Missing even a single day of training left him feeling inexplicably uneasy. Some of the Marines, curious, gathered around to watch Listter's routine. They wanted to see for themselves what his training was like, but the more they watched, the more astonished they became. Listster's regime far surpassed what any of them could endure. Physically, he had already outstripped most of them. This left the gathered sailors red-faced with embarrassment. Some of them had been training for years, even decades, and yet a recruit with barely over a month of experience had already overtaken them. It was a bitter pill to swallow. 2 uneventful days slipped by, and on the third, as they entered the New World, they finally encountered a pirate ship. For the Navy, the best outcome of any voyage was a safe return. Best to avoid pirates altogether if they could. Yet danger and opportunity often went hand in hand. Coming across pirates meant they had a chance to earn military merit. Without military merit, there could be no promotion, and without promotion, there would be no chance to get rich. Not every Marine was able to enter the Naval Academy. nor was every graduate of the academy automatically granted rank. Most Marines were just ordinary people who'd received a bit of training. Within the Navy, just as among pirates, it was survival of the fittest. Those lacking in strength inevitably found themselves left behind. Vice Admiral Garp, we've spotted a pirate ship up ahead. It's the Giant Axe Pirates. The captain is Giant Axe Mundo, with a bounty of 320 million. Hearing the lookout's report, Garp finally stepped out of his quarters. Oh, so it's not the Roger Pirates after all, Garp remarked, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he caught sight of the pirate flag in the distance. Ever since Roger became the pirate king, Garp's desire to confront him had only grown stronger. He longed to chase Roger across the seas right this very moment. Meanwhile, the pirate ship had also noticed the Navy warship, but rather than fleeing, it began steadily advancing toward them. "Captain, there's a Navy ship straight ahead." One of the Giant Axe Pirates shouted out loudly. "A Navy ship? Are they coming after us? We did just raid a village, but I didn't expect the Navy to show up so fast." The speaker was the second-in-command, Dual Blade Toby, with a bounty of 150 million. "What should we do, Captain?" "Head over. It's been a while since we last plundered a Navy ship. Let's see if they have anything worth taking." A massively built man, with a gigantic axe strapped to his back, gave the order. The very captain himself, Giant Axe Mundo. He stood close to 3 meters tall, and the axe he carried was just about the same length. "Got it. Vice Admiral Garp. That pirate ship is heading straight for us now. Looks like we're their target." "Really now? Has it come to this? Just any riffraff daring to provoke me? Bring me the cannonballs." "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." Without another word, Garp shrugged off his Navy coat, revealing a blue shirt beneath. He hefted a cannonball in his hand, and with a sudden motion, swift and forceful, he sent it flying through the air. He didn't score a direct hit, but the explosion rocked the pirate ship, forcing it off course and causing it to tilt precariously. Now Listster realized why, back when he was locked in the cage on that pirate ship, everything had started rocking from side to side. The answer was clear at last. "Off target? Looks like I'm out of practice. I haven't used that move in quite some time," Garp muttered. But in the next instant, he sent another cannonball racing through the air. Just as it was about to strike the enemy's ship, a flying slash arced out from the pirate's vessel, slicing the cannonball clean in two and setting off a mid-air explosion. "Not bad at all," Garp said, grinning. A roar of cheers erupted from the Giant Axe pirate ship. "Vice Captain Toby, you're amazing." It was Dual Blade Toby who had intervened just moments earlier. In contrast to the loud cheers of the ordinary crew, Toby's expression was rather grave. The speed of that cannonball just now had been astonishing, so fast, in fact, that even he nearly failed to react in time. Meanwhile, aboard the warship, Listster approached Vice Admiral Garp with a cannonball in hand. "Hey kid, what do you think you're doing?" Garp asked, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he glanced at Listster beside him. "Cannonball ready." "I want to experience what it's like to hurl a cannonball by hand." "Just as you did, Vice Admiral Garp," Listster replied. Without hesitation, Listster mimicked Garp's actions perfectly, the stance, the swing, sending the cannonball arcing toward the enemy pirate ship, just as Garp had moments earlier. The sight left the surrounding sailors stunned. None of them had ever imagined they would witness a second person, other than Vice Admiral Garp, hurling a cannonball by hand. What shocked them even more was that Listter's throw matched Garp's in both speed and style. "Huh. Fascinating, truly fascinating. You're quite the character, kid. It's a shame you're following Zephyr. Why don't you become my protege instead?" Garp laughed boisterously. "No need, Vice Admiral Garp. To be taught by someone is to regard them as a father for life," Listster answered earnestly. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up another cannonball and sent it flying toward the pirate ship. Garp paused, a momentary flash of surprise on his face at Lister's words. "Zephyr, you've really found yourself an excellent pupil. Hopefully, this kid can help you walk out of your shadow," Garp muttered to himself. "But listen up, kid. This is how you really throw a cannonball," Garp declared. He hefted another cannonball, and this time, with a sudden burst of ferocious strength, he threw it at such blinding speed that the explosion erupted on the pirate ship almost the instant the cannonball left his hand. "So that's the secret," Listster murmured, carefully noting the subtle change in Garp's movements. He adjusted his own technique accordingly, picked up another cannonball, and hurled it. While not quite matching Garp's phenomenal speed, the throw was noticeably faster than before. "How about that, kid? Packing a lot more punch than the last time, right?" Garp grinned. The destructive force of a cannonball is defined almost entirely by its speed. The faster it flies, the more devastating the impact. Listster nodded in agreement, but stopped there, resisting the urge to keep throwing. The previous throw had strained his muscles. While he could manage a few more, that would risk exhausting his right arm. With the enemy ship drawing ever closer, it would be unwise to weaken himself before the real battle began. But those last two shots took quite a toll on the people aboard that pirate ship. They hadn't even seen where the cannonballs had come from. Suddenly, explosions erupted right beside their vessel. Now, the pirates began to fight back. After all, Garp's warship had already sailed into range of their cannons. A handful of cannonballs were sent hurtling straight at the Navy's ship. Some exploded in the waters nearby, while others, just as they were about to land on the warship, were deftly dealt with by Bogard. Once in a while, Garp himself would grab a cannonball and hurl it back at the enemy's shot, resulting in a brilliant mid-air collision, both shells exploding high above the decks. The two ships were quickly drawing closer, yet now, the pirate ship looked battered to the point of ruin. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before it sank for good. There was no way that vessel could withstand the fearsome weather of the New World. "Hey, is it you Navy dogs who are picking a fight with us? Are you lot out of your minds?" As the ships closed the distance, a pirate suddenly leapt out and started shouting up at Garp, who was standing at the highest point of the warship. The Navy sailors listening to his taunts wore a multitude of expressions, most struggling to stifle their laughter. Perhaps they found it ridiculous, the way these pirates flaunted their ignorance, or perhaps it was just hilarious to see someone as notorious as Vice Admiral Garp being disregarded so thoroughly. Even Roger himself would show deference in Garp's presence. Yet here was a nameless pirate hurling insults at him without a second thought. If Roger saw this, Garp would probably never hear the end of it. Have pirates these days grown so brazen? They're not even afraid of Vice Admiral Garp. Listster asked Bogard quietly. "Maybe he doesn't realize who Vice Admiral Garp is," Bogard replied, uncertain himself. Reckless pirates of this sort were rare, even for him. "Hey, old man, I'm talking to you. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue." Seeing that Garp remained silent, the pirate only grew more aggressive, shouting even louder. "So you want me to speak, do you?" Garp's voice was calm, almost gentle, yet Listster could sense a tightly reined anger simmering beneath the surface. He was still far from the carefree man he'd become 2 decades later. At this stage, Garp was all burning passion and fierce pride. To be spoken to like this by some nobody, no wonder he was angry. When the pirate heard Garp's reply, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He couldn't explain it. Under the blazing sun, a cold shiver struck him out of nowhere. "Then are you ready to face your doom?" With that, Garp leapt down, clenched his fist, and struck the center of the opposing pirate ship with a single, mighty blow. The ship, already battered and barely holding together, split cleanly in two beneath his fist. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, Listster watched the scene unfold. He didn't even use armament hockey. Just his own strength was enough to destroy an entire ship. He could see clearly that Garp's punch was pure power, unadorned by technique or embellishment. Good heavens, what kind of monster is he? A shout of panic broke out among the pirates, as they desperately clung to anything they could grab onto to avoid being swallowed by the sea. Meanwhile, Mondo, captain of the Giant Axe Pirates, along with his first mate Toby and a few powerful officers, all jumped directly onto the Navy warship. They knew their own vessel was lost. If they wanted to live, the only chance was to seize the Navy's ship. As for the regular crew, they had already given up on them. In the New World, expendable pirates were a dime a dozen. Another crew could be assembled at any moment. "You lot have some nerve, don't you? Daring to come aboard our warship of your own accord? Walking right into a trap." Every Navy soldier drew their blade and leveled it at the intruders. Bogard, with subtle care, positioned himself protectively in front of Listster. He knew Listster was already quite powerful, but since he lacked real combat experience, such battles inevitably came with risks. "You old bastard, you destroyed our ship. Let's just call it even by taking yours." Mondo, a cigarette dangling from his lips, glared in fury. In all his years sailing, he'd never lost a ship to someone else. "Oh." Vice Admiral Garp narrowed his eyes at the words, and every sailor on the warship could tell this pirate was asking for trouble. Yet among the pirates, someone recognized Garp at this close range. "See, Captain, that guy is the Navy hero, Vice Admiral Garp." The pirate's voice was trembling as he spoke. "Oh, so it's a big fish after all. If I can kill you, my reputation among pirates will skyrocket." Far from panicking, Mondo's eyes gleamed with anticipation and wild ambition as he learned Garp's true identity. "You want my head to make your name ring out among pirates? You must really be beyond redemption. Do you think you can accomplish what even Roger couldn't? Of course, if I kill you, my name will outshine even Roger's." "Ha, ha, ha, such a frog in a well." After speaking, Garp used Soru to instantly appear right in front of his opponent, and with one iron fist, he smashed the enemy's head before the man could even react. Mondo's head was embedded straight into the deck. A single blow finished. "Captain." Seeing their captain so easily taken down, the crew members shouted out in terror. They knew Garp was powerful, but they never imagined he was this strong. Their captain hadn't even survived a single hit. "You brats, Now you've witnessed the true might of the world. Bogart, I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Bogart answered, snapping a crisp salute. Now, will you surrender quietly and let us take you in, or do you want to fight back with everything you've got and get yourselves killed? Bogart offered them just two choices, capture or certain death. We surrender. We surrender. After witnessing Vice Admiral Garp's strength, their will to resist had vanished. If they allowed themselves to be captured, they might live, but if they resisted, it would mean certain death. But at that moment, Toby, the first mate, noticed Wrist standing behind Bogart. His eyes darted about as he began plotting something. Just as the Navy was about to cuff the pirates, Toby broke free from the Marine holding him. He rushed over to Wrist, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled out a dagger from who knows where, pressing it to Wrist's neck. Seeing this, Bogart's hand flew to the hilt of his sword. Bogart had assumed the pirates had given up all resistance, so he'd let his guard down, a mistake. He hadn't expected this desperate play from the enemy. Let him go, Bogart said sharply. Wrist was now in enemy hands. This was his own failure, a responsibility he could not evade. But first and foremost, he had to rescue Wrist from the pirates' grasp. Release all my crew, Toby demanded. At his words, uncertainty flickered in the eyes of the Marines. Hurry up, or I'll slice this brat's throat. Toby pressed the dagger harder against Wrist's neck, though he didn't break the skin. Let them go, Bogart ordered. He was confident that these pirates wouldn't escape his grasp anyway. This was nothing more than their last desperate struggle. The pirates, newly freed from their handcuffs, immediately seized their weapons and lined up behind Toby. Now you can let the kid go, can't you? In your dreams. If I let him go now, we'd be walking to our graves. Give us a boat. When we reach safety, you'll get him back. Don't push your luck. Bogart's tone had turned icy, hovering on the verge of an eruption. Hurry up. I'm not going to repeat myself. Don't worry, Lieutenant. Trust in my strength. Suddenly, Wrist, the hostage, spoke up. Shut up, you. Fine, I'll give you a boat, but you must guarantee the safety of the hostage. Rest easy. I'm the most trustworthy pirate you'll ever meet. A sly, triumphant smile spread across Thor's face. As for letting that brat go afterward, not a chance. Prepare a lifeboat for them. Yes, Lieutenant. Soon after, a small boat, dwarfed by the size of the warship, appeared below. One by one, the pirates all leapt onto it. Now, can you let him go? Not so fast. We'll let the boy go once your warship is out of our sight. When Thor climbed aboard the lifeboat, he released Wrist. After all, in their eyes, how much trouble could a 7-year-old cause? It was quite a plan, but you picked the wrong hostage. As Wrist was freed, he spoke in a calm, deliberate manner. You little brat, what's that supposed to mean? Thor's gaze grew wary as he studied the boy. He didn't know why, but suddenly he felt a faint sense of danger emanating from this child. You'll understand soon enough. Moonwalk. Without warning, Wrist sprang into the air, using the moonwalk technique. Seeing this from the warship, Bogart finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's moonwalk from the Navy's 6 styles, isn't it? Thor stammered, astonished. He had faced plenty of Marines before, some of them skilled in the 6 styles, so he recognized the technique. Yet he had never expected to see a child display it so effortlessly. Shoot him down. Don't let him reach the warship. If he makes it back, we're finished. At Thor's command, the pirates immediately raised their guns, firing a hail of bullets at Wrist. Look out, Wrist! Bogart called out, drawing his sword in a flash and unleashing a flying slash, hoping to cleave through the barrage. But there were too many bullets scattered in all directions. He couldn't possibly intercept them all. Tempest kick. At that moment, Wrist shouted, whipping his leg with force, and a slicing wave of energy, like a swordsman's slash, shot out from his foot, cleaving the air. This not only shielded List from the remaining bullets, but at the same time, a flying slash from his Tempest kick sliced through the air toward the enemy's small boat. List was clearly determined to destroy every last opponent at sea. Damn it, Thor growled, but his hands moved with undiminished speed. He drew his blade and sent out a wave of sword energy to intercept List's Tempest kick. The two attacks collided and neutralized each other in midair. So you managed to block it, but will you be able to handle what comes next? Bogart had been planning to step in and assist List, but seeing the confidence in List's expression, he decided to hang back. Nonetheless, every muscle in his body was taut, fully prepared to draw his sword in a flash. The moment the enemy made a move that could threaten List, Bogart's lightning-fast sword technique would unleash a wave of energy, ready to cleave his opponent in two. The power of Bogart's draw-slice attack depended chiefly on his speed. The faster the draw, the stronger the strike. The longer he could prepare, the greater the range and intensity of his sword aura. Tempest kick, wild barrage. Suspended in midair, List unleashed a whirlwind of kicks. Each leg flickered in a blur, sending forth a storm of flying slashes. Dozens of shimmering blades soared from his feet toward the enemy. Thor realized that this time, he had no way to block or counter them all. All he could do was shield himself from harm, leaving his comrades completely exposed and unprotected. In moments, List's assault ceased. On the enemy's ship, only Thor remained standing. The rest of the pirates were either down or unconscious, and the boat below their feet was already beginning to sink. "Never thought I'd fall at the hands of a brat like you," Thor muttered, helpless before List, who hovered above. "Hopefully, you'll get a better start in your next life." Six Styles' secret art, Six Kings Gun. A thunderous shockwave ripped through Thor's body, utterly shattering the battered boat beneath him. The force was overwhelming, and Thor lost his life to that final strike. In truth, this entire battle had left Thor stifled and frustrated. Had the duel taken place on solid ground, the outcome between him and List would have been uncertain. But List had the advantage of flying through the air, using moonwalk, and his Tempest Kick had targeted Thor's boat, leaving his footing unstable. Confronted with the ultimate Six Styles technique, the Six Kings Gun, there was simply no place to dodge. The only possible escape would have been to leap into the sea, but in these waters of the New World, jumping overboard was nothing short of suicide. Well done. Witnessing this scene, the sailors aboard the warship erupted in cheers for List. Back in his own quarters, Garp couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been using observation hockey the whole time, monitoring everything outside, so he knew exactly what had just transpired. However, having just unleashed the Six Kings Gun, List was now spent. He tumbled straight down from midair. "Not good," Bogart muttered under his breath, then immediately used Suru to dash beneath List and catch him just in time. "List, you did well this time. Thank you for your praise, Commander." List managed a faint grin, but then his head lolled to the side. He'd passed out cold. During this battle, List had relied on Moonwalk and Tempest Kick several times, and had even used the secret Six Powers technique once. For him, at his current state, this was already pushing himself to the absolute limit. When Bogart returned to the warship, the ship's doctor quickly got to work, administering a series of nutrient injections directly into List's body. Meanwhile, Bogart made his way to Vice Admiral Garp's quarters. "My apologies, Vice Admiral Garp. That incident earlier was entirely my oversight." Bogart bowed, his tone grave. What had just happened was clearly a lapse of duty on his part. Had he maintained his vigilance, those pirates would be quietly locked away in their brig by now. "It's all right. You're not to blame," Garp replied. "No one could have anticipated such a sudden, desperate counterattack. But tell me, what are your thoughts on List?" "List is extremely gifted. Judging by how he executed that secret Six Powers technique earlier, it's clear that he's already mastered the Six Powers in their entirety. Of course, I won't rule out the fact that Admiral Zephyr is an exceptional instructor." "Oh, come on. Old Zephyr may be a fine teacher, but even he couldn't train a 7-year-old to master all Six Powers plus the secret technique in just a month." Even now, Garp found himself recalling the moment List first tried Saru. He had picked up the technique after only the briefest of glances. Garp couldn't help but wonder, was that how List mastered every other Six Power? Had Zephyr merely demonstrated them once, and List had instantly learned, secret technique included? A kid like List, one day, he might just change the course of the world. As he spoke, a note of gravity entered Garp's voice. "Keep the rest of the crew in line about what just happened," he instructed. "Let's keep this within the ship." "Yes, Vice Admiral. I'll make sure everyone knows." This, too, was a form of protection for List. If word spread that such a prodigy existed in the Navy, he would become a prime target for every pirate out there. Some wouldn't hesitate to use any means necessary to remove him from their path. Moreover, what they needed to guard against went far beyond just pirates. The world government was also a looming threat. If those agents ever discovered Lister's extraordinary talent, they might not even wait for pirates to make a move. The government could very well snuff out his potential in secret, crushing it before it ever had the chance to grow. "Go on. Your one and only task on this warship is to protect Listster. You must not allow him to come to any harm, not even the slightest scratch. And if you have the time, teach him a bit of swordsmanship as well. It's undeniable. Swordsmanship is among the most powerful forms of attack in the world." Even Garp, whose strength was forged through the might of his fists, acknowledged the strength of the sword. Of course, that's only true when swordsmanship is pursued to its very limits. And he believed that Listster was destined to be one of those few. "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. I'll take my leave now." "Very well." When Listster opened his eyes again, it was the next morning. The time was exactly 4 o'clock. Most of the Marines aboard were still sound asleep, with only a handful on duty through the quiet hours. Wide awake, Listster didn't disturb anyone. Instead, he sought out a secluded corner and began his daily training session. Yesterday's battle had shown him that his combat experience was sorely lacking, and his stamina remained his greatest weakness. For a 7-year-old to possess such strength was already remarkable. But Listster was not satisfied. He wanted to become even stronger. He understood all too well the rules of survival in this world of pirates. Only by growing stronger could he carve out a place for himself. To think he'd be up so early. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Listster instantly spun around, leaping back a full pace, his entire body tense with alertness. Only when he saw that it was the lieutenant did he allow his guard to drop. With your current physique, you've already hit your limit. No matter how much more you push yourself, there's no way your body can improve further in such a short time. Listster had noticed this, too. For several days now, he hadn't made any progress physically. Once, he saw improvement each and every day. Now, things had plateaued. He'd simply have to wait until he grew a bit older, and only then would his body be able to develop further. So what should I do now? I'm still too weak. I don't know why you're so desperate to grow stronger, but you should start by learning swordsmanship from me. As he finished speaking, Bogart tossed a sword straight into Lister's hands. Swordsmanship is all about skill and spirit, unleashing maximum power with the minimum effort. All right, List nodded earnestly. At a time when he couldn't make any further progress in his martial arts, learning swordsmanship might truly be his best option. And, just as Bogart had said, unleashing the greatest power at the least cost seemed especially suitable for him now. What's more, List was still secretly honing the power of the woodwood fruit, an ability he had copied from Brale. Then let's start training right now. With your current stamina, begin by swinging your sword 1,000 times. I know you're gifted, but everything starts with the basics. Only when your foundation is solid will your sword techniques have true force behind them. Yes, Lieutenant Commander. For reasons he couldn't explain, ever since arriving in this world, List had grown incredibly resilient. Back in his previous life, he had been the kind of person who would sit whenever he could, and if he could lie down, he would never stand. Yet now, when ordered to swing his sword 1,000 times, he didn't utter a single complaint. Maybe he understood that without such hard work, he'd be eliminated from this world sooner or later. And so, List kept training in the fundamentals of swordsmanship, swinging, thrusting, parrying, simple basic moves. Still, he did know a few sword techniques, such as the flowing heart slash, the triple thrust, the three-step strike, and the soaring slash. Roughly 2 weeks passed. In all that time, they hadn't encountered any pirates in the New World. Or perhaps, whenever pirates did spot them, the moment they recognized Vice Admiral Garp's warship, they would instantly flee in panic. Yet after 2 weeks of sailing, the Marines aboard the warship were close to their limit. Even though none of them got seasick, after nearly half a month without setting foot on land, constantly swaying on the ship, most of the crew were at their wits' end. That's why Garp decided they needed a break, and chose the nearest island for a temporary rest. But fate took an unexpected turn. As soon as the lookout announced land in sight, a knowing smile broke across Garp's face. Because from that island, he sensed the presence of a ferocious beast, a presence that only one person could give off. Meanwhile, List felt as though he had suddenly learned something new, though he couldn't quite say what. It was just a strange, inexplicable sensation. Something unfamiliar had surfaced in his mind. All hands, prepare for battle. Get ready to apprehend the Roger Pirates. Indeed, the people on that island were none other than the Roger Pirates themselves. Their ship was anchored on the far side of the island, so the lookout hadn't spotted them. But even so, there was no hiding from Garp's observation hockey. In fact, the moment Garp detected that wild aura, his observation hockey had already kicked in, almost instinctively. Meanwhile, on the island, Roger and his companions could also sense Garp's presence. Garp's aura was now so familiar to them that its strength and vitality instantly set them on alert. Even without using their observation hockey, they could easily feel that powerful force. That mad dog is back again. What a real nuisance, Roger murmured, taking a swig of his drink. Judging by the smile on his face, though, you'd never think he was truly troubled. We should get the others back on the ship. Right now isn't the best time to fight, Garp, said the man sitting next to Roger. He had a head of blonde hair, wore round glasses, and a straight scar marked his right eye. This was Silvers Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates, known across the seas as the Dark King. But I suspect it's already too late for that, Rayleigh added, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. In the next moment, Garp shot toward them, stepping swiftly across the air with the moonwalk technique. Roger, I'm here, came Garp's booming voice from above. Be a good sport and follow me to impel down. With a mighty swing, Garp brought his fist crashing down from the sky onto the heart of the Roger Pirates' camp. The impact splintered the earth beneath his knuckles, sending thick clouds of dust billowing out and engulfing everyone nearby. Coughs broke out among the less sturdy crew members as they struggled to breathe. What in the world just happened? Shouted one voice, a loud, sharp cry that stood out above the commotion. It came from a little red-nosed kid darting around in the haze, until, thud, he slammed into something solid. The rebound sent him sprawling back onto the ground. When the boy looked up, he saw a towering figure looming over him. GGG Garp. His scream pierced the sky. Hey, Buggy, you okay? Another, younger voice called out. A red-haired boy was running toward Garp as well. But as he drew near and caught sight of Garp's face, he froze in his tracks. The Roger pirates weren't afraid of the Golden Lion pirates, nor the Whitebeard pirates. The only one they truly feared was the Navy's legendary hero, Garp. Whenever he confronted them, he'd never let go of his quarry. So, it's you two little rascals, eh? Garp grinned heavily. What's wrong? You want to take a trip to Impel Down? Just being members of the Pirate King's crew is enough to keep you there for life. Garp easily recognized the pair. After all, he'd clashed with the Roger pirates many times and knew almost every crew member by sight. Garp, I can't believe you've gotten even worse as you age. Bullying kids now, are you? At that moment, a deep, commanding voice suddenly rang out, as if offering reassurance to the two young troublemakers. Instantly, they darted with all their speed toward the direction from which the voice had come. Captain, it's Garp, the red-nosed boy shouted with a tear-streaked face. It was remarkable. This same boy, who moments ago bravely talked about taking someone's head right in front of Whitebeard, now found himself frightened to tears by the arrival of Garp. This spoke volumes about the shadow Garp had cast over Roger's pirate crew. Follow Rayleigh and leave this place now. Leave everything here to me. But Captain, you must take care of yourself, the red-haired boy responded anxiously. With those words, the red-haired youngster quickly dragged the red-nosed boy away. Garp, it's been a long time. I have to say, you haven't changed a bit after all these years, Roger said, a wry smile in his voice. But Roger, you became the Pirate King. I have no choice now but to finally catch you with my own hands, Garp replied. Roger burst into hearty laughter. I've heard those words from you more times than I can count. If you got the guts, then come and try to catch me. With that, Roger drew his blade, while Garp readied his famous iron fist. The two unleashed attacks charged with overwhelming, almost terrifying presence, colliding with explosive force. The shockwave from their clash sent trees from the surrounding forest flying, reduced to kindling in an instant. Amidst the chaos, Garp's brow furrowed ever so slightly. Roger, your strength? As Roger's longtime rival, Garp knew his abilities better than anyone. But the power Roger displayed now seemed somehow diminished, no longer as peerless as it once had been. Garp, you dare let your mind wander in the heat of battle? Roger seized that opening, channeling black sword energy straight at Garp. A lapse in focus, even for a moment, meant a split in one's power. With just a little extra force, Roger managed to send Garp flying, not enough to truly injure him, but enough to push him back. Meanwhile, the Marines who had just landed on the island couldn't help but feel the overwhelming force from this clash. List, though far from strong enough to approach that battlefield himself, felt a burning ambition for such a fight deep in his heart. Perhaps sensing List's yearning, Bogart placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, just wait. One day, you'll be able to fight on a stage like that too. Bogart had complete faith in List's potential. As long as this steady growth continued, he was sure List would someday stand among the strongest in the world. Let's go. For now, our mission is to capture the other members of Roger's crew. Be careful, every last one of them packs a punch. To be honest, Bogart had little hope for this capture operation from the very beginning. If the goal was to arrest the entire Roger pirates, Vice Admiral Garp alone would be far from enough. At least two admirals would need to join in for there to be any real chance of success. This time, the Navy's landing direction happened to align with where the Roger pirate ship was anchored, so they ran right into the rest of the Roger pirates head-on. Immediately, a tense atmosphere settled between the two sides. Although these men had clashed with the Roger pirates many times before, their opposing positions meant that every encounter was destined to be fraught with peril. Oh, it's you, Bogart. You should let us through, said the speaker with an air of calm authority. Surely you know that with your strength alone, you can't hope to stop us. It was none other than Silvers Rayleigh, the vice captain of the Roger pirates, known as the Dark King. That's impossible, Dark King. If you want to get past, you'll have to do it over our dead bodies, Bogart replied, his expression grave. Although his abilities were formidable, facing Rayleigh was still beyond him. Not to mention, Rayleigh was backed by Jabba, whose strength rivaled his own, and several other elite crew members. List, meanwhile, was carefully observing every member of the Roger pirates. Rayleigh, the vice captain, Jabba, the third strongest, the not yet grown-up Shanks and Buggy, and a few unfamiliar faces. It was impossible not to notice that each of them radiated an air of excellence. Off to the side, Buggy and Shanks whispered hurriedly to one another. Hey Shanks, did you see? The Navy's brought a kid along too. Yeah, probably just an intern, I'd guess. List gave the pair an extra glance. One would one day command the immense power of supreme haki, the other, the luck of a king. In that case, Rayleigh declared, there's nothing more to say. Not good, muttered Boggett, immediately stepping in front of List. Rayleigh's eyes flashed sharply, and an invisible wave of pressure burst forth from him, crashing toward the Navy's ranks. Boggett reacted instantly, shielding List with his own aura. Although he didn't possess Conqueror's haki himself, he could at least use his presence to help blunt some of its overwhelming force for List. The less experienced Marines collapsed in rows, while a few elite veterans kept their feet, sweat pouring down their faces as they struggled to endure. This was the Dark King at his peak. His Conqueror's haki was impossibly strong. Oh, at this moment, Rayleigh also took notice of the little brat Bogard was protecting so intently. Are you all right, Listster? Bogard didn't turn his head. His gaze remained locked on Rayleigh. Even the slightest distraction could expose him to an attack. I'm fine, Lieutenant, Listster replied. Yet despite his words, he wasn't in great shape. With Bogard shielding him from some of the overwhelming pressure, he could barely draw breath under the force of that Conqueror's haki. After all, to receive without returning would be impolite. What are you planning, Listster? But Listster didn't answer in words. His actions spoke for him instead. In the next instant, Listster glared ahead, and suddenly, a torrent of energy, eerily similar to what they'd just witnessed, erupted from his body. Although this Conqueror's haki was something he'd replicated from Rayleigh, it radiated an entirely different feel from the one Rayleigh had unleashed before. What? Everyone stood frozen in shock. Bogard was stunned. Rayleigh was stunned. Almost every elite member of the Roger Pirates was rooted to the spot. The rest had already been knocked unconscious, unable to withstand the pressure. That kid, are you serious? Members of the Roger Pirates whispered in disbelief. Even sweat began to bead on Rayleigh's forehead. Judging by the control that little brat exhibited over Conqueror's haki, his mastery was nearly on par with Rayleigh's own. To think, a child of just 7 years already commanding such a terrifying force. Who could guess what heights he might reach in the future? In Bogard's heart, shock burned wildly. This defies the imagination. Natural talent isn't enough to describe him anymore. He had no idea if Listster had awoken Conqueror's haki before, or if this was his very first time. But watching Listster harness that power so masterfully shattered everything Bogard thought he knew. Meanwhile, Garp and Roger, still locked in battle, both paused. The first wave of haki was unmistakable. They knew it had come from Rayleigh. Garp had no reason to worry about his men. Even if they couldn't hope to match Rayleigh, he trusted Rayleigh wouldn't go too far. At worst, his crew would be a bit battered. But when the second surge of Conqueror's haki thundered through the air, both he and Roger halted. Roger, for his part, was intimately familiar with who among his crew possessed this power, as well as the unique feel of each one's haki. That barrage, he was certain, had not come from any member of the Roger Pirates. There could only be one explanation. It was the work of someone from the Navy. Roger turned to Garp, astonished. You have to understand, for someone in the Navy to awaken the Conqueror's haki is exceedingly difficult. Almost impossible, really, because every naval regulation and constraint stifles such ambition. As for anyone from a third-party force showing up, that's a fantasy. No one dares disrupt things when both Roger and Garp are present. Even the likes of Golden Lion or Whitebeard wouldn't dream of setting foot here at this moment. I never expected the Navy to produce someone like this, Roger said, clearly surprised. If I told you I had no idea either, would you believe me? Garp replied. He had already recognized the aura just now. That was Conqueror's haki radiating from Listster. Without delay, Garp hurried toward Lister's direction. He couldn't allow anything to happen to Listster here. He trusted the Roger Pirates. But with such a promising seedling emerging in the Navy's ranks, he couldn't deny the possibility that someone in the Roger Pirates might have less than honorable intentions. Listster, what was that just now? Bogard asked in astonishment. As you saw, Commander, it was that man's technique just now. Listster replied proudly, a bright gleam in his eyes. He'd come to realize that his special gift truly bordered on the unbelievable. That was Conqueror's haki. How do you know how to use Conqueror's haki? Did you ever learn it before? Not at all. Wasn't it just demonstrated by that man over there? I watched him do it once, and it just clicked. Seemed pretty easy, honestly. Hearing this, Bogart was left speechless. He'd always thought his own talent, while not the best, was at least respectable. But standing next to Listster, he suddenly felt utterly unremarkable. Rayleigh, too, couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth after Listster spoke. Was this really something a human could say, learning just by watching once, then feeling it was easy? Regardless, while Rayleigh found Lister's talent staggering, he bore him no ill will. After all, the era of the Roger Pirates was coming to its end, and he, too, was nearing retirement. To meet such a fascinating kid before stepping down, he found himself more satisfied than not. On their own ship, Shank's talent had always been considered extraordinary. Roger himself once said, "He'll absolutely grow into someone as remarkable as me one day." But glancing at Shanks, now passed out, and comparing him to this young Navy prodigy, Rayleigh had to admit the difference was stark. They were not even on the same level. But now, retreating seems rather difficult, doesn't it? Rayleigh spoke with a hint of helplessness. There were far more people unconscious than awake, and with only these few sober crew members, there was simply no way to move everyone onto the ship, especially with Bogart still watching them like a hawk. "This is going to be tough, Jabba," he sighed. "We can't help it. Let's wait for the captain to arrive," Jabba replied. With their keen observation haki, they had already sensed Roger and Garp racing their way at high speed. Before long, the two men appeared before the crowd. Garp positioning himself at the front of the Navy, Roger standing at the head of his own pirate crew. However, when Roger turned and saw so many of his own men unconscious behind him, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. For the first time in a battle with the Navy, his crew had been knocked out by Conqueror's haki. This was also Listster's first time seeing Roger. Strangely, the moment Listster laid eyes on him, he was overwhelmed by a kind of shock, so profound and all-consuming that he was left utterly speechless. The man before him didn't seem like a mere human, but rather a god, one who carried an enormous presence, radiating an aura that could inspire awe or wholehearted loyalty in anyone. "So, you're the brat who unleashed Conqueror's haki just now." Roger recognized Listster at a glance. The faint trace of Conqueror's haki still lingered around the boy. But if Listster was stricken by Roger's presence, for Roger himself, the shock was even greater upon seeing Listster. With his own advanced haki, Roger could size up Listster's strength in an instant. He realized the boy's abilities had reached, or even surpassed, the peak possible for someone so young. Garp, meanwhile, was caught in a tangle of conflicted feelings. The world government despised any Navy officer who awakened Conqueror's haki, for those individuals were destined never to bow quietly to their will. "Kid, let's see what you're really made of," Roger said suddenly. Then, an even more powerful wave of Conqueror's haki surged toward Listster, pressing down with force. "Roger!" Garp shouted angrily. He hadn't expected Roger to suddenly target a child. He tried to step forward and attack Roger, but Rayleigh quickly intercepted him midway. "Out of my way, Rayleigh," Garp demanded. He hadn't laid a finger on Roger's two apprentice crew members, yet Roger himself was the first to pick a fight with a young member of their own crew. "Sorry, Garp. I can't let you disturb the captain right now," Rayleigh replied. Rayleigh knew he couldn't best Garp in a straight fight, but holding him at bay for a while, at least that much he could manage. In an instant, Listster was overwhelmed by an immense pressure, a force far greater than the Conqueror's haki Rayleigh had unleashed moments ago. This new wave of haki possessed something special beyond the dominating aura of a king. There was also a surprising sense of magnanimity within it. Listster couldn't comprehend why he could sense such tolerance within this fierce, overwhelming power. But there was no time to dwell on this mystery. He released his own Conqueror's haki as well. Immediately, an extraordinary wind swept across the entire island, the very climate shifting under the clash of these two powerful wills. Yet, compared to Roger's, Listster's haki was clearly inferior, utterly suppressed, utterly dominated. If one were to describe the balance between their forces, Listster's haki amounted to only a fifth, while the remaining 4/5 belonged entirely to Roger. "Roger, that's enough, isn't it?" Garp's voice grew heavy and grave. "No, Garp, didn't you see the look in that kid's eyes? He hasn't reached his limit yet." Roger smiled as he spoke, then intensified the force of his haki once more. But then, something shocking happened. Listster's Conqueror's haki began to grow, gradually strengthening, until, to everyone's astonishment, it actually started to rival Roger's own. At the sight of this, everyone was left dumbfounded. They were either Roger's adversaries or his crewmates, all too aware of how formidable his haki truly was. Not even Whitebeard, known as the world's strongest man, could match Roger's Conqueror's haki. Yet now, someone so young was holding his own against it. Abruptly, the contest between the two haki came to an end. Roger withdrew his will of his own accord. As for Listster, his withdrawal was not by choice. The effort had caused him to faint. Bogart was the first to check on Listster's condition. "He's just passed out, Vice Admiral Garp. There's no problem." "Roger, you've gone too far this time." Knowing Listster was all right, Garp felt immense relief. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how he'd explain things to Zephyr after returning. "Ha ha ha. Don't take it so hard, Garp. Who would have thought the Navy had such an interesting kid? But tell you what, Garp, your Navy won't be able to keep a lid on him in the future." Garp had no retort to this, because he knew Roger was right. With haki this strong, there was no way someone like Listster would accept being beneath anyone else. "This battle ends here, Garp. If we keep fighting, the losses for your Navy will only grow more severe." Garp turned to look. Now, Only he and his lieutenant, Bogard, were left standing among the Navy ranks. In contrast, the Roger pirates still had several fighters ready for battle, including two formidable opponents, Rayleigh and Jabba, both of whom were a match for him in strength. Continuing the fight at this point truly risked the Navy's annihilation. This time, I'll let you slip away, Roger, but next time we meet, I swear, I'll catch you with my own hands. As a man who had cornered the Pirate King Roger more than once, in this battle, Garp hadn't been able to show his full power. There were simply too many factors holding him back. Ha ha! Then until we meet again, Garp, may fate bring us together once more. Roger laughed heartily, then ordered his conscious crew members to carry those rendered unconscious by List's earlier strike back aboard the pirate ship. Garp could do nothing but clench his fists and watch helplessly as they escaped without harm. Bogard, wake up all the Marines here, and let's head back to Navy headquarters. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. For reasons he couldn't explain, Vice Admiral Garp had a feeling that the next time he met Roger, it would be a long time from now, and that when it happened, it would be nothing like the relative calm of today. No one knew how much time passed. When List finally opened his eyes, he was once again drifting in a ship's infirmary, rocked gently by the endless sea. This time, however, he awoke to a blinding headache. He drew a sharp, involuntary breath. The pain, for a moment, was nearly unbearable, but soon enough, he managed to get used to it. Slowly, he pushed open the infirmary door. The brilliant sunlight spilled over him, forcing him to shield his eyes with a hand. Hey, you're finally awake, List. The moment List emerged, excitement broke out among the Marines aboard the ship. Have I been unconscious for a long time? List asked weakly. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he felt so frail. Even when he'd first been captured and made a slave in prison, he'd had more strength than now. Absolutely. You've been out for 3 whole days, one Marine exclaimed, his voice and expression full of dramatic flair. But, to be fair, 3 days of sleep was indeed a bit much. 3 days have passed already. Don't worry, 3 days is nothing. It was at this moment Bogard's voice sounded in List's ear. Do you remember anything about what you did before you fainted? Hearing those words, fragments of memories began to flicker in Lister's mind. Scenes from before he lost consciousness, growing clearer and gradually piecing themselves together. Yes, I still remember going head-to-head with Roger in a clash of Conqueror's hockey. But in the end, I couldn't hold out. Although Lister's voice carried a hint of disappointment, inwardly, he was full of excitement. This encounter with the Roger pirates hadn't allowed Listster to copy any powerful combat techniques. Yet he had managed to reproduce Conqueror's hockey. And not just any Conqueror's hockey, but the formidable kind wielded by Roger himself. A hearty laugh rang out. Don't be discouraged, kid. To match Roger's Conqueror's hockey to that degree, you're the first person I've ever seen pull that off. At that moment, Garp appeared. Hearing the hint of frustration in Lister's voice, he offered a few words of comfort. By the way, Vice Admiral Garp, what about Roger? That guy slipped away. But next time we meet, I swear I'll catch him. The mere mention of Roger made Garp crush his sun-bathed biscuit in his hand without realizing it. Listster wasn't surprised at all by this outcome. Even with his own involvement, the butterfly effect wouldn't be enough to significantly change history. In the end, Roger would probably still turn himself into the Navy of his own accord. A sudden gurgle broke the silence. What was that sound? Sorry, Vice Admiral Garp. I'm just a bit hungry. He'd been unconscious for 3 days. Though they'd been keeping him alive with nutrient fluids, not a morsel of real food had touched his stomach. It was no wonder he was hungry. Garp burst out laughing. Go tell the cooks. The kitchen's open for business now. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Before long, platters of sumptuous food were laid in front of Listster, and he tore into them with astonishing speed. His eating rivaled even Garp's legendary appetite, which left some of the nearby Marines in open shock. By the time he'd finished, Lister's stomach was round as a drum. Everyone gave him a wide berth, half afraid his swollen belly might burst and send food flying in all directions. Then, he quietly uttered, "Life return." Right before their eyes, Lister's swollen stomach began shrinking rapidly, the food's energy coursing through and revitalizing his entire body. At last, I feel alive again, Listster sighed with palpable relief. I can't believe you've even mastered life return now, Garp remarked, casting a sideways glance at Listster. Still, he simply carried on demolishing his own meal. Nothing Listster learned seemed to surprise him anymore. After all, one shock after another had left him almost immune to being surprised. Vice Admiral Garp, we've spotted a pirate ship not far from here. Just then, a Marine rushed over in a panic to report. What pirate crew is it? Is it the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, or maybe Rogers? Garp asked. None of those. At those words, the spark of interest in Garp's eyes instantly faded. In that case, I'll leave it to you all. Garp shook his head. Other than those 3, no pirate crew could draw his attention these days. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. All the Marines snapped to attention and saluted Garp, then hurriedly made their way to the deck, forming a battle-ready line to confront the approaching pirate ship. Open fire. Wait, Lieutenant. Just as the lieutenant was about to give the order to fire, Listster suddenly stopped him. Listster, what do you think you're doing? Lieutenant, let me take care of this pirate crew, Listster said. For some reason, Listster could sense there wasn't any formidable presence on that ship. Are you sure? Bogart asked, his expression stern and serious. I'm sure, Listster replied with equal seriousness. All right, then they're yours. Everyone, stay sharp. If that pirate ship does anything reckless, attack immediately. Yes, Lieutenant. What Bogart defined as reckless was any sign of hostility from the pirate ship. It was clear, only their own warship was allowed to fire first. The pirates weren't allowed to fight back. Such were his domineering orders. Listster walked straight to the very front. Everyone watched curiously to see what he intended, even the pirates aboard the approaching ship. All they saw was a kid standing at the forefront of the Navy's formation. Ha ha! What? Are the Marines so short-handed now they've sent some brat to lead their charge? One of the pirates laughed out loud, hardly hiding his arrogance. But he was about to pay the price for it. Right in front, Lister's eyes narrowed sharply. Suddenly, waves of kingly haki burst forth. For a moment, even the atmosphere seemed to pale and distort. Though the surge of haki wasn't directed at the Marines, it still left them drenched in cold sweat. None of them had expected Listster to resolve things in such a blunt and overwhelming way. Even the pirate ship seemed to crack beneath the force of that overwhelming aura. Whoa, wait, he's not joking, is he? Beads of sweat trickled down Bogart's face. He thought Listster might end the fight with martial skill or swordsmanship, but had never expected him to simply unleash the kingly haki. The last time Listster exploded with this power, it was under the pressure of legends like Rayleigh and Roger. But this time, it was Listster himself choosing to wield it, proof that he'd already mastered the king's power perfectly. On the opposite side, the group of pirates collapsed in a heap, unconscious with glazed eyes. Not a single one remained standing, not even their captain. Even though this was the new world, it was inevitable that some weaklings would manage to blend in. And besides, the burst of Conqueror's haki that Listster had just unleashed was powerful enough to rival even Pirate King Roger himself. Ordinary pirates simply had no hope of resisting that. Lieutenant Commander, the mission was accomplished perfectly. Good. Go detain all those pirates and lock them up in the brig. Then set a course back to naval headquarters. Have men arrange for their transfer to impel down. Yes, Lieutenant Commander. You could say these are the most unremarkable pirates ever. So obscure, they didn't even have a name for their crew. And yet now, they would be imprisoned and impelled down for good. 2 days later, the warship finally returned to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. This was Listster's second time coming to headquarters, so he wasn't as awestruck as he'd been on his first arrival. Welcome back, Vice Admiral Garp. Marines at headquarters saluted and greeted Vice Admiral Garp. MHM. But Garp merely replied with a nonchalant grunt, never a fan of formalities and ceremonial welcomes. Listster, you can go on ahead. Help me give Zephyr my regards. Tell him I'll come visit him soon. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Though Listster wasn't all that familiar with Marine headquarters, he could at least find his way to the Naval Academy. But before he'd gotten far from Garp, Listster ran into a man with a wild afro and a chill radiating from his entire body. Listster's eyes widened. He recognized him instantly. The man was Kazan, future Admiral Akiji. Still, the two simply crossed paths without a word. At this point, they were strangers to one another. Even though Kazan was already a Marine Vice Admiral, if you weren't yet an Admiral, you didn't have to exchange greetings proactively. That kid. After passing by Listster, Kazan's steps slowed. He couldn't quite explain why, but that kid had given him a strangely peculiar feeling. Vice Admiral Garp, who was that kid just now? At that moment, Kazan approached Garp with his question. He'd seen Listster disembark from Garp's warship, so he figured Garp must know who he was. Oh, you mean Listster? He's Zephyr's student. Teacher Zephyr's student. Huh. Lately, Kazan had heard talk of Zephyr taking on a new disciple, but until now hadn't had the chance to meet him. He hadn't expected fate would introduce them like this. If nothing unexpected happens, he'll be a strong contender for the rank of Admiral in the Navy, provided he has the ambition for it. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, ever since Garp discovered Listster's overwhelming Conqueror's haki, there was this persistent sense that Listster didn't truly belong in the Navy. Perhaps, in part, it was Roger's words that continued to haunt him. A contender for Admiral. Those words made Kazan regard this 7-year-old boy with newfound seriousness. He'd originally thought that, even under Zephyr's tutelage, it would take at least a decade or two of training before someone could catch up. By then, He himself would already be an admiral. Although Kazan was only a vice admiral at present, he was very confident about being promoted to admiral. If things stayed on course, it was all but certain that he would be next in line. But since Garp spoke those words openly, it meant this kid already possessed the strength to vie for the position, possibly even rising to prominence in the same era as himself. Don't underestimate that little brat. When the time comes, he'll take everyone by storm, Garp warned. Meanwhile, after returning to the Naval Academy, Listster soon caught sight of Zephyr training the cadets. For some reason, though, Listster noticed his master seemed sterner than usual, as if he were in a bad mood. "Master, I'm back," Listster greeted Zephyr. Hearing that voice, Zephyr spun around with barely contained excitement. The moment he saw Listster standing there, safe and sound, the tension drained from his face. The cadets, who'd been suffering under Zephyr's relentless training regimen, finally breathed a sigh of relief as well. Ever since Listster had left, they'd been put through punishing drills, day in and day out. Nobody dared provoke Zephyr's wrath, but now that Listster was back, everyone could steal a brief moment of rest. "How'd it go out there this time? Did you encounter Roger?" Zephyr asked. "I did," Listster replied. At those words, Zephyr's expression grew immediately grave. "And? You're not hurt, are you?" "Don't worry, Master. I'm unharmed. We didn't clash with the Roger pirates. But there is something I need to tell you." "What is it? Speak." "I awakened Conqueror's Haki." Zephyr froze at those words. He knew that anyone in the Navy who awakened Conqueror's Haki was viewed with suspicion by the world government. It usually meant that officer would be difficult to control. "Is that true?" Zephyr's voice was suddenly stern. "Yes," Listster confirmed. "Under the pressure of Roger's Conqueror's Haki, my own awakened as well." How many people know about this?" "The people on the warship, as well as the Roger pirates, all know about it." "Is that so? That could turn out to be a bit of a problem." If only a handful were in the know, Zephyr could have ordered them to keep quiet, but with so many people aware, it was already too late to hush things up. Naturally, this piece of news soon reached the ears of Fleet Admiral Kong as well. "Old man Kong, there's something I need to report to you." Garp entered the Navy headquarters with an unusually solemn expression on his face. "What's the matter?" Noticing the rare seriousness in Garp's demeanor, Kong's own expression turned grave. "It's Listster, that kid. He possesses Conqueror's Haki." Since this was something impossible to conceal, Garp thought it best to inform Fleet Admiral Kong as soon as possible. "Is that so? I didn't expect that boy to harbor such astonishing power within him." Kong was only mildly surprised in his heart, though I suppose it makes sense. After all, from the very first time I saw him, I could see in his eyes the gleam of ambition. You just don't know how strong his Conqueror's Haki truly is. If you did, you wouldn't be so calm about it. Garp muttered this inwardly, though he chose not to voice it. After all, if Kong knew the true extent of Lister's power, no matter how much he appreciated him, he could never place his full trust in the boy. "All right, that's all I came to report. I'll take my leave now." With that, the door shut behind him with a decisive click. Garp didn't care to linger, since with his luck, he'd probably be handed a new mission the very next moment. But once Garp was gone, a shadow of worry fell over Kong's face. "Conqueror's Haki, huh? Let's hope you'll never end up a threat to the Navy." Kong sighed inwardly, haunted by a sense that turbulent times were fast approaching. Elsewhere, at the Naval Academy, Zephyr's mood was just as grim. "Try to keep your Conqueror's Haki under wraps. At the very least, avoid using it in front of the world government whenever you can." "Yes, Master." "Of course, if you ever find yourself in danger and it could save your life, don't hesitate to use it." "I understand, Master. You don't need to worry. I know my limits." "Good." When it came to Listster, Zephyr always felt reassured. In all the time he'd known the boy, Listster had never once caused trouble. Always so thoughtful and mature, as if an adult soul lived inside that child's body. "But tell me, you haven't slacked off in your training during your time at sea, have you?" Reporting to Master, "I have not." "All right, then come at me and give it a try. Don't worry, I'll pull my punches." "Yes, Master." Lister's tone was tinged with excitement. Although he knew without a shadow of a doubt that he was no match for Zephyr, the chance to spar with one of the most formidable warriors of the sea would certainly add valuable experience to his arsenal. "Hey, look, Teacher Zephyr and Listster are heading to the training ground. What are they up to? Who knows? Maybe Teacher Zephyr is going to give Listster a special lesson. After all, Listster really is his true disciple." "I don't know about that. The way they're facing off, it looks more like they're about to fight." "Now that you mention it, I get that impression too." The cadets in the training area paused to look at the two men standing opposite each other. An unmistakable tension, the prelude to battle, filled the air. Could it be that Listster made a mistake and Teacher Zephyr is going to punish him? Who can say? But let me ask you, how many moves do you think you could last against Teacher Zephyr? Honestly, not even one. At this point, No one had the heart to continue their own training. Everyone was eager to witness just what a bout between these two would look like. They all knew Listster couldn't possibly defeat Teacher Zephyr, but there was no question that Listster was currently the strongest cadet at the Naval Academy, bar none. Master, you attack first. Zephyr let out a booming laugh. Listster, are you that confident? Be careful, you might not last a single strike. Don't worry, Master. That definitely won't happen. In an instant, Zephyr's figure vanished and reappeared right before Listster. Less than a meter away, his fist already raised and driving toward Listster with tremendous force. Zulfast, Listster thought to himself, realizing that Zephyr had used shave, but at a speed far surpassing anything Listster could manage. For a blow aimed straight at his face, Listster instinctively tilted his head and narrowly dodged. Zephyr was a bit taken aback that Listster dodged a strike. With a speed like his, unless Listster could predict the move, there should have been no way to evade it. But in the next instant, Zephyr swept his hand sideways, only for Listster to suddenly crouch, deftly slipping past the second attack. Even Listster himself didn't fully understand how he did it. It was as if he instinctively knew Zephyr's next move. Of course, Listster wasn't one to sit back and take a beating. As he dropped into a crouch, he found Zephyr's abdomen exposed right before him, entirely undefended. Exploding fist. List clenched his fist and swung it straight at Zephyr. Iron Body. Zephyr reacted with astonishing speed, his body instantly turning as hard as steel. There was a resounding clang as List's fist landed on Zephyr, making it feel as though he had struck a solid block of iron. What incredible hardness, List muttered, feeling a sting in his hand. He swiftly used shave to dart out from under Zephyr's imposing shadow. He thought to himself that his own iron body technique could never reach this level of toughness. Not because Zephyr's mastery was necessarily superior, but because Zephyr's physical strength far surpassed his own by several hundredfold. Naturally, this made his iron body technique vastly more powerful. You're quite something, kid. I almost fell for your trick there. But you'll have to do more than that. Your attacks don't even register for an old man like me, Zephyr said, rubbing his abdomen, showing no sign he felt anything at all. Master, aren't you just being unfair now? If you're using iron body, then this fight is already over before it's begun. I'm not exactly enjoying being on the receiving end here, List replied with a note of helplessness in his voice. That last shock punch was his second strongest move, but it hadn't even left a mark on Zephyr. He had expected as much, but facing it was still hard to swallow. Wow, List really is remarkable. He actually managed to land a hit on Professor Zephyr, remarked a student watching from the sidelines, his tone full of amazement. Shouldn't we be more impressed with how List dodged Professor Zephyr's attacks not once, but twice? Maybe it's just that he's really good at reading people's movements, another student offered. Beyond that, they couldn't think of any other explanation. Boy, if an old man like me were hurt by your blows, then I would have handed you my spot as an admiral on the spot, Zephyr called out, a wry smile in his voice. But don't be naive. Do you really think your enemies will go easy on you just because your strengths aren't evenly matched? Use every ounce of what you've got. Show me how far you've come in these 2 months. Let's see what you're really made of. All right, if you put it that way, I'll give it my absolute best, List responded. With that, he took a deep breath, and a look of unshakable determination flared in his eyes. Seeing the resolve on List's face, Zephyr's own stern features finally softened into a satisfied smile. Get ready, Professor Zephyr, List called out. In a blink, he was right before Zephyr, both fists whipping through the air in a relentless flurry like a driving storm. Zephyr quickly raised his arms, shielding himself against the barrage, blocking List's furious assault. Although List's attacks were ferocious, Zephyr remained rooted in place, not retreating even half a step. Even with List giving it his all, the gap between their strengths was not bridged. Not bad, kid. Still, Zephyr couldn't help but offer some praise. At least among the current batch of naval cadets, not a single one had managed to fight him to such an extent. Even the 3 monsters from previous years had mainly relied on the powers of their devil fruits. But now it's my turn to strike back. With those words, a surge of force erupted from Zephyr's body. List was sent flying, and in a heartbeat, the tables had turned. The defender became the attacker. Yet faced with Zephyr's assault, List's movements flowed like water, weaving effortlessly to avoid each strike. Zephyr was surprised all over again. If, the first 2 times, List's successful dodges could be credited to luck or sharp observation, then for him to evade attack after attack now simply defied logic. In that instant, it was as if something dawned on Zephyr. He began to attack even faster, but although List could predict where the next strike would land, his body simply couldn't keep up. Taking a direct punch from Zephyr, he was sent hurtling through the air, slamming against a wall. You can hit me again and again with no effect, but all I need is a single punch. You really are a master, teacher. That punch of yours packs some power. List rubbed his chest. Without even glancing down, he knew there'd be a fist-shaped bruise left behind. After all, the force of that punch had embedded half his body in the wall. Of course, Zephyr had held back at the last moment. Otherwise, it would have been far worse than a mere mark. List might not have survived that blow at all. Kid, you want to keep going? Of course. I haven't reached my limit yet. List wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hard edge flashing in his eyes. After landing so many blows on Zephyr with no effect, and then nearly being taken out by a single punch in return, he was riled up now. Very well then, come at me. With that, List launched himself into the air with Moonstep. Tempest Kick, Wild Dance. His legs blurred as they moved rapidly, sending unpredictable, sword-like slashes careening down at Zephyr. Wow, List is incredible. He's dishing out those Tempest Kicks like there's no tomorrow. The watching Navy cadets were full of awe and admiration. Their own conditioning now allowed them to use Tempest Kick fairly often, but they simply didn't have the skill to unleash them in such rapid succession. All they could do was watch and envy. Some of the attacks struck Zephyr directly, while others landed around him, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that soon shrouded Zephyr's entire figure from view. Soon after, List stopped his assault. His chest rose and fell rapidly, making it clear that the barrage of attacks had taken a heavy toll on his stamina. Nevertheless, List's expression remained grim as he watched the smoke, certain that Zephyr wouldn't be defeated by such meager attacks. Suddenly, as if sensing something, List launched himself into the air again using Moonwalk. In that very instant, Zephyr's form appeared where List had just stood, sweeping out with a low kick, only to strike empty air. Just as I thought, Zephyr murmured to himself, watching the opponent above him. But in the next moment, Zephyr vanished once more. List looked up and, sure enough, found Zephyr now directly overhead. He could anticipate Zephyr's next move, but evading it was another matter entirely. Iron Body. List crossed his arms over his head in defense. Zephyr wasted no time, bringing his leg down in a powerful chop. List plummeted to the ground at astonishing speed, crashing down with a heavy thud. The instant he hit the ground, a spray of blood burst from his mouth. Although List had used Iron Body to guard himself, Zephyr's blow had packed formidable strength. Cough, cough. I concede, master. List had expected to lose, but not so decisively. He believed that, having mastered all 6 forms of Navy combat, he'd be able to hold out much longer. Clearly, he had overestimated himself. List, are you all right? At that moment, the other Navy cadets rushed over to help him to his feet. Teacher Zephyr, that was awfully harsh, don't you think? One of the cadets exclaimed. Humph. If I'd really wanted to be harsh, the boy would be dead. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, not to let talent breed arrogance. Without true strength, talent means nothing. Thank you, master. Hearing these words, List understood Zephyr's intention. Indeed, he'd become a little too proud recently. But who taught you observation haki? Observation haki? Zephyr's question momentarily caught List off guard. So that's how I kept predicting master's next moves? Observation haki, List thought to himself. I'm not really sure, he replied out loud. Maybe I just picked it up after seeing someone use it once. Zephyr almost choked, barely restraining himself from coughing up blood in disbelief at List's answer. Back in the day, he had endured so much hardship just to master observation haki. Yet when he looked at Listster now, the boy still seemed blissfully unaware of his own achievement. For a moment, he felt a tightness in his chest and found it hard to breathe. All right then, but now that you've already learned observation haki, my teaching duties will be much easier, he conceded. He could easily teach armament haki, but when it came to observation haki, that was a tougher challenge. Zephyr had always forced out his willpower through sheer combat. Armament haki relied on him taking the offensive, while observation haki required letting others attack him. Even though Listster had lost this match, it was still a defeat worth being proud of. Listster had the uncanny ability to instantly replicate the techniques he saw from others, but when it came to true battle experience, he had to rely on himself, steadily accumulating it over time. In this match, Zephyr had only used Shave and Iron Body out of the 6 powers, and his attacks were nothing but straightforward, rapid punches, without drawing upon any special moves. Of course, this was also largely due to Zephyr's powerful physique. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 years had passed. During that time, many notable events had occurred, the most significant being the Navy's announcement that they had captured the Pirate King, Roger, and would publicly execute him in Lowtown in the East Blue at a later date. Over these 2 years, Listter's progress had been astonishing. While he hadn't truly learned real combat techniques, he had mastered every aspect of the 6 powers, and had even come up with numerous new variations of those moves. Although Listster was still technically a student at the Naval Academy and had not yet graduated, he no longer needed classes. In fact, he had all but taken over Zephyr's responsibilities at the academy, now teaching other students the six powers himself. This led to Listster becoming the second most respected figure at the Naval Academy, surpassed only by Zephyr himself. Even though he was only 9 years old, he had already earned the admiration of everyone at the academy. After all, even some of the active officers at the academy couldn't match Listster in combat. Listster not only instructed the elite classes, but would also visit the standard classes almost every day, guiding the students there as well. He found that by teaching others, he could also review and refine his own skills, sometimes gaining new insight and exploring alternative uses for the six powers. Zephyr was deeply impressed by Listster's growth. With Listster's current strength, he could easily be awarded an officer's rank at the academy. If he had a little combat merit to his name, he'd likely be promoted to Commodore or even Rear Admiral. As for the rank of Vice Admiral, Listster was not quite there yet. But if he managed to master armament hockey, he wouldn't be far off. He hadn't neglected to ask Zephyr to teach him armament hockey, but each time Zephyr refused, saying his physique wasn't yet up to the task. So, every time he felt his body grow stronger, List would push himself relentlessly, training until he had reached the very limits of what his body could achieve. Although his efforts with armament hockey hadn't borne fruit, List had already mastered observation hockey, wielding it with ease, even though he hadn't reached the point where he could foresee the future. Since Roger was captured by the Navy, a heavy gloom had settled over headquarters, a feeling that a storm was brewing, the air thick with impending turmoil. Even List hadn't seen Zephyr in quite some time. The Admiral had been sent out on assignment. Though Zephyr had stepped back from the front lines, at such a tense moment, the Navy was desperately short-handed. After news of Roger's capture was made public, pirates around the world erupted in chaos. New, ambitious pirates suddenly emerged, and even the infamous pirates of the New World grew restless, their intentions unclear. Zephyr had been dispatched to the New World. After all, it wouldn't be fitting for a Navy admiral of his caliber to remain elsewhere. Assigning him to the first half of the Grand Line would be a waste of his strength. Though Zephyr's skills had waned a bit since his prime, even Whitebeard would have to fight him over hundreds of rounds to gain advantage. The Navy felt secure with Zephyr guarding the New World. Alongside him, the Navy's 3 monster vice admirals were also stationed there, ready to support each other at a moment's notice. The responsibility for the Naval Academy now rested squarely on List's shoulders. Meanwhile, the fighting power left at headquarters had thinned dramatically, with only Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, a handful of other vice admirals, and some ordinary Marines remaining. Not even Fleet Admiral Kong was at headquarters anymore. He had gone to Mary Geos, the Holy Land. Today, for reasons he couldn't quite name, List found his heart unsettled as he gazed at the dim sky above. "What's wrong, List?" At that moment, an elite cadet noticed the look on List's face and spoke up. "It's nothing. I just have a strange sense of unease." "You're not worrying about Instructor Zephyr, are you?" "Don't fret. With Zephyr's strength, there's no way anything could happen to him." The cadet assumed only Zephyr could elicit such a reaction from List, so he spoke with certainty. "I hope you're right." List knew, though, that it wasn't Zephyr causing this feeling. In the original story, nothing like this had been mentioned, so Zephyr shouldn't be in any danger for now. The only thing List needed to keep in mind about Zephyr was this. In one of the Academy's future examinations, he had to save Zephyr. He must not let that tragic event from the original story happen again. After all, Zephyr's nickname was Black Arm. His arm was his mightiest weapon. Imagine the depth of Zephyr's despair at the moment his arm was severed. Fortunately, that incident was still years away. Although List didn't know the exact timeline, all he needed to do was pay attention to whether there was an individual named Ein within the Academy. At that moment, Chen Yifan's observation hockey suddenly sensed something. He looked up at the sky, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, finally realizing what had given him such an ominous feeling. During this era, right here at Marine Headquarters, a battle would soon break out, a war so fierce it would nearly obliterate half of Marineford. "List, what's wrong?" A nearby cadet, noticing List's look of terror, asked in confusion. But as the student sensed a shadow looming overhead and looked up, he went rigid with shock. "What is that? Is that an island?" The cadet stammered, swallowing hard, his disbelief plain. "That's right. Quickly, get all the cadets from the Naval Academy to safety. A fierce battle is about to erupt here." List snapped back to his senses, immediately giving orders. Then, it came back to him. This was the day Golden Lion Shiki stormed Marine Headquarters single-handedly, only to be subdued by Garp and Sengoku together. Still, even though he was defeated, the losses at Marineford were heavy. After all, with an island about to fall from the sky, not even Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Sengoku could protect everyone at headquarters. No one could be sure if Shiki had prepared only this one floating island. Now, Everyone at Marine headquarters had noticed the island overhead. The entire base instantly plunged into panic. After all, not everyone here was a Marine. There were also families of naval officers. Even the elite soldiers couldn't help but panic at the sight of an island suspended above their heads. There's only one person capable of something like this, isn't there? At this moment, Garp gazed grimly at the island in the sky. Handling a mass so colossal would be tricky even for him. Yes, Golden Lion, Shiki. I never imagined that man would have the nerve to storm Marine headquarters all by himself. Standing beside Garp, Sengoku wore a grave expression as well. His observation haki had already detected it. On that flying island, there was only one presence, the Golden Lion, Shiki. If this battle were taking place elsewhere, the two of them wouldn't look nearly as tense. But this was Marine headquarters. They didn't dare use their full strength. After all, if the three of them truly unleashed everything in the center of Marine headquarters, there wouldn't be much left of the place once the dust settled. It's coming. Everyone could feel the island plummeting rapidly. At this speed, if it crashed into Marine headquarters, the entire base would be leveled. Right now, the alarm sirens of Marine headquarters had been blaring for quite some time. Even those who'd been taking their midday naps had woken up and rushed to evacuate. Carp, let's do this together. Right? Carp flew upward without hesitation, raising his iron fist, now clad in a powerful coating of armament haki, and smashed it directly toward the oncoming island. Sengoku, too, called upon the power of his devil fruit, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha. Light blazed from his body as he hurled a concussive wave straight at the island. That's Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Carp. Nearly everyone in Marine headquarters found their eyes irresistibly drawn to those two. Sengoku's golden Buddha form was especially hard to miss. What's that over there? Listster naturally witnessed it all as well, but it seemed he wasn't able to glean much from what he saw. Could it be the distance is too great? Listster considered this. The Naval Academy was situated in the districts where regular staff lived, while the iconic headquarters building stood at the very front. So while he could just make out the two figures, he was too far away to see the specifics of their attacks. That meant he wasn't able to replicate Carp and Sengoku's techniques this time. So to copy someone's skills, I need to witness them up close. It dawned on Listster. This was a shortcoming of his ability to copy skills. In an instant, the combined might of their attacks broke the island apart. Shattered pieces rained across Marine headquarters, and though damage was inevitable, it was far less disastrous than if the entire island had come down at once. But one especially massive chunk hurtled straight toward the Naval Academy. If it landed as it was, very few at the Academy would survive. This is bad. Sengoku and Carp both saw the huge fragment barreling down, but it was already too late for them to intervene. Yet, under their anxious gaze, a lone figure was racing toward the falling debris at breakneck speed. Wait, that's Listster. In that moment, both recognized exactly who it was. For nearly 2 years, Listster had hardly set foot outside the Naval Academy, and in that same period, they hadn't seen him at all. Yet, the moment he reappeared, they recognized him instantly. Listster raised his fist and struck out at the massive slab of stone before him. Steel body, crushing fist. It was a technique Listster had mastered, combining the defensive power of steel body with the explosive force of crushing fist to make his punches almost unimaginably hard and powerful. Normally, when using steel body, it was impossible to move, let alone throw a punch. But Listster had found a way. By accelerating the flow of blood through his body, he'd overcome this limitation. Even those who understood the theory could rarely pull it off. With a thunderous blow, the enormous chunk of shattered island exploded beneath Listter's fist, scattering rubble. Most of it crashed down within the grounds of the Naval Academy. Yet miraculously, no students were harmed. Well done, Listster. Even knowing Listster couldn't hear him, Garp shouted with pride. No wonder none of the current cadets are famous. I see now they never lived long enough to make a name for themselves, getting caught in this disaster. Had Listster not been at the Naval Academy, there truly might have been few survivors among the students. Thank you, Listster. I never imagined your strength had reached such heights. The gratitude poured in from all quarters, students and teachers alike. To teach at the Naval Academy meant their own strength was unremarkable. Faced with the giant stone fragments, none of them could have handled the threat themselves. No need for thanks. Find a safe place to hide quickly. Right. And be careful, Listster. The Golden Lion is a deadly adversary. They exchanged a glance and instantly knew what Listster intended. Yet, none of them tried to stop him. Or perhaps they realized they couldn't. No one among them could hope to withstand even a single blow from Listster. All they could do was hope that Vice Admiral Garp and Fleet Admiral Sengoku could keep him safe. I know. Thank you. With that, Listster unleashed his observation haki, homing in directly toward the Golden Lion's location. Ha ha! Sengoku Garp, how do you like my little welcoming gift? Shiki, the Golden Lion, landed before the two admirals and burst out laughing, thoroughly pleased with his handiwork. Shiki, you bastard! Sengoku gritted his teeth, veins standing out angrily on his forehead and arms. The Golden Lion emerged from the New World, and yet not a single word of his movements had reached them. This could only mean he had flown all the way here using the power of his float fruit, soaring right past Zephyr's forces without so much as a trace. Today, I swear I'll keep you here at Marine headquarters, came the stern declaration. Ha ha! If you think you're up to it, then just try me, Sengoku, the Golden Lion replied, his laughter rolling like thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, the ordinary Marines charged straight at him. After all, he landed smack in the middle of their ranks, and, as Marines, even knowing they stood little chance, they had no choice but to fight. That greeting gift from the Golden Lion had already ignited their fury. Each of them had family living at headquarters, and none knew whether their loved ones had been caught in the chaos or were gravely injured. You pathetic ants. Are you looking for death? The Golden Lion's expression twisted in anger as he looked down at the ordinary Marines. Wave slash. Once more, the Golden Lion soared into the air and unleashed a tremendous blade of sword energy toward the ground. As it swept across, the earth split like tofu, offering little to no resistance, let alone the fragile bodies of men. Golden Lion, your opponent is me. Suddenly, Garp met the slash head-on. With a single punch, he shattered the sweeping sword energy. A faint scratch appeared on his fist, so minor it was barely worth mentioning. Ha ha! Come on, Garp. After all these years apart, let me see just how much your strength has waned. Lion's roar, earth coil. With a mere touch, the Golden Lion sent the very ground roiling upward. The earth twisted into a monstrous lion's head, which surged toward Garp. There was no room to dodge. If he moved aside, the great buildings of Marine headquarters would be pulverized, surely claiming innocent lives within. Yet Garp didn't flinch. Attacks like this couldn't harm him in the least. His fist once again blazed with armament hockey. Stepping forward, he struck the charging lion's head with crushing force, shattering it to pieces. Shiki, tricks like those are worthless against me. Why don't you show me your real skill? Despite the float fruit's formidable powers, the Golden Lion's true strength lay in his swordsmanship. The devil fruit was but a tool, an aid, not a true augmentation of his might. Ha ha! Garp, so you still got it? In that case, I won't be holding back. With those words, the Golden Lion drew his twin swords and charged at Garp. Sword energy at the level of the world's greatest swordsman blazed from his blades, crashing toward Garp in a wild, relentless torrent. Yet when confronted with the oncoming waves of sword energy, Garp shattered each one with a single punch. It all looked quite effortless, almost casual, but by now Garp's fists were streaked with blood. After all, he was facing sword energy at the level of a master swordsman. Even for Garp, such blows couldn't be taken without consequence. 1 or 2 blasts he could fend off unscathed, but when faced with 10, 20 at a time, not even his armament hockey could shield him from every cut. Still, for Garp, the damage was of little consequence. Having dispersed the deadly sword waves, he didn't slow for a moment. His massive fist aimed straight at the Golden Lion's face. But Golden Lion reacted swiftly, crossing his twin blades just in time to block the blow. Ha ha, Garp, you really are a madhound, roared Golden Lion. This was the first time he met anyone who could smash through all his sword waves. Even Roger, when faced with more than 20 attacks, had to dodge. Garp, though, took them head-on. I might be crazy, but not as crazy as you, Golden Lion, charging into Navy headquarters all on your own. Looks like that ship stuck in your head rattled your brains loose, Garp retorted. Garp, are you looking for death? Golden Lion roared, instantly infuriated. The jagged wreck above his head was his lifelong shame. Before calamity, even the mightiest strength was powerless. Just then, both fighters felt a sudden shadow looming overhead. That shape above them could belong to only one man, Sengoku. At that moment, Sengoku had transformed into his Buddha form, raising one massive palm, ready to strike at Golden Lion. Garp immediately sprang back. Sengoku's attacks were rarely limited to a single target, and Garp had no desire to get caught in the crossfire. Even a single hit from Sengoku would not be easy to bear. Golden Lion, too, tried to retreat, but Sengoku had no intention of letting him go. Golden Lion was his target after all. No matter where Golden Lion dodged, as long as he was within range, he had no hope of escaping unscathed. Sengoku's palm unleashed a shockwave that enveloped Golden Lion in its crushing force. From the outside, there was no visible injury, but inside, his organs took a devastating blow. This was why Garp never wanted to take a direct hit from Sengoku. He'd have to reinforce his insides with armament hockey just to withstand it. No matter how resilient your defense on the surface, it meant nothing in the face of Sengoku's shockwave. Caught in the blast, Golden Lion coughed up a stream of blood, his cigar spinning from his mouth and clattering away. Despite enduring the attacks, the Golden Lion was also exerting control over his own body, forcing himself to break free from the shockwave's range. Sengoku, you sly old dog. Ganging up on me. 2 against 1. Shiki, there's no need for honor when dealing with a despicable pirate like you, Sengoku replied coolly. The Golden Lion had come alone to the Navy headquarters. If he were allowed to wreak havoc and then walk away unscathed, it would utterly disgrace the Marines. So, no matter what it took, they absolutely could not let the Golden Lion escape. Sengoku, you're just as devious as ever. Fine, the 2 of you can attack together. I'm not afraid of either of you, the Golden Lion shouted. In the next instant, the aura of a true great swordsman burst forth from the Golden Lion, radiating from his very being. Are you getting serious now? Very well. Today, the flying pirates will meet their end here, Sengoku declared. The flying pirates' strength depended entirely on the Golden Lion. Without him, they were nothing but a rabble, hardly worth mentioning. The Golden Lion was stubborn and quick-tempered. If he had made up his mind to flee, the Marines would have found it nearly impossible to stop him. But if he chose to stand and fight to the end, they were confident they could defeat him. Meanwhile, Listster, now approaching the battlefield, felt the intensity of that formidable aura. That sword aura, is it the Golden Lion? He wondered. Over the past 2 years, Listster hadn't neglected his own swordsmanship training. While Zephyr himself was not a master swordsman, he'd once had a student who was a man who had now become a Marine vice admiral. Whenever he had time, that man would stop by to teach Listster, though it was mainly to help him build a solid foundation. Still, the man was just a swordsman, and while impressive within the Navy, there remained a vast gulf between a swordsman and a great swordsman. Sensing the overwhelming presence of a true great swordsman now, even at a distance from the battlefield, sent a chill down Lister's spine. His hands trembled, not from fear but from excitement. Every move of a great swordsman was imbued with their own profound understanding of the sword. I'm almost there, Listster murmured. Feeling the looming intensity of the battle, Listster quickened his pace. He knew he might not be of much help in a clash of such titans, but just witnessing this fight up close would be more than enough. In Lister's observation hockey, Sengoku's shining Buddha form, Garp's overwhelming fighting spirit, and the fierce sword aura of the Golden Lion stood out in stark contrast, like 3 beacons piercing the darkness, impossible to miss. Very soon, Listster arrived at the edge of the battlefield. The moment he saw the 3 figures locked in combat, it felt as though his head was about to burst, as if a surge of countless things were being forcibly crammed into his mind and body all at once. The main reason Listster had come here was to obtain the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, the power of the float fruit, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's human fruit in Buddha form, and Garp's armament hockey. Yet in that instant, he suddenly acquired all these formidable abilities at once. This abrupt change left his body wholly unprepared, as though it might explode from within. What is going on? He muttered, his mind reeling, either overwhelmed by the sudden flood of knowledge or for some other reason he couldn't yet grasp. Whatever the cause, Listster couldn't quite put his finger on it for now, but he was certain it wasn't due to armament hockey or the Golden Lion's Grandmaster-level swordsmanship. Then, in a flash, he witnessed Sengoku unleashing shockwaves, and the Golden Lion wielding the power of the float fruit. At the same time, he sensed an odd energy inside him, like 3 forces colliding in his body. At that moment, clarity struck. It must be due to the devil fruit's powers, mustn't it? There was simply no other possible explanation. The 3 energies within him must be those of the wood fruit, the float fruit, and the human fruit. Damn it, I've been careless. Listster gritted his teeth, the pain making it almost unbearable. He'd overestimated himself and forgotten all about the side effects of the devil fruits. Ordinary people in their lifetimes could consume only a single devil fruit. Only those with bizarre constitutions like Blackbeard could survive swallowing a second. Listster, while he hadn't actually eaten any devil fruit, now possessed the powers of 3. Legend had it that every devil fruit housed a demon, one that granted the fruit's user their powers. When 2 devil fruits mixed within the same person, the demons would clash, dragging their host down with them in mutual destruction. In Listter's case, he had essentially copied the abilities of the fruit's demons. Though there were no actual demons inside him waging war, the energies were nevertheless in violent conflict. This is truly bad news, Listster sighed. He once harbored an idealistic fantasy, to collect the power of every devil fruit. But now, it was clear, such a dream could never come true. At last, though it was impossible to tell how much time had passed, Wrist felt as though ages had slipped by, even though the clash among the three had lasted only a handful of moves in his sight. Moments earlier, his whole body had felt as if it were being bitten relentlessly by countless insects. Though the chaotic forces of the three devil fruits within him had slowly begun to quiet down, Wrist could sense that this was just a temporary calm. If something were to provoke them, they would surely erupt in turmoil again. The only way to quell such chaos, he realized, was to harness his own strength to tame them. And by strength, he meant not just physical power, but also sheer force of will. One needed the resolve and constitution tough enough to suppress any force within. The battle among the three was growing ever fiercer. Under the combined might of Garp and Sengoku, Golden Lion had already been beaten to the point of blood streaming down his face. At the same time, Garp and Sengoku themselves looked battered and ragged. Though there wasn't much difference in the strength of the three, even a 2-against-1 fight could not be wrapped up quickly or easily. Garp's clothes were torn to shreds, his body marked everywhere with sword cuts, while the golden radiance of Sengoku's Buddha form was starting to dim, a form that demanded enormous stamina. By now, all three of them were visibly weary, both in body and spirit. Wrist had been watching from the sidelines for quite some time, and yet, remarkably, none of these world-class powers seemed to have noticed his presence at all. Ha ha! What a thrill! But tell me, how could you pathetic Navy dogs possibly have captured Roger? Golden Lion laughed, breathless from the fight, his face split by a smile. Yet as he continued, his expression shifted. Unmistakable fury contorted his features. Garp and Sengoku's faces darkened at his words. They knew well that Roger was never captured by them. He had turned himself in. But they couldn't let the world know this truth. Claiming his capture was the only way for the Navy to uphold its reputation and power. Roger is one of the very few men I ever acknowledged. How could he have been caught by a bunch of hopeless weaklings like you? Shiki, soon enough you'll be joining Roger in Impelled Down. Sengoku's tone was grave, simmering with anger. Standing at his side, Garp said nothing, but from his eyes it was clear. He would never let Golden Lion escape. If I wanted to walk away, no one could stop me. Hearing this, Sengoku's expression instantly changed. It was true, as Golden Lion said. With the power of the float fruit, he could come and go as he pleased, almost anywhere. Golden Lion, are you thinking of running away on the battlefield? Carp's body tensed up as well. The moment Golden Lion made any move to leave, Carp would act instantly to stop him. This isn't what you'd call fleeing from the battlefield, Golden Lion declared. This is what I call a strategic withdrawal. Of course, Golden Lion wasn't a fool. The reason he had come alone to Navy headquarters was because the news of Roger's capture had muddled his mind with anger. He had come seeking revenge for Roger. Never in his wildest dreams had he thought his luck would turn out so well before coming. With the exception of Sengoku and Carp, all the other naval powerhouses were absent. But having just been hammered several times by Carp and then battered by a few shockwaves from Sengoku, Golden Lion had taken enough of a beating to finally regain his composure. His seething fury had been spent entirely. Shiki, I'll never let you get away. With those words, Carp lunged forward. Give it up, Carp. You'll never catch me. Shiki called out, instantly soaring into the sky at flying height. Damn it, Carp could use Moonwalk to pursue him, but there was no way he could move as swiftly as Golden Lion. We miscalculated. Even Sengoku hadn't expected that Golden Lion would actually attempt to escape. But just as Sengoku and Carp lost hope, a beam of golden light shot out and landed right above Golden Lion's head. Both Sengoku and Carp's faces lit up with joy, while Listster, watching from the sidelines, suddenly turned pale. Wasn't it always said that Carp and Sengoku were the ones who subdued Golden Lion in this battle? No one ever mentioned that Kizaru would join in at the very end. Kizaru, you bastard. That was Lister's final thought before slipping into unconsciousness. The surge of this new power triggered the other three forces within his body, setting them raging once again after having finally calmed. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? That Johnny line suddenly rang in Golden Lion's ears. It was undeniably cocky, but for some reason, Shiki found it almost sleazy. He, of course, had noticed the golden light shining overhead, but it was far too late to dodge. No matter how fast he was, he could never match Kizaru's speed. You damn monkey. Before he could finish, Golden Lion caught a fierce kick from Kizaru and was sent flying right to Carp and Sengoku's feet. Suddenly finding himself shrouded by two looming figures, a wave of panic surged in Golden Lion's heart. The golden light descended quickly and took the shape of a man behind him, turning the three men into a triangle that trapped Golden Lion at its center. Now that Kizaru had joined them, Golden Lion's escape was utterly impossible. If anyone in the world deserved the title of fastest, it would be Kizaru. What a brutal battle indeed. Glancing at the Navy bodies strewn across the ground and the Marine headquarters, now nearly half destroyed, the frivolity faded from Borsellino's face, replaced by solemnity. He hadn't expected that even with both Garp and Sengoku taking action together, they still couldn't bring down the Golden Lion. If he hadn't returned in time, the Golden Lion would have slipped away. All right, Borsellino, stand by and hold the line. If the Golden Lion tries to escape, that's when you move in. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. In a way, this was a show of respect to the Golden Lion, allowing him to be captured by his peers without intervention from the younger generation. So now it seems there's no escape for me. Very well, Sengoku, Garp, let's settle this to the bitter end. Come on, Golden Lion, I'll turn you into a dead lion with these iron fists of mine. Golden Lion, it's time for you to go to Impel Down and reflect on your sins. The three attacked in unison. The shockwaves from their battle even left Kizaru deeply astonished. Though he believed he was now nearly as strong as the admirals, facing all three head-on, he knew he wouldn't last more than a few rounds. His main advantage came from his devil fruit ability. With it, he could hold his own in almost any fight, always keeping himself in a position where defeat was unlikely. Meanwhile, Listster was lying on the ground, his face twisted in pain. Without the demon's consciousness to guide its power, the demonic energy inside him had spiraled completely out of control. 4 different energies clashed and surged violently within Listter's body. Suddenly, Borsellino's gaze was drawn toward Listter's direction, where a pulsating golden light flickered in and out of existence. What on earth is that? Driven by intense curiosity, Borsellino strode straight over to Listster. For a moment, he was utterly stunned by the scene before his eyes. Listter's body was radiating shimmering points of light one moment, glowing a brilliant gold the next, then abruptly transforming into wood, while the ruins he was sprawled on suddenly started to rise and float. You gotta be kidding. Even for someone like him, the shock was almost overwhelming. Those motes of light emanating from Listster, he recognized them instantly. That's exactly what happened when he turned into his elemental form. Then there was the body parts turning golden, swelling as if about to become gigantic, exuding a holy aura. He glanced over at Admiral Sengoku, who was still engaged in combat, and realized the gold seemed just like a piece fallen straight from Sengoku himself. As for the debris floating around Listster, Borsellino glanced back again. Wasn't that the Golden Lion's ability, the power to overturn the very earth? The more he looked, the more certain he became. Although he didn't know whose power it was that could turn a body to wood, it was obvious that this, too, was a devil fruit ability. What kind of monster is this? Looking at Listster collapsed on the ground in his Marine cadet uniform, Borsellino truly had no words for the scene before him. Still, how to deal with Listster now was no longer a decision for him to make. This matter had to be handed over to Admiral Sengoku. If one were to call Borsellino a monster, then this Listster was a super monster. Before long, the battle between Sengoku, Garp, and the Golden Lion had come to an end. The Golden Lion now lay powerless on the ground. Sengoku had also reverted from his great Buddha form, cold sweat beading on his brow, while Garp stood nearby, panting heavily. This time I've lost, the Golden Lion bit out through gritted teeth, but next time we meet, Garp Sengoku, I swear I'll bring this world under my heel. You won't get the chance again. From now on, you'll spend the rest of your days in Impel Down, Sengoku replied firmly. Although the Golden Lion had not yet been shackled with sea-stone cuffs, none of them worried in the slightest about him escaping. First, the Golden Lion had exhausted all his devil fruit abilities. Second, with Borsellino here, there was certainly no way for the Golden Lion to get away. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, I found an interesting kid, Borsellino suddenly called out to the two of them. Oh, what could possibly catch your interest? Sengoku asked, his eyes narrowing. Though Borsellino was known for his laziness, his strength and judgment were above question. If he thought something was interesting, then perhaps it could pique their interest as well. Borsellino was about to bring Listster over to Sengoku and Garp when, just as he reached out to touch him, a powerful surge of energy burst from Listter's body. Off guard, Borsellino was blasted straight away by the force. He crashed heavily into the rubble not far off. Garp and Sengoku both stared in shock at the scene before them, even the Golden Lion watching with interest. A figure shot into the air, eyes tightly shut, as if moving without any conscious will. Isn't that Listster? Garp recognized him instantly. He had always thought Listster was guarding the residential quarters, never imagining he'd show up here on the battlefield. But what's up with this state? Sengoku asked warily, his face grave. Right now, he could sense a flicker of real danger coming from Listster. Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, be careful. This kid seems to have 4 different devil fruit powers, Borsellino warned, voice tense. What? Hearing Borsellino's words, Sengoku, Garp, and the Golden Lion were all struck with shock at the same moment. After all, they had always believed that a person could only consume one devil fruit. 4 different devil fruits. This was something they had never even imagined, much less witnessed. You're not joking, are you, Borsalino? Sengoku asked with a grave expression. If what Borsalino said was true, then it was truly terrifying. Such a fact could turn the entire world upside down. I'm not. I saw it with my own eyes, unless I was seeing things at the time. Seeing the serious look on Borsalino's face, Sengoku knew he wasn't lying. Just then, Listster raised a single index finger towards them. A point of light gathered on his fingertip, growing ever brighter and more dazzling. What's this? Borsalino's eyes widened in surprise. He had just witnessed this himself. Part of Listter's body had transformed, adopting the exact same elemental properties as his own glint-glint fruit ability. Borsalino, isn't that your technique? Even Garp, who was often slow on the uptake, realized what was happening. Ha! Who would have thought that the Navy had such an entertaining youngster among its ranks? The Golden Lion, sprawled on the ground, burst out laughing. He had assumed that the battle would end with his defeat, but now it seemed that a whole new war was about to begin. Borsalino then mimicked Listster, adopting the exact same stance for his own technique. Laser. With that, the yellow monkey unleashed a laser beam. The 2 rays collided head-on, triggering a brilliant explosion. Astonishingly, the destructive power of both attacks was almost identical. Could it be that there are 2 glint-glint fruits? Garp said in disbelief. How could that be, Garp? Now's not the time to discuss this. What matters now is stopping Listster. Leave it to me. I've been wanting to see for myself just what sort of changes Listster has undergone in these past 2 years. Be careful, Garp. I sense something's not quite right with Listster. I know. I can see it, too. With that, Garp rushed toward Listster, who, sensing the danger, responded in kind. His entire body radiated a golden glow, growing several times in size until he took on the form of a great Buddha. That's my ability, isn't it? This time, Sengoku was utterly astonished. If someone had a power similar to the glint-glint fruit, Sengoku could accept it. There were devil fruits with comparable abilities. But to turn into a giant Buddha? That was his power, and his alone. Although the great Buddha form that Listster transformed into was slightly smaller than Sengoku's, it was unquestionably the power of his own devil fruit. Ha! Sengoku, who would have thought that your ability would be stolen by a youngster? Lying flat on the ground, Golden Lion burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly delighted with the turn of events. After all, witnessing a scene like this made his hardships worth it. But just as he reveled in his amusement, Golden Lion noticed Borsalino watching from the side, his eyes reflecting a look of pity. You damn monkey, what's that look supposed to mean? Of all his enemies, Golden Lion now hated Borsalino even more than Sengoku and Garp. After all, if not for Borsalino, he might have already escaped by now. Wait, could it be that kid too? You'll see for yourself in a moment. Though Garp was momentarily stunned by the towering Buddha in front of him, his grip only tightened, his strength growing fiercer. Meanwhile, Listster, now in his Buddha form, extended his palm and unleashed a powerful shockwave. Garp's iron fist collided head-on with Listter's shockwave, energy surging in all directions. But before long, Listster was knocked skyward, his transformation fading as he tumbled back. So he can turn into a great Buddha, but he doesn't have my level of power, does he? With just a glance, Sengoku sized up the situation, quickly deducing Listter's limitations. Listster crashed onto the broken earth, then immediately used the power of the float fruit to lift the shattered ground beneath him, sending it hurtling through the air. Wait, isn't that my own ability? How could that brat be using my power now? Golden Lion had barely finished mocking the others, only to find himself the next target of ridicule. Well played, kid. As the huge mass of earth barreled toward him, Garp grinned broadly. His fists glowed with the black sheen of armament hockey. Gathering strength, he smashed the flying landscape into dust and splinters with a single mighty blow. Borsalino, care to lend a hand? Sengoku could now see it clearly. Although Listster had mastered several devil fruit abilities, he couldn't harness their full potential. Perhaps it was his physical condition that limited him. How very true. Borsalino could also tell that Vice Admiral Garp, on his own, could defeat Listster, though it might take a bit more time and energy. Though Borsalino grumbled under his breath, his body shot into the sky, morphing instantly into a dazzling point of light. Yasukani no Magatama. Suddenly, countless radiant light bullets streamed from his body, arcing swiftly toward Listter's position. A massive cloud of dust blanketed the entire scene, obscuring everything from view. But when the haze at last dispersed, everyone was astonished to find Listster standing there, completely unscathed. Elemental transformation. Is it? Such an expansive attack. Borsalino was sure that several of his light projectiles must have hit Listster. Yet now, the opponent didn't have a single scratch on him. There could only be one explanation. He had elementalized his body. This truly is troublesome. Seeing that Borsalino's offensive had no effect, Sengoku couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. As expected, it all comes down to the old man. With that, Garp once again lunged toward Listster. But Listster simply extended his arm, which turned instantly into wood and shot out, quickly stretching to strike Garp and send him flying. What kind of power is this now? Catching Garp off guard, Listter's ability landed squarely. Garp hadn't expected that, aside from the float fruit, the glint fruit, and the human fruit, Listster could wield yet another power. He had completely forgotten about the 4 devil fruit abilities Borsalino had mentioned before the battle began. Next, Listster plunged his hand deep into the earth. Everyone could sense something stirring beneath the ground. It's coming up. In an instant, colossal trees burst forth from the soil. Garp and Kizaru, still able to fight, managed a little better, but Sengoku, exhausted, and Golden Lion, unable to move, were far less fortunate. They were launched into the air by the erupting trees, only to be trapped as thick branches wrapped around them. This is bad. These trees are draining my strength. Sengoku instantly felt what little energy he had left being siphoned away by the trees. Golden Lion was even worse off, completely drained. What the trees drank from him now was his very life force. Blasted brat. Golden Lion desperately wanted to break free, but his strength had already been thoroughly sapped. He simply couldn't muster the energy to escape the tree's grasp. Garp, finish this quickly. Don't hold back. Understood. Garp realized just how dire the situation had become. My apologies, Listster. In a flash, Garp used Soru to appear above Listter's head. Listster, attempting to escape by elementalizing, was cut off mid-transformation by Garp's fist crashing down on his head, slamming his body straight into the ground. Witnessing this, Borsalino instinctively touched his own head, almost feeling as if he were the one being hit. This time, Listster toppled over honorably, completely defeated. Seeing Listster motionless on the ground, Sengoku and Golden Lion both let out a breath of relief, as the trees binding them finally stopped draining their strength and life. With Borsalino's help, Sengoku was soon rescued, but Golden Lion remained tangled in the tree branches. Golden Lion glared furiously at Borsalino, silently pleading for help, but Borsalino pretended not to notice his gaze. If the Golden Lion still had the strength to curse, he would have already unleashed a barrage of insults reaching back 18 generations of Borsalino's ancestors. But Fleet Admiral Sengoku, how are we supposed to report this to the higher-ups? Glancing at the chaotic scene around them, Borsalino posed the question. Just say that all of this was caused by the Golden Lion. At Sengoku's words, the Golden Lion instantly turned his furious gaze upon him. Sengoku, you old bastard, how can you slander people like that? Suppressing his anger, the Golden Lion forced those words out. Granted, he had indeed caused considerable damage to Marine headquarters himself, but everything that happened after had nothing to do with him. He was merely a bystander. So how could they pin all the blame on him? But Sengoku only threw him a cold glance and said nothing more. Thankfully, there were no other Marines in the area. Apart from a few of them, no one had witnessed Listter's astonishing display of power. But what should we do with all these trees? I don't think any of us can conjure up so many of them, right? Earlier, the technique Listster unleashed had summoned an entire miniature forest out of nowhere. Leave that to you, Borsalino. I trust you can handle it. This really is a pain. If Sakazuki were here, things would be much easier. One mighty burst of flame, and every last tree would be obliterated without a trace. But with Sakazuki absent, Borsalino would have to deal with the problem using a wide-reaching attack. Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru soared back up into the air. Countless blazing bolts of light rained down upon the patch of newly grown forest, one after another. Each blast that struck earth or tree alike burst with enough power to erase all evidence the trees had ever existed. You damn monkey! I'm still down here, you know. The Golden Lion shouted at once. What little strength he had managed to recover was now completely spent all over again. At last, Borsalino's barrage came to an end. The trees on the ground had all vanished, while the Golden Lion's wounds were now even more severe. But what about this kid? Borsalino pointed at Listster, who'd collapsed and was now lying motionless. At his question, both Garp and Sengoku's faces grew serious in unison. They were already well aware of how extraordinary Listster was, for devil fruit powers, each one formidable. Sengoku, if anything happens to Listster, Zephyr will come after us with everything he's got. Garp spoke gravely. The matter of what to do with Listster had to be handled with the utmost care. If Listster were just an ordinary naval cadet, they wouldn't be so conflicted. They might very well have simply eliminated him. given how dangerous Listster really is, especially if he cannot be made to serve their interests in the future. But now, he is Zephyr's disciple. In fact, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call him Zephyr's adopted son. Understand. For now, let's keep this matter to ourselves. Tell no one except Fleet Admiral Kong and Zephyr. Do we really have to tell the old man Kong too? Garp clearly didn't want to inform Fleet Admiral Kong, because no one could predict how Kong would respond. Don't forget, Garp, we are Marines. The Fleet Admiral has the right to know everything that goes on within the Navy. Besides, I believe he will surely make the best decision possible, Sengoku said, his expression grave. He naturally understood what was on Garp's mind. Garp feared that Kong might pass the information about Listster up to the world government, and knowing those people, no matter how loyal Listster might be to the Navy, given his dangerous potential, he would still be seen as someone to eliminate, precisely because his future could be so terrifying. All right, you're the Admiral. What you say goes. I'm just a lowly Vice Admiral. I wouldn't dare contradict you. Garp replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Meanwhile, Borsalino just stood to the side, picking at his ear, acting as though none of this concerned him. Since I'm going to clean up the battlefield, Garp. As for Listster, I'll leave it to you to personally escort him to the infirmary, Sengoku ordered. I got it. With that, Garp walked over to Listster, who was lying on the ground. Even someone as straightforward as Garp found himself lost in thought for a moment. Listster, just what secrets are you still hiding? The moment Garp first laid eyes on Listster, he had sensed there was something different about him. Listster had claimed to admire Garp to his face, but Garp's observation haki had told him otherwise. While he couldn't literally hear Lister's thoughts, he was more than capable of detecting a lie. Shortly after, the rest of the Marines arrived. When they saw the devastation on the battlefield, shock ran through each of them. It didn't look like the aftermath of a great battle, but more like a powerful earthquake had swept through. Admiral Sengoku, one of the Marines called out, saluting the bare-chested Sengoku, who sat amid the ruins. Shackle Golden Lion with sea-stone cuffs. Don't let him escape. In a bit, have Vice Admiral Borsalino personally escort him to impel down, Sengoku commanded. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, the Marines responded at once. Having just returned, Borsalino couldn't help but look a little put out. After all, he was paid a Vice Admiral salary, but was forever doing Admiral-level work. Huh, someone like Golden Lion. That's the kind of prisoner an Admiral should be escorting, not a Vice Admiral like me, he thought ruefully. Should I suggest a pay raise to the higher-ups? Polyasolino couldn't help but think to himself. Guarding the New World recently had been quite taxing, after all. Still, he had to admit, this period had done wonders for his reputation. By now, almost every pirate across the globe knew that the Navy boasted 3 monster-class Logia Vice Admirals. That reputation alone had done much to bolster the Navy's authority among the public. It also made many pirates tremble at the mention of their names. Before long, Marshal Kong returned as well. After all, Mariejo wasn't far from Navy headquarters, but by the time he arrived, the battle had already concluded. Surveying the devastated Navy headquarters, Kong's face clouded over with a heavy gloom. Sengoku, how many soldiers did the Navy lose this time? Most of them are these ones present, and a few more in the residential districts, though their numbers shouldn't be large. Very well, as long as the losses are limited. That Golden Lion is outrageously bold. Have Zephyr return from the New World. Let's not risk another incident like this. Yes, Marshal. With Kuzan and Sakazuki stationed in the New World now, as long as they didn't provoke monsters like Whitebeard, nothing too unexpected should happen. After taking a day to recover, Sengoku made his way to the Marshal's office. At that moment, Kong was busy handling the aftermath of the Golden Lion's attack. The Golden Lion had single-handedly descended upon Navy headquarters, dealing a severe blow to the Navy's prestige. Fortunately, he was now locked away and impelled down. Marshal Kong, I believe there's something I need to report to you. Go ahead. Seeing the grave look on Sengoku's face, Kong immediately realized this probably wasn't a trivial matter. It's about List. List? Zephyr's student, you mean? Kong thought for a moment and finally recalled who List was. After all, it had been nearly 2 years since he'd heard anything about him. Yes, List currently possesses the powers of 4 different devil fruits. What? Sengoku's words left Kong so stunned that he shot up from his chair. Are you sure? I'm certain. I saw it with my own eyes, and both Garp and Polyasolino were present as well. Give me the full story. Yes, sir. With that, Sengoku recounted the events of the previous day in full detail. Once he finished, Kong fell silent for a long while. After hearing everything, his first instinct was to have List quietly eliminated. However, if they dealt with List in secret, it could fracture the Navy from within, starting with Zephyr. At present, nearly all of the Navy's commanding officers, and a good portion of the Commodores and Rear Admirals, were Zephyr's protégés. If they really fell out with Zephyr, It would definitely lead to discord within the Navy, perhaps even spark a much larger conflict. Moreover, this is a sensitive time. The Pirate King Roger is about to face execution. Now more than ever, the Navy can't afford any internal problems. Sengoku, what do you think? I believe this is something that should stay between the two of us. Sengoku responded with utmost seriousness. It was an answer he'd mulled over for a long time the night before. Are you certain Listster won't do anything to harm the Navy, or even the world government in the end? Sengoku's words made it clear. He wanted the Navy to protect Listster. After all, if those people in the world government got hold of Listter's secrets, he wouldn't stand a chance. I can't be absolutely certain, but I trust Zephyr. I believe he'll guide Listster and help him develop the right sense of what it means to be in the Navy. Besides, right now, Listster is Zephyr's weakness. If we move against Listster, it'll mean an irreconcilable standoff with Zephyr. Zephyr. In Kong's mind appeared the image of that determined, purple-haired young man who had risen from an ordinary private to an admiral of the Navy. No one ever doubted Zephyr's devotion to justice within the Navy. But after the tragedy that befell Zephyr's family, some of his faith in the Navy had clearly begun to erode. If something were to happen to Listster now, even the unwavering sense of justice in Zephyr's heart might shatter for good. What's more, the Navy's future requires people like this, someone who can stand up to the world government if needed. Sengoku hesitated for a long time before finally voicing this thought. Even Kong, listening to it, was taken aback. He hadn't expected Sengoku to say something like that, especially in front of him. He'd always thought such reckless remarks only came from Garp, never from someone as shrewd and thoughtful as Sengoku, the so-called tactician. Sengoku, out of respect for all you've done for the Navy, I'll pretend I never heard that. But remember, never say anything like that again. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong. Though the words were a rebuke, there was no real force behind Kong's tone. Since Listster is Zephyr's student, we'll leave everything to Zephyr. We have no right to meddle with his protege. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong. At last, Sengoku let out a breath he'd been holding. As Fleet Admiral, Kong had the authority to deal with anyone as he pleased. Yet by saying this, he was making it clear, everything about Listster was now a secret to be buried deep inside. The matter was closed. That's all. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed. Yes, Fleet Admiral Kong. After Sengoku left, Kong gazed out the window at the Navy headquarters, which was being rebuilt, and fell into deep thought. The Navy truly needs someone who can lead a transformation, he mused silently. No one knew better than him, the current fleet admiral, about the Navy's true situation, or rather, about the world government's attitude toward the Navy. To the world government, the Navy was nothing more than an obedient watchdog, ready to respond at their beck and call. Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsalino were certainly outstanding, but it wasn't enough. None of them could lead the Navy through real change. Even Sengoku, despite his ambition, would not be the one. Sengoku had his own subtle intentions, but like Kong himself, he remained utterly loyal to the world government. Right now, Kong needed someone who wasn't quite so obedient, someone who was fiercely loyal to the Navy, strong, and capable. That was why he chose to shield List. In List, Kong glimpsed a spark of hope. Perhaps, by the time List had truly grown, Kong would no longer be in the Navy. He might even be Supreme Commander of all armed forces by then. But the Navy had been his own starting place, and he wanted it to grow stronger and eventually be free from the world government's control. That was his ambition. Yet, age was catching up with him. He was no longer able to support such grand designs, and the Navy itself was still not strong enough to stand against the world government. To the world government, the Navy was disposable. They could always create a new one if needed. Only when the Navy possessed absolute strength could it truly break free. Zephyr, I hope you can guide List onto the right path, Kong murmured. Achoo! On a ship speeding back to Navy headquarters, Zephyr suddenly sneezed. Who's talking about me? He muttered. Maybe it's that rascal List. Although, Sengoku mentioned there were some matters related to List to discuss once I get back. Hopefully it's nothing bad. To be honest, when Zephyr heard about the Golden Line's attack on Navy headquarters, his first concern wasn't the state of the base. It was how List was faring. He could no longer claim to be a hardened soldier without ties. He found himself caring, forming new bonds. As for List, he was still in a deep coma. No one could say for sure if it was due to some inner conflict sparked by his devil fruit's powers clashing, or just the result of that punch from Garp. To prevent List from using the glint fruit to escape, Garp's punch was restrained but certainly not gentle. If anything, List had probably ended up with a concussion from the blow. He had no idea how much time had passed before he finally came to, and as his eyes fluttered open, he saw Zephyr sitting quietly at his side. Yet, almost at once, a flicker of realization darted across his mind, and he squeezed his eyes shut again. He was now acutely aware of the state of his body. He had once believed that as long as he trained his physique and his willpower hard enough, he could withstand more devil fruit powers. But now he understood how wrong he had been. No matter how much stronger he became, he was already approaching his limit. At best, his body would be able to contain just one devil fruit's power. Suddenly, he recalled that golden flash of light right before he lost consciousness. Among the Navy, the only one who could wield such a power was the future Admiral, Kizaru. The Glint Fruit's abilities were indeed formidable, but everything had happened so fast he didn't even have time to react before the power had been copied into him. What's weighing so heavily on your mind? The look on your face is all twisted up. At that moment, Zephyr, who hadn't spoken until now, finally broke the silence. Master, when did you come back? Hearing that familiar voice, List realized that Zephyr was still there beside him after all. I returned the day after you lost consciousness. The day after? Master, how long have I been out? Just about 5 days. 5 days. That long. A look of surprise crossed List's face. He knew the 4 devil fruits inside him had wreaked havoc on his body, but he hadn't expected to be in a coma for 5 full days. Previously, no matter the situation, a single day's rest would always suffice for him. But why are you keeping your eyes shut? Zephyr frowned as he watched List, keeping his eyes tightly closed. I'm afraid of dying. If he happened to cross paths with another devil fruit user by accident, he might really be done for this time. He only had one more chance left. For this last chance, List already had a goal in mind. Until he encountered that man, he would not open his eyes. Moreover, he needed to study his own power carefully. He had a hunch there must be a way to shut off this copied ability. Otherwise, this would truly be a cruel trick of fate. He had no intention of spending the rest of his life blind. Is this because of your devil fruit power? Zephyr's words caught him off guard, sending a jolt through his heart. Master, you know everything? List asked with the utmost caution. Seems you don't remember what you did before you lost consciousness, do you? What did I do? Your devil fruit abilities went out of control. The powers of all 4 devil fruits broke loose and were fully unleashed. Of course, Zephyr had only learned of this from Sengoku. He had yet to witness it with his own eyes. As incredible as it sounded, it was nonetheless a fact too hard to deny. So everything has been revealed, then? A look of resignation crossed Lister's face, tinged with a sense of helpless acceptance. Now that the world government knew he possessed the powers of 4 different devil fruits, he had no idea what fate awaited him. Aren't you going to explain this to me? How is it possible that you have the abilities of 4 devil fruits? Zephyr's voice was stern, his expression grave. To be honest, Master, I did eat a devil fruit, Lister said after a long inner struggle. Since Zephyr was never fond of devil fruit users, Lister's halting confession made his statement all the more genuine. What kind of devil fruit was it? Zephyr's brows knitted tightly. It should be the copy fruit, I think. I can learn anything I see, be it martial arts, swordsmanship, or even devil fruit abilities. Zephyr's stern expression slowly gave way to astonishment. Even the spectacles he wore couldn't hide his shock. Doesn't that mean you could copy every devil fruit power there is? Just imagining all those formidable abilities gathered in one person made Zephyr shiver, uneasy despite the fact that the person in question was his own disciple. It's not like that, Lister replied with a wry smile. My body has already reached its limit. I'm lucky I can handle powers from 4 fruits. If I copy even one more, I might not survive it. Phew! Zephyr exhaled deeply, relieved. As long as there was a limit, that was something. Still, even possessing these 5 devil fruit abilities is something unprecedented, something no one else has achieved. Zephyr seemed to include the made-up copy fruit in his count. Of course, Lister hadn't told Zephyr that there was still room for one more devil fruit ability inside him. That secret he wouldn't share. The particular fruit in question was one he absolutely had to obtain. Isn't there a way to just turn off your devil fruit powers for a while? Seeing Lister unable to open his eyes made Zephyr's heart ache. I don't know. I really don't dare to try it anymore. Lister forced a bitter smile. Understand. Get some rest. I'll go check on those young troublemakers. Master, what is it? Zephyr paused mid-step. Well, the Navy. No, the world government, due to me. Upon hearing this, Zephyr was silent for a moment. Kong had already come to talk to him, so he naturally knew what Kong was thinking. Don't worry. Those fellows in the world government will never find out about this. With that, Zephyr turned and left without looking back. Lister was momentarily stunned by the answer, but then he settled back down in satisfaction. Perhaps the Navy wasn't as heartless as he had thought. After Zephyr left, news of Lister's ability soon reached Kong, Sengoku, and Garp. They didn't even share it with Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was closest to them. After all, the fewer people who knew, the safer Lister would be. The copy fruit. Do you believe it's real? After hearing Zephyr's report, Kong asked the others. I don't know, but if it isn't that, nothing else really makes sense. Sengoku shook his head. I think it's quite likely, Zephyr added in Lister's defense. No matter what Listster sees, he can master it instantly. Even the most talented person couldn't do that. So maybe it really is the copy fruit, a devil fruit that's never appeared before. I'm not sure, Garp chimed in. But there's one thing Listster said that I believe, his body may already be at its limit with the powers he's carrying. Garp rarely gave matters such thought, but his expression was serious now. Why do you think so? Compressed. Because when Listster lost control of his abilities, it showed he couldn't handle so many powers at once. If he takes on another devil fruit capability, he could face what he described death. Agreed, Sengoku nodded, supporting Garp's judgment. In the end, Listter's situation was classified as the highest level Navy secret. No written records existed. Everything about him was kept solely in the minds of those present. About 3 days later, Listster was finally discharged from the Navy hospital. The power flowing inside him made him itch to cut loose somewhere, but he resisted. Causing a commotion at Navy headquarters would bring immediate attention. Upon returning, Zephyr had warned Listster. Unless he was absolutely certain of his strength, he should avoid using his devil fruit powers. Listster understood the gravity of the situation. As much as anything, it was his own life at stake. And just to be extra cautious, Listster deliberately wrapped his eyes with a strip of black cloth, keeping himself from seeing things he ought not to see. With his eyes blindfolded, List truly emanated an air of mystery, and more than a hint of charm. Fortunately, List's mastery of observation hockey was already quite advanced. Otherwise, he likely wouldn't have dared to pull this off. When List returned to the Naval Academy, everyone stared at his unusual appearance and bombarded him with questions. But each time, List dismissed their curiosity by claiming it was all part of his training regimen. List, put these on, Zephyr said once they were back home. Using his observation hockey, List could sense that these items were probably weights. Master, what are these for? List asked. Your strength has grown too great, so you need these as a restraint, Zephyr replied. Originally, I intended to wait until you were a bit older to have you wear weights, but your progress has far exceeded my expectations. With sword slashes on the level of a grandmaster, and with mastery over armament hockey, there's truly nothing more I can teach you. The best I can do for you now is to help you further strengthen your body. Zephyr's voice carried a touch of melancholy as he spoke. In truth, an exceptionally outstanding apprentice wasn't always good news for a master. It left Zephyr feeling rather emptied out. And remember, while you're at home, you can remove the cloth from your eyes. None of us here possess any special abilities. No need, Master. I think I'll keep it on. It's better if I get used to it as quickly as possible, List replied. To be honest, although List's observation hockey was already very strong, going without visual input for extended periods was still uncomfortable. As you wish, Zephyr said with a small sigh. Children having minds of their own ought to make a teacher happy. Master, a month from now, I'd like to go to Lobetown to witness the public execution of Pirate King Roger. Very well. I'll inform Sengoku about your request, Zephyr said. He didn't press List for a reason. Lobetown would undoubtedly be swarming with all sorts in a month's time, so letting List go to broaden his horizons seemed like a good idea. Besides, Zephyr didn't believe anyone would dare stir up trouble in Lobetown during that period. After all, the old crew of the Roger Pirates was firmly under Navy surveillance, and any individuals capable of threatening the Navy were already being closely watched. Even if, against all odds, chaos did break out in Lobetown, Zephyr wasn't worried about List's safety. With the power of the glint fruit, danger would be hard to come by for him. And with Sengoku and Garp present, any unrest would be firmly suppressed. The month passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout that time, List focused on adapting to the discomfort brought by the weights, while also refining and absorbing the abilities he had copied for himself. Zephyr said that he's noticed some issues with his current combat skills, and when they return from this trip, he will personally train List, starting true, hands-on instruction. At this moment, List was aboard the warship escorting Roger to Lobetown. This was, without a doubt, the most powerfully equipped marine vessel List had ever seen. Admiral Sengoku, the marine hero Garp, and several elite headquarters vice-admirals, gathered all in one place. Since bringing Roger out of Impel Down, Garp had hardly left his side in the cell, choosing to stay with Roger almost all the time. To Garp, the thought of soon losing a close friend was a deeply unsettling one. No one knew what the two of them discussed in private. Garp had given strict orders that no one was to approach them. There was, however, one exception, List. When List entered the dungeon, he found Garp and Roger seated across from each other in silence. Not a word between them. One face bore a smile, while the other was clouded with sorrow. As List stepped into the cell, the sound of his footsteps echoed sharply in the quiet dungeon, startlingly loud. Both men turned toward the noise, looks of surprise flickering across their faces. List, what are you doing here? Garp asked. Although List had come in without Garp's permission, at most, he'd just get an earful. I only wanted to see the Pirate King one last time before he dies, List replied in a calm, even tone. Sensing with his observation haki, List could feel that although Roger looked a little haggard and his presence seemed weakened, there was still a strange force radiating from him, something gentle and warm, almost like the sun. Ha ha ha, you want to see me off, do you? I didn't expect we'd meet again, kid. Roger recognized List right away. Even though more than 2 years had passed, List had left a deep impression on him back then. He still remembered List vividly. Yes, we meet again, but I never imagined it would be like this, Pirate King, List responded. Roger's smile faltered for a moment at those words. You really have quite a tongue on you, kid, Roger said, picking up on the sarcasm in List's words. But what's with your eyes? Roger had noticed the black cloth covering List's eyes and asked with curiosity. My eyes are sealed with a terrifying power, List said, his tone half mysterious, half teasing. If I were to remove this blindfold, the world itself might be destroyed by what's inside. Ha ha, you really are an interesting kid. To think you'd dare mess with a dying man like me. If only you'd been born a few years earlier, I surely would have made you one of my crew. Roger found himself admiring Listster more and more. If he was first impressed by Listster's talent, this time it was Listster's temperament that won him over. Most people could barely keep their composure in front of him, but not only did Listster manage it, he could even joke back with Roger. Roger, don't get your hopes up. He's the future of our Navy. The Navy's future, is he? Ha ha. Who would have thought your entire Navy would pin its hopes on a kid? Roger was surprised to learn that Listster had come to hold such significance within the Navy. Well, aren't you entrusting the future to your own successors as well? Even now, Garp didn't know what Roger was truly planning, but he was certain Roger would never just sit and wait for the end. He must have something up his sleeve, perhaps something truly frightening. Garp had no idea what Roger had seen or discovered on Raftel, but whatever it was powerful enough to make Roger willing to stake his life. Otherwise, no matter how ill Roger was, no matter how little time he had left, he would never choose to show himself to the world again like this. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I'm here to let you know that we'll soon be arriving at Lowtown. Admiral Sengoku has ordered Vice Admiral Garp to personally escort Roger ashore. Understood. With that, Listster left first, and not long after, Garp led Roger up as ordered. Even though Roger was now shackled hand and foot, every Navy officer who crossed his path was serious and tense. This ship hosted the elite from every corner of the Navy. Yet whenever they saw Roger, they could not help but feel a crushing pressure. Roger might not have been exerting any sort of presence, but his very name, his reputation, loomed large, the way a great tree casts a mighty shadow. Though he did nothing, some officers found themselves trembling with dread before him. It was the weight of his legend, playing tricks on their own minds. It's really been a long time since I came home. There was not the faintest hint of doom on Roger's face. Instead, he was all smiles, as if filled with the joy of returning home. What a lively place Lowtown is. Listster, unable to see, kept his observation haki active at all times. At once, he sensed several powerful auras gathered in Lowtown. Almost everyone who was, or would one day be famous was here. Naturally, those lurking in the shadows also noticed the Navy ship approaching and could feel the formidable presences aboard. When Roger arrived at Lowtown, he was brought straight to the execution platform for the sentence to be carried out, without even a moment's pause. Every second of delay meant another chance for unforeseen changes. Although Lowtown was already bustling, packed with people as far as the eye could see, when the Navy ship docked, the crowd instinctively parted, opening a path directly to the execution stand. The ordinary sailors were first to disembark. They lined the road on both sides, eyes sharp, ever vigilant to the crowds around them. At the slightest hint of suspicious movement, they had the authority to open fire without hesitation. Next came Roger himself, flanked closely by Sengoku and Garp at his left and right. As for List, he remained aboard the naval vessel, not coming ashore. No matter where he stood, he would have a perfect view of the execution. Besides, his eyes remained closed to avoid accidental glimpses, since opening them now could mean trouble. In Lowtown, Devil Fruit users were everywhere. If by chance someone lost control and activated their powers, and List were to witness it, the consequences for him could be dire. The execution was being broadcast live. The Navy wanted the world to witness their might, to bolster their own prestige. And this was precisely what Roger desired as well. The very moment Roger appeared, a hush swept over not only Lowtown, but audiences across the world. Everyone held their breath, watching in silence as Roger climbed step by step onto the execution platform. Upon the platform, aside from the two executioners, only Sengoku stood present. Garp remained concealed, guarding the platform from the shadows. After all, Roger was Garp's dear friend. Even witnessing Roger's death with his own eyes would simply be too cruel a burden for him to bear. Among the throng in the plaza below, many people were seeing Roger for the first time. There stood the man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, along with 3 future warlords, Crocodile, Gecko Moria, and Don Quixote Doflamingo. So this is the presence of the Pirate King. When these 4 laid eyes on Roger, they were instantly struck by the aura he radiated. Despite looking battered and worn, Roger gave off not even a flicker of a prisoner's despair, nor the air of a man at death's door. Instead, he looked around, eyes alight with curiosity, as though surveying the people and the world around him. It felt less like a doomed man's final moments, and more like a traveler returning home after many years, quietly noticing all that had changed. Though each of them was proud and defiant by nature, in the presence of the Pirate King, all their self-assured confidence seemed to wither away, crushed by Roger's overwhelming presence. Roger, elsewhere, on a distant island, Rayleigh grasped a bottle of wine in his hand, watching Roger appear on the screen. Unbidden, tears slid down the corners of his eyes. Roger's intention to surrender himself was something known only to a select few, and he had been among those rare individuals who knew the truth. He tried to stop Roger, but failed. Nothing could shake Roger's conviction, not even him, his own first mate. Roger, you're going to usher in a new era. But will this new era really unfold the way you anticipate? When Roger sat atop the execution platform, a sudden surge of overwhelming presence erupted from him. It wasn't the overwhelming force of a conqueror's haki, yet there was something commanding about it that made people feel compelled to submit. You could say it was a subdued version of that legendary kingly aura. Just his sheer presence feels as formidable as a conqueror's haki. He truly is the Pirate King. Doflamingo couldn't help but feel a thrill inside. If decorum hadn't been required, he would have burst out in maniacal laughter, because that's just the kind of madman he was. As one who possessed the conqueror's haki himself, he could sense all too well what was contained in that invisible pressure. Sengoku kept a careful eye on the time. The execution was set to begin at any moment. Meanwhile, Risk's observation haki swept ceaselessly through the crowd, searching for the one who would pose that world-shaking question. Pirate King, where did you hide your treasure? At that instant, a voice suddenly rang out from the throng, and for a heartbeat everyone was stunned. The onlookers, the Navy, all caught off guard. Only Roger kept smiling. Do you want my treasure? If you want it, it's yours. Go and find it. I left it all in that place. The moment Roger uttered these words, Sengoku's expression turned grim. Execute him. 2 long blades pierced straight through Roger's body, and in the very next instant, the sky broke open with torrential rain. At Roger's death, some broke down in tears, some covered their faces and wept, some erupted in manic joy, and some remained impassive as stone. A new era begins. All across the world, people were driven wild by Roger's last words. And thus began a new chapter in history, the Great Pirate Era. As for the one who had called out that fateful question, Risk's observation haki had locked onto him, only for him to suddenly vanish without a trace, as though he'd never existed, or perhaps he had simply masked his presence so perfectly that even haki couldn't find him. So, that person really was one of your pawns, Roger, wasn't he? There had long been speculation in his previous life about whether that mysterious man had been placed there by Roger. Seeing it now, it was clear Roger had planned everything, even leaving this ace up his sleeve. Damn you, Roger. Watching the crowd in the plaza rush toward the sea like people possessed, Sengoku's face grew darker still. This is just a single island, and already things have erupted into chaos. With Roger's execution being broadcast live to the entire world, Lowtown right now is only a microcosm, a glimpse of what's unfolding everywhere. On every island where people witnessed the live broadcast, waves upon waves of young men and women surged uncontrollably toward the sea. Roger, is this really the outcome you wanted to see? Garp's face was grim. He hadn't expected Roger to play them like this. The Navy had been utterly outmaneuvered by Roger's final act. Though Garp was usually known for his laid-back attitude, even he could see that the world was about to spiral even further out of control than before. Now that Roger was dead, the title of Pirate King was up for grabs, and the ambitious were once more casting their greedy eyes upon the vacant throne. Fortunately, they had managed to capture Golden Lion beforehand. Otherwise, with Roger dead, Golden Lion would have become the wildest and most uncontrollable of them all. That Roger, even in death, he won't let us have a moment's peace. Meanwhile, in the holy land of Mary Geos, the 5 elders watched the broadcast, their faces dark and clouded. But in some ways, this isn't entirely bad. At least Roger didn't let that secret slip. Now that he's gone, no one will know the truth about Laugh Tale. The speaker was one of the 5 elders, long white hair falling straight over his shoulders and a beard reaching his chest. "What about the remnants of the Roger pirates? Should we wipe them out to the last man?" asked another elder. This one dressed in white robes and glasses, a formidable blade resting in his hands, and an air of merciless determination about him. "There's no need. Without Roger, the rest of the crew can't stir up any major trouble. All we have to do is guard against another Roger rising from their ranks." "I agree," came the reply. Opinion after opinion was voiced among the 5 elders. After Roger's execution, Listster returned to Marine headquarters with Sengoku, while Garp decided to stay behind in the East Blue, saying he wanted to visit his hometown. By the time Listster arrived at headquarters, the elite Navy officers who had been sent to keep an eye on the powerful pirates had already returned. Those pirates who had already made a name for themselves. Well, the Navy was powerless against them for the time being. Even if the Navy was determined to apprehend them, the cost would be enormous. So, all they could do now was to snuff out those with the potential to become pirates, to destroy any budding ambitions before these would-be pirates could grow strong. They wanted people to truly understand what it meant to stand against the Navy, what fate awaited those who chose the path of piracy. Although becoming a great pirate was little more than a 1,000,000 to 1 chance, even that slim possibility had to be crushed before it could take root. When Listster returned to the Naval Academy, that group of elite cadets had already all graduated. After all, having managed to master even just 2 of the 6 powers, they had already surpassed most of the Navy. They were more than qualified to become adjutants to some high-ranking officers. A new group of 20 elite cadets had also been selected, and among these 20, there was a voice Listster found quite familiar, the very person who had once cornered him in an alley, trying to teach him a lesson, Bulair. It was from Bulair that Listster had claimed the abilities of the woodwood fruit. When Bulair saw Listster, he grew visibly excited. He had already acknowledged Listster as his big brother, and in a place filled with elites, he believed his big brother would surely watch out for him. Although Bulair noticed that Listster was now wearing an eye patch, he didn't pay it much mind. Instead, he simply thought the eye patch looked amazing and secretly wished he could wear one too. "Listster, I'll leave this group of elite cadets entirely in your hands," came a sudden voice. Zephyr had walked over to Listster's side, addressing him directly. "What? Sensei, you must be joking, right?" Listster replied in surprise, completely unprepared for Zephyr to place such a daunting and important responsibility on his shoulders. "No, I'm serious." Zephyr's expression was grave, every inch the stern instructor. "You've seen the state of the seas today. Our Navy simply lacks enough elite combat power. The chaos across the oceans was just beginning, but already powerful individuals and all sorts of bizarre devil fruit users were cropping up. That's why I'm entrusting these 20 to you. I'll be selecting another group of 20 myself to form a second elite class. So that means from now on, the Academy will have 2 elite classes." "Exactly. Mine will be Elite Class A. Yours will be Elite Class B. In that case, I'm willing to take on this mission," Listster replied, his voice resolute and his gaze unwavering. Though Listster had previously taught the cadets a range of fighting skills and combat techniques, he had never truly taken full responsibility for a team. The weight of this new challenge settled heavily on his shoulders. Despite the fact that his own strength was already more than enough to take him onto the battlefield, for some reason, the Navy's higher-ups still refused to let him sail, even if it was under the banner of a fleet admiral or a vice admiral. It was as if he were being locked away in naval headquarters. Still, this didn't bother Listster much. He felt that it simply wasn't the right time to reveal himself to the world. His plan was simple. Once he reached the strength of an admiral, he'd astound everyone with his debut. He was already 9 years old, and Listster was confident he could achieve the rank and power of an admiral within 10 years, or even 8, maybe 5. "Good lad. I knew I wasn't wrong about you," Zephyr said, his tone equal parts approval and pride. Zephyr patted Listster on the shoulder and smiled warmly. "Now, why don't you get acquainted with these youngsters? I'll go and select the rest of the recruits." "Yes, sir." Listster could sense at once that these 20 youths must be the best of the regular class. The fact that Zephyr entrusted them to him without hesitation spoke volumes about the degree of trust Zephyr had in him. "Oh, by the way, just a reminder, every month, our 2 classes will hold a competition. If you lose, there will be strict consequences. Don't worry, Master. I'll make sure they become the strongest Marines." "Ha ha! I once had that dream myself, to turn every cadet into the greatest Marine. But that's a long road indeed." With that, Zephyr left Listster with a confident flourish, his figure retreating out of sight. No matter how tumultuous the outside world, no matter how busy the Navy became, the Naval Academy remained the same as ever. "Starting today, I am your chief instructor. Let me introduce myself. My name is Listster. Some of you may know who I am. Some of you may not. But none of that matters. From today onward, every one of you will remember me. I promise I'll leave a lasting impression on your lives." Standing before them, Listster spoke with clear strength and conviction in his voice. "What makes a kid like you qualified to train us?" Immediately, a cadet voiced his discontent. They joined the elite class expecting to be taught by Admiral Zephyr, not by someone they saw as just a kid. "Yeah, if you're going to be teaching us, isn't joining the elite class a waste?" Another trainee chimed in. Still, a few cadets stayed silent. The look in their eyes as they watched Listster was filled with respect. Clearly, these were students who had already benefited from his instruction in the ordinary class. "Very well. Does anyone else refuse to accept me?" Of course, Listster knew full well that his youth and stature held no intimidation. This batch of elite trainees had just been chosen. Most were only 15 or 16, an age where they know little, care little, but burn with fiery passion inside. Earning their recognition was simple. One only needed to be stronger than they were. No sooner did Listster finish speaking than a large portion of the group stepped forward. Of the 20 elite trainees, 15 now stood in open defiance. "There are fewer than I expected," Listster remarked, noticing the 5 who remained unmoved. "I thought you'd all be against me." Then, one of the 5 broke into a grin. "Haha, boss. I respect you. Really, you've got my respect." With a broad smile, Brally spoke, his admiration for Listster stemming not just from Listster's strength, but even more so from his status. "We respect you as well, instructor." The other 4 chimed in. This left the 15 who had stepped forward looking at each other in confusion. Those familiar with Brally knew, as a devil fruit user, his abilities put him among the best of the students. Yet no one had expected that Brally would actually back down in the face of this young upstart. "Well then, if that's the case, all 15 of you can come at me together. I'll show you exactly why I'm your instructor." "Kid, aren't you getting a bit full of yourself now?" At this, a huge, burly student stepped forward. Back in the regular class, they were all standouts, yet now they were being asked to gang up on a child. Wasn't this a blatant insult? "If all 15 of us go at you, you won't even know what hit you." "Good. This is exactly the kind of spirit I like to see. Come on, then. As long as you can force me back a single step, I'll hand you back to Admiral Zephyr as your instructor. Otherwise, you'll do exactly as I say. Enough talk. You all can just stand aside. I can handle this alone." The burly one insisted again. "Rhodes is in for some trouble." Brally muttered with a helpless shake of his head as he listened to Rhodes' bold declaration. He didn't know exactly how much Listster's abilities had improved in these last 2 years, but 2 years ago, Listster could already wipe the floor with him. Now, Listster could only be stronger. And as for Rhodes, not even able to take Brally down, challenging Listster, Brally saw it as nothing short of asking for a beating. Rhodes wasted no time. He charged forward at full speed, fist raised high, aiming a punch straight for Listster's face. He wanted to end the battle in a single blow, putting the full force of his mountainous strength behind that punch. "Way to go, Rhodes." Seeing Rhodes launch his attack, the others couldn't help but cheer him on. They all knew just how much power a punch from Rhodes packed. He could smash straight through a wall, thanks to his massive frame. Rumor had it his bloodline was a bit special, that he carried a hint of giant blood. But that raw power came with a trade-off. His speed was nothing to boast about. His opponent wouldn't simply stand there, just waiting to be hit. Then, in the very next moment of the fight, every cheer was cut off as if a switch had been flipped. Rhodes' punch, thrown with every ounce of strength, was stopped cold. Listster blocked it effortlessly, with nothing but a single finger. The fist could not move forward another inch. "That's all the strength you've got." "What?" Cold sweat broke out across Rhodes' forehead. "How could this be? My strongest punch. How could he just stop it with one finger?" Rhodes was filled with disbelief. He even felt that everything before his eyes couldn't possibly be real, as though fate itself was playing a cruel joke on him. Then, Listster swiftly changed his grip, seizing Rhodes' wrist in an instant. With a quick upward lift, Rhodes' whole body was hoisted off the ground. A second later, Listster flung him forward, sending Rhodes' giant frame flying straight through the air. It was as if, to Listster, Rhodes' size and weight meant nothing at all. Immediately, the entire place fell utterly silent. Not even the faintest whisper could be heard. This was the classic case of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. Rhodes played the role of the chicken, and the rest were all monkeys. "Our big brother's strength has grown even more incredible," thought Brawl secretly, vowing to get closer to Listster no matter what, even if that meant offering himself up without a second thought. Fortunately, Listster had no idea what was running through Brawl's mind. Otherwise, the monkey in question would not have been Rhodes, but Brawl himself. Meanwhile, Zephyr, who had earlier announced he was leaving, was now standing on the other side of the wall, arms crossed as he watched. He knew that as soon as he left, the students would inevitably stir up trouble, so he was genuinely curious to see what method Listster would use to settle things. But he hadn't anticipated Listster's solution would be so direct and forceful. Zephyr had expected Listster to use reason to convince them, not brute strength. As expected of my student, Zephyr mused, a hint of pride warming his heart. Had Listster really tried to reason with them, Zephyr might have been a little disappointed. Come on then, all of you at once, Listster declared. With your skills, even a battle of attrition won't make me budge. Hearing these words, the rest of the group exchanged uneasy glances, feeling more than a little intimidated. Some of them were as strong as Rhodes, others even weaker. Since Rhodes had already been beaten to the ground, it seemed pointless for them to step up. I said, as long as you can make me take a single step back, you win. Or are all of you in the elite class just a bunch of cowards? Listster taunted. The word coward struck a nerve, instantly igniting their fury, and Listter's promise that just forcing him back would count as victory gave them newfound hope. We're not cowards, someone shouted. With that, one student charged straight at Listster, quickly followed by the rest, emboldened by his lead. Upon seeing this, a smile played on Listter's lips. This group, after all, still had some fight in them. All those trainees who directly charged at Listster were sent flying by a punch or a kick. None of them could stand up to even a single move. Now, every last one lay on the ground, groaning in pain, while the 5 who remained standing wore expressions of sympathy on their faces. Is there anyone else who's still not convinced? Listster asked. We're convinced, instructor. We give in. Their way of addressing him had changed, from calling him kid to instructor. That alone showed they now acknowledged Listter's strength and authority. Good. Originally, I plan to let you rest for a whole day before starting training. But I'm sure you all understand the situation at sea right now. Time is running short for us in the Navy. So, the training begins now. Each of you is to run 50 laps around the field. You have 30 minutes. One lap was about 400 meters, so 30 minutes would be more than enough for these elite trainees. Yes, instructor. Even though some were still recovering from a punch or a kick, what Listster had said was true. There simply wasn't much time left for them. Otherwise, why would Admiral Zephyr have gone so far as to create 2 separate elite squads? The 2 elite squads did not train in the same place, so Listster had no idea what kind of candidates his mentor had chosen. But the most outstanding group from the regular classes was right here. If, in a month's time, they were to lose the competition, Listster would truly have no right to be their instructor. It wasn't long before all 50 laps were finished. Some of them were completely spent, gasping for breath, bending over with hands on their knees for support, while others simply collapsed on the ground, staring up at the sky and feeling lightheaded. Well done. Everyone finished within the allotted time. Listster applauded them, nodding in genuine satisfaction. You have 10 minutes to rest. After that, I'll teach you the principles behind one of the Rokushiki techniques, finger gun. At that, even the most exhausted trainees seemed to fill with energy as if a surge of adrenaline had shot through their veins. Instructor, we've rested enough. The trainee who had been sprawled out on the ground a moment ago was the first to speak up. What was their purpose in joining the elite class? To become stronger, and learning the Navy's 6 powers was one of their biggest goals. That's right, instructor. We're ready to learn now, echoed the others, all of them standing straight before Listster. Their uniforms were soaked through and sweat poured down their faces, but their eyes shone with unwavering determination. Seeing this scene, Listster was deeply gratified. Yes, the Navy certainly had those who were rotten at their core, but at least these 20 before him were all pure-hearted, committed to stamping out evil and upholding justice, untouched as yet by the corruption of the outside world. Right now, their thoughts are quite simple. Become stronger, capture pirates, and protect ordinary people. Very good, Listster began. Since that's the case, let me first explain to you the principle of the finger gun technique. Some of you may already be familiar with the 6 powers of the Navy. Among these, I believe the finger gun is the simplest to master. The concept is to channel all your strength into your index finger, then release it in an instant like a flash of lightning. With your finger hardened, the power concentrated at the tip can easily penetrate a human body, hence the name, finger gun. Afterward, Listster demonstrated right in front of everyone. In that moment, they clearly saw a burst of force shoot through the air as he executed the technique. Everyone stared in astonishment. This was their first time witnessing the finger gun in action. Some even thought to themselves, if Listster had used this move to discipline us earlier, would we even be able to stand up now? However, Listster continued, the finger gun has one drawback. Its range is short. But this weakness already has a solution, the advanced technique known as the flying finger gun. Once again, Listster used the finger gun in front of them. This time, everyone saw with perfect clarity a blast of compressed air shot from Listter's fingertip, flying straight across the distance, boring a smooth, finger-sized hole right through the far wall. At that moment, the entire group was struck dumb. None of them had imagined that the finger gun could have such powerful applications. Of course, that's not something you'll be able to master right now, Listster said. What you need to do at this stage is thoroughly learn the fundamentals of the finger gun. Yes, instructor. All the cadets responded with high spirits. Just imagining themselves learning such a powerful move set their hearts aflame with excitement. All right then, prepare for 2-finger push-ups. Use only your index fingers. Anyone with special abilities is forbidden from using their devil fruit powers. Listter's last words were directed, quite pointedly, at Brawley. Yes, instructor. Hearing that Listster was paying special attention to him, Brawley felt certain he had chosen the right person to follow. Listster, however, hadn't thought that much about it. He simply didn't want Brawley cutting corners. After all, using devil fruit powers wouldn't contribute to real training at all. Before long, the day had passed. Though it was only a single day, Listster had earned the respect and admiration of everyone present. When night fell and everyone returned to their dormitories, Listster was about to head back himself. Just then, Zephyr arrived and approached him. Master, I was just about to return. I didn't expect to see you here, Listster greeted him. It's been a long time since the two of us sparred, hasn't it? Zephyr replied. Yes, master, a little over 2 years, in fact. Lys still vividly remembers how, during his last sparring match with Zephyr, he was almost instantly defeated. Although he managed the last 2 moves, that was only because Zephyr went easy on him. In the past 2 years, your strength has grown at a remarkable rate. Frankly, I no longer know what level you've reached, Zephyr said. So, master, are you suggesting we have a match? Lys asked tentatively. Yes, and I'll take the opportunity to give you some more guidance, Zephyr replied with a nod. Although Lys' combat skills were now at least on par with Zephyr's, perhaps even surpassing them, when it came to battle experience, he still had a long way to go. All right, Lys answered, his eyes brightening with anticipation as he agreed without hesitation. In this bout, he wouldn't be able to use any of his devil fruit powers, but he had already mastered armament hockey and the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion. However, his armament hockey was still relatively weak. The strength of armament hockey depended directly on one's physical fitness, technical mastery, and the amount stored up. Even if his technique and hockey strength matched Zephyr's, as long as his physical condition lagged behind, every clash would put him at a disadvantage. But even if his hockey fell short, he possessed the sword skills of a true swordsman of the highest order. Since watching the Golden Lion in battle, he had learned his techniques and felt his own understanding of swordsmanship soar to new heights. He had to admit, his ability was truly extraordinary, almost unnaturally so. When the Golden Lion swung his sword, every insight into swordsmanship flowed straight into Lys' mind as if he had lived through them himself. From Garp, Lys had only managed to copy his armament hockey. This showed that Garp's fighting style relied entirely on raw hockey and brute force, devoid of any refined technique or underlying philosophy. When facing a powerhouse of Zephyr's caliber, seizing the initiative made all the difference. There was truth to the saying, make the first move, and you take control, hesitate, and you pay the price. Soro, Lys murmured. In an instant, his figure flashed before Zephyr. His fist, imbued with both his mountain-like intent and armament hockey, struck out. So, you're using hockey? In that case, I can't hold back either, Zephyr acknowledged. With lightning speed, Zephyr met his attack with a punch of his own. Their hockey-clad fists collided, unleashing a shockwave that sent dust swirling all around. It didn't last long. Lys was soon sent flying by Zephyr's superior strength. Barely managing to steady himself mid-air, Lys landed safely on his feet. So strong, he muttered to himself, a hint of awe in his voice. Still, he had already expected this outcome. His hockey might match Garp's in intensity, but he fell short in reserves and physical strength, especially compared to Zephyr. So being overpowered was only natural. Did you copy Garp's hockey? Zephyr asked, a note of curiosity in his tone. In the very instant they crossed arms, Zephyr sensed it. There were only a handful of people in this world whose hockey surpassed his own, and that surge of hockey just now was stronger than what he himself could wield. Golden Lion's hockey was not on his level, nor was Sengoku's. Only Garp's hockey was truly greater than his. Even your stance is exactly like Garp's in battle. If your physique could match his, then the outcome of this fight would truly be anyone's guess. Though Zephyr was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed somewhat weaker than Garp. Golden Lion's strength relied on his swordsmanship and the powers of the float fruit, while Sengoku owed his might to the Buddha fruit. Neither relied purely on hockey. Master, defeating you is no easy task, but I won't give up. With that, Listster drew the blade at his waist, a standard-issue Navy saber, nothing of note. After all, he hadn't yet encountered any legendary swords. Very good, come then, Listster. Try to defeat me. Wave slash. Listster unleashed a blade of flying sword energy, sharp and powerful, matching the technique the Golden Lion himself used. This sword energy, faced with the incoming strike, Zephyr's expression turned serious. Just as Garp and Roger were eternal rivals, and Sengoku stood against Whitebeard, he and Golden Lion had also been each other's match for countless duels. That was why, aside from Golden Lion himself, no one was more familiar with this kind of sword energy than Zephyr. Zephyr's right hand became enveloped in powerful armament hockey. With a single punch, he shattered the blade of energy in an instant. But before a heartbeat could pass, Listster charged towards Zephyr at blinding speed, fully aware that move alone would never faze his mentor. The moment Listster's sword met Zephyr's fist, a clash rang out, as sharp and metallic as steel striking steel. The swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, is it? You've truly mastered the essence of Shiki's techniques. But what about your own way of fighting? What is it that belongs to you? What? Zephyr's question caught Listster off guard for a moment. It was only a moment of distraction, but that glimpse was all Zephyr needed. He struck with renewed force. This time, though he didn't send Listster flying, it was enough to make him skid backwards for over 10 meters. Flowing heart sword thrust. Listster had already assumed his next stance. Lightning fast, he aimed straight for Zephyr's vital point. In this battle between the two, Zephyr could afford to hold back, but Listster could not. That's Garpsade's technique, isn't it? This kind of rapid assault was exactly what Zephyr least wanted to confront, as speed was never his strong suit. So, faced with this move, all he could do was shield his body and shroud himself entirely in his advanced armament hockey. Is this the power of Swordmaster? Just as I expected, it's exactly as I thought. The pain running through his body told Zephyr everything he needed to know. Listster's attack carried only the weight of a master swordsman, nothing more. He hadn't managed to unleash the true intent of the great swordsman, Golden Lion, through this technique. Then, in an instant, a surge of energy erupted from Zephyr, forcing Listster back once more and sending him flying through the air. Is this all you've got, Listster? Are you only capable of wielding moves borrowed from others? Zephyr roared these words, then charged at Listster with his iron fist drawn. Seeing this, Listster hurriedly raised his sword in front of him, wrapping it in powerful armament hockey. Yet the overwhelming strength behind Zephyr's punch sent Listster hurtling away again, smashing through several walls in succession. Fortunately, the Naval Academy had been built in a remote area where their fight would have caused a real public disturbance by now. Come on, that's way too harsh. Even with the sword raised in defense, the force of the impact made Listster feel as if his whole body were falling apart. I told you, your fighting style has problems. Let's talk about my weaknesses after the fight, Master. A spark of frustration flared in Listster as he spoke. He hadn't expected that, even after inheriting the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, he'd still be suppressed by Zephyr. Lion, Senkei Valley. He only wielded a single blade, but even so, the power of this sword strike was several times stronger than his standard slashes. Listster, your fighting shows no trace of your own style. All you do is imitate, copy. That path will never lead you to true strength. As several blades of sword energy shot toward him, Zephyr didn't bother dodging. He smashed one of the sword waves apart with a single punch. But by the end, his fist was streaming with blood. Dealing with a great swordsman's strike was no easy feat. Listster, unless you break through, you'll never surpass those before you. You'll never become the strongest. Zephyr closed the distance in a flash, so quickly that even Listter's advanced observation hockey didn't detect him. At such close range, Zephyr could reach remarkable speed. Rokushiki's secret art, Rokwogen. Iron body, armament. This time, Zephyr moved with such blinding speed that Listster had no chance to swing his blade in time. The devastating attack landed squarely on him. Even with double layers of defense, Listster spat out a mouthful of blood. As he was sent flying backwards, his body instinctively turned into an elemental form, transforming into a streak of golden light. He shot away from Zephyr, making sure to avoid the ground or any walls, thus sparing himself from further injury. Master, I admit defeat. Restored to his human form, Listster could clearly see 2 deep fist marks on his abdomen. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Listster, although you possess the power of a devil fruit, you also have a talent that mustn't be overlooked. You need to make these powers your own, not simply mimic the styles of others. You're Listster, not Golden Lion, not Garp, not even me. You are yourself. You must develop your own fighting style and craft your own techniques. Hearing Zephyr's words, a sudden clarity dawned on Listster. Recently, he had felt as though something crucial was missing, and now it seemed he had finally found what he lacked. The next morning, when Listster awoke in his bed, every muscle in his body ached, as if his bones were falling apart. There was no way he could attend class. He could only ask his master to teach in his place. So when Lister's usual students saw Admiral Zephyr walk in, every one of them wore looks of surprise. For today's lesson, I'll be substituting for Listster. At this moment, 40 cadets stood assembled. These were the remaining elites handpicked by Admiral Zephyr from the regular classes just the day before. Permission to speak, sir. Go ahead. Teacher Zephyr, what happened to Instructor Listster? It was Rhodes, the cadet who had taken the harshest beating from Listster the previous day, who spoke up. It's often said, the stricter the lesson, the deeper the bond. He was beaten up. He's better than today. Zephyr's tone was calm, almost indifferent, perhaps because he was the one responsible. He could speak so matter-of-factly. Teacher Zephyr, who did it? We have to avenge Instructor Listster. That's right, Teacher Zephyr. Just tell us who did this. We'll make it right for Instructor Listster. After just a single day together, their recognition of Listster had grown strong. In their hearts, Listster had truly become their instructor, someone only they could hope to defeat, and no one else. Watching the determined faces of the group before him, Zephyr's expression darkened, growing more and more severe. It was me. What's this? Do you brats plan to take revenge on your teacher? At his words, the clamoring voices fell instantly silent, quiet as if nothing had happened at all. Some felt cold sweat break out just thinking about what they'd said. Take on Teacher Zephyr? Even in their wildest dreams, none of them would dare. And so all they could do now was silently mourn for Listster in their hearts. It's not that we students don't want to help you, they thought to themselves. It's just that we're powerless to do so. Lying on the boat, Listster kept replaying in his mind the words Zephyr had spoken to him yesterday. Where's your way of fighting? Your own style. You're not Golden Lion, not Garp, and not me. You are only yourself. Listster recalled the look of exasperated disappointment on Zephyr's face, and the memory left him feeling deeply troubled. Unable to shake off his restless thoughts, Listster eventually got out of bed, picked up the saber lying nearby, and made his way to the training grounds. He swung his blade again and again, tirelessly repeating the most basic moves. He owned nothing that was truly his. Whether it was swordsmanship, haki, or devil fruit powers, every skill he possessed had been borrowed from someone else. Only when his body was drenched in sweat, his muscles aching and utterly exhausted, did Listster finally stop. For now, this was the only way he knew to calm his heart. Afterward, he simply stood there, head bowed, with a blindfold over his eyes. There was no telling if they were open or closed. As fatigue overwhelmed his body, Listter's mind entered a state of crystalline clarity. It felt as though he alone existed in this space, surrounded by infinite darkness, with the powers he had claimed from others circling at the edges of his consciousness. Golden Lion's sword techniques, Bogard's swordplay, Zephyr's martial arts, Garp's observation and armament haki, the Supreme Conqueror's haki of Rayleigh and Roger, and the abilities of 4 different devil fruits. All of them gathered around him. Again and again, Listster mentally rehearsed every technique, trying to fuse them together. He strove to transform Golden Lion's swordsmanship into his own, to make the sword path of Golden Lion and Bogard uniquely his. And so, Listster stood motionless, sometimes radiating an aura of swordsmanship so sharp it seemed to pierce the very air, sometimes drawing all that killing intent inward until it vanished entirely, as though he were just an ordinary man. At other times, he erupted with a terrifying pressure, a force that only those who had mastered pure martial arts could unleash. Time slipped by unnoticed. Even when night fell, Listster remained lost in his own world. Zephyr, however, had already been standing off to the side, silently observing every change taking place in Listster. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart, knowing that yesterday's lesson had not been in vain. It had truly made a difference. At last, when Listter's strength was completely spent and he was about to collapse, a warm, steady hand suddenly caught him. Master, Listter's voice was weak, nearly a whisper. All his strength was gone. Both armament and observation haki depleted. Now, only a proper meal and a good rest could restore him. It seems you finally found what was missing from within you. Yes, Master. Very good. Although Listster couldn't see the expression on Zephyr's face at that moment, he could sense the excitement in Zephyr's heart through the strength of the guiding hand resting upon him. Finish your meal and get some proper rest. Tomorrow, I won't be able to take over your class for you. Those youngsters missed you quite a bit today. Yes, Master. There was another reason Zephyr appointed Listster to be the instructor of the elite class. Only when you can teach everything you've learned to others have you truly mastered it yourself. Serving as an instructor was, in itself, a form of training for Listster. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. During this period, Listter's routine hardly changed, a life oscillating between 2 points, the academy and home, over and over. Aside from those of the Naval Academy, even the Navy headquarters had almost forgotten about him. Yet in these past 2 years, Listter's strength had transformed dramatically, worlds apart from before. If, 2 years ago, he was but a humble caterpillar, now he had become a dragon. except for the powers of the devil fruit, which he had to keep hidden and therefore could not practice. Every other skill he possessed had become second nature. One might say that the abilities he had copied from others now truly belonged to him. Even in battle, moves he had learned from others were now executed in his very own style. None of this would have been possible without Zephyr's tireless efforts. Nearly every month, Listster would receive a beating from his master, not out of malice, but to push his evolution even faster. As Listster grew stronger, so too did the students under his tutelage. In the near-monthly mock battles, it was always Listster's elite Class B that emerged victorious. Though, to be fair, this could be attributed to the generally superior talent of Class B compared to elite Class A. Still, Listster sometimes wondered if those monthly thrashings he received were not actually Zephyr's way of taking revenge, settling old scores because Listter's class always bested his own. Ever since Roger set in motion the era of the great pirates, the seas had grown ever more chaotic. New pirate crews sprung up almost daily. Though most consisted of unimpressive misfits, their sheer numbers alone posed a daunting challenge. Even the Navy, wishing to round them all up and lock them away and impel down, found themselves stretched too thin, their ambitions outpacing their resources. Because of this, the Navy was desperately in need of fresh strength. Consequently, the graduation cycle for cadets at the Naval Academy had been greatly shortened. Today is a rather significant day for the students of the elite class. It is the day of their graduation assessment, and the task before them is to take down a pirate crew with a collective bounty exceeding 300 million, meaning they are likely to face individuals with bounties surpassing 100 million. Watching the progress his students have made over the past 2 years, Listster felt an overwhelming pride. These spirited young men, whom he had guided personally, had undergone a transformation nothing short of extraordinary since those early days. Not only had their bodies grown much stronger, but there was now a clear confidence shining in their eyes. Taking in the determined faces before him, Listster nodded in approval. This, he thought, was the very image of the Navy he aspired to build. At the beginning, even among these 20 Navy cadets, there were some troublemakers, like Rhodes, for instance. Yet, Listster had managed to straighten him out in no time. In fact, aside from Belair, Rhodes had grown to have the best relationship with Listster. Of course, the other 18 cadets also got along quite well with Listster. Yet, beyond the bonds of friendship, they all harbored a deep respect and a touch of awe for their instructor. Every month, Listster would arrange what he called a friendly exchange with his 20 students. The rules were the same as from the very start. If anyone could force Listster to take even a single step back, he would concede defeat. But no matter how much stronger they had become over these 2 years, they still found themselves dispatched with a single punch or kick from Listster. Even though they had mastered 2, sometimes 3, of the Navy's signature 6 powers, none of it made the slightest difference against their teacher. Even Rhodes, the strongest of them all, couldn't withstand a single punch from Listster after using his iron body technique for defense. "Today is a day of great importance to all of you," Listster declared, standing before his 20 cadets. After graduation, they would officially become elite members of the Navy. Their ranks would start at ensign, and those who proved truly outstanding might even be promoted directly to field officer. When Listster spoke these words, every heart was pounding with excitement, for they all knew the gravity of the task that awaited them. Starting today, your graduation assessment begins. You'll join forces with 60 students from the standard class, and your mission is to eliminate a pirate crew whose bounty totals more than 300 million, with no help from me. In the 2 years since the Great Pirate Era began, the number of individual pirates with bounties over 100 million hadn't risen much, but pirate crews whose combined bounties surpassed that some had grown in droves. If the students were up against a single pirate worth 100 million, perhaps they'd be outmatched, but they stood a real chance against those with bounties in the tens of millions. Do you have the confidence to see this through? We do. Every pair of eyes was filled with confidence, and their voices rang out loud and clear. However, let me warn you in advance. This assessment is likely to involve real danger, and death is a possibility. Even with me here, I cannot guarantee everyone's safety. So if anyone wants to withdraw now, there's still time. After saying this, Listster swept his gaze across the expressions of the 20 candidates. There wasn't the slightest change on any of their faces. That didn't necessarily mean they were fearless in the face of death, but at the very least, it proved they had the courage to confront it. Very well, all aboard. Before long, the 20 of them marched onto the battleship in perfect step, waiting for the remaining 60 students from the regular class to arrive so they could set sail together. At this point, although Listster appeared to be the Academy's deputy chief instructor, second only to Zephyr in rank, his real identity was still that of a Naval Academy student. Under ordinary circumstances, he wouldn't have been qualified to command a battleship all on his own. Typically, Commanding a battleship independently required at least the rank of colonel. But then, Listster's connections spoke for themselves, and he happened to be a connected man with remarkable strength at that. Now, apart from Zephyr, no one at Marine headquarters knew the full extent of Listster's abilities. But before this assessment began, Zephyr had personally assured Kong that Listster was more than capable of leading a battleship. That was the only reason Kong had made an exception. Soon enough, the 60 members of the regular class arrived as well. The difference between the regular class and the elite class was obvious. Despite being 3 times as many as the elite candidates, the regular students exuded far less presence and spirit. Upon graduation, they would probably serve as junior officers. Their studies had been systematic, and they possessed basic leadership skills, so naturally, they were meant for more than just the rank and file. Reporting instructor. 60 members of the regular class present, as required. 60 in total. Report complete. A student who appeared to be the class leader snapped a salute to Listster as he spoke. Good. Board the ship. Though Listster looked quite young, not a single one of them underestimated him based on his age. After all, over the past 2 years at the Naval Academy, Listster's reputation had grown far and wide, second only to Zephyr's. Yes, instructor. Among these students, there were specialists trained as navigators, so Listster had no need to worry about handling matters at sea. As the battleship set out, Listster happened to cross paths with another ship leading the naval assessment. This one under Zephyr's command, outfitted with the same configuration as Listster's own. Zephyr's ship was staffed with his elite class, together with 60 students from the regular class. Master, Listster called out. Yes. Zephyr nodded coolly, exuding an imposing presence beneath his sunglasses. To be honest, after so many years by Zephyr's side, Listster had never once seen him take off those sunglasses. He couldn't even imagine what his master looked like without them. Listster, I'm entrusting them to you. Make sure they all return safely. Zephyr's voice was stern and earnest. These trainees truly were the future of the Navy. Once this group of cadets graduated, they would greatly ease the Navy's burden. After all, having 40 Marines who had mastered the 6 styles would be a formidable asset. Yes, Master. I promise to bring them back safe and sound. I'll return them just as I take them out. Though some of these cadets were older than Listster himself, he had trained each one personally. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he saw them as brothers, or even as his own children. That's why Listster would never let harm befall them. Good. Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. With Listster's assurance, he felt at ease. Listster's skills were now such that even Zephyr felt reluctant to face him in a match. Before leaving Navy headquarters, they'd already received a clear mission. Their target was the Blood Wolf pirates. The captain, Blood Wolf Fran, carried a bounty of 77 million, a hefty sum by Grand Line standards. The lieutenants and other officers together added another 300 million. This was more than enough for a worthwhile mission. Before departure, Navy intelligence had informed them that the Blood Wolf pirates were currently on Forsyth Island, a place located in the first half of the Grand Line, not far from the Sabati archipelago. Finding their target, there would not take long at all. With directions taken from Navy headquarters, the warship set sail for Forsyth Island. Throughout the journey, the trainees maintained an alert, spirited demeanor, eyes bright and ever watchful of the surrounding seas. They were eager to meet pirates, yet fearful at the same time. After all, they were Marines now. Hunting pirates was their rightful duty. But encountering pirates meant battle, combat that could bring injuries or even death. Instructor, didn't they say there are loads of pirates out here? So, why haven't I seen a single one? Rhodes spoke with a touch of pride. Listster honestly couldn't figure out what he was so proud about. Perhaps it was just his sense of identity as a Marine. At the same time, an air of anticipation radiated from him, a clear sign that he was eager to test the results of his 2 years of training. Nonsense. This place is right next to Navy headquarters. Which pirate would be bold enough to loiter around here? Listster rolled his eyes at him with exasperation, lounging in his chair. Basking in the sunlight, he shifted into a more comfortable position. Instructor, aren't you a bit too relaxed? If pirates saw you like this, they wouldn't take us seriously at all. Seeing Listster's laid-back demeanor and look of contentment, Rhodes could only respond with a helpless shake of his head. It's not as if I have your imposing build. Even if I put on my most serious face, no pirate would actually find me intimidating. Rhodes was left speechless at this, but he had to admit it was true. Of everyone on the ship, Listster appeared to be the smallest, so much so that people might instinctively assume he was the weakest. Reporting instructor, there's a pirate ship off the starboard bow. What are your orders? Just then, a voice rang out, nervous yet tinged with excitement, echoing in the ears of every Marine on the vessel. At last, we finally spotted a pirate ship. The reactions on everyone's faces were mixed. Some were tense and thrilled, others clearly nervous and afraid. Which pirate crew is it? Reporting, instructor. It's the broadsword pirates. Their total bounty is around 100 million berries. The captain, Broadsword Gleason, is worth 55 million. The rest of the crew together are only about 40 million. The lookout reported with a serious expression. As a ship's observer, it was his job to keep track of every pirate's details. Only 55 million, huh? Rhodes said, sounding a bit disappointed. 100 million total? It might not meet the threshold for your official mission, but you're all practically Marines already. When you spot pirates, you can't just stand by. Head toward their ship. Take this as a bit of practice. Yes, instructor. If you can't even handle this sorry excuse for a pirate crew, you'd better pack your bags and head home to work the fields. The Navy isn't your calling. Don't worry, boss. A pirate with a 50 million bounty is nothing to us. We'll clean them up in no time. Blair replied with absolute confidence. By now, he had mastered the use of his devil fruit powers, thanks to Listster's guidance, and being the only one who knew about Listster's own devil fruit ability, he simply assumed Listster had a fruit power similar to his own. Well, I wish you all success. A subtle smile played at the corner of List's lips. He had already used observation hockey to sense the strength of their opponents. Not very impressive, really. With their current abilities, taking care of that pirate crew would be a breeze. Yet List knew that if they underperformed, the outcome might not be so certain. After all, this would be their very first battle, their first taste of killing. Such moments are never to be taken lightly. Although the lookout on the pirate ship wasn't as sharp as the one aboard the Navy vessel, as the battleship drew nearer, even he couldn't miss its presence. Captain, there's a Navy ship ahead, right in our path. The pirate lookout shouted in alarm, his voice trembling. What? How did the Navy manage to track us down? Greatsword Gleason, the captain, was visibly shaken. He knew the firepower a Navy warship could bring, especially ones from the Grand Line. They were leagues above the incompetent Marines back in the four seas. But Captain, something seemed strange about those sailors. The lookout squinted, peering through his spyglass for a closer look. What do you mean, strange? Gleason frowned, bewildered. Marines were Marines. What could possibly be off about them? Captain, their uniforms, they're not standard issue. They don't look like regular Navy. What? Let me see. Gleason snatched the spyglass from the lookout's hands and carefully surveyed the approaching ship. Sure enough, their attire was different from what one would expect from standard naval forces. All right, boys. Head straight for that warship. Gleason shouted, energy flaring in his voice as if struck by a sudden idea. Captain, you're not seriously thinking of clashing head-on with a Navy warship, are you? We can't win that fight. One of the pirates stammered, fear thick in his tone, his words edged with pleading. Gleason only laughed, a booming, fearless sound. Relax. If this were a normal Navy battleship, of course we'd steer clear. But this is just a ship full of naval cadets. There's no reason to hide. We'll charge right at them and show them the might of the Greatsword pirates. Kill them, and my bounty will surely climb even higher. Here was a man ready to risk life and limb for his own bounty and reputation. From the Grand Line, a bounty is a man's face, his honor. Not once did it occur to Gleason that if they massacred these Navy cadets, the repercussions from the Marine forces would be catastrophic. But their ambitions had found the wrong target. For on that ship were not ordinary recruits, but elite cadets from the Navy Academy. If only their combat experience were a bit more seasoned, with mastery of even just 2 Rokushiki techniques, they'd make quick work of pirates with tens of millions in bounty on their heads. Would you look at that? Not only are those pirates staying put, they're actually coming straight for us. Rhodes sneered dismissively. It seems these pirates are bolder than I thought. Beneath his mask, Listster's brows knitted tightly together. He hadn't expected this group of pirates to react to their arrival not with retreat, but by charging at them head-on. What's more, they had already begun firing cannonballs, a blatant act of provocation. Fortunately, the enemy gunners lacked accuracy, and thanks to the skilled maneuvers of the Navy helmsman, not a single cannonball struck the warship. Full speed ahead. I want to see which pirate dares to act with such arrogance. Yes, instructor. At Listster's command, the warship surged forward, quickly closing the distance to the pirate vessel. The cannonballs launched at their ship were deftly intercepted, not by Listster himself, but by the trainees aboard the pirate ship, specifically the elite class cadets. Now, the gap between the elite and regular cadets was laid bare. Faced with a volley of cannon fire, most regular class members responded with panic and fear, while the elite maintained composure, even a spark of eagerness. Under the leadership of Rhodes and Bralette, not a single cannonball managed to harm the warship. It didn't take long for the pirates to notice Listster standing boldly at the forefront. Ha! Are you really the commanding officer of this ship, little brat? The Navy must be scraping the barrel. Chris, with one glance at Listster, burst into raucous laughter, mocking everyone aboard the warship. Leave none of them alive. Understood. Lister's patience was running thin under Chris's taunts. Were it not for the sake of giving his cadets practical experience, he could have wiped these pirates out in an instant. Yes, instructor. Chris roared with laughter, undeterred. Oh, leave none of us alive, is it? Well, brat, you're the one who won't see tomorrow's sunrise. Boys, show them what we're made of. Listster, of course, had no intention of letting the battle spill onto his own warship. If it was wrecked, he'd never be able to cover the losses. So, following his orders, the entire Navy crew leapt onto the pirate ship, felling every pirate they encountered. They held back from lethal force, however, simply knocking their foes unconscious. Witnessing this, Listster sighed inwardly. Their fighting skills were indeed impressive, but they were far too merciful. Even Rhodes and Brawlett pulled their punches. As for the regular-class Navy cadets, they managed to defeat their pirate counterparts after a few rounds, but their lack of battle experience kept them from drawing out their full potential. Some even made costly mistakes in the heat of the fight. One was injured from carelessness. Another nearly lost his life to a moment's lapse. In the end, it was Listster who saved the cadet's life. A single snap of his fingers, like firing a bullet, ended that pirate's existence. This was the first death in the entire battle, and it came at Listster's own hands. Witnessing this, every Navy cadet stood in stunned silence. Only the pirates seemed unfazed. After all, death was a part of their daily lives. When someone falls, someone new simply takes their place. You've truly disappointed me. Listster's voice cut through the chaos. Though the fight wasn't over, his words commanded such authority that the clash ceased instantly. Even the pirates, against their will, found themselves listening. Did you think this was play acting? He barked, fury flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he leapt onto the pirate ship, his fist smashing through the body of a fallen pirate in a single motion. How can you call yourselves Navy, showing mercy to pirates? Listster's rebuke was sharp as steel, and as he spoke, he dispatched another pirate with brutal efficiency. The pirates, cowed by Listster's overwhelming presence, or perhaps simply too slow to react to his lightning-fast strikes, offered no resistance. A Navy who has never killed a pirate can hardly be called capable, Listster declared. His words struck deep, filling all present with shame. Return to the warship, he commanded, and I'll show you what it truly means for the Navy to hunt pirates. This will be your final lesson. We're sorry, instructor. We understand now. Please, give us one more chance. Rhodes pleaded, shame burning on his face. Yes, sir. We swear we won't hesitate next time. Blair added anxiously. The rest of the elite cadets echoed their sentiments, faces alight with the same determination and regret. No, you'll return to the ship now. This is the last lesson I'll give you. What it means to face pirates as true Navy. That's an order. Yes, instructor, the cadets replied in unison, as if the pirates they'd just been battling no longer existed before their eyes. Seeing the Navy preparing to fall back to their ship, Chris shouted out in protest. Hey, you Navy brats, what do you take our pirate ship for? Somewhere you can come and go as you please. He too had been subdued by Listster's intimidating presence, but seeing the cadets about to leave jolted him back to his senses. What? Got a problem with that? Listster fixed his gaze on Chris. And no, Chris stammered, cold sweat breaking out down his back. He couldn't see the eyes beneath Listster's eye patch, but he felt as though a wild beast was staring him down, ready to tear him apart the instant he dared to say another word. Before long, there was not a single Navy man left on the pirate ship. Look carefully, every one of you. This is how the Navy should face pirates, Listster declared. Yes, sir, came the reply. The cadets, standing aboard the warship, looked at Listster's back. In that instant, he seemed to stand taller and broader, his figure exuding a sense of grandeur. To use real pirates as teaching material, Listster was likely the first instructor bold enough to do so. Remember this well. Never, ever show mercy when dealing with pirates. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards ourselves, Listster warned. As he spoke, he sprang into action. So swiftly, he became a blur, darting among the pirates like a ghostly apparition. Each time he passed a pirate, that pirate fell, never to rise again. At last, confronted by death, the pirates finally snapped out of their stupor. If we don't kill him, we're the ones who will die, someone yelled. In that moment, every pirate realized the truth about this scrawny kid they'd once mocked. He was someone to be feared. But what could they do, even now that they understood, when Listster's attacks came faster than they could defend? Even bracing themselves, they stood no chance. Soon there was only one pirate left standing, Captain Chris. Your name is Chris, isn't it? Listster asked. Yes, sir, Chris replied, his bravado gone, cowed into submission by Listster's terrifying strength. At this point, he was willing to do anything, so long as it meant he'd get to live. Our names differ by a single letter, Listster mused. Yet why is there such a gulf between us? Then turning to the cadets with a stern gaze, he continued, Have you all learned the final lesson now? We have, came the unanimous answer, elite and regular cadets alike. They had witnessed the brutality of battle firsthand. Blood, sacrifice, these were nothing exceptional. In real combat, mercy was a liability. He's left himself wide open, Chris suddenly noted, eyes glinting with a desperate spark. Raising his massive 2.5-meter broadsword, he charged at Listster from behind. Instructor, watch out! The cadets cried in alarm, unable to believe Chris could stoop so low, assaulting someone unawares. Some pirates never learn, Listster said coolly. Clenching his fist and wrapping it in armament hockey, he met the descending broadsword head-on. With a resounding crack, the huge blade snapped in two, and without slowing in the least, Lister's fist landed squarely on Chris's face. A mighty blow landed squarely on Chris's head, and with a single roll of his eyes, he never awoke again. Seeing that Listster was unharmed, everyone let out a collective breath of relief. You all saw it, didn't you? This is what pirates are. If we show them mercy, we're not only being cruel to our fellow Marines, but also to innocent civilians. Yes, instructor, we will definitely learn our lesson from this. Each Navy cadet clenched their fists tightly, their hearts still in turmoil. That final scene had truly shaken them. Despite the instructor's mercy, the pirate showed not the slightest gratitude, and had even tried to strike a deadly blow. Let's move out. Our next target, the Blood Wolf Pirates. I hope that in the coming battle, you won't disappoint me. Yes, instructor. We'll complete the mission without fail. By now, they were not far from Forsyth Island. It was said this island was the birthplace of a great figure, and in fact, it had been named after that person. There were also tales of many treasures hidden on the island. Most people dismissed these stories as mere legend, but a few chose to believe them. The islanders themselves had some fighting ability, not enough to be formidable, but at least they could protect themselves in ordinary circumstances. However, this time they were up against a fearsome pirate with a bounty of over 70 million. Whatever strength the islanders possessed, it was simply no match for the Blood Wolf pirate crew. At that very moment, the people of Forsyth Island had already been rounded up and bound by the pirates, forced into a single group. If you know what's good for you, hand over Forsyth's treasure now. If you cooperate, I might just let you live. Otherwise, don't blame us for what comes next. The speaker was a sharp-nosed, bristly man, his appearance dripping with cunning and malevolence. A ruthless character. He was Pete the Greedy Wolf, third in command of the Blood Wolf Pirates. Sir, we really don't have any treasure from Forsyth. We're just ordinary folk. What valuable things could we possibly have? A strong-looking middle-aged man answered, his face drawn with distress, though his eyes held a glimmer of suppressed resolve. No treasure, you say? Do you take me for a fool? Pete pressed a dagger against the man's chin. And these two beside you, your wife and daughter, are they not? Pete's gaze slid over to a woman and young girl standing nearby. Truth be told, finding such stunning beauty on this remote island was a rare thing. The girl's waterfall of golden hair and the fear writ large on her face stirred even the hardest heart with a sudden urge to protect her. However, that was only true in the eyes of ordinary people. To this band of vicious pirates, a woman like her was nothing but an object to satisfy their desires. The more frightened, panicked, and pitiful her expression, the more excited they became. In the woman's arms was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with her head buried tightly against her mother's chest, trembling all over. She too had golden blonde hair, tied into 2 ponytails. Though her face was hidden, her mother's fine features were surely passed on to her. No doubt, she would one day blossom into a beauty herself. What do you want from us? Instantly, a look of anger flashed across the middle-aged man's face. Ha, we're pirates of the high seas. Pillaging, plundering wealth, or beauty. That's just what we do, isn't it? A lecherous grin spread across Pete's face. Such a beautiful woman made his heart itch with longing. If he'd had the chance earlier, he would have dragged her off already. You monsters, we really don't have any treasure from Forsyth's here. Why can't you just leave us alone? Desperation crept into the man's expression as he begged for mercy. No can do. Your island is famous for its treasure legends. Even if there's no treasure to be found, running into a beauty like her is still a reward in itself. The longer Pete looked at the golden-haired beauty before him, the more satisfied he seemed. Even after they'd had their fun, selling her would fetch a handsome price. The other pirates licked their lips hungrily, their eyes gleaming with greed, each hoping it might soon be their turn. Mga, imskarid. A soft and timid voice rose from the woman's embrace. It was their daughter. Don't be afraid, sweetheart. Daddy will keep us safe. Fear etched deep lines in her face, but she forced herself to sound calm for her daughter's sake. The little girl answered quietly. Her tone was soft, yet held a trace of firmness, and a budding confidence in her father. "Ah, little girl, your father can barely protect himself. You really think he can save you? Keep dreaming." With that, Pete reached out, his hand moving toward the woman's face. "What are you doing?" The middle-aged man's eyes blazed. Though he was tightly bound, some unknown surge of strength filled him, and he crashed headlong into Pete, staggering him backward. "You filthy dog." Pete's face twisted in fury. Raising his dagger, he slashed it directly toward the man's neck. At the sight, the woman squeezed her eyes shut. Tears of grief streamed down her cheeks. All around, the other villagers closed their eyes as well, unable to bear witnessing what would come next. The man, too, was no exception. In the face of death, everyone is afraid. Seldom can anyone keep their eyes open to stare death in the face. He waited a long time, but the middle-aged man still didn't feel the pain he'd been bracing for. Tentatively, with growing anxiety, he slowly opened his eyes and saw that the pirate, just moments ago poised to strike him down, was now collapsed on the ground, eyes rolled back in unconsciousness. Immediately, a hush fell over the entire scene. It was so silent, not even the pirates uttered a word, each of them baffled as to how their third-in-command had fallen so suddenly. "It seems I got here just in time." At that moment, a lazy-sounding voice rang out, clear in everyone's ears. Even the villagers who had squeezed their eyes shut in dread now opened them and saw a young boy, dressed in a navy uniform, strolling unhurriedly toward them. At first, the villagers' hearts surged with hope. Finally, the navy had come. Perhaps they could be saved after all. But when their eyes took in the newcomer's face and his slight figure, expressions of disappointment, even despair, slowly returned. After so long wishing for rescue, all they'd gotten was a child, and by the looks of it, a blind one. Indeed, the one who had arrived was Listster. The moment the lookout reported sighting Forsyth Island, Listster had immediately used his observation hockey to sense the situation on shore. Realizing things were grim, he'd rushed ahead of the others. He'd landed on the island just in time to see a pirate about to attack a villager, and without hesitation had unleashed his conqueror's hockey, knocking the man out cold. At such a distance, he had no other means of saving the villager. Only the overwhelming force of his hockey could reach so far. Navy. Seeing Listster, the pirate's first reaction was alarm. After all, it was like thieves running into the police. But when they realized the Navy reinforcements consisted of one child, their fear evaporated, replaced by cruel, mocking grins. Their crew had lost many hands to the Navy before. While they dared not actively pick a fight with the authorities, now that the Navy had come to them, there was no way they could just sit and wait for doom. They had to strike back. They might not understand how this Navy brat had managed to knock out their third-in-command, but as long as they kept their wits about them, surely there was nothing to fear. In their minds, he was just a kid. How much trouble could he possibly be? Well, kid, did you even stop drinking milk before setting out to enforce justice as a Navy officer? One of the pirates jeered at Listster, his tone dripping with contempt. However, Listster paid no attention to this low-ranking minion. Instead, his gaze settled on a man sitting silently atop a fallen tree. The man's face was set in a cold, steely expression, and his eyes were as sharp as blades. Listster had never seen the wanted poster for the Bloodwolf Pirates, but he was fairly certain that this man must be their captain. The aura he exuded was simply overwhelming compared to the others. "Hey kid, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me?" Seeing Listster ignore him, the pirate became both embarrassed and furious. "Get lost." That single word was all Listster said. But the moment it reached the pirate's ears, he promptly lost all consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, fear flickered across everyone's faces once again. Even the captain of the Bloodwolf Pirates now looked puzzled and wary. He hadn't managed to catch what happened to his subordinate, only that it was undeniably the work of this young Navy officer. "What a nuisance," Listster muttered under his breath. If not for the sake of giving his cadets a chance to train, he would have wiped out these pirates in an instant. Among all these people, not a single one could withstand the force of his conqueror's hockey. Even their captain couldn't resist Listster's overwhelming willpower. Even if he managed to stay conscious, he'd be left too weakened to put up any fight, barely able to remain standing. "You'd better not run, you know? If you do, my cadets will have to find new targets, and that would be a real bother," Listster said, casually poking at his ear. "What do you mean by that?" someone asked. "I mean exactly what I said. The Bloodwolf Pirates are now our designated target, so don't even think about escaping or forcing my hand. If you do, I'll be quite troubled." As for the villagers, they remained tied up nearby. Listster made no move to free them, for this too was part of the test. "Instructor, are you all right?" At that moment, everyone turned to see a group of Navy officers in uniform, leaping toward them from the sky. It wasn't so much flying as stepping through the air itself. There were only about 20 of them, just the right number. This scene left the pirates gaping in disbelief. Never before had they witnessed something this astonishing. 20 Marines soaring through the air. They landed neatly behind Listster, addressing him respectfully as instructor. The assessment begins now. Don't let me down, Listster announced. Yes, instructor. Immediately, the 20 elite cadets charged straight into the pirates' ranks, while 2 others broke off to rescue the hostages. Seeing this, Listster nodded in satisfaction. Not long after, the remaining 60 cadets from the regular class also arrived. Because they hadn't mastered moonwalk, their pace was a bit slower. Once they reached the battlefield, they wasted no time in joining the fight. The civilians who had just been rescued instinctively gathered to fight near Listster. After all, they'd witnessed his strength firsthand, and this was now the safest place on the entire island. To be fair, you had to admit they were quite clever. This time, Listster kept a close eye on each of the cadets. Thankfully, none of them let him down. Almost every one of them fought with deadly resolve. Any pirate who fell to the ground didn't get back up again. Even the 2 pirates Listster had initially knocked out with his conqueror's haki were not spared. Nobody knew which cadet delivered the final blow. And whenever some of the cadets found themselves in mortal danger, Listster would stun their opponents with his haki, giving his students a chance to turn the tables and claim victory. Once the cadets realized there was no fatal risk in this battle, they were able to let go completely and fight without reservation. Yes, they might get hurt, but which Navy officer doesn't carry a few scars? These marks were badges of honor, tokens of their courage. Painful, perhaps, but the road to glory is never easy. Seeing his cadets growing more courageous with each battle, Listster broke into a satisfied smile. Even the captain of the Blood Wolf Pirates, Brer, was evenly matched in exchanges with Blair. That captain was also a devil fruit user, an animal type, the red wolf fruit. Unlike ordinary wolves, his fur was a striking shade of red. Originally, Rhodes had planned to take on the Blood Wolf Pirates' captain himself, but Blair beat him to it, so Rhodes had to settle for dueling the first mate, the evil wolf Laqueal. Although Laqueal was the second in command of the Blood Wolf Pirates, his strength was hardly any weaker than Blood Wolf France. His bounty was as high as 61 million, with only a slight gap beneath the captain's. Laqueal did not possess a devil fruit power, but his martial arts were formidable. He wielded a pair of unique diamond claws, and his fighting style wasn't about head-on confrontation. He specialized in feints and ambushes, a classic assassin type. As for the rest of the Blood Wolf Pirates, Listster didn't have to worry about them anymore. Faced with the Navy's elite trainees, they had no means of resistance. Just a finger gun, one of the 6 powers, had them screaming for mercy. Right now, the battlefield had largely become a clash between the Woodwood Fruit and the Red Wolf Fruit, and a showdown between 2 martial arts masters. In terms of technique, Rhodes may indeed fall short compared to Raquel, but Raquel's iron claw attacks are completely ineffective against him. Every time Rhodes is about to be hit, he always raises an iron block in defense. Although students in the elite class are required to master at least 2 of the 6 techniques, Listster raised the bar even higher, making it mandatory to master 5 of them. They had to learn every technique except paper art. And in order to reach this demanding goal, Listster put them through grueling daily training over the past 2 years. As a result, the students held feelings of deep respect mixed with anxiety toward Listster. It was because of him that they became so powerful, yet it was also because of him that they had to endure such punishing hardships these past 2 years. Still, even though they learned 5 techniques, not all of them mastered each one. Most could execute the moves, but without much force or effect. Listster had only one non-negotiable requirement. Everyone had to become proficient in moonwalk. That way, if they were ever overwhelmed, they could retreat safely at any moment. Rhodes was one such student, skilled in moonwalk, iron block, and finger gun. To master 3 out of the 6 techniques in 2 years was already quite an accomplishment. As for Shave and Tempest Kick, Rhodes could perform them, but not with much finesse. After all, Rhodes had mapped out his own path. He would be a power-type fighter, not a speedster. Others might get in several hits, but Rhodes needed only one decisive blow to finish the fight. "What's wrong, big guy? Is defense all you've got?" Raquel taunted while attacking, his tongue unnaturally long, so long that it extended outside his mouth. Yet somehow he could still speak clearly, never biting it. He showed no mercy in his jibes, mocking Rhodes without restraint. Yet inwardly, even Raquel felt unsettled. It was as if he wasn't fighting a man of flesh and blood, but a slab of steel. His blows clattered loudly against Rhodes, but left not a scratch. Watching Rhodes' defensive posture, Listster nodded in satisfaction. Body half-crouched, back bent, and both arms in front of his chest, this was the picture of perfect defense. Unless faced with an attack several times stronger than Rhodes himself, almost nothing could break through. Despite Raquel's mockery, Rhodes' gaze did not waver in the slightest. He knew full well that speed wasn't his advantage, so he concentrated all his power into his fists, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive, fatal strike. As for the battle between Bueller and Fran, it proved to be quite a spectacle. Fran had now transformed into a werewolf. Although he kept the stance of a wolf, he was able to stand upright on two legs. Physically, he was much more powerful than before. Both his height and his weight had visibly increased. When Fran unleashed the powers of his devil fruit, Wrist could clearly sense waves of fear emanating from the villagers watching behind him. Clearly, this was the first time they had ever witnessed anything like this. Bueller's skin had turned a rich brown, resembling the color of tree bark, and his whole body had undergone dramatic changes. His hair had become lush green leaves. His torso now looked like a solid tree trunk, and his fingers had turned into slender branches. At first glance, this particular fruit might have seemed pretty useless, but it actually endowed him with many unique abilities. For instance, sharp thorns could sprout from Bueller's body, just like a cactus, and he could make clusters of flowers bloom, each releasing clouds of poisonous gas that quietly spread to his opponent, corrupting them from within before they even realized it. This subtle combat skill was something Wrist had taught Bueller himself, after mastering it during their secret training sessions. However, the woodwood fruit came with a glaring weakness, a vulnerability to fire. While they could transform their bodies into a sort of iron hardwood, if trapped in a raging inferno, they wouldn't last long. Although the woodwood fruit wasn't considered one of the most powerful among the Paramecia class, should its power awaken, it could instantly rise to become one of the strongest devil fruits of its type. Upon awakening, its wielder could transform everything in the surroundings into part of a vast forest, making it possible to unleash the very technique Wrist had imagined in his mind, a world of encroaching trees, and even conjure footholds atop the endless sea itself. The fight is about to end. In direct combat, the woodwood fruit didn't grant quite as much raw power as the red wolf fruit. Instead, it mainly provided improved defense and a slight boost in offense. Still, by combining the Navy's 6 powers with the fruit's unique capabilities, Bueller could hold his own against Fran. The reason Wrist could say so with such certainty was because, using his advanced observation haki, he sensed a tiny flower suddenly budding atop the green crown of leaves on Bueller's head, a striking and rather sinister little purple bloom. Nestled among the dense foliage, it would be almost impossible to notice unless you looked extremely closely. And even if someone did spot it, who would ever think twice about a lone flower blossoming amidst a sea of green leaves? But Wrist knew exactly what that little flower was for. It was capable of releasing a neurotoxin that would gradually paralyze anyone who breathed it in unnoticed amidst the chaos of battle. I have to admit, this skill really does feel a bit like cheating. After all, in the heat of battle, their nerves are bound to be on edge. Even if their reactions become sluggish or they start to feel pain in their bodies, they'd simply chalk it up to injuries from fighting. They'd never suspect poison was involved. After all, using poison in the midst of a fight is an underhanded tactic, one rarely seen on the battlefield. When Listster first told Bueller about this skill, Bueller actually felt embarrassed to use it. But after some encouragement from Listster, Bueller grew a thicker skin. So long as it could defeat his opponent, shame hardly mattered. Rhodes, who was fighting Lakiel, had already figured out the rhythm of Lakiel's attacks. Though Lakiel was a big guy when it came to attention to detail, he'd easily rank among the top in the group of 20 elite trainees. Everyone's moves are almost set in stone, especially when facing a stationary target. To Lakiel, Rhodes was just a fixed object, and no matter what attack Lakiel tried, Rhodes consistently used his iron block defense. Since Rhodes never changed his defensive style, Lakiel's attacks started to fall into a predictable pattern. Rhodes had also noticed that Lakiel's nerves were growing slack. Truth be told, Rhodes didn't enjoy this kind of fight. Even if his opponent couldn't injure him, Rhodes disliked just standing there and getting hit. What he loved most was a real, head-to-head showdown, feeling every blow connect, matching strength for strength. Facing an opponent who relied on speed or technique, though, this fighting style, taught to him by Listster, was ideal. It played to Rhodes' patience and careful observation, making it a perfect fit for him. Now's my chance. Rhodes' eyes widened in an instant. He dropped all defenses at once and thrust out a punch, a blow packed with every ounce of his strength. Because he unleashed all his power into it, the punch shot forth at incredible speed. The opening Rhodes seized appeared each time Lakiel paused after one of his attacks. In that instant, Lakiel was helpless to respond. Iron block, smash. Although Rhodes could use finger gun, he preferred the raw force that the iron block offered him. This move was quite similar to Listter's iron block, smash fist. After all, it was Listster who had taught him, so it could be considered a toned-down version of the real thing. Although Rhodes was extremely fond of and well-suited for cultivating the technique of Tekai, he had yet to reach the level where he could employ it as freely as Listster, allowing his energy to flow throughout his body. Therefore, when he used Tekai, he couldn't freely mobilize his internal energy at will. As a result, Rhodes started with the simplest area and the one most beneficial for him, his fists. With Lister's guidance, Rhodes had already become the most advanced practitioner of Tekai among the 20 elite trainees. In fact, even some vice admirals of the Navy headquarters couldn't match Rhodes in proficiency with Tekai. After all, Rhodes had chosen Tekai as his primary focus, whereas most vice admirals only needed to master all 6 techniques, without specializing in any particular one. A tremendous punch sent Laquille hurtling through the air. His body bent backward in a bow, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets from the force. There was no question. After taking such a blow, even if Laquille didn't die outright, half his life was gone. He was blasted dozens of meters away and never managed to stand up again. Listster could sense the faint breath of life coming from his body. Although he wasn't dead yet, it was clear that, left unattended for long, he wouldn't last much longer. Inside, Laquille's vital organs had been displaced by Rhodes' strike. Some were smashed to fragments. In other words, he was now suffering from massive internal hemorrhaging. Even in the world of pirates, where people possess remarkable resilience, surviving in such a state was all but impossible for long. Meanwhile, the Blood Wolf, Fran, who was locked in combat with Brayley, could no longer spare any attention for his deputy captain's predicament. Strangely, he found himself feeling more and more cut off from the world. Sounds around him faded and his vision dimmed, a heavy drowsiness settling over his mind. It felt as if, at any second, he might drift into sleep. But he knew that if he succumbed, death would surely follow. He couldn't understand why this was happening to him, but he was certain it had everything to do with the man standing before him. At this moment, Brayley had ceased his attacks, simply watching the Blood Wolf sway unsteadily on his feet, a faint smile playing at his lips. The outcome was already obvious. Rhodes had finished off his own opponent. Naturally, Brayley couldn't allow himself to lag behind. Fran's body was overcome by weakness, barely able to remain upright. His attacks aimed at Brayley lacked strength, and Brayley didn't even bother to dodge anymore, as Fran's blows felt soft and powerless as a feather to him now. Fall! At this moment, Brayley's voice echoed in Fran's ears like a spell. The instant his words faded, Fran stiffened and collapsed right in front of Brayley, the transformation from the devil fruit vanishing as if it had never existed. Without a hint of hesitation, Brayley drew the pistol from his belt and ended Fran's life with a single shot. And with that, the war was over. Not a single Navy soldier lost their life. There were only a handful of wounded, and even those were nothing more than minor injuries. The villagers erupted in jubilant cheers, their shouts ringing out in pure relief and joy. The monster they had feared only moments ago was now defeated by the angels of justice. Hearing the villagers cheer, the cadets broke into smiles themselves. This was exactly why they chose to become Navy soldiers, to eradicate evil and gain the trust of the people. Now they had done just that. They tasted the true meaning of being in the Navy. The hardships of the past 2 years suddenly felt worthwhile, a fitting reward for all they had endured. Congratulations, you've all passed the test. Listster said this warmly, a proud smile on his face. How could he not feel proud? These were the cadets he'd trained with his own hands, step by step. Yeah, the cadets answered in an enthusiastic chorus. Their cheers were different from the villagers, more of triumph and camaraderie, rather than simple relief. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. At that moment, a villager approached their group. He fell to his knees before them, his gratitude choking his words. It was the man Listster had saved just moments before. There's no need for that. Listster hurriedly helped him up. Hunting down pirates is our duty as Navy officers. This is exactly what we're meant to do. Even so, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I dread to think what might have happened to all of us. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks. He shivered to imagine what horrors would have unfolded had Listster arrived any later. Perhaps he'd already be in hell, and his wife suffering unspeakable torment. But I suggest you give your island a new name. In a world like this, bands of pirates like the Blood Wolf pirates will never truly disappear. Yes, we'll heed your advice. From this day on, Folsis Island will be no more. Good. Yet just then, Lister's expression changed in an instant. The joy drained from his face, replaced by a look of grave concern. What's wrong, big brother? Brayley immediately noticed the shift in Lister's demeanor and spoke up with genuine concern. Quick, call for help from Navy headquarters. At the very least, we need one of the vice admirals, Kazan, Sakazuki, or Borsellino, to be dispatched. Preferably Borsellino. Understood. Blare asked no further. After seeing the drastic change in Listster's expression, he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The rest of you, protect the civilians. Get them as far away from here as possible. Sweat formed on Listster's brow. Just moments ago, his observation hockey had picked up on a colossal life force speeding their way. Even Master Zephyr's life force paled in comparison, and the presence had a distinct shape, a dragon. Aside from that one man, Listster could think of no one else it could be. Sir, what on earth is happening? No questions. Do as I say right now. That's an order. Yes, instructor. Without further delay, the trainees forcibly ushered the civilians away, ignoring their resistance, getting them as far from the danger zone as possible. It didn't take long before the sky began to darken with gathering clouds, thunder crackling in the air. Amidst the brewing storm, a massive shadow flickered through the gloom, vague, yet menacing. It's really him. Listster couldn't discern the creature's exact shape, but he was certain. It could only be one of the future 4 emperors, the beast Kaido. He had no idea why Kaido would show up here of all places, but this was no time to dwell on that question. Those Navy officers and civilians who hadn't escaped yet stood frozen, stunned by the gigantic dragon's silhouette looming above. Is that the infamous pirate, Kaido? One Navy cadet stammered, voice trembling. The pirates of the New World were always emphasized in their lessons, and Kaido was a name they knew well. Why would someone like him show up here? I have no idea. Why ask me? Who could know? Blurray, did you get a distress call out to headquarters? I'm on it. Blurray, panic all over his face, fumbled to pull out a din mushy and desperately dialed. Faced with the overwhelming aura of Kaido, the fact that they hadn't already lost their nerve was an achievement in itself. BR click. Hello, this is Navy headquarters. We're cadets from the Navy Academy elite class. Blurray blurted in a rush. We've come under attack by a notorious pirate during a field exercise, requesting immediate support from headquarters. Which pirate is it? Where's your instructor? It's a New World pirate, the captain of the Beast Pirates, Kaido. Our instructor is currently engaging him. Please, we need reinforcements immediately. Understood. Hold on, no matter what. Help is on the way. The man from Naval Headquarters also realized the gravity of the situation. This was Kaido of the Beast Pirates, after all. Even the Navy admirals had no desire to face such a pirate. It wasn't just that Kaido was powerful, but that his vitality was outrageously tenacious. After hanging up the phone, he hurried to report to his superiors. A major pirate from the New World appearing in the first half of the Grand Line. This kind of situation had to be brought directly to the attention of the admirals. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, we have a problem. The operator burst into Admiral Sengoku's office, out of breath and sweating from running at full speed. What is it? Why are you in such a panic? Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling the fatigue of his ever-increasing workload. He was about to take over as the fleet admiral, and the mountain of responsibilities seemed endless. If things got any busier, he felt he might collapse from the strain. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, during the elite course assessment at the Naval Academy, the cadets ran into Kaido from the Beast Pirates. They're requesting immediate assistance from headquarters. What? At this report, Sengoku shot to his feet in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Who is the lead instructor? A Navy officer named List. I haven't heard of him before. Damn it. Cold sweat broke out on Sengoku's forehead. If anything were to happen to List, Zephyr might even go as far as risking his life against Kaido. Where is Admiral Zephyr right now? He's on Kara Island. There's a substantial distance between there and Forsyth Island. If we send Admiral Zephyr as reinforcements, he might not make it in time. Damn it. Have Borsalino drop everything he's doing and head to Forsyth Island to support List. Tell him, under no circumstances can anything happen to List. Yes, Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, on Forsyth Island, List could sense that something was off about Kaido's aura. It was as if Kaido were in a daze. All of a sudden, Kaido let out a heavy burp, the smell of strong alcohol wafting from his mouth. List immediately picked up on it. So he's drunk, List muttered to himself, unable to help feeling a surge of relief. So this is Forsyth Island? Hurry up and hand over Forsyth's treasure. Don't make me wait. Kaido's words were slurred and broken, his speech punctuated by hiccups from drinking. As it happened, while Kaido was drinking with his subordinates, someone at the table mentioned this legend, which prompted Kaido to fly here on impulse. His underlings had wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. There is no Forsyth treasure here. List answered calmly. If he could lure Kaido away like this, it would be ideal. He had no desire to fight Kaido. Whether he had the strength to win, or even to survive such a battle, was a different question altogether. Burp, you liar. Hand over Force's treasure right now, or I'll wipe this island off the map. I told you, there's no such thing as Force's treasure here. If that's the case, then there's no reason for this island to exist, either. With that, Kaido opened his massive jaws, and a blazing ball of fire began to form in his mouth. Heated breath. A torrent of fierce flames shot directly from Kaido's mouth, aimed squarely at Listster right in front of him. This guy really doesn't hesitate. He'll fight at the drop of a hat. Without a second thought, Listster drew his sword from his waist, the blade enveloped with haki, a manifestation of his fighting spirit. Wave slash. A golden arc of sword energy split the searing flames in two, carving a path straight to Kaido's mouth. However, the intensity of the fire had already dulled some of the slash's power, and given Kaido's monstrous physique, the attack had no effect when it struck his mouth. What's your connection to the Golden Lion? It seemed Kaido regained a hint of clarity. After all, he and the Golden Lion had once served as crewmates on the same pirate crew, so Kaido was quite familiar with his old comrade's fighting style. That's none of your concern, Kaido. Just head back to your precious new world and stay put. This isn't the place for you to throw your weight around. Now that battle had broken out, there was no longer any need for mercy. You little brat, who do you think you're talking to? There's nowhere I can't go. Wherever I want to be, I'll be there, even your Marine headquarters. If I want in, I'm in. If I want out, I'm out. By now, Kaido was regaining his full senses and noticed the Navy uniform Listster was wearing. You Marines are the ones I can't stand the most. Go to hell. Bad wind. Kaido bared his fangs again, but this time, what burst forth was no ordinary flame. Instead, blade-like gusts, sharp as a sickle's edge, tore from his mouth, each one capable of slicing through anything in its path. Lion, Thousand Valley, slash. Listster instantly unleashed his own sword technique. If Kaido's attacks landed on the island, nothing would be left but ruin. Being a single sword user, Listster couldn't muster as many sword energy arcs as Golden Lion, the dual-bladed sword master, but it was still enough to intercept the wind blades streaming from Kaido's jaws. Listster's strikes were of the highest caliber, a true swordmaster's technique, far beyond anything an ordinary swordsman's aura attack could hope to block. A flurry of sword energy tore through the raging wind blades, once again crashing into Kaido's formidable body. Hey, that hurts, you little runt. The attack landed on Kaido, and though it didn't leave any obvious scars, it still made him feel a stinging pain on his skin. After all, no matter how tough Kaido's hide was, taking several sword strikes from a master swordsman head-on was simply too much, even for him. At that moment, Kaido was thoroughly sobered up. His massive dragon form dropped down, reverting to a human shape. He looked at Listster with a grave expression. Standing before Kaido, Listster seemed as small as a child before an adult. Kaido's stature was simply overwhelming, while Listster was truly just a boy. You little brat, you're not the Golden Lion's son, are you? The notion of Golden Lion letting his own son join the Navy. Now that's enough to make me laugh myself to death. Kaido seemed convinced of his guess and roared with laughter. But even if you're Golden Lion's son, I won't hold back against you. Not even a little. Just think of it as payback for all the kindness Golden Lion once gave me. Although he had once sailed on the same pirate ship as the Golden Lion, their relationship had never been good. The Golden Lion was an officer on that crew, while Kaido had merely been an apprentice. Their status couldn't have been more different. On that ship, only strength mattered. Apprentices like Kaido were usually bullied, and of course, the Golden Lion himself had bullied him more than once. I'm not Golden Lion's illegitimate son, Kaido. Maybe before you became a pirate, you should have had your head checked, because there's got to be water sloshing around in your brain. Come then, Golden Lion's bastard. Show me just how much of your father's strength you possess. Kaido seemed utterly convinced of Listster's identity. It was clear that nothing Listster said now could change his mind. Remember this. I'm Listster, and I'm a Marine. With that, Listster, blade covered in armament haki, charged at Kaido. Kaido, too, ready to spike club, and the two weapons clashed fiercely. In an instant, a surge of black and crimson lightning exploded where their weapons met. Two formidable, yet subtly different presences radiated from Kaido and Listster, and this was the conqueror's haki clashing between them. Even the clouds swirling above were ripped apart by the force of their collision. The overwhelming power released at their point of impact shattered the island itself, splintering it as if a hurricane of the highest order had just swept through. Trees were snapped, the earth was cracked and torn in every direction from where the two stood. Some distance away, those two weak of will simply collapsed, fainting outright. What on earth is happening? Brayley exclaimed in shock, feeling as though his mind had simply stopped working, stunned by the sheer force radiating in the air. Was this truly a power a human could possess? This has to be a joke. Rhodes, too, spoke up in disbelief. They had always assumed their strength was already formidable, but after witnessing this battle, they realized just how wildly overconfident they had been. They had caught a glimpse of a whole new world, and with it, the daunting gulf that lay between them and the very pinnacle of existence. I never would have imagined the instructor was this powerful, on par with Kaido, trading blows as equals. Indeed, before their very eyes, Listster's Conqueror's Haki was steadily suppressing Kaido's. After all, the surge of Haki from Listster was a fusion of Rayleigh's and Rogers, layered atop his own power. If Listster ever mastered the advanced forms of Conqueror's Haki, he was convinced that no one else in this world could surpass its might. You brat. At last, Kaido was forced to take Listster seriously. There weren't many in the world whose Haki could dominate his. His former captain, Rox, was one. The Pirate King, Roger, was another. And the only one still alive, Whitebeard the old giant. Most others matched him at best, or fell a step behind. He certainly hadn't expected to encounter a Haki even stronger than his on a youngster like this. And, astonishingly, it felt mightier than even Whitebeard's. Interesting. Come join the Beast Pirates. The Navy isn't the place for you. No one could quite fathom Kaido's line of thinking. He offered Listster an invitation straight out of the blue. You're in no position to ask. That single retort thoroughly infuriated Kaido. He suddenly gripped with even more force. Though Listster's Haki held the upper hand, Kaido's sheer physical strength far outclassed his. Under Kaido's overwhelming power, Listster's feet were slowly being driven deeper and deeper into the ground. What a monster, Listster muttered through clenched teeth. If he tried to hold on much longer, Kaido might just bury half his body into the earth. At that moment, Listster's body suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished. Kaido, caught off guard after unleashing all his strength, lost resistance and nearly stumbled, struggling to keep his balance. So, you're a devil fruit user on top of everything, huh, kid? Kaido hadn't figured out which fruit Listster had eaten yet. He hadn't even considered narrowing it down to the devil fruits already in circulation. But, judging from Listster's recent maneuver, he suspected it was of the Logia type. There's a lot you don't know, Listster replied, unconcerned about exposing himself now. After all, nothing mattered more than staying alive. After he finished speaking, Reese transformed into elemental form once more and, in an instant, appeared above Kaido's head. With another mighty sword strike, he knew that his swordsmanship was currently his most formidable attack. If this couldn't break through, then none of his other techniques would have any effect. Although Reese's sword skills were originally copied, by now he had truly become a legendary great swordsman. Not only had he borrowed the sword intent and techniques from the Golden Lion himself, but over the past 2 years of relentless and tireless practice, he had completely mastered the essence of a great swordsman. No matter what technique he used, each move displayed the overwhelming power befitting his status. Demon-slaying blade, Azura slash. This was a technique that Reese had developed himself in the past 2 years. In that moment, his sword shone with a sinister purple glow, strange patterns swirling upon the blade like the marks of vengeful spirits. The attack was infused with boundless sword intent and a uniquely eerie aura. This aura not only amplified the power of his sword intent, but could also cloud an opponent's mind. Yet, against the likes of Kaido, the move had little effect. As one of the greatest pirates of the sea, Kaido's will was as unshakable as the tide. Nothing could easily bewilder his formidable spirit. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido's iron club erupted with lightning, a surge of energy bursting forth, and an unmistakable wave of Conqueror's Haki radiated from him. Azura's sword intent clashed head-on with Kaido's lightning-wreathed club. The tremendous aftershock sent rolling waves racing across the ocean beyond the island. The sky itself grew oppressively dark, with barely a glimmer of light breaking through the storm. On the island, those who remained could only endure under the protection of the Navy cadets, struggling desperately against the chaos. Even the cadets themselves were barely standing, as the collision of their Conqueror's Haki almost knocked every civilian on the island unconscious. Among the regular students, more than half had already collapsed. Only the 20 elite class students remained standing, able to move freely. Yet even they were constantly subjected to immense mental pressure. Every single exchange between Reese and Kaido carried with it a clash of their Conqueror's Haki. Debris hurled by the rampant winds shot out in all directions. Faced with this deadly barrage, only these elite students had the strength to withstand it. At this moment, Reese's face had twisted into a ferocious grimace. Yet Kaido was also showing signs of strain. His Conqueror's Haki had been suppressed throughout the battle, his power steadily waning. Beads of cold sweat broke out on Kaido's forehead. For all his thick skin and iron muscles, he knew that if he failed to defend against Reese's sword, the mighty blade would inevitably leave its mark upon his flesh. The two of them were now locked in a tense standoff. Neither could gain the upper hand. Listster couldn't overcome Kaido, and Kaido, in turn, couldn't do anything decisive to Listster. They were balanced on a knife's edge, each waiting to see who would be the first to disrupt this delicate equilibrium. But in the very next second, Listter's eyes sharpened. He noticed cracks snaking their way across the blade in his hand, and Kaido saw it too. Kaido broke into a roaring laugh. "Kid, your sword skills aren't half bad, but it's a shame your weapon can't keep up." Kaido could feel the victory within reach. There's no sword that can't become a black blade. These words once belonged to Dracul Mihawk, the future master swordsman. The meaning was simple. Any blade, even a wooden one, could become indestructible if it was clad in armament haki. But that wasn't the whole truth. The quality of the weapon you wield plays a big part as well. While Listter's armament haki was on par with Kaido's, the sword he held simply wasn't up to standard. After all, Listster was wielding nothing more than a standard-issue Navy saber. Hardly a match for the Iron Club in Kaido's massive hands. What a letdown, Listster cursed under his breath. If this standoff continued any longer, his sword would soon shatter completely. Once he lost his weapon, Kaido's club, wreathed in armament haki, would come crashing down on him, and not even shifting into his elemental form would let him escape unscathed. He had no choice. Listster was forced to retreat of his own accord, tossing aside his sword, knowing it was now little more than dead weight. A blade on the verge of breaking was little use in a battle like this. Worse, holding on to it would only become a liability, making him hesitate and robbing him of the chance to fight at his full strength. Better to discard it now and fight unburdened. The Navy, and you don't even have a weapon. Just what do you plan to fight me with? Kaido taunted. Who told you I don't have a weapon? Listster replied with a cryptic smile. He gripped his fists together, then stretched his hands wide apart. In a burst of brilliance, a ribbon of golden light flared between his palms. Heavenly Kusanagi. In a flash, a radiant golden sword materialized in Listter's grasp. Come on, Kaido. Round 2 begins now. With those words, Listster transformed into his elemental form and surged toward Kaido, moving even faster than before. This was no ordinary sword. It was forged from pure elemental energy. Even when shrouded in armament haki, it might not match the legendary Supreme Grade swords, but it was at least on par with the finest Grade 21 swords. It was far superior to the saber Listster had wielded just moments ago. You little brat. Kaido cursed under his breath. He had never expected this brat to be so hard to deal with. He thought that once Listter's sword shattered, this battle would become much easier, but to his surprise, Listster had pulled yet another dirty trick from up his sleeve. As the blade of Listter's Amanamirakumo clashed again and again with Kaido's iron club, flecks of golden light sometimes chipped off from Listter's sword, but hardly mattered. Elemental energy kept flowing from Listster, endlessly replenishing his weapon. By now, their fight had grown ever fiercer. Listter's attacks were coming faster than ever, leaving Kaido with no choice but to be on the defensive. It might have looked like Listster had the upper hand, but in truth, he was almost out of stamina. Listster. Just then, Listster heard a sly yet familiar voice. The moment he heard it, he instantly knew who it was. Without hesitation, Listster used his elemental transformation to slip away. Jatan no Kagamivari. Countless dazzling orbs of light swept out, covering the area where Listster and Kaido had just been fighting. But since Listster had already gone elemental and escaped, only Kaido remained there in the scorch of laser fire. The arrival of backup brought a wave of relief washing over Lister's heart. Borsalino's power was formidable. Among the Navy, barely anyone could say for certain exactly how strong he was. When my paycheck comes in, even a Yonko gets trashed. Listster had always thought that was just a joke, tossed off carelessly. But now, standing here, he saw how true it was. Speed, after all, was power, and after eating the glint-glint fruit, Listster truly understood just how mighty its abilities were. Talk about cutting it close, Vice Admiral Borsalino. Listster soared to Kizaru's side, calling out to him. Then Listster struck a pose identical to Kizaru's, mimicking him perfectly. Jatan no Kagamivari. A double barrage of light bullets rained down, sweeping through the whole region where Kaido stood. Clouds of dust surged up from the ground, completely engulfing him. Borsalino glanced at Listter's technique and let out a small sigh. To see his own move used right in front of him by someone else, it was more than a little uncomfortable. He wanted to stop him, but there was nothing he could actually do. You know, your ability really does make me want to hit you. Borsalino grumbled at Listster. If we're talking irritating, Vice Admiral, I'm not sure I can compete with you. Hearing Lister's stinging retort, Borsalino just pulled a face. He couldn't help the way he looked. He was simply born that way. Afterward, both fighters halted their attacks at the same time, yet there was no hint of relaxation on their faces. Their expressions remained grave and intense. Through their advanced observation haki, they could sense it clearly. Kaido's aura was as formidable as ever, as if their last move hadn't affected him in the slightest. When the dust finally cleared, Kaido reappeared in their sight. Golden sparks glimmered along his massive frame, yet not a single wound could be seen. Even the scorched skin left by the light bullets was now slowly regenerating, bit by bit. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming power exploded from Kaido, wild and untamed. The presence he exuded was almost bestial, sending chills down their spines. In Lister's perception, Kaido was no longer just a man, but a dragon incarnate, his vitality and energy so vast and primal, the likes of which Listster had never witnessed before. Vice Admiral Borsellino, you can handle this guy on your own, can't you? Listster asked. Hey, come on now, have a heart. You want me to take on this monster all by myself? That'll be the end of me, Borsellino protested. But I'm just about out of stamina myself, Listster said, frowning in distress. Tell that to someone who'll believe it. Borsellino shot him a glare. Even Logia-type devil fruit users expend stamina when they fight, and judging by how effortlessly Listster was still using the Yasakani no Magatama, he clearly hadn't reached his limit yet. Huh, I hadn't expected the Honorable Vice Admiral to see right through me. Listster laughed, with not the faintest trace of embarrassment at having been exposed. Let's get serious. This guy's not someone to take lightly, Borsellino said, his face transitioning abruptly to a look of solemnity. Yeah, I know, Listster replied. At the sight of Borsellino's serious expression, Listster understood he couldn't afford to hold back any longer. To be clear, Listster didn't try to slack off in battle simply because that was Yellow Monkey's natural personality. Perhaps the side effects of the glint fruit were at play. After all, even now, Listster was starting to feel himself slip into the tendencies of the future Yellow Monkey. Though he'd fought hard just now, he hadn't unleashed his full power. He'd given it about 80%. He knew that even if he went all out, he still wouldn't be a match for Kaido. But with Yellow Monkey here now, things were different. Together, there was a real possibility they could drive Kaido back. Two light fruit users fighting side by side. Now that's a spectacle, Listster remarked. Hearing this, Borsellino's face shifted, betraying a flicker of interest. Perhaps he, too, was looking forward to the sight of two users of the glint fruit joining forces in battle. After all, the glint fruit itself is both dazzlingly beautiful and overwhelmingly powerful. Next, Kizaru took a step forward, transforming into light and appearing right in front of Kaido. Have you ever felt the sting of a kick delivered at the speed of light? Once again, it was Kizaru's infuriating, goading voice. You yellow-furred monkey, you're truly a pain, Kaido snarled. He had clashed with Borsellino several times before, and knew all too well just how troublesome the glint fruit could be. Now, with another ability so similar joining the battle, he was sure the fight ahead would be nothing but frustrating. Kizaru was so fast that, even though Kaido wanted to defend himself, he simply couldn't. Kizaru's speed surpassed even the most advanced observation Haki Kaido could muster, making it impossible for him to keep track of Kizaru's movements. Kizaru's foot struck Kaido squarely on the head. For an ordinary person, a kick like that would have been fatal, a head lost in an instant. Even for someone strong, only a timely armament Haki defense could keep them from being sent flying dozens of meters. But Kaido, remarkably, relied solely on the observation Haki protecting his head to block Kizaru's lightspeed kick, and he didn't budge an inch. Is that all you've got, yellow-furred monkey? He taunted. What if I add just one more? Came a mocking voice at his ear. This time, it was Listster. Kaido hadn't even noticed when he had appeared overhead, his foot now glowing with golden light, coming down hard on Kaido's skull. The sheer force of impact splintered the ground beneath Kaido, burying half his legs in the fractured earth. At that moment, both attackers leapt back at the same instant. Together, they extended their index fingers toward Kaido, who, with his legs wedged deep in the ground, was as helpless as a living target. Laser. Twin flashes of golden light burst from their fingertips, streaking straight for Kaido. The beam struck him dead on, erupting in a massive explosion. Laser after laser hammered into Kaido's body. Yet, despite the withering barrage, both attackers still looked grim. Their observation Haki told them the truth. Kaido's vitality remained titanic, and their attacks were having little effect. Even so, neither of them let up for a second. Kaido, arms crossed defensively over his head, was seething inside. This battle was utterly humiliating for him. Speed had never been his strong suit, making it impossible for him to land a hit on either adversary. Right now, he truly was little more than a target. The more Kaido thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. When had he ever suffered such indignity? The strength of these two was clearly beneath his own, and yet, he had no way to defeat them. You two have really made me angry now. Kaido roared, and his body began to transform. Scales emerged across his skin, and the wounds he'd just received healed in an instant, vanishing as if they'd never been there. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he broke free from the ground's restraint with ease. This can't be real. What kind of monster is this? Both Borsellino and Listster stood frozen in shock. They knew Kaido was a beast, but his true strength was far beyond anything they had imagined. For Listster especially, the blow was heavy. He believed himself to be closing in on the world's summit, but now he realized that distance was still vast. Cold sweat beaded on both Listter's and Borsellino's foreheads. They understood all too well, with a body like Kaido's, he would only grow even stronger in the future. Right now, it was unimaginable just how powerful Kaido could become. So, this is what a future Emperor of the Sea looks like. I can't believe he's terrifying even at this stage. A heavy sense of dread filled Listter's heart. He believed he'd become stronger, but had to admit, the gap between himself and Kaido remained immense. In a blink, Kaido appeared right before the two, his massive hands reaching straight for Listter's and Borsellino's heads. Borsellino's eyes narrowed, and Listster instinctively sensed the overwhelming danger with his haki. Fortunately, the power of the glint-glint fruit allowed their reflexes to heighten even further. They both immediately transformed, becoming light itself, letting Kaido's grasp pass harmlessly through their now-immaterial forms. Even though Kaido's hands were shrouded with haki, he still could not seize their corporeal bodies. In a flash, the two reappeared behind Kaido and, in perfect sync, conjured their blades, Aim no Murakumo, swinging at him in unison. The wounds left behind, however, varied in depth. Because Borsellino was not a true swordsman, his blade of light left Kaido completely unharmed, while Listter's strike managed to carve a wound that sent blood spurting from Kaido's back. You troublesome brats! Kaido spun around with a vicious swipe, but both men again vanished into light, evading his attack with ease. You're as annoying as a swarm of flies. Kaido grumbled in irritation. Now, in his dragon form, Kaido's power, speed, and stamina had all soared to new heights, and his regenerative abilities had become fearsome, so much so that even the sword wounds Listster left healed in the blink of an eye. Listster was relatively skilled in hand-to-hand combat, but Borsellino's close combat abilities were practically non-existent. If the two of them had to take on Kaido head-to-head right now, there was a very real chance they'd be pinned down and beaten mercilessly. Vice Admiral, surely you're not the only reinforcement headed this way, are you? I don't think so. A bead or two of cold sweat trickled down Borsellino's forehead. If he really was the only backup here, the fate awaiting the two of them would be nothing short of terrifying. I'm about to unleash my strongest form, Listster explained, but after that, I'll be completely spent without a shred of resistance left. When that time comes, I'll have to count on you, Vice Admiral. Whoa, hold on. Are you dumping this mess on me? Borsellino protested, clearly unwilling. Well, how about you take on the job of keeping Kaido busy, and I'll handle the aftermath. In that case, never mind. Spare me, please. I have no intention of going toe-to-toe with that monster. Kizaru gave a careless shrug, his tone light, but the unease on his face betrayed his true feelings. I'll leave it to you then. With that, Listter's body suddenly began to radiate with a golden brilliance, growing in size as he transformed into a giant golden Buddha, much like Sengoku's own Buddha form, though their faces were different. Sengoku's devil fruit powers? If it's that form, maybe he really can keep Kaido in check, Kizaru mused in surprise. Yet, in the next instant, and to Kizaru's utter astonishment, a gleaming sword of condensed light appeared in the Buddha's hand. A Buddha form, paired with the glint-glint fruit's power? He's using the abilities of two devil fruits at once. Unbelievable. For a moment, Borsellino regarded Listster with a new seriousness. If Listster could wield multiple devil fruit powers at the same time, that was nothing short of terrifying. Still, the Buddha form's main attack is its shockwave. Using the Imnumurakumo sword here might be a waste of its true strength, Kizaru pondered, eyes narrowing. Regardless, he had to admit, the power Listster was displaying was incredible, marking him as one of the strongest contenders for a future admiral. He might, in fact, become Kizaru's direct rival one day. Oh, witnessing this spectacle, even Kaido's gaze gleamed with surprise. He was more puzzled than ever. What exactly was the nature of Listter's devil fruit ability? But before he could dwell on it, Borsellino noticed yet another strange detail. Atop Listter's golden Buddha head, a delicate little violet blossom had come into bloom. List's giant Buddha form, wholly elemental, descended above Kaido's head. With a thunderous step, he brought his foot crashing down, the force of the impact sending Kaido's massive body hurtling through the air. Without pause, List raised the sword to the sky-clustered clouds and brought it slicing down toward Kaido. Just as the blade fell, a shock wave surged forth, enveloping Kaido completely. Unlike the great Buddha shockwaves wielded by the Grand Admirals, the force unleashed by List's sword carried a terrifying aura of sword intent. Under the assault of that shockwave, wounds erupted all over Kaido's body, dense and innumerable, as if he'd been slashed by 1,000 blades. Blood spewed from his mouth in torrential bursts. This was the true nature of the shockwave's power. It struck at Kaido's very insides, shaking his organs to their core. After landing the blow, List immediately withdrew, stumbling back as he gasped for air. Cold sweat beaded and trickled down his brow. Maintaining the giant Buddha form took a dreadful toll on his stamina. He had barely held on for this short encounter, yet already List felt his strength failing him. Even the golden light cloaking the Buddha form now flickered and faded, no longer constant. Seizing the moment, Kaido lunged. In a breath's time, he was upon List. Now, their statures were nearly matched in size. Kaido swung his massive spike club, sending List's body flying like a baseball launched by a heavy bat. Kaido prepared to chase down his advantage. But in that instant, Borsalino, the long-spectating observer, finally intervened. He knew he couldn't do lasting harm to Kaido, but he could at least be a nuisance. Yasukani's sacred jewel. Never forget, light carries its own kind of devastating power. Extreme speed, searing heat. Even Kaido's tough hide cannot ignore such attacks. If he didn't defend himself, even he would be singed. Forced to halt his assault, Kaido's motion stalled, granting List a precious moment to catch his breath. Vice Admiral, I barely have enough strength in me for one last strike. After that, you'll have to take over. You can't be serious. A sense of dread suddenly crept into Borsalino's heart. If he was left alone to face this monster, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to guarantee his safety. But List had no time left to listen to Kizaru's complaints. His giant Buddha form could vanish at any moment. He had to seize what little time remained to unleash his mightiest attack on Kaido. Once again, List's form turned to elemental light, appearing at Kaido's back. Now, the second sky-cluster cloud's sword shimmered into existence in his hands. Crossing both blades, he unleashed a pair of devastating shockwaves that crashed down together on Kaido. In the blink of an eye, Kaido was struck by an overwhelming force. His entire body was driven downward by the shockwave, deep sword marks instantly forming all over him, and blood streamed from every feature of his face. However, the assault didn't last long. In the very next moment, Listster shed his giant Buddha form and collapsed unceremoniously before Kaido. Kaido, too, was left gasping for breath from Listter's onslaught. While caught within that explosive force, he felt stifled, as though he were suffocating under pressure. Fortunately for him, he endured. Then he turned his gaze on the prone Listster at his feet, an unmistakable malice burning in his eyes. There was no way he could let this young Marine live. Not good. Witnessing this, Kizaru cursed inwardly. In a flash, he appeared between Listster and Kaido, raised his sword of light to block Kaido's spiked mace, and then kicked Listster far from the danger zone. So, my next opponent is you, Yellow Ape? Hearing Kaido's menacing tone, Borsalino groaned inwardly. The last thing he wanted was to go head-to-head with this monster. But he had no choice. If anything happened to Listster here, he might very well become the Navy's next scapegoat. I'd really rather not fight you, Borsalino replied. If possible, I'd appreciate it if you could just leave now. If you want me to leave, hand over that Marine brat. Do that, and I'll let you walk away alive. Well, if that's how it is, I guess we can't come to terms. In that case, prepare yourself for a barrage of light. As he spoke, Borsalino's aura shifted dramatically. Listster could sense all of this. Though he was exhausted and couldn't lift himself from the ground, he hadn't lost consciousness. Feeling the power radiating from Borsalino, Listster almost wanted to curse out loud. He hadn't expected that Borsalino had been holding back during the earlier battle. But Borsalino, in this state, really is surprisingly reassuring. Light, after all, can be warm as well. For all his usual nonchalance, when it truly mattered, Borsalino was someone who could see the bigger picture. For now, all Listster could do was focus on regaining his strength. If possible, it'd be best if he and Borsalino could take turns wearing Kaido down. So you're finally getting serious, Yellow Ape? As one of the future admirals whose rise is already certain, Borsalino's strength is, of course, nothing to scoff at. While his true combat power might not quite match Kaido's, it's equally impossible for Kaido to easily defeat him. Next, Kaido hefted a spike club and brought it crashing down on Borsalino. In turn, Borsalino summoned the fabled Amanumurakumo sword, clashing with Kaido's club head-on. Remarkably, he held his ground and showed no sign of yielding in their direct confrontation. However, this stalemate lasted only 3 seconds. As someone who mainly relies on the power of his devil fruit, Borsalino can't compare to Kaido when it comes to raw stamina or endurance. Kaido sent him flying with a single blow. Yet as Borsalino soared through the air, he transformed into pure light, stabilizing himself mid-flight and soon rising higher above the battlefield. "Watch out now, Kaido," he said, his tone teasing but carrying an underlying warning. Suddenly, a brilliant golden radiance burst forth from Borsalino's body, scattering into dazzling beams that encircled Kaido in an instant. Each ray seemed to hold an image of Borsalino himself, surrounding Kaido on all sides. "So this is Borsalino's true power?" List muttered in astonishment, still sprawled on the ground. Comparing this spectacle to what he remembered from the Marineford War, it felt as though Borsalino was displaying even greater strength now. These afterimages could only be created at a speed beyond the reach of most. Some illusions, some real. It was almost impossible to tell the difference between them. In unison, a multitude of Kizaris pointed their index fingers at Kaido. Laser. Hundreds of beams lashed out, striking Kaido all at once. While the Yasakani no Magatama is generally regarded as Borsalino's grand finisher, its strength lies in widespread destruction. Each individual beam doesn't pack nearly the punch of the focus lasers. In this state, each of Kizaru's lasers found its mark, landing blows on Kaido with far greater accuracy than the wider Yasakani no Magatama. Every time a laser hit, it erupted in a violent explosion across Kaido's massive body. Even a hide as tough as his, battered by these relentless blasts, began to show signs of scorching and blackening in places. Of course, Kaido wasn't just standing there taking the punishment. He counterattacked at each and every phantom image that surrounded him. Yet, Borsalino, moving at the speed of light, could appear next to any of his illusions in a blink, so despite dozens of attacks from Kaido, he hadn't managed to graze even the hem of Borsalino's coat. Still, the number of lasers being fired had noticeably decreased. "What a monster," Borsalino muttered inwardly, but he didn't slow his assault for a moment. By now, Borsalino had already steeled himself for the worst-case scenario. If it truly became necessary, he was prepared to grab List and escape from here, leaving the fate of the other Marines to their own luck and resilience. LYSD also noticed Borsalino's state. He was sprawled on the ground, consumed by deep self-reproach. His fingers had dug into the earth so deeply that blood was seeping from them, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Earlier in the battle, Borsalino had been using the power of his devil fruit to suppress Kaido, but now, the scales of victory were unmistakably tipping in Kaido's favor. Are we about to lose this fight? LYSD wondered to himself. The poison released by the flamboyant little flower blooming above LYSD's head had no effect on Kaido whatsoever. In his draconic form, Kaido possessed a regeneration ability far too powerful for any toxin to overcome. By now, only 2 phantom images of Borsalino remained above Kaido's head. "Next, you both can die for all I care," Kaido roared, and with that, he began to spin on the spot. A massive tornado erupted forth, swallowing both images of Kizaru in its furious winds. One of the phantoms was flung out from the tempest, while the other was shredded and dispersed entirely by the force of the whirlwind. "LYSD, get ready to run," Borsalino said, appearing at LYSD's side. The aura emanating from Kaido had become overwhelmingly terrifying. The battle had frustrated Kaido so much that now, seeing these 2 weary fighters, he was positively exhilarated. He couldn't wait to slam this nimble, yellow-skinned monkey into the ground. "It's just so galling," LYSD spat between clenched teeth, still prone on the ground. He hadn't imagined that even with the 2 of them working together, they would still be no match for Kaido. To make matters worse, they were now being beaten so badly they would have to flee. Had it just been the 2 of them on this island, LYSD might have already chosen to escape. But there were still civilians on the island, along with the Navy cadets he had personally trained and mentored. He couldn't just abandon them. At that moment, LYSD was torn. If he stayed, he might die here. But if he fled, his cadets would surely be slaughtered to the last in Kaido's wrath. In the face of Kaido's fury, they were utterly powerless. Even escape was out of the question. "What a sorry state we're in, LYSD Borsalino." Suddenly, a voice called out from afar. The moment they heard it, both men felt a wave of relief wash over them. Even Borsalino, who had always found this voice detestable in the past, now felt a rare sense of comfort just hearing it. A man with striking purple hair, wearing sunglasses and a Marine's greatcoat, was sprinting toward them with the speed of moonwalk. "Teacher Zephyr, you couldn't have picked a better time to show up." Borsalino let out a sigh of relief. "Well, who would have thought that the brat from back then has grown to such an extent now? Even the elite of our Navy can no longer apprehend you." Zephyr looked at Kaido before him and spoke in a grave tone. He had crossed paths with Kaido a few times before, But back then, Kaido was nothing more than a promising pirate apprentice. They hadn't paid much attention to the boy. Admiral Zephyr of the Navy. Kaido's face had never looked so serious. He, too, had seen Zephyr on several occasions. The power Zephyr once displayed had left a deep impression on him. Though Zephyr was now much older and clearly not at his peak, Kaido himself was not in the best shape either. If he insisted on fighting Zephyr, Kaido knew he would almost certainly lose. To think even Admiral Zephyr himself has shown up. In that case, the yellow monkey and that little Navy brat lying over there. Today, I'll spare your lives. Next time we meet, your lives are mine. With those words, Kaido transformed into his azure dragon form and soared away into the sky. Zephyr did nothing to stop him. All the way here, he'd used Moonwalk, burning almost all his strength. Continuing the battle with Kaido now, he might win, but it would be a costly victory, and there was always a chance something could go wrong. So for now, he let Kaido go, lying flat on the ground like that. Is that any way for a Marine to act? Get up. Zephyr strode over to Listster and spoke sternly. I'm sorry, Master, for disgracing you. Listster hadn't expected that. After 2 years of harsh training, his very first battle since leaving Navy headquarters would end in a resounding defeat. But even so, he couldn't get up. Every muscle in his body screamed with soreness. Just twitching a finger felt nearly impossible. Sigh, there's a long road ahead. It's normal that you can't defeat Kaido now. If you could beat Kaido at this stage, what face would that leave for the rest of us? I'm sorry, Master. Listster didn't know what else to say. He knew it was perfectly reasonable that he couldn't overcome Kaido, but the feeling of frustration gnawed at his heart. Zephyr listened to the self-reproach in Lister's voice and could only sigh helplessly. Then he bent down and hoisted Listster onto his back. Borsalino, I'll leave the cadets to you. Take them back to the ship. I'll head out first and wait for you there. Yes, Instructor Zephyr. This fight had laid bare the shortcomings in his own strength. He'd thought the gap between himself and the pirates of the New World was marginal, but now he realized the gulf between them was still immense. His most powerful attack hardly made any real impact on Kaido at all. So now that he's returned to Navy headquarters, he's resolved to devote himself to training for a while. Only when he's strong enough will he allow himself to relax again. After all, slacking off without adequate strength is no guarantee for one's safety. List, how do you think you did? Once they arrived back on the warship, Zephyr turned to List and asked, Not well. Not at all. I didn't accomplish anything. Is that truly how you see it? Yes. List, who was still sprawled over Zephyr's back, nodded heavily. But I feel you've accomplished quite a lot. Listen carefully. Do you hear anything outside? Sounds. By now, List was feeling utterly exhausted, lacking even the energy to pay attention to the sounds outside. But since his teacher had asked, he forced himself to perk up and listen. Thank you, Navy. One heartfelt voice after another drifted into List's ears. Somehow, those words made a gentle warmth bloom within him. Then a tender, childish voice piped up. Mr. Navy, where's that cool-looking Navy brother? Judging from a voice, List could tell the child was very young, probably only 5 or 6 years old. Suddenly, List remembered the little girl he'd seen held in a beautiful woman's arms. If he guessed correctly, this was her speaking. If it weren't for you, even if they had survived the pirates, they would have stood no chance against Kaido. If any other instructor had led this mission instead, this place would already be a living hell. So, the reason they're alive now is because you were the one who led them. Only you. Hearing Zephyr's words, the regret that had been weighing down List's heart finally melted away. So it turned out he hadn't been useless after all. At the very least, he'd saved hundreds of lives. He's probably fast asleep right now. A cadet answered the little girl's question. Then, how can I see him again? As she spoke, the girl's eyes filled with tears, eager, almost desperate, to meet her savior once more. Well, you could always join the Navy someday. If you become a Navy officer yourself, you'll have a chance to meet that big brother again. All right, I'll definitely join the Navy. Almost instantly, the tears vanished from the little girl's eyes, replaced by a look of pure determination. Seeing that look in his eyes, the trainee felt something stir within. When he decided to join the Navy, he, too, had eyes just like those, eyes filled with determination, unwavering and resolute. Sir, please wait a moment. Just as everyone was getting ready to board the ship and depart, a voice called out to stop them. It was the middle-aged man whom Listster had once saved. Is there something you need? Brayley asked, puzzled. The middle-aged man produced a knife and offered it with both hands, presenting it solemnly before Brayley. What is this? Brayley asked in confusion regarding the blade. He wasn't a swordsman, but even he could sense its extraordinary nature. It was no ordinary knife. In fact, it was far superior to any standard-issue Navy sword, perhaps 100 times more valuable. This is our family heirloom. I hope you can give it, personally, to the man who saved my life. In that moment, Brayley understood. He wanted this blade delivered to Listster. I'm afraid not. Navy regulations don't allow us to accept personal gifts from civilians. Please, sir. This is all I can do to repay the man who saved me. Brayley hesitated, inner conflict flickering across his face. What's going on? A deep, commanding voice rang out nearby. Looking back, Brayley saw Zephyr standing aboard the warship, watching him. Professor Zephyr, this man wishes to give his knife to Listster. But our code prevents us from accepting private gifts. Listening to Brayley's explanation, Zephyr's gaze rested on the knife, a brief flash of surprise in his eyes. Then he noticed the earnest plea in the man's expression. Very well, I'll hold on to the knife for Listster. When he wakes, I'll give it to him personally. Thank you, Navy sir. Thank you on my brother's behalf. Brayley said. No need at all. It's the least I can do. With that, Brayley took up the sword and boarded the warship, leaving. The villagers on the island did not disperse. They stood on the shore, watching as the ship slowly disappeared into the distance. This must be the fabled treasure of Forcis. Zephyr mused, studying the blade in his hand. Professor Zephyr, this knife, what is it? Brayley queried, still puzzled. If I'm not mistaken, this is Wind Song, one of the 21 great grade swords. To think it's one of the 21 legendary great swords. That really is a rare find. At that moment, Borsellino's voice chimed in. As a master swordsman himself, he knew a thing or two about legendary blades. If this is the level of a famous blade, then it truly deserves to be called a treasure. Brayley agreed, nodding in affirmation. There are only 12 supreme grade blades that surpass this one, and those legendary swords are rare beyond compare, each held tightly in the hands of renowned warriors whose names are known far and wide. For example, one of the supreme grade blades, the Cloud Cutter, belongs to the world's strongest man, Whitebeard. As for the great grade blades, only a handful have ever surfaced, and unexpectedly finding one here truly surprised them. Still, this sword seems perfectly suited for Listster. Foamine, or Wind Whisper, is famous for its razor-sharp edge. It's as if a wild gale is locked inside the blade, infusing its owner with the very sharpness of the wind. As for the Golden Lion's swordsmanship, it is defined by its speed and precision. Anything struck by his blade is cleaved in two with a cut so clean and smooth it's almost unreal. Teacher Zephyr. At that moment, Borsellino stepped up to face Zephyr. What is it? Zephyr replied curtly. He had never thought much of Borsellino, who, during his time at the Naval Academy, would often shirk his training, relying far too much on his devil fruit powers. Even Kuzan and Sakazuki had at least taken their hand-to-hand combat training seriously during their academy days. But Borsellino was different. Aside from practicing swordsmanship every now and then, he barely trained in any physical techniques at all. He might be the only senior admiral who never properly learned the Navy's 6 styles. I would like to ask you, Teacher Zephyr, to guide my training a little longer. Kizaru spoke with sincere respect. Oh, Zephyr looked slightly surprised at Borsellino's request. So, have you finally seen the light? This last battle made me aware of my shortcomings. I want to power up to become even stronger, Borsellino replied earnestly. Was Borsellino strong? He was formidable. His laser attacks could pierce even Whitebeard's body as long as Whitebeard relied on armament hockey alone for defense. Yet against Kaido, his attacks barely left a mark, more like a gentle tickle than any real harm. So, if Borsellino wanted to break through his current limits, he would need not only to further develop his devil fruit abilities, but also to strengthen his armament hockey. He could find his own way to unlock further fruit powers, but when it came to mastering armament hockey, there was no one better to turn to than Zephyr, the Navy's chief instructor and an admiral renowned for his mastery over armament hockey. So great, he was known as Black Arm Zephyr. All right, while I can't say I'm particularly fond of you, since you're my student, I'll help you out. Thank you very much, Teacher Zephyr. Borsellino wasn't the least bit surprised by this outcome, because he knew all too well what kind of person Zephyr was, sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. As long as his sincerity was clear, Zephyr would certainly lend him a hand. From now on, train together with List after you return. His mastery of hockey is no less than mine. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. At the mention of List, a fleeting trace of emotion crossed Borsellino's face. The mere presence of List stirred up a sense of crisis deep within him. Though he was still stronger than List for the moment, that gap was only marginal. It wouldn't be long before List overtook him completely, and from there, the distance between them would only widen. From the very first time he met List, he had sensed that List was destined to surpass him someday. What he hadn't expected was just how soon that day would come. Meanwhile, news of this latest battle quickly reached the ears of Fleet Admiral Kong. Kong was extremely satisfied with how the Navy cadets had performed, but what truly surprised him was the appearance of Kaido at the very end. Above all, He was most astonished by the strength List had demonstrated. Who would have thought that kid's already grown so powerful? Once he's had a couple more years to fully mature, I'll finally be able to retire with peace of mind. Still, that Kaido brat has also come into his own so quickly. Borsellino himself couldn't do a thing about him. The thought left Khan with a bit of a headache. Kaido, whom he'd once dismissed as just another brat, had now become a legitimate threat to the Navy. When List awoke, he had already arrived at Navy headquarters. He found himself in the infirmary, bandages wound all over his body. He didn't have so much as a scratch on him, so who knew what the doctors were thinking? Even so, his body felt unusually frail. That last battle had left him utterly drained, body and soul. Though he'd always disliked the smell of hospitals, somehow, in that moment, the familiar scent brought him a sense of peace. Lying there, List quietly clenched his fists. Even though he lost his fight with Kaido, he swore to himself that next time, he would be the one to defeat Kaido. That defeat was a stain on his life, one that could only be washed away by Kaido's loss. Peeling away the bandages from his body, List stepped out of the infirmary. "Well, kid, you're awake." At that moment, a doctor spotted him moving and called out, "Yeah, I really don't know what you did to yourself to end up this exhausted." There was an unexpected turn of events. List answered, explaining that these ordinary low-ranking personnel couldn't possibly know anything about him. After all, the idea that an 11-year-old boy had clashed with one of the great pirates of the New World, Kaido, was simply too unbelievable. Apart from those who had personally witnessed the event and a small number of high-ranking Navy officers, no one else knew a thing about List. The Navy themselves understood that they wouldn't be able to keep List's existence a secret for long. Someone so exceptionally gifted was bound to stand out sooner or later. But before List reached his full potential, they absolutely couldn't let him fall into danger. To the Naval High Command, he was their secret weapon, an ace in the hole to stand against the world government. This was a consensus shared among all the senior officers. If the world government ever caught wind that the top brass of the Navy harbored such audacious ambitions, they would surely scheme to replace them with a more obedient crew of lapdogs. By the way, Admiral Zephyr asked that you go find him once you wake up. I understand. Without delay, List expanded his observation hockey, swiftly sensing Zephyr at the Navy Academy's training field, and alongside him, 40 unfamiliar presences. List made his way quickly to the academy. As he entered, every member he passed regarded him with shining respect. Although they didn't know exactly what had occurred during the elite trainees' field assessment under List's command, rumors had spread among the returnees. List had battled one of the great pirates from the New World and hadn't faltered at all. Unconcerned by the stares, List headed straight for the elite class's designated area, where Zephyr was already addressing the students. From today on, you are the new members of the elite class. From now forward, your training will be overseen by myself and Instructor List. Yes, Instructor Zephyr. The 40 elite students answered in unison, voices powerful and full of hope and anticipation for the future. At that moment, Zephyr noticed List's arrival and turned to the students. Go warm up first, 10 kilometers. Anyone who falls behind will have extra training afterwards. Yes, Instructor Zephyr. Though the students had noticed List too, with Zephyr present, none of them dared to cheer aloud. Their excitement bubbled beneath the surface, barely contained. By now, List had become the idol of the entire Navy student body. His influence at the academy might even surpass Zephyr's own. You brat, you're finally awake. Zephyr walked up to Listster and spoke with genuine relief. Yes, Master. Who are these people? They're the new members of the elite class. Since one group graduates, another takes their place. This time, you'll be in charge of training 20 of them. Hearing this, Listter's expression showed a trace of difficulty. What is it? Does something trouble you? Master, I want to go to the front lines. I knew you were going to say that. Zephyr was not the least bit surprised by Listter's words. But now isn't the right time. The front lines do need someone as strong as you, but we still need you here too. In all of Navy headquarters, no one matches your skill as an instructor, not even myself if I dare say. If you left now, the Navy's future would be in peril. Of course, this was simply Zephyr's way of persuading Listster to stay. While Listster was certainly important to the Naval Academy, it hadn't reached the point where things would fall apart without him. Besides, you're not strong enough yet. You should understand your own significance. Until you truly come into your own, we absolutely cannot risk exposing you to the public eye. What they fear isn't the powerful pirates. It's the cunning schemers of the world government. I understand, Master. Listster slowly unclenched his fists, as though resigning himself to the situation. Ultimately, it all came down to his own lack of strength. If he could match Master Zephyr, at the very least he'd have earned the right to move freely by now. Listster didn't regret joining the Navy, nor did he resent the restrictions placed on him, for he knew this was the Navy's way of protecting him. Yet within his heart, there was still a lingering fear. He was afraid that, someday, he might do something to disappoint the Navy, to let down Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, and Master Zephyr's expectations. So, while the Navy sought to protect him so carefully, Lister's heart inevitably held a measure of unease. All right, don't look so downcast. Pull yourself together and attend the cadets' medal ceremony tomorrow. It's probably the last time you'll see them, all of them together, anyway. The chances of meeting again are slim. Won't they be assigned to Navy headquarters? Zephyr shook his head at the question. Headquarters already has plenty of troops. The weaker ones will serve in the branch offices across the 4 seas, while the stronger ones will stay on the Grand Line. I see. There was a note of sadness in List's voice. Among all the cadets at headquarters, he was closest to this group, and now that they were about to leave, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of reluctance. All right, don't get so down. It's not like we'll never see each other again, Zephyr said. Although Zephyr tried to sound reassuring, given how chaotic the current era was, who could truly say whether such separations were truly not final farewells? The next morning, all the graduating cadets had assembled on the Academy sports field. Since this wasn't a grand investiture ceremony and no major dignitaries were attending, the Academy Plaza sufficed for the occasion. Both elite and regular cadets stood together. Here, distinctions of status or rank meant little. What counted were differences in strength and ability. Zephyr took to the podium and gave a rousing speech. List followed half a step behind him, listening silently. To List's surprise, though, Fleet Admiral Kong was standing right beside them. The presence of Fleet Admiral Kong sent a wave of excitement through all the assembled cadets. For many, it was the first time they had ever seen the Admiral in person, so their elation was understandable. The awarding ceremony proceeded under Zephyr's direction. Cadets like Rhodes and Blair, whose abilities stood out, were granted the rank of lieutenant directly. With a few more battlefield achievements, they might soon be promoted to major. Those with slightly less prowess received the rank of second lieutenant or ensign. The regular class cadets became sergeants, corporals, or privates, and none of them would remain at naval headquarters in a staff position. Next, let us invite Fleet Admiral Kong to address you all. Please give him a warm welcome. As Kong stepped forward, thunderous applause erupted throughout the plaza. One had to admit, this uplifting moment was truly inspiring. Whether or not these cadets would keep this fervor for long, at least right now, every one of them brimmed with confidence and the desire to become exemplary Marines. Fleet Admiral Kong's speech was much as one would expect. List found himself growing drowsy as he listened, just as List thought it was ending. However, one sentence jolted him completely awake. Next, I will personally confer the rank of Navy Colonel upon List and appoint him as Deputy Chief Instructor of the Naval Academy. Everything the Admiral had said before had gone in one ear and out the other for List, but this final announcement pierced right into his mind and took root. For a moment, he just stood there in a daze. He hadn't anticipated that this investiture ceremony would have anything to do with him. Hey, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go thank the Admiral. Zephyr gave List a rather firm pat, finally making him stumble a little, and then hurried over to stand before Admiral Kong. Navy Cadet List, hear my order. Present, sir. List stood at perfect attention in a textbook military stance, waiting for Admiral Kong's next command. In view of List's excellent grades and outstanding abilities during his time at the Naval Academy, and his repeated assistance to Admiral Zephyr in training tasks, as well as his meritorious achievements during the cadet assessments, List is hereby promoted to Colonel of the Naval Headquarters and appointed as Deputy Chief Instructor of the Naval Academy. Yes, sir, List replied with utmost seriousness. At this moment, he couldn't afford even a hint of levity. He hadn't expected to receive such a high rank, yet he knew it was likely a direct result of the strength he'd demonstrated. The conferral ceremony concluded swiftly. No one voiced any objection to List's promotion. If anything, some felt the rank was still too low, unworthy of his current abilities. But there was no helping it. After all, List was still quite young. The instant the cloak of justice, tailored perfectly to his height, settled around his shoulders, List, for the very first time, felt the weight of responsibility as a Navy officer, the heavy pressure that came with this role. The future of the Navy rests with you now, List. Kong's broad, solid hand landed on List's shoulder, and a sense of gravity settled over him. One not born of the Admiral's grip, but an invisible burden of duty. I hope you'll become a pillar for the Navy's future. Yes, sir, List answered with a firm voice. For the first time, he truly felt a profound sense of belonging to the Navy, as if he'd finally found his home. Before this, he had always seen Naval Headquarters as simply a place to work and study, no more than a workplace or a school. Zephyr's house was nothing but a designated dormitory. But when he donned that white cloak of justice, something in his heart quietly began to change. There's something else for you. Just then, Kong spoke again. Zephyr produced a sword, presenting it to List. This blade is one of the renowned 21 great grade swords. Its name is Winchant. Thank you, Admiral. List blurted out, his excitement undisguised. He had long lacked a weapon worthy of his strength. Never did he imagine that Naval Headquarters would bestow such an extraordinary gift upon him. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. This isn't a gift from me, but something entrusted to you by the person you saved. Originally, this knife should have been given to you the moment you woke up, but I felt that today, on an occasion like this, was the perfect time for it. Was it them? Images of those people flickered through Lister's mind. Though he couldn't recall their exact faces, the sense of familiarity, their very presence, echoed clearly in his memory. At this moment, his heart was overflowing with emotion. The Navy wasn't just about selfless sacrifice without reward. In truth, the gratitude he received was far greater than he had expected. I hope you will cherish this knife and use it well. It represents the hopes of the people you saved. Yes, Admiral. And thus, the award ceremony came to a quiet, unceremonious close. The newly commissioned naval cadets had already boarded the ships bound for their respective stations. Before their departure, they said heartfelt goodbyes to Listster and Zephyr. Almost everyone shed tears. There's a saying that a real man seldom cries, but in that moment, none of them could help it. Even Zephyr's eyes grew moist. But life must return to its normal rhythm. These freshly graduated sailors couldn't play a decisive role in an era dominated by great pirates. After all, truly gifted Marines appeared only rarely, while new pirates with all kinds of powers emerged constantly. For his part, Listster chose the same path as before, forming a new elite class of 20 cadets. This time, however, his standards were even stricter than the last. Whether he did it to challenge his students or to push himself, even he wasn't quite sure. There was one detail worth mentioning. Vice Admiral Borsellino was often seen around the Naval Academy. Officially, he was there to strengthen his hockey, but to everyone else, since fruit abilities were forbidden, it simply looked like he endured endless sparring. With the ceremony behind them, everything returned to its proper order. Listster continued teaching his class, as usual. The only change was that he now had two new titles, a commissioned Naval Headquarters Colonel and Deputy Chief Instructor of the Naval Academy. The rank of Colonel wasn't uncommon in Navy Headquarters, yet the position of Deputy Chief Instructor at the Academy belonged to Listster alone. Though there was still the Chief Instructor above him, the formidable Zephyr. Listster figured, as long as Zephyr remained with the Navy, he himself would never need to worry about stepping down from that role. As for why Zephyr and Listter's elite class only selects 20 students, it's because this precise number allows for just the right amount of focus. The military values quality over quantity. 20 spots ensure that everyone receives full attention and guidance. Although they know that adding one or two more wouldn't cause much of a problem, the truth is that students capable of making it into the elite class are extremely rare. Even if they wanted to select a few more, there simply wouldn't be enough qualified candidates. And so, Listster spent his days instructing students in their training, while his evenings were dedicated to Zephyr's teachings. Occasionally, he would even run into Kizaru for a bout or two. It must be said, Kizaru's strength had grown tremendously during this period of time. His natural talent was formidable, but ever since acquiring the glint fruit, he had devoted all his gifts to developing its powers, resulting in some neglect of both his physical and sword skills. However, during the time Borsellino trained under Zephyr, Navy Headquarters issued a mission involving the Buster Call to two others, Sakazuki and Kazan. The target of this operation was none other than O'Hara Island. Soon after, the Navy placed a bounty of $79 million on a little girl, calling her the Demon Child, Nico Robin. This move from the Navy instantly provoked outrage across the seas. To unleash a Buster Call on an entire island without reason filled many hearts with deep dread. Of course, the Navy did not escape ridicule either. Issuing a bounty on a 7-year-old girl made many factions mock them as cowards. Pirates in particular took every chance to taunt and jeer whenever they crossed paths with the Navy over this matter. But truly, misfortunes never come singly. While the Navy was still tangled up over how to deal with the situation concerning Nico Robin, more dire news came from Impel Down. Shiki the Golden Lion had managed a daring escape at the expense of both his legs. It was a blow to the Navy's reputation like never before. Shiki became the first person ever to break out from a Navy prison. Immediately, the Navy launched a worldwide search for Shiki, but with his abilities from the float fruit, tracking him down was an almost impossible task. By the time the Navy received any word and rushed to the scene, Shiki had already vanished without a trace. Because of this incident, even Borsellino, who was still training under Zephyr, was forcibly summoned back. His mission was to hunt down Shiki. Yet it proved futile. Shiki had disappeared as if in a thin air, not leaving the slightest clue behind. Faced with this, the Navy could do little more than sigh in frustration. But everyone knew that the Golden Lion would never settle for a quiet life. He must be hiding somewhere, plotting an even greater scheme. Those who had long known him understood his ultimate ambition, to conquer the world. For this very goal, he had once invited Roger and Whitebeard to join him. He was even willing to sacrifice both his legs to escape impelled down. Yet all these things had nothing to do with List. What he needed to do now was to keep training, to keep sharpening his own strength and the strength of his students. And so, time rushed by without pause, and before anyone realized it, 6 years had slipped past. During these 6 years, no one knew just how powerful List had become. He had sent off group after group of students. While not every notable officer in the Navy could yet claim to have been List's pupil, it seemed only a matter of time until that day arrived. In his 8 years in office, List had trained 80 elite Marines for the Navy. Although he wasn't sure how many of those 80 still remained, he knew for certain that those who had lasted were true elites. Meanwhile, during these 6 years, the Navy headquarters underwent a dramatic shift in leadership. Sengoku had stepped down, or rather, had been promoted, and now served as the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, overseeing not just the Navy, but also the Army and the Air Force. Of course, the Army was just a nominal force under the control of local governments, and as for the Air Force, there was barely anything worth mentioning. The title of Fleet Admiral was then assumed by the former Admiral Sengoku. Zephyr, too, retired from his position as Admiral, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his role as Chief Instructor at the Navy Academy. Thereafter, Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Kuzan were promoted to admirals, bearing the codenames Kazu, Akainu, and Akiji, respectively. All three were wielders of Logia-type devil fruits. With the ranks of admiral fully appointed and the fleet admiral promoted, the Navy's prestige received a substantial boost. It had been so long since the Navy last boasted 3 admirals at once that no one could even remember when it last happened. To demonstrate the prowess of the new admiral trio, soon after taking office, each of them strove to rack up achievements. Wherever they went, it was always the New World. They could only truly prove their might in that dangerous sea. Now, the New World was filled with formidable pirates. Though the admirals had yet to cross paths with the Whitebeard pirates, they had fought both Big Mom of the Big Mom pirates and Kaido of the Beast pirates. Yet, neither side could gain an advantage. In the end, every confrontation simply came to a stalemate, with no clear victor. It's worth mentioning that when Borsellino faced off against Kaido, the two of them truly looked like bitter enemies whose paths had fatefully crossed again, their rivalry crackling in the air. Even Akainu and Akiji were taken aback. They had never seen Borsellino fight with so much determination before. During their expedition into the New World, the 3 admirals captured many infamous pirates. However, their fierce battles with Big Moms and the Beast pirates also caused those 2 pirate crews to gain even more notoriety. After all, those 2 pirate crews were ones that not even all 3 admirals working together could fully subdue. Bit by bit, the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates began to rival the Whitebeard pirates, rising up as equals to that legendary force. Yet the Whitebeard pirates seemed completely indifferent, taking no action in response. This left Sengoku's plans in ruin. Originally, Sengoku had wanted the fame of the other 2 pirate crews to overtake that of the Whitebeard pirates, triggering a chaotic 3-way rivalry. He hadn't counted on the changes in Whitebeard himself, or perhaps he had simply underestimated the old man's transformation. In the end, it was the Navy that wound up empty-handed, missing their chance and gaining nothing. Now, Listster had reached the age of 17. Ever since his previous request to set out to sea was rejected, he hadn't brought it up again, choosing instead to devote himself to training at the Naval Academy. Commander Listster, Fleet Admiral Sengoku requests your presence in his office. At that moment, a respectful officer arrived before Listster and delivered the message. So it's finally my turn, is it? Listster, bare-chested as he trained, his sculpted muscles shining almost blindingly in the sunlight, looked particularly striking with the sheen of sweat on his brow, giving him a unique kind of allure. At the Naval Academy, there wasn't a single person who didn't treat Listster with utmost respect. In fact, in the hearts of some, Listter's stature had already surpassed even that of Zephyr. Understand. Tell Fleet Admiral Sengoku that I'll be there right away. Yes, sir. After offering a crisp salute, the officer hurried off. He dared not linger in Listter's presence, afraid that if he stayed too long, he might find himself lost in the instructor's charisma. At 17, Listster had grown into a strikingly handsome young man. Yet the greatest curiosity for everyone was still the question of Listter's eyes, for at this point, almost no one at naval headquarters had seen what his eyes looked like. After a quick shower, he dressed in his naval uniform and donned his justice cloak. In the very next instant, his figure vanished from where he stood, The next moment, he reappeared directly outside the office of the Fleet Admiral. As he stood there, memories flickered through his mind. It had been years since he had last stood before this door. He knocked at the door, a firm, crisp sound. "Come in." "Fleet Admiral, you called for me?" Since the last time Sengoku was promoted to Admiral, Listster had met him once. This was now their second encounter. "It's been a long time, Listster." "Yes, Admiral. Since your promotion, this is our first time seeing each other." "Haha. Well, the workload of an Admiral can be quite overwhelming. May I ask what brings you to see me today, Admiral? How was your training with my devil fruit going?" Sengoku was particularly concerned about this, as Listster was the second person to master that fruit. To Sengoku, it felt as if he had found a brother in arms. "Admiral, I report that I have completely mastered the power of your devil fruit." "Excellent." The Admiral nodded in satisfaction. "With your current strength, the Naval Academy no longer suits you. I'd like to reassign you to another branch. What do you think?" At these words, Listster's eyebrows arched, and a surge of excitement rose in his heart. He had been waiting for this day. "I'm willing, Admiral." For the past few years, Listster hadn't fought anyone except Zephyr, and even then, their sparring was always controlled, never escalating into a real fight. Yet in the last 2 years, Listster had seldom lost to Zephyr. Ever since he managed to win once, he kept winning every match thereafter. At this point, whenever Listster suggested a spar, Zephyr seemed a little wary of him. To put it boldly, Listster felt he now surpassed even the current 3 admirals in strength. "Good. With your abilities, it's clear that a regular branch is no longer a match for you. That's why I'm considering assigning you to the Sabeti Archipelago. How does that sound?" Upon hearing about the Sabeti Archipelago assignment, Listster's brows knit together, almost forming a single line. That would mean he might have to deal with the Celestial Dragons. Listster had never met a Celestial Dragon in his life, but he remembered all too well that he had once been a slave to them. "Is there something on your mind?" "Admiral, I have no objections, except perhaps when it comes to the Celestial Dragons." Although Listster didn't finish his sentence, Sengoku clearly understood what he meant. "I see. I'll grant you a special privilege. When it comes to the Celestial Dragons, you don't have to intervene. Leave it to your adjutant. And frankly, I doubt anyone on that island would dare trouble the Celestial Dragons. If you ever encounter one, just make yourself scarce. Use the power of the glint fruit to slip away. With your abilities, I'm sure you can avoid their notice." "Yes, Admiral." Listster recognized that this was, in every sense, the greatest leniency Sengoku could offer him. "Very well. From this moment on, I appoint you as a Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters and the commanding officer of the Sabeti Archipelago Navy Base," Sengoku announced, his tone grave and authoritative. "Yes, Fleet Admiral." Listster instinctively straightened his posture in response. 6 years to be promoted by a single rank, by any standard, that was slow progress. But then, Listster was only 17. At 17, to serve as a Rear Admiral at Navy Headquarters was unprecedented. Should he earn any further military achievements, promotion to Vice Admiral might well be within reach. "That's enough for now. Go back and say your farewells to Zephyr. I'll see to your ship and your subordinates," Sengoku concluded. "Yes, Fleet Admiral." "Listster, the Sabeti Archipelago is of utmost importance. It connects the Grand Line to the New World, acting as the most vital gateway between the two. Entrusting that post to you is the only way I can feel at ease." "Don't let me down," Sengoku said, his words carrying deep meaning. The Navy stationed at Sabeti needed to be formidable, otherwise they could never hope to hold back the ruthless pirates that passed through. Beyond the Celestial Dragons, the world's highest nobility, other aristocrats also made their home on those islands, demanding the Navy's protection as much as anyone. "Yes, Fleet Admiral." With that, Listster left the Fleet Admiral's office and returned to the Naval Academy, seeking out Zephyr. "About to leave, are you?" Even before Listster could explain his purpose, Zephyr spoke first. "You already know, Master?" Listster replied in surprise. "What did you expect? If I hadn't recommended you, you'd still be stationed here at the Academy," Zephyr said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Listster was overcome with gratitude. Now it all made sense. Why Sengoku had suddenly remembered him. It was all thanks to his master's nomination. "Master!" List's voice was soft, thick with emotion. "Oh, enough now," Zephyr waved him off. "It's not like you're heading off to your doom. No need for all this melancholy. Besides, with you leaving, I'll finally get some peace. Sparring with you every day has been tough on these old bones." Listster grinned bashfully. "Before you go, let me give you one final piece of advice. Sabeti Archipelago is a complicated place. I don't need you to accomplish miracles. I just hope you keep yourself safe," Zephyr added, his tone uncharacteristically gentle. "Yes, Master." When it came to partings between men, words were rarely needed. As for the students he had taught, they'd all been transferred to Zephyr's care. Given that graduation was just around the corner for this class, the temporary change of instructor wouldn't cause any real trouble. Even so, Listster didn't say farewell to his students. He knew that if they saw him again, their tears would surely come pouring out, and he simply couldn't bear to witness such a scene. So, he chose to slip away quietly, unnoticed. Soon, Listster arrived at the harbor, where he saw a battleship waiting for him. Judging by its size and configuration, he immediately realized this vessel had been prepared especially for him. As he stepped aboard, nearly all of the sailors and officers on deck greeted him with eyes full of respect. Listster had taught at the Naval Academy for 8 years. His influence extended well beyond his class of 80 elite students. Most of the regular Academy cadets had also been under his tutelage. In fact, as he looked around the ship, Listster recognized several familiar faces, sailors who had once learned from him. However, none of his elite students were present. "We've been waiting for you, Instructor Listster." "No, I believe it's now Officer Listster." A man greeted him, walking up with the same Navy cloak of justice draped over his shoulders. Judging from his rank insignia, he was a colonel. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bruce, Colonel of Naval Headquarters. I'll be serving as your lieutenant, Officer Listster." Although Bruce had never studied under Listster, he was, after all, much older and had already been fighting on the front lines when Listster first joined the Navy. He had often heard tales about him. Every year, when new recruits were assigned, there always seemed to be a handful whose training traced back to this young man standing before him. "Pleased to meet you, Colonel Bruce. I look forward to working with you from today onward." "Yes, Officer Listster." With a firm handshake, the two men forged the foundation of their camaraderie. "I'm sure you all know who I am," Listster said, turning to face the rest of the crew. "So I won't go into a lengthy introduction. Just remember this. My name is Listster. I am now the commanding officer of this battleship, and soon I'll be the chief commander at the Sabeti Archipelago. If any of you ever suffer any injustice in the Navy, you can come directly to me. Even if it's the Admiral himself who puts you out, I'll make sure you get fair treatment." "Yes, sir," the officers and sailors answered in unison, their voices ringing with pride. Being led by one of the Navy's most respected men filled their hearts with excitement and anticipation. "This young fellow certainly knows how to stir souls," murmured Sengoku, sitting in his office, gazing through the window at all the goings-on aboard Listter's ship. "But Sengoku, compared to you, he's still a little green," came a soft response. At that moment, another voice sounded behind Sengoku. He was genuinely delighted at the arrival of this old friend. However, when his eyes fell upon the floor covered in rice cracker crumbs, the veins on Sengoku's forehead immediately bulged in frustration. He truly couldn't understand what karmic debt he must have owed in a previous life to end up dealing with someone like this in this one. "Carp, you've stolen my rice crackers again, and eaten them all over the floor." A furious roar from Sengoku greeted Garp's arrival. As for the Navy soldiers standing guard outside, they'd long since grown accustomed to this scene. Whenever Vice Admiral Garp visited the Fleet Admiral's office, you could be sure the air inside would be filled with the Fleet Admiral's angry shouting and Garp's hearty laughter. "Haha, Sengoku, don't take it so hard. I promise I'll pay you back next time." Sengoku had lost count of how many times he'd heard that line, yet to this day, the promised rice crackers had never made an appearance. But is it really all right to let Listster be exposed to the outside world right now? At that, Garp's expression turned slightly more serious as he spoke. All of their hopes rested on Listster's shoulders. He was the hope for the Navy's resurgence. If Listster were to disappear, the faint spirit and determination that had begun to awaken over these past years would be snuffed out entirely, and they would once again resign themselves to being nothing but loyal lapdogs to the world government. There's simply no way around it. The world government has long had their eyes on such a prominent figure within the Navy. Maybe making him vice instructor at the Naval Academy was a mistake in the first place. After all, it's a position that draws too much attention. In fact, the very moment he took up that post, Listster was already exposed. Doesn't that mean Listster's in great danger now? Garp's eyes widened in alarm. If that was the case, they should keep Listster completely protected inside the Naval Academy. At least, that's what he thought. You're right, but Listster himself needs this kind of trial. At headquarters, he's like an eagle trapped in a cage, unable to spread his wings. Even if we were to let him out later, he would have already forgotten how to soar. So now is the perfect time for him to leave. Besides, Zephyr has told me, Listster's strength is now a match for anyone in the entire Navy. That kid's already reached that level, has he? I'd love to spar with him one of these days. The image of their first meeting came vividly to Garp's mind. Listster in his ragged clothes, his face streaked with dirt like a mischievous stray cat, his frame thin and frail, and in his eyes, an ambition fiercely concealed. But if we have him stationed at the Sabeti Archipelago, won't that mean even fewer pirates will make it into the New World? That could end up making all those big shots turn against us. They had already come to understand that among those in the New World with real ambition, nearly everyone was expanding their pirate crews. With the exception of Whitebeard, just about everyone else had their sights set on becoming the Pirate King. Don't forget, we in the Navy aren't to be underestimated. Let them run wild in the New World for a few years, but if they dare set foot on the Sabeti archipelago, we won't let any of them leave in one piece. Sengoku spoke with unshakable confidence. Right now, as far as the Navy was concerned, there were only a handful of pirates who posed a true threat. As long as those pirates didn't join forces, the Navy had nothing to fear. If any of them dared cause trouble on the Sabeti archipelago, so long as Listster could hold them off, Naval Headquarters would be able to send reinforcements in time. At that point, even if Whitebeard himself showed up, Sengoku was confident he could keep him trapped on the Grand Line. Ha! Sengoku, that's the man you used to be. Garp let out a heartfelt sigh, then left the room. He couldn't even recall the last time he had seen Sengoku so commanding. Ever since taking over as fleet admiral, Sengoku had constantly been constrained by the world government. Sengoku stood there, caught off guard by Garp's words. Have I really changed so much? He murmured to himself. Since the Sabeti archipelago was so close to Navy headquarters, Listter's warship reached the islands in less than half a day. But as soon as they arrived, Listter's brow furrowed. The chaos in this place exceeded even his wildest expectations. Their warship docked straight at the entrance to the naval base, so they barely saw any pirate ships or vessels belonging to criminals. Already, 2 rows of Navy soldiers were standing at the port awaiting the arrival of Listster and his men. As Listster and his group disembarked, the entire Navy contingent looked at them with deep respect. Just beneath the warship, a man in a coat emblazoned with the word Justice stood waiting. Judging by the ship behind him, he was a rear admiral. Welcome, Commander Listster. I'm Gemmel, Vice Commander of the Sabeti Archipelago Naval Base. Hello, Listster replied. Gemmel was very familiar with Listster. In fact, his child had once been one of Listter's students. Commander Gemmel, I must admit, the chaos here on the Sabeti Archipelago has truly exceeded my expectations. My apologies, Officer Listster. Since the Sabeti Archipelago is the only way into the New World, all pirates, and even some merchant ships stop here. That means we have a lot of criminals roaming the island, and most of them have ties to government officials. Jamil lowered his voice as he said this last sentence. The naval branch here in Sabeti Archipelago is notorious for how fast its commanding officers are replaced. Even Jamil himself had only just taken up his post recently. So many before him had been slowly corrupted by power and greed. Is that so? It seems that rooting out all the poisonous elements here in Sabeti Archipelago is no simple matter, Listster remarked. Now, Listster finally understood why. Despite the archipelago being so close to naval headquarters, it was still the most chaotic place of all. In some corners of this world, the Navy simply could not reach far enough. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Miguel's face. He sensed the vastness of Listter's ambition. Immense, truly immense. Miguel also realized the island was about to face some turbulent days ahead. Truthfully, something about this situation baffled Listster. If the Navy simply made a concentrated effort and took control of Sabeti Archipelago, there would be no way so many pirates could continue on into the New World. The current mess in the New World was, in large part, a result of the Navy's own ineptitude. That day, all the dark underworld powers in Sabeti were uncharacteristically quiet. After all, each group had its own web of connections, and everyone knew that someone from Naval Headquarters would be taking over the base today. As the saying goes, when a new official takes up office, he's sure to make a high-profile entrance. None of them wanted to be the first to get burned. But most of the factions didn't take this new base commander very seriously. They all believed he would be just like the ones before him. Give them some protection money, and he'd turn a blind eye to their affairs, letting business continue as usual. The moment Listster sat down in his own office, however, his mindset shifted entirely. This was his territory now, and he wouldn't tolerate anyone running amok on his watch. People could retire here in peace, yes, but if anyone stirred up trouble, they would soon find out exactly what answer his sword would give. Sir, allow me to give you an overview of the Sabeti Archipelago, Miguel said, his face earnest. The entire island is made up of 79 giant trees, each supporting its own town and set of facilities. The people call this archipelago, formed by these trees, the Sabeti Archipelago. Zones number 1 through 29 are mainly known for their illegal activities, slave trading shops, human auctions, and the like. Zones 30 to 39 are mostly parks and scenic attractions. Zones 40 to 49 are tourist districts filled with specialty shops. From 30 to 49, these are the most crowded, most popular places for visitors. Numbers 50 to 59 are mainly home to shipyards and metalworkers specializing in coatings. Numbers 60 to 69 are mostly reserved for naval garrisons and government access points. Our Navy base is right at number 65. And as for numbers 70 to 79, those are the areas known for their green illumination and lodgings. Hearing Miguel's explanation, Listster felt he now had a general understanding of the place. Still, he thought it best to see things for himself before drawing any conclusions. If pirates ever show up on the island, what do you do? He asked. Well, if they're not causing trouble, we usually just turn a blind eye and let them leave, Miguel replied. That infuriated Listster. He could guess that even if the Navy brushed right past pirates on the street, they do nothing at all. It's an old tradition, passed down over the years. But as Listter's chilling presence began to fill the room, Miguel felt an overwhelming pressure. He rushed to explain himself. All right, I understand, Listster said coldly. Now go find out for me. How many pirate crews are still hiding on the island right now? Sir, do you mean to? A wild suspicion suddenly flashed through Miguel's mind. Don't ask. Just go. I want to know exactly which pirates still dare to take up residence here. Yes, sir. Miguel saluted, then hurried out of the room in a panic. Sir, if you act on this, you're bound to draw the government's ire. Listster's adjutant Bruce spoke up at that moment. Don't worry. That's none of your concern, Listster replied. You focus on assembling the soldiers. Tell them to gather at once. I'm about to carry out a full-scale cleanup of the Sabeti archipelago. Yes, sir. As his adjutant, all Bruce could do was offer advice. Whether Listster listened or not was up to him. Once Bruce had left, Listster reached into the pocket of his coat and pulled out a small, specialized din-din mushi, a transponder snail that could connect to only one line, the personal line of the fleet admiral. A wavering, warbling chirp rang out, followed by the click of connection. Who is it? That all-too-familiar voice of Sengoku came through. Fleet Admiral, it's Listster. Oh, Listster, have you arrived at Sabeti archipelago? Yes, I just got here. So what's on your mind? Fleet Admiral, I want to make a move on the Sabeti archipelago. There was silence on the other end at these words. Listster then carefully laid out his plan for Sengoku to hear. All right, I'm leaving the Sabeti archipelago entirely in your hands. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. But if it concerns the celestial dragons, use your own judgment. Handling ordinary nobles is one thing, but celestial dragon affairs aren't so easy to resolve. Understood, Fleet Admiral. With your word, I have nothing to worry about. Good. I'll leave it to you, Listster. Rest assured, sir. I promise you'll soon see a new Sabeti archipelago. Listster spoke with unwavering determination. Although the Navy stationed at the Sabeti archipelago hadn't really shown much effectiveness, their efficiency was still impressive. Before long, Miguel arrived, carrying detailed reports on every pirate on the island. Reporting, sir. There are currently 19 pirate crews on the island. The strongest among them is this year's supernova, the Ironclad Pirates. Their captain is Gurula, with a bounty of 270 million. He's eaten the iron fruit, turning his body as hard as steel. It's said his toughness even surpasses our iron body technique. Tougher than the iron body? Huh? That makes sense. After all, the iron body is ultimately just a level 1 reaches through rigorous training. It's a far cry from a devil fruit ability. Where are they now? They're in a bar in District 13. Good. Gather the soldiers. We're heading to District 13 to capture the Ironclad Pirates. If they resist, show no mercy. Yes, sir. Originally, Listster never intended to remain in the Navy for long. His plan was to learn what he could and then leave. After all, the Navy had far too many rules and restrictions, and every move was watched by the world government. But 8 years is enough to transform a person. Listster was no longer the man he once was. Now, his sense of belonging to the Navy was so profound, he could honestly say it felt like home. He would not allow anyone to insult or underestimate the Navy, neither pirates nor even the world government. The Navy's swift action did not go unnoticed. Spies were stationed outside the Navy base, and even within its walls. But to Listster, with his observation hockey, those with ulterior motives were completely exposed. Still, Listster paid them no mind. This was not the right moment to smoke them out. His approach now was to give them a warning. If they knew what was good for them, they'd leave quietly. Otherwise, what awaited them would be nothing short of hell. A grand column of Marines marched into District 13. The crowds parted, giving them wide berth. The air around the Marines radiated an intimidating presence. Everyone could sense these were not people to be trifled with. What's more, few familiar faces could be seen among their ranks. That's right. This time, nearly everyone Listster brought with him were soldiers personally assigned to him by the warring states. The Sabeti archipelago isn't exactly big, but it's not tiny either. Their destination was clear, the 13th District. Right now, the only group occupying the 13th District was the Steel Pirates, so news of their arrival traveled fast. B-Boss, bad news. The Navy's shown up in the 13th District, and by the looks of it, they're coming straight for us. At that moment, The door of a bar in the 13th district was flung open with a crash. A pirate burst inside, panic etched across his face, rushing up to a man at the bar and calling out urgently. This man had a nose ring, lip studs, and several earrings glinting on each ear. If his features had been a bit younger, you might have mistaken him for nothing more than a juvenile delinquent. But the lines of his face put him well past 30. To call him a boy would have flattered him far too much. What are you so scared of? It's not like we haven't killed our share of Navy before. In the end, none of them dared utter a word against us, did they? This was none other than Girla, captain of the Steel Pirates. There's no denying his strength, especially on the first half of the Grand Line, where few could wield hockey. Unless he ran into a Logia-type devil fruit user, there was almost no one who could stand up to him. Here, he was practically invincible. After all, there aren't many out there who can break steel, and his devil fruit powers only grew stronger as he trained. If he ever managed to master hockey, with his devil fruit abilities, he could surely carve out a respectable place for himself, even in the New World. But luck hadn't been on his side. He'd run into the newly assigned Navy instead. If only he'd left the Sabati archipelago even a single day earlier, he might have saved his own life. But that was no longer possible. Not today. And even if he did manage to survive, all that waited for him was the darkness of impelled down. A few bar stools away from Girla, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and glasses was seated. His hair was already streaked with touches of white. Looks like the Navy's planning something big this time, he mused. Behind the bar, the proprietress, a dark-skinned woman with short hair, thought quietly to herself. Running an information business on the Sabati archipelago, she'd known for some time that the Navy was sending someone new to take charge of the place. But this newcomer seemed to have materialized out of thin air. There was no intel on him at all, other than that he'd once been an instructor at the Naval Academy. Her gaze shifted to the middle-aged man, drinking quietly in the corner. Seeing the calm on his face, the proprietress let herself relax. What she didn't realize was that, beneath the surface, this man was far from calm. His observation hockey had already detected a tremendously powerful presence slowly making its way toward them. I didn't expect the Navy to send such a monster this time. Seems like the Sabati archipelago won't see peace for a while. Hopefully, they won't bring trouble to me, he muttered to himself. Soon, under Jameer's guidance, Listster arrived at the entrance of a bar in District 13. But his attention was instantly captured by a formidable aura coming from inside the bar. So, he's actually here. This must be the bar run by Shaki, Listster thought, recognizing the familiar presence with his observation hockey. Still, just to be sure, he turned to Midgel and asked, "What's the name of this bar?" "It's called Shaki's Ripoff Bar." "Funny, isn't it? Someone actually put Ripoff right there in the name." "So that's it." Listster nodded inwardly. "Maybe it's a marketing gimmick. Anyway, let's meet these Iron Pirates first." As Listster stood at the bar's entrance, people inside began to shuffle out one by one. Each wore a swaggering, arrogant expression, making it clear they didn't take these Navy men seriously at all. Well, has the Navy run out of people? They sent a blind man. Girla jeered, immediately spotting Listter's eye patch. "You're the captain of the Iron Pirates, Girla?" Listster asked calmly, utterly unfazed by the mockery. There's no point snapping back at a barking dog, he thought dryly. Though if it came to eating dog meat, Listster wouldn't mind at all. "That's right. I'm the boss here," Girla declared with a smirk. "I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you Navy guys off. If you know what's good for you, turn around and leave. Otherwise, you'll be staying here, as appetizers for our drinks." Such arrogance, Listster thought with a trace of helplessness. The Navy's influence on the sea really had waned. Any pirate thought they could defy authority with impunity. Was Girla strong? Somewhat. He certainly wasn't weak, but he wasn't nearly powerful enough to justify mocking the Navy. Any ordinary rear admiral from headquarters could take care of him. But HQ officers were scarce, far too busy to waste time on small fry like these. And the rear admirals and vice admirals stationed at the Navy's branch offices were simply not on the same level as those from headquarters. "I was going to spare your life, but since you've chosen to insult the Navy like this, there's no way you're getting out alive." "Oh, you got the guts to lay a hand on me." Girla narrowed his eyes as he spoke. "Bruce, Jamil, I'm leaving it to you too. Don't let me down." "Yes, sir." One was a rear admiral from a branch office, the other a colonel from Navy headquarters. With their combined strength, and the Navy soldiers backing them up, handling this ragtag pirate crew would be more than enough. "You bastard," Girla gritted his teeth. To think this Navy officer would actually look down on him. In the past, whenever the Navy faced them, every one of those officers had terror written all over their faces. "All right, you lot, get up there. Chop off that Navy dog's head and bring it to me as a piss pot." "Got it, boss." The pirates of the Steel Pirates showed little fear as they charged towards Listster and his men, just as Girla had boasted before. After all, dozens, maybe even hundreds, of Navy men had died at their hands already. Girla led his pirates in a direct assault on Listster, who stood his ground while the soldiers behind him surged forward to meet the attack. In a skirmish of this level, there was really no need for Listster to lift a finger. If his officers couldn't handle Girla, Listster seriously considered whether he ought to request a new adjutant. The clash erupted quickly, but before long, the steel pirates began to realize something was off. These Navy men were nothing like the ones they'd fought before. These ones were far tougher, far more capable. Even Girla found himself outmatched. Bruce completely suppressed him in combat, and Jamil was up against the second in command of the pirates, a pirate worth over 100 million in bounty, but in the hands of a rear admiral, that meant nothing. Still, Girla's steel fruit was truly irksome. Bruce had armament hockey, but wasn't yet adept. Sometimes he could muster its power, sometimes not. "Who the hell are you people?" Girla demanded during the fight, his face twisted with frustration. "We're just your run-of-the-mill Navy officers," came the cool reply. "Damn it," Girla roared, furious. It was the first time he didn't have the upper hand, even after unleashing his devil fruit powers. In terms of defense, Bruce's mastery of iron body and armament hockey was barely any weaker than Girla's devil fruit. Offensively, he had finger gun combined with hockey. If his hockey kicked him properly, he could punch gaping holes straight through his opponent. At this moment, the two sides had already been fighting for over 10 minutes. The commotion had drawn quite a crowd. Many spies from various factions had come to watch, all except for Bruce and Girla, who were still locked in battle. Every other member of the Steel Pirate crew had already been subdued by the Navy. What's more, this time, none of the Navy's squad members had perished. If Listster had been present and there had been any casualties, then frankly, there would be no reason for Listster to even be here. Girla's body was now riddled with holes, each as thick as a finger. Every wound the result of Bruce's piercing finger gun attacks. Watching all his men fall into custody, Girla's face grew increasingly grim. He knew if things kept going this way, he was bound to meet his end right here. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a Navy officer who'd been standing silently by, wearing a mask and never making a move. Suddenly, a reckless idea took root in Girla's mind, a notion he shouldn't have had. But once it occurred to him, there was no reining it back. The thought seized control, growing ever wilder. He channeled the full power of his devil fruit into his arms, then landed a heavy punch that sent Bruce flying. Without hesitation, he dashed at breakneck speed straight toward Listster. With every step, he closed in on Listster, and an expression of elation flickered across his face. "I've got him." His plan was simple. As long as he took Listster hostage, he could escape this ordeal unscathed. But he seemed to forget that Listster was the highest-ranking officer among these Marines. Just because he looked young didn't mean his strength could be underestimated. A calm voice drifted directly to Girla's ears. "Your plan has merit, but you picked the wrong target." When Bruce saw Girla charging directly at Listster, he stopped his pursuit at once. In his eyes, this was nothing short of suicide. Bruce had never actually seen Listster fight before, but to be the deputy chief instructor at the Naval Academy, Listster must have mastered all 6 martial forms. Without warning, Lister's voice was right by Girla's ear. "What?" Eyes wide, Girla was stunned. Only a second ago, Listster had been 3 meters away, but in the blink of an eye, he was standing right in front of him. Abruptly, pain exploded in Girla's abdomen, and then nothing. No sound, no sight, not so much as a sense of his own body collapsing to the ground. Everything faded instantly. Lister's move had silenced the battlefield. Everyone knew he'd finished the fight, but no one expected it to be so clean, so efficient. Clean up the area. Those still alive, lock them in the cells. Later, transfer them to impel down. The dead, toss them into the sea. Let the fish have them. Yes, sir. In this world, that's how bodies are usually dealt with. After all, with so many sea kings lurking in the deep, you have to feed them something. Sir, should we head to the next location now? Hold on a moment. There's still a big fish inside. Listster turned toward the tavern's entrance. You've watched us for quite a while. Aren't you planning to come out and say hello? Lister's voice rang out, and every Marine looked toward the tavern in confusion. What a headache. I thought I could slip by without getting caught, but it seems you found me after all. At that moment, a middle-aged man in slippers stepped out slowly. The Marines eyed him with uncertainty. He looked familiar, and yet they couldn't recall exactly where they'd seen him before. The vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Silvers Rayleigh, such a dangerous man, and here you are, lingering not far from Navy headquarters. You certainly have guts. The moment Listster said his name, everyone, Marines and onlookers alike, were stunned. A trace of fear crossed their faces. No one expected a legend to appear right before their eyes. I thought with you wearing an eye patch you wouldn't notice me, but I didn't count on you picking me out so easily. Even though I can't see with my eyes, I'd never forget your presence. You're really not as adorable as when we first met, kid. Still, for you to grow this much in just a few short years, the Navy struck gold with you. Rayleigh remembered Listster well. The time they'd both unleashed Conqueror's hockey together left a deep impression on him. He'd kept an eye out for news about Listster and the Marines after that, but it was as if Listster had vanished from the world. He never expected their next encounter would happen under circumstances like this. At that moment, Listster slowly drew his blade, Wind Whisper. Come on, take pity on this old man, will you? I'm really not in the mood for a fight right now, Rayleigh said with an exasperated sigh, though his whole body tensed in instant readiness. The aura emanating from Listster rivaled his own at his peak. If they really fought now, Rayleigh wasn't so sure he could win. That's not up to you. With those words, Lister's figure vanished in an instant before everyone's eyes. Rayleigh responded at once, drawing his long sword from his waist and swinging forward. In a flash, Listster appeared before him. Blade meets blade, the sword and saber clashing with a resonant ring. In an instant, both men's Conqueror's hockey was drawn out, crackling between their clashing weapons as red and black lightning erupted. The force of their aura swept across the sky, scattering the clouds completely. I knew you would grow stronger, but I never imagined you'd reach this level so quickly. This clash allowed Rayleigh to recognize Lister's true strength. He had already surpassed him. There's still a lot you don't know. With those words, Listster took a step back and sheathed his blade, Wind Whisper. Now is not the time for us to fight. If you truly want to live in seclusion, then stay put and keep out of trouble. If you cause any more problems for me, I won't let you off so easily. Don't worry, young Navy officer. I'm an upstanding citizen these days. Although, if you could remove my bounty, that'd be even better. Don't even think about it. With that, Listster turned and led his squad away, still turning over in his mind the surprise of Rayleigh arriving at the Sabidi archipelago so soon. Their earlier battle had ended as soon as it began, but from that exchange, Listster already understood. Rayleigh was no longer his match. Despite this, taking Rayleigh down would still be a costly endeavor, not something that could be done lightly. How did it go? Back at the bar, Shaki looked at Rayleigh and asked. He's very powerful. Counting all those who could overpower him at sea, there probably aren't even 10 left. And I can feel it. There's some immense strength still hidden within him that he hasn't even unleashed. Is that so? Shaki narrowed her eyes, knowing full well Rayleigh wouldn't lie. That meant the young Navy officer now possessed one of the greatest powers across the seas. What exactly is the Navy planning, putting such a terrifying youngster here? Shaki wondered aloud. Who knows? Rayleigh replied. As long as it doesn't interfere with my retirement, I don't mind. After stretching these old bones today, I'll need to stay low for a while again. Rayleigh claimed not to care about Lister's arrival, but that was only half true. As long as Listster wasn't hunting him specifically, he could let it go. You really don't worry about anything, do you? What's there to worry about? It's obvious. The kid is the Navy's ambitious new creation. In the end, he might not be our enemy at all. Rayleigh still clearly remembered the moment Lister's Conqueror's hockey erupted, a force that rivaled even Rogers. Someone with that kind of will was unlikely to simply obey the Navy's, no, the world government's orders. Are you hiding something from me that I should know about? At Rayleigh's words, a dangerous glint flickered in Shaki's eyes. No, nothing at all. Caught in her gaze, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a little rattled. I'm heading off now. Just put the tab on my account. I'll pay you next time I have the money. You scoundrel. I've heard that line one too many times already. And don't let that Navy man catch you again. Next time, it might really be trouble. I know, don't worry. I may not have thrown a punch in ages, but my observation hockey is still sharp. That presence was so terrifying, I could sense it even without hockey. With that, Rayleigh turned and left without a backward glance. Sigh, I guess business will keep getting harder for me from now on. Shaki took the cigarette from her mouth, allowed a long sigh, and spoke thoughtfully. She was even considering whether to change the sign outside, to rebrand the place as Shaki's Friendly Bar. Sir, that Dark King Rayleigh is over there. Shouldn't we do something? Following behind List, Bruce had wrestled with the question for a long time before finally voicing it. No need, List replied. As long as I'm here, he won't cause any trouble. Besides, do you really think headquarters doesn't know he's around? They're just turning a blind eye. If we tried to arrest Rayleigh now, it would hurt the Navy more than help. Why? At that question, List, if he could, would have rolled his one visible eye in exasperation. Why did his lieutenant have to be so dense? He couldn't help but compare. On Garp's ship, Garp might be rash, but Bogart was clever. Did every battleship have to have at least one blockhead? Garp's ship had a smart one and a fool. Was he fated to be the clever one with Bruce as the fool? You think the rest of Roger's crew is just sitting ducks? If we go after Rayleigh, we have to be ready to fight all of the Roger pirates. Sure, the Navy would probably win in the end, but the cost would be too much for us to bear. And don't forget, there are plenty of powerful pirates in the New World watching us. waiting for any slip. For a pirate crew that's already disbanded, even if it's the Roger Pirates, they just aren't worth picking a fight with. Not now that Roger himself is gone. List could more or less guess the real reason the Navy wasn't making a move on Rayleigh. After Roger's execution, the Navy did make a show of rounding up some of his old crew, but most were just small fry. None of the real heavy hitters were ever caught. Not because their locations were unknown, but simply because the Navy didn't want to waste the manpower chasing them down. Understand, sir. Hearing List's explanation, the other Marines also had a moment of sudden clarity. In truth, the Navy headquarters stance was exactly as List had said. The potential costs outweighed the rewards, and that's the real reason why the Navy had never made a move. What followed was nothing short of a nightmare for the pirates scattered across the Sabati archipelago. The remaining 18 pirate crews were each defeated, one after another, though this back and forth ended up consuming a good deal of Lister's time. After all, their locations were quite spread out, pirates lurking in nearly every district. Capturing every last one of them nearly took 4 hours. By now, everyone knew that the new officer at the Sabati Archipelago Navy base was not someone to be trifled with. All criminal elements were now lying low, each one desperately trying to avoid drawing Lister's attention, afraid that a single careless move would lead to their downfall. Listster had only just returned to his office and barely warmed the chair when a firm knock sounded at the door. "Come in," he called. Miguel entered, his face clouded with concern. "What happened?" Listster asked, immediately sensing something was wrong from the tension radiating off Miguel. Miguel gritted his teeth. "Several nobles are pressuring us. They want us to release some pirate crews and demand that we apologize to them." As Miguel spoke, Lister's aura flared with intensity, a pulse of energy sweeping through the office and leaving it in disarray, as if a sudden windstorm had burst into the room. "Celestial dragons?" Lister's voice was cold. "No," Miguel replied quickly. "Just ordinary nobles." On hearing this, Lister's aura softened slightly. As long as it wasn't the celestial dragons, things were still within his control. "Pay them no mind. Put those pirates aboard the warship and escort them straight to Impel Down. If anyone tries to interfere along the way, eliminate them without mercy. No matter what happens, I'll take full responsibility." "Yes, sir," Miguel responded with a salute. The news quickly spread among the nobles. The new commanding officer of the base was as unyielding as stone, utterly impervious to persuasion, and this made some of them furious with humiliation. Miguel had barely left when a commotion erupted outside, voices raised in outrage. Suddenly, Lister's office door was kicked open with a crash. A man dressed in extravagant finery swaggered into the room, his attitude haughty and overbearing. "So, you're the new commanding officer of this base?" he sneered. "That's right." Despite the noble's arrogant tone, Lister's expression didn't shift in the slightest. To him, people without real power who flaunted their status were nothing more than clowns. "I'm ordering you now. Release the Blaze pirates you just arrested," the man demanded. Listster had no intention of stooping to his level, but the man's tone was enough to sour his mood. "And who might you be?" Listster asked. Straightening, the man announced with pride, "I am His Excellency Tracy, a noble of the Nason's kingdom." He regarded Listster with a lofty air, as if his very name should command obedience. "I've never heard of you. Before I really lose my temper, get out of here, go as far as you can, and don't let me see you again." "You?" Tracy, the nobleman, was so enraged by Lister's words that he jabbed a finger at Lister's nose, unable to speak through his anger. "Do you even know who I am? Our Saint's Kingdom is a member nation of the world government. As a Navy officer, do you have any idea what sort of position I hold?" Tracy was desperate now. This was the first time he had ever been so humiliated in front of a Marine. "I order you right now. Release my people immediately." "So, you're saying you're in league with those pirates?" As he spoke, Listster suddenly exuded a wave of murderous intent, so intense it seemed to envelop Tracy completely. In that instant, Tracy felt as if a wild beast had locked its gaze on him. Beneath his feet, some unknown liquid had pooled across the floor. Pathetic. I'm warning you. Before I really lose my temper, get lost as far away as possible. If you don't, I won't hesitate to treat you as a pirate's accomplice. Have you arrested and thrown into Impel Down. Though with how soft and delicate you look, I doubt you'd even survive the trip. Fine, just you wait. I swear one day I'll strip you of everything. With that, Tracy hurried away in a panic. "Officer, what should we do about this?" Bruce walked in, looking to Listster for instructions. "Don't worry about it. He's just a petty clown. For now, just clean up the mess on the floor." "Yes, sir." Even Listster himself was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected these pirates to have a noble patron, making use of pirates to do their dirty work behind the scenes. "As I thought, this world really is filthy. Nobles colluding with pirates, and even within the Navy, things were far from spotless." That realization left Listster feeling a touch of gloom. He'd already invested so much of himself into the Navy. Now all he wanted was to root out the rot within its ranks. But, sir, are we risking trouble by humiliating some of the nobility this way? It's nothing. Don't worry. If the sky comes crashing down, I'll hold it up. To Listster, ordinary nobles were nothing to be concerned with. The Navy would never give up powerful assets like him over a few lowly aristocrats. Unless, of course, the celestial dragons were involved. And even if it came to that, Listster believed that Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and perhaps even former Fleet Admiral Kong, would help him settle the matter. As long as he didn't cause blood to flow in Mariejoa, chances were he had nothing to worry about in the Navy. The pirates are dealt with. Next, it's time to root out the underground forces here. The underground powers of the Sabeti archipelago are, in fact, even stronger than the pirates who haunt this place. Many of the heads of these clandestine forces maintain bases here, and their cooperation with the nobility is even closer than that of the pirates. Send people out now to shut down every auction house. Any place that deals in slaves, clean them out completely, and tell the heads of all these auction houses this. In my jurisdiction, you can sell whatever you like, but slaves are absolutely forbidden. Yes, sir. I'll see to it right away. Good. With that, the office was left with only Listster. You've been lurking and watching the show here long enough. Isn't it time to come out? Though the room appeared empty save for Listster, he spoke aloud, as if he were conversing with someone else. What a sharp one. You actually sense my presence. At those words, it was as if an invisible door opened in midair. Out of the thin air, a slender man dressed in black materialized before Listster. He began to clap, an expression of appreciation that Listster had managed to detect him. And you, who do you represent? Being the commander at the Sabeti Archipelago Navy base truly isn't an easy job. The guests seemed to arrive one after another, each more surprising than the last. I'm with the Don Quixote family. You must have heard of us. I'm here under the young master's orders to make you a business proposition. The Don Quixote family. That's Doflamingo, isn't it? Exactly. The other man's tone was filled with pride, as if boasting about his young master, or perhaps as if he simply didn't take Listster seriously at all. If I recall correctly, his influence was supposed to be limited to the North Blue. I didn't expect his reach to have already extended out here. Still, it's a rare sight, a pirate trying to strike deals with a Navy man. Don't you find that a bit ridiculous? As he spoke, a powerful aura surged forth from Listster, pressing down on the black-clad stranger with overwhelming force. In an instant, the man in black felt as though the weight upon his body had multiplied 100-fold. Please, sir, calm yourself. Feeling this terrifying presence, the man understood immediately. This Navy officer was nothing like the others he'd dealt with. The pressure Listster exuded was even more intimidating than that of his own young master. We're willing to offer you 100 million belly every year. All we ask is that you turn a blind eye to our family's business on Sabeti Archipelago. For someone of your abilities, I believe that'd be extremely easy. He'd already conducted several such transactions with naval officers, relying on his devil fruit powers to come and go without a trace. Jobs like this had almost always fallen to him. It really is very simple, something I could do with just a word. But I'm sorry, I'm not in the habit of making deals with pirates. And there's no need for you to go back, either. What do you mean by that? Hearing List say this, the man in black furrowed his brow. I mean it quite literally. I'm a Marine, and you're a pirate. Why on earth would I let you walk away? Are you sure you want to do this? You should know the consequences of crossing the Don Quixote family. Is that a threat? List's tone grew noticeably colder. Though these words sounded ordinary, there was something chilling in his voice that sent a shiver down one's spine. I wouldn't dare. But I hope you'll consider carefully, sir, whether it's really worth it to become enemies with our young master. If I remember correctly, that Doflamingo fellow is currently cowering in the North Blue, terrified out of his mind that Vice Admiral Tsuru will hunt him down. He's just a turtle hiding in its shell. How much of a threat could he possibly pose to me? In that case, I'll take my leave. I wish you a brilliant career in the Navy from here on out. I told you, you're not going anywhere. If I really wanted to leave, no one could stop me. As he finished, the man stretched out his hand and pressed. Instantly, a door materialized between them out of thin air. That really is quite a handy devil fruit ability. If it had been anyone else, I dare say you might have escaped already. But unfortunately for you, you ran into me. As List finished speaking, the man in black suddenly sensed his voice whispering right in his ear. What? The man's eyes flew wide with shock. Somehow, List had silently appeared behind him, his foot glowing with dazzling golden light. Without giving him a chance to react, List kicked him straight in the head, sending his body hurtling through the air. He smashed through the wall, shattering it entirely. As his body flew outward, the door he'd conjured vanished without a trace. Sir, what happened in here? A squad of Marine soldiers soon rushed in, looking flustered. Nothing. There's just a fly in here. Toss the corpse outside into the sea. No need to cover anything up. Yes, sir. List's actions were intended as a warning to others, a show of force to the underworld, letting them know he was not like any Marine they'd dealt with before. As for the broken wall, there would naturally be people to patch it up in no time. Soon, the corpse of the black-clad man was carried out of the Marine base. All the shadowy figures surveilling the base quickly relayed the news to their superiors. Some of those who had planned to offer bribes stopped dead in their tracks, uncertain and unnerved. After all, who could guarantee that the next person carried out would not be themselves? Young master, our man was killed by that Marine. Meanwhile, on a nameless island in the North Blue, a blond man with sunglasses perched on his nose and draped in a flamboyant pink feather coat listened to the message relayed through the Den Mushi. A vein bulged on his forehead in anger. This was none other than Don Quixote da Flamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family. Da Flamingo cherished each of his officers deeply. He treated them as family. The one delivering the report was a reserve officer, someone always on the verge of becoming a full member of the inner circle. Yet now, this promising candidate had been disposed of by that Marine. What did that Marine say? No idea. But judging from his actions, he doesn't seem likely to ally himself with any of the forces on Sabeti Archipelago. All right, I understand. Keep watching him. Report to me the moment there's any development. Yes, young master. With a final click, the call ended. In Doflamingo's other hand, the wine glass he was holding shattered under his grip. Daffy, do you want me to send someone to take care of that Marine? A man draped in a quilt-like cloak, grasping a cane with a club symbol, spoke up from behind Doflamingo. No need. This Marine is clearly no simple target. If he dares to act this boldly, he must have cards up his sleeve. All we need to do now is wait and watch. There's no doubt others, many others, will want a piece of him too. His actions have infuriated everyone in the underworld, some nobles included. Whether he can withstand this collective wrath remains to be seen. Doflamingo's tone was calm and cold. He knew that leaving the North Blue, now, was unwise. Granny Tsaru from the Marines still watched him like a hawk, determined not to let him slip away. I understand, Daffy. The man was Treble, one of Doflamingo's most trusted. The Sabeti Archipelago, as the gateway between the Grand Line and the New World, teemed with opportunities for business. Just as Doflamingo had guessed, Listster's actions had disrupted the interests of many. Already, powerful factions were joining forces, conspiring against Listster. As for Bruce, who led a squad to inspect the auction houses, he ran into trouble as well. Some auction houses, backed by the nobles, directly slammed the door in their faces, refusing even entry. In these cases, there was little Bruce could do. Some of the guards at these auction houses were just as strong as he was, if not stronger, leaving him with no choice but to return and await Listster's instructions. After making the rounds, Bruce had come away with almost nothing of value. In a place like the Sabeti Archipelago, it was truly survival of the fittest. Any power without powerful connections had long been swallowed up by those who did. Report. Come. Answering Listster's call, Bruce walked in, his face heavy with disappointment. What is it? Did you find anything? I'm sorry, sir. The auction houses refused to let us investigate. They said the world government has authorized their businesses, that everything is legal and above board, and insisted we don't have the authority to search them. As Bruce spoke, Listster's fingers lightly drummed a steady rhythm on the desk. Listster knew, of course, that he was being impatient. Solving the problems of the Sabeti Archipelago was never going to be something achieved overnight. Did you make a note of which auction houses refused our investigation? I did. Good. From here on, I'll lead the team myself. With that, Listster swept his cloak of justice behind him and walked out, determined to be worthy of those two characters on his back. The moment Listster stepped out of the Navy base once more, all those watchers lurking in the shadows quickly reported back to the powers behind them. Sir, what about these rats watching us? Don't bother with them. These vermin can never be wiped out entirely. They'll just keep coming in waves. Listster and Bruce were well aware that countless eyes were scrutinizing their every move, but no one had anything to gain from acting against them just yet. Their group soon arrived at District 1, a place that was supposed to be bustling with energy on the Sabeti Archipelago. But today, with Listster's arrival, a hush had fallen over the whole area. As far as the eye could see, several of the slave trading shops had already closed their doors. Seal up every slave trading shop. Take out every single captive inside. If anyone resists, arrest them on the spot. Listster's voice rang with anger. Even knowing he was coming, these shops still brazenly kept their doors open, as if he meant nothing to them at all. Yes, sir. This deployment was one of the largest since Listster's arrival, mobilizing nearly half the soldiers in the Sabeti naval base. Had anyone chosen this moment to strike the now sparsely guarded base, the few left behind wouldn't have stood chance. But Listster trusted that no one would be foolish enough to rush headlong into their guns. Under Listster's stern gaze, the soldiers quickly had every slave shop owner in custody, and every last captive was set free. Lysd could clearly sense the waves of joy radiating from these freed slaves, and to his surprise, he realized that a few of them were actually fishmen. It was the first time Lysd had ever felt the presence of a fishman. "You can't do this. If you go through with this, the ones backing us won't let you get away with it." The bosses, who had been marched out by the Navy, shouted in protest. "Gag them and take them all to the prison to await trial." "Yes, sir." At that moment, even the ordinary soldiers felt a surge of satisfaction. Before, they had always been powerless in the face of situations like this. Yet now, with this new commanding officer, they were actually experiencing what it felt like to truly serve the people. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, brave Navy officers." Some of those rescued were so overwhelmed with gratitude that they fell to their knees and burst into tears, thanking the Navy again and again. "Please, all of you get up. This is our duty. If you wish to leave, you're free to go. For those with nowhere to return to, we'll arrange for the Navy to escort you back to your homes." "Thank you, sir." Moved yet again by Lysd's words, the gratitude in their eyes deepened. "Sir, quite a few among these slaves are actually pirates. What should we do with them?" At this point, Bruce leaned close and whispered to Lysd. "Send them straight to the Navy base prison. Soon, they'll be transferred with the other pirates to Impel Down." "Understood, sir." Many pirates, who had just tasted freedom, now found themselves captured again by the Navy after barely a moment's respite. Seeing the Navy's resolve, they spilled their identities with confused faces, realizing where they would be taken. Some pirates couldn't help thinking they'd rather stay as someone's slave. In their eyes, Impel Down was a fate worse than death. Other than the Golden Lion, none had ever survived and escaped from there. Even those not under a death sentence or a life imprisonment, once inside Impel Down, would simply vanish. No word ever came out after their sentence was up. "Next are those auction houses," Lysd said, his eyes shifting to the distance. He could sense several powerful presences in those places, not quite as strong as himself, but about on par with Bruce at his side. As Lysd approached the first auction house, two men built like bodyguards immediately blocked his path. Their expressions remained utterly unchanged, whether because of strict training or because powerful individuals stood behind them. Lysd could not say. "Sorry, we're closed today. No one is allowed to enter." The two men standing at the entrance each extended an arm, blocking Listster's way forward. "Out of my way." Their only reply was this single, curt word Listster uttered. "Apologies." But as soon as those words left their mouths, both of them suddenly collapsed, unconscious. "Go inside and search. Confiscate anything illegal." "Yes, sir. You really shouldn't be doing this." At that moment, someone else suddenly stepped in front of Listster. The presence he gave off was far more formidable than the gatekeepers, but still, he was nothing to be feared. Listster had no intention of wasting words. Instead, he simply knocked the man out with a single punch. That scene made the situation perfectly clear. The new Navy officer was a headstrong man who didn't care about anyone's backing or influence. He was determined to keep his turf spotless, no matter who stood behind the shadows. Sigh, he truly leaves no room for an old man like me to survive. Am I really destined to settle down as a humble coding craftsman in my old age? Outside the auction house, hidden in a quiet alley, a blonde-haired, middle-aged man took a swig from his bottle, wallowing in his sorrow. This man was, of course, Rayleigh. Listster's abrupt crackdown had just cut off Rayleigh's most profitable source of income. Over the next few hours, Listster swept through all the auction houses, giving him a chance to see many remarkable things. Devil fruits, famed swords, and more. Devil fruits and legendary blades, rare as they were, flowed through the Sabidi archipelago every single day. Listster also witnessed slaves from all kinds of races, giants, long arms, long legs. When those slaves realized they had been freed, disbelief was written all over their faces. For them, the thought of freedom was something well beyond their wildest imaginations. For a brief moment, the Sabidi archipelago was as clean as it could be. Every illegal establishment had been shut down. But as Listster busied himself with his purge, things were quite hectic for Fleet Admiral Sengoku at Marine Headquarters. The moment Listster began his operations, Sengoku's transponder snail never stopped ringing. Worried that he might miss something important, Sengoku had to answer every call. Yet most were just furious complaints, with hardly a useful message among them. After Listster finished cleansing the Sabidi archipelago's dark underside, the island lost some of its former splendor, but as one of the Grand Line's most important hubs, it remained as bustling as ever. The only real change was the absence of slave trading between people on the Sabaody archipelago. To be honest, it didn't make much of a difference to the islands, other than seeing fewer visits from the nobles. Anyone who tried to impeach Listster or issue orders against him found their efforts swiftly suppressed by Sengoku. Just as Sengoku thought things were finally settling down, an even bigger piece of news shattered the world's fragile calm. The fishman adventurer, Fisher Tiger, had scaled the headquarters of the world government, the holy land of Mariehua, with his bare hands. He caused a spectacular upheaval and freed thousands of slaves. This incident sent the world into chaos. No one had ever imagined that a fishman could be so audacious, or that anyone would truly dare to create such havoc in Mariehua, let alone escape from there unscathed. This tiger, the desk in the fleet admiral's office. No one could remember how many Sengoku had pounded into splinters by now. Now, the pressure from the 5 elders on him was immense. No matter what, he had to apprehend that fishman, Tiger, as soon as possible. To think the time had already come for this. When Listster received the news, he was utterly astonished. Although he knew about Fisher Tiger's legendary raid on Mariehua and his rescue of the slaves, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Listster actually held a deep admiration for Tiger. If he weren't a pirate himself, if he'd possessed overwhelming strength, Listster might well have joined forces with Tiger. After all, he was a model youth who'd received an excellent education in the 21st century, utterly incapable of tolerating the world's system of slavery. In fact, when he first arrived here, he'd nearly become a slave himself. Unfortunately, his position now didn't allow him to do anything that would tarnish the Navy's reputation in such a way. At that moment, the din-din mushy on Listster's desk began to ring. Least, if Fisher Tiger ever appears on the Sabaody archipelago, you must do everything in your power to apprehend him. He must be brought to justice. No sooner had he picked up than Sengoku's furious voice exploded from the line. Yes, Fleet Admiral, Listster replied in all seriousness. But in truth, he didn't take this matter very much to heart. Listen, Listster, I know what you're thinking, Sengoku pressed on, but you must realize what this means for the Navy. Even if you despise the institution of slavery, and I know you do, this isn't something that can be changed overnight. If Fisher Tiger shows up on Sabaody, you must go all out to capture him. I understand, Fleet Admiral, Listster answered after a moment's thoughtful silence. However, ever since Tiger's incident at Mary Geos, he had vanished completely. Even the slaves he rescued met different fates. Some were recaptured by the world government, while others disappeared, just like Fisher Tiger himself. The Navy never ceased their efforts to track down Tiger, yet he always managed to elude them. After all, Tiger was a fishman, able to move freely beneath the waves. As long as he remained underwater, the Navy was powerless to do anything about him. Several more months passed in silence, until suddenly, news broke. Tiger had formed a new pirate crew called the Sun Pirates, and every single member was a fishman. Because of this, Wrist had to endure a thorough scolding from Sengoku. Fisher Tiger had returned from the Sabaody archipelago to Fishman Island, without Wrist ever catching wind of it. This led Sengoku to believe that Wrist had neglected his duties. Nonetheless, Wrist did not suffer any serious consequences. After all, under Wrist's governance, the Sabaody archipelago had flourished. For some, this place had become a paradise. Here, they no longer had to fear being captured and forced into slavery, nor worry about dying senselessly at the hands of pirates. Wrist could clearly sense the increase in fishman residents compared to before his arrival. In the past, fishmen on Sabaody archipelago had to disguise themselves just to move around. But now, they could openly go about their lives, proud of their identity. They no longer had to live in fear of being captured. While they still endured the contemptuous gazes of some humans, things were undeniably better than before. Of course, there were still some fishmen who, believing themselves superior, stirred up trouble on Sabaody archipelago. Wrist tolerated none of this. He had them sent straight to jail to reflect on their actions. Only when they truly understood their wrongdoing would he allow them their freedom again. At this point, Wrist had become the best friend the fishmen could ever hope to find among humans. Though most fishmen had never actually seen Wrist's face, they knew that without him, their lives would never have been this free. Princess Odoheim of Fishman Island even considered inviting Wrist as a guest to their home. Yet, reflecting on the complex relationship between the Navy and the fishmen, she reluctantly let go of that idea. She had also heard stories about Wrist's crew, how they showed no mercy to pirates. There were still many Sun Pirates on Fishman Island. If the two sides should ever meet, it might lead to an irreparable disaster. At one time, Princess Odoheim had planned to make the journey to Sabaody archipelago to meet Wrist herself. She felt that Wrist might be the one able to help fishmen gain recognition from the world government and earn acceptance from all humanity. However, all the residents of Fishman Island stopped her. If Queen Odoheim were to encounter any mishap in the Sabati archipelago, it would be a burden none of the fishmen could possibly bear. It had already been half a year since Listster took position as the commander of the Navy base at Sabati archipelago. Throughout these 6 months, any sign of underworld forces stirring within the islands was swiftly and decisively wiped out by Listster's hand. On the surface, there wasn't a single trace of pirates to be seen on the Sabati archipelago. As the essential gateway to the New World, no newcomers had managed to enter for half a year now. Listster had become like the guardian at the gates of the New World, overseeing every soul who sought passage. As a result, the pirate world within the New World found itself in an unusual lull. During this time, there were still those who wished to challenge Listster's authority. Some pirate crews, despite having heard legendary tales about Listster's deeds on the islands, simply refused to believe them and wanted to test their luck. But choosing to take that challenge ended exactly as one would expect. Their lives ended right there. Yet this iron grip also brought with it unintended consequences. Pirates were now rampant in the first half of the Grand Line. Since they couldn't move onward into the New World, all they could do was make a name for themselves in the first half. Fortunately for the Grand Line, the Navy still held sway there. Those arrogant and unruly pirates were swiftly dealt with, barely given a moment to catch their breaths before being hunted down. It must be said, these past 6 months had done wonders for the Navy's reputation, apart from the blow dealt by Fisher Tiger. Still, the Navy had not given up on this fishman who had brought great shame upon the world government. Since the Sabati archipelago was the only way to Fishman Island, Listster could sense how, after the Fisher Tiger incident, many forces had begun to secretly infiltrate the islands. These included agents of the world government, whose presence was always marked by an air of resolute efficiency. They were easy to identify. Arriving at the archipelago, they never bothered to greet Listster or coordinate with him at all, conducting their own investigations without interference. This, however, meant that all their actions were under Listster's watchful gaze. Should anyone attempt to threaten the peace of the Sabati archipelago, Listster wouldn't hesitate. Regardless of whether they were his supposed allies, he would eliminate them on the spot. Some world government agents who mysteriously vanished from the islands may well have met their end at Listster's hands. Their strength was hardly exceptional, at best equal to that of a Navy rear admiral, and before Listster, they stood no chance in battle. With the power of the glint fruit, he could dispatch them in the blink of an eye. So whenever someone vanished without a trace, it was almost always Listster who had taken matters into his own hands. On the first half of the Grand Line, on an island known as Jaga, a sinister plot was quietly unfolding, a conspiracy targeting List. Jaga Island was shrouded in legend, famed for a mysterious aura that changed all who set foot on its shores. It was said that anyone landing here would find their temperament twisted, becoming violently irritable, and developing a dangerous thirst for blood. Original inhabitants were a rarity. Fights were the norm. Neighbors would clash 3 or 4 times a day without raising an eyebrow. Over time, the constant bloodshed either wiped out the population or drove the rest to leave, unsettled by the island's eerie atmosphere. As a result, Jaga became almost entirely deserted, an uninhabited island where only the occasional passing ship might pause to rest. Never for long, and always with an air of caution. But today, the island pulsed with an unusual energy. At its shores lay more than a dozen ships, each bearing a different pirate flag, a clear sign that over 10 notorious pirate crews were gathering here now. Each of their captains was a big name on these seas, with bounties of over 100 million to prove it. Among them, Andre, captain of the Blazing Flame Pirates, with a bounty of 220 million. Ironhead Jones, leader of the Ironhead Pirates, worth 200 million. Rex the Tyrannosaur, captain of the Rampaging Dragon Pirates, with a 350 million bounty, and over a dozen other infamous pirates, each with a reward for their head in the hundreds of millions. Tonight, they threw a peculiar banquet on the island. The captains sat together, though it was clear that Rex held the seat of honor, his higher bounty and fearsome reputation setting him apart as the strongest among them. Rex was a devil fruit user, a Zoan-type, ancient class, with a fearsome Tyrannosaurus fruit. The power that came with it shaped him. Quick-tempered and ruthless, he never hesitated to silence anyone who dared defy him. Captain Rex, one of the gathered captains, finally broke the silence. "Why have you called us all here?" "Yeah," another chimed in, "and on a cursed island, no less." Both men spoke up first, their unease obvious. Even as they set foot on Jaga, an ominous energy clawed at their thoughts, seemingly intent on bending their will toward violence. But these were seasoned pirates, iron-willed and experienced. Though the oppressive force clung to them, they managed to shake it off and reclaim their clarity of mind. Their crews were not all so fortunate. Some were already fighting amongst themselves. Others found their men embroiled in brawls with rival crews. My purpose in gathering all of you here is simple, to discuss how we might reach the New World. At Rex's words, the expressions of every pirate captain in the room grew tense. They were all pirates, each yearning to set sail for that legendary pirate graveyard, the New World, all dreaming of seizing Roger's treasure and becoming the next pirate king. Yet now, a nightmare unique to pirates barred their path forward, making it impossible to advance even the slightest bit. There are only two ways to the New World. One is through the Holy Land of Mariewa, the other through Fishman Island. But to reach Fishman Island, we first have to pass through the Sabeti Archipelago, said Andre, captain of the Blaze Pirates. And the mere mention of the Sabeti Archipelago inevitably brought up a name that struck fear into the hearts of every Grand Line pirate, Navy Rear Admiral List. That name had become like a massive stone weighing down on them, so heavy it nearly suffocated them. Life for these pirates had been miserable, forever lurking in the shadows, dodging the Navy at every turn. Now that Rex had chosen this place for their meeting, most could understand. After all, this was likely the safest spot in the first half of the Grand Line. There were no Navy spies here. Captain Rex, are you saying we're going to seize the Sabeti Archipelago? One pirate captain blurted out, giving voice to the wild idea that had crossed his mind. That's right. Only by taking the archipelago can we break through to the New World, Rex responded, his tone unwavering. Whether it was the sinister atmosphere of the island or something else, his eyes gleamed with a trace of crimson. But rumor has it the Navy man is incredibly strong. In the past 6 months, even pirate crews far mightier than ours have all been wiped out at his hands. A concerned captain spoke up. The idea of breaking through Sabeti wasn't new to them, but the thought of those formidable crews being utterly destroyed, there was enough to chill even the boldest spirit. Maybe none of US could take him alone, but if we join forces, defeating just one man should be well within our grasp. Don't forget, each of us carries a bounty exceeding 100 million. No matter how powerful that Navy officer is, he's just a rear admiral. If we all move together, I don't see how he could stand against us. Rex's words earned nods of agreement from a few captains. They, too, believed that no matter how fearsome List might be, he couldn't possibly survive if all of them attacked together. But Navy headquarters is very close to the Sabeti Archipelago. If we launch a major assault there, the Navy will definitely send reinforcements. If we try to take on Navy headquarters with our current strength, it's as good as suicide. At this moment, Andre spoke up again. With a bounty ranking among the top 3 in this group, his words carried significant weight. And what he said made sense. Navy headquarters was indeed too close to the Sabeti Archipelago. If the Navy dispatched a large force, they would truly be in grave danger, with almost no chance of survival. I understand, which is why we need to defeat that Navy officer as quickly as possible, coat the ship, and head straight for Fishman Island, Rex said, his expression grave. What they were discussing was incredibly dangerous. One wrong move could mean no chance of return, forever lost to the sea. I know the risks are high, so I won't force you. Anyone willing to follow me is welcome to come along. If you'd rather not, you can leave now. Rex's words amounted to a vote. The pirate captains glanced at one another, but none seemed inclined to leave. Even Andre, ever cautious, stayed put. After all, this was his best opportunity. On his own, he'd have no way of reaching the New World. Difficult as the plan was, there still glimmered a shred of hope. After a moment passed, and no one left, Rex nodded in satisfaction. That was just a test. Congratulations, every one of you has passed. Hearing this, every pirate captain froze in astonishment. Rex, what do you mean by that? One captain burst out angrily, feeling as though he had just been toyed with. I did originally consider invading the Sabeti Archipelago, but as we just discussed, it's simply too risky. If Navy headquarters managed to send reinforcements in time, we'd be marching to our doom. So, I thought of a better way. What way? Andre asked. The Sabeti Archipelago is in this state because of that particular Navy officer. If we can deal with him, everything will return to normal. At that point, we can come and go from Sabeti as we please. How is that any different from what we just discussed? There's a world of difference. Rex smiled mysteriously. The plan to attack the Sabeti Archipelago is supposed to be about conquering it, but in truth, all we really need to do is take down that one particular Marine. Do you have a way to lure that Marine out? Andre's mind raced, and in a flash he understood exactly what Rex was implying. As expected of Andre, sharply perceptive as always. You're absolutely right. All we need to do is draw that Marine onto this island, and then, together, we can finish him off for good. If that's the case, then I'm in favor of this plan. Immediately, one of the captains raised his hand to vote. While the scheme was risky, it was still far safer than storming the Sabeti Archipelago itself. At least this way, they would only face a single Marine, not an entire garrison. I agree as well. If some of them had hesitated at the proposal to attack the archipelago, This new plan finally solidified their resolve. But how exactly are we supposed to lure that Marine out? From what I've heard, ever since he took command, he's never left the Sabati archipelago. Don't worry, I have my ways, Rex replied, oozing confidence. Since arriving at the archipelago, the first thing that Marine did was to purge all the pirates from the island. The next thing was to shut down every slave trading den. Clearly, he has a deep loathing for the slave trade. So all we have to do is spread word that there's a large-scale slavery ring operating on this island, especially since it's not far from Sabati. I'm willing to bet he'll come in person. And if he doesn't, what then? Even if he refuses to show up himself, he'll definitely send his subordinates. When that happens, we simply keep every last one of them here. I refuse to believe he'd stay away then. Rex's logic made sense to everyone. Even the skeptics among them, seeing the resolve in others, began to steel their own wills. Seeing that all the captains he'd rallied now stood behind his plan, Rex allowed himself a satisfied smile. But there was a chill lurking beneath that smile. He didn't see these people as allies, merely useful pawns to be discarded when their purpose was served. If Rex were confident he could take on Listster alone, he wouldn't have bothered to form this alliance at all. In fact, Rex reckoned these captains should consider themselves lucky. Had any one of them refused, he would have dealt with them personally and without hesitation. Because Rex could not allow anyone who knew about his plan to leave this place. Anyone, that is, except these tools of his. But the captains of these pirate crews weren't fools. Each of them was a notorious pirate with a bounty over 100 million, evading the Navy till now by virtue of their wits as much as their daring. None among them was recklessly brave without any brains. In fact, every single one was plotting their own schemes in secret. Yet at least in one regard, they stood united. They were all determined to utterly eliminate Listster, that Navy officer. Well then, since everyone has agreed to my plan, let's meet back here in 3 days. I'll figure out a way to lure that Marine here, and when the time comes, whether we break through to the new world will depend entirely on what you're all capable of. Rex had no doubt at all that his plan would succeed. In his eyes, with so many people on his side, not even an admiral would walk away unscathed. And this time, their target was just a mere rear admiral. Don't worry, Captain Rex. When the time comes, for the sake of our goal, we'll give it everything we've got. After all, pirates and Marines are enemies by nature. If we don't strike with full commitment, we'll be putting ourselves in danger instead. That's right. Count us in. Seeing the captains voice their support, Rex nodded in satisfaction. All right, then I'll ask everyone to lead your crews away for now. Otherwise, before we even lure the Marine in, we might lose a chunk of our forces ahead of time. And so, the conspiracy against Listster was fully settled. Now all that remained was to put the final plan into action. Meanwhile, far away at the Navy base on the Sabati archipelago, Listster slept peacefully, blissfully unaware that he had fallen into someone's trap. But even if he had known, knowing Lister's nature, he likely wouldn't have cared. After all, he had unshakable confidence in his own strength, as long as the ones plotting against him weren't Whitebeard or Kaido. The next day, a rumor swept across the Sabati archipelago. On Ivilga Island, a grand slave auction was soon to take place. Giants, dwarves, all manner of races, even merfolk, it was said, would be sold there. The auction was set for 3 days hence. Before noon arrived, everyone on the Sabati archipelago had heard the news. Naturally, that included Listster. Bruce, what do you make of all this? I don't know either, but I have a strong feeling that there's something strange about all this. The news spread way too quickly, and before today, we hadn't heard a single word about it. It feels almost as if someone deliberately released this information, like they're trying to lure a certain person to Shija Island. Bruce analyzed the situation with a look of deep seriousness on his face. To serve as an officer's aide, one must possess a sharp mind. Even though Bruce wasn't always the brightest, he certainly had his moments. Exactly, it's just as I thought. But I have a suspicion that the person they're waiting for is me. Never in their wildest dreams would Rex and the others have imagined that, after plotting for so long, their elaborate scheme would be seen through by Listster at a single glance. After all, if some things are done too conspicuously, they're bound to raise questions. If the information had trickled out slowly over 10 days, Listster might never have realized this was a setup. Frankly, those pirates only have themselves to blame for acting in such haste. So, sir, what should we do? Bruce asked, his expression still earnest. He too felt that this was all aimed squarely at Listster. After all, in the past 6 months, they dealt with no shortage of plots targeting him. If they're setting up an ambush, then let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Yet, for reasons he couldn't quite articulate, even as he spoke these words, Listster sensed something was still not quite right. Then, sir, you mean? They want to lure me in, don't they? Well, I'm happy to play along. I'm genuinely curious to see what exactly they're plotting. Listter's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. Even knowing it was a trap, he showed not the slightest sign of worry. It was like knowingly walking into a tiger's den. But this particular tiger, to Listster, was nothing more than a harmless kitten. No way. It's far too dangerous. Bruce rebuffed Listster's plan immediately, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Relax. You know exactly how strong I am. Besides, I bet anyone who resorts to such underhanded tricks probably isn't all that powerful. If we were dealing with someone like Kaido, Big Mom, or Whitebeard, they would have simply come at us head-on long ago. Even so, it's too risky. Anything's possible. We can't be sure what kind of strength we're truly up against. Hearing the seriousness in Bruce's voice, Listster let out a helpless sigh. His aide was reliable in every way, perhaps just a little too cautious at times. All right, so what would it take for you to let me go? Nothing will do it. Not unless you let me come along with you. Fair enough. When it's time to set off, I'll call you to join me. Listster was now wondering if he should ask Sengoku to switch his adjutant for someone else. He felt that Sengoku hadn't assigned him an assistant, but rather a parent, a guardian. Meanwhile, the pirate captains had also sent some of the more obscure members of their crews to the Sabeti archipelago to gather intelligence about the island. When word reached them that the news had already spread across the islands, their hearts were filled with excitement. They sensed that their plan was on the verge of success. 3 days passed in a blur. On the appointed day, Listster took Bruce and a few ordinary marines, manned a warship, and departed from the Sabeti archipelago. Initially, Listster hadn't planned on bringing Bruce along. He'd thought about just knocking him out. But then he realized he couldn't captain the warship on his own, and bringing more marines along would only put them in danger. With no other choice, he had to take Bruce with him, hoping he could help protect the other marines. Of course, Bruce was unaware of Listster's real intentions. As far as he knew, traveling with Listster was simply part of fulfilling his duty as an adjutant. The moment Listster's warship left the Sabeti archipelago, the pirate captains received the news straight away. After all, their spies had been closely watching every move at the Navy base. But to their surprise, several ships belonging to nobles were also heading toward Ivilga Island. It seemed the rumors the pirates had started were actually being taken seriously. What should we do about those nobles? One of the captains turned to ask Rex. We'll take care of them all at once. As long as they're not celestial dragons, it doesn't matter. Soon, we'll be sailing into the new world. That'll be the pirates' domain, and the Navy won't be able to touch us anymore. All right, let's go big before we move on. For some reason, as the warship neared Ivilga Island, the sky gradually darkened, growing heavy and foreboding. Sir, there's something strange about this island, Bruce whispered into Listster's ear. He noticed the soldiers on their warship had grown increasingly restless. Looks like the stories about Ivilga Island might be true, Listster replied. When he learned they'd chosen Ivilga as the meeting place, Listster had already sent Bruce to scout the island and figure out why the location had been picked. So what do? Do we keep going? Several more ships encircled them, and the anxiety of their crews was easy to spot. No, you all stay here, and make sure those nobles are kept safe. So what are you going to do? Bruce asked anxiously, his face full of concern. Me? Of course, I'm going to see what kind of schemes they're up to. With that, Listster immediately shot off toward Shiejiao Island, not giving Bruce a chance to argue or protest. Watching Listster's silhouette grow smaller in the distance, Bruce found himself momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt as though he wasn't all that terrifying after all. So why did Listster seem so eager to get away from him? Commander Bruce, what should we do now? At that moment, a Navy soldier approached and respectfully inquired of Bruce. Slow down and keep a close watch on our surroundings. Also, monitor the situation with those noble family's ships. Taking care of the nobles was only part of the job. As Marines, it came with the territory. But if it ever came to a choice between the nobles and their own lives, Bruce knew without hesitation they'd have to put their own safety first. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Listster unleashed every ounce of his observation hockey, searching far and wide. It didn't take him long to spot over a dozen pirate ships anchored on the other side of the island, their presence ominous. On shore, he sensed more than 10 exceptionally strong auras. As for the so-called human auction, that was nothing but a fabrication. Soon enough, the pirate captains also noticed Listster flying above. Surprise flickered in their eyes. They'd imagined he might appear in any number of ways, but hadn't expected him to descend straight from the sky. What puzzled them further was how Listster just glided right over their heads, as though he hadn't even noticed them. What's going on? Did he just ignore us completely? One of the pirate captains asked in confusion. Maybe he didn't see us, another captain offered as an explanation. No, I get the feeling he's got something else in mind, said a third captain, his expression thoughtful. Wait a minute, isn't he heading toward our ships? Could it be he's planning to deal with our crew first? One pirate captain suddenly speculated, his voice tinged with boldness. That's impossible. All our crews combined, there are over 3,000 of them. No matter how strong that Navy guy is, he can't take on 3,000 by himself, can he? For some reason, even though they thought this theory was absurd, deep down, it felt strangely plausible. Just as they were still puzzling over Lister's true intent, a sudden barrage of cannon fire exploded in their ears, coming from the very direction where their ships lay anchored. In addition to the thunder of cannons, there was also the crackle of gunfire, though the sound of guns had become almost imperceptible beneath the deafening roar of the artillery. As expected, just as they had guessed, Lister's plan was to eliminate the ordinary crewmen first. The moment his observation Haki sensed the sheer number of those sailors, he had made up his mind. If there had only been around 100 of them, Listster could have simply kept them alive to let the Navy soldiers he brought along get some practice. But with over 3,000 in total, if they encountered the Marines under his command, even with only the most elite soldiers at his side, the sheer difference in numbers would render their prowess meaningless. That's why Listster decided to deal with these ordinary crew members first. As Listster soared above the pirate ships, someone with sharp eyes spotted him immediately. They had no idea how he was flying through the air, but when they saw the marine coat draped over his shoulders, they knew right away. This man was an enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of cannon fire and gunshots toward Lister's position in the sky. The combined firepower of these dozen pirate ships was no laughing matter. Dozens of cannonballs burst in unison, their explosions illuminating the dim sky. Such a spectacle did not go unnoticed by those on the Navy warships or among the nobles. The Marines, well aware that they had been sent into battle, braced themselves in advance. But the nobles, who had come for an auction rather than a war, were so terrified that they fled in panic. "Lieutenant, do you think the commander will be all right?" "Don't worry. I know his strength better than anyone. All we need to do is stay vigilant, watch the surroundings, and make sure no other pirate crews catch us off guard." "Yes, Lieutenant." Meanwhile, the pirate crews firing off their cannons were swept up in a frenzy of excitement, convinced that no one, Marine or not, could possibly survive such an overwhelming blast. Yet soon enough, the smiles froze on their faces. As the smoke cleared, they saw Listster appear before them, perfectly unharmed, his marine coat entirely unscathed. How is that possible? Every pirate stood in utter disbelief. They knew their cannonballs probably wouldn't land every single shot, but with so many fired, surely one or two should have hit. And yet, Listster stood there, as if not a single shell had grazed him. "A gift should be returned in kind," Listster said with a cold smile. "Now that you're done, it's my turn, isn't it?" With those words, he crossed his arms over his shoulders. Ocho sagas yos jade. List transformed instantly into a massive radiance of golden light, from which countless brilliant projectiles burst forth. If the earlier barrage of cannon fire was but a single candle lit in the gloom of the sky, then the light streaming from List's form now was like a blazing electric lamp, flooding the darkness. Countless orbs of light shot straight toward the pirate ships. The pirates' faces twisted with terror as the projectiles struck, shattering the hulls with effortless force. With so many flammable and explosive materials on board, the ships erupted into explosions and roaring fires. In a single assault, more than half their forces were wiped out. List paid no mind to the survivors, certain that his soldiers could finish the job. Meanwhile, the pirate captains stranded on the island looked around in confusion. They had little idea what was happening, but the continuous thunder of explosions and the flickering red glow in the sky told them all they needed to know. Their fleet was being decimated. "Damn that Navy bastard! I'll tear him to pieces," one of the captains roared in fury. Few noticed the faint blood-red aura swirling about him, or the glint of crimson that flickered in his eyes. Though a similar sinister aura lingered faintly around the other pirate captains, none exuded it in such palpable waves. Even so, it clouded their minds, distorting their judgment. By all rights, after witnessing List's overwhelming power, fear and dread should have filled their hearts, for every one of them knew they were no match for what he had just displayed. Yet instead of fear, a burning urge to fight consumed them. Without another word, they charged toward the direction of the fleet. But before they could move, a blade of golden light flashed before them. As it faded, List appeared, dressed in his Navy uniform. Seeing him standing before them, the pirate captain's fury blazed brighter, their reason unraveling even further. List frowned, sensing that something was seriously wrong. The aura emanating from the captains was far too savage, not like anything a human could possess. Beast would not describe them, nor even wild animal or fiend. Only monster was fit for what they had become. They still had human forms, but their energy no longer belonged to mankind. Although some of the captains had not been completely consumed by this sinister aura, their minds had already lost even the most basic sense of judgment. All they knew was that the figure before them was their enemy. "You damn Navy scum, go to hell." Suddenly, one of them charged straight at Listster, hefting a massive machete. But to Listster, these mindless monsters posed no threat at all. He didn't even bother to dodge the attack. Having lost their reason, their attacks were driven purely by primal instinct, making their moves utterly predictable. Even if they hadn't been consumed by madness, Listster wouldn't have needed to evade blows from people of their skill level. Lister's index finger shone with a golden light, and in a flash, a laser beam shot from his fingertip, piercing straight through the attacker's shoulder. In the very instant the laser tore through his flesh, the man staggered briefly, but then, as if oblivious to the pain, he kept charging at Listster. It seems that wicked aura has numbed their nerves. Their sense of pain is completely gone now. Listster instantly analyzed their current condition. Among the group, only Rex and Andre remained clear-headed. As they watched their companion turn into something that barely resembled a human being, a dreadful monster, in truth, they couldn't help but feel panic welling up inside them. They'd heard tales of Avilga Island before, but never took them seriously. Now, standing here, they realized how much more terrifying the reality was. The island was far worse than any legend. Rex, what should we do? Judging by the twisted anguish on their faces, it was clear neither of them was faring much better. Both seemed to be battling the evil aura surging inside. I don't know either, Rex admitted. He wanted to run, but he couldn't bring himself to abandon this chance. If they gave up now, it would mean their path to the new world was truly lost. Not long ago, these captains had seemed perfectly fine, but once they learned that Listster had destroyed their ships and killed their crew, something fundamental inside them broke. That's what turned them into these relentless, death-defying men. Looking at these captains, fearless even in the face of death, Rex and Andre felt a deep sense of dread. They didn't want to become monsters like them. I'd intended to escort you all and to impel down, Listster said, his tone grim. But in this situation, it seems the only option left is to eliminate you completely. With that, another dazzling beam lanced from Lister's finger, drilling clean through his enemy's head. The man's body went limp and collapsed to the ground, this time dead beyond all doubt. Suddenly, at some point unknown to anyone, a pirate had appeared behind Rist and fired a shot straight through his head. But, to their amazement, when the bullet pierced through Rist's skull, the scene they expected, brains bursting out, never happened. Instead, the hole created by the bullet healed rapidly. This sight utterly stunned both Rex and Andre. They had never imagined that someone could survive a shot through the head. I really did underestimate you all, Rist said coolly. Who could have thought that, even after losing your sanity, you'd still manage to stage a sneak attack? Looks like I'll have to finish this quickly. As soon as he finished, a golden light flickered at Rist's feet. He spun and delivered a whirlwind kick, sending another would-be attacker flying. The force of that light-speed kick was simply not something ordinary pirates, whose bounties had just crossed 100 million, could withstand. With a single kick, the body was sent flying right off the island. This is bad. We need to get out now. The last glimmer of hope drained from the two who remained. After witnessing that scene, they completely gave up the fight. Even if they tried their utmost, they knew they were no match for this Marine. They had miscalculated. Not only had they chosen the wrong battlefield, but they had also made the fatal mistake of underestimating Rist's power. Oh, didn't expect two of you to still be in your right minds, Rist remarked, his voice suddenly echoing in their ears like a devil's whisper, chilling them to the bone. Before they could even process what was happening, Rist had already appeared in front of them, cutting off any path of escape. Out of everyone here, your energies are by far the strongest. It seems one of you must be the mastermind behind all this. Or maybe you both are, Rist said, his tone cool and measured. The evil energy that permeated this island gnawed at Rist's mind without pause. But to him, it was of no consequence. His willpower was already as solid as steel. It was rare for anything to disturb his intent. Hearing Rist's words, a fierce glint appeared in the eyes of the two men. They were now in the same boat. If one betrayed the other, Rist would not spare the survivor. At that moment, Rex's body began to change, morphing into a Tyrannosaurus. A wild, predatory aura radiated from his massive form. A Zoan-type devil fruit, an ancient species? This is the first time I've ever seen one, Rist mused, tempted for a moment to remove his eye patch, just to take a closer look at this rare transformation. But he quickly dismissed the idea. He didn't wish to acquire a useless ability for himself. But although Rex's body had grown larger, his speed never slowed. In a flash, he sprang in front of Listster, sinking his teeth deep into him. At the same time, Andre drew his blade. Flames coiled around the steel, reminiscent of a devil fruit's power, but it was something altogether different. And then, wielding his firelay sword, Andre struck at Listster with a fierce slash. I'm not exactly afraid of your attacks, Listster remarked, but I'd really rather not get a taste of that monster's saliva. With those words, Listster summoned the legendary sword, Imnomura Kamo, into his hands. When a master swordsman draws his blade, the end of the battle is almost certain. Their abilities were impressive, but before the might of a true sword grandmaster, they stood no chance. Wave slash. A razor-sharp arc cut clean through the ground, leaving a smooth, gaping slash in its wake. Rex, unable to move away in time, was split in two by the attack. As for Andre, he escaped by a stroke of luck, as the strike hadn't been aimed at him. Still, he was forced to abandon his own assault. "Now it's just you," Listster said, facing Andre with an air of calm. While he couldn't see Andre's exact expression, he could sense that it was far from pleasant. "I never imagined your strength would be so overwhelming," Andre said, a bitter smile flickering across his face. "It's beyond anything we expected." The moment they witnessed Listter's true power, they realized just how naive their original plan had been. To think someone like you would appear among the Navy. For us pirates, that's an incredible stroke of misfortune. There was a certain resignation in Andre's voice, almost as if he'd already accepted his fate. He knew, facing Listster alone, he had no chance of survival. "What can I say? You chose to be pirates. You pillage, burn, and kill without restraint. It's my duty to wipe you out, once and for all." Andre let out a wild laugh, retorting, "Well said, but tell me, how many in the Navy are truly clean?" There was a hint of madness in his tone now, and it told Listster that perhaps Andre had become a pirate because of some hidden reason. Even so, it was no excuse for the choices he'd made. "Come then, let's have the last battle of my life. To die at the hands of a swordsman as formidable as you. What regrets could I possibly have?" With that, Andre gripped his sword in both hands, fire swirling along the blade, his whole presence brimming with an unyielding swordsman's spirit. "In that case, let me put an end to you in the way of a true swordsman." With those words, Wrist let the heavenly cloud sword in his hand dissolve into mist, then drew the Wind Song from his waist. This blade is called Wind Song, one of the famed 21 great grade swords. Wrist announced his name and weapon first, as tradition demanded. This sword is called Blazing Flame, also one of the 21 great grade swords. Andre, too, revealed the name of his cherished blade. "I only hope that, when I am gone, you will treat my sword with respect." At last, Andre spoke this request. He knew there was no way he could match Wrist. His blade would inevitably become Wrist's trophy of war. "Rest assured, a sword is a swordsman's very soul. I understand how it must be honored." "My thanks." A hint of relief flickered across Andre's face, but in the next instant, his expression steeled into solemn resolve. "I hope you do not hold back. Show me just how vast the gulf is between myself and a true swordmaster." "I will." Without another word, Andre raised Blazing Flame high and charged straight at Wrist. The fire blazing along the blade seemed to surge with final intensity as he swung at his opponent. In response, a rare seriousness settled over Wrist's features. Flowing heart sword pierce. Like a bolt of lightning, Wrist's figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Andre. As Wrist calmly returned his blade to its sheath, Andre's body finally collapsed. It was only then that a jet of bright blood came gushing from his neck, as if it had only just realized the fatal blow. "If you had not taken to piracy, perhaps someday you might have become a fine sword master," Wrist said softly to Andre's lifeless body. He crouched, gently taking Blazing Flame from the fallen man's hand. Though Wrist had never practiced the twin sword style, he knew he could master it in an instant. After all, Golden Lion swordsmanship was built upon dual blades, and if Wrist chose to wield both swords, he could unleash that legendary style to its utmost. But after a moment's thought, Wrist decided against it. He had already begun to evolve his own unique way from Golden Lion's teachings. To return to the twin blade style would demand another period of adaptation to truly make it his own. Besides, Wrist felt that the single sword style was a more striking expression of his skill. Nor did Wrist intend to simply hand this sword over to the Navy. He would keep it himself, waiting to someday entrust it to someone truly worthy. A famed sword may be called a collector's treasure, but to let it gather dust is an insult to its spirit. But now, there's no longer any reason for this island to exist. This island is simply too dangerous. If anyone else were to stumble upon it by accident, it could easily lead to unimaginable consequences. So, Wrist decided to eliminate the island's hidden threat once and for all. Wrist soared into the sky, drew his sword, Wind Whisper, and his aura was so intense that it felt nearly tangible, as if his very intent with the blade could pierce through flesh. Even the sailors on the warships anchored off the island could feel a stinging sensation prickling across their skin. Ultra Slash. This move was an enhanced version of the ordinary slash, a technique Wrist had created himself. Despite bearing a similar name, the Ultra Slash was fundamentally quite different from its predecessor. With a sweeping motion of Wind Whisper, An immense wave of golden sword energy surged forth, slicing through the sinister island of Shiega and splitting it cleanly in two in an instant. Just as Wrist thought everything was over, a sudden sound reached his ears. A mournful, piercing cry rang out. Chapter 78, The Mastermind Behind Shiega Island. Within that bone-chilling cry, Wrist felt his mind come under assault, his very thoughts wavering. What on earth is that? Through his observation haki, Wrist detected an extraordinarily powerful life force, one that hadn't been there a moment before. From the freshly cleaved island, a massive black bird erupted into the sky, its entire form exuding a wicked aura. Wrist could sense that all the sinister energy on this island radiated from this bizarre creature. A monster like this truly exists in the pirate world? Wrist was taken aback. If it were a sea king, he might have understood. But this giant bird was no creature of the sea. Could it be a sky king instead? Yet even among sky kings, this one was exceedingly rare, able to emit a miasma that could sway the very minds of living beings. The sailors on the warship heard the cry as well. At once, Bruce barked out an order to withdraw from the area, realizing that the moment his men heard that cry, some of their eyes glinted crimson, while even his own mind was on the verge of faltering. The monstrous bird fixed Wrist with an angry glare, as if blaming him for disturbing its slumber. Wrist's expression grew grave. The aura emanating from this creature was strong enough to rival the power of a Navy admiral. Again, the bird cried out, filling the air with its unearthly call. It opened its beak wide, summoning a jet-black gale that whipped forth at Wrist with furious force. The windstorm carried razor-sharp blades within it, each one easily a match for the sword aura of a master swordsman. And within this tempest, there were thousands, if not tens of thousands, of these wind blades. One incredibly troublesome foe, Wrist muttered, bracing himself for the battle to come. Listster drew his sealed blade once more. With a sweep of his sword, the fierce wind that hurtled toward him was instantly sliced in two before it could reach him, splitting apart and dissipating harmlessly to either side. The blade's aura did not fade after that, but instead surged directly at the monstrous bird. Yet the creature made no effort to dodge. Instead, it simply flapped its wings. As they beat the air, several blades of wind took form, slicing through the air to clash with Listster's sword aura. The opposing forces collided, neutralizing each other in a tempestuous exchange. A shrill cry rang out from the bird, sharp and piercing, but this time it carried an air of challenge, like the blaring of a horn at the onset of battle. With that, it charged at Listster. Its massive body made Listster seem dwarfed, as though he were but a child before a giant. The creature's pointed beak aimed squarely at Listster, as if determined to pierce right through him. And to Lestter's alarm, its beak had turned pitch black, the telltale sign of armament haki mastery. Listster quickly raised his blade to defend himself. The jet-black sword met the obsidian beak, and the impact sent shockwaves rippling out, forming concentric rings of waves across the sea, with the two of them as the epicenter. Bruce, his hand gripping the ship's railing until his knuckles whitened, watched this scene with mounting anxiety. He wanted desperately to help, but with his limited power, he knew he would only end up as a burden. To think it's even mastered armament haki. Incredible. That was what shocked Listster most. In this world, many creatures grew to enormous sizes, some as colossal as entire islands. But outside of humans, it was rare to encounter a beast that could wield armament haki. For Listster, this was the first time. Of course, there were exceptions, creatures of extraordinary talent. For instance, the sea bulls of Alabasta. They would go on to master armament haki themselves 2 years later. In this clash, neither side gained the upper hand. Man and beast both retreated several steps, each sizing the other up. Without missing a beat, Listster transformed into his elemental form, reappearing behind the monster. He drove his blade deep into its back. The giant bird cried out again, but this time, pain and fury rang through its voice. Its body shook violently, and with a powerful convulsion, it flung Listster away. With its gaze burning with wrath, the bird fixed its eyes on the comparatively diminutive opponent before it. A shrill cry escaped its beak once more. In response, the creature's feathers, which had already been jet black, took on a metallic sheen, gleaming like polished steel. A full-body armament haki coat? So it's got no shortage of haki. Listster mused. He himself could cover his entire body in haki, but the sheer amount of energy it consumed made it an unsustainable defense. This kid is turning out to be a bit of a challenge. But for Listster, it was only a bit of trouble, nothing he couldn't handle. The opponent had armament haki covering his entire body, which meant his haki was spread out and thus diluted. In contrast, Listster was channeling all of his haki into the blade in his hand, making it entirely possible for him to cut right through the opponent's armament haki. After all, even armament haki comes in degrees of strength. Once again, man and beast charged at each other. When the black blade clashed with black feathers, sparks burst at the point of contact. Striking at the feathers proved useless. Even if he managed to break through the haki there, it wouldn't do any real harm. Listster realized he had to focus his haki on that vital spot, seeking a decisive blow. Every time the monstrous bird flapped its wings, it sent out slicing winds as sharp as a swordsman's attacks. Yet, those gusts couldn't inflict any meaningful damage upon Listster. The two had reached a stalemate. Neither could gain the upper hand. Despite not being human, that bizarre bird showed shocking intelligence and caution, guarding all its vulnerable spots tightly, not giving Listster the slightest opening. From here on, I won't be holding back. When Listster spoke, the monster bird's expression flickered with confusion and a hint of mockery. Based on the strength he'd just witnessed from a human, he saw little threat. Then, all at once, Listster unleashed a terrifying burst of Conqueror's haki. The overwhelming presence crashed down on the monster bird. Anyone without their own powerful Conqueror's haki would inevitably be affected, no matter how strong their other abilities were. In fact, Listter's Conqueror's haki surpassed even that of the legendary pirate king, Roger. Instinctively, the monster bird was gripped by a violent premonition of danger. For a second, his focus wavered, and for a fighter at this level, the smallest lapse can prove fatal. In that instant, the haki covering his body also weakened. By the time he snapped back to full awareness, Listster was already beneath him, blade poised at his throat, at the most vulnerable spot. "Farewell," Listster said. A single flash of the blade, so swift the bird never even felt pain. His body plummeted from the sky, and by the time he hit the waves, his head was already severed from his body. This time, the Navy had scored a resounding victory, without a single casualty. They wiped out a dozen pirate crews, each with bounties over 100 million. When Listster reported this achievement, Fleet Admiral Sengoku lavished him with praise. After all, only a handful of pirate crews with bounties surpassing 100 million can make a name for themselves each year. This year, apart from those who have already sailed in the New World, every crew lingering in the first half of the Grand Line has been wiped out by Listster. These military achievements are more than enough to earn Listster promotion to Vice Admiral. Yet, due to his young age, he has not risen in rank. If there were an opening for Admiral, with his strength, Listster could easily become the youngest admiral in history. Naturally, the Navy made sure to broadcast this news far and wide. Some young men who had been itching to take up the pirate life found themselves extinguishing those ambitions the moment they heard. Instead, they turned their sights to the Navy, eager to join its ranks. Who were they kidding? If more than a dozen pirate crews, each boasting bounties over 100 million, couldn't defeat a single rear admiral, what chance did they, as Greenhorn pirates, have? This led to an explosion in enlistment numbers at Navy branches everywhere. Even those pirates still planning to push toward the New World were struck silent by this turn of events. If the captains of over a dozen notorious pirate crews couldn't stand up to that Navy officer, what hope was there for the rest of the ragtag, second-rate pirates? For them, the only road ahead would be certain death. During this time, the Grand Line entered a period of unprecedented calm, one unseen since the start of the Great Pirate Era. All those living here gave thanks for Listster's presence. Because of him, these seas were finally peaceful and secure. While Listster could not possibly handle every incident, his very existence became a powerful deterrent to pirates. Unbeknownst to Listster himself, he had become a hero in the eyes of some, a role model, a guiding light on the horizon. This tranquil spell lasted for more than 2 months. In this period, not a single pirate crew was seen openly in the Sabaody archipelago. Meanwhile, the number of merchant ships increased, all headed for the New World. Soon after, word came that such and such pirate crew had successfully entered the New World. As it turned out, some pirate crews, upon nearing the Sabaody archipelago, would lower their Jolly Rogers and disguise their ships as merchant vessels. The crew members would dress up and conceal their identities, managing to slip past the Navy's surveillance. To drop their pirate flag in front of outsiders was a huge humiliation, but what choice did they have? It was the only way they could think of getting into the New World. And, it had to be said, this trick was surprisingly effective. In most pirate crews, only a few members had bounties. As long as they maintained their disguises, it was nearly impossible for the Navy to catch them. "Sir, now that quite a few pirate crews have slipped in the New World using this scheme, what should we do?" Bruce turned to Listster and asked him a question. "It doesn't really matter, as long as they don't cause trouble here in the Sabaody archipelago. Besides, if we don't send some fresh blood into the New World soon, I suspect a few of those old-timers in there might start getting restless." Right now, in the New World, there were plenty of ambitious people eager to strengthen their pirate crews and compete with other powerful forces. But the very first step to building a stronger crew was manpower. In a sense, these pirates had been deliberately allowed through by Listster himself. Any pirate who could swallow their pride fell into one of two categories: either absolutely no threat to the Navy, or a potential menace of the highest order. A pirate who could set aside their pride would eventually face one of these two destinies. And besides, Listster added quietly, "I don't think I'll be in this position much longer." Listster had blocked many lucrative avenues on the Sabaody archipelago. Of all the things that made money, nothing was more profitable than slavery, and with Listster stationed here, every human trafficking outlet had been shut down. Powerful people, including nobles, backed those shadowy trades. Some of them filed direct complaints to Navy headquarters, accusing Listster of corruption. Others tried to pressure the Navy into removing him from the archipelago. There were even those who openly sent bribes to headquarters, hoping the Navy would promote Listster and transfer him away. When Sengoku told Listster about that last tactic, even Listster found it amusing. He knew Sengoku could only shield him for so long. That time was running out. The moment he left, everything here would likely revert to how it once was. Fishmen appearing on the Sabaody archipelago would be hunted as prey again. It wouldn't be like now, when they could walk boldly in the open, right in the presence of humans. Some merfolk who had never seen the sky before came to the Sabaody archipelago because of Listter's protection. At first, there were indeed some people blinded by greed who tried to abduct merfolk, but after Listster punished them, in dramatic, unequivocal fashion, no one ever dared entertain such thoughts again. Or at least, if anyone did, they never dared act on it. Now, most people who saw mermaids on the island couldn't take their eyes off them, staring, dazed and love-struck. For truth be told, they were both striking and graceful. "Bruce, do you think this world is really doomed to stay the way it is? They can never be changed." Listster stood at the window, feeling the hopes and fears of everyone on the island, his voice heavy with a sigh. "I don't know, Captain," Bruce replied. "But I think with enough strength, anything can be changed." "But aren't those admirals still under the command of the celestial dragons?" Hearing this, Bruce fell silent. Throughout all the time List had served here, he'd never seen a single celestial dragon, or rather, he simply didn't want to cross paths with them. Every time he sensed one was near, he would quietly change his route. Whenever word came that the celestial dragons were coming to the Navy base, demanding that he leave the Sabaody archipelago, List would always delegate the matter to his adjutant. Those people, who seemed nothing in themselves yet sat in the highest seats and strutted about arrogantly. List truly wondered how any of them had managed to survive to adulthood. Perhaps, beneath their surface grandeur, even the celestial dragons were mere puppets in someone else's game. "If I ever have to leave this place, it'll become a living hell for the fishmen once again," List breathed out, sorrow weighing down his voice. "But it's because you're here, sir, that their faces can finally show a bit of hope," Bruce replied, his tone earnest. Having served as List's adjutant for over half a year now, he'd come to understand his commander all too well. The New World, Palmer Island. Though there were no pirates haunting this land, a strange intensity hung in the air. Every inhabitant radiated a powerful killing aura, the kind that could only be forged by taking at least 100 lives. On every face, or somewhere on their bodies, scars could be seen. Everyone went armed. There was not a single ordinary citizen in sight. Wild curls, intricate tattoos, shaven heads, and massive builds were everywhere you looked. This was the headquarters of a secret organization of assassins. Here, every soul was a hardened killer. Most had bounties on their heads, but the Navy's restrictions on assassins were nowhere near as strict as the crackdown on pirates. Inside one of the island's buildings stood a bulletin board, plastered with all manner of mission slips. At the very top, the most lucrative assignment: assassinate the commander of the Sabaody Archipelago Navy base. The reward, 1.5 billion berries. His name topped the wanted list. Even the likes of Whitebeard, Garp, and Sengoku ranked below List. The bounty on List's head was not set by one person, but by many of the world's nobles pooling their wealth. Some contributed tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, of berries. That was why List's bounty soared so high. Despite Whitebeard's reputation as the world's strongest man, he never crossed paths with the nobles in any significant way, never standing in the way of their fortunes. But Listster was different. He held his ground at the most crucial spot along the Grand Line, a place that was not only of great strategic importance, but also one of the most prosperous islands. Countless people wished to see him dead. Though every assassin was itching to take on this bounty, reason prevailed. None dared touch this burning hot potato. Their organization was well informed, and even pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were killed by them as easily as slicing through melons. So, When it came to facing this Navy officer, they felt it would be no harder. But just then, the door to the room swung open. The moment they saw who had arrived, the entire room fell silent. It was as if even breathing too loudly might offend the man. No one wanted to disturb him. He strode straight to the mission board, decisively tearing down the highest-paying contract posted, a mission to assassinate Listster. The whole room was stunned. Not until the man had left did the hubbub resume. "Wasn't that Harris?" one of the assassins asked, his voice trembling. "Yes, that was him. That terrifying killing intent. Only he could radiate something like that," another replied. "Looks like that Navy officer's luck has run out. Even the second-in-command has his eyes on him," someone muttered. Harris was the second-in-command of their organization, and though he held that title, everyone acknowledged he was actually the strongest among them, even stronger than their boss. These two had never actually fought, but it was common knowledge within the group. Unlike the boss, who often presided over Pamela Island, Harris was rarely seen there, sometimes not even a handful of times a year. If he wasn't out on an assignment, he was on his way to one. Though there were several assassin organizations in the underworld, Harris was a legend recognized by all of them. Even the most powerful groups had tried to recruit him, but he turned them all away without hesitation. Harris had also become a primary target of the world government. While the Navy could tolerate other assassins to some extent, when it came to Harris, there was zero tolerance, for he had succeeded in assassinating nobles from world government member states on several occasions. He was one of those the world government could never forgive. Yet nobody truly knew what he looked like. He always wore a mask, showing only his eyes. Of all the missions Harris ever accepted, not a single one went unfinished. It was said that anyone who had seen Harris's face was already dead. The image on his world government wanted poster shows him dressed all in black, revealing only one eye. The bounty is set at 790 million berries, making him the first person outside the ranks of pirates to command such an astronomical reward. At this moment, Marine headquarters also received news that Harris had accepted the mission targeting Listster. Although the Marines hold little sway in the New World, they still have undercover agents planted in every pirate crew and organization. What? Harris is actually planning to assassinate Listster? Sengoku picked up the communication snail, his voice boiling with anger as he listened to the message from the other end. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Harris has indeed taken on the task of assassinating Rear Admiral Listster of Marine Headquarters. Understood. Remain undercover for now, and keep yourself safe. Yes, Fleet Admiral. I can't believe those scoundrels from the underworld are meddling in our affairs again. The damned nobles. Even Sengoku, who was usually reserved, couldn't keep himself from cursing the noble class aloud. Words that would never have passed his lips under normal circumstances. Of course, Sengoku understood the real reason why Listter's bounty was so high in the underworld. Sengoku, there's no need to worry. He's just one Harris, after all. His bounty isn't even 1 billion. With Listter's strength, he should have no trouble dealing with him. Garp, lounging on the sofa, had clearly overheard the conversation. This Harris is different. His bounty doesn't match his true power. From all our sources, it's clear Harris possesses strength on par with an admiral. Admiral-level strength? At these words, Garp's expression grew solemn. To be fair, admiral-level strength was a broad and vague category, but there was no denying that it marked him as one of the very strongest on the seas. How can someone with that kind of power have such a low bounty? It's because Harris rarely makes an appearance, and most of the people he assassinated were pirates. Even among nobles, his targets were those who had truly angered the public. That's why his bounty never climbed higher. I see. So, in a way, you could say he's not such a bad guy. Oomph. Anyone who assassinates a world government official is a villain as far as I'm concerned. Sengoku replied with obvious displeasure. But regardless, even if he's got admiral-level power, Listster should be able to handle him. In fact, this is the perfect opportunity for us to see just how far Listter's abilities have come. Listter's previous actions hadn't really revealed the true scope of his power. Eliminating those pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million each was something any high-ranking Marine combatant could do. As for the monstrous bird, whose strength rivaled that of an admiral, Listster managed to defeat it without so much as a scratch. One of the world's most powerful assassins, is it? Hearing the message coming through the transponder snail, Listster murmured under his breath. He had already gotten wind of this from Admiral Sengoku himself. Don't worry, Admiral. It's nothing, really just an assassin. There won't be any serious trouble. All right, but you should still be careful. They say that Harris is a master of assassination. Most of his targets are dead before they even catch a glimpse of him. I understand, Admiral. If all goes according to plan, you might as well get that 790 million bounty ready in advance. Haha, you rascal. Fine. I'll be waiting for your good news. With that, Sengoku hung up the phone. Standing beside Listster, Bruce looked deeply concerned. He, too, had heard the rumors about Harris. The man had a 100% success rate and had never failed a mission. Sir, should we prepare additional security in advance? Bruce asked quietly. No need. If he really lives up to his reputation, then no matter how tight the defenses are, they'll be meaningless in front of him, especially since he specializes in assassination. Listster himself wasn't an expert in the art of assassination, but with his own abilities, no matter how the Navy at the base deployed its forces, he could easily slip in if he wanted to. Yes, sir. With that, Bruce withdrew. Oh, and collect a dossier on Harris. Bring it to me. Yes, sir. It wasn't long before Harris entered, holding a stack of documents. For once, Listster removed the eye patch from his head and carefully began to read. Oh, this Harris is rather interesting. After going through the files, Listster couldn't help but be quietly impressed. He looked at all of Harris's targets. Most were notorious pirates. Even the nobles that Harris had targeted were universally disliked or had used their status to engage in despicable deeds. If these records are to be believed, Harris should be a man driven by a sense of justice, punishing the wicked and rewarding the good. But then, why is he coming after me? Listster was puzzled. By his own account, he had treated the people of Sabeti Archipelago as well as anyone could. There was no reason he should be on Harris's radar. Although Listster had instructed Bruce not to ramp up security, telling him to keep things exactly as they'd always been, it was clear Bruce hadn't paid much heed. The number of patrolling soldiers at the entrance was growing by the hour, and the frequency of their rounds had increased considerably. Not a single blind spot remained. Not even a fly could have slipped through. Recently, more and more people have been arriving at the Sabeti Archipelago. Most of them appear to be from the underworld or various other factions, but since they have neither bounties on their heads nor any criminal records, the Navy has no grounds to arrest them. There's only one reason for their arrival. They want to see whether this Navy Rear Admiral will truly take down Harris. Harris's acceptance of the mission to assassinate Listster is no longer secret. All the powerful forces entrenched along the Grand Line and in the New World have already heard the news. Some groups are anxious to see Listster slain by Harris as soon as possible, while others hope Listster can claim victory so that the Sabeti Archipelago will remain in its current state. Day after day passed, and soon half a month had gone by. Some factions were growing impatient. Why had Harris taken no action yet? This question weighed on their minds. A few had even started to withdraw, certain that Harris had abandoned his mission, daunted by Listster's strength and forced into hiding. Only those who truly understood Harris knew that he was simply searching for the perfect moment to strike. Nearly all of Harris's targets were eliminated with a single, decisive blow. Rarely did he ever need a second attack. And so it was today. As Listster sat in his office, a wave of intense unease washed over him, prompting him to stretch his observation haki to its very limits. Through diligent training, his observation haki had reached the point where he could foresee events happening 3 seconds into the future. Listster didn't know whether his mastery of observation haki ranked among the very best across the seas, but at least within the Navy, his skill was second to none. Just moments ago, his observation haki had revealed a vision. In 3 seconds, he would be shot in the head. 3 seconds slipped by in an instant. When a moment arrived, Listster immediately transformed into his elemental form and leapt from his office chair. At that very instant, a bullet tore through the window behind where he'd sat, blasted through the chair and desk, and buried itself deep in the floorboards. The sharp report sent the Navy officers stationed outside the door rushing in without hesitation. "Sir, are you all right?" 2 sailors asked anxiously, and soon, more Navy personnel arrived, breathless from their dash. "I'm fine." Listter's face was clouded with anger and unease. He had just narrowly escaped death. That bullet had been imbued with armament haki. Had he not foreseen the attack, his devil fruit powers would have done nothing to save him. "It seems I really did underestimate Harris." A glint of danger flashed in Listter's eyes. That shot just now had proven at least one thing. This Harris possessed world-class sniping skills. The gunshot was so loud that almost everyone across the Sabeti Archipelago heard it. No one could quite figure out how a single bullet could make such a thunderous noise. Those from other factions who heard the sound found their faces lighting up with excitement. Their half-month of waiting had not been in vain after all. At last, the battle was about to begin. "Stay here. I'm going to have a proper meeting with this assassin." "Sir, be careful," Bruce called out, not even knowing where the enemy was. There was simply nothing he could do to help Listster. "Don't worry. In this world, the person destined to kill me hasn't been born yet." With that, Listster sent a stone flying, using it as his means of transport. It still wasn't the right time to reveal his glint fruit abilities in front of the public. Even though Listster had used them frequently, the only people who knew about his powers were either part of the Navy or no longer alive, except for Kaido and the Golden Lion, of course. But neither of them had ever spread word of what they'd seen. Besides, there was more than one fruit that gave the power of flight, the float fruit, the gravity fruit, and others. None of them had any instantly recognizable traits, so as long as Listster kept his secret, there was no way anyone would guess the truth. As he flew towards the source of the gunfire, several more shots rang out. Listster split every one of the bullets in half with the sword wind chant in his hand, and the half projectiles streaked harmlessly past each side of his body. Soon enough, Listster reached Harris. At this moment, Harris wasn't standing on solid ground, nor was he using any power to float unaided. Instead, his coat was clasped in the talons of a giant white bird. The great bird flapped its wings constantly, causing Harris's body to bob up and down in midair. And yet, even in these conditions, Harris could still land a sniper shot from this extreme distance right to Lister's forehead. From this height, looking toward the Sabeti archipelago, the entire defensive line was reduced to a tiny speck. If someone tried from sea level, the archipelago wouldn't even be visible. "You're Harris, aren't you?" Listster already knew the answer, but since this man had the nerve to attack him, Listster had no reason to spare him, no matter who he was. "Of course, but I didn't expect a mere rear admiral to dodge my first bullet. With your abilities, you're more than qualified to be a vice admiral." When Harris was carrying out his missions, there were almost no targets who could withstand his first bullet. Even among the few who managed to survive that first shot, it was only because they possessed formidable defenses, shielding themselves with armament hockey. But Listster was the very first who managed to dodge it completely. "Still, I'm curious. Why did you choose me as your target?" Listster finally voiced the question that had been lurking in his mind. "It's simple. Your bounty is the highest in the underworld, and your strength isn't all that overwhelming." "Is that so? Well, since you're not telling the truth, let's just leave it at that. Frankly, I have no interest in your reasons for choosing me. Come on, then. Show me what you've really got." Harris didn't waste another word. He deftly guided the giant bird down to the island at their feet. "Seems like you've even picked the site for your own grave," Listster remarked, descending as well. The two stood facing each other. "No, this is your grave." As soon as he finished speaking, Harris fired at Listster. The shot was lightning fast, and the gun had been specially modified. Not only was Harris's drawing motion quick, but the bullet tore through the air with extraordinary speed. Yet, in a flash of silver at Lister's front, the round bullet was cleaved neatly in half, split with a perfectly smooth cut right down middle. Listster wasted no time. He lunged forward, swinging his blade straight at Harris's head. Harris, however, reacted instantly, raising his gun to block overhead and intercepting Lister's sword. "Oh, so you're skilled in more than just sniping?" Lister's voice held a note of surprise. "Of course. If I were just a sniper, I'd never have earned such a reputation among assassins." Right after, Harris gripped the same end of the gun with both hands. Lister's blade slid fluidly along to the other side. Harris then applied force, bringing the clash to a deadlock that drove both men backwards, creating space between them. Wasting no time, Harris drew a handgun from his belt and instantly unleashed 6 shots at Listster. The bullets twisted through the air, each curving from a different direction, converging upon Listster from 6 separate angles. "Gun kata, is it? This is my first time witnessing it." With those 6 deadly trajectories, Lister's every possible escape route was suddenly cut off. Listster had no choice but to stand his ground and defend head-on. Activating observation hockey, he foresaw exactly which parts of his body each bullet was targeting, and had already enveloped those spots with armament hockey in anticipation. A rapid series of sharp clangs rang out, crisp and clear, as steel met impenetrable defense. There was a sound like colliding steel as the 6 paths clashed. When nature's skin met Lister's, sparks flew, and then nature was sent hurtling off in another direction. "I didn't expect your armament hockey to be so powerful," Harris said. "You've truly exceeded all my expectations." Seeing that all his attacks had been effortlessly blocked by Listster, Harris felt a flicker of astonishment deep within. The first bullet Listster had dodged. The others, he'd sliced apart with his sword technique. Harris had subconsciously assumed Lister's armament hockey wasn't that strong. But now, it was clear Listster was almost an all-rounder. "For someone your age, you're the first I've ever seen who's trained both types of hockey to such heights." "I guess I should thank you for the compliment," Listster replied. "But I can assure you, there's far more to me than you imagine." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from Listster, crashing down upon Harris like a tidal wave. "What?" Harris's eyes widened in disbelief. He could accept that Listster had mastered armament or observation hockey, but for him to possess Conqueror's hockey as well, that was truly beyond expectation. But his surprise lasted only a heartbeat. Harris's expression quickly returned to normal. The next instant, an aura just as forceful burst forth from him, colliding head-on with Lister's. Golden waves of energy clashed against crimson ones in midair, locked in a deadlock. It was clear that the golden aura held the upper hand. like Earth dominating over the moon. The gap in sheer intensity between the two was plain for all to see. Then, both auras surged skyward at once, and both men moved as one. I didn't expect you to have Conqueror's Haki, Listster admitted. I should be the one saying that to you, Harris shot back. Aside from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I never guessed the Navy would allow anyone else with Conqueror's Haki to hold an admiral's rank. Is the Navy grooming you as the next Fleet Admiral? They exchanged words even as their blows collided. Who's to say? Listster replied coolly. Though the battle could hardly be called world-shattering, despite both wielding Conqueror's Haki and possessing admiral-level might, there was a crucial difference between them. Harris specialized in long-range combat. He knew gun techniques, of course, but those meager close-quarter skills hardly mattered in front of a master swordsman like Listster. In a melee, Harris found himself at a constant disadvantage. Even among the admirals, his close-range strength was on the weaker end. At a distance, he'd be nearly invincible. But here, locked in close combat with Listster, he'd lost that edge. Harris's expression grew increasingly grim. Though he wore a mask and his features were obscured, one could imagine that his face was scrunched up tightly with tension. Lister's attacks became even fiercer, and this was not yet Listster fighting at his full strength. Had he unleashed his true power, Harris would have already been utterly defeated. At such close quarters, Harris's sniping skills could only serve as minor distractions or surprise maneuvers. By this point, the outcome of their duel was already decided. Since you came for me, I'd imagine you were already prepared to face death, Listster declared, lifting his sword high. A terrifying sword aura erupted from the blade, howling through the air. The force whipped up a violent gust, strong enough to tear the black mask from Harris's face, revealing delicate features underneath. Even in the world of pirates, blue hair like his was a rare sight. But at this moment, Harris paid no heed to his exposed face. He could feel the chill of death hovering over him. The killing intent radiating from Listster made it clear that Listster was absolutely serious. To die before a Marine like you, well, I suppose that's a death I can accept. A strange lightness welled up in Harris's heart, a sense of sudden freedom and detachment. In a flash, Listster appeared right in front of him. Harris raised his rifle in defense, but against Listster, his guard was as feeble as a wall of paper. The gun that had so many times clashed with Lister's blade now bore a clean, new cut right through it. Lister's sword pressed against Harris's throat. One swift motion, and Harris's fate would be sealed. Sweat broke out across Harris's brow. His Adam's apple bobbed as he struggled to keep calm. Though he'd steeled himself for death, in the face of its arrival, who could truly remain unshaken? Why don't you finish it? Harris's voice was strained, heavy with fear. I can't understand. Why did you choose me this time? I've studied every mission you've ever taken, and by all accounts, I shouldn't fit your usual targets. Or is it that you just wanted to give me an easy mark to boost my record? As Harris finished, both men exchanged a look, subtle, complex, difficult to read. I was simply curious. I wanted to see for myself. What kind of Marine would defy the power of the nobles? If that's the case, Harris pressed on, you could have come quietly. With your strength, the Navy's guards are meaningless. So why the need for such a noisy, public spectacle? At this, Listster sheathed his sword. Maybe it's because I've lost all hope in this world, Harris replied, a smile tinged with despair in his voice. So I wanted to feel what death is like at the hands of someone like me. Hearing this, Listster paused in his movements. If I'm not mistaken, you must be a noble, aren't you? Oh, what makes you say that? Harris asked, genuinely curious. It's the air about you. The aura of a noble is impossible to hide, no matter how well you pretend to be a commoner. Is that so? You're actually the first person to spot that I'm of noble birth. But I am fascinated, a noble who's fallen into such deep despair over the world. Now, that's something unusual. If Listster had guessed right, Harris was just like Sabo from the original story, a noble by blood but not by heart. When Listster posed this question, Harris fell silent. For commoners, our country is nothing short of hell. No, as long as nobles exist anywhere in the world, ordinary people are doomed to suffer. Harris ground out the words through clenched teeth. As he spoke, the weariness that hung over him seemed to vanish, replaced by a wave of terrifying intensity. The resentment toward the nobility surged up within him, a mix of hatred and the agony of helplessness, like watching the unworthy fail time and again. He had tried, once, to change the nobility in his country, but he'd failed. After all, how could one person change the minds of those whose ways are so deeply ingrained? Join me. Become my shadow. Listster suddenly broke the silence with his unexpected invitation. Harris stared, stunned. He hadn't anticipated such a proposal from Listster. I've decided not to kill you. Ending your life here would be a real waste. Looks like I made the right gamble after all. A faint smile appeared on Harris's face. This time, it was Lister's turn to be caught off guard by Harris's words. You're quite bold, staking your life just to get my attention. So what's your decision? If I refuse, will you kill me? Harris shot back. No. In that case, I'll join you. I'm willing to become your shadow. Welcome. From this day on, the assassin known as Harris would disappear from the world for good. When Listster returned, everyone would assume Harris had been killed by him. Even if Harris reappeared, no one would ever link him to the infamous assassin again. So, what should I call myself from now on? Or rather, what will my codename be? Listster paused a moment, then replied, From today, your name will be Mystigan, because Harris resembled a character from an anime in Lister's previous life. All right, then I'll call myself Mystigan. So, what will I have to do from now on? You'll handle the things I won't be able to take care of personally. Understood. Though Mystigan didn't press for details and Listster didn't elaborate, Mystigan already knew exactly what Listster meant. The two exchanged the phone snails they'd used to contact each other, and then Listster returned to the Sabati archipelago. As for Harris, he didn't return to the New World either, but instead entered the Sabati archipelago by another route, awaiting Lister's commands at any moment. Listster didn't restrict his freedom. He could go wherever he pleased. When Listster appeared once again at the Navy base on the Sabati archipelago, the factions secretly observing him were momentarily stunned. This meant that the renowned assassin Harris had failed. Sir, are you all right? Bruce hurried over, his face tense with concern. Don't worry, I'm Fina. And what about Harris? He's dead. Although everyone already knew the outcome of the battle, hearing the answer directly from Lister's lips made it feel entirely different. Handle the people around here for me. I'll go report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Understood, sir. A trace of fierceness flashed in Bruce's eyes. While dealing directly with an admiral-level foe might be beyond him, quietly taking care of a few lurking flies was no trouble at all. Once back at the base, Listster wasted no time in reporting the events to Fleet Admiral Sengoku, though what he recounted deviated significantly from the truth. Well, Listster, how strong was Harris? He was extremely powerful, just as you said, Admiral, with combat ability on par with an Admiral. But that only applied to his long-range attacks. Once an enemy got close, he was only at a Vice Admiral's level. So you're unharmed. What about the man himself? I killed him. I can't allow such a dangerous man, one hostile to me, to walk this earth. I see. Sengoku fell silent. He had every reason to believe Lister's words, and yet, for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Listster was holding something back. All right, as long as you're safe. I'm leaving the Sabati archipelago in your hands. Admiral, how much longer can you withstand this pressure? That's nothing for you to worry about, Sengoku replied. Just take care of your own patch. But I have to warn you, I've received word that several of the New World's great pirates have their eyes on you. So keep your guard up. Don't worry, Marshal. If they dare to come, I'll make sure they never leave alive. As he spoke these words, a cold glint flashed in Lister's eyes. Afterward, the two ended their call. Listster then dialed Zephyr, letting him know he was safe. They exchanged a few casual words before hanging up. Although they missed each other, one was the chief of the Sabati archipelago base, and the other the head instructor of the Naval Academy, both with little free time to spare. Meanwhile, the underworld had been thrown into turmoil, all because Harris had met his end at Lister's hands. 80% of the people in the underground world knew of Harris's strength, and all those who did understood they themselves stood no chance against him. Yet now, someone deemed even less of a match had actually slain Harris, a Navy man no less. Harris commanded immense respect in the assassin world. Some had even become assassins inspired by his reputation. For a few, the resolve to avenge him was now set in stone. No one felt this blow more keenly than the assassin organization to which Harris belonged. In a shadowy world, their group was considered mid-level at best, with few notable operatives. Harris was their signature name. Now, their star assassin was dead, a reality they found utterly intolerable. Yet, amongst assassins, emotions rarely run deep, even among those from the same group. After all, as killers, their loyalty was to survival and pay, not to any brotherhood. The real fury, however, boiled among the wealthy backers behind the assassin group. The death of the organization's star meant fewer contracts, and that meant shrinking profits. Because of all this, the bounty on Lister's head in the underworld shot up to 2 billion berries, an unprecedented sum, making him the most wanted in the entire underground network. Even the legendary pirate king, Gold Roger, had never seen such a high bounty in these circles. For him, the naval bounty sufficed. After a kill, one only needed to turn in the proof to the Navy for payment. But Listster was different from Roger. He was a Navy man himself. Officially, there was no bounty on him, so anyone lacking great strength who wanted him dead had only one recourse: the underworld's private bounty system. Lister's peaceful life lasted only 3 days. On this very day, however, an uninvited guest arrived unexpectedly at the Navy base on Sabeti Archipelago. The weather was fierce. A raging storm lashed the islands, thunder and lightning tearing the sky. Tempests like this were almost unheard of on Sabeti, leaving the streets deserted, not a soul in sight. Bruce, who was helping Listster with his paperwork, heard Lister's voice instructing him to step out. "Bruce, step outside for a moment. I have a special guest to receive." Bruce paused for a brief moment at the sound of Lister's voice, then replied, "Understood, sir. Just call if you need anything." Only after sensing that Bruce had moved far enough away did Listster speak again. "You can come out now." Right then, as soon as Listster finished his words, a gentle breeze swept through the office. As expected of someone who could take down Harris, the strength of your observation hockey is truly impressive. A calm, serious, yet subtly charismatic voice echoed out. Suddenly, a man wearing a black cloak materialized in the room, his entire face concealed by the shadows of his hood. A rare visitor indeed. "I didn't expect you to come find me, Dragon. So you actually know who I am. That's surprising." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. At this time, Dragon had only recently founded the Revolutionary Army, so its influence was still quite limited. Even though the world government was aware of his existence, they paid little attention to him. What's more, being the son of the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, meant the Navy had only placed a token bounty on him, a reward so modest it was more for show than actual pursuit. Dragon was a master at vanishing without a trace. News of his deeds rarely surfaced across the seas, and over time the Navy had nearly forgotten about him altogether. If they knew that this organization they dismissed today would one day become the world government's greatest enemy, perhaps regret would haunt them. Of course I know. I often hear Vice Admiral Garp mention you, his wayward son. Yet even after hearing this, Dragon's expression didn't flicker. He didn't suspect Listster of lying, especially since Listster was Zephyr's disciple, and Garp and Zephyr shared a close bond. "But I am curious, since we've never met. How did you recognize me?" "That's a secret." Listster gave a cryptic smile. In truth, his guess about the visitor's identity had little logic behind it. While everyone's presence is unique, blood ties leave certain traces behind. Listster had sensed Garp's aura in this visitor, though nowhere near as wild or turbulent. If anything, this was a more subdued version, lacking Garp's stormy intensity. "But what brings you here today, Dragon? You must know you're a wanted man in the eyes of the world government. If I turned you in today, I doubt Vice Admiral Garp would even protest. Are you really that confident?" "Of course. I've always had great confidence in my own abilities. My only reason for coming here is to ask you a few questions." "Go ahead. I'm all ears." "Is Harris really dead?" When Dorag asked this, his tone was extremely serious. Even though Listster had already announced to the public that Harris was dead, no one had ever seen Harris's body. "Of course he is. But why would you ask such a foolish question? Would you really leave alive someone who was out to kill you?" "It was presumptuous of me. I thought that you and Harris, and even I myself, were the same kind of people. I figured you might have shown him some mercy." It had to be said that Dorag was no fool. From Lister's actions in the Sabeti Archipelago, Dorag had already surmised his character, and from that, he had dared to make such a bold guess. "The second thing, I'd like to invite you to join our Revolutionary Army." "Oh, now, that's something I certainly didn't expect." Listster spoke with a smile, but in his eyes, there was a clear glint of amusement. "If you join us, I'll make sure you stand on equal footing with me." There was no denying how attractive this offer was. Though the Revolutionary Army was still in its early days, its future would see it grow to an enormous scale, perhaps not to rival the world government, but at least able to measure up to any of the four emperors' pirate crews. There were whispers of the Revolutionaries in every corner of the world. "It's an enticing offer, I won't lie. But I'm sorry, I have to decline. I think I'm doing just fine with the Navy." Hearing this, Dorag narrowed his eyes, as if trying to puzzle out the real reason for Lister's refusal. "Why not? By now, with your position, you must have seen all sorts of darkness. The corruption of the world government, the cruelty of the nobility, and even the rot within the Navy itself. To put it simply, greed and graft have seeped into the very bones of the Marines. If it weren't for Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you probably wouldn't still be where you are today. The Navy really is just as you describe. So why not? But if I did join the Revolutionary Army, who would deal with the pirates at sea? Could you revolutionaries really step forward and wipe out pirates in the open?" At that, Dorag fell silent. "You claim it's all for the people and for justice, but you haven't even managed the most basic task, getting rid of pirates. It's true, the Navy has its problems, and the world government meddles endlessly, making it almost impossible for us to act on our own principles. But who's to say the Navy can't change from within? Are you planning to overthrow the Navy from within?" Dorag widened his eyes as he spoke. I always knew you had your ambitions, but I never realized just how great they truly were. No, this isn't just my own ambition. It's shared by Fleet Admiral Kong, Admiral Sengoku, Master Zephyr, and even your own father. Upon hearing this, Dorag was utterly stunned. The people he once thought he knew so well now seemed like strangers as Listster spoke of them. Do you really think they're unaware of the Navy's corruption? Do you believe they serve the world government with blind loyalty? Vice Admiral Garp, the man who openly calls the Celestial Dragon scum, Sengoku, a fleet admiral blessed with Conqueror's haki. Do you truly think they'd obey the world government unconditionally? If ever a spark is struck, they're the very ones who would light the fire. I see now. My thinking was too narrow. Dorag admitted aloud. Back when he left the Navy, he'd told no one. After witnessing the world government's darkness and the Navy's decay, he had believed the institution was beyond saving. And so he turned his back on them. If only he had spoken with his father beforehand, perhaps he wouldn't be living a life forever on the run. But you didn't do anything wrong. Overthrowing the world government's grip on the Navy from within is next to impossible. Some outside force is needed. And that outside force is your revolutionary army. So what should I do? Dorag's original intent was clearly to recruit Listster, but now he realized he'd been drawn into Listster's stride. All you need do is continue to grow your revolutionary army in secret. Only when a shock strong enough hits the surface will the Navy have a chance for change. And I hope it's your organization that becomes that spark. All right, I understand. Dorag replied, his expression grave. I may not be able to join your cause, but we can still be allies, can't we? If Vice Admiral Garp learned he could work alongside his own son, I imagine he'd be quite pleased. Let's save that for another time. Dorag muttered reluctantly, the mention of Vice Admiral Garp causing his face to twitch almost instinctively. Clearly, even Dorag could not escape the psychological shadow Garp had cast over him. All right, unless there's something else, you'd better go. With a wanted man standing in front of me, I can barely resist the urge to capture you. With that, Dorag vanished before Listter's eyes. What an extraordinary devil fruit power, Listster murmured in amazement. Sensing that Dorag had completely vanished from his own range of observation haki, Listster murmured quietly. By the time Dorag's figure reappeared, he was already standing upon a ship docked at one of the ports in the Sabati archipelago. On this vessel, every person was wrapped from head to toe in deep green cloaks, covering themselves securely against the world. What's the matter, Dorag? Did he agree? It was a tall figure who spoke, their face broad and ambiguous, making it impossible to tell whether they were man or woman. Approaching Dorag, the person questioned him in a low voice. No. Well, I suppose that was only to be expected. After all, rumor has it that the Navy is grooming him to be their next fleet admiral. Meanwhile, we revolutionaries are being hunted like rats in the street. Everyone's after us. His refusal is only natural under the circumstances. But even though he turned us down, he hasn't completely shut the door. What do you mean by that? This left Ivankov thoroughly bewildered. Our goal is to overthrow the world government. As for him, what he wants is for the Navy to become independent from the world government. In a way, our purposes aren't so different after all. Is that so? Then I suppose that doesn't really make us enemies. Ivankov let out a sigh of relief. If someone of Listter's strength, at the level of an admiral, became their opponent, it would spell real trouble for the Revolutionary Army. At the moment, besides Dorag, there was no one else among them who could rival an admiral. While they faced a world government that boasted several such powerful figures, the chance to count one less adversary of that caliber was truly welcome news. As for Dorag's visit, Listster made no mention of it to Sengoku. After all, it might arouse undue suspicion. With Sengoku supporting him, Listster knew better than to stir unnecessary trouble. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another year passed with Listster stationed at the Sabati archipelago. This year turned out to be one of the calmest since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Because pirates from the Four Seas, and even those from the Grand Line, simply couldn't break into the New World, they had no opportunities to temper themselves or grow. As a result, pirate crews mastering both kinds of haki became a rarity. With fewer formidable pirates on the seas, the Navy nearly wiped them out entirely. Even the New World itself grew strangely quiet. For lack of fresh blood, many pirate crews there could do nothing but search their home islands for new recruits, unable to expand beyond familiar territory. Yet those who managed to survive in the harsh environment of the New World were all, without exception, people with formidable fighting abilities. Ordinary pirate crews could hardly gain any advantage over them. As a result, countless pirate crews in the New World harbored deep resentment toward Listster, who was stationed at the Sabati archipelago. Yet in the hearts of ordinary folk, Listster was the most beloved of all, perhaps even surpassing Fleet Admiral Sengoku in their esteem. Although 99.99% of the people at sea had never seen Listster in person, they knew that the stability they enjoyed in this era of great pirates was, to a large extent, thanks to Listster's presence. Even the fishmen held Listster in the highest regard. Whenever Listster walked down the busy streets of the Sabati archipelago, every fishman or even mermaid who passed by would greet him warmly. In return, Listster always responded to these greetings with equal kindness. The fishmen were truly grateful to Listster. What they desired most when living on Fishman Island was to see the sunlight on land, to witness the real sun for themselves. But in the past, even stepping onto land was fraught with danger for fishermen. If they weren't careful, slavers would seize the chance to capture them. Now, however, with Listster around, they no longer had to live in fear. Although lands beyond the Sabati archipelago still held many perils for them, simply being able to move freely within the archipelago was more than enough. They were perfectly content. Even the local residents' attitudes towards the fishmen had shifted. Many had once believed that fishmen were savage, irritable, and ugly at heart. But after more than a year of daily interaction, they came to realize that aside from looking different, fishmen were just like them in every other way. This Sabati archipelago has truly been kept in perfect order by Listster, remarked Shaki, her tone a little forlorn as she looked around the empty bar. It had been so long since she last had any customers. That's right, said an older man with glasses, sitting across from her. He slouched over the table, swirling the wine in his glass, eyes fixed on the liquid as he spoke with a hint of melancholy. It's gotten to the point where I've lost yet another way to make a living. Now I have to rely on that paltry salary from coating ships. And with the pirates gone, there are even fewer ships left to coat. This man was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King and former first mate of the Pirate King's crew. Even when Roger died back then, I doubt he ever imagined that someone like Listster would appear on these seas. Yes, Listter's appearance has been a game-changer, whether for the Navy or the pirates. But I imagine the higher-ups' patience with him must have hit its limit by now. It probably won't be long before he's transferred from Sabati Archipelago. Even if Sengoku wants to protect him, it likely won't make a difference anymore. Just as Shaki finished speaking, the tavern door was suddenly thrown open. The bell that hung above the door let out a cheerful jingle, and a wave of warmth and hope swept through Shaki's heart. At last, a customer, she thought to herself with relief. All the losses I've suffered lately, I'll just have to make it all back from this one person. But when she saw who had entered, her smile froze on her face, before gradually vanishing altogether. What's this? You're that eager to see me leave Sabati Archipelago. The newcomer spoke with a grin, and there was no mistaking him. This was Listster himself. Out of boredom today, he'd wandered the streets and found himself here by chance. You think so? Shaki huffed. Just look at my place. Half the day goes by, and I don't see a soul walk in. If it weren't for you, I'd be packed with customers, raking in money hand over fist. If you just make the food tastier and maybe lower the prices, you could still make a decent profit. Oh, give a rest. That sounds way too exhausting. With that, Listster promptly took a seat next to Rayleigh. Long time no see, Rayleigh. This was the second time Listster had met Rayleigh since arriving at Sabati Archipelago, because Rayleigh had the habit of avoiding him whenever he sensed Lister's presence. Why do you look so worn out? Could be you've been overworking yourself lately, thinking about having a child? At Lister's comment, both Shaki and Rayleigh shot him annoyed glares. Who else but you? Rayleigh replied. Me? Now don't go blaming me without cause. I haven't done anything to you. If you hadn't run Sabati Archipelago the way you have, would I be so broke right now? Back when Rayleigh was strapped for cash, he just put what he owed on Shaki's tab, never intending to pay, but at least Shaki used to have money. Now even Shaki was penniless. So, making this place run better is somehow my fault. Sure, try telling that to all the folks you put out of work. Isn't it your fault to them? Listster was about to retort when a small transponder snail on his person suddenly began to ring. Is there a mission, Fleet Admiral Sengoku? He answered. The moment the name left Lister's lips, both Shaki and Rayleigh held their breath, barely daring to exhale. After all, one was on the side of the law, the other on the run. And here was the law's highest commander, in a sense, calling on Listster. Your assignment on the Sabati Archipelago is coming to an end. When the time arrives, you'll be reassigned to Marine headquarters to await further orders. Hearing these words, List fell silent. He had always known this day would come, yet now that it was finally here, an uneasy feeling welled up within him. Yes, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. My apologies. After a long pause, Sengoku managed to say only these two words. In stark contrast to List's heavy mood, Rayleigh reacted the instant he heard those words, snatching the din-din mushy from List's hands with lightning speed. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, ha ha ha, old man, I absolutely adore you. Rayleigh laughed exuberantly. The careful caution he'd shown earlier had vanished without a trace. His excitement was impossible to contain. His whole body trembled, and his face was lit up with an irrepressible grin. Even Shikaku stood silently to the side, a gentle smile playing on her lips. This was, without doubt, the best news she'd heard in a long time. That voice and that face. You're Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King. By now, the Den Den Mushi on Sengoku's end had completely morphed to resemble Rayleigh, down to the eyes. Unlike Rayleigh's boisterous and animated tone, Sengoku's voice was grave and laden with tension. "Ah, that's right. It's me, old man Sengoku. For the first time, I realize just how popular you are. How clever. Calling List back to headquarters. Truly, this will prove to be the wisest decision you'll ever make." Rayleigh's reaction made it abundantly clear just how much he'd been stifled while List was stationed on the Sabaody archipelago. "List, what's the meaning of all this? Fleet Admiral, if I said this was all just a coincidence, would you believe me?" List asked cautiously. "What do you think?" Sengoku's voice grew colder and darker with every word. "I think you believe me." List himself felt rather unconvincing as he uttered these words. "Well then, you can explain yourself in person when you return." With that, Sengoku abruptly hung up the Den Den Mushi, leaving List no chance to defend himself. Once the call ended, Rayleigh's laughter finally burst forth unchecked. He collapsed onto the table, pounding it with his fists in quick succession, completely overcome with exhilaration. Even Shikaku's hand, holding her cigarette, trembled slightly. She, too, was swept up by the excitement. "Looks like you're all free from now on. Kid, I really am going to miss having you around." Suddenly, Rayleigh's expression turned serious as he faced List, speaking with rare sincerity. "Do you even believe what you're saying? Haha, you caught me, didn't you?" Rayleigh laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. Soon after, Lister paid no further attention to the two people and simply walked away. He was about to leave, and the Sabaody archipelago would soon return to its former state. Along the way, he sensed the joy radiating from some fishmen, and his heart ached quietly inside. He knew that once he left the archipelago, these fishmen would have to resume their days of hiding and running for cover. The sky here is about to change, he thought. After Lister left, Shaki exhaled a long puff of smoke. The cheerful look she wore just moments ago had vanished, replaced by a grave and somber expression. Who knows if this is truly good or bad? Hearing this, Rayleigh fell silent. He understood that as long as Lister remained on Sabaody, it was undoubtedly the best thing for its residents. Hard to say, but for people like us, it's news that couldn't possibly be any better. "That's true," Shaki replied, a smile returning to her face. "Sir, is something wrong?" As soon as they returned to the Navy base, Bruce hurried over and questioned Lister, for Lister's aura was formidable and intense, sending a clear message to leave him alone. Outsiders beware. "Tell the men to pack up. We're preparing to leave." Bruce was stunned by these words. "Sir, where are we headed? Is this a new assignment?" He forced himself to think positively. "We're returning to naval headquarters to await further orders. Also, have the men inform the fishmen on the island to return to Fishman Island. Once we leave, this place will become their hell once more." "Yes, sir." To be honest, Bruce also felt a pang of reluctance about leaving the Sabaody archipelago. Hadn't the reason he'd joined the Navy in the first place been to protect ordinary people, to become the guardian angel everyone looked up to? Over the past year or more, he truly believed he had achieved that. Under Lister's leadership, no serious crimes had occurred on Sabaody or on the surrounding islands. But now, they were being ordered to leave. It didn't take long for every faction on Sabaody to learn the news of Lister's imminent departure. At once, some rejoiced while others despaired. Those celebrating, of course, were the nobles, the criminals and traffickers, as well as the pirates. Those who worried were the common folk, and especially the fishmen. A few even came directly to the gates of the Navy base, begging Lister not to abandon this place. It could be said that Lister had become the people's choice here, yet this was no longer something under his control, nor was it within Sengoku's power to decide. With the slave trade now gone from the Sabaody archipelago, the celestial dragons found their playgrounds to be much less entertaining, and it wasn't just one of them applying pressure on Sengoku anymore. There were several. As for the new officer who would take over his position, Lister had no illusions. It wouldn't be long before someone from the underworld, or one of the nobles, would corrupt the newcomer, turning him into their protector, or even their puppet. "Sir, what should we do about this?" "Disperse the crowd. Tell them they should trust the Navy." "Yes, sir." With that, the Marine turned to carry out Lister's orders. "Wait, leave out the last part." Lister stopped him before he even reached the door, changing his mind at the last moment. He lacked the ability to win hearts, so he couldn't afford to make promises or offer hope. If that hope was one day shattered, it would be far too cruel for these people to bear. The next 3 days passed quietly. During this time, Lister wandered the Sabaody archipelago, keeping an eye on things. Some of the factions that had once been suppressed were beginning to show signs of resurgence. Yet, whenever Listster discovered any troublemakers, he struck them down without hesitation, delivering decisive, crippling blows. He was still there, after all. As a result, all those ambitious groups settled down again, convincing themselves that after enduring this long, waiting a few more days wouldn't hurt. On the morning of the fourth day, Listster led his Marines to the harbor to await the arrival of the new base commander. Behind them gathered a crowd of civilians, all reluctant to see Listster go, hoping he would stay. Soon, a Navy warship docked at the port, and a Marine Rear Admiral led his men ashore. "You've worked hard, Rear Admiral Listster," he said. "Umph. The Sabati archipelago is yours now," Listster replied, his voice cold. So cold it seemed to cut right through, sending a chill down the new Rear Admiral's spine. "Don't worry, Rear Admiral Listster," the newcomer managed. On the day Listster finally left the Sabati archipelago, hardly a fishman could be seen on the island. Most had already returned to Fishman Island. Out on the seas near the archipelago, pirates lurked, watching and waiting like hungry wolves. As soon as Listster departed, they would waste no time descending on Sabati Island, coating their ships before heading off to the New World. When Listster returned to Navy headquarters, the Gate of Justice opened just enough for his warship to pass through. As his ship docked at the harbor, 2 lines of Navy officers were already assembled, waiting to welcome him. Their gazes were filled with genuine respect, for everyone knew that the year of peace upon these seas was thanks entirely to Listster's deeds. "Welcome back, Rear Admiral Listster, to Navy headquarters," a colonel at the front called out in a booming voice, and the chorus of naval soldiers echoed his words as they repeated the greeting in unison. In the midst of this grand and formal welcome, Listster walked out, his presence solemn yet dignified. "This kid sure has become popular." In the Admiral's office, both Garp and Sengoku had stepped up to the window. Watching the scene unfold outside, Garp commented with a wry smile. "I just can't imagine what the higher-ups are thinking," Sengoku replied, his tone a touch heavy. "If only the Sabati archipelago had always stayed in our control. I suspect this era of great pirates would have come to an end before long. Well, the power balance on Sabati is hopelessly tangled. We, the Navy, are just one part of the world government's forces out there. In the end, we still have to obey the whims of those nobles." Sengoku added with a sigh. The changes on the seas these last 2 years have been obvious to them both. While the Navy could never fully control the New World, every sea outside of it was still securely under their jurisdiction. Soon, Listster arrived before the 2 men. "Well done, Listster. I know these past 2 years have not been easy." Sengoku's voice carried a note of weariness, almost wistful. "Reporting, Fleet Admiral. It hasn't been hard. But what exactly happened between you and Rayleigh the Dark King?" As he spoke, Sengoku's eyes narrowed sharply, sunlight glinting off his glasses. The glare cast a sly, almost sinister look across his face. "That really was just a chance encounter." Listster scratched his face with a finger, so embarrassed he wished he could dig himself a hole with his toes. Chatting and drinking with a pirate, only to get caught red-handed by his superior. What bad luck. Do you really expect me to believe that? "Fleet Admiral, I swear there's absolutely nothing between me and Rayleigh the Dark King. It had better be that way. You've worked hard this past year, so I'm giving you a month's leave. Come report to me again in a month." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." "Hey, Sengoku, when I come to you for leave, you always turn me down. But this kid, he didn't even ask, and you gave it to him." Garp, who had been silent at the side, suddenly piped up indignantly. Every time he tried to get leave from Sengoku, it was nothing but excuses and rejection. This brat didn't even have to open his mouth, and Sengoku not only agreed, but offered the time off himself. "If you could work as diligently as Listster for just 1 year, I'd give you time off too. Besides, you old rascal, didn't you just take a vacation?" Sengoku almost shouted that last sentence, his tone brimming with anger. "I don't care. I've already put in for leave. I'm going back to the East Blue to see my precious grandson. I'm going to raise him to be the greatest Marine in the world." Hearing Garp say this, Listster suddenly felt a strange, indescribable emotion well up inside him. "So, it's already that time, huh? Luffy has already been born. In the blink of an eye, I've been in this world almost 10 years. Time really does fly. No, I reject your request." Sengoku roared. "I couldn't care less about your approval." As soon as he finished, Garp didn't even give Sengoku a chance to respond. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him, leaving Listster standing there awkwardly. He felt as though he didn't belong in that scene, at least not at this point in time. It was as if he were an outsider intruding on someone else's moment. "Fleet Admiral, if there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself now." Listster certainly didn't want to get caught up in this mess. After all, he was innocent. "Fine." Hearing Sengoku's reply, Listster felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He slipped out of Sengoku's office in a flash, but in the very next moment, an arm suddenly reached out and pulled him aside. Even Lister's observation haki hadn't picked up on it. You could say his guard was down at Marine headquarters. As long as his observation haki was enough to keep from bumping into walls, he didn't bother with more. He never expected anyone at headquarters would try to catch him off guard. Lister was about to resist, but when he sensed the familiar aura of his assailant, he let it go. "Vice Admiral Garp, what are you doing?" Lister asked in a low voice. Sure enough, the person who had kidnapped him was Garp. "Kid, aren't you on vacation for a month? Perfect, come with me to the East Blue. I'll show you my precious grandson." Garp's words were right by Lister's ear, but Lister couldn't help noticing there was more than a hint of pride in his tone. "Vice Admiral Garp, I just started my break. I haven't even had a chance to visit my teacher yet. Maybe next time, when I get the chance, I'll come meet your grandson." To be honest, Lister did have a touch of curiosity about the protagonist of the One Piece world. "No way. Without you, I can't get out of here. As for that old Zephyr, you can see him whenever you want. But every time I see my grandson, it might be the last." Lister was lost for words after hearing that. Surely these two should have swapped places. Zephyr was getting old. Every visit might really be the last. But Luffy was only a child. There would be countless chances to see him in the future. "Then why don't you just go yourself?" "You think I wouldn't if I could? Sengoku won't approve my leave, so I'm stuck in this rotten place." Clearly, all of Garp's frustration with Sengoku had now been redirected at Navy headquarters itself. "So in a moment, I'll just board your warship and sail out of here with you." Not wanting to risk Listster slipping away during the journey, Garp activated his armament haki on the spot, making sure Listster wouldn't be able to turn into an element and escape. "Seriously, Vice Admiral Garp? Isn't this a little much?" Listster was exasperated, his head aching at the situation. "Oomph. I have to guard against your little tricks, don't I? If I had some sea-stone cuffs on me, believe me, I'd have already slapped them onto you. So what? Does that mean I should be grateful?" Lister's tone held no small measure of annoyance. "That's right. So do your duty. Let your ship take me home." Without another word, Garp hoisted Listster under his arm, leapt straight through the window, and, with a moonwalk step, landed firmly aboard Lister's warship, which had just arrived for inspection. Yet neither of them knew that Zephyr, having heard word of Lister's return, had spent all day preparing a feast at home, eagerly awaiting Lister's arrival, so they could share a meal together. Poor Listster, before he could even set foot home, had already been spirited away. "Sir, what's going on?" Lister's adjutant was in the middle of handling the ship's transfer paperwork when he saw Listster approach, prompting a surprised inquiry from Bruce. "Less talking, set sail at once." Garp's commanding voice rang out right by Bruce's ear. Bruce, however, made no move, instead looking toward Listster for direction. Garp may have been heralded as a Navy hero and his rank higher, but Bruce reported only to Listster. No one else could order him around. Seeing Lister's helpless nod, Bruce finally gave the command, and the warship set out once more from Navy headquarters. But not everyone on board shared Bruce's unwavering loyalty. After all, this was Garp, the celebrated hero of the Navy, an idol to nearly every sailor. Technically, the ship was still Lister's, but now, it might as well have been Garp's. Once the warship left the waters of Navy headquarters, Listster resigned himself to fate, certain his mentor would understand his predicament. Meanwhile, as evening came and Listster failed to return, Zephyr grew increasingly agitated. Upon learning his disciple had been abducted by Garp, he stormed off in a fury straight to Sengoku's office, demanding permission to lead a warship and chase Garp down. That's right, Garp had left without official leave, so the term arrest wasn't too much of an exaggeration. But Sengoku blocked his way. Sengoku wrapped his arms around Zephyr's waist, trying to persuade him, while Zephyr kept dragging Sengoku forward. The whole scene had the somber air of a parting that might last forever. That idiot Garp, when this guy gets back, I swear I'll really teach him a lesson. Zephyr knew there was no way for him to leave either. Deep down, all he could do was vent his frustrations in this way. Meanwhile, List lay sprawled out on his rocking chair with a look of clear annoyance. Right now, he could have been stretched out, comfortable and relaxed, on his own 2-meter-wide bed at home. Instead, he could only feel the sea breeze, bake under the sun, and face the endless shifts in weather. Lashing storms, towering waves, sudden tsunamis, and even encounters with giant sea kings. Their warship hadn't crossed the reverse mountain, but instead had sailed straight through the calm belt to reach the East Blue. The sea kings in the calm belt were all massive in size. That rascal Garp hadn't even considered lending a hand. Among all the crew aboard his ship, only Bruce was capable of dealing with such enormous creatures. So it fell to List, several times, to step up personally and help them weather the threats. And Garp? He simply sat off to the side, sunglasses gleaming, wearing a tacky flower shirt and short shorts, legs crossed, foot bouncing leisurely as he sipped fruit juice. Every time List saw this, he wanted to hack at him with a sword, but But if Garp weren't so unbeatable, List would have given him what he deserved long ago. Not even on his own ship had List enjoyed such indulgence. After several days, their party finally crossed the comm belt and arrived at the East Blue. Instantly, List sensed an atmosphere unlike anything on the Grand Line. Here, the sun shone gently, the sea was smooth and tranquil, and the weather changed with predictable patterns. The water was crystal clear. This was List's second time visiting the East Blue, but the feeling was totally different from the first. The last time he came was during Roger's execution. The weather had been wretched nearly the entire time, and powerful strangers had flocked to the East Blue, making the whole place unbearably tense. So what do you think? My hometown isn't bad, is it? Just then, Garp strolled over, gave List's shoulder a hearty slap, and beamed at him. Every time I come back here, I feel my heart completely at ease. None of those stinking pests like on the Grand Line. But in the very next second, Garp's smile froze awkwardly on his face. Reporting in, sir. There's a pirate crew spotted ahead, awaiting your orders. A joyful laugh burst from List's lips. He seldom saw the old man caught flat-footed, so now he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Damn it, which pirate crew? Garp snapped, truly fuming now. His indignation echoed loud and clear. Report, Vice Admiral Garp. There is no record of them in our Navy's files. I suspect they're a newly formed pirate crew. Humph, how dare a bunch with no bounty on their heads show off in front of me? Bring me the cannonballs. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Immediately, Lister's men fetched a crate of cannonballs from the armory and set it before Garp. Report, Vice Admiral Garp. All set. Good. With that, Garp picked up a cannonball and weighed it in his hand a few times. Iron Fist Meteor. With a swift motion, the cannonball shot from Garp's hand, arcing through the air before striking the enemy ship dead on. It was the first time Listster had seen Garp display such accuracy. Back in the Grand Line, when Listster saw Garp in action, landing 1 shot out of 10 was already a miracle. Oomph. Watching that pirate crew vanish in the raging flames, Garp snorted coldly. True, they all saw some people leaping into the sea, desperate to survive, but no one went to rescue them. Those rookies, having just set out to sea, would surely find a quiet place to settle down, get married, and never dream of piracy again. After all, this ordeal would leave a deep, lasting scar in their hearts. No wonder the East Blue is called the weakest sea. With someone like you popping home from time to time, it's a miracle the place gets by at all. Listster couldn't help but feel sorry for the pirates of East Blue. Most of them probably never got to witness the vastness of the world before running into an old monster like Garp. In East Blue, there wasn't a soul alive who could stand against Garp. East Blue doesn't need pirates to develop. Although East Blue bore the reputation of the weakest sea, Garp's anger simmered quietly inside him. But as long as this place stayed peaceful and tranquil, what did it matter if people called it weak? Now, Garp found a chair and sat himself at the bow of the ship, the crate of cannonballs right by his side. As long as a pirate crew appeared within his line of sight, what greeted them would be a cannonball sent flying with unerring aim. This moment also allowed everyone on board to see another side of Garp, apart from his usual eccentric and kindly self, the side that was fierce and relentless. In East Blue, there wasn't a single pirate able to slip through Garp's fingers. Vice Admiral Garp, we must be almost at your home, right? At that moment, Garp rose from his chair, walked to the front of the ship, and gazed into the distance. Yeah, I'll soon get to see my adorable grandson. At the thought of his little grandson, a gentle, doting smile spread across Garp's face. Even his entire demeanor changed, with the hostility completely fading away. When the warship arrived, a ring of ordinary townsfolk had already gathered at the port. Their faces brimmed with excitement, for they knew that the man on this warship could only be Garp. No other Navy officer would bother coming to such a remote place as theirs. Although they had seen Garp several times before, he was, after all, a hero of the Navy and the pride of their hometown. So every time Garp returned, the village would hold a grand, welcoming ceremony in his honor. Ha, do you see that? This is how well-liked I am, Garp said, looking at the crowd below, showing off the list. Humph, believe it or not, if I went back to the Sabidi archipelago, the people there would give me an even warmer reception than this, List retorted. Yeah, Garp replied dismissively, for he knew List was telling the truth. After all, in the eyes of the people on the Sabidi archipelago, and even on Fishman Island, List's reputation outshone even that of Sengoku. The soldiers on the warship quickly disembarked, lining up on either side to hold back the townspeople, clearing a path for the main guests. Welcome home, Vice Admiral Garp, came a fervent cheer from within the crowd. Well, hello everyone. It's been a while. Now, where's that rascal Luffy? Garp responded at the top of his voice, though it was clear his greatest concern was his grandson. Vice Admiral Garp, Luffy's at Makino's Tavern, someone answered. Is that so? Got it. Thank you, everyone, Gar called out, then strode off in the direction of the tavern, with List following behind like a dutiful adjutant. The other Marines returned to the ship. Since this was Garp's hometown, there was nothing for them to worry about. And after all, this was Garp's order. He didn't want his fellow villagers to feel any distance from him. That Luffy, only 4 years old and already hanging around tavern. Just wait. I'll have to let him taste my fist of love, Garp muttered, blowing on his knuckles as if warming them up would deliver even more force to his punch. With a grandfather like you, Luffy's family truly isn't blessed, List grumbled quietly. What was that? Garp asked, his keen ears easily picking up even the faintest sound, as would be expected from one of the world's strongest. And nothing at all, List replied hastily. But he quickly lost interest in Luffy, since the boy was only 4, a little too young to show any signs of greatness yet. From a distance, Lister could already hear the lively commotion spilling out from the tavern, the sound of laughter and playful scuffles mingling together. Amidst all that noise, one childish voice stood out, cutting through the din with its youthful clarity. At once, Garp's expression changed. He strode up and pushed open the tavern door without hesitation. You rascals, don't you dare lead my grandson astray. Garp's booming voice thundered through the room. Immediately, the tavern fell into silence. But as soon as everyone saw Garp's furious face, the crowd erupted into laughter again. Huh, Vice Admiral Garp, it's been too long. Most of the people in this tavern were friends of Garp. If not former neighbors, then folks with close ties to little Luffy, which meant they'd formed a bond with Garp as well. Come on, Vice Admiral Garp, it's not like we're the ones corrupting Luffy. He just tags along with us. One man protested with an air of innocence. Nonsense. If you didn't come to the tavern so often, would Luffy even have followed you here? Grandpa. It was then that an excited voice rang out. There stood Luffy before Garp, his eyes growing wide and bright, brimming with excitement. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Without another word, Luffy dashed toward Garp and leapt into his arms, clinging to him with the wholehearted enthusiasm only a child can manage. At this point, Luffy had yet to meet Shanks. He was still just a little grandson who tugged at his grandpa's heartstrings. Luffy, Grandpa missed you too, Garp replied, pressing his bristled cheek against Luffy's and rubbing hard, showering the boy in gruff affection. The sound of Luffy's voice sent a shiver through Lister. He couldn't quite say why, but there was a brightness to it, a warmth so contagious it felt as if nothing in the world could ever dampen Luffy's spirit. No matter what might happen, that sunny energy of his seemed unshakable. Through the keen perception of his observation hockey, Lister could sense that Luffy's presence radiated a unique warmth. Every person's energy carried its own flavor, but never before had Lister encountered one this comforting. Grandpa, who's that blind guy behind you? Just then, Luffy's attention shifted to Lister standing behind Garp. With one hand picking his nose in an air of guileless curiosity, he blurted out the question without a hint of malice, completely oblivious to how hurtful those words might be. For Lister, who had just been basking in the gentle warmth of Luffy's aura, that feeling vanished in an instant the moment he heard the boy's blunt remark. Luffy, don't be so rude. Just as Lister was steeling himself to give this cheeky brat a stern talking to, a gentle voice drifted over. The sound of it washed over Lister like a spring breeze, dispelling his annoyance in an instant. The unhappiness from a moment ago completely vanished with that single sentence, replaced instantly by joy. Sir, if you would, please come with me. With those words, a soft, delicate hand, smooth and gentle as silk, took hold of Lister's own, guiding him step by step toward a seat inside the tavern. Sir, is there anything you'd like to order? That gentle voice rang out again, and Lister could hardly resist the urge to take off his blindfold and catch a glimpse of the woman before him. But he held back. If he were to remove his blindfold now, he'd be exposed as a fraud. She'd realize he wasn't really blind, and surely, she'd want nothing more to do with him. If anyone else had called him a blind man, he would have been angry. But this woman was different. The sound of her voice alone made it impossible for Lister to feel any anger. With that thought, Lister resolved to keep up the act and play the role of the blind man to the very end in front of her. Just a cup of hot milk for me, thank you. All right, please wait a moment. As he listened to her footsteps trail away, Lister found himself feeling a little sad inside. But when those familiar footsteps returned, Lister's face lit up, the joy visible for anyone to see. Here you are, your hot milk. It's a bit hot, so please drink it slowly. Thank you. Saying that, Lister deliberately swept his hand across the table, searching for the milk in a way that was fitting for a blind man, before finally picking it up. Vice Admiral Garp, really now? How could you bring a blind man along with you? As soon as he heard that slightly indignant, yet utterly charming voice, Lister felt as if his heart had taken flight. Garp, on the other hand, stood frozen at the scene before him. Was this really the Lister he knew? Makino, don't be fooled by him. He's not blind at all. He's just pretending to trick you. Garp's voice was filled with disbelief, not at Makino, but at the way Listster was behaving right now. Makino? Is she the owner of this tavern? Listster recalled that the woman who ran this tavern was indeed called Makino. In the original story, she was both beautiful and kind-hearted, a gentle soul through and through. But judging by the time period, she couldn't be much older than 15 or 16 yet. Not wanting to be exposed by Garp, Listster, while reaching for the milk, knocked it over on purpose, just a bit too forcefully. At the sight, Makino hurried behind the counter, grabbed a towel, and gently dabbed at Listster to help clean him up. "Sir, are you all right? You didn't get burned, did you?" Feeling Makino's delicate hand gliding over him, Listster thought he might just float away. He couldn't say why he was this way, why he felt this inner restlessness. In the past, he'd always prided himself on his unwavering self-control and steadfast willpower. "I'm fine, but Miss Makino, I'd prefer if you didn't call me blind man." "My name is Listster," he said, reaching out and gently catching her small hand, leaning in close. His tone was earnest and sincere. Makino couldn't see his eyes, but she could tell, if he'd had them, his gaze would have been utterly serious. "All right, Mr. Listster," she replied. For reasons she couldn't explain, Makino herself felt a subtle blush creeping up her cheeks. Garp, watching this exchange unfold, was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. He realized he had underestimated this kid. His acting was impressive enough to rank among the top 5 people Garp had ever met. As for Listster, Makino's gentle voice sent ripples of delight through his heart. After that, Listster became something of a faithful shadow by Makino's side, a constant patron in the tavern who simply wouldn't leave. No matter where Makino went, Listter's attention followed her through the entire room, as if she were the only person in it. As for what Luffy had said about him being blind, Listster had already forgotten all about it. He didn't have the time or energy to fuss with Luffy over such things. There'd be plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson later. There was no need to rush. "Miss Makino, are you hungry?" Listster tried to soften his voice to its gentlest tone. "Thank you, Mr. Listster, but I'm not hungry," Makino replied with a smile to his question. "Miss Makino, are you tired? Let me wipe the sweat from your forehead." Listster somehow produced a white silk handkerchief and, without waiting for her consent, began tenderly wiping the sweat from her brow. The act made Makino's cheeks flush bright red, like a ripe apple. It was the first time anyone had treated her with such gentle care. Thankfully, Listster was wearing his blindfold. If he could have seen how shy and flustered Makino looked right now, he might not have been able to maintain his composure. "Thank you, Mr. Listster. I'd appreciate it if you left out the Mr. Just call me Listster." "All right, Mr. No Listster." Hith. "Then, I hope you don't mind if I just call you Makino." "Of course not. That's perfectly fine." A bright smile blossomed on Makino's face, though, sadly, Listster couldn't see it. The other patrons in the tavern, however, felt a pang of jealousy mingled with anger as they looked at Listster. Makino had grown up before their very eyes, right here under their noses. To the villagers, Makino was like a little sister, a daughter, or even a future daughter-in-law. But now, it was as if the cabbage they had watched over was about to be carried off by a passing pig. By this point, Listster had already been staying in Windmill Village for 10 days. After meeting Luffy on the very first day, he hadn't seen him again. No doubt Garp had whisked him away for some harsh training. As for Listster, his days had fallen into a simple routine. During the day, he would stay in the tavern, occasionally lending Makino a hand with her work. At night, he'd return to rest aboard his ship, but even then, he found himself gazing in the direction of Makino's tavern. It seemed that place had become a haven for his heart. "If you like her, sir, why not be bold and just go for it?" Bruce came over to encourage Listster one evening. "Makino has plenty of admirers, you know. If you wait too long, someone else might sweep her off her feet." Bruce was already in his 30s and a family man himself, so when it came to matters of the heart, Listster had to admit he was out of his depth. "I don't know. What if I scare her? Besides, Makino is still so young." "Not exactly," Bruce replied, lowering his voice. "I did some asking around in the village these past couple of days. Makino is already 18. She just looks young for her age. In fact, she's a year older than you, sir." "Really?" A wide smile broke across Listter's face, pleased to learn Makino was actually a year his senior. "Absolutely. You can trust me on this, sir, and trust the judgment of a Marine headquarters colonel." "Haha, all right then." With the knowledge that Makino was already an adult, Listster felt a burden lift from his heart. But how am I supposed to tell her? As this thought crossed his mind, he slipped back into a state of uncertainty. What's so hard about it? Just be straightforward and confess. With your charm, sir, any woman would fall for you in a heartbeat. "Get out of here," Listster replied, giving Bruce a playful kick. "Forget it. I'll figure this out myself." Other Marines had started to notice this new side of Listster, and his predicament had quickly become one of their favorite topics of conversation. Early the next morning, Listster once again became the tavern's first customer. Before the tavern had even opened, he was already standing at the door. "Oh, Mr. Listster. Wait, Listster, you've come so early again." Machino was more than used to this by now. Ever since the very first day they met, Listster had come here like this every single day. To say Listster was brave would be true enough, but somehow, he could never take that final step. "Ahem. It's been so long since I last saw you, Machino. I've missed you so much," he said, with a hint of awkward longing in his voice. "Oh, come on, it's only been 10 hours since we last saw each other. And with your vision being what it is, you still insist on coming every day." "Oh, it's nothing at all. As long as I could be by your side. Miss Machino, no difficulty is too great." Hearing this, Machino blushed instantly. "Same as usual? 1 cup of warm milk." "As expected of Miss Machino, you really do know me best," Listster replied with a grin. He found it easy to offer these playful words, but when it came to serious matters, his confidence always faltered. "Listster has come here 10 days in a row. 1 cup of warm milk every morning. How could I not remember?" Listster chuckled sheepishly. It wasn't that he couldn't drink alcohol. He just didn't want to leave a bad impression on Machino. Before long, customers had started trickling into the tavern. Although it was technically a bar, most people treated it more like a humble eatery. "Hey, Listster, back again, I see." The regulars in Windmill Village were all familiar with Listster by now and would greet him whenever they saw him. "Yeah, I'm worried Machino might get overwhelmed if she's here on her own." "Don't worry. If the work piles up, we're all here to help out," teased one of the villagers. "No need. Just having me by Machino's side is plenty," Listster said, turning solemnly toward her. "Oh ho." After that remark, the whole group started to tease him even more, their voices rising in good-natured mischief. Machino, caught up in the commotion, blushed even deeper. After all, she was a young woman and easily embarrassed. "Hey, you guys knock it off? If you keep it up, I just might have to deal with you myself. Don't forget, I'm with the Navy, you know," Listster warned, putting on a stern face, though his tone was clearly in jest. All right. If we keep going, Officer Listster might have to throw his weight around." "Right, everyone," someone chimed in. "That's right," the others echoed. Overwhelmed by their laughter and teasing, there was nothing Listster could do but let them carry on. Just then, a sharp rapping sound broke through the din. Everyone turned to see a short, white-haired old man with a hat and thick glasses sitting in a chair, glaring as he angrily tapped his cane against the floor. "Everyone quiet down. What are you saying? Machino isn't even married yet." The speaker was none other than the village chief of Windmill Village. "Ha, that's our chief for you. Always knows just what to say, better than any of us." Machino, who had originally planned to thank the chief, instead slammed her glass down hard in front of him, her irritation clear. She did it with such force that some of the drink spilled out of the cup. With a huff, Machino turned on her heel and walked away. Yet Listster found himself enjoying this lively atmosphere. After all, it meant that he was a little closer to Machino now. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Listster seemed to reach a sudden resolution. Striding forward, he stopped in front of Machino and took her hands firmly in his own. Machino's cheeks flushed scarlet in an instant. It was as if she'd already guessed what Listster was about to do. The other villagers, witnessing this, collectively fell silent in a heartbeat. "Machino, I lo." Just as Listster was about to speak the final words, the tavern door was violently kicked open. Every gaze shifted from Listster and Machino to the new arrivals. A man in a brown robe, with a sly and shifty look, hunched his way into the bar. Behind him trailed several others, grinning and toting rifles, their eyes gleaming with mischief as they surveyed the villagers. Rage surged within Listster at the sight of these intruders. He'd been so close to confessing his heart, only to have it all interrupted by a bunch of rats. "Hey, bring out every last drop of alcohol you've got," the leader barked, his tone dripping with arrogance. At those words, Machino slipped her hands from Listster's, leaving him with an aching sense of emptiness inside. "I'm sorry, everyone, but we've already sold out of today's stock." Machino's voice was filled with genuine regret. The morning had seen the last of the bottles go, and the new shipment wasn't due until the afternoon. "Sold out? Do you even know who you're dealing with? Our boss is 6 million berries Sig, the Bandit King," the thug sneered. A chill ran through the tavern as everyone sucked in a breath. None of them had ever met a man with a bounty of 6 million before. With Garp around, their lives had been peaceful for so long. They'd almost forgotten what true danger felt like. But Garp wasn't here now, and uncertainty crept into every heart. The bandits, meanwhile, had spotted Listster in his marine coat, but dismissed him at a glance. A greenhorn, clearly unworthy of their attention. After all, they were mountain bandits, not pirates. "I'm sorry. Truly, we are completely out," Makino insisted earnestly. Magino spoke again, her face full of apology. TCH, what a pain. Let's get out of here. The bandit leader spoke up, and Sieg knew there was a Navy officer present, so he didn't dare stir up too much trouble. Hearing the leader Sieg say this, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone except Listster, that is. Just as the bandits were about to leave, a voice rang out. Wait. Lister's face was dark and stormy. Listster, don't do anything reckless. Magino hurriedly pleaded upon hearing Listster speak. What's wrong, Navy? You want to meddle in other people's business? Sieg's expression was arrogant, his eyes dripping with disdain. Do you even realize you just interrupted something truly important in my life? Listster ground out the words between clenched teeth. Who knew when he'd have the courage to try again? What? You got a problem with that? I'm placing you all under arrest in the name of the Navy. Ha ha ha. You Navy guys really don't know your place. I've yet to kill a Navy officer. Makes me wonder what it feels like. Since you're volunteering, I might as well make you my first. With that, Sieg yanked out the pistol at his waist and fired a shot straight at Lister's face. Magino squeezed her eyes shut in terror, a gasp escaping her lips. The other villagers, confronted by a gun, could do nothing but close their eyes in helpless resignation. But moments later, a heavy silence descended. The villagers made no sound, nor did the bandits. Gradually, Magino peeked one eye open and saw Listster still standing before her. Somehow, seeing Lister's back filled her with sudden, comforting reassurance. A mountain bandit worth 6 million? Is that all you've got? Amid the stunned silence of the bandits, Lister's voice rang out. Yet nobody paid much attention to his words. All eyes were drawn to the fact that he stood unhurt, the bullet having done nothing. What are you? Sieg's voice trembled. It was his first time encountering someone able to stop a bullet. Why don't you guess? A chilling, murderous aura exploded from Listster, aimed squarely at Sieg and his men. Even so, the villagers in Magino could feel ice-cold dread crawl down their spines. Run! Now! Sieg shouted, bolting for the door with his men scrambling after him. Did I say you could leave? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from Lister's body. It was the Haushika Haki, the conqueror's spirit. Under its crushing pressure, Sieg and his men didn't last even a second before collapsing in a heap, unconscious. Fortunately, they all fainted outside the tavern, sparing Listster the trouble of having to deal with them himself. That's it? You call yourselves bandits? Honestly, you people aren't even worth the trash. With a sneer, Listster strode out of the tavern and looked down in disdain at the unconscious bandits sprawled on the ground. Without hesitation, golden light flared at his feet. One by one, he kicked the fainted bandits, sending each flying into the sky like a shooting star, vanishing from sight. It was clear that falling from such a height, there was no way they could have survived. Makino, what do you think of my strength? Listster asked, his voice tinged with excitement, as if hoping for praise, turning to show off before Makino. But just as he tried to bask in her admiration, his observation Haki picked up a wave of fear emanating from Makino. Suddenly, the eagerness faded from his voice. Did I scare her? Listster muttered under his breath, and then turned into a streak of golden light, disappearing from the spot. At that moment, Lister's heart was heavy with resentment for those mountain bandits, convinced that he had left a bad impression on Makino. Listster. As she watched him leave, Makino rushed after him, but she was too late. By the time she reached the door, Listster had already vanished. I never imagined Listster was that powerful. A long silence lingered in the tavern before it was finally broken by a young villager, his voice still trembling with unease. After all, he'd made fun of Listster more than anyone else. He's not going to come back for revenge, is he? What if all that talk about capturing us was true? Panic set in among the villagers left in the tavern. What nonsense! The village chief rapped his cane against the table, his tone sharp and impatient. Listster is a Marine. He has no reason to turn against us, and don't forget, he was brought here by Garp. Even if you don't trust Listster, you should trust Garp. That's right. With Vice Admiral Garp around, what is there to fear? At these words, the atmosphere in the tavern began to lighten, a sense of relief returning to most, everyone except Makino. For reasons she couldn't explain, Makino felt as if she'd witnessed Listter's disappointment just now, and deep down, it was as if something precious inside her had been lost. Meanwhile, back on the battleship, the Marines who saw the stormy expression on Lister's face knew better than to bother him. Everyone except Bruce, of course. What's wrong, sir? Don't tell me your confession fell flat. Bruce said with a teasing grin. Gather all the Marines for me. I want every bandit in the surrounding area swept out. Leave no trace of mountain bandits anywhere near Windmill Village. Yes, sir. Hearing Lister's serious and angry tone, Bruce knew exactly what he needed to do. He immediately rallied all the soldiers. The Marines aboard the warship split into 3 groups, taking Windmill Village as their center before advancing toward the mountains to root out any bandits. If they found so much as a hint of a bandit, they showed no mercy. Before long, Listster was the only one left on the warship. There was no need for him to deal with these mountain thieves personally. After all, every soldier under his command hailed from Marine headquarters. While not all were elites, they still far outclassed any bandit from the East Blue. This is bad. All those Marines on the warship are moving out. The uproar naturally attracted the attention of some villagers in Windmill Village. They hurried into Makino's tavern to report the commotion to the village chief. What? Listster wouldn't really lay a hand on us, would he? What are you thinking? The village chief scolded them. So where did those Marines go? Turning to the messenger, the chief asked for details. I'm not sure, but I saw them splitting into 3 groups. Looked like they were heading out toward the mountains around our village. The mountains? Could it be that they're targeting the bandits around us? The chief quickly came to this conclusion, and truth be told, it was quite reasonable. Makes sense. After all, Listster failed to confess his feelings because of the mountain bandits. I'd wager his anger toward them burns hotter than ours ever could. That morning, Listster visited the tavern. At noon, his attempted confession was ruined. By evening, waves of good news were reaching him from his subordinates. The bandits scattered in the mountains fell before the Marines like wheat before the sickle, utterly powerless to resist. Set up camp where you are. Tomorrow, continue sweeping the area. That was the order Listster gave them. Yes, sir. Night in the mountains was full of dangers. Wild animals were not uncommon. But Listster had no worries about his men's safety. After all, this wasn't the Grand Line. If his Marines couldn't handle the common beasts of the East Blues Hills, then perhaps they'd be better off going home to farm the land. Soon, dawn arrived. The updates trickling in from the transponder snail throughout the morning finally began to quell the anger smoldering in Listster's heart. The transponder snail began to ring again. Well, did you just wipe out another sizable group of pirates? Listster picked up the receiver, speaking with an almost careless tone. Sir, there was a bit of an unexpected situation this time. What happened? The moment he heard the word unexpected, Listster's expression turned serious. There was someone who wouldn't let us wipe out this band of pirates. Who is this person? Why didn't you just arrest him? We couldn't beat him. Couldn't beat him? Listster's voice rose a notch, incredulous. Listster, just what sort of mess are you getting yourself into? At that moment, the voice on the transponder snail suddenly changed, becoming deeper and more authoritative. Vice Admiral Garp? I was just dealing with some mountain bandits, that's all. Then it struck Listster. A memory flickered. Wasn't there a mountain bandit who was on good terms with Garp? You rascal, get over here right now. Garp was furious. Fortunately, he'd arrived early enough. Had he been even a moment late, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Listster immediately unleashed his observation hockey, locking onto Garp's presence in an instant. Without hesitation, he activated his glint fruit powers and shot off in Garp's direction like a streak of light. Meanwhile, on a mountainside, Listster's soldiers were locked in a standoff with the mountain bandits across from them. But the Marines didn't dare make a move, as standing before them was Vice Admiral Garp himself. His furious glare alone was enough to make them feel as if he might devour them whole. Suddenly, a luminous human figure composed entirely of golden light appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the newcomer, Garp wasted no time. Armament hockey flowed over his fist as he raised it, swinging with full force at the figure of light. Of course, the newcomer wasn't about to back down. He also raised his fist and swung it forward with all his might. In that instant, 2 superhumanly powerful punches collided. The ground beneath their feet cracked, spreading out like a spiderweb, and the trees around them were shattered at the waist by the shockwave. Vice Admiral Garp, what do you think you're doing? Listster spoke harshly. After all, he'd just arrived, and his greeting was a flying fist to the face. Who could put up with that? Listster certainly couldn't. I should be the one asking. You, Listster, what are you up to? Despite the heated conversation, neither man relaxed their grip for even a moment. I'm simply taking out some mountain bandits. The real question is you, Vice Admiral Garp. Why are you protecting them? Are you thinking about betraying the Navy? Listster didn't hesitate to throw a heavy accusation at Garp. It was rare to see Garp on the back foot, so Listster was eager to play the scene out. As for what might happen once Garp saw through the act, Listster decided not to consider that just yet. You're in the Navy, not the Army. Matters of mountain bandits are none of your concern. Why is Vice Admiral Garp so protective of these mountain bandits? Could it be that there's some special relationship between them and Garp? That's right. They're indeed my friends, Garp replied firmly. When the words left Garp's mouth, both Listster and the bandits behind him were dumbstruck. Listster hadn't expected Garp to admit it with such candor, while the hearts of the bandits surged with emotion. After all, they had long refrained from causing trouble. not out of willingness, but because they feared Carp's formidable presence. In that case, since they're Vice Admiral Carp's friends, let's just let this matter go, the other man said. With that, the two men simultaneously eased their stances. Meanwhile, the Marines standing behind Listster had been thoroughly shocked by the confrontation. On one side was their commanding officer. On the other, a legendary hero of the Navy. They truly had no idea whom they ought to support. But Listster, what exactly happened here? Carp asked. He could tell that something must have transpired in his absence, something he wasn't yet aware of. Otherwise, Listster wouldn't have acted this way. Upon hearing Carp's question, Listter's expression darkened, and he remained silent. It was clear he didn't want to answer. Bruce, what about the other bandits? Carp inquired further. Reporting, sir, aside from these bandits here, there are no others in the surrounding area, Bruce responded. Surprisingly, before Listster could react, those being shielded by Carp, the bandits, were the first to react. Does that mean we're the biggest bandit crew around here now? One of them exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The rest quickly echoed with enthusiastic cheers. But when they caught Listster's sharp, warning glance, they instantly quieted down, their faces filled with apprehension, as if they'd just choked on a fishbone while eating. Now, Listster, let me introduce you. This is my old friend, Dayton, Carp announced, gesturing to a stout, fierce-looking woman with wild golden hair. Hello there, young Navy man, Dayton greeted, immediately bustling over to Listster. She placed her hands in front of her, nervously rubbing them together, her face plastered with a fawning smile. I don't like people smoking in front of me, Listster said flatly. The moment she heard this, Dayton tossed her cigarette to the ground and ground it out forcefully with her shoe. Haha, all gone, young Navy man, see? She said, trying to ingratiate herself. TSK, spineless woman, came a jarring voice, suddenly cutting through the moment and catching everyone off guard. Listster extended his observation hockey, searching for the speaker, and sensed the presence of a young boy. What intrigued him even more was that the boy's aura carried a distinct feeling, something oddly familiar. There it is again. This kid's aura carries a trace of Roger's scent, Listster thought to himself. Hearing what Listster said, Carp's expression changed. The faces of the mountain bandits changed, the little boy's face changed, and even the faces of the Marines all shifted. Listster, you. Carp's tone suddenly became grave and serious, tension filling his voice. Ha ha ha, just kidding. Dismiss the men. With that, Listster turned back to the warship with his soldiers in tow. Carp simply stared at Listster's departing figure, lost in thought. Listster, has your observation hockey truly reached such a level? It's said that when one's mastery of observation hockey reaches its peak, unusual attributes often awaken. That peculiar aura sensing just now must have been the signature trait of Listster's awakened observation hockey. Vice Admiral Carp, what should we do now? With daring, Dayton stepped up beside Carp, her eyes fixed sharply on Listster's retreating form. Put away those naive ideas. If he wanted to kill you, all it would take is a single glance. A single glance? But he's blind. How could he? The moment Carp heard these words, he knew trouble was coming. Listster absolutely loathed being called blind, especially since he truly wasn't. Get down! Carp barked the order, and in an instant, he forced Dayton to the ground. Those who weren't fast enough to squat down were left with their scalps entirely exposed. A massive wave of sword energy had just swept over their heads, slicing through the house behind them so cleanly that it split in two. If you tempt fate again, next time it'll be your head that comes flying off. Listster's voice echoed in their ears like the whisper of a grim reaper. Even after he'd led his Marines away, the bandits hadn't recovered from their shock. My God, is he even human? Dayton muttered under her breath, afraid that Listster might still overhear. That's a question worth pondering. Carp, hearing her mutters, sank into thought too. After all, how could an ordinary human possess so many devil fruit abilities within one body? But then what about Ace? What are we going to do about him? Don't worry. Listster is a man who knows his limits. Knows his limits, huh? Dayton repeated the words as she gazed at the bandit huts, which now stood in two neat halves. He certainly has a unique sense of restraint. Sir, what did you mean earlier? That little brat. He's not Roger's child, is he? Bruce whispered the question, finding Listster's earlier words particularly thought-provoking. I was only joking. Do you honestly believe Roger's child would show up right beside Vice Admiral Carp? Well, that's true. Bruce nodded in agreement. One was the Pirate King, the other a legendary Marine hero. Their relationship could only be that of enemies. Ordinary soldiers could never imagine that Garp and Roger were actually close friends. Another day passed. That morning, Makino arrived at the tavern to start her shift, just as she always did. Yet when she noticed that Listster's familiar figure wasn't standing at the door, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment in her heart. What's happening to me? Makino pressed her hand to her chest, quietly questioning herself. But no one could answer that question for her. The answer was something she would have to discover on her own. At that very moment, Listster was crouched against the side of a Navy ship, facing the direction of Makino's tavern, carefully watching her every movement. Why does Makino look so sad? Did something happen to her? Sensing the sadness radiating from Makino, Listster's heart sank. An inexplicable, uneasy feeling welled up inside him. So, sir, aren't you going to visit Miss Makino today? Bruce, already awake, couldn't help but tease Listster. I'm afraid she hates me now. Why do you say that? Because she saw my violent side yesterday. I'm scared she won't like that part of me. As soon as Listster said this, Bruce gave him a heavy slap on the back, putting all his strength into it. What are you doing? Listster grimaced and gritted his teeth from the blow. Is this really the Listster I know? The same man who stood unflinching before Kaido, one of the most fearsome pirates in the New World, now cowering before a woman? Have you been replaced? Come on, that's totally different. Listster shot back impatiently. Kaido was an enemy, but Makino wasn't. If you like her, then go after her bravely. If you don't go see her, how will you ever know if she truly dislikes you, or maybe even fears you? All these doubts are just your own wild guesses. In a few days, we'll be leaving. If you don't make a move now, you might never get another chance. Go see her. Who knows? Things might turn out far better than you expect. That. Listster was tempted, but uncertainty still held him back. Do you really want to see her in another man's arms one day? Seeing Listster's hesitation, Bruce heightened the pressure. No, I don't. With those words, Listster instantly transformed into a golden beam of light and vanished from Bruce's sight. That's more like it. That's what youth is all about, being daring and willing to fight for what matters. Bruce smiled, the look of a proud father on his face. In the next second, List appeared right at the entrance of Makino's tavern. However, as he arrived, a wave of hesitation washed over him. But then, Bruce's earlier words echoed in his mind. Do you really want to see her in another man's arms? And they reignited his courage. Without thinking further, he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Makino, who was busy cleaning, heard the creak of the door and looked up. The moment she saw List, her eyes lit up with a radiant glow. She dropped her cleaning tools without a second thought, ran toward List, and threw herself into his arms. Her sudden embrace left List completely flustered. He didn't quite know what to do with his hands or where to put them. List, she whispered softly beside his ear. Hearing her gentle voice, List finally wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. Makino, I like you, he murmured, his words barely above a whisper, right beside her ear. After confessing, he felt terribly anxious, his heart thumping faster and faster in his chest. I know, I like you too, List, Makino replied. In that instant, a joy so pure filled List's entire being. His arms tightened in an embrace, holding Makino even closer. It was as if time itself had paused in that tender moment. A beam of sunlight streamed in from the doorway, falling gently on the two of them locked in each other's arms. The scene was truly beautiful, a picture of serene romance. Even if someone happened to pass by the entrance, raising their hand to greet them, seeing the two so close, the person would simply swallow their words, smile kindly, and walk away without disturbing them. No one knew how much time had passed before the two finally let go of each other. Makino, I'm sorry. There's something I haven't told you the truth about, List said. What is it? Anxiety flickered across Makino's face, uncertain about what List might say next. The truth is, I'm not actually blind. She let out a slow breath of relief upon hearing this, realizing it wasn't something serious. I know, she replied calmly. You know? How did you know? Now it was List's turn to be surprised. Well, I've never met a blind man who walked even faster than an ordinary person, could find his way straight to my tavern door, and even help me serve food perfectly to customers, she explained with a gentle smile. List scratched his head sheepishly, a small laugh escaping him. Makino still didn't know that he relied on his mastery of observation hockey to sense everyone's positions, but he decided not to explain further. Even if he tried, she probably wouldn't really understand. List, Makino called softly. What's the matter? He asked. Can I take a look into your eyes? But if it's inconvenient, you don't have to. Makino added softly, as if afraid of causing discomfort. It's all right, Listster replied, and with that, he undid his blindfold. Makino held her breath, her gaze fixed steadily on him. Even from the part of his face revealed, his nose, mouth, and forehead, it was clear that Listster was a strikingly handsome man. I'm going to open my eyes now. Hum. Makino nodded vigorously. Listster slowly opened his eyes, and in that quiet moment, their gazes locked. Makino, captivated, stared straight back in his eyes. Both their cheeks flushed faintly with shyness, but neither looked away. For some, a pair of eyes might ruin a beautiful face, But in Lister's case, his clear, luminous eyes only enhanced his features, lending his entire countenance a sense of ethereal charm. Gradually, their faces inched closer together. At the same time, their eyes fluttered closed, and Lister felt his lips touch something smooth and just a little firm. "That's my nose," Machino whispered. "Oh, sorry." Lister chuckled and moved his lips downward, finally finding that tender, soft, and delicately fragrant spot. He couldn't help but lose himself in the sensation. The author, too, has never experienced a kiss from a girl, so I can only imagine and write it out this way. I hope it's not too far off. And so, now that their relationship was official, Lister seemed to find new courage. He sat directly at the tavern's bar, keeping his eyes on Machino at all times. Wherever she went, his gaze followed. This left Machino blushing furiously. All she could do was shoot him a pretend glare, but all she got back was Lister's shameless, cheeky grin. Against that, Machino was helpless. In the end, she simply let him be, allowing his eyes to linger on her as long as he wished. The tavern's regulars soon noticed this odd dynamic, and were surprised to discover that Lister wasn't actually blind. They realized they'd been tricked this whole time. Still, no one dared to confront Lister. After all, his strength spoke for itself, and, truthfully, he'd never once told them he was blind. As time went on, everyone in the tavern became aware of the subtle change between Lister and Machino. Though they didn't dare tease Lister, teasing Machino was another thing altogether. After all, she'd grown up before their very eyes. They had watched Machino blossom, year by year, from a little girl into a stunning young woman. From time to time, Lister teased Machino to the point where her cheeks flushed red, and whenever Machino was teased, she'd vent her feisty energy on Lister's smiling face by slipping her hand around his waist and giving him a firm twist. Although Machino was never rough, Lister would always put on a show each time, scrunching up his face and acting as if the pain was unbearable. Of course, the moment Machino saw Lister wearing that expression, her heart would instantly soften, and she'd gently stroke the very spot she'd just pinched. And just like that, the minutes and hours slipped away. Those days were filled with happiness and contentment. At least, that's how Lister felt at the time. No matter how reluctant they were, the day of parting inevitably arrived. Sometimes, Lister would wonder if he should just settle down in Windmill Village, spending a carefree life together with Machino. But Machino never wished for that. Lister was a Marine, after all, and she hoped he could go on to save even more people from the clutches of pirates. Garp had already returned to the warship and was now waiting for Lister. Soon enough, surrounded by a small crowd, Lister made his way to the harbor, Machino standing right beside him. Aside from Machino, who had come to see Lister off, everyone else was there to bid farewell to Garp. Machino. Lister called her name, but somehow, the words of parting refused to leave his lips. Suddenly, Machino rose onto her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Lister's neck, pressed her head to his shoulder, and whispered softly in his ear, "Stay safe, Lister. I'll always be waiting for you right here." "All right, Machino. When I come back, I'll visit you as often as I can." The two embraced for a moment. Lister had wanted to steal a kiss, but Machino was too shy, especially with so many eyes watching them. She was far too embarrassed, leaving Lister tempted to unleash his conqueror's haki and knock the spectators out cold. However, if he tried something like that, the first to face him would no doubt be Garp's notorious Iron Fist. Under Machino's lingering, wistful gaze, Lister was practically dragged onto the warship by his lieutenant. At that moment, Bruce looked every bit the villain who had just broken up a pair of lovers. Machino watched as the warship pulled farther and farther away, finally vanishing from sight, and only then did she turn to leave with the other villagers. "I seriously regret bringing you along." Garp grumbled at Lister, his voice brimming with irritation. He couldn't believe that during the short time he'd been away, Lister had actually managed to win over Machino. But I really ought to thank you, Vice Admiral Garp. If it weren't for you, I might never have met Machino." The moment Machino's name was mentioned, a radiant, blissful smile spread across Lister's face. Soon, his mind drifted into a daydream. He imagined their wedding, pictured the children they would one day have, and envisioned a long life together, growing old side by side. "You rascal." With that, Garp landed a heavy punch on Lister, snapping him out of his reverie and dragging him back to reality. "Sir, Vice Admiral Garp, we've spotted a pirate ship at 3 o'clock, off the starboard bow. Bring the cannonballs here." "No, let me handle this." Lister stepped forward and accepted Garp's assignment. In a sudden burst, he transformed into a golden streak of light and shot straight onto the pirate ship. "Who the hell are you?" The pirates, startled by the blinding golden glow, watched as the light slowly took human form. Panic flickered in their eyes. Never before had they faced someone like this. "So you're pirates? Honestly, you're not as tough as I'd imagined. Damn it, how dare you look down on us?" With that, one of the pirates charged at Lister, blade flashing and brought it down, slicing him clean in half at the waist. "We did it!" Ecstatic grins broke out across the crew. So that's all it took? The pirate captain, who had been visibly nervous moments ago, couldn't help but gloat. Incredible. And just then, to their disbelief, the man they thought they had vanquished began speaking again. Lister's body, sliced in two, shimmered with radiant points of light as his upper half reformed and merged with the lower half. Lister stood before them, completely unharmed. A monster! Panic swept through the crew. Never in their lives had they seen anything like this. A man, cut in two, not only still alive, but casually talking and piecing himself back together. "You're in luck today. I'm in a good mood, so I don't feel like shedding too much blood. No, please. We beg you, officer, spare us. We'll never be pirates again. Save that promise for the judge once you get to prison." Truth be told, these pirates weren't even notorious enough to be sent to impelled down. At most, they'd serve time in a regular naval branch prison. Then, a powerful golden aura erupted from Listster, washing over the cowering pirates. Under its weight, every pirate's eyes rolled back as they collapsed, unconscious. Silence descended upon the vessel, leaving only the gentle sound of the waves and the occasional cry of a passing seagull. "Well, would you look at that? You've changed, didn't even kill a single one of them." Before long, the Navy warship arrived as well. Seeing the situation aboard the pirate ship, Garp remarked in surprise. After all, Listster had previously shown no mercy to pirates, rarely leaving any survivors, having taken Zephyr's lesson to heart. But this time, for the first time ever, he hadn't killed a single person. "I'm in a good mood, so I'll do as I please," he answered with a grin. It took just a few days for the warship to return to Navy headquarters, but this time, they came back without all the pomp and spectacle of the previous return. After exchanging a brief greeting with Sengoku, Listster made his way back to the Naval Academy. At that moment, the academy was buzzing with energy. Everywhere he looked, trainees were sweating it out on the practice fields. In the elite class, each cadet was focused on mastering the 6 styles of the Navy. Their foundational physical training was already solid. Now, they were sharpening their technique. With only a few months to go before graduation assessments, every cadet was training with unyielding dedication. Even Zephyr himself was personally overseeing their training. If any trainee dared to slack off, Zephyr's stern reprimand was sure to follow. Listster had been standing at the doorway of the elite class for quite some time, and Zephyr hadn't noticed him at all. That alone showed just how serious Zephyr was now. However, some of the cadets caught sight of Listster. With such a conspicuous figure standing there, it was hard not to notice him out of the corner of their eyes. A few surprised expressions would have been nothing, but when an entire group of trainees showed visible shock, it naturally caught Zephyr's attention as well. Zephyr turned around and immediately spotted Listster leaning against the wall with a smile. "Master, it's been a while," Listster called out once he saw Zephyr hadn't noticed him. "You little rascal, you're finally back," Zephyr said warmly, flashing over to Listster using Soru and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "I heard all about what you did at the Sabeti archipelago. You made me proud. That's all thanks to your teaching, Master. It's a pity, though. Sengoku can't withstand that upper echelon pressure anymore. Otherwise, the so-called Great Pirate Era would have ended a long time ago. In truth, the rampant rise of pirates could largely be blamed on the negligence of the world government. I haven't been here these past 2 years. You haven't slacked off in your training, have you?" Zephyr asked as he squeezed Lister's arm, testing his muscles. "Of course not, Master. Unless you want to spar with me." Listster replied playfully. "Forget it. I haven't been a match for you since 2 years ago. I'm not about to embarrass myself again." Zephyr smiled as he spoke. He was clearly very satisfied with Lister's abilities. He believed that during the past year stationed at the Sabeti archipelago, Listster had never allowed himself a moment of slack. As for Lister's current strength, perhaps no one truly knew except Listster himself. "How long can you stay this time?" "I'm not sure. Fleet Admiral Sengoku granted me a month's leave, so I should have about 5 days left now. But given how chaotic things are at sea, it's hard to say if I'll even get to enjoy these last 5 days. It's all right. Rest whenever you can, even if it's just for a day. For us in the Navy, moments of leisure are increasingly rare. For now, you're free to train as you wish. Tomorrow, I'll check on your progress." "Yes, Instructor Zephyr." Once Zephyr and Listster left, the elite class trainees immediately began whispering among themselves. "Wasn't that Instructor Listster just now?" "Yes, that was him. He's really handsome, isn't he?" One of the elite female trainees couldn't help but gush over Listster, dreamily lost in thought. "I wonder when I'll get the chance to stand by his side." By now, Listster had become something of a legend at the Navy Academy. A name from the textbooks, his exploits over the past year at the Sabeti archipelago, well documented and admired. "You'll need exceptional strength before you can even think about that," advised another trainee. "Otherwise, You wouldn't even qualify to say hello to Instructor Listster. They all sighed in resignation. Despite being among the elites, they realized that compared to Listster, they were hardly worth mentioning. After all, Listster had instructed 4 separate elite classes, and now, nearly 1 in 10 of the Navy's notable officers was a student of his. That evening, Zephyr personally prepared a grand feast for Listster, platters of meats filling the table from end to end. "It's been so long since I tasted your cooking, Master. I really missed it," Listster remarked with genuine nostalgia. "I heard from that rascal Garp that you found me a niece-in-law." At this, Lister's face turned a little red. "Yeah," he answered softly. Just thinking of Makino brought a wistful, contented smile to his face. "What does she look like?" Zephyr's eyes lit up, curiosity getting the better of him. In response, Listster pulled a photograph from his pocket. He had asked the intelligence officer on his ship to take it for him, with the kind of camera usually used to track pirates, not capture such a delicate moment of ordinary life. When Zephyr saw the picture in Lister's hand, a look of approval and satisfaction spread across his face. "Not bad. She looks bright and charming. What's her personality like?" "He's got a pretty good personality. I mean, as long as he's nothing like that rascal Garp, that's good enough." Zephyr still held a grudge over the incident where Garp had outright kidnapped Listster, though he hadn't yet found the time to settle that score. At the dinner that followed, Listster and Zephyr drank and chatted, swapping stories. Listster recounted everything that had happened to him over the past year or so, while Zephyr complained about the current class of elite students, how disappointing they were, and how each batch seemed to fall short of the last. As the drinks kept flowing, the two gradually grew more and more intoxicated. By the end, Listster had no memory at all of how he even made it to bed. Over the next few days, Listster stayed by Zephyr's side, helping him out by training some of the elite class students when he wasn't otherwise occupied. The moment those students saw Listster, it was as if they'd received a shot of pure adrenaline. Their enthusiasm soared, and their training sessions became charged with energy. This made Zephyr feel more than a little jealous. In his eyes, it suddenly seemed as though he was the newcomer among these kids, not the instructor they looked up to. It almost felt as if Sengoku had deliberately set aside some time so that Listster and Zephyr could catch up. For days, no new orders came Lister's way. But peaceful days never last. No sooner had Listster rested for a week than Sengoku's messenger came looking for him, reporting, "Major General Listster, Fleet Admiral Sengoku requests your presence." "All right, understood. A new mission, no doubt. Who could say when he'd have a chance to come back after this one?" With that in mind, Listster first sought out Zephyr to say goodbye, then went directly to report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Ah, you're here, Listster. There's a mission that needs your attention. Take a look for yourself." "Yes, Admiral. The Heavenly Bird Pirates?" This time, the task was the Heavenly Bird Pirates, a crew based in the New World. Even by the New World standards, they ranked among the most powerful, just behind the great pirate groups like the Beast Pirates, the Big Mom Pirates, and Whitebeard's crew. Yes, recently, the Heavenly Bird Pirates took control of a nation allied with the world government. This act was the last straw and has completely enraged the government. The cancer must be cut out here and now, before others try something similar. They really took over an allied nation, and then got found out? Now that's what I call asking for trouble. Listster couldn't help but note. This approach was leagues away from what Crocodile or Doflamingo would try down the line. Those two quietly controlled their own countries for years without ever being detected by the world government. Then again, perhaps their standing as Shichibukai made them legal pirates and afforded them that cover. This mission is extremely dangerous, not just because of the Tenryu pirates, but also due to the other formidable pirates entrenched in the New World. That's why, aside from you, there's no one more suited for this task. The Tenryu pirates, led by Captain Tenryu Falx, possessor of a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, specifically the golden winged bird, have a bounty of 1.79 billion berries, a sum high enough to put them among the world's top 10 most wanted. Normally, pirates of such status wouldn't be pursued by the Navy unless they crossed a certain line or presented a special threat. For this operation, I'm assigning Rear Admiral Mouse and Rear Admiral Doberman to support you. You may command them as you see fit. For the duration of this mission, you have full authority as the Supreme Commander. Understood, Fleet Admiral. Hearing that both Mouse and Doberman were placed under his command, Listster felt his confidence in the mission surge. Had he gone alone, even if successful, the Navy would likely have paid a heavy price. After all, the Tenryu pirates have several powerful lieutenants, each with a bounty between 700 and 800 million. For enemies of this caliber, ordinary Navy soldiers wouldn't stand a chance. Only the best officers from headquarters would do. "You two come in." No sooner had Sengoku finished speaking than two men entered through the door. One had a fierce look, with two X-shaped scars across his face. The other sported a mohawk and a thick beard. These were Rear Admiral Doberman and Rear Admiral Mouse. "Greetings, Rear Admiral Listster," they said in unison, saluting sharply. Listster returned the gesture. "Good to meet you, Rear Admiral Mouse, Rear Admiral Doberman. For this mission, Rear Admiral Listster will serve as your Supreme Commander. Be sure to follow his orders without fail." "Yes, Fleet Admiral." Although these two held the rank of Rear Admiral, their abilities already rivaled most Vice Admirals in Navy headquarters. With a few more honors to their names, they'd be promoted soon enough. The three of them boarded a warship and set out. Since their destination was the New World, passage required that they first go through the Holy Land of Mariewa. But even for the Navy, crossing Mariewa meant a fair bit of paperwork. "I've long heard of Instructor Listster's reputation. Meeting you in person, it's clear the tales don't do you justice." After leaving Sengoku's office, the three exchanged polite greetings. "You flatter me. I still have much to learn from both of you." Although these two were not direct disciples, they had studied under Zephyr far longer than Listster had, so it was only natural for Listster to call them senior officers. Among all the flag officers in the Navy, Listster is undoubtedly the youngest in terms of seniority. Soon after, the three warships set sail from Navy headquarters. As for passing through Mariewa, Listster left that matter to his adjutant. There were celestial dragons everywhere in Mariewa, and it would be troublesome if they ran into any of them. Even Navy Rear Admirals like themselves were required to kneel on one knee in the presence of a celestial dragon. Only admirals, or those above them, had the privilege to stand before the celestial dragons. So, as they passed through Mariewa, Listster simply lay in his cabin and pretended to nap. It had to be said, ever since the incident with Fisher Tiger, security in Mariewa had become truly stringent. Even their warships had to undergo individual inspections, each room searched one by one. Of course, Listster had no intention of indulging their excesses. When the inspectors stopped at his cabin door, he instantly unleashed a terrifying aura that froze them in their tracks, stopping them from even thinking about entering. If they dared to step inside, Listster wouldn't hesitate to sever their hands on the spot. Sensing mortal danger, the inspectors hesitated for a few seconds before slipping away. Not only did they abandon their search, but they also omitted any mention of the episode when making their reports, as Listster's observation hockey had locked onto them the entire time. One wrong word and death was all that awaited them. Though they were agents of the world government, they were still keenly aware of the value of their own lives. Besides, the Navy was, after all, still considered an ally, so the incident was quietly brushed aside. On the far side of Mariewa lay the New World. At this point, Listster finally emerged from his cabin. This wasn't his first time in the New World, but only his second. And with each visit, the impression the New World left on him was distinct and unforgettable. He had to admit, the New World certainly knew how to make an entrance. Though it was only midday, the sky was shrouded in darkness. Lightning danced across the heavens as thunder crashed all around, rain and winds raging in chaotic unison. The warship rocked perilously in the extreme weather, making it difficult even to keep a steady course. Except for Listster and Bruce, most of the sailors on their vessel wore expressions of terror. For many, this was their first voyage into the New World. They had never experienced conditions so wild and unforgiving. Compared to the rookie sailors on Listster's ship, the crews aboard Commander Squirrel and Commander Bruce's vessels fared much better. They were no strangers to the New World and were used to its capricious weather. But even here, such a violent storm was a rarity. This was the first time even for them, and try as they might, they could not shake the sense of growing anxiety that settled in their hearts. Both Squirrel and Doberman wore grave expressions on their faces. Some of the fierce waves sweeping toward the battleship had forced them to spring into action, but even as they moved to respond, they couldn't help but keep part of their attention fixed on Listster. They were eager to see just how he would handle this dire situation. Though they'd heard many rumors of Listster's prowess, seeing is believing. They wanted to witness with their own eyes whether Listster truly lived up to his legendary reputation. At that moment, Listster struck a poised stance, ready to draw his blade. Armament hockey surged, cloaking both his hand and sword. One sword style, Dark Arya, Heaven Splitter. A single arc of pitch-black energy burst forth from Listster's blade. As the sword aura streaked through the air, the very world seemed drained of color. Everywhere the eye could see was shrouded in darkness. The black sword energy soared toward the storm clouds above. The thick, lightning-laced mass that had been looming threateningly over the sea was split in two with a single, decisive strike. Radiant sunlight poured straight through the gash in the clouds. For a surreal moment, a strange scene appeared. Along the path of the battleship, the sea basked in brilliant sunlight, while on either side of the vessel the sky remained cloaked in thunderous, churning storm clouds. Every Marine on deck stared at Listster in shock. Even Squirrel and Doberman were no exception. though they held the same rank as him. All three being rear admirals, the force behind Lister's attack made the hierarchy between them suddenly feel vast and insurmountable. Privately, the two men reflected on their chances if they'd been on the receiving end of that blow. No matter what defense or counterattack they imagined, there was only one outcome: death. They realized that if Listster ever turned that sword upon them, there would be no hope for survival. Lister's strength had far exceeded what they believed possible. He possessed the power worthy of an admiral. Even the soldiers who had followed Listster for more than a year were utterly thunderstruck, jaws agape and eyes wide. This was the first time any of them had seen such a formidable sword move unleashed by their commander. Yet, when they looked at Lister's expression, nothing had changed. He showed no signs of exertion, as if executing such an overwhelming technique cost him almost nothing. This move was one Listster had devised himself. While he had learned techniques from the Golden Lion, who was hailed as a dual-blade grandmaster, Listster wielded only a single sword. As such, he could never fully unleash the full might of the Golden Lion's two-blade style. So Listster set his mind on forging techniques of his own, attacks that only he could perform. With just that single move, you could claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman, couldn't you? Bruce walked up to Listster, all plain in his voice. Who can say? Listster showed little interest in the title of the world's top swordsman. The former holder was now hiding somewhere in the corners of the world, his whereabouts unknown, while the next heir to the title, Dracul Mihawk, had yet to truly make his mark. For now, the seat of the world's greatest swordsman remained unclaimed. Now and then, someone would brazenly declare themselves to be the world's best, but it wouldn't be long before they were cut down by challengers eager to prove them wrong. The title of the world's greatest swordsman should not be something one bestows upon oneself, but a name recognized by swordsmen everywhere. If Listster ever publicly declared himself the greatest, he knew peace would forever elude him. All right, let's check how much longer until we reach the Kingdom of Shurlar. The Kingdom of Shurlar was one of the world government's allied countries in the New World. Ironically, the very kingdom now under the iron grip of the Torai Torai pirates. Sir, barring any unexpected mishaps, we should arrive in about 3 days. Of course, there's always the risk of running into nasty weather that could delay us. Understood. Within the New World, the Navy's influence was weak, but with 3 warships traveling together, no small-time pirate would be foolish enough to provoke them. Curiosity, however, had been stirred among the pirate crews. Many were eager to see what the Navy's sudden appearance in these waters was all about. Already, several pirate crews were tailing them from the shadows. As for the most notorious pirate bands, they paid these Navy ships little heed. Without the arrival of a full naval fleet, none of them found this cause for concern. Meanwhile, seated on the throne of the Kingdom of Shurlar was a strikingly handsome man with long, golden hair. He lounged, legs crossed, dressed in resplendent finery, one hand propping up his chin in lazily regal fashion. This was Fulks, the captain of the Torai Torai pirates. By looks alone, no one would guess he was a notorious pirate. He resembled a noble more than an outlaw. On either side of the throne stood 2 straight rows of his crew. Among them were the ship's trusted lieutenants, the shadowy Blackbird Borg and the pale, composed White Dove White. Both men were formidable in their own right, each possessing the power of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Their code names alone revealed the nature of the beasts they'd become. Captain, there's news. Looks like some Navy ships have entered the New World. Judging from their course, their destination is almost certainly us. Borg addressed Fulks, who sat upon the throne. Oh, they've arrived this quickly, have they? Even upon hearing that the Navy's target was himself, his tone remained utterly calm, as if he hadn't spared the Marines a thought. Well, we did go a bit too far this time. White joined in, though one could not discern the slightest hint of fear of the Navy in their voices. There's nothing for it. Who told the king of this country to be so blind as to provoke us? Did he really think being a member of the world government meant he could do as he pleased? The other subordinates spoke up as well, each chiming in with their own disdain. How we found out who's leading the Navy this time? Fulks asked again. It's that Navy Rear Admiral who was once stationed at the Sabeti Archipelago, Listster, along with 2 other Rear Admirals from headquarters, Kizaru and Doberman. Listster from the Sabeti Archipelago? The one who defeated the assassin Harris. That's right. That's him. At that, a flicker of interest sparked in Fulks' eyes. Very well. They say he's being groomed by the Navy as the next fleet admiral. If that's true, this battle shouldn't be too dull. As he spoke, Fulks' pupils turned golden, as though golden flames danced within them. Don't worry, Captain. You won't need to lift a finger. That kid, I could crush him with ease. A savage grin spread across Blackbird Borg's face. Don't underestimate him, Borg. He was the one who managed to kill Harris, after all. Though Fulks issued this warning, his voice was still as light and untroubled as ever. Harris was just a petty coward who never dared show his face. If it had been me, I could have finished him off just as easily. It had to be said, Listter's defeat of Harris had significantly boosted his reputation. One might even call it infamy, throughout the underworld. Sir, are we going to do anything about all these eyes behind us? Bruce asked Listster. Ever since the Navy had made their presence known in the New World, the number of prying eyes trailing them had multiplied. Pirate crews, underworld agents, and more. Leave them be. Let them watch. They need to see what happens to those who cross the Navy's line. I'd say it's a good way to establish some deterrence for us in the New World. Yes, sir. Understood. After 4 days of travel, the Navy finally arrived at the kingdom of Hillel. Yet, as they entered, the entire kingdom felt eerily empty and still. As a member nation of the world government, no matter how backward it may be, it's still more prosperous than many other countries. Yet now, at the harbor of this kingdom, there's barely a single merchant ship in sight. There are only a few fishing boats, but it looks like they haven't moved for a very long time. These despicable pirates. In just a few days, they've ruined a perfectly good kingdom. Bruce's words trembled with anger. Even Vice Admiral Mouse and Vice Admiral Doberman on the other 2 battleships wore expressions of outrage. They're pirates, after all, Liz said gravely. Putting aside whether they're fit to govern, they never intended to stay long. They know the Navy will never let them get away with this. That's why they're bent on enjoying whatever they can, while they can. List's face grew stern. His advanced observation hockey told him the people on this island lived in constant terror. The air was thick with the scent of blood, a sure sign that many lives had already been lost here in just these few days. These vile pirates, even 1,000 cuts wouldn't be punishment enough. Though the Navy hadn't yet set foot on the island, they could all sense the heavy silence cloaking this place. Suddenly, the sound of someone weeping reached List's ears, a sharp, wrenching cry that everyone aboard the ship heard. What's going on? List walked over to a young Marine, struggling to hold back his tears, and asked quietly, Major List, permission to speak. This place is my home. I have no idea what's happened to my parents. I'm so worried for them right now. As he spoke, he could no longer stop his tears from flowing, and grief choked his words. List fell silent at that. Even Bruce, who had been about to scold the Marine, held his tongue. With the kingdom of Hyrule in this condition, there could be no good news for this young man. The other Marines turned somber, each wondering if, next time, it might be their home suffering the same fate. For this mission, I'm allowing you to remain on the ship. Take some time to rest. Major List, sir. I request permission to fight. I want to kill with my own hands these scum who destroyed my homeland. Hearing that List didn't want him to join the battle, the Marine quickly wiped away his tears and replied, his voice firm with resolve. Are you sure? List asked. Major List, I'm sure. Very well. But during this mission, you must be cautious. Don't act on impulse. Remember that staying alive is what matters most. Yes, Major List. At last, the warship reached the port, and the company managed to land at the harbor closest to the capital of the Hillel Kingdom. Yet, even here, the streets showed barely a trace of people. The few passers-by who did notice Listster and his companions brightened with a glimmer of hope in their eyes, but their optimism quickly faded as they glanced nervously around. In the next instant, they hurried away, disappearing into the distance. Sir, what's going on? Someone asked. My guess is they don't believe we're truly capable of wiping out that pirate crew, came Listter's reply. After all, everyone in the New World knows just how precarious our Navy situation here really is. Bruce let out a weary sigh at this explanation. Changing the reputation of a Navy in the eyes of New World residents was no task that could be accomplished overnight. Without delay, the group pressed on toward the capital. Listster, Squirrel, and Doberman led the way, with the other lieutenants marching behind them, followed by the rank-and-file officers and soldiers. They hadn't gone far when a gang appeared ahead, blocking their path. Each wore an exceptionally arrogant expression, as if the Navy standing before them was hardly worth noticing. The pirates looked at Listster and his men with the same hungry gaze that the Navy would reserve for pirates on the Grand Line, a hunter's look when sizing up his prey. These bastards, they really think we're the ones being hunted now, Doberman growled, his voice tinged with anger. Known for his hot temper, it was no surprise. After all, he had always been Akainu's man, a perfect fit for the hawkish camp. Steady. Dealing with such insignificant pests isn't worth our effort, Listster said, his tone calm. For someone like Doberman, this scene was pure overkill. Hey, if you Navy types know what's good for you, turn back the way you came. The New World has no place for the likes of you. One pirate boasted belligerently, showing not a hint of respect, even in the face of 3 naval rear admirals. Rear Admiral Doberman, leave your adjutant here and take a squad to handle this lot, Listster ordered, unfazed. Don't let this rabble waste any more of our time. Yes, sir. Although Doberman and Listster held the same rank, Listster was in charge of this mission, so his word was final. Without hesitation, Doberman's adjutant led a team of soldiers straight at the blockade, clearing a path for Listster and the others to advance. "You miserable Navy scum!" the same pirate yelled, struggling to halt their progress. But he was quickly confronted by a single Navy man who blocked his way, making escape impossible. "You'd better just stay put and behave yourself," came the steely warning. You could hear the cold, ruthless voice of the Navy officer standing before him. "Damn it! Even if you manage to break through my defenses, what does it matter? You worthless lot can't even get close to our captain." So noisy, Lystster and his companions paid no heed to the pirate's bluster. It didn't matter if 1,000 troops stood in their way, or if countless hardships awaited them. They would push forward all the same. Because they were Marines. Marines who brought justice to evil. Marines who protected the people. They had to live up to the emblem of justice on their backs. At least here now, they must. They could not allow the people of the New World to be disappointed any longer. A few words on the launch. After more than a month of effort, this book has finally reached the point of going live. I want to thank everyone for your tremendous support throughout this journey. Thank you for your recommendation votes, your monthly tickets, and your gifts. I've written 4 or 5 novels before, but among them, this one has performed the best before launch. I don't know how things will go after it goes live, nor how many readers I might lose tomorrow. But no matter what, I'm deeply grateful for your companionship along the way. I'm aware of my shortcomings. My writing may be lacking, and my ideas might not be the most original, but I'll continue to work hard and improve. Thanks as well to Senior Editor Zue for his unwavering support. Without his guidance, this book would never have achieved what it has today. When the book goes live tomorrow, I hope you'll still be with me. And if any of you are able, I'd truly appreciate your subscriptions. Thank you all. As for the rest, I'll leave them to you. I'm going to see just what this Falx is truly capable of. All right, Rear Admiral Lystster. Be careful. Squirrel called out to Lystster. Taking down a pirate cruise captain was a great achievement, but they had to measure their strength. Both Squirrel and Doberman believed themselves strong, but they weren't yet confident enough to take on a pirate with a bounty over 1 billion. Understood. With those words, Lystster transformed into a streak of golden light, flying straight toward the place where, in his observation, the strongest presence awaited. On his way, a white dove and a blackbird tried to intercept him. Lystster recognized the two as the second and third in command of the Skybird pirates, but he had no intention of getting tangled up with them. With 2 quick blasts of laser from his fingers, he forced them back and pressed on toward the royal palace. Damn it! Blackbird Borg let out a furious growl. He just promised Falx he would deal with Lystster himself. Now Lystster had broken through his defenses in the blink of an eye. Then, he got ready to pursue Rist. Your opponent is me. Suddenly, a flying slash shot straight at Borg. Musu appeared, hurrying over with swift moonwalk steps, a grave look on his face as he stared at Borg. Borg's name carried some weight in the New World. After all, the Skybird pirates were second only to the Beast pirates, but there were some who even considered them equals. And who the hell are you? Some other loser? Borg's tone was openly hostile. He already felt humiliated that Rist had broken through his defenses, and now to be stopped by some no-name Navy officer only made it worse. Rear Admiral Musu of Navy Headquarters. Rear Admiral? If you want to capture me, you'd better at least send a Vice Admiral. With that, Borg transformed into his Blackbird form and charged straight at Musu. It was clear he intended to end the fight quickly. To deal with you, there's no need for an admiral to step in. A mere Rear Admiral like me is more than enough. Musu gripped his sword with both hands and brought it down in a seemingly ordinary strike. Blade met claw with a ringing clash. Yet, instead of Musu being overpowered as Borg had imagined, the two were actually evenly matched in this exchange. What? There's no way you're just a Rear Admiral. Borg's face filled with disbelief as he watched Musu block his attack. It had been years since these pirates last clashed with the Navy. Could the Navy's standards have risen so dramatically in just a few years? Could a mere Rear Admiral really hold him back now? Looks like we in the Navy have overestimated you pirates lurking here in the New World. Now that I see for myself, you're not much. Also, who told you that military rank measures our strength? Damn it. Musu's words, dripping with contempt, only fueled Borg's anger. A fierce aura radiated from his entire body as he completely unleashed his power, the presence of his Zoan-type devil fruit manifesting its peak. You filthy rat, you've pushed me too far. I'll show you just how ruthless the New World can be. Borg's voice had turned hoarse, his pupils now tinged with blood red. The bloodlust rolling off him was almost palpable. Isn't that what it takes to call yourself a true pirate of the New World? At this, Musu's gaze turned steely, and a powerful aura emanated from him, the aura of a true swordsman. A powerful and keen aura clashed with a ferocious, violent one. Though it wasn't as intense as a direct collision of conquerors' hockey, the impact of these two men's wills was formidable in its own right. At the same time as Squirrel and Boar crossed swords, Doberman found himself facing off against White. So, you're White, the one with the dove fruit power? Unlike Borg, who always dressed in black, White was garbed head to toe in white, just as he always was. It's almost ironic, a dove, a symbol of peace, appearing among you pirates. Today, I swear, I'll erase that devil fruit from your body. And there was only one way to strip a devil fruit from its user, by killing them. If you think you can do it, then go ahead and try, Vice Admiral Doberman of Navy Headquarters. You know who I am? This time, it was Doberman's turn to be taken aback. Although he was a Vice Admiral, most of his reputation was confined to the first half of the Grand Line. He'd barely set foot in the New World. And even then, it had always been as part of Admiral Akainu's entourage. He played only a minor role in the battles there. Don't underestimate the skills of a pirate crew's intelligence officer. White flashed a prideful smile, basking in the strength of his own information network. Doberman from Navy Headquarters, Vice Admiral in status, but with the strength of a Rear Admiral. You've never achieved the battlefield glory needed to make a name for yourself, and so you've been stuck at your rank. Isn't that right? Doberman's face clouded instantly at White's words. You? He couldn't help but tighten his grip on his weapon, but White, his opponent, answered in kind, meeting force with force. If I defeat you today, my promotion is all but guaranteed. Is that so? Yet to me, it sounds more like the Navy has thrown you all to the wolves. Do you really think you can trust that little upstart to defeat our captain? Do you honestly believe that with his feeble strength, he can topple a legendary pirate? You'll never know unless you try. At first, Doberman hadn't had much confidence in Listster. But after witnessing Listster's sky-splitting sword strike, Doberman had come to believe in his abilities. A true master swordsman, perhaps even with a Logia-type devil fruit. Even if he couldn't bring down the enemy outright, he could at least ensure their safe retreat. After all, the power of a great swordsman was not so easily countered. What a joke. You Navy people will never truly understand just how powerful our captain really is. Even when facing that monster Kaido head-on, our captain can still win, easily and decisively. It had to be said, White now harbored a blind admiration for their captain, Falx. Perhaps life had grown too comfortable for him, dulling even the most basic sense of judgment. Or maybe they had never truly witnessed Kaido's terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Listster had arrived at the palace and immediately noticed the man seated on the throne. The face matched the one on the wanted posters exactly. Falx, captain of the Heavenly Bird Pirates. Navy uniforms are just as plain as always, aren't they? Seeing Listster appear, Falx's expression didn't so much as flicker. Instead, he made a light jest about the naval attire, his tone airy. Such behavior suggested absolute confidence in his own strength. The certainty that Listster could never be a real threat. Don't you know? It's impolite to speak to someone while sitting down. Listster paid no mind to the verbal jabs. Courtesy is for equals, but you and I are not the same. As he said those final words, a faint, disdainful smile flickered across Falx's face. Is that so? Seems you really underestimate me, then. In that case, I won't waste any more words. Prepare yourself. The moment he finished speaking, Listster was already before Falx in the blink of an eye. Wind chime had left its scabbard, slashing down toward Falx with deadly force. Falx met the blow with his leg, but it wasn't an ordinary leg. It had transformed into a bird talon, flecked with shimmering golden feathers. When the two clashed, a violent shockwave erupted between them, tearing through the once opulent palace and reducing it to a wreck in an instant. So you can partially transform your body with a devil fruit, huh? Listster wasn't the slightest bit surprised that Falx had blocked the attack. After all, any pirate who'd survived this long in the New World should be able to withstand a strike like that. Otherwise, the waves of this cruel sea would have swallowed him long ago. But while Listster stayed calm, a flicker of shock darted through Falx's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Listster to move with such speed, or for his swordsmanship to be this formidable. The chair beneath Falx had also shattered in that exchange. When the opening assault failed, Listster immediately took a large step back. Falx had already risen from his seat. As he stood, the remains of the chair crashed down behind him. That really was an unremarkable attack. My attacks aren't for show. They're meant to kill. List held phoneme in his hand, his expression calm as he spoke. So, if that's how it is, then let me show you an attack that's not only deadly, but also magnificent. With those words, Falx spread his arms wide. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings burst forth from his back. Golden feathers streamed from his wings, swirling and circling around him in the air. Come on then, witness the splendor of my attack. Crimson Gold, Feather Strike. In an instant, those feathers shot toward List at blinding speed. Unlike the soft feathers of ordinary birds, these were as hard as steel, razor-sharp as they flew. It does look impressive, but underneath all that flash, there's not much substance. Wave Slash. List swung his sword, sending a blade of energy slicing through the air. For most, those golden feathers would have been deadly, but to List, they were nothing. With a single wave slash, he brought them all crashing down. Feathers scattered in every direction, not a single one landing within 5 meters of him. "Oh, I see you have some skill," Phalx remarked, still wearing the same unruffled expression. The sight stirred a mischievous streak in List. He wondered what that expression would look like twisted in fear. But you'd be mistaken if you thought my attack ended here. To everyone's surprise, the fallen feathers rose from the ground once more. Where they'd once gleamed gold, they now turned pitch black, shining with the aura of armament hockey. One after another, the black feathers hurtled toward List. As he struck them down, List found himself gradually encircled. On all sides, the feathers were aiming straight at him. "D. Marina. TCH, quite the sneaky tactic, aren't you?" Yet even now, List's face showed no trace of panic. Suddenly, from every direction, the feathers converged, intent on turning him into a pincushion. Eightfold Yada jewels. A radiant gold light burst from List's body. Countless orbs of light zipped outward, colliding with the feathers. Each impact unleashed a series of explosions that obliterated them on the spot. "Show me your true strength, Phalx. Otherwise, you won't get another chance." Raising Phomine and pointing it straight at Phalx, List let his aura as a master swordsman surge outward. With every step he took, his presence grew only more overwhelming. When Listster closed the gap to just 1 meter from Phalx, an overwhelming aura surged from him, reaching its peak. The sheer force of it bore down upon Phalx, creating an oppressive atmosphere so intense that even the walls of the royal palace trembled from the pressure. At last, Phalx's expression changed. His face turned ashen, and his eyes grew grim and focused. "A great swordsman, is it? It seems I really underestimated you just now," Phalx said with utmost seriousness. He had never imagined that Listster possessed the strength of a great swordsman. Even in the New World, such warriors were incredibly rare. At least, he had yet to encounter one there himself. But so what if you were a great swordsman? Come, let me see what kind of strength you truly possess. In an instant, Phalx unleashed a mighty aura of his own, clashing head-on with the force emanating from Listster. The shockwave from their confrontation ripped through the palace, tearing the roof clear off. At the same time, Phalx's body began to grow, expanding in size. Suddenly, a tremendous golden-winged bird burst forth from the palace, soaring into the sky. Its feathers and body gleamed with a regal golden light, and tongues of flame curled and danced along its grand wings. This extraordinary sight seized the attention of every soul on the battlefield. All eyes locked onto the golden-crimson bird in wonder and fear. The immense power radiating from the golden-winged creature sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Doberman and Flying Squirrel broke out into cold sweat as they realized that, had they faced Phalx instead, they wouldn't have lasted long at all. "Do you feel it now? The power of our captain. You Marines don't stand a chance against him," Borg shouted, his voice wild with excitement. But in the very next moment, an even greater aura swept across the battlefield, freezing Borg's elated expression in place. Listster, too, soared into the air, exuding an aura no weaker than that of the golden crimson bird. He wore an indifferent, calm expression, yet the presence he projected brought a newfound confidence to the gathered Marines. "So your captain isn't invincible after all, is he?" Doberman let out a bloodthirsty grin, though inside he felt a sting of regret and envy. He was more than a decade older than Listster, yet his strength was no match. "Oomph! Don't you dare look down on our captain." The moment he heard those words, Borg erupted with rage. As Phalx's steadfast devotee, he would not tolerate anyone uttering the slightest insult against Phalx. During the course of battle, Doberman and Shrew found themselves switching opponents. It seemed to both of them that the other's adversary was a better match for their own fighting style. Phalx, who had transformed into a golden-winged bird, swelled to nearly 7 meters tall. The surge in his aura and strength gave rise to a newfound confidence, so much so that his gaze toward List was filled with utter disdain. Although List's own presence now felt comparable to Phalx clearly didn't take him seriously at all. "This fight ends here, Navy." Phalx let out a thunderous roar. Then, without hesitation, he threw open his beak and unleashed a torrent of flames, hurtling toward List. The searing heat warped the air around them, threatening to scorch everything in its path. Yet, within the onslaught of flames, List did not so much as flinch or move. The fire struck his body, but wherever the flames touched, his form shimmered and dissolved into faint sparks of light, the fire passing harmlessly through him. A Logia-type devil fruit user, is it? Witnessing this, Forks narrowed his eyes. This was an unexpected revelation. But it's useless. With that, Forks beat his wings mightily. Armament haki surged over them, turning his once golden feathers as black as obsidian. The flames that had wrapped around his wings now blazed with a dark, ominous glow. The golden red bird closed his beak and, with a powerful sweep of both wings, lunged at List in a pincer attack. Each beat of his wings sent a new wave of flames billowing outward. Now that his wings were cloaked in armament haki, List could no longer rely on elemental transformation to evade. Forks' attacks came with blinding speed, but in that reckless momentum, he left himself an opening. Each time Forks swung his wings, a vulnerable spot appeared just in front of his chest, a gap he couldn't shield. This is the moment. As the great bird's wings came crashing toward him, List vanished with sudden, blinding speed, using Shave to appear instantly in front of Forks. At such close range, Shave was even faster than intangible transformation. What? Forks recoiled in shock at List's abrupt appearance, but it was already far too late to dodge. Flowing heart sword pierce. In a flash, List's sword stroke shot out, so swift and sharp that a ripple of force burst straight through the space behind the golden bird. The blade wind chant plunged directly into the great bird's body. You bastard! Seeing himself injured, Fox was instantly consumed by rage. His fiery temper, now, seemed to have been physically ignited by the flames on his body, and his entire form burst into a blazing inferno once more. If the flames that had originally surrounded the golden-winged bird were like a faint and winding creek, flickering and elusive, then now, the conflagration that enveloped Fox was an endless, surging ocean. Everywhere the eye could see, wildfire roared and surged. Witnessing this, Listster immediately withdrew wind chant from the golden-winged bird's body and quickly retreated backward. He could feel that Fox was on the verge of entering a state of utter frenzy. It was as if he stood on the edge, about to lose all sense and reason. Surrender now, pirates. Your captain is no match for Rear Admiral Listster, the flying squirrel said gravely to White. White was formidable, so much so that even the flying squirrel himself wasn't confident he could defeat him outright. Now, with both men locked in a tense stalemate, a single misstep could destroy the delicate balance between them. Both fighters were on full alert, not daring to let their guards down for even a moment. You should be the one surrendering, Rear Admiral Flying Squirrel, White replied evenly. What do you mean by that? The flying squirrel's wariness grew at White's words. Anyone could see that Listster held the upper hand in that battle, yet White remained unfazed and seemed convinced of their captain's victory. Clearly, they were hiding something up their sleeves. Do you think we could become one of the great pirate crews of a new world with just this level of strength? What exactly are you implying? There was a hint of urgency in the flying squirrel's voice now. The situation was clearly more complicated than it appeared. Just watch, White said quietly. Your Rear Admiral Listster has unleashed a monster. As White's final words hung in the air, the golden-winged bird facing off against Listster suddenly seemed to lose all reason. With a shriek, it began spewing fire in every direction. In this indiscriminate attack, not only did pirates fall to the torrent of flames, but members of their own crew and innocent townsfolk living nearby were also caught in the destruction. This guy, Listster muttered under his breath, frustration plain in his eyes. He could do nothing but save as many people as he could reach. Soon after, the rampaging Fox finally came to a halt. But even during his madness, he had caused serious losses to both sides. Now Fox hovered motionless in the air, as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Yet Listster remained on guard, sensing with his haki that the consciousness once belonging to Fox was now being overtaken by something else, an entirely different will. So you're the one, are you? Fox suddenly spoke, his voice unfamiliar and cold, as though he no longer recognized Listster at all. Moreover, the aura around him had shifted as well. The golden feathered bird, which once exuded an air of nobility, now radiated a sinister, almost wicked presence. Who are you? Who am I? What a ridiculous question. Of course, I'm Falx. Ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, he answered without hesitation. But I'm nothing like that useless wretch you saw before. Since I've shown myself, surely you realize your death is inevitable. Is this a split personality? Listster wondered to himself. The transformation was so abrupt, almost as if someone entirely different had taken control. Listster couldn't think of any explanation but dissociative identity. It made him all the more cautious. If this other persona only emerged in moments of danger, it surely meant it was far more terrifying than the original. When Falx appeared, subtle changes swept over the golden bird as well. What was once a mantle of golden feathers had now turned blood red, and the flames that danced upon its body took on a demonic, crimson glow. "Prepare to die, Marine!" Falx roared, and in a flash, launched himself away from Lister's side. Zulfust! For a moment, Listster couldn't even react before Falx's massive wings struck him, hurling him across the battlefield. He crashed into the ground, carving a deep crater into the earth. What? Everyone who witnessed the scene was struck dumb with shock. Just moments before, Listster had the upper hand, forcing Falx into a corner. Yet now, the tables had turned completely. "Ha ha ha! Now that's the true strength of our captain." Borg shouted with wild enthusiasm, eyes blazing with admiration. There was no mistaking it. He was truly Falx's most devoted follower. "Surely you didn't think that was our captain's true self just now, did you?" "What do you mean?" Doberman asked with a dark frown. His body bore fresh wounds. After all, Borg was a formidable opponent, one who could stand toe-to-toe with a Marine Vice Admiral. "This blood-soaked, violent persona is our captain's real self," Borg declared, a fervent gleam in his eyes. The revelation stunned Doberman. In most cases, dual personalities are complementary. If the primary self is particularly timid or weak, a savage alter might emerge to balance the scales. But if the main personality is already overwhelmingly powerful, it's almost unthinkable for a weaker persona to appear. That elegant version of Falx was only a facade, a way for our captain to keep his penchant for violence in check. Otherwise, with his true nature, the New World would have never known such uneasy peace. So that's how it is. Thank you for the information. Yeah, but what good does knowing do you? That Navy officer is bound to die at the hands of our captain. The battle isn't over yet. Don't jump to conclusions so easily. Besides, I have faith in our Rear Admiral Listster. Ha ha. Well then, I'm really looking forward to seeing that fierce face of yours twisted in despair. No, it's you who will know despair, Borg. With that, Doberman drew his sword and charged at Borg, who had transformed into a blackbird. Yet, because Borg could fly, Doberman held no advantage. His attacks were always deftly evaded by his airborne foe. The same was true for Squirrel. White didn't seem much suited to combat, so during their fight, he spent most of the time evading, rarely launching any attacks of his own. Meanwhile, Falx, who had struck Listster down, had thrown his head back in wild laughter. So this is what a Navy Rear Admiral looks like? What a disgrace. The laughter rang out, unmistakably aimed at Listster. "Looks like you've really underestimated me." An utterly calm voice sounded right in Falx's ear, and in that instant, his smile vanished, freezing over with surprise. "To be honest, I'm quite adept at speed as well. Single blade style, crescent slash." In the blink of an eye, Listster appeared behind Falx and flashed his blade. To onlookers, the arc traced by his sword resembled a waxing moon, gone in an instant. A sudden spray of blood burst from Falx's back. Listster, to shield himself from the splatter, instantly shifted away in a streak of golden light. "Damn you, you wretch. That hurts like hell." Falx roared. But that scream revealed something to Listster, a weakness. Falx's sense of pain was extraordinarily acute. For other fighters of Admiral rank, such wounds might hurt, but at most they'd just knit their brows. Hardly anyone would cry out in such raw agony. Across the battlefield, everyone who heard that anguished howl felt a tremor in their hearts, for that voice was so tormented it seemed almost inhuman. "Sailor, I'll make you pay for that." Falx's eyes now blazed a deep, menacing red, and the bloody aura radiating from his body grew thicker and fiercer, swiftly engulfing him from head to toe. Because of this, Listster, who was standing outside, had absolutely no way of knowing what was happening within the blood-red flames. All he could tell was that, as he focused with his observation hockey, the vitality emanating from within those flames was growing ever stronger, so powerful it brought to mind the monstrous presence of Kaido. Then, after about 30 seconds, the blood flames suddenly dispersed with a roar, revealing a birdman, a form uncannily similar to Kaido's hybrid dragon state. Folks watched as Fork's height shot up to about 3 meters. His skin was completely shrouded in feathers, leaving only a small patch of human flesh visible on his face. Behind him, a pair of blood-red wings had sprouted, while scarlet flames danced and curled around his feet. This form radiated such danger that Listster felt a chill deep within, a primal warning echoing in his heart. "You, Navy officer, should consider it an honor," Forks declared with an eerie pride. "You forced me to reveal this form. True, I haven't yet mastered it, but be grateful, for you'll be the first to die beneath its power." Lister's tone was calm, even a little mocking. Not bad at all. But compared to Kaido's Dragon Man form, you still fall short." "What did you say? You bastard Navy dog?" I'll kill you. In a blink, feathers from Fork's back streaked forth and, gathering in his hand, formed a razor-sharp sword. And then, he vanished, reappearing in the blink of an eye directly behind Listster. But Listster was ready. He spun around, their blades clashing in a blinding instant. With a harsh clang and a burst of sparks, their weapons collided, the force of their clash blowing the clouds from the sky. All of them wiped away, the very heavens themselves split open. From that single point of contact erupted crimson-black bolts of energy, crackling like thunder between them. Yes, this was the Conqueror's Haki at war. For all his infamy as a New World pirate lord, Forks, of course, possessed the kingly aura of a conqueror. Unlike Listter's golden aura, the area shrouded by Forks' Conqueror's Haki was enveloped in a sinister, blood-red light. Forks was visibly shocked, not because Listster possessed Conqueror's Haki, but because Listster was able to match his speed and react in time. How is that possible? Listster answered, his voice cool and edged with irony. You think all those years I wore a blindfold were wasted? At that, Forks understood. Listter's observation Haki must have reached a level truly terrifying. The collision of their overwhelming powers tore the land asunder. Mountains split, boulders crashed down, houses cracked and exploded. In the area closest to the two, everything, absolutely everything, including people, had been blown away, leaving nothing behind. Both of their bodies radiated an unrestrained Conqueror's Haki, clashing fiercely against each other. It looks like the Navy really needs to take action against the heavenly bird pirates. Judging by the scale of that spectacle, I'd say Falx must have made his move. The pirate crews, observing the battle from outside the island, had all noticed the changes in the sky. Even the sea around them was restless. Waves surged, rolling in one after another, making it impossible for their ships to remain steady on the water. But among those Marines, there's actually someone who can fight Falx to a standstill. Who could it be? If I remember correctly, the Navy didn't send any admirals this time. One of the pirate captains voiced his doubts. Who knows? But rumor has it, the highest-ranking Marine for this mission is a guy called Listster. As in the one stationed at Sabeti Archipelago, the reason no fresh blood has entered the New World for over a year. He's really that strong? To be able to fight Falx like this? No one could have predicted it. But from what we're seeing now, this Listster has already surpassed all our expectations. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, when Falx saw that Listster had blocked his attack, his expression twisted with fury. Veins bulged on his forehead, his arms looked thicker, and the might in his hands intensified. Navy brat, a year from today will be your death anniversary. With that, Falx suddenly beat his wings. The force produced from their mighty flapping propelled Listster backwards, sliding him across the ground, all while red flames danced and crackled around them. Zoan-type devil fruits really are a pain, Listster muttered. In terms of raw power, they were evenly matched, but Falx's wings provided an added advantage, something that was starting to irritate Listster. One sword style, Crescent Aurora Slash. Suddenly, Listster unleashed all his strength in a single instant. He swung his blade downward, releasing a silvery crescent-shaped slash that swept forward with blinding speed. The sword aura soared to the height of several dozen meters, rendering even Falx tiny in its wake. Fortunately for him, Falx's stance was both offensive and defensive. Though he was blasted dozens of meters back, he managed to avoid any serious injuries. He simply looked a bit battered on the outside. Not bad, Navy, Falx spat, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. After all, that was a strike from a great swordsman. Even if you survive, you're bound to suffer some damage. But now I'm done holding back. Even though he'd been forced back, Falx's face betrayed a savage delight. He looked tireless, wholly unconcerned with matters of life and death. I feel the same way, replied Listster. Both men charged at each other at the same time. In an instant, a golden flash and a crimson blaze collided with a deafening burst. To the bystanders, their movements were little more than blurs. Only the streaks of light as they clashed again and again could be seen, darting and colliding with relentless energy. On the ground or mid-air, their figures flickered everywhere, wherever their battle touched. The land was left split asunder and boulders came crashing down. The aftermath of their combat painted scenes of devastation wherever they crossed paths. Their duel had all but stunned everyone witnessing the spectacle. The members of the Skybird Pirates hadn't expected that Navy officer could push their captain to such extremes. As for the Marines, they were equally astonished by Listter's overwhelming strength, which had far exceeded their expectations. Though the broader battle between the two forces still raged on, it was clear that no one fought with the intensity they showed before. Everyone knew that no matter the outcome of their skirmishes, victory or defeat would ultimately be determined by those two locked in combat at the center. If Listster won, there would be no doubt that the Marines would claim victory that day. But if Folks prevailed, disaster would descend upon the Navy men. Annihilation awaited them, without question. The power of the glint fruit, combined with the skills of a master swordsman, would be enough on their own to earn a place in the world's legends. But Listster possessed both. In this battle, Listster had yet to show his full strength. At the very least, he hadn't revealed the powers of his wood, float, or great Buddha fruits. If he unleashed the abilities of those other devil fruits, even someone as formidable as Folks would likely have been defeated by now. The two of them clashed at this feverish pitch for about an hour before finally coming to a halt. An hour's battle may not seem long to ordinary people, but for warriors of their caliber, among the world's strongest, it's hardly extraordinary. Some battles in legend were said to last 3 days and nights, even 10. Still, the key difference was that throughout this hour, both fought at full power, neither holding anything back. That non-stop intensity exacted an enormous toll. For both men, it was a true test of their endurance and strength. When the two finally parted, neither looked unscathed. Lister's navy coat was reduced to tatters, bearing slashes and blood from blade-sharp wounds. Folks, for his part, looked to be in even worse shape. Though Folks could boast remarkable speed, he still couldn't outpace the power of the glint fruit. His feather-forged sword was razor-sharp, but in swordsmanship, Listster stood as a grandmaster. At this point in the fight, the only real advantage Folks still held was the sheer stamina that his beast-type devil fruit bestowed, a boost to his physical strength and endurance. But even that, he was beginning to realize, wasn't without its limits. Over time, this state became impossible to sustain. Now, Fawkes was truly fighting with every fiber of his being, his body so battered and bloody that there was hardly an unscathed spot left on him. The once noble Fawkes was gone. Standing before Listster now was nothing more than a war-crazed madman. Both of them were gasping for breath, desperately trying to recover their strength as quickly as possible. They both knew this battle was reaching its end. The next exchange could very well decide everything. It could be the decisive blow. Suddenly, Fawkes spread his wings. The feathers that Listster had knocked away grew back in an instant, and the wings themselves seemed to swell even larger, each one spreading wide, stretching nearly 20 meters across. At the same time, Listster raised his sword high, every ounce of his overwhelming armament haki channeling into the blade, radiating a menacing aura that sent shivers down anyone's spine. The air itself seemed to darken as Lister's blade reached for the sky. This will be my final move, Navy. Blazing Inferno. And I shall answer in kind, pirate. Single sword style, shadow song of oblivion. Fawkes let loose a torrent of blazing flames from his mouth. As he beat his massive wings, the fire surged, growing wilder and ever more intense, its searing heat rising with every gust. Scattered within the blaze were feathers imbued with armament haki, making it impossible for Listster to evade with his elemental form. And if Listster even thought of leaving the area, the flames would rain down in his place, utterly obliterating anyone or anything below, whether person or building. Fawkes was forcing Listster into a direct confrontation, leaving him no room to retreat. This guy, at this moment, everyone else had frozen in place. Whether they were Navy or members of the Heavenly Bird Pirates, all eyes were fixed on the inferno raging across the sky. Even with several dozen meters separating them from the flames overhead, the scorching heat made their hair feel like it was about to catch fire. That bastard! Commodore Shrew gritted his teeth as he spoke. Fawkes' actions showed clear disregard for all their lives, and in that instant, a dark resentment took root in his heart for being such a burden during this battle. He never expected that the opponent would resort to such a despicable tactic, forcing Listster into a head-on fight. Meanwhile, Lister's raised sword seemed to drain all color from the world. In the eyes of everyone present, all that remained was endless blackness. Even sound was swallowed up and lost. Some people tried to speak, but not a single word escaped their lips. In that moment, everyone felt as though their very breath was being squeezed from their lungs. Fade into silence, Fawkes. Only Lister's voice could be heard at the scene. As his wind chant faded, a surge of immense black sword energy was unleashed, cleaving through the air. The blade's aura moved steadily, not in haste, slicing slowly through the sea of flames. Yet wherever this sword energy passed, the blazing fire vanished mysteriously without a trace. At that moment, Fawkes' eyes widened in terror. The look of true fear appeared on his face for the first time. He tried to move, but for reasons unknown, his body felt as though it had been frozen in place, utterly immobilized. He could do nothing but watch in frozen dread as that onyx blade of energy drew nearer and nearer, slowly consuming him whole, until there was nothing left. Even upon the brink of death, he never uttered a single sound. This war is over. Though Lister's words echoed through the battlefield, silence reigned. All present were left in awe by his final strike, a technique so powerful it was unlike anything they had seen in their entire lives. It was a sword technique none of them would ever forget. Then, from somewhere amidst the crowd, a cheer broke out. In an instant, jubilant cries swept across the battlefield, the faces of every Marine shining with elation. Moments before, beneath the sea of fire, they had truly despaired. Now, every shout was filled with the relief and gratitude of survivors. This battle belongs to the Navy. At that moment, it was as if the Marines had been infused with boundless vigor, while the pirates, their morale shattered, began to surrender, some dropping their weapons without a fight. You gotta be kidding. There's no way the captain could have lost. You Marines must have used some trickery. Borg roared in defiance, transforming into a massive black bird and launching himself at Listster. Even Doberman was caught off guard. Perhaps he hadn't imagined that Borg would still dare to make a move at such a time. If you don't believe it, then taste this attack for yourself. As it happens, there's still some power left over from before. Once again, Listster raised his blade and swung. The move mirrored his earlier technique, but this time, it lacked that same overwhelming force. One sword style, Dark Aria, Oblivion. The moment Oblivion locked on a Borg, his mind snapped clear. An overwhelming sense of mortal danger sent a chill surging through him. A bone-deep coldness reminiscent of the icy grip of the underworld, forcing his body and soul to wake up. That fool, White muttered in frustration. He knew that once caught in that technique, Borg's fate was sealed. Without hesitation, White morphed into a gigantic white dove and set off, soaring toward the edge of the island. Pirate, you're not getting away. The flying squirrel let out a furious roar, then launched several swift, slicing attacks through the air. Yet White didn't even attempt to dodge the blows from behind. He allowed the strikes to land squarely on his back. His pristine white feathers were already stained crimson, but the pain from his wounds drew only a muffled grunt from him. He pressed on, wings beating determinately as he flew farther into the distance. Seeing his attacks thwarted, the flying squirrel immediately sprang forward with Moonwalk, propelling himself through the air in hot pursuit. However, his speed with Moonwalk simply couldn't match the white dove's swift flight. The gap between the two of them grew with every passing moment. White could already see the edge of the island ahead. In his eyes, the hope of survival began to flicker. Just a little farther, and he would be free of this place. Once he escaped the island, safety seemed almost within reach. Did I say you could leave? Suddenly, a voice rang out above White's head. He barely caught sight of a golden streak flashing before his eyes before Listster materialized directly in front of him. Marine, must you really drive things to extermination? White halted in midair, resigned. He knew full well that before Listster, he had not even a sliver of hope. The moment you chose to become a pirate, Listster said coldly, you should have realized this day would come. So what will it be? Will you surrender quietly, or will you struggle, only to die by my hand? There was no mistaking the threat in Lister's words. It was clear, if he made a move, White would not survive. Hearing this, White's face contorted in inner conflict. Then, as if a weight had been lifted, a quiet, helpless smile appeared on his lips. Very well, I surrender. He landed on the ground, transforming back into human form, and lifted his hands in surrender. Under Lister's watchful gaze, the Navy officers clamped sea-stone handcuffs onto his wrists. The battle was over. It could only be called a decisive victory for the Navy. Their commanders had emerged almost unscathed. Only ordinary soldiers had suffered some casualties. But all in all, the outcome could not have been better. From that day on, the Tori pirates ceased to exist. The captain and first mate had been killed on the spot, while the rest were captured and were now awaiting judgment in the great prison, impelled down. Both Doberman and the Flying Squirrel shared a satisfied smile. With the success of this mission, their promotions to Vice Admiral were all but assured, just a matter of time, perhaps imminent. Though neither had personally vanquished White or Borg, both had played a crucial role in delaying them, lending indispensable support to Listster through the course of the fight. Well done, Listster. This was Sengoku's evaluation of List after he reported back. In fact, this mission could be seen as a sort of test from Sengoku, a trial to see whether List truly possessed the strength required to become a pillar of the Navy. Now, it seemed clear that List did indeed have what it took. The very same day, the news of the Tenio pirates' destruction spread across the world, sending a shockwave through every pirate crew in the New World. The Tenio pirates belonged to the very first echelon among all pirate crews here. Yet such a powerful force had fallen to the Navy in a single day, failing to hold out even for 24 hours. Because of this, List, as the main force responsible for vanquishing the Tenio pirates, was brought once again into the spotlight of every faction throughout the New World. In fact, some had even begun to call him the Navy's fourth admiral, or described him as the person most likely to become an admiral in the near future. But List himself cared little for these titles. He was not particularly interested in attaining the rank of admiral, let alone that of fleet admiral. His one and only goal was to protect the Navy that Zephyr cherished in his heart. For List, Zephyr was the most important person in his life, practically family. Zephyr had always treated List as his own son, and List, in turn, regarded Zephyr as a father. As long as Zephyr remained in the Navy, List would stay as well. As long as Zephyr didn't lose all hope in the Navy, neither would List. To be honest, since coming to this world, List had never held any grand ambitions, nor did he dream of changing the world. All he wanted was to gain enough strength to live peacefully in this world. The hopes placed upon his shoulders were simply the wishes Zephyr had for him, along with the expectations imposed by the high command of the Navy. The only reason he strove so hard was that he did not want to bring shame upon Zephyr. Of course, when it came to what he did in the Sabeti archipelago, those were entirely his own decisions. As someone raised with a sense of civic duty and common decency, he simply could not accept the existence of slavery in this world. Having always been overflowing with compassion, even in his past life, knowingly letting himself be tricked by swindlers just because he couldn't bear to refuse them, he certainly couldn't stand to see the pitiful, pleading, freedom-loving gazes of the enslaved. After dealing with the Tenio pirates, List and his crew left the island. They did not accept any gifts or offerings from the citizens of the country, for in their eyes, these people were never truly worthy of such rewards. This battle had nearly destroyed a part of this country. Many innocent civilians lost their lives in the crossfire between the two armies. Though such tragedies are sometimes unavoidable, Listster could not free himself from a deep sense of guilt. He felt remorse for the suffering of this nation's people. As for the aftermath, the world government would soon send representatives to manage the resettlement and recovery. Even though the royal family of this land had been wiped out, a new dynasty would soon take its place. However, Sengoku did not allow them to return to Navy headquarters immediately. Instead, he ordered them to sweep through the New World, a move intended to help Listster build his record and reputation, but also to remind the pirates of the New World that they had grown far too bold and desperately needed to be taught a lesson. While the Navy could not extend its reach as freely throughout the New World, this campaign would serve as a stern reminder. Just because you're in the New World doesn't mean you're above the law. Under Listster's lead, their presence in the New World made a significant impact. Many pirates, once audacious and reckless, had become noticeably more subdued. It was as though this fleet were commanded not by a rear admiral, but by an admiral himself. During this period, both Momonga and Doberman grew to respect Listster greatly. They recognized his strength and admired the authority that came with it. They knew that should Listster ever ascend to admiral, he would undoubtedly attract a band of loyal followers within the Navy's ranks. Of course, not every pirate in the New World had learned to behave. There were always those foolhardy enough to challenge the Navy, eager to measure their strength against its might. But every encounter proved disastrous for them. At best, they found themselves thrown into the brig aboard the warship. At worst, they were lost to the sea, perhaps becoming nothing more than a meal for a passing sea king. By now, the ship's jail was full to bursting, unable to contain a single prisoner more. It was time to set sail for home. Yet, just as they prepared to leave the New World behind, they came upon a pirate crew lying in wait. "Reporting, sir. There's a pirate crew ahead," the lookout announced, hurrying to stand before Listster. "A pirate ship appearing here. Are they actually waiting for us?" Listster wondered to himself. "Can you tell which pirate crew it is?" he asked. Anyone bold enough to ambush them at the exit had to be more than just an ordinary crew. "Sir, they're flying the flag of the Beast Pirates, but it looks like this is only one of their subordinate crews," the lookout replied. "The Beast Pirates, is it? I hadn't even gone looking for them, and here they've delivered themselves to my door," Listster remarked, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Listster still remembers the battle in which he was defeated by Kaido. If Zephyr hadn't arrived just in time, he might have already lost his life. "Get closer. I want to see for myself. Which pirate crew is so audacious as to block our only path?" Both Mole and Doberman now felt completely secure about their safety. As long as it wasn't the Whitebeard Pirates, Beast Pirates, or Big Mom Pirates, they had full confidence in Listster's strength. No matter which pirate crew was blocking their way now, none of them felt the slightest bit of panic. "Captain, that group of Marines has appeared." Just as the Navy spotted them, they in turn also discovered Listster and his company. "So they've finally shown themselves. I've been waiting long enough. Guess it wasn't for nothing." A brawny man, with half his face covered in a thick beard, spoke up. He looked simple-minded, but But anyone who underestimated him for his looks would be making a grave mistake. We just joined the Beast Pirates. We must take this Navy captain's head and present it to Boss Kaido as our greeting gift. Yes, Captain. At last, 3 Navy warships slowly drew near to the pirate vessel, and the lookout on the Navy's side finally managed to make out the flag beneath the Beast Pirates banner. Sir, that's the Blood Tiger Pirates. Rumor has it their captain is a Zoan-type devil fruit user with a bounty of 550 million berries. But from the look of it, he's joined the Beast Pirates now. A Zoan-type, huh? That certainly fits Kaido's style. Over his many years at sea, Listster had encountered his share of devil fruit users. Never once a Logia type. A handful of Paramecia, but almost all of them were Zoan types. It was as if Zoan fruits were so common, they'd lost their novelty. Within the spectrum of devil fruits, there's the most powerful Paramecia, like the Tremor fruit, and the strongest Logia, the Dark fruit. But among Zoans, there was never any talk of one being the undisputed strongest. Still, it was undeniable that Zoan fruits had the most branches, common types, ancient types, and mystical beasts. Even among the mystical beasts, like Sengoku's Buddha form from the human fruit, there were many variations. Who could say what other forms might exist? As for this Blood Tiger captain with a 550 million bounty, truth be told, he wasn't even worthy of Listter's personal action. Either Mole or Doberman alone could easily take him down, or if things got tricky, the two of them could simply strike together. But as the saying goes, a king faces a king, and a general faces a general. When confronting the captain of the enemy pirate crew, Listster knew he should handle it himself. Of course, this wasn't out of any respect for his opponent. Pirates owed each other no courtesy. He simply wanted to end the fight quickly and leave the new world behind. Listster had truly had enough of the weather in this cursed place. To him, it felt like he spent more time battling the harsh elements of a new world than fighting pirates themselves. He honestly couldn't understand how the infamous pirates who made the new world their territory managed to survive in these horrible conditions. Would it really be so bad to bask in a bit of sunshine? Must they insist on living in a constant storm? Of course, this was really just Listster complaining about his own bad luck. Most pirates in the New World stayed holed up in their personal strongholds, and naturally, the islands they claimed as their bases were the nicer, sun-drenched ones. But as for Listster, he'd spent this stretch sailing nonstop across open waters, so it was only natural he kept running into terrible weather. Hey, you Navy dogs, listen up. If you hand over your heads quietly, this great captain might just let you live. A thunderous voice boomed from the opposite ship as the two sides closed in. Every Marine winced at that display. They felt less like they were facing a pirate worth 550 million in bounty, and more like they'd run into a remarkable fool. Did the idiot really think surrendering their heads would somehow spare their lives? Are you sure the guy on the other side is a pirate, and not just an imbecile? Listster asked Bruce. Reporting, sir. At this point, I'm not so sure myself, Bruce replied, doing his best to keep a straight face. He hadn't expected this time's opponent to turn out to be such a clown. Of course, as professionals, they weren't supposed to laugh, though sometimes it was a challenge. Truly, the sea is vast, and it's filled with every conceivable kind of weirdo. Meanwhile, the pirates on the rival ship seemed fairly unfazed, as if this kind of situation was nothing new to them. Let's make this quick. Don't leave any survivors. We're out of room in the prison anyway, Listster ordered. Understood, sir, came the reply. It had to be said, their luck this time really was awful. All this effort to curry favor with Kaido of the Beasts, and now their lives would be the price. Without wasting more words, Listster gave the signal, and the cannons roared. All 3 warships fired in unison, launching more than 20 shells across the waves toward the enemy. As expected, most shots went wide, splashing harmlessly into the sea around the pirates' ship. A few shells sped closer, but just as they were about to strike home, the defenders on the pirate vessel shot them out of the air. This suggests that there are still a few capable individuals on that ship, doesn't it? Being able to shoot down cannonballs isn't necessarily the mark of a truly powerful person, but if someone can't even stop a cannonball, then they're nothing more than cannon fodder. Damn it, Captain, these Navy guys have no sense of honor at all. They just started firing at us straight away. Cannonballs exploded on the sea all around the pirate ship, violently tossing it about. Most of the crew tumbled back and forth across the deck, and only a handful managed to keep their footing. But it seems they'd forgotten they're pirates. Since when do the Navy and pirates need to play by the same rules? Bastards, those damn Navy bastards. Needham adjusted his hat, which had been knocked askew by the explosions, and spoke furiously. Needham was the captain of this pirate crew, and also that blockhead who'd been shouting at the Navy just now. Fire. Open fire for me. I'm going to blow these Navy scum to pieces. How dare they launch a sneak attack on us? But honestly, what kind of idiot tries to charge head-on against 3 Navy warships with a single pirate ship? Seeing the pirates actually returning fire at his warships, List began to wonder how these people had even made it to the new world with brains like that. He wasn't all that surprised they'd managed to join the Beast Pirates. After all, Kaido himself wasn't exactly a genius. Any normal pirate crew, when faced with a broadside from the Navy, would either run for it or prepare for a real fight. Staying put and exchanging fire with the Navy from a standstill? No other pirates would dare try that. Sir, looks like we might be able to capture them without losing a single man this time, Bruce said, standing at List's side. He was there to keep List safe, though honestly, his job was mostly to handle those rare attacks that List was simply too lazy to deal with himself. Let's hope so. If only all pirates were this foolish, Bruce sighed. After spending so much time in the New World, he'd seen firsthand just how devious and cunning the pirates here could be. Compared to them, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line were in a league of their own. List chuckled. That's just wishful thinking. Originally, List had figured he'd just wait for the Navy's cannon fire to sink the enemy's ship. It might waste a few cannonballs, but if there's one thing the Navy never runs out of, it's weapons and ammunition. Capturing a pirate captain with a bounty of 550 million without suffering any casualties, nothing could be more worthwhile. But clearly, someone on his side had other ideas. Suddenly, one of the Navy warships charged straight towards the pirate ship. That's Major General Doberman's warship. What's he planning to do? Bruce watched in disbelief as the neighboring warship sailed out directly. Who knows? Maybe he just wants to finish the battle quickly. Listster replied with complete indifference. Listster hadn't given the order to stay put and continue bombarding, so Doberman's initiative didn't actually count as disobeying orders. Seeing one of the Navy's ships heading in their direction, the pirates on the battered ship couldn't help but cheer. Their ship had barely survived the last several rounds of bombardment and wouldn't have lasted much longer under fire. Another barrage, and it would surely have sunk into the sea. But with a Navy warship charging in, it was now clear that the other two warships would have to stop firing for fear of accidentally hitting their own side. Sir, what should we do now? Bruce asked, though in truth, he still couldn't make sense of Doberman's decision. Tell Weasel to flank the pirate ship from the right and cut off their escape. Yes, sir. Receiving Listster's order, Weasel indeed raced in from the other direction, while the warship led by Listster surged in from the left. By now, he had fully understood Doberman's intentions. Since Doberman wanted the credit for this victory, Listster was happy to let him have it. After all, he certainly didn't need this particular achievement. The capture of Falx alone had already been more than enough to secure his next promotion. Even an ordinary vice admiral would have struggled with such a notorious pirate. Very soon, the pirate ship was hemmed in by 3 Navy warships. Ha! Navy fools, you actually walked right into our trap. Men, attack. Bring me the heads of those Navy dogs. With a wild beard across his face, Needham drew his sword and pointed at the warship in the center. Though he didn't actually know how to use a sword, wearing it was more for show than anything else. But his men didn't even have the chance to launch an attack. The Marines on Doberman's warship had already boarded the pirate ship, keen to keep the fight off their own deck. After all, repairs to a damaged Navy ship didn't come cheap. Lead a team to back up Vice Admiral Doberman and do everything you can to minimize our casualties. Yes, sir. With his orders clear, Bruce gathered a squad of Marines and charged directly toward the pirate ship. Weasel did likewise on his flank, holding his position for a coordinated attack. Bruce now possessed the strength worthy of a Commodore. Save for Needham himself, none of the enemy could stand against him. Doberman boarded the warship and immediately charged straight at Needham. Employing the Navy's 6 powers, shave technique along with his swordsmanship, he reached Needham in an instant, swinging his blade down toward him. But, to Doberman's surprise, Needham transformed his hands into tiger claws and shielded his head, blocking Doberman's fierce attack. Oh, interesting. Listster, who had been attuned to the battle, let a faint smile appear on his face. The swiftness Doberman just displayed was something only those who had mastered observation hockey could normally react to. Yet Needham had not used any hockey at all. The reason he could counter Doberman's strike lay entirely in his own instincts. With a sudden twist, Needham forced Doberman's sword off course, then landed a blow that sent Doberman flying. That guy is so devious. This thought flashed through Doberman's mind as he was hurled through the air, because he realized that the force that had struck him wasn't a fist, but a tail. Needham's tail, cloaked in armament hockey, swished through the air like a mocking banner. Damn it! Doberman spat, seething with frustration. He was now itching to tear this foolish tiger to pieces. As Doberman regained his senses, he saw that Needham had undergone a dramatic transformation. His entire body was covered in a coat of red fur. His clothes had ripped apart, and he now exuded an imposing, awe-inspiring presence. Even his once stupid face now bore a ferocious edge. This was the Beast Man form, arguably the most powerful state for Zoan-type devil fruit users. Most such ability wielders consider the Beastman form to be their ultimate weapon, just like how Kaido transforms into a Dragon Man or Falx into a Birdman. However, Needham, now in Beastman form, seemed nearly mindless. His pupils had become those of a beast, glowing with a menacing red light. When his gaze fell upon Doberman, Doberman felt as though he were being hunted by a primordial predator. Though this was supposed to be an ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit, facing Needham felt like facing an ancient monster. I never imagined this idiot could be so compatible with his devil fruit. Listster couldn't help but feel a bit astonished inside. Only recently had he come to understand the concept of compatibility between a person and their devil fruit. It was like the compatibility between the Quake fruit and Whitebeard. The Quake fruit hadn't been considered powerful in the past. In fact, it was often seen as an ominous fruit, since most of its previous users died horribly from its side effects. Yet when this fruit ended up in Whitebeard's hands, it earned him the title of the world's strongest man, and the power of the Tremor fruit evolved into something capable of destroying the very world itself. This demonstrates a high degree of compatibility between a devil fruit and its wielder. Each elevates the other. Listster noticed that whenever Needham transformed into his Beastman form, it seemed as though he was no longer in control of his own body. Instead, the demon lurking within the devil fruit appeared to be pulling the strings. It seems Doberman might not be his match after all, Listster murmured. Right now, Doberman's abilities were only on par with a newly promoted vice admiral. However, if this pirate were to be rated by Navy standards, he would definitely rank as an elite vice admiral. Listster was ready to intervene at any moment. The instant Doberman found himself in danger, Listster would move in a flash to resolve the situation. In his Beastman form, Needham's speed and strength both soared, multiplying by several times. Before Doberman could even react, Needham had already closed the distance, appearing right in front of him in the blink of an eye. His speed surpassed even the Navy's famed shave technique. Then, with each hand, Needham grabbed at Doberman's torso. Iron Body. Doberman's reflexes were sharp. He switched instantly to Iron Body, bracing himself to defend. Since Needham hadn't used armament hockey, Doberman didn't need to defend with his own hockey, either. Needham's razor-sharp claws collided with Doberman's hardened flesh, sending sparks flying in every direction. Fortunately, despite the intensity of the attack, Doberman wasn't injured. He was just forced to stagger back a few steps. That bastard, Doberman muttered, his face grim. Though he'd been somewhat careless, it was undeniable just how powerful his opponent truly was. A no-name pirate with strength like this? A shadow of doubt crept into Doberman's mind regarding his own abilities. Needham was an oddity even among pirates. With strength like his, a bounty of 550 million was simply inadequate. It ought to be at least 200 million higher. While Doberman utilized the nuanced techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, trading blows with Needham, he remained on the defensive and was constantly being overpowered. The explosive strength Needham unleashed from his legs in Beastman form far outstripped Shave's speed, and Doberman simply couldn't match his power. It was clear Doberman's defeat was imminent. Meanwhile, on another warship, Commodore Mouse was equally prepared to leap into action. At the slightest sign of trouble, Mouse would act instantly to pull Doberman from the jaws of defeat. Very quickly, after just a few exchanges, Doberman was already coughing up blood from Needham's attacks. Even though Doberman managed to defend himself in time, with both his Iron Body technique and the protection of armament hockey, he still couldn't withstand Needham's onslaught. As the battle raged on, Needham grew wilder and more relentless. The longer he fought, the fiercer and more impassioned he became. His strength seemed to swell with every passing moment. By now, Doberman was being steadily pushed back. It was clear that he no longer had any chance of victory. This guy, he's a monster. Doberman watched Needham, who was still launching unrelenting attacks at him, his expression grim. At this point, Doberman could barely manage to parry. He simply didn't have the strength left to counterattack. In stark contrast to Doberman's desperate struggle, elsewhere on the battlefield the Marines were dominating. Needham's crew turned out to be completely useless. Against the combined might of the Navy, they never stood a chance. Especially after Bruce led the soldiers from the Listster warship into the fray. The pirates were crushed almost instantly, overwhelmed by a force that struck like a bolt of lightning. Despite his injuries, Doberman managed to hold on through another 100 exchanges or so. To be fair, while his combat prowess left something to be desired, his willpower was truly formidable. Time and again, he narrowly dodged lethal blows. But no matter how resilient his spirit, it couldn't make up for the mounting wounds or the growing fatigue in his body. Doberman, now half kneeling on the ground, leaned on his sword just to keep himself from collapsing. He no longer had the strength to fight back. Ha! Di Marina. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as Needham's next attack closed in. Damn it! Squirrel wanted to rush over and help, but he just wasn't fast enough. By the time he reached them, Doberman's head would probably already be skewered. Suddenly, a figure appeared right between Doberman and Needham. Doberman wasn't even surprised by the arrival, but Needham's expression twisted with fury at having his battle interrupted. Damn it, another wretched Marine. Needham snarled through gritted teeth, not slowing down in the slightest. In fact, his speed only increased. If you can't handle someone like this, Master would probably be really disappointed in you. Listster addressed this remark to Doberman, not with scorn, but as a way to motivate him. I've let down teacher Zephyr's teachings, Doberman replied, dejection clear on his face. When facing a creature who's lost all reason and fights only on instinct, you just need to wait for the right moment and finish them with a single, decisive blow. Needham's attack was deftly dodged by Listster with just a slight tilt of his head, and in the same instant, Listster's fist drove straight into Needham's abdomen. His fist, wrapped in armament hockey, gleamed with an inky, almost metallic blackness. Burst fist. As Listster uttered these words, a surge of force erupted through Needham's back, blasting him from bow to stern in a single stroke. He crashed clean through the ship's wall and plunged directly into the sea. With a single punch, Listster disposed of the opponent who had driven Doberman into such dire straits. Of course, accomplishing this required immense strength and a masterful command of observation hockey. The burst fist is a technique that focuses all of one's strength into a single fist, unleashing it in a flash. Given Listster's current physical prowess, the force behind his all-out punch was not to be underestimated. Not just a threat to Needham, even someone like Garp would have trouble shrugging off a strike like that. Thus, the battle ended with Listster's single, decisive blow. The pirates, who moments before had been ready to fight to the death, immediately lost their will to resist after witnessing it, each of them paralyzed by the fear that they might be the next to face that crushing fist. Their surrender left the Navy with no choice but to take them alive, and as a result, the already overcrowded naval prison grew even more packed. Space had been tight before. Now, it was bursting at the seams. Thank you. Doberman turned to Listster with a grateful nod. Had it not been for Listster's timely intervention, Doberman might have met his end right there. No need for thanks. As the highest-ranking officer on this mission, it's my duty to ensure the safety of every subordinate, including you. To Listster, saving Doberman required no special pride. It was simply part of the job. If there's ever a fourth admiral, you're the obvious choice for the post. At this point, Mamanga came over, voicing what many had already begun to believe. Along the way, they had witnessed Listster's astonishing abilities again and again. His power rivaled even Kizaru's glint fruit. His swordsmanship was on par with the greatest masters, and his martial skills, inherited directly from teacher Zephyr, were without equal. Both Mamanga and Doberman had studied under Zephyr, and whenever they saw Listster's fighting style, it brought to mind their old mentor, almost as though Zephyr himself had appeared before them. Let's leave that be. The truth is, I have no desire for the rank of admiral. Listster's answer was blunt and unembellished. In truth, there was nothing inherently unpleasant about the rank of admiral. The only aspect Listster disliked was the obligation to answer the celestial dragon's summons at any moment. Ever since arriving in the world of pirates, he hadn't once laid eyes on a celestial dragon, not even from afar. He couldn't quite explain why, but whenever he thought of how these people became the world's highest nobility, he felt profoundly disgusted. They possessed no real ability whatsoever. Calling them useless seemed almost too generous. If not for the single issue, Listster would have quite enjoyed becoming an admiral. After all, he thought there was something undeniably dashing about the title. Let's head back. We've lingered here long enough, otherwise we'll attract even more guests eager to see us off, he said. Yes, Rear Admiral Listster, came the reply. After another round of tedious formalities, their warship set sail from Mary Geos, once again entering the Grand Line. Commander, are we heading straight back to Navy headquarters? Bruce inquired. No, let's detour to the Sabati archipelago. I want to see what it's like these days, Listster replied. Yes, sir. Listster piloted his warship toward the Sabati archipelago. The pirates imprisoned earlier had been transferred to the other two ships, as these crews would be escorting them to impel down the underwater Great Prison. Listster had little interest in that destination. Though it did pique his curiosity from time to time, now wasn't the moment for a visit. There was, however, one person there who interested him, a certain someone who had once captured him and forced him into slavery. Listster couldn't help but wonder whether that individual had already perished in the depths of the prison. As Lister's warship approached the Sabati archipelago, he immediately spotted several pirate ships nearby. He was surprised. He'd only been away from Sabati for a few months, yet the place had already reverted to its former chaotic state. Of course, a few pirate crews spotted their approaching vessel as well, but they paid little attention. On the Sabati archipelago, the pirates had encountered plenty of nobles, and the presence of Navy ships hardly surprised them. Besides, they didn't think these Marines would make a move against them. "Commander, what should we do about these pirates?" Bruce asked, his expression strained. After all, he'd watched Listster painstakingly restore order here, making the Sabeti archipelago a better place little by little. Yet, under this newly appointed base commander, only in office a short while, the place had already fallen back into disarray. "How much are the bounties on the captains of these pirate crews?" Listster asked. "I'll look them up immediately, sir," Bruce responded. Nevertheless, the Navy warship continued sailing towards the Sabeti archipelago. When the pirates saw the warship, they instinctively kept their distance. While they weren't exactly afraid of the Navy, they were pirates, after all. A direct clash between pirates and naval forces was hardly ever a wise move. At first, it was likely that the Navy had no intention of attacking them. But if a pirate ship kept hovering brazenly in front of a Navy warship, it might be seen as a provocation. If that drew the Navy's fire, the consequences would far outweigh any gains. "Report, sir. The bounties on these pirates are not very high, mostly around 80 million. 80 million, you say? That's still the mark of some pretty infamous pirates. Open fire on their ships. Running into us today is simply their bad luck." "Yes, sir." With that, Bruce ordered his men to open fire on the nearest pirate ship. A volley of cannonballs roared through the air, heading straight for the pirates. "Damn it, are those Navy guys crazy? What got into them?" The captain of the attacked pirate ship cursed furiously. "Captain, what do we do now?" One of the pirates asked in a panic. "What do you think? They're shooting at us. If we don't fight back, how would the other crews see us?" "Return fire. Blast that warship out of the water. Hell, do they really think they can mess with me?" Meanwhile, the other pirate ships that had kept their distance began to slow down, hoping to watch the drama unfold. "Captain, that warship's something else. They actually dared open fire on us pirates here. Who do they think they are, an admiral?" On one of the observing pirate ships, a pirate aimed his spyglass at the Navy vessel, surveying the scene. "What does the officer leading that warship look like?" Black hair, wearing an eye patch, has a pretty cold look about him. Kind of handsome, I guess, though still not as good-looking as me." The pirate described what he saw through the lens, passing on his impression of Listster. But then he noticed something strange. Listster appeared to have turned his head ever so slightly in their direction, as if his gaze was fixed right on them. Black hair, wearing an eye patch. As for the comment about this officer being more handsome than himself, the captain dismissed it without another thought. "Give it here. Let me see." Suddenly, as if something critical dawned on him, the captain snatched the spyglass from his crew member's hands. When he caught a glimpse of Listster, his body froze. Cold sweat broke out across his brow, and a tremor ran through him that he simply couldn't stop. "Captain, what's wrong?" Seeing their captain's strange reaction, the pirate closest to him quickly asked with concern. "Run, hurry up and run. Tell the helmsman to get us as far away from here as possible, as fast as we can. The farther, the better." "What's going on, Captain?" Another pirate asked, bewildered. "Don't ask, just move. If we hesitate, we'll all die here." "Yes, Captain." Seeing how serious their captain was, the pirate realized things must be grave. He wasted no time passing the captain's orders down. "I can't believe that Fiend has come back to Sabeti archipelago. Who knows what he's after this time?" The pirate captain's face twisted with terror. He'd recognized Listster at a glance. By chance, he'd once been to the Assassin's Guild, where he'd seen Listster's wanted poster. The photo on the poster was an exact likeness. If only I'd gone to the New World a day sooner. Regret gnawed at him. What terrified him most now was the possibility of Listster settling in the archipelago again. If that happened, his dream of reaching the New World and the Pirate King's treasure would be gone forever. "Report, sir. A Navy warship has appeared outside the island. It's attacking the pirates around Sabeti archipelago." At that moment, the commander of the naval base on Sabeti archipelago received the news. "The Navy? Have any of our people been sent out?" "No, sir. It's not anyone from our ranks." The messenger clarified. "Then who is it? Who dares stir up trouble on my turf without permission?" The commander's brows knitted with displeasure. In the Navy, it was common knowledge. A naval officer wasn't supposed to operate on another's territory without the base commander's approval. That meant, plainly, whoever was behind this didn't consider him at all. He recalled how much effort and how many strings he'd pulled to get assigned here. After all, this was one of the most lucrative posts in the Navy. It seems to be the previous base commander of Sabeti archipelago. "What?" The commander shot up from his chair, startled and incredulous. "Are you sure? Did you see right?" "I'm fairly certain. This is bad, really bad. What am I supposed to do?" He began pacing anxiously in his office, muttering under his breath. "If he finds out what I've done to Sabeti archipelago, will he kill me?" "I'm not sure, sir, but maybe we should go to the harbor to greet him." Yes, you're right. Send people to greet him at once." Yes, sir. Wait, I'll go with you. A deep fear clutched his heart. Though he'd only met Listster once, that single encounter had left an indelible impression on him. He could still remember the bone-chilling cold that radiated from the man. Even now, that feeling haunted him. By the time he and his fellow Navy men arrived at the port, they caught sight of a pirate ship and a warship locked in a fierce cannon battle. When the base commander took a look through his telescope, cold sweat instantly broke out all over his body. There was no mistaking it. That was the man. Even from a great distance, just one glance was enough to make him tremble uncontrollably, feeling as though his life could be forfeit at any moment. Meanwhile, the news of Listster's return sent shockwaves through the underworld powers hiding in the Sabati archipelago. The slave trafficking organizations wasted no time, hiding their human cargo away with extreme caution. Ongoing auctions were abruptly halted, except for the grandest slave market in District 1 of the archipelago. That particular auction house was still running, because inside were some of the world's most untouchable guests, the Celestial Dragons. Whether they feared Listster's investigation or not was irrelevant. Even if he showed up, they wouldn't dare drive these Celestial Dragons away. To do so would be nothing short of suicidal. Besides, they believed Listster wouldn't dare cause trouble here. The presence of the Celestial Dragons guaranteed that. After all, these were beings who could command even the admirals of the Navy. For a mere rear admiral like Listster, standing tall before such power was out of the question. This, more than anything, was their assurance that the auction could continue unimpeded. It seems in the past little while, plenty of new pirates have flooded into the New World. At present, there were no fewer than 10 pirate crews gathered here. One could easily imagine how many former denizens of the Grand Line had entered the New World over the past month. By now, the cannon fire had ceased. The pirates on the far side simply weren't up to the fight. Whenever a shell threatened to strike their warship, Bruce would step in to intercept. Though the enemy had their own defenders capable of blocking some cannonballs, fending off one was hardly the same as withstanding 10. Naval warships didn't fire one cannonball at a time. They unleashed salvos of a dozen or more at once. Before the eyes of the crowd, the pirate ship was battered by the warship's barrage, eventually sinking beneath the waves. Heavens! Who on earth is commanding that warship? The firepower is unreal. The other pirates watching were stunned. They'd seen warships before, but nothing with firepower like this. This was their first time witnessing such overwhelming might. Listster's warship, after all, was specifically outfitted to survive the most brutal conditions the New World had to offer. Its configuration was in a class entirely of its own, far surpassing anything an ordinary warship could muster. Commander, what about the rest of the pirates? At our current pace, there's no way we can wipe out all of them. Bring me a crate of cannonballs. I need to warm up a bit, too. Yes, sir. Hearing Listster's command, Bruce's eyes lit up. He knew exactly what Listster intended. Every time Bruce saw Listster throw cannonballs by hand, he was struck by disbelief, yet the astonishing feat always unfolded right before his eyes. Rumor had it the last person to pull off such a move was Vice Admiral Garp, though Bruce had never witnessed it for himself. Bruce had seen Listster use this trick more than once in the New World, but it never got old. Each time was a spectacle. Nothing overly flashy, but a raw, straightforward display of force. That, Bruce thought, was a man's kind of romance. Very soon, 2 crates of cannonballs were hauled over by the struggling Navy sailors below. With a shake, Listster shrugged off his Navy cloak entirely and let it fall across the deck. Then, picking up a cannonball, he blew a warm breath over it. Fist meteor! With a thunderous shout, Listster hurled the cannonball. In the next second, an explosion tore through a pirate ship, the blast sending the vessel's crew into chaos. Before the pirates could even process what had happened, a second explosion roared out in quick succession. No way. Is that guy even human? The pirates, spying on the warship, couldn't believe their eyes. They had never seen anyone throw a cannonball by hand before. Not only that, but the hand-thrown cannonballs were even faster than those launched from the ship's own cannons. One after another, the cannonballs streaked from Listster's hand, each whistling through the air before smashing into its target. In a flash, one cannonball struck a pirate ship's mast with a powerful explosion, snapping it in two. Even among those pirates tough enough to withstand regular cannon fire, Listster's fist meteor attacks left them helpless. The cannonballs moved so swiftly, their force was magnified many times over. Trying to stop one of these was far more difficult than stopping an ordinary cannonball. Within just 3 shots, Listster had sunk the offending pirate ship completely. Flames roared and thick black smoke billowed, darkening the waves as the vessel slipped beneath the sea. This was far quicker than firing from the ship's cannons, and Listster's fist meteor was even more precise than Garp's ever was. All right, who's next? Listster scanned the horizon. The moment the other pirate ships caught sight of his actions, they panicked. Where they'd been content before to spectate, now it was their turn to become the spectacle. Desperate to flee, their ships suddenly picking up speed as everyone raced to escape his line of sight. All the ports across the Sabati archipelago were already packed with people who cheered and applauded for Listster's actions. Of course, there were those who recognized him as well, and they gave Listster a rousing welcome for returning to serve at the Sabati archipelago once again. Is he really coming back to take up his position here? I haven't heard anything about this, someone questioned, their skepticism showing. Even the current base commander of the Sabati archipelago found himself deeply puzzled by Listster's recent actions. Without delay, Listster set his sights on his next target. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips, as if an ingenious idea had just come to him. Volley shot, he announced. With that, Listster tossed a cannonball high into the sky. When it began to descend, he unleashed a swift kick and sent it flying once again. The maneuver startled the Navy sailors on the warship, who for a moment thought Listster might be attempting self-harm. However, it was his first time using his foot. It was difficult to control the force precisely. He missed his intended target, but as fate would have it, the cannonball slammed into a pirate ship farther away. Truly, misfortune seemed to have singled out those pirates. The pirates whose ship hadn't been hit finally let out a breath of relief. All they heard was a sharp whoosh overhead, as though something had sliced through the air right above them. And then, just ahead, a pirate ship erupted in a fiery explosion. "Looks like those Navy guys aren't after us," one pirate remarked. But before the words had even faded from his lips, an explosion tore across their own deck, blasting several pirates straight into the sea. Damn it, talk about jinxing us. Meteor punch, volley shots, overhead hooks. As long as Listster set his sights on a pirate crew, not a single one could escape the cannonballs hurled by his hands, or even his feet. Even when beyond the range of the cannons themselves, none could flee from the arc of Listster's attacks. Anywhere his observation hockey could sense, it was within his strike zone. Before long, flames engulfed every direction around the warship, all stemming from the pirate vessels struck by his cannonballs. Once again, everyone found themselves marveling at Listster's formidable strength. It was as if, in Listster's hands, the pirates were utterly powerless, easily sunk at a whim. Some information brokers in the know were aware of Listster's exploits in the New World over the past month, but for most people, his recent whereabouts remained a complete mystery. "Sir, should we prepare to make landfall?" Bruce asked, looking to Listster. But Listster only stood facing the direction of the Sabati archipelago. In mere moments, his observation hockey locked onto a presence, the new commander of the Sabati archipelago base. In that instant, the base commander felt as if something had locked onto him, an invisible weight pressing down on his mind. Though he was no weakling, possessing the rank and strength of a Navy rear admiral, he still found himself overwhelmed. Perhaps it was due to the sheer number of misdeeds on his conscience. So when confronted with List's intense psychic pressure, his eyes rolled back, and he simply fainted on the spot. "No need. We're heading straight back to Navy headquarters. This place is no longer under our control." "Yes, sir." As List's warship slowly departed, disappointment clouded the faces of the island's ordinary townsfolk, while members of the underground faction struggled to hide their sly satisfaction. They had been worrying about what to do if List were appointed to the Sabati archipelago again, but now it seemed their fears had been nothing but overthinking. The Sabati archipelago lay very close to Navy headquarters. Barely an hour had passed before List's warship arrived at its destination. Every time List saw the great gate of justice at the Navy's front, he could not help but marvel. This was no feat achievable by mere mortals. List believed that even a brute like Garp would be incapable of lifting the gate of justice. It was a testament to just how deep the world government's resources truly ran. As the gate of justice slowly opened to allow just enough space, List's warship sailed through. The Navy forces stationed at the docks were already assembled in strict formation, awaiting List's return. "Welcome home, Rear Admiral List." As List stepped off the ship, a Navy colonel approached, saluting crisply and addressing List with clear admiration in his eyes. Although the colonel was much older than List, he still looked up to him immensely. List's abilities far surpassed his own, and his contributions to the public as a Navy officer were in another league. In fact, the colonel's own child had once been one of List's students, not in the elite class, but even a few lessons from List had been valuable. "Thank you. I'll trouble you with the warship while I'm gone." "It's no trouble at all, sir. Maintenance and repair are the responsibility of our logistics team. It's what we're here for. Compared to the hardships faced by those of you battling on the front lines, our tasks hardly count as difficult." The colonel's face lit up in surprise at List's words of gratitude. Before this, no one had ever thanked him for his hard work. Although the logistics department held a crucial position within the Navy, some frontline sailors clearly looked down on those in logistics, believing these people survived only under their protection, yet were otherwise useless within the ranks. But Listster didn't see it that way. If you happened to offend someone from logistics and they decided to tamper with the equipment on board, a warship could break down at sea, and you might never even know what hit you. Don't ever think the logistics crew wouldn't go that far. Their nerve was nothing to scoff at. With that, Listster stopped talking to the man. He still had to report the mission to Sengoku. If it weren't for Mouse and Doberman not having returned yet, Listster would have gladly handed this job off to them. Yet as Listster stepped into Sengoku's office, he found not only Fleet Admiral Sengoku inside, but also Sakazuki, Kizuru, and Kuzan, the three admirals. Fleet Admiral and admirals gathered together. It was the first time Listster had seen them all in one room. The moment Listster opened the door, all four pairs of eyes trained on him. Each wore a different expression. Kizuru seemed a bit surprised. Kazan looked curious. Sakazuki's face was calm. Yet his gaze toward Listster carried a hint of approval. Did I come a bad time? Listster asked in a low voice. After all, he was just a rear admiral among fleet and admirals. It hardly felt his place to intrude. Should I come back later? You all have work to do, he offered, starting to back out. Enough with the jokes. Come and give your report on the situation in the New World, Sengoku said. Yes, Admiral, Listster responded, schooling his features into seriousness as he approached Sengoku and delivered a detailed account of everything that had happened in the New World. Although Sengoku had long known about Listter's exploits there, hearing the report firsthand brought a smile he couldn't quite conceal. After all, this counted as their Navy's greatest victory so far in the New World. In this operation, Listster had wiped out a total of 12 pirate crews in the New World. Among them, only the captain of the Celestial Bird Pirates, Falx, had a bounty exceeding $1 billion. The rest ranged around 700 to 800 million. As Listster gave his report, Kizuru's face remained unruffled. He was well aware of Listter's true strength. Kazan, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. He had only met List once, but never imagined that List's strength would be so overwhelming. Falx was already troublesome enough, even for Kazan himself. As for Akainu, he remained expressionless as always, arms crossed and head bowed, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking at that moment. Well done. Judging from your achievements, you're more than qualified to be promoted to Vice Admiral of Headquarters. At the next award ceremony, your name is certain to appear. Go ahead and get some rest for now. Yes, Fleet Admiral. List's power is honestly terrifying, Kizuru remarked, toying absently with his fingernails. When List walked into the room a moment ago, it almost felt as if someone was about to attack Marine Headquarters. After taking down so many pirates in the New World, that intense aura still lingered on him. So that's Zephyr-sensei's disciple. Kuzan finally spoke, his eyes growing heavier and more serious. At Kuzan's words, for the first time, Akainu's gaze flickered with a hint of something different. Zephyr's disciple, he repeated thoughtfully, turning over the words Kazan had just spoken. Well, what a scene. With all three admirals and the fleet admiral gathered together, it's obviously a huge headache of a situation. I'd better keep out of it. Leaving the fleet admiral's office, List muttered to himself, clicking his tongue. He had no idea what could bring the leadership together like that, but he was certain it was nothing good, definitely something extra troublesome. After all, he'd just finished a mission and returned. The last thing he wanted was to be sent out again. What he really craved was a long break at Marine Headquarters, enjoying the laid-back life without any worries or responsibilities. But honestly, I do miss Makino a bit. I wonder what she's up to at this hour. As List walked by, Marines noticed the faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth and could tell he was in high spirits. Word of List's exploits in the New World had spread throughout the Navy. Whenever fellow Marines passed by him, they would greet him respectfully, as if he were not merely a rear admiral, but an admiral himself. Humming a cheerful, tuneless little tune, List soon arrived at the Naval Academy. No matter when you came here, the place was always bustling with energy, alive with the vibrancy of youth. Naturally, List's arrival didn't go unnoticed. Although many there had seen him before, every time he came by, he managed to pull off something extraordinary, leaving everyone deeply impressed. I'm back, Master. Today, for a change, Zephyr wasn't particularly busy. He sat in his office, enjoying a leisurely cup of tea. I've noticed, these days, it's only your appearance that stirs up such excitement among those youngsters outside. Even if Sengoku came by, he wouldn't get half this attention. Ha ha, am I finally the Academy celebrity? List was just as casual, plopping himself down right across from Zephyr. He lifted the teapot, poured himself a cup, and downed it in one gulp. That said, he still preferred the mildly bitter taste of coffee over tea. What a waste of fine tea on you. Zephyr looked on, helplessly dismayed at List's careless way of drinking. Any promising talents in this year's elite class? List asked offhandedly, mainly to steer Zephyr's attention away from the tea. There is one standout, a Logia-type smoke fruit user. Quite a troublemaker, but the Navy only noticed him late, and he's already older than you were when you joined. I doubt he'll be staying in the academy much longer. A Logia-type smoke fruit user, huh? Without a doubt, that had to be Smoker. Instantly, the image appeared in List's mind. White hair, 2 cigars clamped between his teeth, and that fierce, no-nonsense glare. What's this caught your interest? Not really. I'm not much interested in these kids anymore. After teaching 4 classes, I've grown a bit weary. List down another cup in one swift motion. How have things been for you in the new world lately? Not bad, actually. The pirates out there aren't as terrifying as they're made out to be. Honestly, nothing too exceptional. List's tone brimmed with pride. This side of him only ever surfaced in Zephyr's company. Seems you've conveniently forgotten how Kaido once flattened you. If I hadn't shown up just in time, do you really think you'd be here now, drinking my good tea? Zephyr's voice was laced with disdain. The mention instantly soured List's expression. Of all things Zephyr could bring up, he had to pick that. This time, I just didn't run into Kaido. If I had, I'd have knocked him flat myself, no question. List declared with a fierce determination. Sure you would. Clearly, Zephyr didn't put much stock in List's bravado. Though List had grown much stronger, Zephyr still believed he lagged behind Kaido. Master, I really don't like the look of you right now. How about a little sparring? No need. I've no intention of fighting you today. After savoring a slow, unhurried sip of tea, Zephyr closed his eyes, a look of contentment spreading across his face. TCH, that's right. I'm just old bones now. Might as well enjoy my retirement at Navy headquarters. Best not go wandering around without good reason. Lysd mimicked Zephyr's movements, taking a delicate sip of tea himself and showing the same expression of quiet enjoyment. An old man like me doesn't need a youngster like you bossing me around. Truly, no one likes to admit they're getting old. By the way, is there something big about to happen in the Navy soon? At this moment, Lysd asked suddenly. What makes you say that? When I went to file my report just now, I noticed that all 3 admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku were present. It seemed like something important was going on. Is that so? Unfortunately, I've already retired. I don't meddle in their affairs anymore, so I really have no idea. All right, still, I hope whatever trouble it is doesn't end up involving me. But according to Murphy's Law, the things you most hope to avoid are exactly the things most likely to come your way. I have a feeling Lysd might be a pretty good fit for this assignment. Meanwhile, in Sengoku's office, Kizaru, who had been lounging and doing the bare minimum, suddenly spoke up. At his suggestion, the eyes of Akiji, Akainu, and Sengoku all lit up, each thinking that Kizaru's idea just might solve their dilemma. I think that kid could handle it too, Akiji agreed. None of them were keen to take on the task themselves, and they'd been debating which of the 3 should go. By pure chance, Lysd just happened to come to their attention at that very moment. It's settled then. If that's all, I'll take my leave, Akainu announced, turning around and striding out, as if it were already set in stone that Lysd would be handling this mission. I'll be off as well, Kizaru said, standing up and departing. I suppose I'm not needed here anymore, am I? Sengoku remarked helplessly, waving a hand as Akiji also took his leave. It wasn't really a dangerous mission, just a troublesome one, exactly the sort of nuisance none of these 3 wanted to deal with. After a few days of rest, Lysd was summoned by Sengoku. Zephyr, for his part, was quite relieved to see Lysd go. He'd been so thoroughly pestered by Lysd these last few days that Zephyr was at his wit's end, not least because, for some unfathomable reason, Lysd had become fixated on finding him a companion in his old age. Zephyr had been so unsettled these past few days that he didn't even dare to return home, instead choosing to stay at the Naval Academy every night. But when faced with Zephyr's stubbornness, Listster could only sigh in exasperation. He reasoned that, since his own duties kept him out on missions so often and he couldn't spend much time with Zephyr, he ought to find Zephyr a companion so he wouldn't be lonely. Who could have guessed Zephyr would be so obstinate, stubborn as a mule? He truly would not heed a single word of sincere advice. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you wanted to see me? Stepping into the Admiral's office, Listster couldn't help but feel a headache on Sengoku's behalf at the sight of the mountain of files and paperwork stacked upon the desk. Thankfully, he wasn't the Fleet Admiral. Handling all those documents would make his own head burst. Yes, there's a mission I need you to handle. What sort of mission? Upon hearing Listter's question, Sengoku's expression turned a little troubled, and unease suddenly welled up inside Listster. Yes, well, I need you to find something out on the seas. Find something? Out there on these vast waters? Listter's voice rose in astonishment. He didn't even know what it was he was meant to find, but the task already seemed hopeless. After all, with his rank and power, he ought to be taking down pirates, not sent on a scavenger hunt. Yes. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, you must be joking, right? Searching for something in the middle of the ocean, do I at least get a clue? None. Sengoku looked awkward as he spoke. He knew this mission was far from reasonable, but his hands were tied. Orders from higher up couldn't be disobeyed. That's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. I could search to my dying breath and never find it. Even without knowing exactly what the item was, Listster was certain it wouldn't be anything easy to track down. If you do find it, I'll grant you a year off. At the prospect of a whole year's leave, Lister's demeanor changed completely. He'd been worrying about not having enough time to spend with Makino, and now that a year of free time was dangling right before him, there was no way he would let this chance slip by. Don't worry, Fleet Admiral. I'll take care of this mission. You can count on me. So, then, what exactly is it that I need to find? It's a Paramecia-type devil fruit. The Operation Fruit. Here, this is its illustration. With that, Sengoku handed a sheet of paper to Listster. Listster removed his eye mask and saw the image of a red, heart-shaped fruit printed on it. The Operation Fruit? The legendary devil fruit rumored to grant eternal life through the perpetual youth surgery? Lister's tone grew serious at the mention. You've heard of it? This time, it was Sengoku's turn to be surprised. After all, only a select few knew that the Ope Ope no Mi could grant eternal youth through a secret operation. I've heard some legends about the Ope Ope no Mi, Listster continued, observing Sengoku's tone. Judging from your reaction, it seems those legends are true. That's right. It is indeed the devil fruit rumored to grant eternal youth. So that's why you summoned the three admirals back then, isn't it? After all, a devil fruit with the power to bestow immortality would be of immense importance. The world government's bounty on the Ope Ope no Mi exceeded 5 billion berries, a testament to how much it meant to them. You're correct. And now, a mission that should have belonged to the three admirals has landed on my desk instead? Yes, that's right. Was it because I happened to interrupt your meeting back then? And so, you handed this mission over to me? Honestly, this wasn't a bad task. In some ways, it was like getting a government-paid vacation. No, this was Borsellino's suggestion. Borsellino, Listster pondered, unsure whether to thank the man or curse him. Such a troublesome mission had been tossed into his lap. Still, while the task would be time-consuming, it was considered rather easy, just challenging, with no guarantee of success. So what do you think? Will you accept this mission? If you really don't want to, I can assign someone else. No need, Fleet Admiral. I accept the mission. Excellent. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Sengoku stood, giving Listster's shoulder an encouraging pat, his heart swelling with relief and satisfaction. But you'll need to move quickly. All the great powers of the world are searching for this devil fruit. If worst comes to worst, even if you have to destroy it, you must never let it fall into other hands. Understood, sir. But is there any clue at all, Fleet Admiral? Or do you really expect me to search the boundless seas for a single devil fruit? I'm afraid there isn't. You'll have to rely on your own intelligence network. All right then. In that case, I'll take my leave. Very well. Good luck. If you help the world government complete this mission, you may very well be promoted to the 4th Admiral despite protocol. We'll see how fate decides. With that, Listster turned and strode out of Sengoku's office. Finding the devil fruit was no quick task, so Listster felt no need to rush. Let's hope this youngster can surprise me. Sengoku leaned back in his chair, softly murmuring to himself. After leaving the Warring States office, Listster began to recall where the Op-Op fruit had appeared in the original story. Although the exact location was never specified, Listster knew the general area. It was somewhere in the North Blue. And it was in the hands of the Don Quixote family. I remember that Doflamingo's younger brother was something like an adopted son of the Warring States. Wasn't he? Now, Listster felt as if this mission was a holiday granted for nothing. All he had to do was find Doflamingo in the North Blue, then track down his brother, and finally just stay close to him. Or perhaps, wouldn't even require that much effort. As long as Listster stayed in the North Blue, when the Op-Op fruit resurfaced, Doflamingo's brother would naturally report it to the Warring States. When that happened, the Warring States would surely let him know, and Listster could swoop in and seize the opportunity. Still, in case anything unexpected happened, he knew he needed a backup plan. Taking the din-din mushy from his chest, he dialed the number. Is there a mission you need me to handle? Mistigan, I need you to head to North Blue and investigate any clues related to the Op-Op fruit. Understood, I'm on my way. The other side hung up almost immediately, swift and efficient. Perhaps an old assassin's habit he had yet to shake off. Even though Mistigan was a little curious, he held his questions back. Now then, it's time for me to set out. Since this was a covert mission, Listster couldn't set sail with his own battleship. He would have to hitch a ride on someone else's ship. Returning to the Naval Academy, he went to say farewell to Zephyr. Master, I got another new mission. Listster addressed Zephyr, who was currently on the training grounds. Listster also spotted that white-haired, rebellious youth, Smoker. Among all the cadets training, he was clearly the oldest. What's the task? Sorry, Master. This is a secret mission. I can't just talk about it. You know the Navy's rules. I see. So, how long do you expect this mission to take? That's hard to say for sure. There's a bit of trouble in this one. If luck is on my side, I might finish in a month or two. But if things go wrong, it could take a year or two. Understand. Be careful out there, Zephyr said, his expression serious as he gave this reminder. Don't worry, Master. With my skills, no one will be able to stop me. Among all the cadets, only Zephyr and Listster were deep in conversation. Who's that guy? Smoker, brimming with bravado, asked those around him. As a Logia-type devil fruit user, and by far the strongest among the Navy's elite trainees, he certainly had reason to act a bit cocky. Don't you know? He's personally taught by Admiral Zephyr. He graduated from a naval academy in less than a year. After all, he once served as the instructor for the elite class for 4 years running, and now holds the rank of Rear Admiral. The cadet questioned by Smoker replied with a tone of deep admiration. I think he's younger than I am, isn't he? That's right. Instructor List is not even 18 yet. Not even 18? Smoker's fist tightened at those words. List wasn't even 18 and already a Rear Admiral, while he himself was still just a cadet. So, if I defeat him, does that mean I'll become a Rear Admiral too? A wild idea suddenly flashed through Smoker's mind. Hey, Smoker, don't do anything rash. There's no way you can beat Instructor List. A nearby cadet interjected immediately after hearing Smoker's bold words. There's only one way to find out, right? A sly, cocky grin surfaced on Smoker's face. His Logia devil fruit had not only granted him tremendous power, but also swelled his confidence like never before. Just as List was preparing to leave, a voice suddenly called out to stop him. Hey, I heard you're a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Upon hearing this, List halted and turned around, only to see Smoker standing there, overflowing with brashness and arrogance. Then List glanced over at Zephyr, who simply gave him a look as if to say, do as you please. Zephyr, inwardly, also agreed that Smoker could use a lesson. But given the difference in their ages, it wouldn't do for him as an adult to crush Smoker's spirit directly. What Smoker needed was an opponent his own age, or even younger, to humble him. Yet among the current cadets, and even those who had already graduated, almost no one of Smoker's generation could match him. After all, mastering armament hockey was no easy feat. So what is it you want? List asked, already aware of Smoker's intentions. I want to challenge you. If I beat you, I want your rank as Rear Admiral, Smoker declared. The two cigars clenched firmly between his teeth, his eyes utterly fearless. Clearly someone who knew little of the world's harsh realities. The rank of Rear Admiral isn't something easily handed over. It requires a record of meritorious service. Still, if you do manage to defeat me, I'll personally request an exception from the Fleet Admiral to have you promoted to Rear Admiral. Really? Originally, Smoker believed that even if he defeated List, it would not earn him the rank of Rear Admiral. But after List's words, a flicker of longing appeared in Smoker's eyes. After all, what soldier doesn't hope to become a general one day? Do you mean it? Yes. You make the first move then, I won't take advantage of a blind man. Hearing Smoker's words, Zephyr felt a chill of worry rise within. He knew that what List hated most was being called a blind man or any name that mocked his blindness. You better go first, or I fear you might not even get the chance to strike. List said with a mocking smile stretched across his lips, his humor decidedly cold. At first, he had only intended to give Smoker a slight lesson. But that careless remark changed his mind. Now he intended to leave Smoker with a lesson he would never forget. As he finished speaking, List suddenly emanated an intense, terrifying aura that pressed heavily towards Smoker. This was no conqueror's hockey, but the chilling air of pure, killing intent. Unlike the merciful Zephyr, List was not one to hold back. Few pirates who had ever fought him lived to tell the tale. List you. Zephyr was startled by the murderous aura, taken aback by its intensity. He realized that List was walking a path completely opposite to his own. And under the weight of this killing intent, cold sweat broke out on Smoker's forehead. What's wrong? Are you too afraid to move? If that's all you've got, then you'd better stay a trainee. War's not for you. Damn it. List's taunting words sparked a fury within Smoker. A fury at his own weakness, and at his lack of courage. That he could be cowed by someone's presence alone. Smoker could scarcely tolerate himself. I'm going to defeat you, no matter what. With that, Smoker's lower body dissolved into smoke, and he lunged straight at List, fast as a gust of wind, his angry face zooming ever closer. He drew back his fist, aiming a punch right at List's face. But List didn't move an inch. With his current strength, what did it matter if he took a punch from Smoker head-on? Still, doing so would be beneath him. Using his keen observation hockey, List could predict Smoker's every move with crystal clarity. He simply tilted his head to the side, effortlessly dodging the punch. and in the same motion his own fist struck Smoker squarely in the gut. Still, Smoker wore a smug, unbothered expression. As a Logia devil fruit user, he didn't fear such attacks. Fall, Smoker. With a fist infused with armament hockey, he sent Smoker flying, slamming him into the farthest wall, which cracked like a spiderweb. Smoker's body then slid down from the impact, collapsing to the floor and not getting up again. All the cadets stood frozen in shock at the sight. Sorry, Master, I might have gone a bit overboard, he apologized. It's fine. Smoker needed a lesson like that, replied his teacher, unfazed. Maybe now Smoker will settle down and apply himself to his training. Although Smoker's own carelessness had played a role in his defeat, the real reason was the sheer gulf in strength between the two. Even if Smoker had been fully prepared, he wouldn't have lasted a single move against List. So this is Instructor List. The cadets who had been watching whispered among themselves. The force of List's strike had left an indelible impression on them. Smoker, known as a devil fruit user, hadn't even managed to hold his ground for a single exchange. Without another word, List walked away. He was acting partly under Zephyr's orders. After all, Zephyr couldn't let Smoker go on provoking him without consequence. By the time Smoker regained consciousness, List was long gone. Where is Major List? Smoker asked the medical staff as he sat up, and even in his tone one could hear a newfound respect when he spoke List's name. Instructor List left quite some time ago, replied the nurse calmly. Around the Naval Academy, people preferred the title instructor for List rather than his military rank. His strength is truly remarkable. Smoker replayed the memory of List's presence in his mind. Now, there was someone ahead of him to chase after, someone to push him further. He knew this pursuit would make him stronger too. List, meanwhile, had left the Naval Academy and arrived at the Navy's main port, where he happened to run into Kizaru as the Admiral was preparing to set sail. He strode right up to him. Admiral Kizaru, I really owe you one this time, List said with sincerity. Kizaru instantly caught his meaning and grinned. Well, you're our junior, aren't you? This sort of easy mission suits you just fine. Think of it as a little breather. Kizaru spoke with shameless nonchalance, feeling no remorse for passing the job on to List, even as he was caught in the act. Thank you, Admiral Kizaru. I'll make good use of this opportunity, List replied, the gratitude clear in his voice. Although Listster didn't particularly dislike this assignment, there was something about Kizaru's casual, indifferent tone that made him want to land a couple of slaps on Kizaru's face, even though he couldn't see what kind of expression Kizaru was wearing. Kizaru was just that aggravating. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave, Vice Admiral Listster. After all, I still have my own mission to attend to, Kizaru said. So, may I ask where you're off to, Admiral Kizaru? Listster inquired. Oh, nothing special. I'll just be patrolling the seas. If I happen to come across any pirates, I'll take care of them along the way. Hearing this, Listster suddenly realized how much more leisurely Kizaru's mission was compared to his own. Truly the perfect assignment for someone with a laid-back attitude. Now it all made sense to Listster. No wonder someone as lazy as Kizaru had refused a relatively relaxed task. He already had something even more effortless lined up. Listster also noticed how starkly different Kizaru was from the other two admirals. Akainu, for instance, had a fiery temper and acted with a sense of aggression. It was no wonder the magma fruit suited him so well. Listster couldn't tell whether the devil fruit had influenced Akainu, or if Akainu had always been that way to begin with. Then there was Akiji, whose nature was the polar opposite of Akainu. Calm, unambitious, steady in his actions, a perfect match for the powers of the ice fruit. But Kizaru, on the other hand, seemed to embody none of his devil fruit's attributes. He possessed the fastest powers among them, yet his personality was the most laid-back, never taking initiative unless he absolutely had to. What a pity, Listster remarked. I'd hoped you were going to North Blue, Admiral Kizaru. Then I could hitch a ride with you. Seems like I'll have to try my luck with another ship. You're heading to the North Blue, Vice Admiral? Kizaru asked, genuinely curious. Did you get some concrete information? Listster replied, not exactly. It's just that the underworld in the North Blue is unusually active. I figured I might pick up some leads there. I see, said Kizaru. Well, best of luck to you, Vice Admiral Listster. With that, Kizaru's warship sailed off. Listster then made inquiries with several ships, and at last, found one that was about to set sail for a branch office in the North Blue. Thankfully, he managed to hitch a ride. The sailors on board were more than happy to have Listster join them, not just because of his reputation with the Navy, but more so because of his fearsome strength. With Listster aboard, they could rest easy, knowing they'd be safe even if they ran into some of the most notorious pirates out there. Is there any problem leaving this mission to Listster? Someone wondered aloud. Watching as Listster departed on the Navy warship, Sengoku's gaze lingered on the horizon. Suddenly, a gruff and vaguely muffled voice broke the silence, sounding as if its owner was speaking around a mouthful of food. It was Garp, the only man brazen enough to eat in Sengoku's office, where even tea was considered a privilege. Don't worry about it. Honestly, this was a mission doomed from the start. To tell the truth, Sengoku harbored no real hope for this task. The world government had been searching for the op fruit for years without the faintest clue. He didn't believe for a second that Listster would have the fortune to find that infamous devil fruit. Really, this mission is more like a vacation for him. Still, if he does happen to succeed, it'll be a nice surprise. If it's a vacation, why didn't you give this job to me? Garp instantly shot Sengoku a wide-eyed stare at the mention of time off. If I gave you this assignment, you'd never leave your hometown, let alone make any progress. TCH, Sengoku, you just don't trust my sense of duty. As Garp spoke, his hand nimbly pinched a packet of rice crackers from Sengoku's desk drawer. Sense of duty? Is stealing my snacks what you call a fine sense of duty? A vein throbbed visibly on Sengoku's forehead. To commit pilfering right before his eyes, then have the nerve to talk about integrity. Garp just laughed, as carefree as ever. Come on, Sengoku. We grew up together, didn't we? Your stuff is my stuff. Either blind to Sengoku's darkening expression or simply ignoring it, Garp kept up his playful demeanor. Get out, Sengoku barked. That's an order. Report to the New World at once. Ever since Listter's return, things have gotten turbulent over there. I need you to bring things back under control. What about Akiji and Akainu? Aren't they enough? No, they don't have what it takes to keep those old monsters in the New World in check. Only you can do that. Sengoku, you're just holding a personal grudge now. Garp pointed an accusatory finger, feigning outrage. According to his expression, Sengoku had never been so underhanded. Of course, Garp was only putting on a show. That's right, I'm holding a grudge. So get moving, or your precious vacation days are finished. You're ruthless, absolutely ruthless. With that, Garp spun on his heel and strode from the office. Still feeling slightly wronged, he suddenly disappeared, reappearing moments later to hoist Sengoku's entire desk overhead, carrying it away with brash determination, including all the rice crackers inside. Garp, you insolent scoundrel! Sengoku's furious roar echoed through Marine headquarters, sending tremors down the halls. After several days at sea, Listster finally arrived in the North Sea. Along the way, he easily took care of a number of pirate crews. Since he was hitching a ride on someone else's naval warship, it only seemed right to lend a hand. There were almost no close-quarters battles during the journey. Whenever a pirate ship was spotted in the distance, Listster would decide, based on his mood at the time, how to deal with them. Sometimes it was the mighty slash of a master swordsman, one that seemed able to split the sea itself, and other times it was a furious bombardment, war fists descending like meteorites. The crew on board was thoroughly impressed by Listster. Many in the Navy had heard of his name, but few had actually witnessed him in action. To them, Listster was shrouded in mystery. He had barely spent any time at Navy headquarters. If he wasn't on a mission, he was en route to one. And even on the rare occasions when he was at headquarters, he could only be found at the Naval Academy, assisting Teacher Zephyr in training the elite class of cadets. Even among pirates, a nickname had begun to circulate for Listster, the Demon of the Navy. Of course, the word demon came from the pirates themselves. As far as they were concerned, that was exactly what Listster was. The demonic nickname was earned for several reasons. First, when he had been stationed at the Sabiti archipelago, pirate activity in the surrounding waters had been all but wiped out. Second, if you encountered Listster at sea, you could never tell whether you'd be cut down by a blade wind or blown to pieces by cannon fire in the next instant. Third, it was simply due to the sheer terror of his strength. Across the seas, there had never been any reports of Listster being defeated. Of course, the one time with Kaido, the world government had gone to great lengths to cover it up, and Listster had been just a child back then. So even those who knew he had once lost to Kaido no longer considered it significant. After all, Listster's power and reputation were now plain for all to see. Rear Admiral Listster, we've arrived in the North Sea. That island ahead is Connie's Island, the one closest to Reverse Mountain, reported the highest-ranking officer on the warship. Although he was in command, his actual rank was only colonel. He'd come to the North Sea to take charge of the local base. A Navy headquarters colonel was more than qualified to run a base in the North Sea. If all went smoothly, he might never leave the region for the rest of his life. His talent was already spent, and his strength had likely reached its limit. There was little hope for further advancement. All right, Listster replied. We'll part ways there. May I ask, Rear Admiral Listster, where are you headed next? My warship can take you further if you wish. No need. This is a secret mission. I can't let too many people know about it. All right, I understand. Thank you, Major General Listster, for your help along the way. Without you, I might not have even made it here safely. Farewell. Listster had no interest in continuing the conversation. He promptly used Soru to slip away from the ship and enter the town, having long since changed out of his Navy uniform into civilian clothes. Still, there was something magnetic about his presence. His effortless grace and the faint, enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips lent his face an unexpected charm, drawing admiring glances from more than a few young women passing by. So this is the North Sea. No wonder it's considered the strongest of the four seas. Strolling along, Listster spread his kinbunchika haki across the entire island, his senses brushing over every corner. In an instant, he picked up several powerful auras. These individuals might not stand out in the New World, but here in the Grand Line, they were definitely among the elite. If bounties were assigned, none of them would be less than 100 million berries. Yet to Listster, they were little more than small fry. Even now, they hadn't realized their presence had been detected. The North Sea had it all. The mafia, powerful noble families, assassin networks, and bounty hunter guilds. Every kind of force, overt or lurking in the shadows, could be found assembled here, more so than any other sea, beyond comparison to the East Blue. Back in the East Blue, coming across even a somewhat formidable pirate crew was already considered fortunate. Just then, the din-din mushy in Lister's jacket began to ring. When he saw the tuft of blue hair sprouting on top of its head, he immediately knew who was calling. "I've made it to the North Sea. Where are you?" As soon as the call connected, a cold, steely voice came through. "I just arrived as well. I'm on Canis Island." "Good. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." With that, the line cut off abruptly, leaving Listster to wonder just who was the superior here, and who was the subordinate. If he ever dared to treat Sengoku like that, he'd be sure to get a tongue-lashing the moment he got back. Not from Sengoku, of course. It'd be Zephyr berating him, since Sengoku would never miss a chance to report his mischief. Relaxed, Listster found a tavern, settled into a seat, and quietly waited for Mr. Gang. After all, taverns were the best place to catch all sorts of rumors, and you didn't even need to pay for information. "Welcome, sir. May I get you anything?" "I'll have a hot milk, thank you." It wasn't that Listster couldn't drink, just that he didn't like drinking alone, and none of these patrons had the qualifications to join him for a drink anyway. Upon hearing this, the bartender behind the counter was momentarily stunned, but still managed to respond with a faint smile. "Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. Your order will be ready soon." A man who'd overheard Lister's request strode over to him, bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Kid, did you just order milk and tavern? I swear, you're going to kill me with laughter." His words instantly set off laughter all around the tavern, raucous and unrestrained. The barkeep simply watched the unfolding scene in silence. After all, in a place like this, banter and ridicule among patrons was an everyday sight. "Here, this drink's on me, bottoms up." Having said that, the man slammed a glass of liquor down in front of Listster with rough force. "And what if I don't drink it?" Lister's tone was calm, utterly unruffled by the mockery ringing through the room. "If you don't, then you're disrespecting me. Why should I respect you? Who are you, after all?" The moment Listster finished speaking, the entire tavern fell silent. "Who am I?" the big man boasted loudly. "I'm Lumen, the infamous pirate with a bounty of 79 million. With that bounty on his head, bragging rights were certainly his, at least in the North Sea." "Oh, you're a pirate? Well, that makes things easier." Listster let a smile curl at his lips. "What are you getting at?" At Lister's words, a prickling sense of dread crept into Lumen's heart. "You don't need to know. In fact, there's no point in knowing anymore." As he spoke, a ray of golden light shot from Lister's fingertip, slicing through the air and piercing straight through Lumen's skull. His eyes went wide, as if he never even understood how he died. A heavy silence lingered in the air. But as Lumen's bulky body collapsed to the floor, panic finally seized the tavern, and the patrons scrambled for the exit, tripping over themselves in their frantic escape. The only one left behind was the tavern owner. It wasn't for lack of fear. After all, this was his establishment. He had nowhere to run. "Owner, that should cover everyone's tab, shouldn't it?" Yes, more than enough," the owner replied quickly, nodding in reassurance. He hurried to pour a steaming cup of milk, setting it in front of Listster with trembling hands, then retreated to stand quietly aside, awaiting Lister's next command. In that moment, he no longer seemed the proprietor of the tavern, but more like Lister's humble servant. Under the owner's watchful gaze, Listster finished his cup of milk slowly. Just as the owner let out a relieved breath, thinking Listster was about to leave, Lister's next words plunged him straight back into despair. "Another cup, please." "Why, yes, at once, sir." The owner hastily removed the empty glass in front of Listster and replaced it with a new cup, filling it with steaming hot milk just for him. "You're finally here. I've already had 10 cups of milk. I'm about to throw up." "You really are unbelievably slow," Listster said with his eyes closed, spinning his story without even a hint of embarrassment. The tavern owner stared wide-eyed at Listster in disbelief, certain that he had just poured Listster his second cup only moments ago. Sorry, there was a traffic jam on the river, so I got held up, came the apologetic explanation. Hearing such a reason, Listster couldn't help but let a faint smirk tug at his lips. Mr. Gon, your excuse is even more unbelievable than mine, he teased. You started it, Mr. Gon retorted dryly, before taking a seat beside Listster. I'll have a glass of carrot juice, he ordered. The tavern owner's head ached at the request. Is it a rule that all these handsome, powerful types have odd little habits? He pondered inwardly. Was Listster handsome? Yes. Was he strong? Absolutely. Yet he came to tavern just to drink milk. Was Mr. Gon handsome? Yes. Was he strong? The owner didn't know for sure, but since he could sit with Listster, he clearly wasn't weak. And still, he came to the tavern to order carrot juice. Drinking milk at a tavern was strange enough, but to think now someone wanted carrot juice? It was almost too much. Still, he couldn't very well refuse a guest's order. After all, he had no idea what the newcomer was really like. If things went wrong and he ended up dead, what then? I never expected you'd go for carrot juice. I thought you'd be the drinking type, Listster remarked, surprised. A sniper has to keep his mind sharp at all times. And carrot juice is good for the eyes, Mr. Gon answered matter-of-factly. Oh, Listster replied in an offhand tone, not pursuing the topic any further. But you, Mr. Gon pressed back, drinking milk at a tavern. Now that I wasn't expecting. I like it. I want it. What's it to you? Listster shot back, a hint of defiance in his voice. Strangely, the milk served at the tavern didn't taste half as good as the milk poured by Marcino. There was something about hers, a warmth and affection that came with every cup, that this place just couldn't match. Before long, Mr. Gon's carrot juice arrived. He took a sip and immediately frowned. The flavor was far worse than he'd anticipated. The look on his face gave the tavern owner quite a scare. It was, after all, his first attempt at making carrot juice. He hadn't even tried it himself yet, and had no idea how it would taste. But in that moment, he made a silent vow. If he made it through this awkward situation, he would master all sorts of strange and unusual drinks, so he'd never be caught off guard by orders like this again. But guess what? You've barely arrived and already stirred up quite the commotion, haven't you? Mr. Gang's gaze landed on the corpse at Rist's feet. There was no other way. He was a pirate, after all. I had to carry out my duty. Rist spoke with resignation. If that man hadn't revealed his true identity, Rist probably wouldn't have killed him. But in the end, he confessed to being a pirate, and not even a high bounty one at that. How could Rist possibly let someone like that go? You could say his death was entirely his own doing. By the way, I heard you're looking for the ope fruit. Are you really after it? Mr. Gang asked, curiosity piqued. The moment he asked, the tavern owner's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He was no ordinary barkeep, but a man tied to a faction in the North Sea, running his tavern while quietly collecting bits of information. And, as it turned out, the organization behind him was also searching for the ope fruit. Me? No way. That's a burning hot potato. I don't need that kind of trouble. The order's coming from above. Oh, I see. Of course, Mr. Gang understood exactly who Rist meant by above. I'll leave intel on the underworld to you. A place like that. Well, you're better suited for it than me. And what about you? Mr. Gang asked, a touch of curiosity in his tone. He could hardly believe the ope fruit would surface amid legitimate circles. Me? On a rare vacation like this, I fully intend to relax. I did some digging before coming here. They say there are some great hot springs in the North Sea. I'm thinking of paying a visit and having a good soak. At that, Mr. Gang was instantly exasperated. So basically, I'm just your free labor, is that it? That's not quite fair. After all, I'm footing the bill for this meal, aren't I? Can't say that's entirely free. Seriously. And so, their conversation carried on from day into night. All the while, the tavern owner stood nearby, his face cycling through expressions of worry and anxiety. He felt as if he'd overheard something he never should have, and couldn't help but wonder if his own life would remain intact by the end of it. All right, if any news comes up, make sure you let me know right away. Just as they were about to leave the tavern, Rist said this to Mr. Gang. I know. He was fully aware this thing was something the world government wanted. If he didn't report any leads, it wouldn't just be Rist he needed to worry about. He'd have the wrath of the world government to contend with as well. As the two finally left, the tavern owner let out a long sigh of relief. By the looks of it, he managed to dodge a bullet, at least for now. Yet, there was one gaze that remained etched in his mind forever, the look in Mistigan's eyes. It was as if death itself had set its sights on him. Mistigan had said nothing, but even in the silence, he understood what needed to be done. Who exactly are these two people? As Listster walked through the bustling streets that night, he couldn't help but notice that the city seemed livelier than usual. He lifted his head and glanced at the moon above. The moon really is full tonight. Lister's arrival hadn't caused much of a stir in the North Sea. Aside from the tavern owner, no one was aware that yet another person had set their sights on the ope fruit. For years, the great powers of the sea had scoured every corner in pursuit of it, yet not a trace had turned up. A fruit that could grant immortality held an allure too powerful for anyone to ignore. After all, who truly wishes for their own demise? Mystigan had successfully infiltrated the underworld of the North Sea. Rumors occasionally surfaced, but useful information was scarce, a torrent of meaningless chatter and not a single worthwhile lead. This left Listster at loose ends, unsure how to spend his days in the North Sea. Fortunately, the region did offer its share of pleasures. Among these, the most celebrated was a famed hot spring island. Though it couldn't compare to the one in the New World, it stood as a renowned tourist destination among all four seas. Even many who lived along the Grand Line would flock to visit, drawn by the island's legend. After all, the island in the New World was far too perilous for most. After days of arduous travel, switching ships, hitching rides, he finally arrived at what was touted as the most beautiful place in the world, Lissa, the Goddess Isle. There must be some deeper meaning in the island's name, he thought. But whatever that meaning was, Listster didn't know for sure. What was obvious, though, was the island's unmatched beauty, beyond anything he'd ever seen. The moment he set foot there, a gentle floral fragrance greeted him, lifting his spirits and refreshing his mind with a newfound clarity. The flow of people was ceaseless, and laughter echoed everywhere. Faces beamed with joy and contentment. Their conversations betrayed a multitude of accents from all over. This place, one of the rare sanctuaries of the North Sea, belonged to no single power. Should any pirate from afar attempt to seize it, they would have to reckon with every force in the North Sea united against them. It was in every sense both a sacred ground for all the powers of the North Sea and a pure land in their hearts. Whenever someone felt burdened by their sins, they would come here to soak in the springs, hoping to wash away the filth and evil within, before returning to their old, wicked ways. That's why, even though you'll spot people from all the different factions on this island, what you witness here is only their peaceful coexistence. No matter how deep their grudges run outside these shores, fighting is simply not allowed here. Everyone who comes to the North Sea knows better than to defy this unspoken rule. Though, of course, the truly powerful are the exception, especially someone with strength on par with Rist. With his level of power, Rist could disregard these rules altogether if he wished. Perhaps there are some hidden masters in the North Sea, lying low out of sight, but Rist was certain that none could match him. Such was the confidence he had in his own strength. Truly, this place is unlike anywhere else, he murmured. The moment Rist set foot on the island, he unleashed his observation haki, instantly spreading it across the entire island. Every person's presence became clear to him. There were even a few truly formidable auras here, the kind that would be impressive even in the New World, though none felt familiar to him. Well, seems someone quite interesting has just arrived on this island, a low voice mused elsewhere. As Rist's observation haki washed over the island, other strong individuals sensed it too. But observation haki is impossible to guard against or evade. All they could do was use their own haki to trace the source of this newfound presence. In an instant, several distinct currents of powerful will surge toward Rist's location. Rist, however, paid them no mind. After all, he had made the first move, and if they chose to respond in kind, he couldn't exactly blame them. He wasn't the domineering type. No wonder this is considered the sea with the most powerhouses out of all four oceans, he mused. There truly are plenty of strong folks here. He had already surveyed every corner of the island. It was indeed a place perfect for a quiet retreat. Rist found himself thinking, when he grows old, he just might build a love nest for himself and Makino right here on this very island. Wait, this haki. Down the street, a man with blonde hair, sunglasses, and a flamboyant pink feathered coat suddenly came to a halt. "What's up, Daffy?" asked a slovenly figure behind him. These two were none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo and Treble. "There's a monster on this island," Doflamingo answered, veins standing out on his forehead and his tone grave. "A monster? That's not going to interfere with our plans, is it?" "Who knows?" In the next moment, Doflamingo's demeanor shifted. The solemnity faded from his face, replaced by a sly, sinister grin. "If they dare stand in our way, we'll just kill them. Simple as that." Doflamingo was extremely confident in his own strength. Even in the Grand Line, he firmly believed he was not one to be trifled with. So, though he could sense the formidable aura emanating from Rist, he didn't consider the newcomer a match for himself. But what he didn't know was that Rist, like himself, hailed from the Grand Line. If he had realized that the one approaching was none other than that monster of a marine, Rist, his confidence might have wavered. Rist casually selected a hot spring bathhouse bustling with people. Where crowds gathered, there was bound to be a reason. It had to be a good place. "Ah, this is wonderful," he sighed. Immersed in the soothing waters, Wrist felt every fiber of his being relax, as if both body and soul had been put at ease. "Hey, long time no see." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. The unexpected greeting startled Wrist, making him jolt in surprise. He hurriedly extended his observation haki. "Admiral Akiji, what are you doing here?" Indeed, the man who spoke up behind Wrist was none other than Akiji, one of the 3 Marine admirals. "I'm just here on vacation," Akiji replied. "But what about you? Weren't you supposed to be on a mission?" "That's right. I just happened to catch wind that the devil fruit had made its way here, so I came to check it out first." Wrist answered smoothly, betraying no embarrassment, though getting caught slacking off by his own superior was, in fact, a textbook case of social disaster. Yet, moments ago, even with his observation haki, Wrist hadn't picked up Akiji's presence. The only explanation was that, at the time, Akiji wasn't on the island, or perhaps he'd been hiding out in some underground chamber. Only under such circumstances could Akiji have slipped past Wrist's senses unnoticed. "I see. Well then, good luck. Admiral Kazan, why not stay and lend me a hand? If it really is that devil fruit, even I might have trouble getting out of here unscathed. Don't try to fool me. I rarely get any time off, and I'm not about to waste it." A real shame, that. Nonetheless, Akiji's sudden appearance served as a wake-up call for Wrist. Next time he used his observation haki to scan an island, he couldn't afford to only skim the surface. After that, the 2 men lapsed into silence, one lounging face down, the other leaning back comfortably. For reasons unknown, the room seemed to belong to them alone. Not that it bothered Wrist. He was quite content to enjoy the quiet. He wasn't like Luffy and his crew, who would have collapsed in a panic at the mere sight of Akiji. After all, Wrist was no pirate. Just then, the din mushy resting next to Wrist suddenly began to ring. There. Click. Listster picked up the transponder snail next to him without hesitation, making no effort to avoid Akiji. He knew there was only one person who could call this particular snail. "What's the news this time?" His tone was calm. Gone was the excitement he once felt at the beginning. With each false lead being exposed, Listster found himself growing indifferent. Now, when he heard Mr. Mystigan's voice, the thrill was no longer there. "There's news about the op fruit." The revelation made even Kuzan, whose eyes had been lazily half-closed, open them wide in surprise. "How reliable is this information?" "About 50-50. 50-50, huh? Well, I suppose it's still worth investigating. Let's hear it." It said that the op fruit will appear at the largest auction on Goddess Lisa Island. Hearing this, Listster fell completely silent. "What's wrong?" Mystigan waited, puzzled by the sudden hush from Lister's end. "It's nothing, just quite a coincidence. I'm on Goddess Lisa Island right now. Leave this to me. There's no need for you to come. Keep searching for more intel." "All right." Mystigan hadn't expected something so convenient to happen, either. "Looks like that hot spring soak is off the table now." Listster rose out of the hot spring, his well-built physique in full view before Akiji. Not that Akiji cared. After all, his own frame was more imposing than Lister's. If the Navy held a bodybuilding contest, Listster wouldn't even crack the top 5. "Didn't expect your intel network to be so fast. News of that devil fruit already? Who knows if it's true or not. Over the past while, I've chased after enough fake news about this fruit that I'm ready to drop from exhaustion. The auction house is right here on this island. Are you sure you don't want to join me?" Listster invited Akiji again, treating him without the deference a rear admiral is supposed to show to an admiral. Respect, after all, is reserved for those with strength, not just for those with higher rank. As things stood, Listster didn't consider Akiji his match. In fact, of the current 3 admirals, there wasn't one Listster feared. Akainu's attacks were powerful, sure, but as long as they couldn't hit, it didn't matter. The same applied to Akiji. Besides, with his abilities to reflect and transmit light, Listster could simply turn elemental and slip right through the ice. As for Kizaru, he might be able to keep up with Lister's speed, but when it came to swordsmanship, Listster had Kizaru beat, hands down. Listster felt that, even if he were to face Whitebeard right now, he might be able to put up a good fight, and perhaps, in the end, it truly wouldn't be clear who would win. Of course, all these thoughts were just Lister's wishful thinking. In reality, if a battle did break out, it definitely wouldn't go as smoothly as he imagined. After Listster left, Akiji closed his eyes once more, as if nothing in the world could disturb him. Clearly, he lived up to his reputation for embodying that laid-back style of justice. Stepping out of the bathhouse, Listster suddenly noticed that the number of people on the street had grown significantly. Most of them were armed, and Listster could sense that a few of them gave off the same presence as himself, a feeling of kinship. Are these people from the world government? Listster frowned as the thought occurred to him. He had no desire to get entangled with agents of the world government. After all, the only ones who would be sent to handle such an important mission involving the Operation Fruit had to be CP0 members. Listster made sure to keep his distance from them. Naturally, the three noticed Listster as well and recognized him instantly. The world government's institutions were nearly omniscient when it came to knowing the Navy's personnel. While they were aware that Listster was strong, they didn't know the full extent of his abilities. The three didn't bother to greet Listster. After all, they considered themselves above ordinary ranks and wouldn't take the initiative to acknowledge a mere Navy officer. It was a matter of dignity and face. Besides, even if they were to speak to Listster, their tone would certainly be one of command. If, however, they dared to use that commanding tone with Listster, they'd be in for a brutal lesson, because as far as Listster could tell, their strength was at best on par with a rear admiral for Navy headquarters. To someone like Listster, that level of skill was simply far too weak. Has the Navy really sent just a young guy like that to handle such an important mission? Though they didn't speak to Listster, they muttered among themselves. The man on the far left, masked and sharp-voiced, was the first to speak. Don't be reckless, Gio. The guy's nowhere near as green as he looks. There's a terrifying power brewing inside his body, one that could even threaten my life. The man in the center chimed in. He spoke with the calm authority of a leader, and it was clear he was the strongest among them. What? That kid's stronger than you? Gio replied, incredulous. He must have some powerful devil fruit up his sleeve, right? Oomph. Well, isn't he the lucky one? Gio's tone turned sour with jealousy and the faintest trace of envy as soon as he heard about the formidable devil fruit lurking within Listster. He, too, wanted to get his hands on a devil fruit, but he had never come across one that matched his desires. The world government had an abundance of ordinary Zoan fruits and plenty of useless paramecia fruits, but none of these tempted him in the slightest. The three of them soon dropped the topic of Listster and instead walked straight toward the auction house. But along the way, Listster unexpectedly spotted a familiar face. Blair, once his student and part-time underling. Seeing Blair draped in a marine coat, Listster noticed he now wore the rank insignia of a colonel. Another few years stationed here, and he'd probably be returning to headquarters. As one of Listster's earliest pupils and someone in possession of a devil fruit, Blair's strength was undeniable. He was well known within the North Blues naval circles. Pirates in these seas would rather steer clear than cross his path. Yet, Listster himself had no idea his old student's reputation had grown so formidable. As Listster recognized Blair, Blair also caught sight of him. Blair's eyes shifted from disbelief to outright astonishment, and then to barely contained excitement. Boss, it's been so long. Without hesitation, Blair jogged right up to Listster, his face alight with joy and excitement. It's been a long time, Blair. Must be at least 10 years now, hasn't it? Listter's own tone held a hint of nostalgia. Though he'd known Blair was stationed in the North Blue, running into him here was an unexpected delight. That's right, boss. Just now I thought I was mistaken, but it really is you. Blair couldn't suppress his grin any longer. His excitement was written all over his face. But boss, what brings you to the North Blue? I'd hoped to get together with you after a few more years, once I'd returned to headquarters. All of us from that batch of cadets have missed you terribly. I'm just here for a bit of a break, Listster replied, keeping his real mission secret. How many from your class are still around these days? He asked. I'm not sure, but there are probably about 10 still alive, Blair answered, his tone taking on a somber note. The bonds formed among classmates in those days ran deep. There were only 20 in a class, so it was impossible not to be close. Is that so? Only 10 left. Listster fell silent as well. This was the great age of pirates. Surviving 10 years and still having 10 of them left was already remarkable. Behind Blair, the Marines eyed Listster with open curiosity, wondering just who this person was to make their commanding officer so visibly moved. Are you here, on a mission? Listster asked out of curiosity, though it was clear from his eyes that he already had a suspicion. It was probably for the same reason he was here. Yeah, rumor has it there's news of the Operation Fruit here, Blair nodded. So headquarters sent me to check if it's true. If it is, then no matter what, I have to bring that fruit back. Honestly, if it turned out to be real, I wouldn't have much confidence getting it on my own. But now that you're here, big brother, I'm feeling much more sure of myself. With you around, there's simply no way things can go wrong. At Blair's words of flattery, Listster just smiled. When I was stationed in the North Sea, Blair continued, I used to read all about your victories on the Grand Line in the papers. It got me so fired up every time. I really wanted to be part of your crew, to serve on your ship. Perhaps it was the joy of their reunion after so long, but Blair seemed to have endless stories to share, speaking to Listster with unbridled excitement. All right, we can catch up some other time. Right now, your mission has to come first, Listster said. Yes, big brother. Then Blair turned to address his men. This is Rear Admiral Listster from Navy Headquarters, and he was my instructor back at the Naval Academy. You must show him the utmost respect. Is that clear? Understood. His soldiers responded with enthusiasm, and when they learned who Listster was, they were practically brimming with excitement. If Sengoku and Garp were the idols of the older veterans, and Kazan, Akainu, and Kizaru inspired those in their middle years, then Listster was undoubtedly the hero that the Navy's younger soldiers looked up to. All right. No need to make such a big fuss. You know this part of the North Sea better than I do. Let's have you lead the way, Listster said. Yes, big brother. Yes, Rear Admiral Listster. With that, Listster walked alongside Blair. It was obvious from Blair's familiarity that he'd been here before. You visited this island before? Listster asked with interest. Yes, big brother. I've spent close to a decade in the North Sea. On my off days, I'd come here to relax, Blair replied. Well, it's good to unwind now and then, but don't let yourself overindulge, Listster reminded him. No, that's not it, big brother. I just came to relax, not for what you're thinking. At Lister's words, an awkward look crossed Blair's face, almost as if he were holding something in. Oh, that's good then. Blair couldn't help but chuckle wryly. After not seeing Listster in 10 years, he couldn't help but wonder, had Lister's personality really changed so much? Soon, the group arrived at the largest auction house on Lisa's island, the Goddess Auction House. Ordinary people weren't allowed in here. Without Blair's guidance, even List himself would hardly have been let inside. But following behind Blair made all the difference. Blair had gained quite a reputation in the North Sea, so naturally, this auction house had to show him some respect, letting List inside without a second thought. As Blair strode into the auction house, the once noisy venue suddenly fell into a momentary hush. After all, few among those present could boast clean records. In front of the Navy, there was an instinctive sense of wariness. Most felt at least a flicker of apprehension. Looks like we've managed to draw quite a crowd this time, Blair remarked, sweeping his gaze around and spotting a number of familiar faces. Oh, who's here? List's curiosity was piqued. With his eye patch on, he couldn't tell who was who. Even if some of the people from the original story were present, he wouldn't recognize them. There's the Flamingo, Doflamingo, who rules over a part of the North Sea. The strongest bounty hunter in the underground scene, User, is also here. I see Kirill from a notorious assassin syndicate, plus a few lesser-known figures. Is that so? Doflamingo himself is here. Big brother, do you know him? No, I've only heard of him. Rumor has it he's an exceptionally cunning pirate who slipped through Vice Admiral Tsuru's fingers many times. He's one of the few pirates with a sharp mind. So, big brother, should we try to catch him? With you here, there's no way he can escape. Better not. Doflamingo's a special case. I have no intention of getting myself in trouble because of him. You too, unless there's a pressing reason, avoid provoking him. Otherwise, even your Vice Admiral father wouldn't be able to protect you. Understood, big brother. Blair's eyes flickered with a hint of unease. He'd encountered his share of high-profile pirates, but this was the first time he'd come across one so notorious that even a Navy headquarters Vice Admiral would think twice before crossing him. What if I really did provoke him? What then? I'll avenge you, List replied without hesitation. Thanks, big brother. With your word, I feel reassured. Blair grinned at that. Meanwhile, the rest of the people in the auction house were busily speculating about List's true identity. After all, anyone who could sit alongside Blair, especially when Blair treated him so respectfully, was bound to rouse their suspicions. Who's that young man? I don't know, but judging by his presence, he must be with the Navy as well. Doffy, who is that? Treble asked Doflamingo, having noticed the slight tremor that had run through Doflamingo's frame. Hey, that guy's a monster, a genuine, bona fide monster. Doflamingo said this with a twisted grin, his voice trembling ever so slightly. It was hard to tell whether it was from excitement or from fear. I didn't expect the Navy would send someone like that monster here. Clearly, the world government is utterly determined to get their hands on the Ope no Mi. Although Doflamingo didn't actually know who Listster was, or rather, he didn't realize that person was Listster, the overwhelming aura radiating from him was impossible to hide. That inhuman presence made Doflamingo shiver unconsciously, as if his very body were reacting to the proximity of a beast. There was nothing ordinary about this. Doflamingo himself was hardly weak. He had repeatedly escaped from Vice Admiral Tsuru, a feat only someone with the strength of a Marine Vice Admiral could achieve. Even if he were a bit weaker, he'd still be at least at the level of a Rear Admiral. But standing before Listster, he found he couldn't muster even the slightest intent to fight. No one else in that auction house ever entered Doflamingo's calculations, but Listster. Listster was a wild card, an unpredictable factor. Until today, he believed that he and this man might be equally matched. Yet, after seeing Listster in person, Doflamingo realized just how laughable that notion had been. Now he recognized Listster as the one who'd wielded observation hockey so brazenly over the entire island earlier. a clear sign he possessed the overwhelming power to back up such arrogance. So much trash here, and not a single one worth lifting a finger for. Listster spoke, instantly sensing the strength and weakness of everyone around him through their auras. If the Ope Nomi actually appeared here, he was certain he could walk away with it safe and sound. Besides, there was also Admiral Akiji stationed on this island. Even if something unexpected happened, with 2 Admiral-class powers on their side, unless it was the White-Beard pirates themselves, no force in the world could truly threaten them. Haha, boss, only you could get away with saying something like that in this place. Blair let out a hearty laugh. Indeed, only Listster had the confidence to make such a claim. If Blair himself dared to say those words, he felt certain he wouldn't leave this place alive. There were several people here just as strong as he was. Looks like you've still got a lot of training to do. Once we get back to headquarters, we'll have to step up your regimen. Otherwise, with your current ability, whether you can even survive the tides of the coming era is anyone's guess. No way, boss. Blair immediately fell into a comical lament, his face twisted with mock misery. Having endured 2 years under Listster's relentless training, he was all too familiar with how ruthless Listster's workouts could be. This man showed no mercy to those under his tutelage. When Rista was first assigned to train their group, it was actually his debut as an instructor, yet he carried himself with the skill and poise of someone seasoned by years of experience. No matter how sly or crafty the cadets tried to be, none could slip past his acute perception. I hope you'll have the chance to return to Navy headquarters one day. Although everyone else in the auction house was curious about Rista's true identity, as long as he didn't interfere with their business, none of them had any intention of making an enemy out of him. The auction began right on schedule, and it was, without a doubt, the grandest event the North Sea had seen in recent years. The reason was simple. The mysterious Ope Nomi fruit rumored to be on offer, authenticity still unproven. If the fruit turned out to be genuine, their trip would have been more than worth it. But even if it was a hoax, none of the participants would suffer any real loss. At most, the person behind the auction might end up in trouble. After all, a rumor like this had certainly pulled a lot of strings and played a lot of people. Even though the fabled devil fruit was clearly the headline attraction, the auction was filled with other treasures as well. Famous blades, treasure maps, and the like. Yet not a single item could capture Rista's attention. To him, these things were beneath notice. He dismissed every last one with a scoff. Of course, not everyone shared his indifference. The other patrons found plenty to ogle, and many of the items Rista deemed worthless fetched unexpectedly high bids. Take, for example, a painting of sunflowers. Rista simply couldn't see what was so special about it, but it was snatched up for an astonishing 100 million, a price to rival even that of a devil fruit. Or consider a pistol, encrusted with diamonds and fashioned entirely out of gold. Utterly useless as a weapon and fit only for display, yet it fetched an incredible 250 million berries at auction. Bids at high left Rista utterly baffled. With 250 million berries, he mused, you could buy more than a few feasts of gold. All he could say was, the world of the wealthy was something completely beyond his understanding. The only item that piqued his curiosity was a famous sword, one of the 21 Owazamono Grey Blades. It was called Thunderclap, and similar to his own sword, Wind Whisper, except Thunderclap carried the property of electricity, while Wind Whisper was sharp and attuned to the wind. The blade had been forged using thunder-infused minerals. While it didn't wield actual lightning, the paralytic effect alone made it a remarkable weapon. But when bidding for the sword soared past 50 million berries, Rista lost all interest, not for lack of desire, but simply because he couldn't afford it. Despite his rank as a rear admiral, his salary was meager. Hunting down notorious pirates brought some performance bonuses, but those amounted to barely a fraction of the bounties themselves. In other words, to capture a pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, he would only receive a commission of 1 million. After all, who knows when this kind of ethos started circulating within the Navy? They care about military merit, not money. By the time Listster joined the Navy, this mentality was already well established. Otherwise, he would certainly have given anyone responsible for spreading such unhealthy ideas a stern lesson. All his savings at present amount to just over 20 million. In a world of pirates that can hardly be called poor, but it's far from truly wealthy. Some people may not earn over 20 million in their entire lives, while others can get that much in a single hour. This rift is the result of the enormous gap between the nobility and ordinary citizens in this world, and, of course, the vast difference in power. Big brother, are you interested in that sword? Brayley sidled up next to Listster and asked him in a whisper. No, not really. He was honest. If that thunderclap blade were free, Listster would indeed be interested, but if he had to pay for it, he would simply pass, even if he had the funds to buy it. After all, he favored a single sword style, and he already had a flame blade of the same great grade caliber sitting in his storage. He wasn't even sure if it had grown rusty by now. Now, if it were one of the supreme grade swords, Listster would truly be interested. If that were the case, he'd make sure to get his hands on it by any means necessary. But as far as Listster knew, the only supreme grade blade was the Naginata Cloud Cutter, held by Whitebeard. And since he wasn't adept with polearms, even if he managed to acquire a Naginata, it would just be wasted on him. Perhaps sensing the impatience brewing among the majority of those gathered in the auction hall, the event finally entered its final act. The auctioneer spread his arms wide, his face flushed with excitement, his voice vibrant with anticipation. Up next, we present what is known as the great treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. At these words, the mood within the auction house instantly shifted. A weighted silence settled over the room, the anticipation so thick it was almost oppressive. This devil fruit was brought here through great hardship by our Chamber of Commerce from "cut the chatter and start already," or "I'll cut you down myself." Suddenly, an irate shout cut through the auctioneer's verbose introduction. Clearly, this bidder had run out of patience. Very well. Since our esteemed guest is eager, the auction for the devil fruit will now officially begin. A mysterious object, shrouded in a crimson cloth, was slowly wheeled onto the auction stage. So, what kind of devil fruit is this? Allow me to reveal the answer by unveiling its mysterious veil. With those words, the auctioneer grabbed a corner of the red cloth and gave a tug. In that instant, a devil fruit was revealed to the audience. The moment Listster saw this devil fruit, he lost all interest. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of devil fruit it was clear this was not the Ope Ope Nomi. Listster had seen illustrations of the Ope Ope Nomi before, and this didn't match. Doflamingo and the members of the CP organization were equally disappointed. They had all come here because they knew exactly what the Ope Ope Nomi looked like. Boss, is this the devil fruit we're after? No, not even close. This doesn't look anything like the Ope Ope Nomi. That's what I thought. The world government has been searching for the Ope Ope Nomi for decades. There's no way it would just show up that easily. Burei didn't feel particularly disappointed, since he never had any expectations from the beginning. Meanwhile, some of the people in the auction were already turning to leave. They'd recognized that this wasn't the Ope Ope Nomi, and saw no reason to waste any more time here. Just another false lead, as expected. A blue vein throbbed on Doflamingo's forehead. He hadn't really had much hope to begin with, but being played for a fool still left him furious. This devil fruit has been verified by us. It's a paramecia, known as the X-ray fruit. After consuming it, you gain the ability to see through any object. Anyone who still had a shred of hope lost it completely after hearing this description. If you were a pervert, maybe this fruit would be appealing, but for almost everyone else here, it was nothing but useless, a fruit with no value at all. However, whoever purchases this devil fruit will also receive a piece of information about the Ope Ope Nomi as a bonus. The ones preparing to leave suddenly froze in their tracks, Doflamingo and Listster included. Can you guarantee that this information about the Ope Ope Nomi is real? Someone in the crowd shouted the question everyone was thinking. Please rest assured, the auctioneer declared. On behalf of our auction house's reputation, I guarantee that the information about the Ope Ope Nomi is absolutely authentic. Reassured by the certainty in the auctioneer's voice, those who'd been about to leave returned to their seats. This auction house is really clever, someone remarked. They knew the X-ray fruit's power wasn't enticing enough, so they bundled the Ope Ope Nomi's intel along with it for the sale. What a damn swindler, Burei cursed loudly in frustration. That's just how business works, Listster said helplessly. The starting bid is 500 million berries. Each increase must be no less than 10 million berries. As soon as the starting price was announced, a sense of despair swept over the crowd. 500 million berries. What a price. The clear fruit alone was likely not even worth 100 million. What people truly coveted was the information about the operation fruit. That's where the real value lay. If one could really obtain the operation fruit, spending 500 million wouldn't be a loss. But if they failed, it would all be for nothing, a fortune washed away just like that. Everyone would feel the sting. So when that starting bid echoed through the auction house, silence fell instantly, as if a cold wind had swept through. No one made a sound. Each person was silently calculating. Was 500 million berries truly worth it? But the auctioneer was in no rush. He was confident. He knew that someone, unable to resist the lure of the operation fruit, would break first. After all, this was the very same fruit for which the world government was willing to offer as much as 5 billion. If someone actually got their hands on it, even if they wouldn't use it themselves, selling it to the world government would make for a guaranteed fortune. 550 million berries. Suddenly, a wealthy merchant seated at the front made his move. Listster sensed the man's presence, just a rich civilian, lacking any real power. But that single bid was like a spark thrown onto dry grass. Instantly, the entire auction house burst into life. 600 million berries. 700 million berries. 710 million berries. The price climbed higher and higher, quickly surpassing what many could bear. One by one, the voices fell silent as bidders dropped out. "Boss, what should we do? We don't have enough cash," Brare said with a long face, clearly distraught. He'd never taken this intel too seriously and only brought a few million berries as pocket change. Even if he scraped together all the funds from every marine branch in the North Blue, they'd still come up short of even 500 million berries. "Don't worry," Listster replied calmly. "This information isn't going anywhere. Look over there. Those people are just as composed as we are." He pointed, and Brare followed his finger. The agents from CP were sitting perfectly still, their presence utterly composed. Though they all wore masks, the stillness of their figures suggested a supreme confidence. "And besides, the real big players haven't even made their move yet," Listster added. Sure enough, as Listster spoke, Brare noticed the truth. The assassins, the bounty hunters, even the more notorious pirates, all were quietly watching, waiting for the right moment. Not one had taken action. "Don't they worry about missing out on the news?" Brare asked, suspicion flickering across his face. Listster just wanted to open the man's head and see what he was thinking. "What do you think matters more, this information or your own life?" "Of course life is more important," Brare replied, almost reflexively. "Exactly," Listster said. Yet even so, Brare still looked utterly bewildered. "Do you understand?" After that, Brawl turned to another ordinary soldier standing behind him and asked the same question. "Yes, sir, I understand." At this moment, Brawl couldn't help but question his own intelligence. Was there really something wrong with his brain? "All right, don't overthink it. There's no point. Now is when things start getting interesting." Very soon, the price had already soared past 1 billion. The number of bidders was quickly dwindling, and the heavyweights in the room were finally starting to make their moves. There really are more rich people out there than you'd think. Lise thought inwardly, a trace of dissatisfaction and deep envy rising in his heart. He could work himself to exhaustion for years and never make as much in a single day as these people did just by sitting there. 1.5 billion berries. As soon as this price was announced, the entire room instantly fell silent. The previous bids had barely edged over 1 billion, but in the blink of an eye, someone had raised the price by over 400 million berries. While others were increasing the bid by tens of millions at a time, this sudden leap of hundreds of millions drew everyone's attention. They all turned around, only to see that the person who placed the bid was actually a member of the world government CP organization. That instantly caused anyone familiar with them to have second thoughts. There wasn't a single person in the CP who was easy to deal with. Whether it was CP0 or CP9, anything the world government set its sights on was bound to become a hot potato. Taking it wouldn't be so simple. Looks like those guys couldn't hold back any longer. Lise thought to himself. He had assumed they would wait a bit more, that maybe their thinking aligned with his own, but clearly he'd been overestimating them. 1.5 billion berries. Any further bids? If not, the clear fruit and the op fruit information will go to that gentleman. The auctioneer shouted into the microphone, sounding a bit reluctant to let these two treasures go for only 1.5 billion. He was clearly hoping someone would push the price up even higher. "Hurry up and stop dawdling. Just bring down the hammer and get it over with." One of the members barked impatiently, as if he couldn't see right through the auctioneer's little antics. "Very well, these two treasures will now belong to Fufu. The world government sure does wield a lot of clout, but I'll offer 1.6 billion berries." Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the hammer, Doflamingo suddenly interrupted, raising the bid by another 100 million without hesitation. "Doflamingo, you bastard! That item is something the 5 elders themselves want. Who gave you the guts to meddle?" Clearly, judging from his words, he had at least a basic understanding of Doflamingo's identity. Fufu, you're nothing but a bunch of guard dogs. You're not even qualified to speak to me. You." One of them pointed a finger at Doflamingo, clearly on the verge of shouting an insult. "Calm down." But he was immediately stopped by the person in the middle. "Well then, Doflamingo, I hope you're prepared to face the wrath of those 5 esteemed gentlemen." With that, the 3 CP agents turned and left, seemingly heading off to report all this to their superiors. "Boss, Doflamingo really isn't just anybody. He actually made the world government swallow their pride. I've never seen them bow their heads to anyone except the celestial dragons." "Exactly, just like you said. They've never lowered themselves before anyone but the celestial dragons." "So, does that mean Doflamingo is a celestial dragon?" Blairy's eyes widened, as if he'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. To his credit, his wits were sharp in this moment. "That's right, but this secret stays between us. Don't breathe a word to anyone else." "I get it. I do." From that moment on, Blairy's gaze towards Doflamingo shifted, now tinged with a hint of wariness. He suddenly remembered Lister's warning not to provoke Doflamingo. Now he understood that it was because of such an extraordinary background. Any other bids? If not, these 2 items will go to Lord Heavenly Demon. No matter how much the auctioneer tried to stir up the crowd, no one else dared to offer another bid. After all, the more perceptive ones in the room had caught on to Doflamingo's unusual status. Let's congratulate Lord Heavenly Demon Doflamingo for securing both the perception fruit and the information on the operation fruit. Cannon fire sounded, and a smattering of applause followed throughout the hall. But Doflamingo seemed utterly unconcerned with all of this. What mattered to him was whether the information about the operation fruit was genuine. Lord Doflamingo, please come with me. I'll give you the information about the operation fruit in private. Very well. Doflamingo was then ushered backstage by the auction staff. Boss, what do we do now? Are we just going to lose the intel on the operation fruit like this? Relax. The information isn't going anywhere. Before long, Doflamingo re-entered the hall, wearing a satisfied grin, a clear sign he had acquired something to his liking. Seems like the intel is real, Listster thought to himself, sensing Doflamingo's mood. Though he didn't know Doflamingo all that well, he was certain that if this were a ruse, Doflamingo would never let it slide. All right, you can head back now. Leave the rest of this to me. Boss, don't worry, it'll be fine. After all, I came here with a mission in mind. Although Listster hadn't revealed the details of his mission to Brawley, he said this only to ease Brawley's concerns. All right, big brother, I'll leave the matter of the op-op fruit to you. You absolutely can't let it fall into pirate hands. With that, the 2 of them parted ways. Originally, Listster wanted to return to the auction house and extract information from someone there, but after some thought, he decided against it, realizing that his identity as a Navy officer would complicate things. Instead, he shifted his attention to Doflamingo. Against ordinary business groups, Listster couldn't make a move as a Marine, but when it came to pirates, he had no such reservations. Soon after, Listster discreetly began to follow Doflamingo, not so much a shadowy pursuit, but rather openly trailing him. In fact, it wasn't just Listster. Everyone interested in the op-op fruit had started tailing Doflamingo, each in their own way. Doffy, what do we do about those pests trailing us? Treble asked, addressing Doflamingo. Clearly, they had long been aware of the people lurking behind them. Simple. Eliminate them. And when we get back, tell Diamante to grab our money back. Nobody takes what's ours without a fight. Yes, Doffy. Instead of heading to the port, Doflamingo and Treble made their way to an isolated, out-of-the-way spot, clearly intending to lure their pursuers in. So he plans to wipe them all out at once. All the better. It'll save me from having to do the job myself later, Listster thought. He immediately understood Doflamingo's intentions. If by chance he managed to subdue Doflamingo, and someone else overheard the information that leaked out, he'd have to go to the trouble of dealing with everyone else. With Doflamingo handling this task, things couldn't have worked out more conveniently. Soon after, Doflamingo led the group into the secluded area and came to a halt. Listster followed behind him openly, while the others stayed hidden. Though they concealed their forms and aura as well, under Listster's advanced observation abilities, they shone like stars in the night, impossible to ignore, no matter how much they tried to feign invisibility. You lot, come out, Doflamingo ordered, as though completely oblivious to Listster's presence and choosing not to acknowledge him. However, after Doflamingo spoke, no one emerged from hiding. It seemed everyone was determined to stay concealed, waiting for someone else's nerves to break first. Still hiding, are you? Doflamingo's voice grew cold, then remained there forever. Suddenly, Doflamingo thrust his palm upward, and within Listster's hockey-enhanced perception, countless fine threads shot out from Doflamingo's fingertips. Listster shifted slightly to the side, his body moving just enough to evade. One of those threads had been aimed directly at him. You really don't know how to behave, do you? Listster made up his mind then and there. He would be sure to teach Doflamingo a proper lesson before long. Doflamingo noticed that Listster had dodged his thread and frowned ever so slightly. This was one of his most reliable techniques, seldom missing its mark. And yet, those rare few who could evade it were almost always the ones he couldn't defeat. This could get troublesome. Doflamingo mused to himself. Meanwhile, his threads had already found their other targets. With a twitch of Doflamingo's fingers, cries of anguish rang out from all directions. Hey, what's happening to you? A panicked voice shouted in alarm. I don't know. I can't control my own body. A scream followed. Shouts and terrified conversations began springing up from all around. What a cruel and twisted trick this is. Despite the screams in his ears, Listster paid them no heed. After all, none of those people were exactly innocent themselves. Soon, figures began emerging, from rooftops, from doorways, from the dark alleyways. Some gripped knives, others pointed guns, but they all had one trait in common. Their bodies were stained with blood, and terror flickered in their eyes, as if bewildered by what was happening to them. Fu. What does it feel like, I wonder, to kill your own comrades with your own hands? Doflamingo's laughter dripped with malicious delight. For some, this was undoubtedly a thrilling spectacle. People forced to turn on one another, a grisly performance. Doflamingo's methods certainly fit the moniker he bore in the underworld, Joker. But unlike the smiling clown who performs for a circus crowd, this Joker operated from behind the curtains, his threads controlling the fates of everyone in the shadows, manipulating them as playthings. Doflamingo, you bastard. This is your doing, isn't it? Upon hearing Doflamingo's words, realization dawned among the victims. Someone shouted at him in anger. Doflamingo could seize command of their bodies, but their thoughts and expressions remained their own. Fu. Come now, enjoy the feast of carnage I've prepared for you, he crowed. After he finished speaking, Doflamingo's fingers began to twitch relentlessly. All those under his control suddenly turned on each other in a savage frenzy. Not long ago, they had united with a single goal, taking down Doflamingo. But now, their targets had become one another, or even themselves. Those with knives hacked at each other. Those with guns fired wildly. Knife wielders were no match for those with guns. In the end, they were nothing more than puppets, unable to make any complex moves, only acting out a few painfully simple motions. Doflamingo, you bastard! Someone shouted in fury. Their bodies suffered torment, but their hearts were racked with even deeper agony. They weren't hurting an enemy, but comrades, perhaps even those with whom they shared life and death bonds. Ha. Bastards am I. Doflamingo laughed coldly. Don't you find this entertaining? Killing your own with your own hands. Surely, nothing could be more thrilling. A chorus of anguished screams erupted. Some had completely broken down, shrieking in madness. Clearly, they had been forced to hurt those dearest to them. The slaughter was over in a flash. None were left standing. Every last one lay sprawled across the ground like corpses. Next, it's your turn, Navy. Doflamingo turned his gaze toward Listster. Just moments before, Listster had stood there like a bystander, his posture perfectly still, silent, and watching. But Doflamingo knew this was a mighty adversary, perhaps one capable of devouring even him. Doflamingo, is it? If you know what's good for you, tell me everything you know about the surgery fruit. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. How arrogant. At Listter's words, veins bulged furiously on Doflamingo's forehead. He prided himself on his superiority, but he was quick to anger, and Listter's words struck directly at his pride, pouring fuel on the flames of his rage. Bullet string. With a sudden gesture, Doflamingo raised his index finger, a slender thread forming at its tip. It fired out with the crack of a shot, faster and deadlier than a bullet. Yet, with the slightest tilt of his head, Listster let the thread whistle past, missing him by a hair's breadth. Is this really all you have, Doflamingo? It seems you're nothing but shallow cunning and empty threats. Don't you dare insult our young master. At that moment, Treble stepped forward to confront Listster. This isn't your place to speak. Stay silent. In an instant, a powerful aura exploded from Listster, rolling outward and crushing down on Treble with overwhelming force. Under the crushing weight of this overwhelming presence, Treble's runny nose swung back and forth uncontrollably. Even the cloak he conjured with his powers seemed on the verge of being ripped away. The sunglasses he wore had already shattered under the force, and as he opened his mouth to speak, he found himself completely at a loss for words. It wasn't that he had lost his voice. Rather, it was the sheer pressure emanating from List that left him so stifled, he'd forgotten how to speak altogether. Although Doflamingo wasn't the direct target of this oppressive force, he, too, felt a tremendous weight bearing down on him. This was the first time he had ever faced such terrifying intensity. Not even Vice Admiral Tsuru, whom he once encountered, commanded such a dominating presence. Yet this force didn't belong to Conqueror's Haki alone. Just as Treble was about to be completely crushed by the aura, a fierce and domineering presence suddenly erupted from behind him, colliding head-on with the waves radiating from List. The air between them shimmered with the clash of power. Doffy, Treble gasped, his voice betraying a lingering sense of fear. Any notion of taking action against List had long evaporated. Now, even glancing at List made his knees quiver uncontrollably, his entire body trembling despite himself. Step back. From here on out, this is a fight you cannot interfere in, Doflamingo ordered grimly. Treble was no weakling. In fact, he was considered a formidable force, even among the elites of the first half of the Grand Line. Yet now, he had been flattened solely by the presence that surged from one man. So it's finally begun? At that moment, Akiji, having just finished his hot spring bath, sensed the distant waves of tension. He quietly reflected to himself, then walked off in the opposite direction. Although he hadn't witnessed List's true strength firsthand, he was confident List would handle the situation. After all, the fleet admiral himself called List a man with admiral-level power. "So this is your conqueror's haki, Doflamingo? How fragile." List taunted, his words echoing with a chilling confidence. "What?" Before Doflamingo could process the meaning behind List's words, an even more terrifying and domineering presence surged from List. It bore down on Doflamingo, golden in hue and bristling with force. Though Doflamingo's own conqueror's haki resisted stubbornly, it was utterly ineffective. The disparity between them was like that between an ant and a giant elephant. This wasn't a difference in magnitude, but in essence, a gulf separating two entirely different realms. "Just who are you?" Doflamingo asked, his face turned ashen. "I'm simply an ordinary marine. You're a nemesis, the natural enemy of pirates like you." "Damn it. Who would have thought the Navy could produce a monster like you?" "A monster? Are you talking about me?" "Ha! Who would have thought there'd be a day when I'd be called a monster myself?" Being called a monster by Doflamingo didn't upset Listster at all. On the contrary, he felt a thrill. He had always been the one calling others monsters, never imagining someone else would use that word for him. 5 color strings. Doflamingo raised his hand, his fingers spread in a claw-like gesture, and 5 white threads shot forward, slashing toward Listster. But in the face of this attack, Listster simply drew his seal blade. Without any special technique, he brought it down with the subtlest motion. Instantly, the 5 threads were cleanly sliced apart. No resistance, as if he were cutting through soft tofu. That's swordsmanship. He's a great swordsman. A heavy seriousness settled over Doflamingo's face. The moment Listster unsheathed his weapon, the aura of a master swordsman burst forth, sharp and fierce. Under the pressure of such sword aura, even if Listster hadn't swung his blade, Doflamingo's threads seemed they would have crumbled anyway. Suddenly, as he took in Listter's attire, Doflamingo seemed to recall something important. There were barely any true master swordsmen among the Marines. One could say there were none at all. Even among the vice admirals, only a few were skilled with the sword, and none were true masters. Yet, in recent years, one great swordsman had emerged in the Navy, a man with an eye patch who never gave pirates a chance to survive a second strike. "You're that rear admiral from Navy headquarters, Listster?" Doflamingo asked, his voice grave. I'm surprised my reputation has spread so far. Even a clown tucked away in the North Blue like you has heard my name. So it really is you? The Navy must be desperate for the know me if they're willing to send a monster like you from the Grand Line out here to the 4 seas. It was as if Doflamingo's suspicions had been confirmed. He spoke with conviction. "No, I came to the North Blue of my own accord. My instincts told me the know me would surface somewhere in these waters." Listter's answer caught Doflamingo off guard. He hadn't expected that Listter's appearance in the North Blue was purely a matter of intuition. "But it seems my instincts were right. The clue to the know me really did turn up in the North Blue. So, will you take the pain, or will you give up the information on the know me right now?" Listster aimed his blade at Doflamingo. In that instant, Doflamingo felt himself utterly ensnared by sword intent. His whole body throbbed with invisible, splitting pain, like being sliced apart, though not a single wound marked his flesh. If it were Doflamingo from his future prime, he would indeed be qualified to exchange a few blows with Listster. But right now, Doflamingo has yet to reach his peak. Compared to the man he will be in over 10 years, the gap is enormous. The intel I've gathered says the fruit has appeared in the white town, Flevance. After a brief inner struggle, Doflamingo finally revealed the additional information he had obtained. Between news like this and his own life, he knew which mattered more. He simply couldn't be sure if Listster might kill him on the spot. If it were someone like Tsuru or Sengoku, he would try to tangle with them. But Listster was a different matter entirely. "Doflamingo, you truly live up to your reputation for thriving in the dark underworld. A clever man indeed." Listster praised Doflamingo. Even though he'd just taken Doflamingo down a peg, Listster had no intention of killing him. After all, Doflamingo's unique status would only bring a heap of trouble if Listster were to end his life. He wasn't worried about trouble from the criminal underworld. It was the issues the world government could bring that gave him pause. Those kinds of problems were real headaches. "Since I've got what I wanted, I'll let you go. You can leave now." Hearing Listster dismiss him, Doflamingo wasted no words. He turned at once and strode away. He had no desire to keep talking to this monster. Who knew if Listster might suddenly change his mind? Toribol followed Doflamingo in silence. He had been thoroughly frightened into submission. Honestly, if Listster so much as shot him a glare, Toribol was half convinced it might scare him into wetting himself. As they made their escape, Neither mentioned any plans for revenge, because it would have made no difference. They simply didn't have the power to retaliate, and chances were they'd just end up worse off if they tried. The White Town, Flevance, huh? Now, that's a troublesome place. Before coming to the North Blue, Listster had done some homework on the region, and among all the towns and cities, Flevance stood out to him as a place worth special caution. When it came to chaos in the North Blue, nowhere topped Flevance. Flevance was one of the wealthiest places in the North Blue. Its nickname, the White Town, came from the fact that the ground and trees within its borders were as pure and snow-white as something out of a fairy tale kingdom. A place so beautiful, it seemed almost otherworldly. The origin of this enchanting scenery lay in a mineral discovered beneath the country's earth, amber lead. This rare form of lead had a remarkably wide range of uses. Not only can it be used to make tableware, coatings, sweeteners, and cosmetics, but it's also used in the production of weapons. High-quality amber lead products have buyers all over the world. This is one of the main reasons why the country is so wealthy. Indeed, the most important reason of all. But before Listster came to the North Sea, he had already checked some information about Flevance at Navy headquarters. With his status, even some confidential records were within his reach. The world government had long since investigated Flevance. After all, with such a huge business opportunity, they would never let it slip away. However, after the investigation, they discovered that amber lead was not a harmless material at all, but a deadly poison. Yet, in their pursuit of profit from amber lead, both the world government and the royal family of that nation chose to bury the truth. As a result, the people of that country began to die off one after another, while other nations set their sights on the place like hungry predators. Now, Flevance had become a country consumed by war. If I remember correctly, Flevance should be the hometown of Trafalgar Law. Walking down the main street, Listster mused to himself. Gradually, Listster made his way to the harbor, where he was surprised to see Brayley's warship waiting for him at the dock. "Over here, boss," Brayley called out to Listster. Hearing Brayley's voice, Listster leapt aboard the ship in one swift motion. "Well, have you found any news, boss?" Brayley asked eagerly. He was so anxious about information regarding the Ope fruit, because finding it would be a tremendous military achievement, one that could earn his return to Navy headquarters. "Yes. Where is it?" Brayley's eyes sparkled as he asked, with such anticipation that anyone watching might think he wanted to eat the Ope fruit himself. "In the White City, Flevance." "What?" As soon as he heard the location, it was as if a bucket of ice water had doused Brayley's burning enthusiasm. "Boss, you're not actually thinking of going to that place, are you?" "Yes. I want to see it for myself. After all, my instincts tell me that the rumors about the Ope fruit appearing in Flevance are probably true." "You can't, boss. There's an epidemic raging there. It's far too dangerous to go now. Besides, I've heard some whispers that the world government is planning to wipe that country out completely." Brayley's face turned grave. Having spent nearly a decade in the North Sea, he knew Flevance all too well. He might not be privy to every secret, but when it came to the current state of Flevance, Brayley knew much more than Listster did. "Don't worry. That's not an infectious disease. It's a kind of toxin. As long as you don't come into contact with lead, you won't be exposed to that poison." "Toxin? Big brother, what's going on? Do you know something the rest of us don't?" Hearing Listster refer to the sickness as poisoning, Brayley asked with a frown, his tone as heavy as the atmosphere suddenly became. "Yes. Lead sickness isn't an infectious disease, it's a deadly poison, and the world government has known about it for a long time." "They knew? Then why didn't they stop it?" Brayley felt something inside him shatter. His worldview seemed to crumble in an instant. "What do you think?" Money. 10 years of service hadn't been wasted on Brayley. He quickly saw through the layers of bureaucracy and greed. That's right. Lead brought them mountains of wealth. Monsters. Do those nobles even count as human, making their fortunes at the expense of innocent lives? Unable to contain himself, Brayley slammed his fist into the ship's metal wall, leaving a deep dent that showed just how much strength he put behind it. "Big brother, are we, the Navy, still worthy of being called justice? Do we deserve the word on our backs?" It would be easier if he'd never learned the truth, but now that he knew, Brayley found it hard to accept. His father was a vice admiral. Brayley had grown up in Navy headquarters, always exposed to the government's good side. Even after being stationed in the North Sea, he'd never seen the deeper, darker truths. At most, he'd witnessed a little bribery. Serious, yes, but nothing he couldn't rationalize away. "Who knows? In any case, I no longer feel worthy of that word." Listster's reply sounded weary, weighed down by a bitter resignation. Knowing the world government was in the wrong, unable to stop the tragedy unfolding, Listster could only watch as events in Flevance marched quietly toward oblivion. "Damn it, big brother, are you telling me there's truly nothing we can do?" Brayley asked, his voice riddled with unwilling frustration. You couldn't fault him for his ideals. Years of righteous upbringing had ingrained in him a pure sense of justice. With our status, our positions right now, there's nothing we can do. At Listter's words, Brawley was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Suddenly, it almost seems like those so-called evil revolutionaries are the real champions of justice. Brawley muttered, and it was a good thing no other Navy officers were around. Merely speaking those words would have been enough to land him in serious trouble. The Revolutionary Army, is it? Maybe what they're doing right now really is the right thing. But who can guarantee they won't become the next world government? At least for now, they can do things that we're simply unable to. For once, Brawley mustered a rare bit of resistance against List. This made List cast a surprised glance in Brawley's direction. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment, precisely because Brawley once placed so much faith in the Navy's sense of justice. Witnessing now the darkness underlying the government left nothing but disappointment filling his heart. So, is it that you want to join the Revolutionary Army now? Or are you thinking about becoming a pirate instead? Brawley gave no answer. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Whatever he truly thought, only he himself knew. Maybe, even without me, change would still come to the Navy one day. List reflected silently to himself. In the end, List arrived at Flevance, though Brawley didn't accompany him. He merely escorted List to Flevance and then took his leave. After all, Brawley was, in a sense, the highest-ranking officer at the North Sea Navy base. Perhaps there were some in the North Sea with a higher official title, but none could match his strength. To be blunt, Brawley's current combat abilities would easily qualify him for the rank of Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters. He had already mastered all 6 forms of the Navy's martial arts, and with his devil fruit power added to the mix, his fighting prowess could be called formidable. So this is the white town, Flevance? The stories didn't exaggerate, after all. Back on the warship, List had already removed his blindfold. Gazing out over the landscape, what met his eyes was an endless expanse of white. Here, one could hardly see any other color at all. As List activated his observation hockey, he could sense the islanders' gloomy and resentful emotions pulsing all around him. All across this island, battles raged on relentlessly. The nation had fallen into ruins, utterly beyond anyone's power to save. The spread of lead poisoning here had seeped into the very bones of the land, completely incurable now. At once, List lost all interest in this island. White, nothing but white. At first glance, there was a certain beauty to it, reminiscent of a fairy tale kingdom of snow and ice. Yet, after a while, a kind of aesthetic fatigue naturally settled in. Weary of this scene, he slipped his blindfold back on. After all, this was a dangerous place for him to go uncovered. What with the island's constant warfare, it wasn't unlikely that devil fruit users might appear any moment. Still, List felt the day he could leave the blindfold behind entirely wasn't too far away. When that day arrived, he'd no longer have to hide himself. When Listster stepped into Flevance, he saw the people living there. Much like in other decaying nations, the gap between rich and poor was enormous. The wealthy could feast on meat and fish every day, while the poor struggled with the simple task of filling their stomachs. He saw many commoners who didn't even dare lift their heads to meet his gaze, intimidated by his neat attire. Their own clothes could hardly cover their bodies, patchwork and holes everywhere, every piece mended countless times. Listster could feel that everyone here was living with hunger gnawing at them. Some of the looks cast his way brimmed with a fierce and desperate edge, as if dark thoughts were quietly brewing in their minds. It's a good thing I didn't let Brawley come here, Listster thought to himself. Otherwise, it would have been hard for him not to overthink things. As for Brawley's future, Listster could no longer say for sure. Would Brawley stay with the Navy? He didn't know. After what had just happened, Brawley seemed to have lost faith not only in the Navy, but perhaps in the world government itself. Listster had never imagined that Brawley's sense of justice could be so pure, so untainted. After all, Brawley had once cornered him in an alley out of jealousy. Now, Brawley had changed dramatically from the boy he once was. Here, money was meaningless. Even with gold in hand, there was nowhere to buy food. Hey kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over whatever food you've got. Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next. Just then, a group of people appeared before Listster, each gripping a dagger. A crowd gathered around them, but their feelings toward Listster were mixed. Some radiated the same resentment as the attackers, while others looked on with sympathy in their eyes. At this moment, Listster kept his blindfold on. Had he removed it, he would have noticed that nearly everyone around him was marked by pale spots on their skin. Those white blotches, what people here called the amber lead syndrome. So, you think you can rob me? Listster shook his head, a faint smile on his lips. I have to admire your courage, but unfortunately for you, you've picked the wrong target. No sooner had he finished speaking than a wave of power erupted from him. Conqueror's hockey surging forth. For these weary souls, the force was simply overwhelming. Even though Listster barely released a fraction of his strength, Every one of his would-be attackers slumped to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Listster did not show any sign of mercy, nor did he give food to the children around him, because he understood that this would only put those defenseless little ones in greater danger. Anyone possessing food in this place instantly becomes the target of everyone's desperation and hostility. Has that Navy officer come to this place as well? Just as Listster released his overwhelming aura, somewhere else on the island, Doflamingo also sensed that dominating presence. After all, the island was not that large. Treble, have you spread the word? Yes, it's been spread, Doffy. But broadcasting the information about the op fruit here in Flevance, I just don't see how it benefits us. Treble sounded puzzled, unable to comprehend why Doflamingo would choose to spread the news about the op fruit here in Flevance. Do you really think that just a few of us could wrest the op fruit from that Navy officer's hands? As those words from Doflamingo landed, an image of Listster flashed instantly in Treble's mind. The very thought sent tremors through his cloak, a testament to the kind of impression Listster had left on him. Just a mention of his name was enough to induce fear. That's why I need Flevance to become even more chaotic. Only in that chaos can we find an opportunity. Boss, exactly which Navy officer is powerful enough to cause so much trouble? At this point, Diamante turned to Doflamingo and asked. Curiosity flickered in Corazone's eyes as well, and he listened closely. The Navy man once stationed at Sabeti Archipelago, Listster, that master swordsman people whisper about for Navy headquarters? Diamante's voice rang with surprise. He, too, was a swordsman, but hardly more than an aspiring swordsman himself, a far cry from a true master. That's no mere rumor. That's fact. That monster is the real deal, a true great swordsman, Treble stressed. Even if all of us attacked together, we'd never be a match for him. I can't believe the Navy sent someone so formidable. A heavy sense of dread weighed on every member of the Don Quixote family. Everyone except for Corazon, whose position as a mole made Listter's arrival feel like a ray of relief, lightening the burden on his shoulders. Soon, Listster arrived on the battlefield. The roar of cannon fire cut through the air, mingling with cries of agony and despair. The sound stirred something in Listter's heart, but this nation was already beyond salvation. The poison of amber lead had contaminated the entire environment, and not even someone like Listster could hope to save it alone. However, when Listster arrived at the battlefield, there were still a few foolhardy individuals who actually dared to attack him. Shells and bullets were fired in his direction, but with a simple elemental shift, they passed harmlessly through his body. All I can do, he murmured quietly, is to let your life linger in this world a little longer. No sooner had he finished speaking than his conqueror's haki surged across the field, sweeping through everyone present. Under the overwhelming pressure of this terrifying haki, not a single soul remained conscious. After all, Listter's haki was now virtually limitless. Even those with the strongest willpower stood no chance against such force, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Afterward, Listster took out a din mushy and dialed a number. Come to Flevance. It said that the ope fruit will appear here, he stated directly as soon as the call connected. All right, I understand, came the reply. At this point, Listster was ready to wash his hands of the matter and let someone else handle the trouble. For affairs like these, Mistigan was the perfect choice. With his strength, even confronting Doflamingo wouldn't pose any issue. If Listster hadn't shown up here, Doflamingo would have been the undisputed overlord of the North Blue, the strongest person in the region. Yet now, he found himself blocked by not one, but two imposing obstacles, Listster and Mistigan. With power on par with an admiral, Mistigan was far from someone Doflamingo could overcome. Admirals were the true watershed, a decisive boundary in terms of strength. At the same time Listster informed Mistigan, the Don Quixote family spread the word that the ope fruit would emerge in Flevance. Every major force sent their own spies to slip into Flevance under the radar, including agents from the world government. That evening, Listster opted not to spend the night on the island. If he accidentally came into contact with the poisonous amber lead, it would be quite troublesome. While his body was strong enough to ward off most problems, there was always the risk that some trace of the toxin might remain. Thinking of Makino's future, Listster decided it was best to leave this dangerous place for now. Although it was rare to find ships departing from Flevance, Listster didn't need a vessel. He transformed into a streak of elemental light and vanished in an instant. He soon returned to Goddess Lisa Island, but upon his return, he discovered that the auction house seemed to have been completely ransacked. Scorched marks covered the entire area where the building once stood. It was clear the place had just endured a raging fire, and Listster hardly needed to guess who was responsible. Besides Doflamingo, who else could it have been? After all, knowing Doflamingo's personality, there was no way he could simply swallow his anger after losing so much money. he was never one to take a loss lying down. If it weren't for Listster seizing that vital information, perhaps Doflamingo could have felt a little better. But ever since Listster forced him into submission, the secret about the ope fruit had become as good as public knowledge. Now, anyone with a bit of initiative could dig up the details. However, Listster soon discovered that Aokiji still hadn't left the island. Admiral Aokiji, you sure have a lot of free time on your hands, don't you? Listster strolled straight into the night market on Goddess Island and found Kazan. Kazan was munching on a popsicle, though it was impossible to tell whether he'd bought it or conjured it with his own power. Still, Listster had to admit, standing near Kazan had its perks. Even in the sweltering summer heat, being next to Kazan was like enjoying the coolness of an ice-cold air conditioner. I could say the same about you, Kazan replied with a sidelong glance at Listster. So, any headway on your assignment? He casually followed up. Yeah, rumor has it the devil fruit appeared on Flevance Island. But I just searched the place from top to bottom and found nothing. I guess it's still hidden somewhere, or maybe someone's already eaten it. No way to know for sure. If I'd known this mission would be such a breeze, I would have taken it myself, Kazan said, a hint of regret in his voice. After all, Listter's current work routine looked indistinguishable from a laid-back vacation. It was basically a paid holiday. Well, how about I hand you the job? Listster offered with a smile. I'm sure the fleet admiral would love to see an admiral handle such an assignment. No, forget it. Since you already have a lead, it wouldn't feel right for me to butt in and steal your thunder. Besides, once you get back, you'll probably be promoted to vice admiral, right? Who knows? Listster replied indifferently. He wasn't particularly concerned about his rank. Once you had real strength, everything else seemed to follow. You really are the fastest rising Marine I've ever met. Listster laughed softly. Well, times have changed. This is the era of the great pirates, far more perilous than before. But the greater the danger, the bigger the opportunities. And I just happen to be the one who seizes every chance that comes my way. Hearing this, Kazan couldn't help letting a faint trace of envy flicker in his eyes. He remembered how steep the climb had been when he became a vice admiral, truly an uphill battle. And to be honest, the dangers of his era didn't hold a candle to the ones Listster now faced. After all, back then, those pirates had already risen to prominence, whether it was Golden Lion, Whitebeard, or Roger. Yet, today's era of great pirates has not fully taken shape. It's merely in its infancy. Although Listster and Kazan had only met a handful of times, the two of them conversed like old friends who'd known each other for years. It seemed as though there was no topic they couldn't discuss, and neither harbored any significant secrets from the other. Listster reckoned that among the three admirals, only Kazan could have these kinds of conversations with him. Perhaps it was because they shared the same, well, not exactly peculiarities, but rather similar interests. How is Teacher Zephyr doing? His strength has waned a bit now, but he's still in good health. Handling the regular pirate riffraff is no trouble for him. That's good to hear. Admiral Kazan, there's something I'd like to ask you. A thought suddenly crossed Lister's mind about what he had witnessed today in Flevance. Go on. What is justice to you in your heart? Justice, huh? Kazan was caught off guard, clearly not expecting Listster to ask such a question. For a moment, a flood of memories flickered through his mind. Scenes of him fighting pirates, protecting civilians, and even that day he'd participated in the Buster Call, witnessing a Kaido mercilessly wipe out an entire ship of innocent people. Who's to say? Just as the two of them were about to continue their talk, the Den Den Mushi by Kazan's side suddenly began to ring insistently. Hello, is that Aokiji? A voice familiar to both of them came through from the other end. This is Aokiji. Oh, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Calling out of the blue like this, what's going on? At that moment, Listter's voice chimed in as well. Hearing him, they could sense Sengoku pausing in surprise. Is that Listster? Yes, sir. It's me, Fleet Admiral. Good. In that case, both of you return to Marine headquarters at once. Kazan, your leave ends here. Listster, put aside your current assignment and return immediately as well. Has something happened? At Sengoku's words, both Kazan and Listter's expressions turned serious. If even an admiral was being called back to headquarters, and Listster, whose strength rivaled an admiral's, was told to abandon the Op Fruit mission, then something significant must have occurred. Yeah, has the new world gone berserk? What's going on? I'll explain when you get back. Listster, use your ability to bring Kazan straight back right now. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Afterwards, the two of them exchanged a glance, both wearing an expression of helpless resignation. No one had expected a sudden emergency mission to appear out of nowhere. Let's go, Admiral Aokiji. All right. Then, Listster transformed into a streak of light, taking Aokiji with him as they sped towards Navy headquarters. Fortunately, Aokiji's armament hockey and physical endurance were up to the task. Otherwise, at such high speeds, his body simply couldn't have withstood it. From time to time, He even had to shift into his elemental form, easing the strain brought by their breakneck velocity. Is this your ability? Something like Admiral Kizaru's glint fruit? Kazan asked Listster as they raced forward. Since he was carrying someone, Listster couldn't fully enter his own elemental form. That's right. But rather than saying it's similar to the glint fruit, it'd be more accurate to say mine is the glint fruit. Is that so? That really is quite an unusual ability. Thanks to Listster's speed, what would have been a voyage of nearly half a month by ship, he managed to compress into just half a day. By the time they reached Navy headquarters, however, Listster was already feeling worn out, on the verge of exhaustion. Looks like something big really is happening, he murmured. Using his observation hockey, Listster sensed the people gathered in the fleet admiral's office. The other two admirals were already assembled, along with Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru. Just find yourselves a seat anywhere, Sengoku addressed them as they entered. In this room, aside from Listster himself, everyone present was of immense importance within the Navy. The three admirals went without saying, and Garp was a naval hero, while Tsuru was considered the brains of the Navy. In this company, Listster's status was the lowest. Yet his very presence at such a meeting showed he had earned the recognition of everyone here, even if Akainu and Vice Admiral Tsuru had yet to witness his true strength. It didn't stop them from drawing their own conclusions from the rumors swirling about him. All right, Sengoku, Garp spoke up. You had us rush here in such a hurry. Why don't you get straight to the point? After all, when the summons went out, Garp was on vacation in the East Blue. Hearing the gravity in Sengoku's tone, he'd raced here immediately using Moonwalk. That was Garp for you. Anyone else would have been lucky just to use Moonwalk to leave the East Blue at all. The former captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Kazuki Oden, has been killed by Kaido of the Beasts. Kazuki Oden? The name sparked recognition among those gathered. That man, wild as a beast himself, died by Kaido's hand? It's almost impossible to believe. Garp, who had once crossed paths with Kazuki Oden, spoke with disbelief in his voice. Yes, it truly is an incredible piece of news. But no matter how Kaido pulled this off, word has already reached Whitebeard. At those words, every face in the room changed. They all understood the kind of man Whitebeard was. He regarded his crew as family. And Kazuki Oden was unique. Unlike the others, he was not a son, but the one whom Whitebeard had claimed as a brother. How did Whitebeard find out? At that moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru voiced the question on everyone's mind. Kaido has claimed Wano country as his own territory. Whitebeard sensed something was amiss and dispatched his own men to investigate. That's how the truth came out. But hasn't Kaido controlled Wano for 6 years now? Whitebeard is only just learning about this. Seems the big captain isn't so competent after all. Akainu bowed his head as he spoke, his tone betraying nothing of his feelings. But regardless, Whitebeard now knows. He's already gathering his crew and heading for Wano country. Unless something unexpected happens, a major battle is inevitable in the New World. What's more, our spies report that Kaido has forged an alliance with Big Mom. Together, they'll stand against Whitebeard. If such a battle really breaks out, there can be no doubt that the New World will spiral into chaos. It might not end there, the first half of the Grand Line. Even all 4 seas could feel the effects. So what are we supposed to do? Surely you're not asking us to stop this war. I can't imagine that old Whitebeard would ever heed us and back down. Garp broke the silence. Although he hadn't dealt much with Whitebeard, he knew the man well enough to understand that nothing the Navy said would make Whitebeard abandon this fight. Whitebeard was different from other pirates, to be sure. But in his heart, his crew always came before anything else, especially Kazuki Oden, who held extraordinary meaning for him. Garp, Sakazuki, Kazan, and Listster, I need the 4 of you to stabilize the situation in the New World. There's no need for you to intervene directly and stop the war. Just watch for those who would take advantage of the chaos. We can't afford to let the world sink any deeper into disorder. If the opportunity arises, then strike. Wipe out the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, or the Big Mom pirates, whichever chance presents itself. Stabilizing the New World was one thing. As for that last order, everyone pretended not to hear it. Taking down any one of those 3 pirate crews was easier said than done. As for Kizaru, he remained at Marine headquarters to stand guard. After all, it wouldn't do for the Marine HQ to be left without any high-ranking combat power, and Sengoku couldn't hold down the fort alone. With Kizaru's incredible speed, even if something unexpected happened in the New World, he could offer timely support. All right, it's settled. Dismissed. Everyone left with grave expressions, their faces darkened by the news. The tides of the world were slowly beginning to surge. This war would mark the first large-scale confrontation in the history of the Great Pirate Era, destined to become the fuse igniting the age in earnest. The times ahead would surely be even fiercer and more unforgiving than before. Meanwhile, in the New World, aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, The atmosphere was thick with tension. Everyone could sense that Whitebeard was in no mood to talk. Ever since they'd received word of Odin's sacrifice, their hearts had been weighed down by sorrow. Though most of the crew didn't know much about Odin, only a few captains at this stage were truly familiar with him. Even so, from the older members, the crew had heard that the long-standing vacancy for the 2nd Division commander had always been reserved for Odin alone. That alone made it clear just how deeply Odin meant to Pops, how much space he held in Whitebeard's heart. Whitebeard stood at the prow, his face shadowed and dark. Memories drifted through his mind. Moments with Odin, that foolish, ever-smiling man who had now left this world forever. Trailing behind the Moby Dick sailed the other pirate crews. As affiliates of the Whitebeard pirates, they too wouldn't miss out on this great battle. For them, it was also an unrivaled opportunity to distinguish themselves. Odin, you fool, you broke your promise. Whitebeard's fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and a faint shimmer of tears welled up in his eyes. Pops, my condolences. At that moment, noticing Whitebeard's state, Marco spoke gently, offering words of comfort. He too felt the weight of grief. Marco had known Odin well. For as long as Odin had sailed with them, he had always been Whitebeard's right hand. Though Marco led the 1st Division, back then his own strength had still been lacking. He had never been ready to shoulder such a heavy mantle. He had always been grateful to Odin for bearing that responsibility. This time, we'll make Kaido pay for his blood debt. Kaido, the instant that name was uttered, a chilling aura exploded from Whitebeard. It wasn't quite the Supreme Conqueror's haki, but it made every crew member aboard the Moby Dick, including Marco, feel a cold shudder run down their spine. Although Whitebeard was already suffering from some hidden ailments, his body was far from the state it would be a decade later, racked with sickness and hooked up to 4 drips. Still, his strength wasn't what it had been just a few years before. Even so, he remained confident that he could still bring Kaido to his knees. Deep down, he truly believed he was still the strongest man in the world. Dad, maybe you could dial it back a little. Some of the crew can barely stand your presence, Jozu said with difficulty. To give himself a sense of security, most of his body had already transformed into glimmering diamond. It was only after hearing Jozu's words that Whitebeard realized he'd lost control. With a glance at his crew, faces contorted with strain, he drew a slow, deep breath and reined in the overwhelming force he'd unconsciously released. Sorry, kids. I let myself get carried away, Whitebeard said, his face awash with guilt. It's all right, Pops. We all get it, his crew responded in unison. Not a single one showed even the slightest sign of discontent. Witnessing this, Whitebeard felt deeply moved, for this was exactly what he had always wanted to protect. The crew all knew that, if it ever came to it, their old man would do anything for them too, even avenge them with his own hands. This time, I might be dragging you all into real danger, Whitebeard admitted softly. He understood all too well that the beast pirates weren't to be trifled with, especially Kaido. Having sailed with Kaido in the past, Whitebeard was acutely aware of the sheer abnormality of that man's physical prowess. Tough as steel, impossible to break. It doesn't matter, Pops. This time, no matter what, we have to avenge Odin, one of them declared. You damn fools, Whitebeard responded. Hearing his son speak, his heart overflowed. Already, tears for Odin threatened to spill from his eyes. Now, they welled up even more. Don't worry. I promise I'll bring every last one of you home. We believe in you, Pops. Seeing the smiles on the faces of his crew, Whitebeard felt that everything he had done, all the battles, all the sacrifices, had been worth it. Meanwhile, on Onigashima in Wano, Kaido wore a heavy expression. He had never anticipated that Odin would go so far as to lure Whitebeard himself into this affair. Had he known about the bond between Odin and Whitebeard, he'd never have gone after Wano in the first place. Or, even if he had, he certainly wouldn't have killed Odin. After all, if Whitebeard truly lost control, not even he could withstand that fury. Still, one thing baffled Kaido. Why hadn't Odin ever sought Whitebeard's help? But the past couldn't be rewritten. What mattered now was figuring out how to face the terrifying wrath of Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world, a power capable of destroying everything. Not just an empty boast, but a title Whitebeard earned step by step through battle. Has that old hag, Big Mom, agreed to our alliance? Just as the Navy's intelligence had indicated, Kaido was indeed making plans to join forces with Big Mom. After all, only by uniting could the two of them hope to stand against Whitebeard's might. Their combined strength wasn't much less than Whitebeard's, but if it really came down to a fight to the death, the ones left lying cold would surely be them. And truthfully, Kaido had no idea just how far Whitebeard would go for Odin's sake. She's agreed, but she said, Captain, you owe her a favor now. When she needs you to do something in the future, you have to help her without question. That old crone really doesn't do anything unless she profits from it, does she? Though now indebted to Big Mom once more, it wasn't the first favor Kaido owed her. He'd been in her debt before. Still, her agreement lifted a weight from Kaido's heart. At least now, his own death didn't seem so certain. Perhaps, with Big Mom at his side, they might even turn the tables on Whitebeard. If that happened, the new world would belong to them. Meanwhile, others in the underworld had caught wind of the Whitebeard and Big Mom crew's movements. Though they couldn't tell what business had lured both pirate groups from their own territories, it was clear that their actions alone would shake the new world to its core. Thus began the first great war of the Age of the Pirates. Most of the New World's factions had a share of spoils in this looming conflict. Of course, weaker groups only hoped to survive the coming storm and protect themselves. No one knew how long the fighting would last. No one knew how many would fall. No one knew how many powers would be wiped from the map once the battle ended. That night, a contingent of Navy officers set out for the New World aboard 4 warships, each vessel guarded by a force strong enough to match an admiral. Their numbers alone revealed just how seriously the Navy treated this coming battle. By the time they arrived in the New World, midnight had long since fallen. Normally, even in the New World, this hour belonged to darkness and stillness. Yet tonight, though darkness held, quiet did not. As soon as they entered New World waters, they spotted several pirate ships cutting a path toward them, crews clearly desperate to escape the chaos brewing in these seas. Yet fate had other plans. In fleeing the tiger's den, they had stumbled straight into the wolf's lair. "Captain, there's a Navy warship ahead." Right then, a lookout aboard one of the pirate ships cried out, his voice tinged with panic. "What? Why is there a Navy warship here? Could it be that they also plan to get involved in this war? Did you get a clear look at who is leading the ships on the other side?" "Gop." "Captain, it's Admiral Akainu, Admiral Akiji, and the Navy hero Garp, plus another Navy officer I don't recognize." As for that unfamiliar officer, their captain simply ignored him. Just hearing the names Akainu and Akiji was frightening enough. And as for Garp, the Navy hero, he was the one pirate captains dreaded facing most. This was a man who once drove the Pirate King, Roger, to the brink of despair. The moment the crew heard these names, panic swept through every pirate on board. They all knew there was no way they could stand a chance against these Navy legends. "Retreat! Get us out of here now." The captain gave the order without hesitation. After all, no one could be sure if they would survive getting caught up in the storm brewing in the New World. Perhaps they could hide out on some remote island and wait for the chaos to pass, living to see another day. But if they foolishly charged ahead to face this lineup of Navy powerhouses head-on, the best ending they could hope for was a one-way ticket to Impel Down. And if they were sent to Impel Down, they'd rather die on the spot. That place was a living hell on Earth. Other than the Golden Lion, no one had ever successfully broken out. Even had lost both legs to escape. None of them believed they were stronger than the legendary pirate himself. The other pirate ships came to the same conclusion. After all, when the choice lay between the chance of surviving and certain death, anyone with sense knew what to pick. "Admiral Akainu, we've spotted several pirate crews ahead. How should we deal with them?" Of course, as soon as the pirates spotted the Navy's lookout had already noticed them too. "Do you even need to ask? Sink them." "Yes, Admiral Akainu." So, out of the 4 Navy warships, only Akainu's ship opened fire on the pirate boats, their cannons thundering. But the distance was too great. None of the shells reached their targets. The other 3 Navy ships simply watched the spectacle unfold. Akainu, truly living up to his name. "He simply doesn't tolerate the slightest offense," Listster observed, sensing the movement from Akainu's ship. "Sir, should we join in?" Bruce asked softly, standing by Lister's side. Since the admirals had already made their move, it felt a bit inappropriate not to take action themselves. "Join in? Did you not notice that Admiral Akiji and Vice Admiral Garp are still holding back? We can wait until they act. There's no need to rush." Bruce couldn't quite explain it, but something about Lister's words made him feel as if the order of things had somehow been shuffled around. The warships commanded by Garp and Akiji maintained a perfect, almost tacit, silence. "Report, Admiral Akainu. Those pirate ships have escaped beyond our firing range. Our shells can no longer reach them." Hearing the messenger's words, Akainu's expression darkened considerably. Seeing those 3 men still unmoved, Akainu could not help but feel a twinge of resentment. He had actually taken a liking to Listster at first. After all, Lister's methods toward pirates were much like his own. But now it seemed Listster, along with Garp and Akiji, was cut from the same cloth as the rest. Meteor Volcano. With that, Akainu raised both his arms, releasing massive fists of molten lava, one after another, launching them skyward. Garp and Akiji looked up, taking in the breathtaking spectacle. "No matter how many times I watch it, Akainu's move is always a bit too flashy," Garp remarked. Firelight flickered across Garp's face, allowing everyone present to catch the glint of admiration in his eyes. Perhaps of everyone here, only Garp could find something to appreciate in Akainu's attack. Even Akiji found this move more trouble than it was worth. As for Akiji, a chill emanated from his entire body, shielding himself from the oppressive heat radiating from Akainu's meteor volcano. As a user of the ice fruit, there was nothing he hated more than this stifling heat. "What a pity I can't witness such a majestic sight myself," murmured Listster. He had to rely on his haki to sense it, the magma fists rising into the sky and then plummeting rapidly toward the fleet of pirates. "Captain, look up at the sky." One of the pirates sensed a wave of heat and glanced upward, instantly freezing in terror, his face drained of all hope. "What?" Everyone began to feel the world around them growing hotter and brighter. Looking up, they saw enormous fists of magma plummeting in their direction. No way! Is this the power of an admiral? All were lost in utter despair. None of them believed they could survive such an onslaught. They had watched Akainu's earlier actions. At first, they hadn't understood why he was attacking the sky. Only now, it dawned on them. Akainu's real target had always been them. The enormous fists crashed down onto the pirate ships, and in an instant, the ships exploded. Steam billowed thick on the sea's surface, a heavy mist born from seawater vaporized by the molten assault. TCH, are there still a few stragglers left? After the attack ended, Akainu swept the area with his observation haki and spoke irritably. Just as Akainu was about to give up on eliminating those remaining pirates, suddenly, a sharp whistle split the air. A cannonball shot out from the battleship beside him. Akainu turned his head in surprise and saw Listster weighing a cannonball in his hand before tossing it into the air. In the next instant, Listster gave it a swift, powerful kick, sending the cannonball hurtling toward an enemy pirate ship. The speed was astonishing, faster even than what Akainu had ever seen Garp achieve when throwing cannonballs by hand. And Listter's aim was just as remarkable. Witnessing this, Garp clasped his head in disbelief, eyes wide. He had never imagined that cannonballs could be kicked like that. He'd always thrown them by hand. To Garp's astonishment, kicking the cannonball looked far more impressive than tossing it. Now, as he watched Listter's movements, Garp couldn't help but admire how effortlessly cool and dashing it appeared. A deep yearning welled up within him. "Hurry up, bring me a cannonball." Garp ordered his soldiers at once, eager to try out Listter's showy technique for himself. He was convinced that if he pulled off the same move, he'd outshine Listster by a mile. "Yes, Vice Admiral Garp." In no time, his men brought over a whole crate of cannonballs. "All right, let me show you my airborne cannon blast." Garp tossed a cannonball high, then leapt into the air himself, ready to send it flying with a powerful kick. But Bogard, Garp's loyal adjutant, couldn't shake off a sense of foreboding. Compared to throwing, kicking a cannonball was an entirely different matter. A strong enough force could easily set one off. And when it came to leg strength, nobody could match Garp. "Everyone, keep clear of Vice Admiral Garp now." Just to be safe, Bogard flashed forward with Soru and quickly removed the crate of cannonballs from beneath Garp's feet. If the whole box exploded, no one on the ship would be left standing. Sure enough, just as Bogard predicted, the moment Garp's confident foot made contact with the cannonball, there was a massive explosion. The blast was so intense that even Akainu and Akiji couldn't help but glance over. Seeing Garp's face caked with soot, Akainu instinctively pulled his hat brim lower, trying to appear oblivious, as though he didn't know this man at all. He truly couldn't fathom how someone like this had become a Navy hero. Honestly, Sengoku seemed far more deserving of the title in Akainu's eyes. Meanwhile, deep down, Akiji could only marvel. This was Garp through and through. "Vice Admiral Garp, that's not the way to kick a cannonball," he commented. "What you need is finesse, not brute force." After speaking, Listster demonstrated once again for Garp. The previous cannonball hadn't really made much of an impact. After all, their opponents were pirate crews that had made it to the New World. If a single cannonball could wipe them out, the bar for entering the New World would be laughably low. This time, Listster tossed 2 cannonballs into the air. With a spinning kick, he sent both hurtling toward the opposing pirate crew. They shot through the sky at such breakneck speed, it was as if they had pierced the very sound barrier. "Well, kid, let me give this a try too." Despite being hit by a cannonball explosion, not a hint of anger crossed Garp's face. On the contrary, he wore a delighted grin, the kind you'd see when someone stumbles upon a fascinating new gadget. "Vice Admiral Garp, please don't." No sooner had Garp spoken than the sailors aboard his ship latched onto him, desperate to prevent what they knew was coming. Soldiers clung to his arms and his legs, doing everything they could to stop Garp's next move. These were his long-serving crew members, and they had learned one thing well. With Garp's level of understanding, there was simply no way he could grasp Listter's technique after just one demonstration. There was no chance he'd get it right on his own. So to prevent the terrifying possibility of 2 cannonballs exploding right there on their own ship, they were willing to throw themselves at Garp, risking everything to hold him back. "You scoundrels! Let me go. I want to try out this new move I've just learned." "No, visi admirao God. There'll be plenty of time to practice later. This is not the moment to rush it." All of a sudden, Listster sensed a surge of resentment directed his way. With a little focus, he pinpointed its source. It was Bogart, radiating silent complaints. With his current position, there was no way Bogart could lower himself enough to join the huddle of men clinging to Garp, so he could only send all his frustration toward the root cause, Listster. All Listster could do was return an apologetic smile to Bogart. He too felt the lively chaos swirling aboard Garp's ship. Every Navy ship had its own unique atmosphere, closely tied to the temperament of its commanding officer. Take Akanu's ship. The Marines there were all steely-eyed, brimming with righteous indignation toward pirates, and they had nothing but contempt for those lazy, prankster types found elsewhere. Contrast that with Akiji's crew. Just like their laid-back leader, they relaxed whenever there weren't missions to handle. Besides a few critical stations that always needed manning, most of the soldiers prioritized rest above all else. Of course, they trained now and then, though truthfully, that only happened when someone managed to provoke them into action. Then there were the Marines aboard Garp's ship. Just like Garp himself, they were a quirky, free-spirited bunch. In public, they played the part of elite Navy personnel, but among their own, they let loose and acted however they pleased, paying little mind to appearances. In this sense, they were a mirror image of Garp himself. The soldiers aboard Rist's warship were rather ordinary, for Rist himself was just an ordinary Navy officer. He didn't possess any particularly distinctive traits. When carrying out his duties, he was remarkably serious, but during rest, he was the type who seemed to disappear without a trace. It was worth noting how much effort it took for Rist to rally his crew this time. On this voyage, his warship was the slowest of them all. Fortunately, Rist held a special status. His strength spoke for itself. Had any other rear admiral kept an admiral and a Navy hero waiting this long, they'd likely have been expected to atone with their own life. Afterward, Rist fired off a few more shells, but they were utterly ineffective. Against pirates of the New World, it was clear that ordinary artillery was no longer enough. "There's no other way," he murmured. With that, Rist drew his sword. Sensing the razor-sharp aura that radiated from Rist's blade, even Garp fell silent and turned his gaze toward him. The same went for Akainu and Akiji. This was their first time witnessing Rist in action. They too wanted to see with their own eyes whether Rist truly possessed the strength worthy of standing beside them as their equal. One sword style, Dark Arya, Oblivion. The blade, murmuring with the wind, was now entirely coated with armament hockey. It seemed as though the world itself had been drained of color, immersed in darkness, a manifestation of Rist's formidable swordsmanship. Feeling the oppressive force of this energy, both Akainu and Kuzan's expressions grew grave. Although Rist hadn't yet unleashed his technique, they could sense the overwhelming threat it posed. Even they could not be sure of emerging unscathed. A jet black slash erupted from Rist's blade, hurtling forwards. The wild, restless sea was cleaved in two as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Where the sword's aura passed, all sound seemed to vanish, a zone of utter silence. The pirates could do nothing but watch, frozen in terror, as that black aura drew closer and closer. It swept through their ship as if encountering no resistance at all, splitting it cleanly in two. It didn't end there. The severed hull began to crack further, coming apart with unnatural neatness, like squares of tofu. While everyone on board vanished in an instant, their bodies dissolving into a mist of blood, fading into nothingness. Witnessing this, whether it was Akainu, Akiji, Garp, or any of the sailors present, their eyes were wide with shock and awe. None of them had expected Rist's strike to wield such devastating power. With strength like that, someone whispered, he's more than qualified to be an admiral. Akiji couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He still retained some clarity in his heart. Thank goodness Listster showed up relatively late. Otherwise, who knows who would have made it to the rank of admiral. Hey, Listster, kid, your swordsmanship has become this formidable already? We should have a spar once you've got time. Garp leapt straight onto Listster's warship, face alight with excitement. Ever since Roger's death, he hadn't crossed blades with a truly powerful swordsman. That flash of swordsmanship Listster just displayed reignited a long-lost, burning passion in Garp's heart. Perhaps another time. Honestly, I don't fancy fighting with an old fellow like you. When you get going, you fight like a mad dog, completely reckless and unstoppable. Ha, mad dog. That's the highest praise they could give an old man like me. Garp was, of course, well aware of the mad dog moniker. The name might not sound flattering, but he couldn't care less. In the end, it was a symbol of his strength, a label that others would dream to earn. What a terrifying youngster. These were Akainu's silent thoughts. In this instant, his entire perception of Listster had shifted completely. Originally, Akainu assumed Listster was here just for an easy promotion, chasing quick merits. But now, it was obvious Listster was more than qualified to stand as their equal. A true master swordsman would undoubtedly possess admiral-level power, and judging by what Listster had shown, his skills went far beyond those of an ordinary master swordsman. But among all the onlookers, it was Bogart who felt the most profoundly shaken. He never imagined that the kid who once mastered his sword moves after seeing them just once, who was once so easily defeated, had now grown to a level far beyond his own reach. Over the years, Bogart hadn't slacked in his training, but the gap between a swordmaster and a great swordmaster was no simple thing to cross. It took not only endless training, but also exceptional talent and the right opportunity, a rare combination. Listster, of course, had talent in spades. That alone set him apart. A great swordmaster under the age of 20 searched through 8 centuries of world government records, and not a single one could be found. And so, their little skirmish, marking their arrival in the New World, came to an end. Throughout the battle, Akiji hadn't moved a finger. Garp attacked once, and ended up hurling himself into the fray. Akainu struck once, erasing most of the pirate crew. Then Listster finished off the rest, wiping the survivors out completely. Perhaps a handful of lucky souls managed to survive, but that was of little consequence now. The few that escaped would never amount to much. There were no islands for miles around, only the wreckage of ships. Even if they somehow clung to life, it wouldn't be for long on such a desolate sea. At present, Listster has handed over everything related to the Operation Fruit to Mistigang, granting him full authority over the matter. After all, even if Listster wanted to help, he's powerless right now. Suppose the Operation Fruit truly appears in the North Blue. Given how far the New World is from North Blue, by the time Listster made it back, someone else would likely have already devoured the fruit. Besides, it's uncertain whether he could even leave the New World when the time came. Deep down, Listster had a gut feeling. He was destined to remain in the New World for quite a long time. At least, until the 3 pirate crews reached a complete and lasting peace, he wouldn't be able to return. A great battle between Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom was inevitable. And even if this grand clash came to an end, minor skirmishes between the 3 would surely continue to flare up again and again. Others might have the option of leaving, but not Listster. After all, he held the lowest rank among them. Someone had to stay behind. "Let's keep moving," Carr commanded. While he wasn't the highest-ranking officer present, his prestige surpassed everyone else's. At a time like this, even Akainu couldn't object to his words. Their destination had already been set, Wano country. However, they weren't planning to barge right into Wano. Instead, they would remain hidden on a nearby island, biding their time, waiting to see if any unexpected opportunity presented itself. In this looming battle, it was certain that none of the 3 would emerge completely unscathed. Each would suffer wounds of one kind or another. Even if the Navy couldn't claim all of their lives, as long as they forced these pirates to pay a heavy price, their mission to the New World would be worthwhile. After their initial encounter with a handful of pirates as they entered the New World, they encountered few others on their journey. Instead, more and more merchant ships were spotted making the return trip from the New World back to the first half of the Grand Line. The reason was clear. Everyone could sense a looming threat in the air. Staying any longer in these waters would be tempting fate, with death lurking around every corner. Meanwhile, in the North Blue, Doflamingo received word that Listster had appeared in the New World. He immediately ordered his subordinates to intensify their search for the Operation Fruit in Flevance. When Listster was present, Doflamingo had never even considered sending his people to hunt for the fruit. He knew that even if he did find it, he could never wrest it from Lister's grasp. But things are different now. Listster was far, far away in the New World, far removed from the goings-on in the North Blue. By the time Listster heard any news and could return, there was a good chance the Operation Fruit would have already been consumed by one of Doflamingo's puppets. As for the other forces and individuals in the North Blue, Doflamingo didn't spare them a second thought. With his strength now, there was no one left in the North Blue who could pose any real threat to him. So even if someone tries to take the Op Fruit by force, all they'd be doing is delivering themselves right into his hands. A hunter welcoming his prey at his doorstep. Yet what Doflamingo didn't know was that every move he made was under the watchful gaze of Mistigan. Given the range of Mistigan's observation hockey, there was simply no way Doflamingo could detect his presence. Of course, maintaining observation hockey over a wide area for too long is extremely taxing, so Mistigan focused his attention solely on Doflamingo. The situation in the New World was spiraling into chaos. The subordinate pirate crews of the three major pirate factions were constantly at odds, and skirmishes were breaking out across each territory. If it wasn't the Whitebeard pirates attempting to seize land from the Beast pirates or the Big Mom pirates, then it was the latter two encroaching upon Whitebeard's domain. At this point, the war had reached an inevitable tipping point, one that no one could prevent. If, in the beginning, it was merely the Whitebeard pirates rallying to avenge Kazuki Oden, now the very nature of this conflict had changed. What began as a single spark had erupted into a blazing inferno. Already, many members of the Whitebeard pirates had fallen at the hands of the Beasts and Big Mom pirates, fueling Whitebeard's rage to the breaking point. Not that the Beasts and Big Mom pirates profited much from these battles, but they never valued their followers the way Whitebeard did. To them, subordinates were simply tools. Lose one, just find another. One gone, just make a new one. That was the sum of their philosophy. But to Whitebeard, every crew member was family. Though he may not recall the names of all his sons, as long as they bore the mark of his pirate flag, they were under his protection. Whitebeard would never allow his children to shed blood or tears. Now, the Whitebeard pirates had arrived at Wano country. For them, the waterfall that raged upward was no real obstacle. They'd braved it once before on their previous journey to Wano. So this time, ascending again was nothing but second nature. Yet just as they approached the summit, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. It was King of the Beast Pirates. At this time, the Beast Pirates had yet to earn their infamous title as the Calamities, and the future Flying Six had not yet assembled. But even so, King remained the strongest force in the crew, second only to Kaido himself. So, you thought it would be that easy to set foot in Wano? Isn't that a bit too presumptuous, even for the Whitebeard pirates? Jean soared in midair, speaking to Whitebeard. Yet even in the face of such a formidable opponent, Jin's expression remained unchanged. It was as if his face were incapable of showing any surprise or emotion. The All-Stars Jean from the Beast Pirates, is it? Other than Whitebeard himself, every other crew member wore a look of deep concern. Jean, transformed into a massive pteranodon, swept down toward Whitebeard's ship, the Moby Dick, with fierce intent, his outstretched talons poised to strike, as if he meant to send the whole ship crashing down. This is bad. Everyone instantly understood Jin's intention. At that moment, a blaze of blue fire erupted on the Moby Dick. The flames surged and rapidly shaped themselves into a pair of fiery wings, streaking straight toward Jean. Out from the heart of those cerulean flames materialized a taloned bird claw. It collided head-on with Jin's own, and the shock of impact sent powerful ripples surging across the sea surface below. The one who had intervened was none other than Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. And in the very instant Marco intercepted Jin's attack, the Moby Dick successfully sailed into the inland sea of Wano. Way to go, Captain Marco! The crew aboard the Moby Dick cheered their encouragement. The other division commanders, seeing Marco fend off Jean, couldn't help but smile with pride. This was their 1st Division commander, after all. So, it's Marco the Phoenix, commander of Whitebeard's 1st Division? Jin's voice gave nothing away. His tone remained as calm and emotionless as ever. Half of Marco's face emerged from within the blue flames. Did you really think we'd let you break through our lines so easily? Marco flashed a confident smile, the kind that spoke of unshakable faith in his own strength. A mythical Zoan type, the Phoenix Fruit. Now, that's one troublesome power. An opponent who simply wouldn't stay down. Jean found such foes irritating, and he suspected nearly anyone would feel the same. And aren't you the same? Your ancient Zoan power is quite a rare one, too. Their wings beat in unison, and once again each extended the other leg to attack. The force from their clash sent the Moby Dick rocking atop the waves. Has that old man Whitebeard already arrived? Deep within Onigashima, Kaido looked grimly in the Whitebeard pirate's direction. He could already feel the mighty presence radiating from Whitebeard. And Whitebeard, of course, sensed Kaido watching him. The two could sense each other's powerful life force clearly, even separated by such distance. When he was younger, Whitebeard had envied Kaido's formidable body. If he had that kind of physique, his Tremor Fruit could have unleashed power beyond imagination. Has that woman Lin arrived yet? Kaido turned to his subordinates and asked. So, has the Big Mom Pirates arrived yet? One of his men responded in a timid voice, clearly nervous that Kaido might lash out at him in a fit of rage. Luckily for him, this time Kaido managed to keep his anger in check. After all, with a great battle against the Whitebeard Pirates looming, every single person could potentially become valuable combat strength. What is that old hag Linlin up to? Don't tell me she's just waiting for me and the old man Whitebeard to finish fighting, so she can swoop in and reap the rewards. While Marco was intercepting King, The Moby Dick had already begun to slowly sail toward Onigashima. In front of the spot where the Moby Dick was approaching, the entire area was already swarming with members of the Beast Pirates, as well as warriors from Wano. These were all people who had already joined Kaido, or rather, had thrown their lot in with Wano's new shogun, Orochi Kurizumi. At this moment, even Orochi himself had appeared on Onigashima. Naturally, he too wanted to aid Kaido in fighting Whitebeard. After all, if Kaido lost, Whitebeard, as one of the people most determined to avenge Oden, would certainly never let Orochi go. So even though his relationship with Kaido was purely one of mutual benefit, now was not the time for the slightest carelessness. Orochi had no choice but to give it everything he had. Children, storm Onigashima. For Oden, for the brothers and sisters we've lost, take revenge. At Whitebeard's command, the entirety of the Whitebeard pirates leapt from their ship and charged toward the Beast Pirates on the opposite shore. Naturally, the squad captains were leading the charge. Marco had already drawn King into a confrontation. There was no way the others could let him get too far ahead of them. From the very beginning, they fought with all their might, each of them harboring a deep-seated wrath toward Kaido, a burning need for revenge on behalf of Oden. After all, the captains were all men who had known Oden well. At that moment, Whitebeard stood at the bow of the Moby Dick, Mirakamajuri in hand, like an immovable mountain. No one dared come within 500 meters of him. In fact, not a single enemy even dared consider it. Whitebeard gazed into the distance, directly at where Kaido was waiting. The vitality radiating from that spot was so palpable it could be felt even without the use of advanced haki. "Kaido, you bastard! Are you ready to die?" Whitebeard didn't raise his voice, but his words boomed throughout the entire battlefield. No matter where you were on Onigashima, you heard him loud and clear. "So this is the world's strongest man, Whitebeard." Kurizumi Orochi spoke in a trembling voice. Although he had some understanding of the outside world, Whitebeard was, among all those he'd heard of, the most terrifying figure by far. That furious shout just now had only confirmed his fears. The sheer force behind that voice alone was already far more than he could ever hope to withstand. Kurizumi Orochi, a user of the mythical Zoan-type snake fruit, model, Yamada no Orochi. Even by the standards of his rare fruit, his power should not be considered weak. After all, even the most mediocre of mythical Zoan users would compare favorably with a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Yet now, standing in front of Whitebeard, he found himself entirely unwilling to fight. It felt as if even a sliver of intent to challenge Whitebeard would lead to his immediate demise. Orochi turned his head slightly to glance at Kaido. Only upon seeing Kaido's unmoved expression did his heart settle somewhat. That old man Whitebeard, his presence hasn't diminished one bit since the past, Kaido thought, inwardly astounded. He had expected that with age, Whitebeard would only grow weaker, yet now it seemed the man was more formidable than ever. "Kids, clear the way up ahead." Suddenly, Whitebeard's deep bellow rang out once more. In response, the members of the Whitebeard pirates instantly realized what their captain intended. They rushed to clear a path before him, leaving the road open, all except those from the Beast Pirates, who were left rather confused. Whitebeard tightened his fist, a glimmering ring of energy forming around it. Pivoting sideways, he bent his knees slightly. The next moment, his monstrous fist came crashing down, not upon any one target, but upon the very air itself. A web of cracks spread across the sky as if the atmosphere were made of glass. The earth along the cleared street shuddered and split apart, rending deep chasms through the battlefield. Every member of the Beast Pirates caught within the range of that strike coughed blood and collapsed lifeless, their eyes rolling back. Their organs had been shattered by the force of Whitebeard's single blow. And the true target of this shockwave was Kaido. By the time the Gura Fruits attack reached him, much of its force had been diminished. But even so, Kaido could feel his insides thrumming and reverberating. "Whitebeard, you old brute!" With the fight brought right to his doorstep, Kaido could hardly just stand by and do nothing. He grabbed his spike club and leapt forward, soaring above Whitebeard. Raising his weapon high overhead, Kaido brought it crashing down in a mighty swing. Of course, Whitebeard was not the kind to simply stand his ground and take a hit, no matter how formidable he was. To take Kaido's attack head-on would be no minor ordeal, even for him. Facing Kaido as he closed in, Whitebeard gripped his Naginata, Mirakamajiri, in both hands. The power of the Tremor fruit surged around the blade, and with a mighty swing, he struck forward. Whitebeard's Naginata clashed directly against Kaido's spike club, the collision unleashing torrents of Conqueror's haki. Their wills collided like thunder, filling the air with an overwhelming force, as though the very sky itself was crying out. Where the two weapons met, cracks appeared in the atmosphere, an effect of Whitebeard's devastating power. The ground all around them was instantly shattered from the shock of their clash. Gales of wind exploded outward from the two giants at the center, and even the sky above split open in response to their overwhelming confrontation. But since Whitebeard stood atop his beloved Moby Dick, when he took the brunt of Kaido's power, the ship's bow began to sink while the stern rose high out of the sea. Has it already begun? Watching from their hidden position outside Wano, the Navy officers' faces grew grim. That old man Whitebeard, there's no sign of his strength fading. Battle lust burned bright in Garp's eyes, his whole body brimming with fighting spirit. It was clear he longed to join the fray, to cross swords with Whitebeard once more. But for Aokiji and Akainu, the pressure was crushing. Ever since their promotion to admiral, neither had faced a pirate of this caliber head-on. They had always assumed that, even if they fought Whitebeard, the difference wouldn't be insurmountable. Yet now, merely the aura unleashed by battle revealed the gulf between their strengths. If they were to face Whitebeard as they were now, it would surely be a death sentence. Meanwhile, Lister's hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but from excitement. He too longed to join this battle, to challenge the very strongest the world had to offer. Then, as if recalling something, Akainu cast a thoughtful look at Garp. Garp, after all, belonged to the same era as Whitebeard. Though he bore the title Hero of the Marines, there were few who had witnessed him unleash his full strength. Mostly just those legendary figures who were his peers. Akainu simply couldn't fathom how a man so notoriously unreliable could possibly possess power on par with Whitebeard's. Was the world itself mad, or had his understanding fallen short? Elsewhere, Big Mom, hurrying toward Wano, naturally sensed the fierce battle's aura as well. Mama, mama, mama. Has the fight already started? Her laughter rang with a touch of madness, a manic gleam in her smile that hinted at a mind unhinged. Mama, should we pick up the pace? One of Big Mom's crew members asked, anxious anticipation in their voice. No need. Let that beast and that old man tear each other apart. We'll take our time. When the moment comes, we'll capture both Kaido and Whitebeard in one fell swoop. Clearly, Big Mom was already lost in her own fantasy of triumph. Yes, Mama. Yet there was still someone who wanted to speak up. He opened his mouth a few times but stopped, realizing that Big Mom was no longer in a state to listen to anyone. Or perhaps, if she did heed others' advice, she wouldn't be Big Mom anymore. Meanwhile, in the waters surrounding Wano, countless pirate crews were locked in brutal combat, each side loyal either to Whitebeard or the Beast Pirates. The war had broken out in full, and it was clear that it would not end quickly. The deep-seated grudge between Whitebeard and Kaido would not simply vanish with the conclusion of this conflict. Whitebeard, you old bastard, drop dead. Kaido bellowed from above Whitebeard's head. You're the one who'll die, Kaido. Killing Kazuki Oden was the most foolish decision you could have made in your life. With that, Whitebeard's hands clenched tight, bulging veins standing out on his arms as he unleashed his full force. Kaido was hurled through the air, flying dozens of meters in an instant, nearly soaring right off Onigashima itself. Dead men stay dead. I killed him, plain and simple, so what's all this pointless talk? If you miss him so much, you can join him in the afterlife. Despite having been launched so far by the Tremor fruit, Kaido was barely fazed. He stood firm, still jeering back at Whitebeard with defiant bravado. Kaido, you're the one person I can never forgive. Whitebeard, gripping his naginata single-handed, veins protruding on his forehead, let loose a chilling burst of conqueror's haki. The overwhelming pressure swept through the sky over Onigashima. Everyone felt the suffocating weight of his power, even the members of the Whitebeard pirates. What on earth is happening on Onigashima? The people of Wano could only sense the terrifying aura occasionally radiating from the island, but had no way of knowing exactly what was taking place. Is someone really fighting Kaido? Who could it be? Some of Kazuki Oden's former followers prayed silently. They didn't know the challenger's identity, but they hoped for a victory, hoping their savior would set them free. At that moment, the storm over Onigashima raged with thunder and lightning, dark clouds churning as if the weather itself was conjured by Whitebeard's fury. And as his anger grew, so too did the tempest, the thunderclaps crashing ever louder across the sky. Whitebeard leapt straight down from the Moby Dick, crossing the distance to Kaido in just a few strides. He sprang into the air and landed a heavy blow on Kaido, but as expected, Kaido managed to block it with his weapon. The shockwave from their clash sent many of those on Onigashima flying, scattering fighters across the battlefield. The ground beneath Kaido's feet split open instantly, and half of his massive body became embedded in the shattered earth. Well done, Pops. Beat that bastard Kaido. Avenge Oden. Seeing Whitebeard gaining the upper hand, the members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers and shouts of encouragement. To them, Whitebeard was the strongest of all, unbeatable, invincible. Unlike the jubilant faces of the Whitebeard pirates, the members of the Beast Pirates wore heavy, anxious expressions. None of them had expected their captain Kaido to be so overwhelmed by Whitebeard. Though only 2 rounds had passed, Kaido was on the defensive the whole time, without a single chance to strike back. Don't panic. The fight's only just begun. Whitebeard's old and sick. There's no way he can match our captain. And don't forget, we've got allies of our own. Victory will be ours. Sensing the flagging morale among his crew, Queen of the Beast Pirates first knocked back his opponent, Diamond Jozu, 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, then turned to rally his own comrades. That's right, that old fossil Whitebeard. He's near the end. There's no way he can take on our Lord Kaido. Someone quickly echoed Queen's words. Hey, who are you calling an old fossil? That outburst instantly enraged the Whitebeard Pirates. Speaking ill of their old man, saying he was sick and past his prime. Such slander was utterly unacceptable. To them, Whitebeard was the person they respected most, the one who'd given them a family in this chaotic world. They would not tolerate anyone disparaging him, not even if there was truth in the words. The fires of battle between the 2 sides only burned hotter. Up in the sky, Marco and King were locked in a fierce clash of their own. Though Marco couldn't quite match King in combat, his devil fruit powers were formidable. Even if he was losing, he could never be completely defeated. No matter how severe his injuries, Marco could heal himself again and again. Down on the ground, Kaido, who'd been pushed back from the start, finally lost his patience. Whitebeard, you old bastard, you've really pissed me off now. I swear, I'm gonna dye your white beard red with blood. Kaido let out a furious roar, his entire body suddenly erupting with streaks of blue lightning. In that very instant, a tremendous transformation overtook him. Blue dragon scales emerged along his skin, and his whole figure shifted into the form of a dragon-human hybrid, his most powerful state. Without hesitation, he skipped past his azure dragon form entirely. For Whitebeard, after all, the azure dragon form was useless. It would have merely made him an easy target. Confronted by Kaido in this fearsome state, even Whitebeard couldn't help but fix him with a gaze of rare seriousness. Once a mere apprentice aboard the same pirate crew as himself, Kaido had now grown formidable enough to command even Whitebeard's full attention. With a sigh, Whitebeard marveled at how quickly time had passed. Most who shared his era were long dead, grown old, or had withdrawn into retirement. Of all of them, it seemed only he remained, still ruling the seas. He had truthfully considered stepping back from it all, but the thought of leaving his beloved sons behind troubled him deeply. Without his protection, he feared they would be thrown into utter chaos, likely unable to survive long in these unforgiving waters. So, for their sake, Whitebeard had little choice but to continue his journey across the seas. Whitebeard, Kaido growled, your era has ended. Be a good old man and die by my hand. Indeed, if Kaido could slay Whitebeard himself, he would be all too glad to claim the title of strongest man in the world. It was a dream any pirate would kill to achieve. If you think you can kill me, Kaido, you're 20,000 years too early, Whitebeard replied, his voice like rolling thunder. No sooner had the words left his lips, the 2 giant weapons came crashing together once again. This time, however, their weapons never actually touched. An invisible force crackled between them, holding them apart. Conqueror's hockey coding, so you've mastered this advanced technique as well. Whitebeard marveled, genuine surprise in his voice. He hadn't expected Kaido to grasp such a powerful skill. Of course I have. I'm Kaido of the Beasts. Don't underestimate me. Kaido snarled in reply. Both men poured their strength into the clash. The aura separating their weapons seemed to shatter under the force, sending a terrifying surge of energy bursting from the point where their weapons met. In that instant, a chill ran down the spine of everyone present. All bore witness to the true, overwhelming power of their captain, the captain they looked to as father. Looks like that old man Whitebeard is finally getting serious, someone murmured. Outside Wano, the Navy sailors watched as the sea beneath their ships grew increasingly wild, surging and rolling with relentless fury. Towering waves battered the fleet one after another, some so formidable that Listster and his companions had no choice but to intervene themselves to hold them back. Though they could not see how the battle on shore was unfolding, they could easily imagine the intensity of the fighting. It had to be a fierce and desperate struggle. Of course, the Navy had not come all this way just to stand idle. Every pirate fighting outside Wano's borders had become prey for the Navy's net. With Whitebeard, all his division commanders, Kaido, and the prominent figures of their crews absent, there was no force beneath Wano strong enough to withstand the might of naval admirals, let alone when all 4 were present. Among those pressing the assault, Akainu was by far the most relentless. One moment he unleashed his hellhound, the next he was hurling forth great jets of blazing magma. No pirate crew could withstand the searing devastation of his volcanic assaults. Even Listster's warship instinctively kept a healthy distance from Akainu's vessel, wary of the chance that stray magma might inflict unintended damage. Although Navy ships weren't primarily made of wood, magma could destroy anything in its path. By now, they had lost count of how many notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million they'd cut down. Perhaps a pirate with a bounty surpassing 500 million could exchange a few blows with them, yet such formidable adversaries had yet to appear. Most of the pirates crossing their path had bounties of 3 to 400 million, a figure that would be enough to establish dominance in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet here in the New World, they were little more than small fry. Without the shelter of stronger allies, they would inevitably be devoured by greater predators. Hellhound, Icebird, Iron Fist, Sword Slash. These names rang out, the signature attacks of Akainu, Aokiji, Garp, and Listster. As things stood, no pirate crew had survived crossing swords with these four. Though the Navy knew full well that, even after this massive battle, they would still hold little sway over the New World, they could at least ensure that the pirates here suffered crippling losses. It would take years for the pirate world to recover to its former strength. Damn it, the Navy bastards are meddling in our fight, too. Whether it was the Beast Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates, grudges may have divided them, but they shared one inescapable identity, pirates. And they had one common enemy, the Navy. Thus, the arrival of Listster and his fellows brought an abrupt halt to the conflict between these pirate crews, turning every eye now upon the Navy. For this moment, they stood united against a common foe, though when the dust settled, they would no doubt return to being enemies once more. All the better for us, came the calm reply. We'll just round you all up in one fell swoop. Watching as the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates had now joined forces, Akainu spoke with an icy voice. Without Whitebeard and Kaido, these people are nothing more than ants. No matter how many of them there are, it makes no difference. They're only fit to be cannon fodder, and that's the only fate they deserve. The two pirate crews, commanding more than 30 ships between them, fired their cannons in unison toward the four Navy warships. Even as a hail of cannonballs rained down in front of them, the faces of the Navy soldiers held not the slightest trace of fear, for standing at their vanguard were two admirals and a legendary hero of the Navy. Great Eruption. Akainu's fist transformed into a colossal magma gauntlet and crashed straight into the barrage. As the cannonballs plunged into the molten rock, they were instantly vaporized. Explosions echoed through the magma, but none of it could so much as scratch the Navy ranks. Ice Age. Sensing the next wave of cannon fire approaching, Aokiji leapt onto the surface of the sea and unleashed his ultimate move. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice spread across the entire sea, turning waves to white stone. Freezing air swept relentlessly toward the pirate ships, creeping up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Frost swiftly coated their gun barrels in a heavy glaze, rendering the cannons utterly useless. With that, the retreat for the pirates was completely sealed. Their ships lay trapped in the frozen sea, unable to move. Even if they abandoned ship and tried to flee, they would find only doom awaiting them in the endless expanse of ocean. Charge! From somewhere amongst the Navy ranks, an officer shouted the command. All at once, the sailors sprang from their ships, surging toward the pirates on the other side. Though outnumbered, their courage did not waver. After all, they had admirals by their side. With admirals present, defeat was unimaginable. The pirates, realizing all hope was gone, rushed to meet the Navy's charge head-on. As far as they were concerned, taking down one enemy would make it worth it. Taking down two would be a triumph. That was the only thought left in their hearts. It must be said, members of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Beast Pirates truly lived up to their fierce reputations. Faced with certain death, they still refused to surrender. Of course, to List and his companions, such stubbornness was nothing more than futile resistance. A few among the pirates may have caught their eye, but that was all. They posed no real challenge. In the face of List and his comrades, none could hold out for even 5 moves. Aren't you going to make your move? List asked quietly. If not, I suppose I'll be the first to act. Seeing that neither Akainu, Aokiji, nor Garp had any intention of making a move, List decided to act first. Since none of them were stepping in, the Navy was already losing the upper hand. With those words, List leapt straight off the warship. His conqueror's haki erupted across the entire battlefield, sweeping over everyone like a tidal wave. Pirates with weak willpower or lacking strength collapsed instantly, fainting dead away. In a mere instant, more than half of the pirates present had already fallen, greatly easing the pressure on the Navy soldiers. Rear Admiral List is making his move. This battle is as good as won. A Navy sailor exclaimed excitedly on the spot. Conqueror's hockey, is it? Akainu and Akiji felt yet another jolt of surprise at List's display. This was the second Marine, after Admiral Sengoku, known to possess Conqueror's hockey. Damn it, kill that Marine first. The remaining pirates quickly came to their senses. Before them stood a man who, just like their own captain and old man, had the king's potential. Even if it meant death, they were determined to take down such a formidable figure, hoping to spare their old man and captain future trouble. Of course, most of those who harbored this unwavering resolve were members of the Whitebeard pirates. Well, all of you are after me now. Interesting. I wonder just how many of you can withstand my blade. List laughed, a dangerous gleam in his eye, as he faced the pirates closing in. Meanwhile, as the Navy clashed with the pirates, the fight between Whitebeard and Kaido raged furiously on, a true battle of monsters. One, Kaido, was lauded as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. The other, Whitebeard, was hailed as the world's strongest man. Their clash could only be described as earth-shattering and heaven-rending. Within several miles of their duel, not a soul dared to remain. Even the vice-captains of both pirate crews would have been cut down or swept aside just by being too close. Kaido had already assumed his draconic hybrid form. In terms of endurance, stamina, strength, defense, and even regenerative ability, he surpassed what he once was. Yet his opponent was none other than Whitebeard himself, the only man who could challenge the Pirate King, Roger, for the throne. If Whitebeard had had any real interest in claiming the title of Pirate King, who knows how the world might look now? Admittedly, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates did not hold up to the Roger pirates in terms of overall strength, but nothing could diminish Whitebeard's overwhelming might. So even though Kaido had transformed into his Dragon Man state, he was still no match. Whitebeard dominated him, pounding him into the ground. Of course, the raw power Whitebeard displayed was inextricably tied to the anger burning within him at that moment. Whitebeard, in a fit of rage, swung his blade and carved a deep gash into Kaido's body. Though Kaido's monstrous resilience ensured the wound healed almost instantly, the pain was undeniable and sharply real. Even if the physical wound would mend, the ache imprinted on his flesh would linger, refusing to fade so easily. However, Whitebeard's breathing was growing uneven as well. After all, he was no longer the man he'd been 10 years ago, the one who could trade blows with Roger for 3 days and nights. Now, age was beginning to creep into his body. That old crone, what is she doing? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Unable to resist, Kaido began to grumble about Big Mom's slow pace. If the Big Mom pirates showed up now, the entire situation would flip in an instant. The Whitebeard pirates would immediately find themselves at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Big Mom pirates, sailing across the sea, encountered a minor setback. A thick sheet of solid ice stretched across the water before them, blocking their way. Indeed, Big Mom had arrived at the outskirts of Wano, but her path was obstructed by the icy barrier Kazan had created moments before. Mama, there's a layer of ice ahead of us. We can't get through. Ice? Who could it be? Does anyone in the Whitebeard pirates possess the power to create ice? Big Mom questioned aloud. I'm not sure, but there's someone in the Navy with such abilities. Might be the Marines making a move. The Marines? Prometheus. Yes, Mama. At her command, a blazing ball of fire suddenly shot out from behind Big Mom, streaking toward the icy expanse. Heavenly fire from above. With that shattering announcement, the sun-like Prometheus swelled in size, releasing a torrent of flames from the sky. The searing heat crashed down upon the ice, which began to melt instantly under the blazing assault, the cold vanishing in wisps of mist. This dramatic scene naturally drew the attention of the nearby Marines. By now, no pirate in their immediate vicinity could still stand. Since the moment Listster had chosen to act, the outcome of this battle had been sealed. Big Mom is here too, huh? Looks like Wano is livelier than ever. Akainu observed with a hint of grim amusement. They were not currently on the direct route of the Big Mom pirates, so her impending decision would determine whether the Marines would engage her crew. If Big Mom simply ignored them and pressed on toward Wano, the clash between her and the Marines could yet be avoided. But if she chose to provoke them, then a great battle would be inevitable. Moreover, with the combined strength of these 4 Admiral-level warriors, they had no fear of Big Mom. Right now, Akainu felt that even if they had to forcibly keep Big Mom here, there would be no problem at all. So that's Big Mom. Though they were still some distance apart, Risk had already sensed the terrifying and oppressive aura emanating from her, a presence so overwhelming that the blood he had just managed to calm began to boil with excitement once again. She's so strong. I'd actually like to fight her. Carp, noticing Risk's mood, felt deeply satisfied. That's exactly how he used to be, A hot-blooded kid who couldn't resist the urge to challenge formidable opponents, win or lose, just for the thrill of the contest. After breaking through the ice, Big Mom also quickly noticed the 4 warships in the distance and the people standing upon them. Ma, there are Marines over there. Should we take them out first? Shut your mouth. Without hesitation, Big Mom ripped out the soul of the speaker and crushed it, sending a wave of terror through the rest of her crew. Whether it was Akainu, Akiji, or Wrist, Big Mom didn't give them a second thought. The only one she regarded seriously was Carp. When her eyes landed on him, her expression changed immediately. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, she knew better than anyone how Carp had earned his title as a hero. She had witnessed firsthand the sheer power he wielded. Even now, while she was no weakling herself, she had no confidence of actually defeating him. Carp, what are you doing here? Are you planning to take me on? Big Mom shouted directly at Carp. Lin, I have no interest in meddling in pirate affairs, so long as none of your people attack us. Very well, Vice Admiral Carp. I hope you'll remember those words. With that, Big Mom ordered her children to steer well clear of the warships. Seeing that Carp made no move against her, she finally let out a breath of relief. As expected of Vice Admiral Carp, even a giant like Big Mom looks terrified at the sight of you, Wrist remarked. Carp couldn't help but laugh heartily, pride playing on his face at Wrist's words. Of course, I used to give that old woman quite a lesson back in the day. Who would have thought she'd grow into such a monster? Now, even for someone as strong as Carp, facing Charlotte Linlin in battle would require every ounce of his concentration. He couldn't afford the slightest carelessness. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido only managed to rise to power because of the Navy's negligence. Back then, all their attention was focused on Rox, convinced that once Rox was dead, none of his crew would amount to anything significant. But contrary to their expectations, after Rox's demise, his former crew, unshackled from his control, only grew fiercer by the day. Now, nearly all of the pirates causing the Navy headaches trace their origins back to the old Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom have all gathered together. It's time for us to begin our mission as well, Akainu said, his expression grim. Their true purpose for coming to the New World wasn't just to restore order. They intended to cleanse the New World entirely. Yes, it's about time we take action, someone replied. With their strength, these battles won't end anytime soon. I'll head to Whitebeard's territory, Akainu declared, his tone stern. Without hesitation, he ordered his warship to set sail, heading straight for the lands under Whitebeard's control. Then I'll go deal with Big Mom, Kazan remarked casually, as if it made no difference to him where he went. In that case, I'll stay behind and clean up around Kaido's area, Garp said nonchalantly. He was more than happy to have a shorter journey. Indeed, this was the main purpose of their deployment to the New World. Even if they couldn't wipe out all 3 pirate crews completely, they meant to deal them a devastating blow. Any pirates encountered along the way were to be eliminated on the spot. I'll remain here and keep an eye on all 3 factions. Wrist volunteered for the final task. Though it meant he might not see direct combat, his job was, in truth, the most crucial of them all. Once the fighting between the 3 sides began to subside, Wrist would have to immediately relay the intelligence to prevent their forces from walking into an enemy's ambush as the pirate main fleets returned. As things stood, should Akiji or Akainu face off against either Big Mom or Whitebeard alone, it would be a fierce and uncertain struggle. And with the other pirate officers and commanders in the mix, any carelessness could easily cost them their lives in these treacherous waters. So Wrist's task was both the easiest and the most vital. Meanwhile, Big Mom had already led her pirate crew up the seemingly insurmountable natural barrier guarding Wano from the outside world. This is bad. Big Mom is really here. Marco was the first to notice her arrival. He knew that with her on the battlefield, the balance of power between the 2 sides would change in an instant. So right now, his one resolve was to prevent Big Mom from setting foot on Wano, no matter the cost. Suddenly, Marco erupted with force, sending King flying back by more than 10 meters. Without missing a beat, he turned and sped toward Big Mom's pirate ship. Mama, it's Marco the Phoenix, 1st Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. A crew member from Big Mom's ship cried out in fear. At this point, the Big Mom pirates didn't have many powerful officers ready to fight, and almost none who could stand against Marco. After all, most of their future key members hadn't yet reached their full strength. Don't even think about it. King had figured out Marco's intentions. Just as Marco was about to deliver a mighty kick to send Big Mom's ship crashing off the waterfall, King rocketed forward, intercepting Marco's strike with a powerful kick of his own. This clash was all too familiar for both of them. Only this time, the roles of attacker and defender had been reversed. Way to go, King! A member of Big Mom's crew immediately cheered, encouragement ringing in their voice. If King hadn't intervened just then, all their effort to scale the waterfall might have been for nothing. Damn it! Marco seethed through clenched teeth, frustrated that his attack had been thwarted. Right now, apart from Big Mom herself, there was no one else in her crew who could handle combat in the air. That meant they had no way to back up King. As for Big Mom, there was no way she would lower herself to personally deal with Marco. King, I'm leaving that stupid bird to you. Don't you dare let me down. With that commanding tone, Big Mom addressed King before sailing right past them. King didn't mind Big Mom's almost imperious command. After all, at the moment, he was hardly a match for her anyway. Oh no, the Big Mom pirates are here. Pirates who were stationed closer to the port quickly noticed the arrival of Big Mom's crew. Unlike the Whitebeard pirates, whose faces were tight with grim determination, the Beast pirates were electrified, excitement lighting up their expressions. The tide of battle was finally about to turn. Both Whitebeard and Kaido sensed Big Mom's presence carrying over the field. So that old hag has finally arrived. Kaido allowed himself a long-awaited sigh of relief. So Lin came after all. Whitebeard thought to himself. He had predicted Big Mom's arrival before the battle. But what he hadn't foreseen was the terrifying growth of Kaido's strength. It far surpassed what he had imagined. Now, if Lin was added to the mix, even he might be in for more than he could handle. Sensing the mounting tension between the two combatants, Big Mom could hardly contain her eagerness to join the fray. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt onto Zeus and soared in the direction of the battle. Waiguo. Before she herself arrived, her voice thundered across the field. Big Mom unleashed her attack, sending it sweeping toward Whitebeard. Waiguo, translated as sovereignty, is a mighty technique exclusive to the giants, renowned for its overwhelming force. A giant slash of sword energy hurtled directly at Whitebeard, no weaker than a strike from a master swordsman, proving that Charlotte Lin truly possessed a swordsman's might. At that very moment, after hurling Kaido away with a single slash, Whitebeard smoothly tossed the Murakimajari from his right hand to his left, spun his body, and with his right hand clenched into a fist, struck the very air in front of him with all his might. The shattered atmosphere formed a barrier, intercepting Big Mom's devastating attack. As the two attacks canceled each other out, Big Mom arrived on the battlefield at Kaido's side. My, you really are in quite the sorry state, Kaido. Her first words mocked him with undisguised disdain. Lin, you sure took your sweet time getting here. Kaido grumbled, unable to hide his frustration. If she'd arrived a little sooner, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up so badly hurt. Well, what could I do? With the whole sea around Wano crawling with Marines, getting here wasn't exactly easy. Big Mom shrugged off his complaint with a casual excuse. Still, it was true. There was no shortage of Marines in their way. The Navy, huh? Persistent little pests. Are they just waiting for us to tear each other apart so they can swoop in and profit from the aftermath? Who knows? But that hero Garp, the one who once took down Captain Rocks, is here too. Whitebeard, you hear that? How about we stop fighting for now? If we keep this up, we're just making things easy for the Navy. Garp, he is a foe worth taking seriously. But that alone is no reason for this old man to back down. Kulme, let me see for myself how far you two have come. I want to know if either of you is truly worthy to stand as my equal. With that, Whitebeard set the Murakimajari aside, clenched his fists, muscles surging with power, and drove both fists forward. The air before him cracked and splintered, this time with a force even greater than at any other moment since the battle began. The power of the Tremor fruit exploded in full force. Sensing the fury in Whitebeard's attack, both Kaido and Big Mom quickly unleashed their own counterstrikes. Conquest of the Sea. Side by side, the two swung their weapons with all their might, sending a blistering wave of energy rocketing toward Whitebeard. The three titans' ferocious blows collided high above, sending shockwaves rippling through the sky, marking a new crescendo in this epic clash. However, it was clear that even Kaido and Big Mom combined were no match for Whitebeard's furious blow. The sea quake unleashed by Whitebeard swallowed their attack whole, the power of the Tremor fruit still surging forward as it crashed straight into Kaido and Big Mom. Caught within the onslaught of Whitebeard's might, the two were sent reeling, their eyes rolling back as a gush of fresh blood burst from their mouths. But even Whitebeard, after unleashing such a devastating attack, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After all, a strike of that magnitude was not something he could unleash without limit. Among the sails and chaos of the Whitebeard pirates, there was one crew member whose eyes glittered with greed as he watched Whitebeard. What incredible power! The Tremor fruit's ability. No matter what, I must claim it for myself. Ambition blazed unmistakably in his gaze, but with everyone throwing themselves into battle, no one noticed the flicker of longing on his face. Titch, why are you just standing there? Fight! The Big Mom pirates are joining the battle. Snap out of it, and take this seriously. Yes, Captain Thatch. Kaido and Big Mom, having endured Whitebeard's wrath head-on, were in agonizing pain as if their internal organs had been rattled out of place. Old man Whitebeard, after all these years apart, your strength hasn't faded a bit, Big Mom spat out, steadying herself with her sword and wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Linlin, this grudge is between Kaido and me. It's none of your concern. If you know what's good for you, turn back right now, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Whitebeard, you should know that's impossible. If you want to kill Kaido, let's see if you have what it takes to face both of us at once. If you insist on being stubborn, then prepare to die. Whitebeard knew full well that words alone would never drive Linlin away. Without hesitation, Whitebeard gripped his cloud-cutting blade once more, channeling the Tremor Fruit's power along its edge, before cleaving forward in a mighty slash. Of course, neither Kaido nor Big Mom would sit idly by and await their fate. They too launched a counterattack. Thunderbagua, Moderli Destruction. Both attacks shot directly toward Whitebeard, yet none of the three so much as flinched or dodged. They all knew, in a clash of this scale, evasion was meaningless. The fierce struggle between the three raged on, while with the Big Mom Pirates' reinforcements, the Beast Pirates fought with even greater ferocity. The Whitebeard Pirates, outmatched and pushed back, were suffering heavy losses, only a handful of captains still managing to hold their ground. Ordinary crew members had already been devastated, with casualties mounting in every direction. If this continues, all three pirate crews may end up suffering irreparable losses. This battle can no longer be stopped by outside forces. It can only end when one side is finally and thoroughly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Akainu and Akiji, who have left Wano's borders, are making a powerful impact of their own. Any pirate crew that crossed their path was either frozen into statues or reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace behind. Compared to the diligent efforts of those two, Garp seemed far more relaxed. Catching pirates didn't look like a pursuit for him. It was almost as if he were playing a game of eagle and chicks, chasing the pirates with a playful vigor. Perhaps it's a lingering quirk from chasing Roger's crew all those years. Somehow, Garp could never bring himself to wipe out any pirate crew outside the East Blue completely, always leaving them a sliver of hope when they had nowhere else to turn. Fortunately, with a dependable man like Bogart on Garp's ship, even that single escape route Garp left was quickly sealed off. This, you could say, was the greatest victory the Navy had achieved in the New World since the age of great pirates began. Under Wano's natural fortress, List's face grew increasingly grim. He was stifled, forced to watch such an intense battle unfold right in front of him, yet unable to take part himself. He honestly couldn't remember how long it had been since he'd last fought with all his strength. He had no idea how his own power measured up to the world's top fighters now. Was he still trailing behind, or had he finally caught up? His fighting spirit was now radiating uncontrollably, and even the Marines aboard his ship unconsciously kept their distance, terrified that his pent-up loneliness might drive him to swing his blade at them instead. Every so often, the shockwaves from the battle above would reach their position, sending the warship rocking on the choppy seas. In the blink of an eye, 3 days slipped by. During those 3 days, brooding storm clouds never left the skies over Wano. There might be moments when the force of a few warriors scattered them briefly, but it wouldn't be long before their presence closed in again, even heavier than before. But as time dragged on, it was clear the three fighters' auras were steadily weakening. It seemed the end of the battle was finally within reach. Send word to Admiral Kazan and Admiral Sakazuki. Tell them they can return to Marine headquarters. List ordered his lieutenant, Bruce. Yes, sir. But what about Vice Admiral Garp? Don't worry about him. It's not like he'd just abandon me alone in the New World, would he? This is a dangerous place. I'll need someone to keep me company. Understood, sir. Bruce knew that this time, Listster had once again set up Vice Admiral Garp, and he wondered what Garp's reaction would be when he realized he'd been left behind. Originally, Sengoku's order yesterday was for Listster to remain in the New World alone. After all, the Navy's recent actions there had been too extreme. Once their enemies collected themselves, the Navy would surely face fierce retaliation. To prevent the last few Marine branches in the New World from being destroyed, Sengoku decided to keep Listster stationed out there, since Listster's strength was now more than enough for him to hold his own. Yet, Listster chose to have Garp stay as well, knowing full well that if Garp returned to Navy headquarters, he'd have nothing meaningful to do, and, no doubt, he'd pester Sengoku for leave all because of this mission. So instead of letting Garp relax and take time off, it would be far more useful to have him help watch over the New World's Marine outposts. After all, if the three major pirate crews retaliated aggressively, even someone as formidable as Listster would struggle to handle alone. In such a scenario, no matter how strong he was, he'd inevitably face moments where his will exceeded his strength. Thus, just to be safe, Listster decided to keep Garp with him. If Sengoku heard about what Listster had done, he'd probably praise him as well, for nothing gives Sengoku more of a headache than dealing with Garp back at headquarters. The battle on Onigashima was fast approaching its end. By this point, whether it was the Whitebeard pirates, the Beast pirates, or even the Big Mom pirates who joined the fray last, everyone was reaching the end of their strength. 3 days and nights of relentless, brutal conflict had pushed all of them past their limits. Now, even if they wanted to finish off their enemies, they simply couldn't muster the strength. Their nemesis stood right before their eyes, but most had lost the will to keep fighting. Still being able to stand was the last shred of dignity they could cling to. At this point, their clash was little more than a silent war of glares. If looks could kill, the outcome would have been decided by now. Even titans like Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom looked exhausted. The wounds crisscrossing their bodies testified to 3 days and nights of unyielding battle. None of them remained unscathed. Even Kaido and Big Mom, with their monstrous constitutions, now longed to simply collapse where they stood. Their fights against Whitebeard drained not only their bodies but also their spirits. Throughout this period, the 3 of them had remained hyper-focused, never daring to drop their guard even for a second. For the moment anyone let slip the tiniest weakness, they knew a fatal blow awaited them. Marco was in dire straits as well. He was clearly no match for King, and if he had managed to hold out this long, it was solely thanks to the unique regenerative power of the Phoenix Fruit. Yet staying in his Phoenix form was incredibly draining, and now his stamina was nearly spent. Even his wounds were healing more and more slowly. If the battle dragged on any longer, it was likely he'd lose the strength to even maintain his Phoenix state. Kaido was no exception. Keeping up his dragon form wasn't a matter of sheer will. At this point, a massive wound cut across him from shoulder to abdomen, one that had lingered all day without healing. He simply lacked the stamina to recover from his own injuries. Every ounce of strength had to be used to fight Whitebeard. Big Mom was a wreck too, hair wild and tangled. She looked every bit as battle-worn as the others. Blood had soaked her clothes, and her body was marred by wounds. There wasn't a single unscathed spot left. Even her famously tough, steel-like skin couldn't shield her from the might of the world's strongest man. Of the 3, though, Whitebeard was in the worst shape. 10 years ago, he could have had both of them flattened, but now he simply didn't have it in him any longer. The disadvantage of age was becoming painfully clear. His stamina was faltering, and in recent years he'd accumulated hidden ailments that would flare up without warning, hitting him mid-battle. Sometimes the pain shooting through his body forced him to slow down, even pause for just a moment. "Pops, it's time to end this fight. If we keep this up, the Whitebeard pirates will lose far too many good men," Marco called out, gliding to Whitebeard's side. At this point, Marco was still in his Phoenix form, but the lighter wounds now refused to heal. Hearing Marco's plea, Whitebeard turned for a long look at his children. Sure enough, after 3 brutal days of fighting, less than half of the crew who had landed with him were still alive. The sight brought a sting to his eyes. Tears welled up against his will. He blamed himself for his children's suffering. If he hadn't rushed to avenge Odin, perhaps none of them would have had to die. "All members of the Whitebeard pirates, listen to me. We retreat. Now." Whitebeard bellowed, his voice echoing across the entire island. "Kaido, Lin, will you let us go?" he demanded. The 2 had been ready to hurl threats and taunts, but when they met Whitebeard's unflinching, death-defying gaze, the words caught in their throats and died before they could be uttered. If either of them dared to ask Whitebeard to leave some of them behind, Whitebeard would truly be willing to fight them to the bitter end. Once Whitebeard risked everything. Even if the 2 of them survived, they would be severely wounded, and ultimately, it would only benefit the Navy, who waited like vultures for their chance. Besides, at this point, neither of them really wanted to keep fighting Whitebeard. To them, the crew members didn't matter much. They could find new ones or gather more followers. But continuing to go head-to-head with Whitebeard wasn't worth the cost. Who could tell what Whitebeard, that old lion, might do in his final fury? If he lost all restraint and went mad, they both knew, even combined, they would struggle to withstand his wrath. "Whitebeard, from now on, Wano belongs to me. I won't allow you to set foot in Wano again," Kaido declared, as brash as ever, blurting out whatever came to mind without a second thought. "Kaido." Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, steely with intent. "I'll let you keep Wano for now, but when the time comes, I'll take it back with my own hands and avenge Odin myself. If you think you can, go ahead and try. If I drove you back once, I can do it again." Kaido showed no fear in his response. Though Big Mom stood by his side this time, Kaido had no doubt. In a few more years, he'd surpass Whitebeard's strength entirely. A low grunt of dismissal hung in the air. Once every last member of the Whitebeard pirates had retreated, Whitebeard himself was the final one to board his ship. And thus, the battle ended. Not as a clear victory or defeat, but as a clash that brought no glory. For Big Mom and Kaido, two pirates widely considered Whitebeard's equals, it was hardly an honorable feat to drive him away only by joining forces. If anything, the outcome revealed there was still some distance between them and Whitebeard. They couldn't possibly let word of this spread. As for the Whitebeard pirates, the world's strongest man had failed to avenge Odin, his former brother-in-arms, and so, they too kept silent. Just as they left the waters of Wano, Whitebeard's burden finally caught up to him. His vision darkened, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and collapsed onto the deck. This battle marked the beginning of Whitebeard's decline in strength. All the old wounds and hidden ailments lingering in his body erupted after this fierce confrontation. Adding to his grief was his failure to avenge Odin, and the heavy loss of so many sons. Blow after blow wore on Whitebeard's spirit and weighed on his heart. As the saying goes, a sickness of the heart is often the most fearful illness of all, one no medicine can cure. Dad! The moment Whitebeard fell, all his crew shouted in panic. The ship's doctors rushed to his side to examine him, desperate to find the cause of his collapse. How we made our retreat. On board the Navy warship, Listster could already sense that the Whitebeard pirates' Moby Dick was slowly heading their way. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard's sudden collapse had left everyone deeply unsettled. Not because they feared Kaido's relentless pursuit, but out of genuine concern for Whitebeard's health. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just some old injuries flaring up, and the heartbreak was simply too much for the old man. He fainted, but he'll wake up after a while. Still, when he comes to, we can't let him fight like this again. His body simply isn't up to these battles anymore, the ship's doctor reassured them. Hearing these words brought a wave of relief to the Whitebeard pirates. Whether or not their captain would ever fight again didn't matter, so long as he was safe for now. Reporting in, sir. We've spotted the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates up ahead. The lookout on board the warship had reported the sighting of the Moby Dick to Listster the moment he saw it. I see, Listster replied. It seemed the warship was directly in the path of the Moby Dick, and so the pirate ship was drawing ever closer. The crew aboard the Moby Dick also noticed the nearby warship, and tension skyrocketed almost immediately. They had known there were Navy ships in the waters below Wano, but hadn't expected their luck to be so bad as to run headfirst into one. Every division commander in the Whitebeard pirates now stood at the bow, with their captains still unconscious. None of them wished to provoke a conflict with the Navy, but if the Navy made a move, they were ready to fight. After all, they were the Whitebeard pirates. It must be said, anyone who bore the name of the Whitebeard pirates also bore the heavy weight of upholding that name's honor. They would sooner die in battle than ever flee in disgrace. TCH. So Whitebeard has already collapsed. Listster muttered in irritation, sensing only faint traces of Whitebeard's presence. What do you want, Navy? Marco asked, his expression grave. Though he'd never seen Listster before, the aura Listster gave off told him that this was not an opponent they could overcome. It's nothing. I just wanted to see what state Whitebeard is in. Frankly, in this condition, he looks like he wouldn't be difficult to kill. What did you say, Navy? Roared several of the Whitebeard pirates, their tempers flaring at Lister's words. The outrage in their voices was unmistakable. But Whitebeard is not fighting right now. There's no pleasure in killing you, so just go. You bastard. Jaws and Vista spoke with faces full of fury. The words couldn't have been more blatant. It was a bare-faced declaration of contempt. Calm down. Marco pressed a hand on Jaws' shoulder, while Thatch wrapped his arms around Vista from behind. If not for this, there was a real fear these two might act on impulse and attack the Navy, and things would quickly spiral out of control. So you want to make a move? If you captains want to fight together, I won't shy away. With that, Listster half drew Feng from its scabbard. In an instant, a few terrifying sword auras shot forth from Feng, slicing through the air toward the Whitebeard pirates. It was clearly meant as an intimidation tactic, not a true attack. After all, for sword energy to materialize just by unsheathing a blade, it was a sign that Lister's mastery of swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level. This guy, the heart of everyone in the Whitebeard pirates trembled at once. Just that display alone was enough to make them understand the frightening depths of Lister's strength. Fine, this enormous favor, I'll remember it. Once the old man wakes up, I'll be sure to tell him. To them, Lister's actions genuinely counted as a great kindness. Had it been anyone else in this spot, whether Akainu or Akiji, a battle with these pirates would have been inevitable. Even if they failed to capture them, those two would risk their lives to take Whitebeard down. After all, without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates would hold no sway over the seas. The Whitebeard pirates' legendary reputation across the seas was built on Whitebeard alone. The captains played little part in that. No need for that. I'm a Marine. It's not like I want gratitude from pirates. And once you get back to your own territory, see to it you don't try to get back at me. What do you mean by that? Marco frowned, suddenly realizing things might not be as simple as they seemed. It means nothing. You'll understand once you're back. Enough, get moving. If you don't leave now, you'll never leave at all. With those words, Listster released a wave of Conqueror's haki, bearing down on them with overwhelming force. Of course, he refrained from unleashing his full power. Otherwise, given the current state of the crew, probably only a handful of the captains would still be conscious. Damn it, this Marine, he actually has the same Conqueror's haki as Pops. Crushed under the weight of that haki, Ja's face turned grim. But right then, a surge of Conqueror's haki suddenly erupted from within the Whitebeard pirates themselves, clashing head-on against Listster's overwhelming aura. Oh, even when he's completely unconscious, he still tries to protect his family. I have to say, that's exactly what you'd expect from Whitebeard. In that instant, Listster could sense that the powerful burst of Conqueror's haki rivaling his own had erupted from the unconscious Whitebeard himself. This was something unheard of. Someone who had passed out could still unleash their haki. It wasn't like the first, inadvertent awakening of Conqueror's haki, either. In this case, there wasn't even a shred of consciousness left. Dak! The Whitebeard pirates' crew called out in excitement, thinking their captain had awakened. But to their surprise, he remained unconscious. A moment later, Listster withdrew his own forceful aura, and with nothing to oppose it, Whitebeard's blast of Conqueror's haki faded away as well. At this point, even Listster felt real admiration for Whitebeard. This was a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary men. Listster might have been able to do the same himself, but he certainly wouldn't have done it for the sake of the Marines. There were only two people in the world who could inspire this kind of determination from him: his teacher Zephyr, and that rare hint of gentleness in Listster's heart, Makino. These were the only two people Listster would put his life on the line to protect. In a way, they were also his sole weakness in this world. That was precisely why Listster kept Makino's existence so well hidden. Apart from Garp and Zephyr, and a handful of villagers from Windmill Village and some sailors on his own ship, no one knew of his connection to her. As for Zephyr, Listster wasn't much concerned. With the strength of an admiral standing behind him, killing Zephyr would not be a simple matter. Major, are we really just going to let the Whitebeard pirates go like this? Bruce stepped up to Listster's side, doubt written all over his face. Well then, why don't you go up there and take them on? Listster arched an eyebrow as he spoke. On second thought, never mind. Bruce understood his own limitations. Even though every member of the Whitebeard pirates was wounded or down, if he charged in now, he'd only be throwing his life away, not making any difference at all. If even a few of Whitebeard's commanders turned on him, he'd likely never get the chance to fight back. I'm doing this for your own good. If we started a fight with the Whitebeard pirates right now, it would be impossible to avoid casualties among our soldiers. The Whitebeard pirates aren't like any other crew out there. Even I can't guarantee the safety of all our men while holding off their top commanders. If Admiral Akiji or Admiral Akainu were here with me, not a single member of the Whitebeard pirates would escape. What if it were Vice Admiral Garp? Vice Admiral Garp is so unreliable. You should already know the answer in your heart. When it came to Garp, List had no idea how to assess the man. Garp was the one person List couldn't see through it all. Everyone seemed to have their own agenda, but with Garp, he simply couldn't fathom what that agenda might be. Could it be that Garp uses his reputation as a naval hero to secretly leak naval intelligence to his own son? That was clearly impossible, absurd even. Let's go. We'll head to the G5 base in the New World and rest there for a while. I doubt it will take long before Kaido and Big Mom's pirate crews descend upon that place. Yes, sir. Though List didn't know exactly how the others had fared in their operations, he was certain they must have dealt a crippling blow to those 3 pirate crews. This time, List had let Whitebeard off the hook. Whether Whitebeard would hold the Navy accountable for this incident or simply bury it deep within his heart, List genuinely had no way of knowing. But as for Kaido and Big Mom, there was no way they would take this lying down. They were bound to seek revenge on the Navy, and the G5 base in the New World was the perfect target for their wrath. It took them about half a day to reach the G5 Marine base, but as soon as they arrived, List noticed that the Marine station there didn't look like soldiers at all. They reminded him more of street thugs and hooligans. But he couldn't really blame them. Most of the Marines at G5 had been recruited directly from the New World, and a large portion of them truly were former thugs and ruffians, essentially a batch of soldiers the headquarters had given up on. Everyone was acutely aware of how dangerous the New World was, and they knew exactly what their own circumstances amounted to. So in the end, most of them chose to simply give up and drift along. Even though the command of G5 changed hands frequently, no leader had ever truly managed to tame this wild bunch, no matter how much stronger they might have been. By the time List arrived at the G5 base, a group of Marines was already lined up to greet them, if you could call it a lineup, given the loose formation and lazy expressions on everyone's faces. Clearly, they were all here under protest. Welcome, Rear Admiral List. I'm DeLaven, commander of the G5 Marine Base. Rank, Vice Admiral. Hello, Vice Admiral DeLaven. The two men shook hands. Back when I was stationed at headquarters, I witnessed your exploits with my own eyes, Rear Admiral List. I never imagined there would come a day when I could serve alongside you. DeLaven said this with a smile. You've seen me before? List asked, surprised. Well, after all, you're personally taught by Master Zephyr. The rest of us, former students of his, can't help but envy you. I once had the chance to see you instructing the recruits when I was visiting Master Zephyr. You were like a mirror image of him, cut from the same mold. You flatter me. Since the man was once his master's student, Listster naturally didn't treat him with any coldness. TCH, all this fanfare, lining up to welcome someone, I thought a big shot was coming. Turns out it's just a brat, and a blind one at that. At that moment, an unfriendly voice sounded right in Lister's ear. Darwin's expression immediately darkened. He had already ordered his subordinates to behave properly, yet someone still had the nerve to cause trouble. Hey, what did you just say, soldier? Don't you know how to show respect for your superior officer? Before Listster or Darwin could reply, Bruce scolded the Marine directly. Bruce noted the Marine's rank was nothing more than an ordinary private, yet he dared utter such insolence. Did I say anything wrong? I was enjoying my sleep, totally comfortable when I was dragged out to welcome some so-called big deal. I thought it was going to be an admiral or something. Turns out it's just a run-of-the-mill rear admiral. Darwin's face grew darker still. This Marine was blatantly embarrassing him. If his own men behaved like this, what did that say about his leadership? Others might have harbored complaints as well, but they kept them to themselves. No one expected someone so foolhardy to actually speak up. Rear Admiral Listster, don't worry. I'll have this soldier thrown into the brig at once. Let him reflect on his actions. That won't be necessary. With that, Listster strode over to the young soldier. The Marine met Lister's gaze directly, bold as can be, even if he couldn't quite see the eyes behind the blindfold. What's your name? Brad. Very well, Brad. I may not be a big deal or an admiral, but my rank is still much higher than yours. Don't you think you ought to show some respect for your superior? I only respect those with real ability. For all I know, you've just rode your family's coattails to this position. I heard you talking to Commander Darwin. You're the personal disciple of that former admiral, Zephyr. Maybe that's the only reason you made it to Rear Admiral. The other soldiers at G5 stared at Brad, awestruck. He had guts. He really dared to say anything. Shut your mouth. DeLaven spoke in a voice brimming with anger. So, you think I became a major general by pulling strings? That's right. LYSD burst out with a hearty laugh. Very well, you truly have some guts. But do you realize that, with just a single word from me, your fate, life or death, can be decided? Hearing this, Brad felt cold sweat beating on his forehead, for he knew that LYSD wasn't exaggerating. Whether or not LYSD had used connections to rise to the rank of Navy Major General, it was still all too easy for an officer of that rank to determine the fate of an ordinary private, even if the officer's position wasn't all that powerful in practice. In truth, the moment Brad uttered his words, regret had begun to gnaw at his heart, but his pride would never let him apologize. I know, but so what? I'm not afraid of dying. Although LYSD could clearly sense how tight and anxious Brad was on the inside, the young soldier's words remained stubbornly defiant. Excellent. I genuinely admire you. He then turned to DeLaven. Lieutenant General DeLaven, I'll take this soldier off your hands, if you don't mind. No problem at all. To DeLaven, Brad was nothing more than an unremarkable soldier, and even if it had been his own adjutant, if LYSD wanted him, DeLaven would have handed him over without hesitation. No, I don't agree. Brad shot back immediately. But as soon as the words left his lips, he felt a heavy, crushing force weighing down on his entire body, so intense he could barely breathe. What did you just say? LYSD asked, a polite smile on his face. I agree. That's more like it. Brad felt that oppressive weight suddenly lift, but now he noticed he was soaked with sweat, every part of him drenched. Lieutenant General DeLaven, have your soldiers ready. Unless something unexpected happens, it's likely that Kaido and Big Mom herself will come here in person. What? DeLaven was stunned. He'd already heard about the chaos shaking the New World these last days, but he never expected that the aftermath would be landing squarely on the Navy's doorstep. I'll explain everything later. For now, just get ready for an all-out battle with Kaido the Beast and Big Mom herself. I understand. DeLaven's expression was grave. This was news nobody wanted to hear. His orders had been to receive Major General LYSD, nothing more. He hadn't imagined such a daunting challenge was lying in wait for them. Though he was the garrison commander of the New World, he had no idea what the Navy headquarters had been up to in this part of the world recently. Don't worry, Vice Admiral Garp is already on his way. Sensing the heaviness in DeLaven's heart, Listster offered some news that brought him a measure of relief. That's good. As long as Vice Admiral Garp is here, I can be at ease. Although Listster believed that his own strength now rivaled Garp's, he simply couldn't match the legend's formidable reputation. So, to assure Raven, he had to invoke the name of Garp as a source of comfort. After that, Listster and his group settled down for some rest at the G5 base, and naturally, Brad was also assigned to their barracks. Yet perhaps because Brad had spoken rather rudely to Listster at the outset, he found himself rather unwelcome among the group. Even so, Brad held his tongue, fully aware of how his own behavior had landed him in this predicament. Deep down, he made a silent vow to himself. One day, he would earn the approval and respect of these people. Early the next morning, Listster sensed Garp had already arrived. "Listster, you bastard, you actually set me up." From far away, Listster could already hear Garp's furious voice, a voice so fiery with indignation that it sounded as if the old man wanted to swallow Listster whole. His well-deserved holiday had just been ruined, courtesy of Listster's schemes. Suddenly, Listster felt a fierce wind coming his way. The next instant, he reacted, striking out with his own fist. Their fists, one large, one small, collided in midair. The resulting shockwave cleared everything around them. Shattered rocks, wooden crates. Even bystanders were sent flying as if a storm had hit. "Listster, you bastard. Oh, Vice Admiral Garp, don't be angry. I just need your help, you see." Listster grinned as he spoke. Yet seeing that smile only infuriated Garp even more. He could barely contain the urge to rip that grin right off Listter's face. Driven by that feeling, Garp unconsciously poured even more power into his fist, while Listster matched him strength for strength, his expression unchanged. "Don't tell me you expect me to face both Kaido and Big Mom alone. Why don't you pick one of the other admirals, Akainu or Akiji? Why does it have to be me? Because, Vice Admiral Garp, you're the strongest of them all. As they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Someone as mighty as you should naturally take on the task of holding off our toughest foes." Utter nonsense. But in the end, Garp relented and withdrew his fist. "I'm warning you, Brad, just this once. If you ever try to trick me again, I swear I'll thrash you so badly you won't get out of bed for weeks." Truth be told, Garp wasn't truly furious deep down, merely exasperated and sorely put out. But he couldn't just leave Listster here alone, either. If he did, once he got back, Zephyr would surely have his head for it. If Kaido and Big Mom came one after the other, things might still be manageable. But if those two attacked together, Listster's forces wouldn't be able to hold them back, and even the entire G5 branch could be wiped out. That was the brilliance of Listster's open strategy. No matter how much Garp disliked carrying out duties in the New World, for the sake of his own ideals, for the justice he held in his heart, and for the safety of Listster and all the Navy personnel here, Garp simply couldn't walk away. "Don't worry, Vice Admiral Garp. This won't happen a billion more times." When he saw the look on Listster's face, Garp had a nagging feeling that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. "Oomph." With a snort, Garp turned and strode away. Vice Admiral Dalavan hurried over to greet him. Although their ranks were both Vice Admiral, their positions were worlds apart. At the same time, the Marine station at G5 had started to see Listster in a new light. They had originally thought Listster only made it to Rear Admiral by pulling strings behind the scenes, yet here he was holding his own against the legendary Garp, matching him blow for blow. Is that guy who pulled strings really that strong? Brad exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Don't underestimate our commanding officer," someone retorted. "He's the Deputy Chief Instructor at the Navy Headquarters Academy, and his rank wasn't just handed to him. He rose through the ranks with his own achievements, bit by bit. And let me warn you again, if I hear you bad-mouthing the commander one more time, don't blame me for losing my patience with you. Remember, he's your commanding officer from now on too." Now, the soldiers who had once served with Listster and Garp on their ship were finally able to properly rest at the G5 base. They'd been drifting at sea for days, involved in more battles than they cared to count, with bodies and spirits both worn thin. "Rear Admiral Listster, Vice Admiral Garp, do we have any idea when Kaido or Big Mom will show up?" Dalavan asked anxiously, having already offered the most comfortable chair in his office to Vice Admiral Garp. Though Garp's arrival had bolstered Dalavan's confidence, the truth was that the Navy personnel at the base were woefully unprepared, most of them lacking in proper training. For many, just knowing how to fire a gun was already a feat. To expect them to stand toe-to-toe with fearsome pirates was nothing short of a death sentence. "Who can say?" Listster replied. "It all depends on when they realize their subordinate pirate crews have met total defeat." List picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip of the steaming tea, and spoke without a hint of worry on his face. "No need to worry. If those two dare to show up, I'll have them both flat on the ground, begging for mercy," Garp said with his usual boisterous confidence. Since there were no rice crackers here, Garp could only gulp down tea, knocking back each cup in just a few big swigs. That's a relief. With Vice Admiral Garp here, I feel much more at ease. Garp's words truly bolstered Delavan's confidence, letting him finally lower the burden that had been weighing on his mind. Though he'd been stationed at the G5 branch for years, he had never actually confronted Kaido of the Beasts or Big Mom head-on. So, he didn't really know what they were truly capable of. However, being mentioned in the same breath as Whitebeard meant their power was surely nothing to take lightly. Even without having met them, Delavan was self-aware enough to recognize this. Time slipped by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 3 days, the New World remained remarkably calm. But today, a headline in the paper stirred up a new wave of controversy around the globe. The article read as follows. 6 days ago, the Whitebeard pirates engaged in a fierce battle with the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates in Wano country. The outcome remains uncertain, but the clash ended with Whitebeard's retreat. In the midst of this struggle among the New World's 3 great powers, the Navy seized the opportunity to launch an operation, wiping out the subordinate crews of Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom in one fell swoop. This is undoubtedly the Navy's most outstanding accomplishment in the New World in recent years. One glance at the report's wording was enough to tell it hadn't come from a Navy informant. Besides the world government, only the president of the news agency, Morgans the Birdman, had the clout to circulate something this significant. That bastard Morgans, Sengoku spat after reading the news. Though the facts in Morgan's report were ironclad, this kind of coverage severely damaged the Navy's reputation. Thanks to Morgans, the Navy now looked like cowards who could only strike from the shadows, a blow that struck deep at their prestige. If Morgans didn't wield such significant influence, the world government would have already taken him out and disposed of him for good. Naturally, over the past few days, both Kaido, Big Mom, and even Whitebeard had received word that all their subordinates had been wiped out. Seems these peaceful days of ours won't be lasting much longer. This was the first thing Liz said after reading the newspaper aloud, and both Cap and Dalewin strongly agreed with him. If this news hadn't come to light, it's likely that Kaido and Big Mom would have managed to keep their anger in check for a while longer. But now that it's been exposed, the situation is entirely different. If they don't take action against the Navy, their standing and reputation among pirates would undoubtedly suffer a serious blow. Those damn Navy bastards! How dare they stir up trouble like this? Kaido had received the news the very next day after the great battle. However, since his wounds had not yet fully healed at that time, he was forced to keep his rage bottled up inside, for the moment. He planned to take his revenge on the Navy later, but now, those plans would have to be set in motion much sooner. Big Mom shared the same intent. She had originally wanted to fully recover from her injuries before striking at the Navy's outpost in the New World, to teach them a harsh lesson and remind them that the New World was not territory they could simply encroach upon. But with Morgans blowing this matter wide open, there was no room for further concealment. Her wounds had mostly healed now, so she felt the time was right to launch an assault on the Navy's branch in the New World. In contrast, the Whitebeard pirates saw things in a completely different light from the Beasts and Big Mom pirates. Whitebeard remained unconscious for 3 full days, and when he finally awoke, the news had just broken across the seas. "Where am I?" His voice was coarse as he spoke upon waking. "Father, we're back on our own turf now." The moment they saw Whitebeard open his eyes, all the crew erupted in excitement. Marco, especially, rushed to answer him. "This time, I've truly let all of you down." It's often said that a real man doesn't shed tears easily, and even more so for a man like Whitebeard. Yet now, he could barely restrain them. After all, each and every one of his children was his family. But this time, his own desires had brought crushing loss upon those he cherished most. "Father, there's something else you need to know." Jozu broke in at that moment. "Quiet, Jozu." Marco immediately rebuked him, cutting off what he was about to say. He already knew what was on Jozu's mind. "Go ahead, Marco. What else has happened? I can handle it, you know." At the sight of the heavy looks on his sons' faces, Whitebeard understood at once. It was bound to be yet another piece of bad news. "It's nothing, father." Marco managed a forced smile. "Marco, tell me. What's happened? Don't hide it from me." "Dad, it's the Navy. While we were fighting Kaido and Big Mom, they took the chance to round up everyone who had joined our crew." "What? The Navy? How dare they?" Hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard immediately grew furious. Even though he had favorites among his children, and those pirates who hadn't boarded his Moby Dick weren't as close to him, they were still his people. How could the Navy have the audacity to go after them? "Sengoku, it's your scheming again, isn't it?" With a single thought, Whitebeard knew exactly who in the Navy could come up with such a devious and underhanded plan. "But, Pops, this time the Navy actually let us off the hook." Right after, Marco continued, having noticed Whitebeard's obvious urge for vengeance against the Navy a moment ago. "Oh, what happened exactly?" Marco then recounted how they had run into Listster, and how Listster had spared them. After hearing the story, Whitebeard fell silent sinking into deep thought. Now he was wrestling with the situation in his mind, wondering what the right course of action should be. If they sought revenge against the Navy, it might seem like the Whitebeard pirates were repaying kindness with animosity. But if they didn't avenge the sons who had died at the Navy's hands, he wouldn't be able to face their memories. But it's not just our Whitebeard pirates who suffered. Both the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates have also been dealt a devastating blow by the Navy, suffering severe losses. Given that the Beast's and Big Mom's crews were already smaller than the Whitebeard pirates, such a blow was practically crippling for them. Knowing Kaido and Big Mom's personalities, I doubt they'll let the Navy get away with this. So, Pops, what should we do now? Marco looked to Whitebeard for direction. Although Lister's act of mercy had earned Listster some goodwill in Marco's eyes, that didn't mean he felt any warmth toward the Navy as a whole. Let's go. We'll head to the area near the Navy's G5 branch and see how things stand before making any moves. Yes, Pops, but please, don't get involved in any fighting this time. Your body needs to rest. I'm not at the point where you lot need to fuss over me. Just take care of your own business. This last fight showed me just how weak you all still are. From now on, I want you to train twice as hard. Yes, Pops. Meanwhile, at the Navy's G5 branch, both Garp and Listster received important information. According to their spies who had been tracking the 3 pirate crews, Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard were all heading straight towards the G5 branch. Even Whitebeard has come as well. This turn of events was truly beyond Lister's expectations. He thought that by letting the Whitebeard pirates off the hook last time, Whitebeard wouldn't make a move against them now. Clearly, he had been thinking too optimistically. In fact, there was another important reason why Listster didn't strike out at Whitebeard previously. He had always harbored an ambition, a burning desire to possess the power of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. If he had destroyed Whitebeard back then, he might have forever lost the chance to acquire that ability. For the final devil fruit he could replicate, Listster had resolved to reserve the slot for the Tremor fruit. It was a fruit with world-shattering power, a devil fruit akin to a force of nature itself. Who wouldn't covet it? This isn't Listster being shallow. It's simply that the allure of the Tremor fruit is too great. Not securing it would feel like he was failing the very potential of his powers. Right now, Listster possessed several devil fruit abilities. Other than the very first, the Woodwood fruit, only Borsellino's Glint fruit had come to him by chance. Yet, that very chance acquisition had become the devil fruit he used most, both in battle and daily life. After all, it was the ultimate show-off fruit, radiant and dazzling, always making a strong impression. Listster could admit, on this point, he was being a little vain. As for the human fruit, Great Buddha form, and the float fruit, Listster rarely used either. The Great Buddha form was far too conspicuous. While it might be reasonable for there to be other fruits similar to the Glint fruit, it was quite a stretch to imagine anything akin to a gigantic golden Buddha transformation. As for the float fruit, Listster simply hadn't found the opportunity to use it. He felt no need for it at all. If all 3 of them are coming, doesn't that mean our humble little branch will have to face 3 mighty pirates at once? If it were only Kaido and Big Mom, Dalewin might have managed. But Whitebeard was another matter entirely. He had lived through Whitebeard's era at its peak, and knew firsthand how terrifying the man was. He remembered the time, when following the Sengoku fleet, he saw Whitebeard unleash his power, a force capable of destroying the world itself. That memory still lingered in his heart, like a shadow. Don't worry. Even if Whitebeard really shows up together with Kaido and Big Mom, they won't team up. Don't forget, there's a deep enmity between them. If anything, who Whitebeard will help, that's anyone's guess. Of course, this last sentence was pure fabrication on Lister's part. He simply didn't want Dalewin to lose his nerve before the battle even began. This isn't to say that Dalewin is a coward. The fact that he once served aboard the flagship of a fleet admiral during the Warring States is proof enough that he is an elite among the Navy. It's just that Whitebeard is far too terrifying. Nearly every Marine who has faced Whitebeard carries his shadow deep in their hearts. This is an undeniable fact. Back then, almost every Marine who witnessed Whitebeard in battle had to undergo some form of psychological counseling after returning to headquarters. After all, in his prime, Whitebeard's strength was far beyond anything they could comprehend. Even if Whitebeard didn't join forces with Kaido and Big Mom against the Marines, he certainly wouldn't help the Marines against those 2 either. The most likely scenario is that he'll simply watch from the sidelines, waiting to see who comes out on top. And don't forget about Vice Admiral Garp. What are you so worried about? Even if Whitebeard makes his move, you should remember that Vice Admiral Garp is the one who drove the Pirate King Roger to the brink countless times. So rest easy. We'll definitely keep your G5 division safe. Alright, then I'll be counting on you both to watch over the G5 division. With those words, Dalewin stood up and gave Listster and Garp a deep bow. Though the Marines stationed at the G5 base aren't exactly the most obedient, They hold their commanding officer in high esteem. After all, to them, respect is reserved for those with true strength, and Dalawan's power is more than enough to overwhelm any of them. So even if they act brash in front of outsiders, most will fall in line the moment Dalawan appears. He simply couldn't bear the thought of watching these Marines die before his eyes. Don't worry, after all, the G5 base is still part of the Navy. Watching Dalawan's sincerity, both Garp and Listster grew solemn as well. They'd been here for 3 days now, and they'd come to understand just what kind of temperament these G5 Marines had, but they hadn't expected Dalawan to carry such deep feelings for them. Another day passed by. Suddenly, the G5 base was jolted by the blaring of the alarm. A long, piercing siren wailed through the air. They've arrived, haven't they? Listster, who had been resting, instantly snapped to alertness. His observation haki was even sharper than the alarm. He'd sensed the incoming presence even before the siren went off. Is it Big Mom? Just by sensing the aura, Listster could already tell who had arrived first. After all, the G5 division was closest to Tato Land, so it made perfect sense for Big Mom to show up ahead of the others. A moment later, Listster, Garp, and Dalawan all appeared directly in the main square of the G5 division. It was the most open space in the entire base, and without question, it was destined to become the stage for the battle to come. Daravin's face was deeply serious, as if he were about to face some life-or-death ordeal. By contrast, Listster and Garp wore relaxed expressions. For the two of them, subduing a minor figure like Big Mom was hardly challenging. In a swift blur, Big Mom streaked toward the G5 branch, lightning crackling beneath her, riding a thundercloud with breathtaking speed. So that's Big Mom. Daravin spoke with a heavy voice. This was his first time seeing Big Mom in person, and the overwhelming pressure reminded him of Whitebeard. No wonder she stands on equal footing with Whitebeard on the high seas. A genuine monster, through and through. Garp, you Marines are just a bunch of bastards. Big Mom snarled the moment she caught sight of him, eyes glowing blood-red at the memory of her fallen subordinates. You were the cloak of justice, but never act in its name. To her and her crew, as long as pirates kept flooding into the New World, followers would never be in short supply. Yet this time, the Navy had destroyed years of her painstaking efforts in one fell swoop. How could she not be enraged? At this point, Garp's presence hardly mattered. Even if all 3 admirals were here, she would not hesitate to attack. And within the G5 branch right now, there was no one except Garp worthy of her attention. A blind man and a good-for-nothing. That's how Big Mom sized up Listster and Daravin. Moreover, she knew that Kaido would arrive soon. Against just 2 opponents, she couldn't fathom any possibility of losing. TCH being ignored, huh? Feeling Big Mom's gaze barely linger on him, Listster could tell she didn't consider him a threat. But that's fine by me. He'd never focused on Big Mom. His real target had always been Kaido. 10 years ago, he suffered humiliation at Kaido's hands, and this time, he intended to settle the score once and for all. Sovereign Nation. Big Mom made the first move. A fierce wave of sword energy blasted toward the trio. Daravin almost wet himself from sheer terror, but Listster at his side and Garp, standing in front of him, gave him an anchor of security. Noticing that Listster had no intention of joining the fight, Garp knew he had to step up himself. Iron Fist. A wave of haki surged around Garp's fist, coating it in a gleaming, obsidian black. With a single punch, he struck the sword energy head-on. The massive attack shattered instantly under Garp's iron punch, crumbling to pieces with a thunderous crash. Upon witnessing this scene, only Dalavin's expression changed ever so slightly. The other 3 remained entirely unmoved. Big Mom was utterly unsurprised that Garp could shatter her sword energy. To her, it was only natural she hadn't put her full strength into that attack to begin with. As for Listster, he was hardly astonished either. If Garp couldn't pull off something like this, then he might as well hand over his title as Hero of the Navy, right here and now. Dalavin, step back. You're no longer in a position to participate in the coming battle, Garp ordered. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Dalavin knew his own limits all too well. That previous blow had made it painfully clear just how vast the gap was between him and these mighty fighters. Listster, aren't you planning to join the fight? Garp asked, curiosity in his tone. He recalled how, just days ago, Listster had been so electrified by their sparring that his hands trembled. Garp couldn't imagine Big Mom failing to ignite Listster's fighting spirit. No, Vice Admiral Garp, I'll leave Big Mom to you. As for Kaido, he's mine. All right, then Kaido is yours. Garp naturally understood the deep-seated grudge Listster held against Kaido. If Zifa hadn't arrived in the nick of time, Listster might not even be here now. No way would he swallow that humiliation so easily. Without further delay, Garp and Big Mom plunged into fierce combat. When Garp put his iron fist to work seriously, not even Listster felt confident he could withstand them. The sheer force radiating from those fists was so overwhelming that Listster couldn't even imagine facing them directly. So this is the true power of the Navy's hero. It was the first time Listster had seen Garp display such terrifying strength. He's been hiding his abilities this well all along, has he? Ever since Roger's death, Garp had rarely fought like this. There were simply too few adversaries left to truly challenge him. Even now, Listster couldn't be sure if Garp was going all out or still holding something back. Garp's iron fist crashed again and again against Big Mom's longsword, forcing her back a few steps with every clash. She simply couldn't withstand Garp's overwhelming might. Where is that Kaido? Why hasn't he shown up yet? Big Mom clenched her teeth in silent frustration. For some reason, she wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. She found dueling Garp even more exhausting than going up against Whitebeard. Losing focus in the middle of battle? Hasn't your captain ever taught you that's the gravest mistake? In a flash, Garp seized on Big Mom's momentary distraction, darted in close, and drove a powerful fist straight into her abdomen. A series of ripples spread across Big Mom's stomach from the blow, and her body was hurled backward at high speed. She was about to plunge into the sea when a sudden thundercloud swept in and caught her. "Mama, are you all right?" Zeus asked with concern. "Mama, that old man isn't easy to deal with," chimed in Napoleon, the sword in Big Mom's hand. Having just clashed head-on with Garp's iron fists, Napoleon naturally knew how unyielding and powerful those fists could be. "Difficult or not, I still have to fight him. I refuse to swallow my pride at this age," Big Mom replied. With that, she used Zeus as a springboard, leaping once more toward Garp. Raising Napoleon high, she aimed to strike Garp with a crushing blow. "Now that's more like it." Sensing the fierce aura radiating from Big Mom, Garp grinned widely. Earlier, she hadn't even allowed him to enjoy the fight. Kaido is taking forever. Listster couldn't help the rush of excitement coursing through his veins as he watched the collision between Garp and Big Mom. He wanted to fight, yearned for a clash of such magnitude, and longed to throw himself into the fray. But now, impatience gnawed at Listster. If not for the sheer exhilaration he felt watching Garp in battle, he wouldn't mind teaming up to take Garp 2-on-1. Yet, if he did jump in now, Garp would likely turn his rage on him. Meanwhile, inside the G5 base, the other Navy soldiers stood in stunned silence. Until now, they'd never truly grasped the vastness of this world. Today, they understood. In battles like these, even straying a little too close could mean total annihilation. After all, Big Mom's onslaught wasn't limited to her sword. Her attacks came with fire and the fury of thundering storms. At this moment, Listster sat atop a chunk of rubble, legs crossed and bouncing restlessly. One hand propped up his chin as he tapped his face rhythmically with a finger. Every gesture radiated impatience. It was clear Listster was running out of patience. "Kaido, if you don't show up soon, I'm coming to Wano to cut you down myself," he thought anxiously. Wow, even in such chaos, Major Listster stays as cool as ever. "That's formidable," one of the distant spectators remarked, unable to hold back admiration at the sight of Listster calmly observing the field nearby. Their respect for Listster surged like an unstoppable tide. "See for yourself. That's the strength of our commanding officer. Even though he holds only the rank of major, his might already rivals that of an admiral, perhaps even surpasses it." At that moment, a soldier aboard the Listster warship boasted to Brad, his words tinged with a hint of exaggeration. "Stronger than an admiral?" Brad quietly muttered to himself. An admiral already represents the highest combat power of the Navy, yet the man he had ridiculed in front of everyone just days ago apparently possessed the might of the Navy's greatest force. "So you finally arrived, Kaido?" Sensing Kaido's presence, Listster immediately stood up. "Rear Admiral Listster is making a move. Could it be he's planning to take on Big Mom together with Vice Admiral Garp? It might be a bit underhanded, but as long as it means defeating such a notorious pirate, I suppose anything goes." A Marine spoke up. At that moment, both Garp and Big Mom paused, as if by mutual understanding. In the blink of an eye, the once clear sky turned black with rolling clouds. A colossal shadow moved restlessly among them. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, amplifying the menacing aura of that immense form looming overhead. "What is that?" A Marine pointed skyward, dumbstruck. Kaido's entrance was far more intimidating than Big Mom's had ever been. "That's the great pirate, Kaido of the Beasts." Dalwyn's voice was dazed, almost stupefied. He had just managed to catch a glimpse of what that shadow truly was, a massive dragon. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down right beside Big Mom. From within that blinding flash, an imposing figure emerged. It was none other than Kaido of the Beasts. "Kaido, you bastard, you sure took your sweet time. So you can't hold out any longer, Lin Lin?" His tone was pure mockery, directed squarely at Big Mom. "Garp isn't someone you could defeat that easily. He's the man who took down Captain Rox. And you know better than anyone just how terrifying that man was. Rocks. The mention of rocks brought a sudden change to Kaido's expression. Kaido, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Listster shouted, his voice brimming with excitement. Hearing Listter's voice, Kaido turned in his direction, visibly puzzled, as if trying to recall just who this blind man was. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in his mind. A distant memory slowly emerged. A young Navy upstart who once overwhelmed him with conqueror's haki. A swordsman with the strength of a master. A Navy brat wielding powers akin to the glint fruit. Kaido remembered vividly how that youngster had left quite an impression on him back then. And yet, since that encounter, Kaido had heard nothing more of Listster, simply assuming the man had died. Navy brat, you're still alive? The excitement on Listter's face froze at Kaido's words. Meanwhile, Garp burst into roaring laughter beside him. Ha ha, Listster, Kaido actually thought you were already dead. Ha ha ha. There wasn't a trace of tension in Garp's demeanor. Even when faced with two of the world's most notorious pirates, he exuded absolute confidence in his own strength. To think a defeated pawn would show up in front of me again, you've got some nerve. This time, Zephyr won't be here to save you. Kaido, are you so sure of that? Maybe this time, it'll be you running for your life. With that, Listster drew his seal blade. In a flash, he appeared before Kaido and slashed straight at him. Kaido, perhaps out of arrogance, didn't bother raising his weapon. Instead, he met the attack head-on with his bare arm. But instead of the scenario Kaido expected, easily blocking Listter's strike, a sharp line of blood appeared where the blade met his skin. Kaido, I'm no longer the man I was 10 years ago. If you keep underestimating me, next time, the blade might find your throat. You little Navy brat, go die. Being wounded by a youngster? Kaido's patience snapped in an instant. He reached for his massive spike club, swinging it with all his might at Listster. But Listster, reading the attack, dodged nimbly. He wasn't about to stand still waiting to be struck, unlike Kaido. Of all those present, Big Mom was the most astonished. The boy she disregarded a moment ago had actually breached Kaido's seemingly invincible hide. Lin, stall Garp for me. Once I finish off this brat, I'll come to help. Then hurry up. When Garp goes wild, there's no one in the world who can rein him in. The four split into two fierce duels. Garp against Big Mom, Listster against Kaido. Kaido, I've waited 10 years for this day. This time, I'm ready to give my life if I must. You're hardly the first who's won in my head. Take Whitebeard, for instance. If you think you can claim it, then by all means, come and try. Let's see if you have what it takes.